In 2030, the apocalypse arrived and swept across the world. Cities turned into ruins, and the once prosperous streets are now desolate and dangerous. The sudden outbreak of the zombie virus has plunged humanity into a desperate situation, and the terror of doomsday has made life and death insignificant. In this ruthless world, the trust and emotions that once existed have become shattered. Zombies, superpowers, and the struggle for power have made the world full of the breath of death. My name is Xiao Tong, an ordinary college student. 5 years ago, the apocalypse broke out and the world fell into chaos. My girlfriend Leng Menghan, several classmates, and I embarked on a road to escape. On this road of life and death, I encountered betrayal. In order to help myself escape danger, Leng Menghan actually abandoned me and pushed me into the tide of zombies, letting the zombies devour me. At that time, I felt immense pain. The zombies' sharp fangs and claws kept tearing at my flesh until I fell into complete despair. However, a miracle happened. I turned into a zombie, but I retained my human intelligence. Moreover, I gained the ability to control zombies. This ability allowed me to grow rapidly. In 5 years, I went from being an ordinary zombie to a powerful zombie, commanding hundreds of thousands of zombies. Although my body had decayed, my consciousness was still clear. Unfortunately, my girlfriend, Leng Menghan, did not let me go because of my change. She coveted my zombie crystal core, and in order to control me, she even threatened me to hand over my parents and brothers to her. What I could not have expected was that Leng Menghan actually pushed my parents and brother off the city wall in front of me and watched them die. And she snuggled up with that second-generation official, enjoying a warm and intimate time. I was engulfed by flames, and the pain almost made me collapse. But even so, I still refused to give up. I couldn't bear it any longer, and I swore that if I had a chance to be reborn, I would definitely take revenge. Suddenly, a piercing sound pulled me back from the pain. I opened my eyes and found myself still sitting in the university classroom. Yes, I was reborn. I went back 5 years, back to the moment before the apocalypse. I looked at everything around me, and a strong emotion surged in my heart. I looked around, and the uproar in the classroom made me realize that I seemed to have lost my composure just now. I forced myself to calm down, thinking to myself, this has just begun. I walked out of the classroom, took out my phone, and saw today's date, June 7th, 2025, only 3 days away from the apocalypse. These 3 days were enough time for me to make a lot of preparations. The first thing I did was to go to the cafeteria and have a meal. Although the food seemed ordinary, it was a long-lost enjoyment for me. After eating, I went straight to the goal and called my parents. The call was connected, and my mother's voice made my heart tremble. That voice was so familiar, it was the last time I heard it. "Mom, I miss you." I couldn't help choking, and tears welled up in my eyes again. The mother's voice was gentle and concerned. "Little one, what's wrong with you? What's the problem? Tell me. Are you short of money?" I held back my tears and tried to keep my voice steady. "No, Mom, I'm fine. I just missed you so much." After I hung up the phone, the burden in my heart was slightly relieved. My parents were temporarily safe, and I could finally start preparing for the challenges ahead. Next, I decided to communicate with my father Xiao Dashan and arrange some survival supplies for him. Since my father has always been loyal and righteous, I knew he would definitely listen to my advice. Over the phone, I gave my father detailed instructions on how to deal with the impending apocalypse. Buying enough food and fast food, and stockpiling long-lasting supplies are the most basic survival guarantees I can think of. I also specifically told him not to make this public to avoid attracting other people's attention. The security of the house also needs to be strengthened, and the walls and gates need to be reinforced to ensure that if something happens, it can resist external threats. After hanging up the phone, I felt a little calmer, but time was still tight. I didn't have much time to waste. The end of the world would come in 3 days. For the next plan, I decided to contact my eldest brother, Xiao Jiang. Xiao Jiang is a very capable person. After the outbreak of the apocalypse, he successfully established a survivor camp and became a superpower. But unfortunately, he didn't survive in the end and was killed by Leng Menghan's conspiracy. I will never forget this regret. Although I have a chance to be reborn this time, I still dare not take the risk of changing Xiao Jiang's fate. Xiao Jiang's awakening might be affected, and if he loses this opportunity, the situation in the apocalypse will become more complicated. Therefore, I decided to let him stay in his current position for the time being, and I decided to take another path. Although this path is full of dangers, it is my only choice to become a zombie. By controlling the abilities of zombies, I can improve my strength faster and get revenge. Chapter 4. Suddenly, my cell phone rang, and I saw the name on the screen. Leng Menghan. An irrepressible rage surged in my heart. Leng Menghan, I will never let you hurt anyone of mine again. I took a deep breath and picked up the phone. Leng Menghan's voice came from the phone. She obviously didn't realize that I was no longer the Xiao Tong who could be manipulated by her in the past. Where did you spend my money? Her tone was full of dissatisfaction. I frowned. Leng Menghan had actually bound my mobile phone card to her account since we got together. Every time I transferred money, she would receive the news immediately. I was about to hang up the phone, but suddenly I thought of something and said, Menghan. There was obvious displeasure in her words. Call me master. I was a little stunned. This woman's desire for control is really strong to the extreme. She asked me to call her master in private, but she acted like a cool queen in public. Suddenly thinking of my past life, I couldn't help but take a breath. It was such a stupid past. Menghan, don't be angry yet. I have good news for you. What good news? My house is going to be demolished. What? Her tone instantly changed from indifference to surprise, and then returned to her usual coldness. Those few broken toilets in your house can also be demolished? Even if they're demolished, how much money can you get? There is a high-speed railway to be built in Yunnan and Guizhou. When the land was expropriated, my land was right on the route. 1 mu of land could be compensated over 100,000 yuan. My home is in a good location, so I can get at least 1,000,000 yuan in compensation. I pretended to be calm and continued. My homestead was also expropriated at 10,000 per square meter. Although the house is only 1 floor, I plan to ask my father to build a 2nd floor so that I can get at least another 1 million. Her tone was full of anticipation again. Really? I can make a lot of money from it. Of course it's true. The demolition notice has been issued. I'll ask my dad to send it to me later, and I'll pass it on to you. Hearing this, Leng Menghan's attitude changed instantly. Honey, you are so great. I misunderstood you just now. By the way, do you have enough money? If not, I can help you get some. Her voice was almost trembling, and her eyes were flashing with greed, as if she had already seen the money go into her pocket. Are you sure you want to use your money? I said coldly, already having a plan in mind. Oh, it doesn't matter. We are husband and wife anyway. Look, we should build a few floors, 3 or 5 floors. The higher we go, the more money we make. No amount of money is too much. I couldn't help but feel a little disgusted, but I still went along with her. Okay, but you have to give me a quarter, and you take the rest. At this point, she was so excited that she couldn't control herself and couldn't wait to transfer the money over. I saw that Leng Menghan had transferred nearly 500,000 yuan, and I was shocked. But soon, I showed a cold smile. You are a good person who helps me out of my urgent need. When I repay you, remember that your whole family will go with me. Then, I took a week off and left the campus with my backpack. After leaving the campus, I stopped the car and told the driver, we are going to Yiqi Street. Please drive faster. The car was shuttling through the busy streets, and I fell asleep in the car without realizing it. I didn't come back to my senses until the driver woke me up. The car stopped at the entrance of a small alley, and I paid and walked in. At the end of the alley, I saw a shabby sign, Old Yinjing Blacksmith Shop. This reminds me of a man who was once a special existence in the human camp, the Old Blacksmith. He is not a supernatural being, but in the end times, he became a legendary figure because of his magical iron casting skills. Every weapon forged by the Old Blacksmith was incredibly sharp, and could even break through the defense of a level 7 zombie king. Although he no longer forged such sharp weapons, his weapons were still very useful in the early days. I walked into the blacksmith shop and was somewhat shocked by what I saw. The entire shop maintained the style of the 1980s and 1990s. An apprentice was pulling the bellows, and the flames were dancing in the furnace. An old blacksmith was standing by the furnace, wearing simple clothes and with scars all over his body. He was concentrating on hammering the iron billet, and another apprentice beside him was also hammering to the rhythm. The two men seemed to have completely ignored my arrival. I did not disturb them and just stood aside and watched silently. After a few minutes, the old blacksmith finally stopped his work and put the iron into the sink. With a hiss sound, the steam rose up, and he turned his head and looked at me, saying calmly, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for such a long time, dear guest. I smiled and shook my head. No, I should have disturbed you. Seeing the old blacksmith smile, I was moved. Such a young man is rare. Excuse me, what kind of handicraft do you want to order? I want to order some handicrafts. I answered. Oh, what handicrafts? He seemed a little curious. 1 mo dao, 3 tang daos, and 3 short-handled mountain axes. He frowned, but soon relaxed. That's easy. But I have an extra request. What request? I hope to use your treasured meteorite iron to cast these crafts. Upon hearing this, the old blacksmith's eyes lit up instantly, and he stood up. The atmosphere became tense. How did you know I have meteorite iron? I smiled faintly. I don't need to tell you this. Of course, I won't let you suffer a loss. As I spoke, I took out the money I had prepared. The mo dao and tang dao are 200,000 each, and the mountain-splitting axe is 50,000 each. As soon as I finished speaking, a powerful aura unconsciously emanated from my body, as if the aura of the corpse king from before was reappearing. Chapter 5. The old blacksmith's eyes flickered slightly, and he immediately became alert. He regained his composure and asked in a deep voice, "How can you be so sure that I will agree to you?" I smiled slowly and said, "It's okay if the master doesn't agree, but I will contact the relevant departments directly. You know about the meteorite incident a few years ago. If people knew that you have remnants here, would you be at peace?" Hearing this, the old blacksmith was stunned, then smiled bitterly and shook his head. "You are such a piece of shit." "Never mind, I promise you." I was secretly proud of myself, but then I said, "But I have an extra request." The old blacksmith's expression changed, and he frowned slightly. "Boy, don't push your luck." "Master, I know this may be a bit excessive, but I really have no choice. I must see the finished product and the blade sharpened within a day and a half at most." My eyes were determined, and I spoke each word carefully. At the same time, the aura that had accumulated last time dissipated invisibly and enveloped the old blacksmith. Feeling this breath, the old blacksmith's body suddenly stiffened. His face turned pale in an instant, and his originally bent back became even more hunched. After a few seconds, he gritted his teeth and said, I agree." The breath receded like a tide, and the old blacksmith straightened his back again. When he faced me, a helpless smile appeared on his face. "Master, it's a pleasure to work with you. I have already transferred the money. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. See you in a day." I clasped my fists in salute and turned to leave. "Wait," I heard the old blacksmith's voice. I stopped and turned to look at him in confusion. "Master, is there anything else?" The old blacksmith looked at me for a while, and then he hesitated for a long time before he asked, "May I know your status?" I smiled and replied, "I am just an ordinary student." After saying that, I didn't stay and turned to leave. I only heard the old blacksmith's low voice behind me. "Royal aura, it's actually royal aura. The Qing dynasty has been gone for a century, and I didn't expect to meet someone with royal aura today. What a pity I live in a peaceful time. If I were born in a chaotic time." He shook his head, put aside all distracting thoughts, picked up an old mobile phone, and dialed a number. "Hey, senior, I need your help with something." At the same time, I had left the alley, hailed a car, and returned to school. After putting down my school bag, I lay on the bed and soon fell asleep. In my previous life as a zombie, I would occasionally hibernate during the day, but as my level got higher, I no longer needed to hibernate, let alone sleep. I haven't had a good rest for a long time, until I woke up naturally. The dim sunlight came in through the curtains, and the air was filled with a lazy atmosphere. I looked at the time. It was already 5:30 in the afternoon. "Are you awake?" A familiar boy came over and looked at me with a smile. Seeing him, the corners of my mouth lifted involuntarily. Brother. He was my only brother in college, one of my third brother's roommates, Bei. When Leng Menghan proposed to throw me into the zombie tide, he was the only one who stood up to oppose it, while the others chose to watch. "Yeah, you're awake." I stood up and suddenly gave Bei a hug. "Brother, long time no see." Bei was stunned for a moment, but soon showed a warm smile and patted my shoulder. "I brought you 5-grain fish noodles. Eat it first, before it gets cold later." "Yeah." I nodded, picked up the bowl, and started eating. Just then, the dormitory door was pushed open, and the other 2 roommates came back with basketballs, panting. "Hey, Xiao Tong is awake. You're awesome today. Not only did you fall asleep in class, but you even talked in your sleep and the teacher heard you. What's even more amazing is that you actually fooled the teacher. You are worthy of being the man who can chase after the campus beauty Lung. Yes, everyone in the school says you're the best talent. Your courage is proportional to your talent." When my 2 roommates saw me, they immediately became excited, but I didn't react and continued to eat my noodles. Seeing that I wasn't very interested, They didn't continue talking, put down the basketball, and went to take a shower. Grandpa, that grandson called. Not long after I finished eating the noodles, my cell phone rang. It was Leng Menghan calling. Hello. I replied coldly, without a trace of warmth in my tone. Leng Menghan asked excitedly, Dear, has Uncle sent you the demolition notice? Let me see it. I responded casually, Oh, I was so busy contacting the construction team to build a house today that I almost forgot about it. I'll send it to you later. I planned to block her right after hanging up the phone. I already had the money, and Leng Menghan was of no use to me, so I didn't plan to keep pretending to be nice to her. It's okay. No rush. Send it to me when you're done. By the way, is the money enough? Leng Menghan was still excited. We're still a little short of the money, but I've transferred your money to my mother today. She's very happy and said that as long as we both live well, we don't have to divide the compensation for the land and homestead. Just give it all to us. My mother said she'll give you all the remaining money. I made up an excuse, but I was thinking, Leng Menghan, how much money did you transfer to me? I will play you around in my hands from now on. Really? Auntie is so considerate. I will definitely be filial to her in the future. Leng Menghan was almost exposed and hurriedly said, I'm still a little short of the money, but I have borrowed several $100,000 from several friends and will transfer it to you right away. Not long after, she really transferred $600,000. Looking at the money, I sneered and said to myself, Dear, see you in the grove tonight. Do your best with the house. Chapter 6. Well, don't worry, leave it to me. I hung up the phone and sneered in my heart. I just got 600,000 yuan, and I have to continue to pretend to be gentle, so as not to arouse Leng Menghan's suspicion. Oh, you are so bad. Her coquettish voice came through the phone, and then she quickly hung up, leaving me confused and completely unable to react. I couldn't help but hold my forehead. I really couldn't understand these women. They said they didn't want to talk to me, but ended up hanging up the phone in a panic. Is your house going to be demolished? Chenbei looked at me curiously. I lowered my head and smiled. Demolition? For the area where I live, I'll have to wait 200 years. By the way, can you lend me your computer? Chenbei was stunned for a moment, then handed me the computer. I quickly spent less than a minute using image processing software to make a fake demolition notice and sent it to Leng Menghan. After seeing it, Leng Menghan immediately became more excited. You're lying to Leng Menghan. Aren't you afraid? Chenbei looked at me with some worry on his face. Don't worry, I know what's going on. I gave him a reassuring look, and Chenbei didn't say anything else. I took out my phone and played some games. After a while, I felt bored and looked at Chenbei. He was stunned for a moment, then smiled and nodded. Okay. We played for a few hours, and I finally fell into bed, ready to go to sleep, when my phone suddenly vibrated. I took a dazed look and saw a message from Leng Menghan on the screen. Dear, I'm at the Grove. Okay, wait for me. I'll be there soon. I sent the message and turned off my phone. In my last life, I might have found her attractive, but now I just wanted it all to end. No matter who comes to contact me later, just ignore them. I looked at Chenbei and said this, then lay down and continued to sleep. I sneered at Leng Menghan in my heart. In the woods in the summer, mosquitoes and her short skirt are more suitable. When I woke up, I opened my eyes and saw the sunshine outside the window. It was already the next morning. I looked at the time, and it was already 8 o'clock. You didn't go to class? I looked at Chenbei in surprise. Chenbei smiled and said, I also asked for leave. I was stunned for a moment, then smiled. I took out my phone, turned it on, and just as I connected to the internet, text messages and WeChat messages kept popping up, and there were more than a dozen missed calls. I opened WeChat and saw several messages from Leng Menghan. Honey, have you arrived? There are so many mosquitoes here. Do you want to bring some toilet water? Honey, I'm bitten by a mosquito. What took you so long? Xiao Tong, where the hell have you been? Did you stand me up? Why didn't you answer the phone? Xiao Tong, you are dead. You stood me up and even turned off your phone. I'm covered in mosquito bites. Give me an explanation, or you are dead. I looked at these messages, couldn't help but smile, and turned off my phone. Let's go. I'll treat you to a big meal today. I'm a rich man now. I patted Chenbei and took him to a high-end restaurant. Then we booked the entire game room, chose the most expensive Romanicani for drinks, and chose the most luxurious things. After playing for a whole day, we were both very satisfied and didn't go back until the evening. When I arrived at the dormitory, I was slightly startled to see Leng Menghan and several girls standing at the door aggressively. Xiao Tong. Leng Menghan's voice was sharp, and he walked in front of me with anger in his eyes. She walked straight up to me and reached out to slap me. But when she saw the crowd of onlookers nearby, she stopped, took a few deep breaths, and her eyes became even colder. Xiao Tong, why did you stand me up yesterday? Why did you turn off your phone and not answer the call? Where on earth have you been today? I glanced at the people around me, and suddenly a deep expression appeared on my face, and I began to pretend to be innocent. Menghan, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. You know, I haven't been feeling well these past few days. Yesterday, I was contacting the construction team because my house was going to be demolished. I was so busy that I fell asleep. I also forgot to charge my phone, so I turned it off. Today I realized I was wrong, so I took Shinbei with me and ran around half of Yanjing to find the LV bag you wanted most. I went to many stores before I found the latest model. Take a look. I took the bag out of my bag and handed it to her with an innocent expression. The moment Leng Menghan saw the bag, the anger on her face turned into joy, and her eyes began to flash with satisfaction. I am sorry, dear. I misunderstood you. You know you misunderstood me? I smiled, and I had already thought of the next scene in my mind. Why don't you give me a reward? What reward? Leng Menghan looked at me in confusion. In reverse, she was slightly stunned and suddenly reacted. Her eyes widened. Huh. I couldn't help but laugh. Just kidding. I'm not feeling well. I'm going back to the dormitory to rest first. After saying that, I turned around and prepared to leave. Just then, one of the girls who came with Leng Menghan came over with a sneer, looking at the cheap goods worth hundreds of dollars on me with a look of contempt. Finally, her eyes fell on the bag in Leng Menghan's hand, and she said with disdain, Menghan, can Xiao Tong afford the latest LV bag? He only earns a few thousand yuan a month, which is not even enough for us sisters to buy milk tea. Can he afford it? Yes, Menghan, don't be fooled by him. Several girls next to her also began to agree. Chapter 7. After hearing what the girls said, I frowned slightly. Chu Yiye is Leng Menghan's best friend. Every time Leng Menghan and I go on a date, she always follows me around shamelessly, eating, drinking, and having fun. She also brings many so-called friends with her and rips me off every time. The funniest thing is that she ate me, drank me, and looked down on me. Her narrow eyes were full of meanness, and she looked like a snob. Leng Menghan frowned, as if she wanted to say something, but I didn't wait for her to speak and said coldly, whether I have money or not, Menghan knows it herself. That bag is only tens of thousands of yuan. If Menghan wants it, I can buy her 10 in the future. I paused, looked at Leng Menghan, and continued. If you don't believe it, go find someone to check whether this bag is real or fake. A smile of trust emerged on Leng Menghan's face. She might not have believed me before, but the situation is different now. Xiao Tong's house has been demolished, and the family's property is at least over 5 million. Naturally, she has more confidence in me. She nodded, smiled, and said, Okay, I know you are doing this for my own good. I turned my head and glanced at Chinbei. He seemed to be looking at me with some confusion. I asked him to help me walk back to the dormitory. As soon as we entered the dormitory, Chinbei let me go and said with a strange look in his eyes, You have really turned bad. I shrugged my shoulders, but thought to myself, it would be nice if I could live an easier life. Yes, I don't want to be a stupid bootlicker like I did before. I spent the next few days in a relaxed manner, and Leng Menghan did not bother me again because of the bag worth tens of thousands of yuan. I knew that the end of the world was getting closer and closer, and I was also preparing for this moment. Until the next day, there were only 2 days left before the apocalypse. At noon, I left the school gate wearing a hat and carrying a school bag. Do you want me to go with you? Shinbei glanced at me. No, you stay at school and help me pick up some things. I shook my head and told him not to worry. After leaving the school gate, I took a taxi directly to the old blacksmith shop. As soon as I entered the shop, I saw a pile of things I needed, and my eyes were immediately attracted. Dear guest, you are here. The old blacksmith greeted me with a smile. I nodded. Master, sorry to bother you. The old blacksmith took me to the table, where several newly forged weapons were placed. He looked at me and said, The Mo Dao, Tang Dao, and Kaishan axe are all made of meteorite iron. The Mo Dao is 1.5 meters long and weighs 10 kilograms. The Tang Dao is 1 meter long and weighs 3 kilograms. The Kaishan axe weighs 1.5 kilograms. All the knives have been sharpened. I nodded and said, Thank you, master. The old blacksmith continued. In order to finish these within a day and a half, I asked my senior brothers and all the apprentices to help. We have not slept for 3 days to complete these. I bowed deeply to express my gratitude and then paid the money. The old blacksmith helped me pack the weapon and prepare to send it away. Before leaving, I looked back at him and said casually, "If there is still time, can I forge a few weapons for myself with the remaining meteorite iron?" The old blacksmith was stunned for a moment, then blurted out, "Why?" I replied calmly, "Because the cannibalistic world is coming." He was stunned and whispered, "The era of cannibalism. The chaotic world is coming." For some reason, a sense of uneasiness arose in his heart. I didn't say anything more, picked up my weapons, and walked out of the blacksmith shop. Next, I had to put these weapons in place. I decided to send 2 Tang swords and 1 mountain-splitting axe to my parents, and the other 2 Tang swords and the mountain-splitting axe to my eldest brother Xiao Jiang. As for the remaining 3, I will keep the Mo sword for myself, and prepare the Tang sword and the mountain-splitting axe for Chen Bei. I took a taxi and went to an air transport company. In the company's lobby, I entered a separate room. I operated the computer, entered my account and password, selected the destination, and pressed confirm. Less than a minute later, a capable woman in a suit walked in and said in a clear voice, "Dear Black Gold guest, I am happy to serve you." I nodded and said calmly, "Please arrange for these weapons to be transported by plane as soon as possible, and make sure they arrive at the destination today." "Okay, don't worry, distinguished guest." She nodded respectfully, put on white gloves, placed the weapon on the cart, and prepared to send it away. Watching the plane take off, Xiao Tong couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The power of capital is indeed strong. These weapons will be quickly sent to the designated location by air transport, and the next thing is to wait for the end of the world to come. Watching the 2 planes disappear into the sky, I knew I was ready. After returning to school, I handed the weapons to Chen Bei and hid the rest in my closet. Chen Bei looked at me with some confusion and asked, "What are you preparing for?" I shook my head and said, "Don't ask. After tomorrow, I will tell you everything." Then I handed him a secret bag and said, "Open it when I leave." Chen Bei looked confused, but nodded. I lay down, closed my eyes, and prepared to have a good rest. After all, the end of the world was approaching, and everything that would follow was full of unknowns. There's only one day left. Chapter 8. The next morning, I woke up and saw the message from my father Xiao Dashan and my brother Xiao Jiang. Xiao Dashan's message said, "Son, we received the things you sent. The construction team has already made the wall higher and thicker. However, is it unnecessary to replace the gate with a double-layer steel door? Also, the balcony that collects rainwater is made higher and thicker. Can the roof withstand it?" Xiao Zhang's text message was full of jokes. "Why did you send me the Tang Dao and the mountain-splitting axe? They've been sharpened? Are you trying to send me to jail?" I first replied to Xiao Dashan, "Dad, don't worry about it. There will be a red rain from the sky starting at 12 o'clock tonight. You and Mom must not be afraid or hide. You must get wet in the rain. When the rain stops, run to the rooftop pool and soak in it until the water fades. Don't forget to bring our de Huang." Dad, I know these words sound a bit absurd, but please believe me, I will never hurt you. You must do as I say. After hearing the last sentence, Xiao Dashan's hesitation instantly turned into determination. "Don't worry, son. Even if it's a farce, Dad will go crazy with you." Then I called Xiao Jiang. "Hey, brother, don't talk. Just listen to me first. I know what I'm going to say next sounds like a fairy tale, but please believe me." As soon as I got through the phone, I interrupted Xiao Zhang's questioning. "Brother, don't sleep tonight. There will be a bloody rain after 12 o'clock. You should stay in the presidential suite on the top floor. No matter what happens, don't go anywhere else. When it rains, don't hide, but get caught in the rain. Block the swimming pool, and when the rain stops, go soak in the pool. Wait until the red rain fades away before you leave." I said a lot of things and finally stopped, waiting for Xiao Zhang's reaction. After a while, Xiao Zhang's voice finally came. "What are you doing, you little brat? Are you playing some truth or dare game? But because you're my brother, I believe you. I will wait until 12 o'clock tonight. I hope you didn't lie to me." Feeling my brother's trust, I felt a little complicated. "Brother, thank you." After hanging up the phone, I got up and went to the cafeteria with Chen Bei, walked around, bought some things, and brought them to the library. Leng Menghan didn't bother me anymore. Except for sending a few messages, he didn't bother me at all. Time flies, and it's 11 p.m. My roommates are all asleep. I gently woke Chen Bei up and quietly left the dormitory. We went straight to the gym. When we got there, I entered the password and the door slowly opened. Without turning on the lights, I walked to the main switch and gently pressed the button. The glass skylight above the swimming pool began to slowly open. We looked up and saw that the sky was clear without a single cloud, but we couldn't see a single star. Only the moon was shining alone. Shunbei stared at me blankly. I could sense his doubts, but he didn't ask any questions and just followed me silently. We sat down by the pool. Xiao Tong took out his phone and checked the time. Half an hour left. What, half an hour? Chenbai uskit. I didn't answer him, but asked, Chunbei, have you seen a zombie movie? Yes. I looked at the sky and whispered, in half an hour, it will rain blood. Then, our world will be reduced to a zombie world. However, this world is 100 times more terrible and cruel than the zombie world in the movies. Chunbei listened to me. His face was obviously dull. He always trusted me, but when he heard my unrealistic statement, he couldn't help but feel a little confused. I saw what he was thinking and continued. I know you don't believe it, but time will tell. Wait another 27 minutes. As I finished speaking, silence returned to the gymnasium. Time passed by little, and the countdown to doomsday had arrived. 15 minutes, 10 minutes. As time went on, Chunbei began to feel upset, as if something bad was about to happen. Chenbai. He turned his head. If you believe me, call your uncle and aunt and ask them to go out and get caught in the bloody rain in 10 minutes. My tone was unsettlingly calm, but Chenbei's heart was already in chaos. He trembled slightly and stared at me. Xiao Tong, is there really a bloody rain? I just looked at him and said calmly, look at that moon. It doesn't have a trace of dark clouds. Why can't even the stars be seen? Chenbei quickly looked up. The sky was clear and cloudless, but there was really no star. At this moment, he suddenly saw the moon in the sky. It seemed to change color, turning red. Xiao Tong, look, the moon has changed color. I nodded and said calmly, hurry up and call my uncle and aunt and make sure they go out in the bloody rain. This way, they will most likely not turn into zombies. Chenbei quickly picked up the phone and dialed the number with trembling fingers. Chapter 9. At the same time, I walked to the side, picked up my phone, and dialed my father Xiao Dashan's number. Hello, Dad? My father's voice was trembling. Son, why is the sky so strange today? There are no stars, and the moon is slowly turning red. What's going on? I try to sound calm and reassure him. Dad, don't be afraid. Just do what I say, and everything will be fine. Remember to take good care of Mom and tell her that I miss her and love her very much. Tomorrow, everything will be clear. Don't worry, I will be back to you soon. On the other end of the phone, my father seemed to be getting more nervous, as if he had sensed something was wrong. Listening to his tone, I had an indescribable feeling, as if I was telling him my last words. But I didn't give him a chance to react and quickly hung up the phone. There were only 5 minutes left. I immediately called Xiao Jiang. After the call was connected, there was silence for a few seconds. Brother, do you know all this? Xiao Jiang's voice was a little serious. I could tell that he also noticed something was wrong in the sky. The stars disappeared, the moon turned red, and everything seemed to indicate unease. Brother, time is running out. Hurry up and close the door of the presidential suite. Be sure to take the room card and key with you, and don't let anyone in. The end of the world is coming. Remember, while ensuring your own safety, kill as many zombies as possible. There are crystal cores in their heads that can make people stronger. The zombies at the beginning are level 0, slow and weak. This is the best time to hunt them, but stronger zombies will appear in the future. You must be careful. Remember, wait for me to come back and stay alive. After explaining this, I hung up the phone. Xiao Zhang's phone was muted, and I could hear his shock. The end of the world? Zombies? This kind of thing is even more terrifying than what is described in the movies. I glanced at my watch. There was less than a minute left until midnight. Boom! At this moment, a thunderous roar suddenly sounded in the sky. People around were shocked to find that the thunder was actually blood red. The sky quickly turned black, and dark clouds covered it. The light of the blood-red moon was blocked. I looked up and stared at the sky. Chenbei also hung up the phone and walked over to me. He also looked up at the red lightning that streaked across the sky. I took a deep breath and spoke calmly. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1. Welcome to the end of the world. I opened my arms and closed my eyes, as if welcoming something. Boom! As my calm words fell, the sky roared again, and the red lightning illuminated the whole world, and the blood-red light enveloped the earth. Crash! Raindrops in the sky began to fall, and soon, the rain turned into heavy rain. And the most shocking thing was that this rain was actually blood-colored. Many people hurriedly hid in their houses, fearing that the bloody rain would be poisonous. I stood in the rain with my eyes closed, enjoying the peace of the moment. Chunbei also stood beside me, without hesitation, and closed his eyes. Don't resist, don't resist. Accept it and adapt to it, I said softly. Chunbei nodded slightly, letting go of all his worries. At this moment, he seemed to trust me completely and believed everything I said. In his hometown, Xiao Dashan and Xiao Tong were also standing in the rain with De Huang, their eyes full of shock. They watched all this, as if it was exactly the same as what I described. In the presidential suite of the Shijiang Tianfu Lido Sheraton Hotel, Xiao Jiang also stood in the rain, his face pale and his eyes full of shock. This bloody rain lasted for 3 hours and did not stop until 3 in the morning. Chunbei and I moved to the swimming pool. At this time, the water had turned blood red, and the surface of the water looked like sticky blood, emitting a strange smell. At the same time, the discussion on the internet was boiling. Oh my God, what's going on? All the stars in the sky disappeared. The moon turned red, and it rained blood. Where are you? I'm in Heijiang. It's the same here. I'm from Jianfu. We have it here too. I'm in Xinjiang. The situation is the same. I'm studying in the United States, and it's the same here. The whole world seemed to have experienced the same phenomenon. While everyone was discussing it, they suddenly found that the network signal was interrupted. Everyone's mobile phone received a text message. Dear customers, due to the blood rain from the sky causing serious damage to the communication equipment and signal towers, we are speeding up the repair. Please be patient. 3 hours later, the pool water returned to its normal color. I took Chunbei back to the dormitory quickly. Although the bloody rain had stopped, panic spread. The phone was unreachable, the signal was completely gone, and the entire campus seemed to be cut off from the outside world. When we returned to the dormitory, the whole dormitory area was already noisy, and everyone was crowded in the corridor, anxiously looking for a signal. Xiao Tong, Chunbei, where have you been? My roommate in the dormitory asked immediately when he saw us coming back. I didn't answer their questions. Xiao Tong, Chunbei, what do you know? Another roommate asked anxiously. I glanced at Li Zhen and noticed that his eyes were faintly flashing with blood. My heart tightened, and I subconsciously clenched the weapon in my hand. Chapter 10. My heart beat faster and faster, and I knew that he was approaching the critical point of transformation. In an hour, Li Zhen would completely turn into a zombie. For the sake of our 3 years of being roommates, I'm giving you two a piece of advice. Try to find a place where you can be alone without being disturbed. As for what's going to happen, you'll understand in an hour, I told him calmly. After that, I turned around and walked outside with Chunbei. Li Zhen and the remaining roommate looked at each other. It was obvious that they chose to stay together in the dormitory. Xiao Tong, if what you said is true, why don't you tell them directly? Chunbei hesitated and suddenly asked. I looked at him and calmly replied, if I tell them, will they believe me? Chunbei was stunned, then smiled bitterly and shook his head. Yes, who would believe that the world is on the verge of collapse and will soon become a hell full of zombies? If I hadn't told in advance, who would understand that this beautiful world is about to become a doomsday where people eat each other? Chunbei, let me give you a warning first. In this chaotic world, please put away your compassion because it will only make you die faster or become food for zombies. I looked at him with a heavy tone. Chunbei didn't say much. I led him to the predetermined direction quickly. When passing the grove, I asked Chunbei to wait for a while, then found a tree, squatted down, and started digging a hole. I buried the Mo Dao in it, and after finishing all this, we continued to walk towards the library. The library is one of the tallest buildings in Yanda. Climbing to the top floor, we can almost overlook the entire campus. The dormitory building, the teaching building, everything is in front of us. I scanned the campus and saw teachers and security guards patrolling downstairs of the dormitory buildings to maintain order. Counselors and student union members from all grades were busy shuttling between dormitories, comforting students, and checking the number of people. However, under this calm appearance, the noise and quarrels in the dormitory building became louder and louder, and some students even had conflicts. No one noticed that everyone's tempers were getting worse and worse. Their eyes were gradually turning red, and the hostility between people was getting worse and worse. Almost half an hour left. I whispered, glancing at my watch. Chunbei's body trembled slightly, and a flash of fear flashed in his eyes. He had obviously begun to realize that things were becoming increasingly uncontrollable. Time passed little by little, and in the blink of an eye, it was already 5:59. I turned on the stopwatch and stared at the second hand, moving rapidly. When the second hand pointed to 12 o'clock, my voice was cold and calm. Welcome to the land of zombies. Roar. Almost as soon as I finished speaking, countless terrifying roars rang out from the dormitory area. Everyone was horrified to see that many people's bodies began to decay rapidly. Their blood vessels turned purple, and their skin emitted a foul odor. Their eyeballs turned completely white, and their nails grew longer and pointed. In the next moment, these students who had turned into zombies roared, turned their heads suddenly, pounced on the classmates who had not turned into zombies, opened their bloody mouths, bit them fiercely, and tore off pieces of their flesh. Help! The student who was knocked down screamed in despair and struggled desperately. The remaining students finally came to their senses and screamed, "Zombies! Zombies! It's zombies! How could this happen? How did it become the end of the world?" Someone shouted hysterically, "Mom and Dad, this must be a dream. This must be a dream," another student cried. "Run away. The zombies will eat people." Someone rushed to the dormitory in despair. "This must be a movie. Where's the director? Come out." One student even screamed, trying to treat all this as an illusion. However, everyone screamed and ran towards the dormitory in a panic. In the process of escaping, many people fell to the ground and were trampled by the crowd in an instant. They didn't even have time to react and became food for the zombies. Many people finally hid in the dormitory and moved what they could to block the door. Those who failed to escape back to the dormitory in time were desperately banging on the door. Their desire to survive reached the extreme. "Help! Open the door quickly, I haven't entered yet." One person desperately banged on the door and shouted for help. However, the people inside did not dare to open the door. Their eyes were filled with fear and tears, and they shook their heads desperately. "You beasts! Open the door!" Suddenly, a scream came from outside the door, and through the door, the people inside could clearly hear the sounds of chewing and swallowing coming from outside. The screams continued for several minutes until they stopped completely. The bloody smell filled the air, and the blood seeped into the dormitory through the cracks in the door. In less than half an hour, the screams outside gradually disappeared, leaving only the zombies' roars and chewing sounds. Inside the dormitory, there were cries and sobs. I stood on the roof of the library, looking at the hellish scene of the dormitory building, without a single wave of emotion in my heart. Chunbei stood beside me, trembling all over, his face pale, his eyes filled with despair. Chunbei suddenly bent over and vomited, stomach acid mixed with dinner and spitting it out on the ground. Tears flowed like a flood. I patted his back gently and whispered, "What a pity! In the future, even these vomit will be fought for with your life." After hearing what I said, Chunbei vomited even more violently. About an hour later, the sky gradually turned white, and a streak of orange light rose from the horizon. The light began to dispel the darkness of fear. After another half an hour, the sky was completely bright. Looking from the top floor of the library, the dormitory building was a bloody mess. In the corridor, zombies walked aimlessly and banged on the dormitory door. As the sky became brighter, many zombies began to stop and remained motionless, obviously entering a dormant period. I slowly stood up and handed the Tang sword in my hand to Chunbei while I held the axe. "Let's go and face the end of the world," I whispered. Chunbei was pale and followed me silently. Our footsteps were particularly harsh in the silent library. Roar! Suddenly, a roar came from a certain direction. I turned my head and my eyes became calm. The goal was clear. "It's the administrator's room," I said, tightening the axe in my hand, and walked in that direction. Chunbei followed closely behind, holding the Tang sword in his hand and looking determined. Chapter 11. I stepped forward and kicked the door hard without hesitation. Bang! The door fell down with a muffled sound, and a figure inside was pressed down. A few seconds later, the figure struggled to get up and walked out of the room. I saw clearly that it was a zombie. Pale and rotten skin, eyes that had turned completely white, sharp teeth and nails, and yellow saliva flowing from its mouth. It looked like a ghost crawling out of hell. Chunbei stood beside me, watching this scene, his legs weakened with fear. He tightly grasped the Tang sword in his hand, as if only this sword could give him a sense of security. I walked towards the administrator zombie in front of me, holding a mountain axe in my hand. Level 0 zombies move slowly, attack slowly, and have lost their sight. They rely entirely on hearing and smell. I explained in a low voice as I walked. Their strength is about the same as that of an ordinary adult man, but slightly weaker. When facing one or several level 0 zombies, you can kill them as long as you pay attention to avoid them. Hearing what I said, the administrator zombie roared and rushed towards me, a little slower than a normal person. I raised my axe and rushed forward without hesitation. Roar! The zombie roared and stretched out its sharp claws to grab at me. I dodged sideways, raised the axe in my hand high, and chopped it down fiercely. Pada! With a crisp sound, the zombie's arm fell off, and the fishy green blood sprayed out. I glanced at Chun Bei and continued to explain, when killing a zombie, you must not let its blood get on your wounds or in your mouth. Otherwise, there's a risk of infection. Only the head of a zombie is fatal, and other parts are not fatal. Even if only the head is left, the zombie can still survive. Headshot is the best way. The axe in my hand again and chopped it down diagonally. This time, half of the zombie's head was cut off directly, and green blood, blue brain stem, and yellow brain matter spurted out instantly, and the zombie fell to the ground motionless. I squatted down and began to feel around inside the zombie's head. After a while, my fingers touched a hard object, and a look of joy appeared on my face. I took out the white crystal core and showed it to Chun Bei. This is a zombie's crystal core. Zombies that eat the crystal core may evolve, and humans who eat the crystal core may also awaken special abilities or even enhance their physique, strength, and agility. I put down the crystal core and continued, not all level 0 zombies have crystal cores. Many level 0 zombies don't. But zombies above level 0 have crystal cores. We're lucky today and got a good start. I put the crystal core in my pocket and turned to Chun Bei. Let's go. I'll show you how to practice today. Anyway, you may not have a chance in the future. I turned around and prepared to leave. Chun Bei's face was still pale and his legs were a little weak, but he didn't hesitate and followed me. We walked towards the north gate, which was where the most zombies were, and the only exit connecting to the outside world. Soon, we arrived at the north gate and saw from a distance that most of the zombies outside were motionless, with a few wandering aimlessly occasionally. The glass windows of the security room were broken and covered with black and red blood, and the security guards inside had long disappeared. We passed the security room and were only 10 meters away from the nearest zombie. As we approached, the wandering zombies suddenly smelled our scent and moved closer to us with their nostrils trembling violently. I coughed, and several zombies immediately pounced on me like crazy. I didn't hesitate, holding the axe, took a few steps forward, and made quick moves. Each blow of the axe was clean and neat, and the heads of the 3 level 0 zombies were chopped off one by one, and red and green blood and white juice splashed everywhere. The remaining zombie did not fall down immediately, but roared and rushed towards me. I calmly stepped back a few steps, stood next to Chun Bei, and said coldly, "You will take care of the remaining one." "What?" Chun Bei was stunned. His face turned pale in an instant. His eyes were full of fear and panic. No, I can't do it, Chun Bei, I interrupted him coldly. "This is the end of the world. This is a world of cannibalism. The law has collapsed. Morality is corrupt, and there are no rules anymore. If you want to survive, your only choice is to fight the zombies and become strong. If you keep saying you can't do it, then go feed the zombies now. Because this is how the world is. Either you kill the zombies, or the zombies will eat you." I looked at him with indifference in my eyes. Besides zombies, there are things more terrifying than zombies, and that is the human heart without moral and legal constraints. If you can't break through the defenses in your heart, then sooner or later, you will kill yourself and me. After I finished speaking, I stood there silently, looking at Chun Bei, waiting silently in my heart. Chun Bei's eyes were full of struggle and fear, and he seemed to be in a fierce struggle in his heart. My words undoubtedly put great pressure on him. Suddenly, Chun Bei roared, "Fuck your zombies! Fuck your apocalypse!" He drew out his Tang sword in anger and rushed towards the slowly approaching zombies. His face was full of madness, but his eyes also revealed deep fear. I followed closely with my axe in hand, ready to rescue him at any time. Hearing Chun Bei's roar, the zombie turned around and pounced on him. It stretched out its sharp claws and grabbed Chun Bei fiercely. However, Chun Bei did not dodge. Holding the Tang sword tightly with both hands, he chopped it down directly. Swish! I don't know if Chun Bei was lucky or the zombie was unlucky. His Tang sword just met the zombie's claws, and only a crisp cutting sound was heard, and the zombie's 2 claws were cut off. The zombie screamed in pain, lost its balance, and fell to the ground. Chun Bei did not hesitate, and took the opportunity to step on the zombie's back and chop down the zombie's head with the Tang sword in his hand. Chapter 12. With the first cut, Half of the zombie's head was cut off, and blood plasma, brain matter, and liquids of various colors flowed out instantly. The zombie did not react at all and fell down directly, never to move again. Chun-Bei completely lost his mind, as if he was controlled by something, and he roared in a low voice, "Kill you! Kill you! Kill you!" He chopped down the Tang Dao in his hand one after another until he was out of breath and finally stopped. The zombies in front of him had been chopped into meat paste, including the heads, and were completely unrecognizable. I didn't stay for long, but ran over quickly and began to search the heads of several zombies. Today's luck is good. The 4 level 0 zombies all have crystal cores. I took out the crystal core and quickly retreated. The noise just now had awakened some zombies nearby, coupled with the smell of blood and Chun-Bei's roar. These zombies were approaching us quickly. "Chun-Bei, stop chopping, move quickly. Otherwise, we will be surrounded," I shouted. But Chun-Bei seemed to be completely deaf to me. His eyes were bloodshot, and he continued to swing his Tang sword, madly chopping the zombies in front of him into pieces. I glared at him, walked up to him without hesitation, slapped him in the face, and said in a dull voice, "What are you crazy about?" This slap woke Chun-Bei up completely. He shook his head and suddenly came to his senses. "Let's go back to school first." I glared at him, and he nodded quickly and followed me. We rushed into the teaching building next door and found an empty classroom to take shelter. The zombies outside were crawling on the ground, gnawing at the same kind we had just killed. Zombies usually don't actively attack their own kind, but when their own kind dies, they will use the corpse as food. Standing in front of the window, watching this scene in front of him, Chun-Bei couldn't help but feel a chill on his back. If I hadn't slapped him awake just now, I'm afraid he would be the one being devoured by the zombies now. I turned around and looked at Chun-Bei coldly. "You can't even control your own emotions. You disappoint me. Today I just gave you a slap in the face, but next time it might be the claws of a zombie or a knife stab in the back by someone else," I warned in a cold voice. Chun-Bei lowered his head, and I saw a flash of guilt in his eyes. Seeing this, I softened my tone a little. "However, you have taken the most important step by actively hunting zombies, and this deserves recognition." I took out a crystal core from my pocket and handed it to him. "I'm lucky today. All 4 zombies have crystal cores. This is the one that belongs to you." Chun-Bei then raised his head and looked at the crystal core in my hand. A hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes, and then he shook his head. "Xiao Tong, if it weren't for you, I might have become a zombie. So, I can't take this crystal core. Didn't you say that absorbing the crystal core can make you stronger? You absorb it first. When you become stronger, we will have more chances to survive." Hearing this, a hint of admiration flashed in my eyes. Chun-Bei was not in a hurry to take the crystal core. He was able to resist this temptation, proving that he was not completely controlled by his own desires. I handed the crystal core to him and said firmly, "I understand your thoughts, but what belongs to you is yours. Take it and absorb it quickly to see the effect. I know that I'm destined not to be able to stay with him forever. Chun-Bei must become stronger. If he can't even resist this little temptation, the road ahead will be even more difficult." Chun-Bei did not refuse again, nodded, sat cross-legged, and directly raised his head to put the crystal core into his mouth. The crystal core instantly turned into a milky white liquid in his mouth, flowing down his throat into his stomach, and quickly spread out as a heat. His expression gradually relaxed, as if every pore was happily absorbing this energy, and his soul was also vibrating slightly. I stood in front of the door, watching the surroundings vigilantly, ready to respond to any emergency. After all, no one could predict the cruelty of the end of the world. 5 minutes later, I turned to look at Chun-Bei. He slowly opened his eyes, exhaled heavily, stood up, and looked down at his hands. Although he doesn't usually exercise, the outline of his muscles can be clearly seen on his arms at this moment. He clenched his fists and seemed to feel a significant change in strength. "How does it feel?" I asked. "Very good," he replied. "Do you feel anything else?" I stared at him with burning eyes. "I just feel a lot stronger." Chun-Bei frowned, seemingly not noticing any other changes. "Okay." I shook my head in disappointment. It seems that the crystal core of the level 0 zombies has little effect on his awakening. In theory, at least 10 crystal cores of level 0 zombies, combined with some coincidences, are needed to stimulate awakening. In the previous life, many people, through research and experimentation, mastered some methods to awaken humans. Although these methods are immature and have a high mortality rate, They're the goals that many people are vying for. But Chun Bei had experienced bloody rains and fought bloody battles with me, so his chances of awakening were much greater than others. I believe that as long as he continued to absorb more crystal cores, he would be able to awaken and possess powerful abilities. Next, it's your turn to be on guard while I absorb the crystal cores. I turned around and said, "Okay." Chun Bei nodded, holding his Tang sword and walking to the door, staring outside vigilantly. I sat cross-legged, put the axe beside me, ready to deal with emergencies at any time. I have experienced the cruelty of the end of the world once, and I can't stand a second failure. I put a crystal core into my mouth and felt the warm energy quickly spread throughout my body, and my strength continued to increase. 5 minutes later, without opening my eyes, I swallowed another crystal core. 15 minutes later, I slowly opened my eyes and felt my body become unusually strong. I looked at my arms, and the muscle lines were very obvious. I lifted my clothes and saw that the small belly I had before was gone, and my six-pack abs were faintly visible. The 4 crystal cores of level 0 zombies made me much stronger than an ordinary adult, at least twice as strong. Unfortunately, I still haven't awakened any special abilities. Chapter 13. Alas, it seems that I have to work harder. After all, zombies transformed from superpowers are simply not comparable to ordinary zombies. I whispered to myself, zombies transformed from superpowers are not only more talented, but also more capable, and they are promoted faster. If I can awaken into a superpower before turning into a zombie, then I will have greater confidence to surpass my previous self. Let's go. Keep hunting zombies and searching for crystal cores. I stood up and turned to Chun Bei. Should we go outside? He asked. No, there are too many zombies outside. Although most of them are level 0 zombies, it's still dangerous if we are surrounded. And I'm not sure if there's zombies above level 0 outside. I shook my head. It's still too dangerous to encounter level 1 zombies now. Let's hunt zombies in the teaching building today. There are 2 places to study in Yanda. One is the library, and the other is the teaching building after school. However, the library will be forced to close, and the top students will move to the teaching building. This is also the place where many people meet privately, especially some classrooms with broken cameras, which have become their secret bases. We walked into the corridor. I raised my hand and pushed open the door of the classroom next to me. Bang! The wooden door was violently pushed open by me, hitting the wall behind it with a loud noise. This sound was particularly harsh in the silent corridor. Roar! Soon, the roar of zombies came from the classroom in the distance. Let's go, let's start. I tightened the axe in my hand, and Chun Bei followed closely behind, holding the Tang sword in his hand. Our footsteps were not concealed, but made the zombies in the classroom even more irritable. Bang! Just as we walked to the door of the classroom in front was suddenly pushed open violently, and a zombie wearing a JK uniform and a high ponytail appeared. Seeing this hideous zombie, Chun Bei couldn't help but sigh softly. A few days ago, this young girl with a youthful look might have been an innocent student. Just as Chun Bei was sighing, I'd already walked forward with the axe in my hand. Roar! The JK zombie let out a shrill roar and suddenly raised its sharp claws to pounce on us. I remained calm and did not panic at all. When the zombie was about to touch me, I dodged sideways and chopped the zombie's head with the axe in my hand without hesitation. With just a touch, the axe had split the zombie's crown. Roar! The zombie fell heavily to the ground, wailing and then stopped moving. Green, red, and white blood gushed out instantly, even splashing on Chun Bei's body. Chun Bei's face turned even paler, and he couldn't help but dry heave when he smelled the bloody smell. Ugh, he couldn't help coughing. He had just vomited once, but this time he couldn't vomit again. In the end, he only vomited out sour red stomach acid. I glanced at Chun Bei, but didn't say anything. I just continued to split the zombie's head with the axe, then reached in and fumbled around for a few times. However, after a few minutes, I withdrew my hand in disappointment and found nothing. This zombie didn't have a crystal core. But this is not surprising. After all, less than 50% of level 0 zombies have crystal cores. It was really luck that I was able to hunt down 5 zombies with crystal cores in a row today. Listening to the roars of zombies in the corridor and upstairs, I knew there were still many zombies in this teaching building. I'm not in a hurry. Take your time. After Chun Bei gets used to it, we'll go outside. I still have 2 days. After these 2 days, a small number of people will slowly adapt to the environment of the end of the world, and the communication system of the recorder broadcast will gradually recover. By then, the man Leng Menghan threw himself into his arms will also be ready to leave the school, and my plan will begin. However, before that, I must first awaken, become a superpower, and then become a zombie. That will be of great help to me in the future. In my previous life, I struggled for 5 years and escaped death many times before I was promoted to the 7th level zombie king. But a true strong man must be promoted to the 8th level zombie king to be fearless of any threat. Let's go continue. You will deal with the next zombie. I looked at Bei and said calmly. His face was still pale, but I could see a flash of determination in his eyes. He nodded and followed me with his tang sword in hand. A few minutes later, we were standing in front of a toilet, and the roar of zombies came from inside. The toilet was filled with a strong smell of feces and zombies. I didn't react much, but I could see that Bei's face turned even paler and his stomach began to churn. I glanced at him and raised the corner of my mouth. You are really lucky. Go ahead, although the smell is a bit strong, the zombies are still real. Bei nodded bitterly, took a deep breath, and rushed in with a tang sword. Soon, he found the zombie's position, stood outside the toilet door, and stabbed it fiercely through the door. The tang sword directly penetrated the wooden door and stabbed into the zombie's body. Roar! The zombie roared in pain and began to hit the toilet door even harder. Crack! Because the door had been pierced by the tang sword, it became fragile. The zombie slapped it, and a crack immediately appeared on the door. A flash of panic flashed across Bei's face, and he quickly raised the sword and stabbed it in again. Roar! The zombie roared again, and Bei continued to pull out the knife and stab it again. Each slash was crisp and sharp. The last time, he felt the resistance of the tip of the knife, and then he loosened it, and the zombie's roar stopped abruptly. Bang! A dull sound of a zombie falling to the ground came from the toilet. At this time, Bei couldn't hold it in any longer and ran to the corridor to breathe deeply. His red face slowly returned to normal. I nodded silently and waited for him to recover. After a few breaths, Bei finally recovered. I said, "Hurry up and feel if there's a crystal core in the zombie's head. We don't have much time." Bei nodded quickly, took a deep breath, and rushed into the toilet again. He pushed the door open and found it was locked. So he picked up his tang sword and chopped it down. The wooden door was easily split open, and Bei looked at the scene in front of him and almost vomited again. Chapter 14. I stood at the door, looking at Bei's somewhat embarrassed appearance, sighed silently, and then retreated. After all, who could have thought that I would encounter such a situation? In the toilet, the zombie was sitting naked in a pile of shit that had been soaked for several hours. Red and white liquid continued to flow from the zombies' bodies and heads, and the stench made the air thick. The high temperature in summer caused the shit to ferment, and a pungent gas rushed towards him. Bei's eyes began to feel sore, and tears could not stop flowing down. He endured the nausea, walked up to the zombie, held the zombie's hair, and chopped off the zombie's head with a knife. Then, he held the zombie's head and ran out desperately. When he ran to the corridor, Bei leaned against the wall weakly, slid down to the ground in embarrassment, gasping for air, and his tears did not stop, as if he wanted to completely get rid of the disgusting scene just now. After a few minutes, he recovered a little and looked up at me, his face still pale. I nodded, signaling him to continue. He began to reach out and grope the zombie's head again. After groping for a while, his eyes couldn't help but light up. He pinched out a peanut-sized white crystal from the zombie's head. I looked at the crystal core and couldn't help but smile. Not bad. There really is a crystal core. It's worth it to go through all this. Bei looked at me resentfully and said, "This crystal core is for you. Next time you encounter this kind of zombie, you come." To Bei's surprise, I nodded expressionlessly. "Next time you encounter this kind of zombie, I will come, but you keep this crystal core for yourself. Let's go to the second floor." Bei was stunned for a moment, then quickly followed. "Xiao Tong, you don't know. The scene just now was so disgusting. The zombies were actually sitting naked in the shit. The stench of corpses and shit, it's simply disgusting. You haven't seen the truly disgusting things yet." I sighed softly in my heart. In my previous life, I witnessed the most disgusting things humans did in order to survive. When food was scarce, some people turned their attention to their own kind, and in order to survive, they would do anything, no matter what. That was truly disgusting, and the weird behavior of these zombies was just a piece of cake. Hmm. I was stunned for a moment, and a word involuntarily popped up in my mind. Appetizer? I quickly shook my head and shook off the thought. Just then, we finally reached the second floor. Suddenly, a zombie suddenly jumped out from the corner of the stairs. Be careful, I shouted immediately, and at the same time I lowered my body and chopped the zombie's calf with the axe. Snap! The axe easily chopped off the zombie's calf. The zombie had originally rushed towards us, but it lost its balance and fell heavily on the stairs. Roar! The zombie roared in pain, still trying to get up. I quickly stepped on its back, raised my axe, and swung hard, killing it. I reached into the zombie's head and fumbled around for a few times, then took out a crystal. Looking at the crystal core, I finally smiled. Good luck. I wiped the crystal core clean and put it in my pocket, then looked at the zombies on the ground and laughed. This batch of zombies is really weird. There's the old 8 zombie squatting in the toilet, and the old 6 zombie doing sneak attacks. Shin Bei couldn't help rolling his eyes when he heard me talk. His heart was about to jump out of his chest just now, and I was actually joking. Let's go, keep going, I said calmly, and continued to hunt zombies with him. After more than 3 hours, we finally cleared the entire 8th floor of the teaching building. We killed a total of 46 zombies, of which I killed 29 and Chun Bei killed 17. I got 9 crystal cores, while Chun Bei got 10. I was speechless. Although I killed more zombies, my crystal core production was far lower than Chun Bei's, not even more than 30%. Chun Bei's crystal core explosion rate was more than 50%, which was really enviable. If I hadn't known that Chun Bei and his parents were pushed off the city wall and killed by Leng Menghan in his previous life, I would have doubted whether he was the son of this world. We cleared the zombies in the entire teaching building and absorbed all the crystal cores in it. Chun Bei stood at the door, and I sat cross-legged and began to swallow the crystal cores one by one. Warm energy rushed to my limbs and bones. I could feel my strength increasing and my body gradually becoming lighter. But strangely, the awakening feeling never appeared. It was not until I swallowed the 8th crystal core that I suddenly felt a tingling sensation coming from the center of my eyebrows, and the heat in my body began to gather at the center of my eyebrows. Feeling this change, my heartbeat accelerated, and I excitedly realized that this was a sign of awakening. However, the heat quickly dissipated, the energy of the crystal core was exhausted, and the feeling began to weaken. I was anxious and immediately swallowed the last crystal core. As soon as it entered my body, the warm energy rushed to my forehead again, and the numb feeling became stronger and stronger, as if a third I was about to emerge from my forehead. However, not long after, the feeling began to weaken again. The energy of the crystal core was exhausted, and my heart became heavy. This won't work, I muttered in a low voice, realizing that if this awakening failed, I would have to wait for the next opportunity. I hurriedly opened my eyes and shouted to Chun Bei, Chun Bei, give me your crystal core first. Chun Bei had noticed my abnormality a long time ago. When he heard what I said, he immediately ran in. Without any suspicion, he poured all the crystal cores in his pocket into my hands without hesitation. Chapter 15. Hold on, I'll go out and hunt zombies and find you a crystal core. Looking at Chun Bei without any delay or hesitation, Xiao Tong couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. He nodded at Chun Bei, and without saying anything, he picked up 2 crystal cores and threw them into his stomach. The 2 crystal cores fell into his stomach at the same time, and the released energy made Xiao Tong's stomach swell up instantly. But the next moment, the comfortable and numb feeling between his eyebrows became stronger again, and a suction force appeared, sucking the energy over violently, and then swallowed it madly. 5 minutes later, the energy of the 2 crystal cores was about to be exhausted. Xiao Tong quickly threw 2 more crystal cores into his mouth. 20 minutes later, there were only 2 crystal cores left in Xiao Tong's hand, but the suction force between his eyebrows was still not much less. Xiao Tong looked at the last 2 crystal cores left in his hand, feeling the suction force between his eyebrows increasing instead of decreasing. He couldn't help but shook his head and smiled bitterly. It seemed that this was all fate. He had been drenched in blood rain for so long, taken a blood rain bath, and now swallowed so many crystal cores but still failed to awaken. This only proves that the ability he is about to awaken is very powerful, so the difficulty of awakening is even greater. Otherwise, for ordinary people to awaken their special powers, they only need to feel the energy of 3 or 4 crystal cores at most to successfully awaken. But he has taken more than 10 pills, and the feeling is still so strong. He could feel it. To awaken successfully, at least 10 or more crystal cores are needed. But where do so many crystal cores come from now? Thinking of this, Xiao Tong couldn't help but shook his head and smiled bitterly. Others would love to awaken powerful superpowers, but he lost the chance to awaken because the superpowers he awakened were too powerful. It's really fate. Forget it. Don't waste these 2 crystal cores. Keep them. After Xiao Tong knew that it was impossible for him to complete the awakening, he gave up the idea of continuing to take the crystal cores and save the remaining crystal cores for Chunbei. Xiao Tong, are you awakening your superpowers now? Suddenly, Chunbei on the side spoke. Xiao Tong nodded subconsciously. Then do you not have enough crystal cores for awakening? Xiao Tong smiled bitterly and continued to nod. Xiao Tong, I calculated that if you take 2 crystal cores now, you can last about 5 minutes. 3 minutes have passed since you took the crystal core you just took, and you still have the last 2 crystal cores in your hand, so you still have about 7 minutes. Hold on, I'll go out and hunt zombies and find you a crystal core. Chunbei's face was firm. Even though he was still afraid in his heart, he still made the decision. He has also watched a lot of zombie movies and read a lot of zombie novels. He knows how important it is to awaken special abilities for a person. He can vaguely feel that if the awakening fails this time, it may have a great impact on Xiao Tong. In his heart, Xiao Tong not only saved himself, and he saved his parents. Perhaps without Xiao Tong, he and his parents would have become zombies like many others. Even if they had not mutated, they would likely be bitten and infected by others if they were not prepared. So in his heart, Xiao Tong is his brother and the savior of his family. Although Xiao Tong slapped him today and said some very harsh words, but he understood Xiao Tong's painstaking efforts. What Xiao Tong said was all true. Xiao Tong just wanted him to quickly adapt to this world of cannibalism. Xiao Tong regarded him as a brother, so he just wanted him to live well. Xiao Tong treated him well. When Xiao Tong needed help, how could Chunbei stand idly by? Fear? It's just a zombie. I'll chop it down with one knife. After hearing Chunbei's words and seeing Chunbei's back as he turned and left holding the Tang sword, Xiao Tong was stunned and then became very anxious. Chunbei, don't. It's dangerous. Xiao Tong wanted to stand up and stop Chunbei, but he was in the process of awakening and it was difficult for him to move. He could only look at Chunbei's back anxiously. Hearing Xiao Tong's words, Chunbei still strode forward, leaving only one sentence behind. Don't call me Chunbei. Call me Daddy. Good boy. Stay here and watch your daddy go hunt zombies for you to search for crystal cores. After that, Chunbei's figure disappeared at the corner of the stairs. Xiao Tong could no longer see Chunbei's figure. Only the sound of Chunbei going down the stairs gradually faded away. Chunbei. Xiao Tong felt a lump in his throat, and a warm current flowed through his heart. In his previous life, Chunbei was also captured by Leng Menghan in order to protect his parents, and then died tragically along with his parents. Today, Chunbei went out alone to hunt zombies and search for crystal cores for him. Yesterday, he was still a carefree student, receiving the influence of knowledge in school. He was still afraid in his heart. Every time he hunted zombies, Xiao Tong could see his trembling hands and clenched teeth. But now it's for Xiao Tong and his brothers. He held a Tang sword in his hand. I went alone. In his previous life, he struggled alone. No matter how difficult it was, he was alone, but now Xiao Tong, has brothers. Soon, Xiao Tong gritted his teeth and suppressed his emotions deep in his heart. He couldn't let Chunbei down. Close your eyes and try to feel the sensation between your eyebrows. When his energy was about to run out, he raised his head and threw 2 crystal cores into his mouth, continuing to absorb the energy in the crystal cores. As more and more energy was absorbed, Xiao Tong could feel that in addition to the comfortable and numbing feeling between his eyebrows, it was slowly becoming hot. Roar! A roar of zombies came from the window and fell into Xiao Tong's ears. Xiao Tong closed his eyes and couldn't help but tremble and clench his fists tightly. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 6 minutes. The energy of the last 2 crystal cores was slowly exhausted, but there was still no sign of Chunbei at the stairs. Only the roaring sounds of zombies outside could be heard. Chunbei, my brother, nothing must happen to you. Xiao Tong's nails dug into the flesh. Snap, snap. Suddenly, a burst of hurried footsteps sounded in the stairwell, and half a minute later, Chun Bei's figure appeared in the corridor. He held the tang, sword tightly in his right hand and pulled it tightly with his left hand. There was more fresh blood on his body, but fortunately it was all from zombies. Chun Bei. Xiao Tong opened his eyes, and when he saw that Chun Bei was intact, he breathed a sigh of relief. Son, your father is back. I'm lucky. I hunted down 6 zombies and got 3 crystal cores. It's enough to sustain you for a few more minutes. The moment Chun Bei saw Xiao Tong, a smile appeared on his embarrassed face. He walked to Xiao Tong's side and placed the 3 crystal cores in his hand into Xiao Tong's hand. Then turn around and leave. Chun Bei, don't go. Xiao Tong said anxiously that he would rather suffer more and walk more roads in the future than leave Chun Bei in danger. Chun Bei treats him as a brother, so why not him the same? Chapter 16 Awakening, Lightning Power. Hearing Xiao Tong's words, Chun Bei waved his hand without even turning his head. Son, shut up and don't disturb your father from leveling up by killing monsters. Soon, Chun Bei's figure disappeared in the corridor again. Xiao Tong could only close his eyes helplessly and continue to wake up. 7 minutes later, Chun Bei came back once, brought 2 crystal cores. Chun Bei went back again. When Xiao Tong couldn't see him, Chun Bei opened his coat and looked at the torn clothes on his chest, his eyes full of fear. When he was hunting a zombie, just now, he chopped the zombie's head with a knife, but he didn't expect that the zombie didn't die immediately. The claws in his hands grabbed his face fiercely. Fortunately, he took a step back at the critical moment and avoided the zombie's attack. But even so, the clothes on his chest were torn by the zombies. The zombie's nails were only a few tenths of a millimeter away, and his stomach would have been scratched by them. Then he would have fallen to the ground and become food for other zombies, and finally turned into a zombie that was neither human nor ghost. This accident made Chun Bei understand the first rule of survival in the end times. When hunting zombies, it is best not to attack head-on. Avoiding the zombies' claws and fangs can greatly increase your survival rate. Call. Taking a deep breath, Chun Bei rushed out of the teaching building again with his tang sword in hand. A few minutes later, Chun Bei is back again. There's only 1 crystal core in my hand. Putting the crystal core in Xiao Tong's hand, Chun Bei went out again, back and forth a total of 6 times. A total of 13 crystal cores were placed in Xiao Tong's hands. At this time, Xiao Tong's eyebrows were already extremely hot, and at the same time, the feeling as if something was about to come out became stronger. At the same time, the speed at which the crystal core energy was absorbed by the eyebrows was getting faster and faster. Xiao Tong opened his eyes and threw the 3 crystal cores in his hand into his mouth. The huge amount of energy was immediately sucked away from his eyebrows. Plop, plop, plop. A few minutes later, a sound like a heartbeat was beating rapidly between Xiao Tong's eyebrows. Xiao Tong was ecstatic. He felt something between his eyebrows drilling out madly. Wait, finally, a sound like a bubble bursting rang out in Xiao Tong's heart. Xiao Tong only felt his whole body tremble, and then a sense of comfort from his soul made him almost cry out. At the same time, there was a sudden numbness between the eyebrows. Xiao Tong raised his hand subconsciously, and his mind moved. A small blue arc of electricity actually appeared in his hand. Seeing this arc of electricity, Xiao Tong was stunned for a moment, and then he was overjoyed. I actually awakened the power of lightning. You know, there are many kinds of superpowers. Those with water-related superpowers can condense water balls. After they have cultivated to a powerful level, they can condense their superpowers into water balls. When they explode, the power is no less than that of bomb. There are people with fire abilities. The flames they sprayed out could easily reach thousands of degrees. In his previous life, he and his army of hundreds of thousands of zombies were burned to death by 5 level 5 fire mutants, 2 level 6 fire mutants, and 1 half-step level 7 fire mutant. There are also bone systems with hideous bone spurs growing on their bodies, which are extremely sharp, and some of them can even shoot. There's also a defensive system, where a thick layer of stratum corneum grows outside the skin, which has amazing defensive power. There are also various other departments. But in here, the most powerful, violent, and rarest is the thunder element. Lightning abilities are usually violent and explosive, and can basically crush other abilities of the same level. When facing a water type, anyone who can generate electricity can electrocute a water-type mutant to death by simply throwing an electric ball at him. Facing the fire-type mutant, he is fire. Lightning-type psychics also have fire, and it is even more domineering lightning fire. The temperature is equally terrifying, and it also has a paralyzing function. It is obvious who is more powerful. All in all, Xiao Tong's awakened lightning ability is amazing. Roar. Suddenly, a more intense zombie roar was heard. That's right, Chunbei. While feeling surprised, Xiao Tong was suddenly awakened by the roar of a zombie. He stood up and ran quickly out of the teaching building. Brother, please don't get hurt. Xiao Tong prayed in his heart while running. As soon as he ran out of the teaching building, Xiao Tong's pupils couldn't help but shrink. Chunbei, he shouted. I saw that in the security booth in the distance. Densely packed zombies surrounded the security booth. The door was tightly closed, but the glass windows were broken. A group of zombies rushed towards the window frantically, trying to climb in through the window and tear Chunbei inside into pieces. Chunbei was waving the tang sword wildly in his hand, cut off the sharp claws of the zombies that were stretching out, and chopped the heads of the zombies that were trying to crawl in half. But after nearly 10 minutes of continuous chopping, his hands were already sore and his speed had slowed down. Damn it, am I going to die here? Chunbei's face was full of despair. Surrounded by so many zombies, he would have no chance of survival once he ran out of strength. But he has no regrets. If it weren't for Xiao Tong, he might have turned into a zombie long ago, or become food for these horrible zombies. And his parents were old and had poor resistance. If they hadn't been drenched in blood, they might have turned into zombies as well. Now that we are drenched in blood, at least there is still a chance to survive. Xiao Tong was very kind to Chunbei. He had to report it, and this is just one reason. The other most important reason is that he wants to continue following Xiao Tong. He didn't know how Xiao Tong knew about this damn end of the world in advance, nor did he know why Xiao Tong could kill the zombies so cleanly and neatly. He just had a hunch that only by following Xiao Tong would he have a better chance of survival. He also knew that no matter how good the relationship between Xiao Tong and him is, if he does not become stronger himself and play his role, this relationship will run out one day. Only if he plays his role will he be qualified to continue standing by Xiao Tong's side. Otherwise, what awaits him will only be cruel elimination. So, when Xiao Tong needed help, he stood up, faced these horrible zombies alone. Even now, he is surrounded by these zombies and is about to become their food. Xiao Tong, brother, I can only accompany you so far. Mom and Dad, you have to live well. Chunbei's hands were slowly losing strength, and the tang sword in his hand seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds, and he could no longer swing it. He can't do it. His eyes were filled with despair and the last bit of attachment to this world. My only regret is that I didn't get to see my parents again. His hands slowly dropped down, and the zombies roared and began to crawl inside frantically. The zombie in front had already stepped 1 foot in. Chunbei! At this moment, a shout came into Chunbei's ears through the roars of many zombies. Am I hallucinating? Chunbei was surprised for a moment. Chapter 17. You can't bully my brothers. Chunbei. The next moment, Xiao Tong's voice came again. Chunbei was happy, but then he became extremely anxious. Xiao Tong, don't come over here. Go away, go away. He didn't want Xiao Tong to come. There's so many zombies here. If Xiao Tong comes to save him, he will only be in the same desperate situation as him. If someone is going to die, then let him die alone. Shut up. Chunbei, don't give up. Your grandfather is here to save you. If your grandfather is your brother, don't say he won't come to save you. If you can still move, keep swinging your knife and chop those fucking zombies. Xiao Tong's cursing voice came, but it made Chunbei's nose sore and his eyes red. Fuck, I'm your dad. Chunbei cursed with a smile, and a murderous look appeared in his eyes as he looked at the zombies in front of him. His face was full of ferocity. Die for me. He seemed to have strength back in his body. He raised his tang sword and swung it down fiercely, chopping off the head of the zombie that had half of its body already stuck in. Xiao Tong's shouting outside attracted some of the zombies over. He held a mountain axe in his right hand, and a lightning arc flashed in his left hand. Fuck you, you guys can't bully my brother. Die now. Xiao Tong rushed over, and when he was a few meters away from the zombies, he jumped high and chopped the zombie in front fiercely with the axe in his hand. Laugh. The axe chopped down on the zombie's head, encountering only a little resistance, and instantly split the zombie in half. Seeing the scene, Xiao Tong couldn't help but feel happy. Sure enough, after becoming a first-level psychic, both his speed and strength have been greatly enhanced. Roar! A zombie nearby roared and stretched out its sharp claws to grab Xiao Tong fiercely. Xiao Tong turned around and chopped down with the axe in his hand, and the zombie's claws were instantly chopped off. After cutting off the zombie's claws, Xiao Tong did not continue to care about him. He kept swinging the axe and moving closer to the security booth. His most important task now is to save Chun Bei, and killing zombies is secondary. You can kill zombies at any time, but you only have one brother. Chun Bei, your grandpa is here, hold on. Xiao Tong chopped the zombies while shouting towards the security booth. Your grandma, son of a bitch, Xiao Tong. My grandpa has been dead for several years. The next moment, a curse mixed with laughter came from the security booth, and Xiao Tong breathed a sigh of relief. Nearly half of the 56 zombies outside the security booth were attracted by him, and now half of them were surrounding the security booth and trying to get inside. Xiao Tong was already close to the security booth after hacking his way through the crowd, with zombie corpses lying all over the ground behind him. Roar! When Xiao Tong approached, more zombies surrounding the security booth finally gave up on Chun Bei and turned to pounce on Xiao Tong. Chun Bei, why count to 3, open the door of the security room, and run out quickly. Good. Although he knew that the security room was full of zombies, he believed in Xiao Tong. Since Xiao Tong asked him to rush out, Xiao Tong must have his own reasons. Xiao Tong held the axe in his right hand, looking at the zombies that kept surrounding him. He used faster speed and more flexible movement to dodge and chop at the same time. At the same time, the electric arc on his left hand suddenly became stronger, making crackling sounds. 3, 2, 1. Now, when he counted to 1, the electric arc in Xiao Tong's hand had become as big as a fist. He shouted, and at the same time, he suddenly threw the electric arc in his hand towards the zombies surrounding the security booth in front. Hiss! The moment the electric arc left his hand, it turned into tiny lightning bolts that fell into the group of zombies. In an instant, the zombies affected by the electric arc were immediately electrocuted and began to tremble continuously. Bang! And it was at this time, Chun Bei opened the door and rushed out with all his strength. He clenched his Tang sword and prepared to face the encirclement of zombies, but he was stunned. The zombies surrounding the security booth outside were actually dancing old people's disco. Smoke is still coming out of your body. What is this operation? But after just a moment of hesitation, he quickly walked through the crowd of zombies and ran toward Xiao Tong. When he just ran out of the security booth, the zombies at the window had already swarmed into the security booth. If Chun Bei still stayed in the security booth, he would have been torn into pieces by the zombies and eaten as snacks. Chun Bei quickly ran to Xiao Tong's side. Xiao Tong! When Chun Bei saw Xiao Tong, his face was full of joy. Just as he was about to say something, his body went limp and he knelt on the ground. If he hadn't used his Tang sword to support himself, he would have fallen to the ground. After nearly 10 minutes of slashing, he tried his best several times. But if Xiao Tong hadn't suddenly appeared and gave him the last bit of strength to survive, he would have collapsed long ago. Now that he had escaped, he felt so relieved that he couldn't hold on any longer. Chun Bei! Xiao Tong exclaimed and hurried forward to support Chun Bei. Hold on, let's go back to the teaching building. Xiao Tong shouted, supported Chun Bei with his left hand, and kept swinging the axe at the zombies that were rushing towards him with his right hand. Roar! At this time, the zombies that had just been trembling on the spot due to the electric arc finally slowly regained the ability to move. They roared and chased after Xiao Tong and the other man. Xiao Tong and Chun Bei in front were being besieged by zombies on the road as they walked. If they continued at their current speed, they would soon be surrounded by the zombies behind them, and then neither of them would be able to escape. Damn it, it's really haunting me. Give me another electric shock. Xiao Tong moved the axe to his left hand, slightly bent his right palm, and with a thought, a blue arc of electricity appeared and then quickly grew larger. When Chun Bei, who was being supported, saw the electric arc on Xiao Tong's hand, his eyes widened suddenly. Because he was so close, his hair was directly suspended in the air. Is this the awakened superpower? Chen Bai Vispiret. At this time, Xiao Tong swung his right hand fiercely, and an arc of electricity flew out of his hand and covered the zombies blocking his way. When exposed to lightning, the zombies blocking the road instantly emitted white smoke and then shook on the spot. Xiao Tong's face turned slightly pale. He quickly bent down, carried Chun Bei on his back, and ran quickly through the zombies towards the teaching building. The zombies behind them roared and chased after them, but the speed was not much faster than that of a normal person walking. Soon, Xiao Tong and Chun Bei disappeared. After a few minutes, without the smell and sound of humans, and as it was daytime, many zombies slowly stopped moving and fell into a dormant state. Teaching building. After Xiao Tong put Chun Bei on the stool, he carefully closed the door, then sat down next to Chun Bei and gasped. After a few minutes' rest, Xiao Tong searched the classroom and finally found 2 bottles of mineral water that had been opened, but not finished in several desk boxes. He handed a bottle to Chun Bei, then unscrewed the remaining bottle, tilted his head back, and drank it all in a few gulps. Chun Bei also raised his head and drank the bottle of water in one gulp. Chapter 18. The world is torn down and rebuilt again. Who can't be the one on top? Separate. After drinking, they both thought for a while, and then burped long and loudly at the same time. Ha ha ha. After the fight, the two looked at each other and laughed at the same time. Yes, after surviving a disaster, shouldn't they laugh? Xiao Tong, is the electric arc on your hand today your awakened superpower? A few minutes later, Chun Bei couldn't wait to look at Xiao Tong, his eyes full of curiosity. Xiao Tong nodded, then raised his right hand, and with a thought, a blue arc of lightning appeared in his hand, making a slight crackling sound. Oh my god, thunder and lightning. Even though Chun Bei didn't understand superpowers, he could vaguely feel the power of lightning superpowers. My superpower is lightning, which is extremely rare and powerful among many superpowers. However, I'm only a first-level superpower user now, and the superpowers stored in my body are very small. In addition, I lack the replenishment of crystal cores, so the energy will be exhausted after using it a few times. Xiao Tong immediately began to explain. Next, Xiao Tong demonstrated some of Chun Bei's lightning-related skills against enemies. One of them is the mass paralysis effect used when rescuing Chun Bei just now. Then there is the single target attack skill, which condenses lightning into the size of a bullet and then shoots it out, and its power is also very strong. The last step is to compress the lightning into a thunderball. After being thrown out, it will form a small-scale explosion, which is a group attack effect. Chun Bei was so envious that he was numb with envy. These are just simple functions of lightning powers. Some powerful lightning powers can even control the real lightning of nature as their own means of attack. Such horrific means can explode with power comparable to that of a missile. Xiao Tong continued to speak. A figure appeared in his mind, and a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. Chun Bei and I rested for more than an hour. I looked at my watch, and it was already past 6 o'clock. The sun would set in more than an hour. Let's go. Let's take this opportunity to go out and kill another wave of zombies. Many of the zombies we just killed haven't had their crystal cores dug out yet. Xiao Tong stood up. Chun Bei, who had regained his strength, also stood up, his eyes full of excitement. He knows. Xiao Tong has awakened into a first-level psychic, so the crystal cores obtained from hunting zombies will eventually be used for him to absorb and awaken. After seeing Xiao Tong's powerful methods, he was also looking forward to what kind of supernatural powers he would awaken. Only by becoming a superpower would he have a better hope of surviving in this apocalypse. Most importantly, it's only the second day of the apocalypse, and the entire world probably hasn't even figured out what crystal cores and people with special abilities are yet. If they wake up earlier now, they could be one step ahead of the world. Otherwise, by the time the world reacts and knows all this, those powerful people will quickly become strong and continue to control the world. Now that everything in this world has been torn down and started over again, who can't be the one who is high and mighty? Xiao Tong held up a mountain axe. Chun Bei held the Tang sword, and the two of them walked out of the teaching building and headed towards the North Gate. The North Gate was in a mess at this time. There were more than a dozen zombie corpses on the ground. They were all killed by Xiao Tong and Chun Fan just now, but they had been eaten by other zombies and were horrible. The ground was covered with green and red blood. The blood had dried and gave off a fishy smell. Many green-headed flies were flying around. At this time, there were still more than 30 zombies standing motionless at the North Gate. On the road outside the North Gate, cars were parked in a disorderly manner on the roadside, and zombies were hiding in the shadows of the city on both sides, motionless. Only a few zombies were awakened by some unknown sound and then roared and walked around aimlessly. Roar! Well, the footsteps of Xiao Tong and Chun Bei were heard. The dormant zombies slowly woke up, letting out shrill roars, then pounced towards Chun Bei and Xiao Tong while sniffing. Watch me. The blue electric arc in Xiao Tong's right hand continued to condense. When it condensed to a certain degree, Xiao Tong flipped his hand and threw the arc in his hand towards a dozen or so zombies in front. Moment. A dozen zombies enveloped by lightning were shaking continuously on the spot, emitting white smoke. Chunbei, it's now. Xiao Tong shouted in a low voice and rushed out with the splitting axe in his hand. The heads of the zombies were split open one by one with the splitting axe in his hand. Chunbei also rushed out with a tang sword. The tang sword in his hand was longer than the axe. He passed through the zombies and spun the sword in his hand violently. The heads of several zombies were cut in half horizontally, and juices of various colors sprayed out. The stench was everywhere, but Chunbei was still able to remain calm. Although he was still afraid, he swung the knife even faster. The near-death fight today made him understand the second iron law of the end times. In a zombie swarm, the only way to ensure your own safety is to kill all the zombies you see. Before a dozen zombies had time to recover, they were all killed by the two men as easily as cutting melons and vegetables. While the second wave of zombies is still far away, the two of them quickly squatted down and groped among the zombies. Crystal cores were constantly put into his pocket. The two killed 17 zombies in the first wave and obtained a total of 6 level 0 crystal cores. When they rescued Chunbei just now, the two killed a total of 21 zombies. Although these zombies were eaten to a horrible state, the two still resisted the nausea and reached out to explore. 5 more crystal cores were harvested. In total, the two of them have obtained 11 crystal cores. This is the benefit of having a superpower. After awakening and becoming a superpower, with the cooperation of Xiao Tong's superpower, the two of them were able to hunt down so many zombies so quickly. Otherwise, if they hadn't awakened, the two of them would be in danger if facing more than 5 zombies at a time. After the two had finished searching for the crystal core, the second wave of zombies arrived. And as the sun gradually weakened, more and more zombies were slowly awakened by the roars of the zombie group in front of Xiao Tong and the others. Kill one more wave and then retreat. Xiao Tong looked at Chunbei. Chunbei nodded. Then the two of them took up their knives and axes and rushed towards the zombies. The second wave of zombies were more scattered, and the two of them kept hacking and killing the zombies with axes and tang swords. At this time, in the hotel on the second floor opposite, a girl looked through the window at Xiao Tong and Chunbei, who were chopping zombies at the north gate of Yin University. There was a sudden excitement in her eyes. She shouted directly, "Hey, help! You two come and save me!" Her voice was extremely harsh in the quiet evening. Moment. Countless zombies woke up in an instant, roared continuously, and then surrounded the hotel. Chapter 19. Swift Level 1 Zombie. Bang, 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 bang. Outside her room, there was a sudden sound of violent knocking on the door and the roar of zombies. I heard the girl's voice and the zombies' roars. Xiao Tong's expression changed slightly, and it looked very ugly. Fuck! Who is this idiot? Chunbei, speed up, kill these zombies, touch the crystal core, and retreat quickly. Chunbei glanced at the woman in the hotel opposite. A hint of hesitation flashed across his eyes, and then he regained his composure. He waved a knife in his hand to kill the zombies in front of him. Xiao Tong's eyes became more and more solemn. With the arrival of night, the zombies have slowly awakened, with their strength and speed increasing slightly. Laugh. As Xiao Tong chopped off the head of the last zombie with an axe, the second wave of zombies were all eliminated. Quick, search for the crystal core. After killing the zombies, the two men immediately squatted down and searched for the crystal core. When the girl, who was far away in the hotel, saw that the two men ignored her cries for help, a hint of anger habitually appeared on her face. She wanted to scream, but as she watched the zombies continue to wake up and pour in, she had to hold it in. Bang, bang, bang. The wooden door of the hotel was slammed loudly, and the door frame creaked under the heavy weight. The wooden door couldn't hold up for long under such violent beating. Xiao Zi's face turned pale. She came to the window again and looked at Xiao Tong and the other man who were still squatting, not knowing what they were doing. A hint of resentment flashed in her eyes. No, I have to save myself. She walked to the window. Because it was on the second floor, there were anti-theft windows installed. However, this anti-theft window seems to be made of aluminum. This is the second floor. There's a rain cover underneath that can provide some relief. If I can open the anti-theft window, I can jump down from here and run into the school before the zombies surround me. As long as I run to those two people, I can be saved. But how do you open the security window? Her eyes kept searching the room. Got it. Her eyes lit up, and then she picked up a chair stuck one leg of the chair in the middle of the security window, and then broke it open with great force. Crunch! With a sound, the two aluminum tubes of the anti-theft window were actually stretched open. Xiao Zi's face lit up with joy. He quickly threw away the chair and climbed onto the windowsill. He struggled to push half of his body out, and then his head. Finally, she crawled out completely, with only her two hands holding onto the edge of the guardrail. She glanced down, then gritted her teeth and let go of her hand. Bang! Her figure bounced on the rain cover, and then fell in the row below. Her legs hit the curb next to her hard, and blood was instantly flowing. Ah! She couldn't help but let out a cry of pain. A group of zombies heard the sound and rushed towards her. Xiao Zi endured the pain, stood up, and limped quickly towards the north gate. The zombies went crazy instantly after smelling the blood. Because of the arrival of night, the zombies' speed increased, and coupled with Xiao Zi's leg injury, the speed between the two continued to narrow. Finally, Xiao Zi ran to the north gate. Xiao Tong and Chun Bei also saw Xiao Zi, and a glimmer of hope suddenly appeared in her eyes. Help! Help! When Xiao Zi saw Xiao Tong and Chun Bei, she screamed for help frantically. The zombies behind her were only 7 or 8 meters away from her. She was so scared that tears came out. The body is shaking madly. Xiao Zi's shouting attracted more and more zombies to gather around. Fuck! This idiot is yelling and screaming. Is she too much meat for the zombies to eat? Let's go. Retreat. When Xiao Tong and Chun Bei saw Xiao Zi, Chun Bei originally suggested saving Xiao Zi, but Xiao Zi's shout instantly increased the number of zombies behind her. Most importantly, some scattered zombies hiding in the campus were also attracted out. So Xiao Tong subconsciously wanted to retreat, but Chun Bei hesitated and called him. Xiao Tong, let's save her. With our current abilities, it won't be too dangerous to save her. Otherwise, she will definitely be eaten by zombies. There was a hint of pleading on Chun Bei's face. Looking at Chun Bei's appearance, Xiao Tong glanced at Chun Bei, then sighed softly in his heart. He had experienced the end of the world once, so he understood its cruelty. However, this was Chun Bei's first time, and the end of the world had just begun. He had not experienced that cruelty yet, so there was still some kindness in his heart. Forget it. I'll just teach you a lesson this time. Thinking of this, Xiao Tong nodded. Okay. Seeing Xiao Tong nod, a look of joy suddenly appeared on Chun Bei's face. The two men, holding their weapons, quickly moved toward Xiao Zi. The zombie behind Xiao Zi was only 2 meters away from her. If the zombie stretched out its hand and exerted a little more force, it would be able to hold her. She cried loudly and moved her bloody feet with difficulty. Finally, she saw Chun Bei and Xiao Tong rushing towards her quickly. Her eyes lit up, and a glimmer of hope for life appeared in her desperate eyes. The speed actually increased a bit. The two quickly rushed to Xiao Zi's side. Xiao Zi immediately shouted, "Hurry up and save me. I am the president of the student union. Please save me." Hearing Xiao Zi's words, Xiao Tong frowned slightly. Chun Bei stretched out a hand to support Xiao Zi, then quickly retreated. Xiao Tong picked up a mountain axe and chopped off the claws of the frontmost machine-nose zombie with one axe, then quickly followed. "Which college are you two from? Who is the counselor? What were you doing just now? Didn't you hear me calling you in the hotel? You actually watched someone die without helping. Why are you so low in your ideological awareness? If I hadn't jumped down myself, would you have just watched me die up there?" After Xiao Zi was finally rescued by Chun Bei, she was not grateful, but full of complaints. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Xiao Tong frowned again and was about to say something. Roar! At this moment, the roar of a zombie sounded among the zombies. The roar of this zombie was obviously sharper and louder than that of other zombies. Xiao Tong's face changed drastically. "Chen Bai, run. It's a level 1 zombie." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Tong's pupils shrank sharply. He saw a zombie in the group of corpses moving quickly towards them. Fuck, it's actually a Swift-type level 1 zombie. After zombies are promoted to the next level, some of them will have a specific evolutionary direction. Just like human mutants, some are more inclined towards defense, some are more inclined towards strength, and some are more inclined towards speed. Even some highly talented zombies can evolve abilities such as fire, water, and bone spurs. If he were here in his previous life, he would not take this small level 1 zombie seriously at all. But now, it is just the beginning. He has just awakened his superpowers and his superpower energy is insufficient. Most importantly, he's not alone. If he were alone, it would not be too difficult for him to kill the zombie. But now there is Chun Bei who has not awakened yet, and Chun Bei is supporting a burden. Chapter 20, Ungrateful Wolf. Hearing Xiao Tong's urgent shout, Chun Bei's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly supported Xiao Zi and speeded up. Xiao Zi's face turned pale. The roar of the zombies behind was getting closer and closer. She grabbed Chun Bei's clothes tightly with one hand. The complaining expression just now was gone, and his eyes were full of panic. "I beg you, please don't abandon me." Chun Bei gritted his teeth. "Don't worry, we won't abandon you." Chun Bei, speed up. Xiao Tong used an axe to kill the two zombies that had caught up with him, and then quickly ran to Chun Bei's side. "Chun Bei, why are you still caring about her? Run quickly. There are level 1 swift zombies behind us. If we don't run, we will all die here." Roar. Xiao Tong's words had just fallen. The sharp roar sounded again, and Xiao Tong's pupils shrank sharply. He turned his head and saw that the zombie was only 10 meters away from them. At this speed, they would be caught up in a few seconds at most. Hearing the roar, Xiao Zi was so scared that she burst into tears. The thought of being bitten and eaten by zombies made her so scared that her whole body went limp, and she couldn't use any strength at all. She was half hanging on Chun Bei's body. "What are you doing? Stand up and walk." Xiao Zi was hanging on Chun Bei's body, and her speed slowed down again in an instant. Wow, I have no strength left. I'm so scared. I'm so scared. Please don't abandon me. Please don't abandon me. Ugh. Xiao Zi grabbed Chun Bei's hand with all her strength and cried loudly. Chun Bei roared with red eyes. "Hurry up and run, or we will all die. Answer me. Don't abandon me, okay?" Xiao Zi's eyes were full of madness, and she was tearing Chun Bei apart frantically. Suddenly, a flash of madness flashed in her eyes. She grabbed Chun Bei's hand and pushed him back with all her strength. "Go to hell." Chun Bei was caught off guard and was pushed to the ground. His face was full of disbelief and astonishment. He looked at Xiao Zi, whose face was full of resentment. His eyes were filled with dullness and confusion. Xiao Zi dragged her legs and limped towards the teaching building, looking back at Chun Bei with resentment. "It's all your fault. You were the one who wanted to abandon me first. I just did it one step ahead of you." I'm not wrong. I just want to live." "Chen Bai," Xiao Tong shouted, then rushed towards Chun Bei. When the zombies behind him were about to approach, he grabbed Chun Bei's feet and retreated backwards. A bunch of zombies' claws missed and grabbed the ground directly. Not being able to catch Chun Bei, all the zombies roared and ran towards the two again. Xiao Tong pulled Chun Bei and ran quickly towards the teaching building. Roar! The sharp voice behind them sounded again, not far away from them. The speed of a level 1 zombie is just as fast as that of an adult male, while the speed of swift zombie is about the same as that of an adult male running at full speed. The two of them could only run madly to avoid being approached by this zombie. Finally, after running at full speed, the teaching building was getting closer and closer. Xiao Zi was almost in the teaching building. Then, Xiao Zi did something that instantly put the two of them in danger of death. After she entered the teaching building, she closed the two doors with difficulty and locked them just 1 second before the two arrived. Bang, bang, bang. Chun Bei and Xiao Tong banged on the door frantically. "What the hell are you doing? Open the door and let us in." Chun Bei's eyes were red. Xiao Zi looked through the crack in the door at the dark mass of zombies behind the two of them. She bit her lips, her eyes filled with tears, and she looked pitiful. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that, but I can't open the door now. You guys should hide somewhere else. If I open the door for you now, I won't be able to survive. I'm sorry, I just want to survive. Don't blame me. You." Chun Bei looked at Xiao Zi angrily. His heart was cold. He wanted to say something angrily, but he was pulled away by Xiao Tong. "What else are you talking about? Run. Go to the library." The two turned around and ran quickly towards the library with their sore legs. Just a few seconds after they left, a ferocious figure flashed by. When passing by the teaching building, it glanced at the tightly closed door. Xiao Zi, who was looking outside through the crack in the door, instantly made eye contact with the first-level zombie. The white eyeballs and the ferocious face instantly frightened Xiao Zi so much that she screamed and sat down on the ground. Bang, bang, bang. 3 seconds later, suddenly there was a loud banging sound outside the door. It was the next wave of zombies arriving. They heard the sobbing sounds from inside the door, and the strong smell of blood drove them crazy. Ah! Xiao Zi was frightened again and screamed, crawling backwards. Fortunately, the gate of the teaching building had been reinforced by Xiao Tong and Chun Bei, so these zombies could not get in for the time being. This made Xiao Zi breathe a sigh of relief. On the other side, Xiao Tong and Chun Bei quickly ran towards the library, while the first-level zombie and several hundred zombies continued to chase them. In some buildings nearby, some of the surviving students or teachers poked their heads out of the window and peeked in. When they saw the two students running wildly, they couldn't help but stare with their mouths wide open. And when they saw the strangely fast level 1 zombie behind them and the hundreds of zombies following behind them, their bodies trembled violently, and they quickly retracted their heads and sat down on the ground with a limp. Who were those two people just now? They actually provoked so many zombies. They simply wanted to save their lives. Yeah, those two guys are definitely dead. And did you see the zombie behind them? It was as fast as us when we ran. Yeah, shouldn't these zombies be very slow? Could it be that these zombies will evolve? If all zombies are this fast in the future, will we still have a chance to survive? When everyone heard this, despair was in their eyes. They were already exhausted from dealing with the slow zombies, and now some of the zombies had evolved, which made their hope even slimmer. On the other side, Xiao Tong and Chun Bei were running wildly. The two had already used up most of their strength when hunting zombies before. Now they were running at full speed. Xiao Tong was fine, but Chun Bei's legs were already trembling, and they felt as heavy as if they were filled with cement. Xiao Tong, I can't do it anymore. You run first. No, we can't stop now. Otherwise, if we are entangled by this level 1 zombie, the zombies behind us will catch up quickly, and then none of us will be able to escape. Hold on a little longer. I'll support you. Once we get to the library and lure this level 1 zombie in, we'll close the door and beat the dog. Xiao Tong stretched out a hand to support Chun Bei, and the two of them staggered towards the library. Finally, the library came into view. Chapter 21, Killing the Level 1 Zombie. Hold on a little longer. Xiao Tong held Chun Bei's arm with one hand and shouted loudly. Chun Bei immediately gritted his teeth and moved his legs with all his strength. 100 meters, 50 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. Roar! At this time, the first-level zombies behind them were only 5 or 6 meters away from the two of them. The zombies' roars made their ears hurt, and they seemed to have smelled the stench from the zombies. Nima, it's so fast. Xiao Tong's face turned pale. He clenched his right hand, and with a thought, blue arcs flashed in his palm again. A few seconds later, he let go of Chun Bei's hand and shouted, "You go first." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly braked and turned around. With a flick of his right hand, the blue lightning in his hand rushed towards the first-level zombie. The first-level zombie didn't expect Xiao Tong to stop suddenly. As it ran so fast, it had no time to dodge and was directly hit by the blue electric arc. Here, a burst of white smoke rose up, and the first-level zombie froze instantly, then smashed out fiercely due to inertia. After throwing out the lightning in his hand, Xiao Tong turned around and continued running. 3 seconds later, the first-level zombie, lying on the ground, finally recovered. He got up, roared, and continued to chase the two people. It's just these few seconds. The two finally ran to the door of the library. They quickly ran into the library and stood behind a door. Brush. A few seconds later, a fishy figure rushed into the library. Close the door. Xiao Tong shouted, and they both closed and locked the door at the same time. After doing all this, the two stood there breathlessly watching the first-level zombies rushing into the library. At this time, the first-level zombie stopped running. It turned around, staring at the two people with its pale eyes, and its nose kept twitching. After confirming the positions of the two people, roar! It roared and rushed over, waving its two sharp claws. Be careful! Get out of the way! Xiao Tong roared, and at the critical moment when the zombies pounced on him, the two of them rolled to the sides. Bang! The first-level zombie continued to move forward, its two sharp claws firmly grasping the door. In an instant, the several centimeters long claws left 2 deep marks on the wooden door, and wood chips flew everywhere. Roar! Without attacking the two people, the first-level zombie roared angrily, turned around, and rushed directly towards Chun Bei. Chun Bei's face changed drastically, and he could only retreat quickly, while raising the tang sword in his hand and chopped at the zombie fiercely. On the other side, Xiao Tong was also not idle. He rushed towards the zombie with the axe in his hand, flew up, and chopped the zombie's head with the axe. But just before Xiao Tong's axe landed on the zombie's head, the zombie that was rushing towards Chun Bei suddenly turned around and pointed its sharp claws at Xiao Tong. Xiao Tong's face changed drastically while he was in the air. If he swung his axe now, he would definitely be able to split the zombie's head in half, and the zombie's sharp claws would also pierce his body through. He didn't know whether he would retain his human consciousness and memory after being infected by this zombie like in his previous life, so he didn't dare to gamble. You can't gamble either. All thoughts come to mind in a flash. Xiao Tong suddenly retracted the axe in his hand, then put his hands on his head and leaned to the side. Bang! Xiao Tong fell next to the zombie. The zombie's attack also missed. Roar! When the zombie saw Xiao Tong landed next to him, he pounced on Xiao Tong without thinking. Xiao Tong rolled over to avoid the zombie's attack. Xiao Tong. At this time, Chun Bei also reacted. He rushed forward with a tang sword in his hand and chopped the zombie's head hard. The zombie just got up from the ground. When it saw Chun Bei's tang sword waving towards it, it subconsciously used its arms to catch it. Laugh! Roar! With a swish sound, one of its sharp claws was cut off by Chun Bei. In pain, the zombie roared and swung its only remaining claw towards Chun Bei. Chun Bei put away his knife and quickly stepped back. But the speed of the first-level zombie is 1 point faster than he is in his current tired state. The sharp claws grabbed towards Chun Bei fiercely. Chun Bei widened his eyes. The zombie's claws rapidly enlarged in his pupils. Xiao Tong at the back had also climbed up and was looking at Chun Bei, who was in danger. He lunged forward suddenly, and at the moment of falling, he chopped the zombie's legs hard with the axe in his hand. Laugh! The axe flashed between the zombie's legs, and the zombie was chopped off from the calves down. Bang! The zombie's legs were chopped off, and then it fell to the ground with unabated force. Roar! It roared in pain, then grabbed the ground with its remaining hand. Its broken legs were still moving as it crawled towards Chun Bei with difficulty. Chun Bei held the tang sword in his hand and swung it fiercely at the zombie's remaining arm, and the zombie's last claw was also cut off. But even so, the zombies were still crawling towards Chun Bei. Wherever it crawled, it left a trail of green and red blood. Chun Bei looked at the first-level zombie on the ground that looked like an indestructible cockroach. He was deeply shocked by the zombie's tenacious vitality. He walked towards the zombies with a tang sword in hand, then stopped in front of the zombies, raised the tang sword in his hand, aimed it at the zombie's head, and was about to chop it down. Roar! But at this moment, something unexpected happened. The zombie, which should have had difficulty moving, used its broken legs to kick the ground hard, and its entire body flew towards Chun Bei. It opened its bloody mouth, and the sharp and dense fangs in its mouth made Chun Bei break out in cold sweat. At this critical moment, a mountain axe flew over and hit the zombie's head hard. Laugh! Bang! With a slight sound, the axe had already penetrated deeply into the zombie's head, and the zombie's body, which had just flown up, fell heavily to the ground. The zombies still want to struggle. Chun Bei chopped off his head with one knife, and then stabbed it into the top of his head with another knife. The zombies finally stopped struggling. Dead. Chun Bei's face was full of tension. Dead. Xiao Tong nodded. Bang. The tang sword in Chun Bei's hand fell directly to the ground. He sat down on the ground, gasping for breath, his body shaking constantly. My muscles are extremely sore. Xiao Tong walked to the front door with tiredness and moved some stools, chairs, tables, and other things behind the door. Bang, bang, bang. Roar. The roars of zombies came from outside, and they kept banging on the door of the library. Fortunately, the door of the library was relatively strong, and most zombies could not get in. After doing all this, Xiao Tong then walked up to the first-level zombie and pulled out the axe from the zombie's head. He reached out and groped inside the first-level zombie's skull and soon pulled out a crystal core. Chapter 22, Kindness is not a saint. The crystal core of a level 1 zombie is slightly larger than that of a level 0 zombie, and its color is also pure. Just hold it in your hand. He could feel the violent energy contained in the crystal core, which was much stronger than the crystal core of a level 0 zombie. After doing all this, only then did Xiao Tong sit down next to Chun Bei. Then he handed the first-level zombie crystal core in his hand to Chun Bei. Chun Bei was stunned, then waved his hands quickly. Xiao Tong, if it weren't for you, I would have died countless times. The crystal core of this level of zombie belongs to you. Here, I have awakened my superpowers and become a first-level superpower user. This crystal core is more useful to you than it is to me. Take this first-level crystal core, and you will need it when you awaken. But Okay, stop being so fussy, just take it. Xiao Tong interrupted Chun Bei directly and stuffed the first-level crystal core into Chun Bei's hand. Today, when Chun Bei needed the crystal core to awaken, he stood up and risked his life to hunt zombies. So why would he be reluctant to give up a first-level crystal core? Chun Bei nodded heavily with red eyes, then carefully put the crystal core into his pocket. The two of them sat on the ground for nearly half an hour before they finally recovered. Chun Bei looked at Chun Fan several times, hesitated for a moment, and then gritted his teeth and said, "Xiao Tong, hit me." Xiao Tong was stunned for a moment. "Why would I hit you for no reason?" Chun Bei lowered his head with a look of guilt on his face. "If it weren't for me today, we wouldn't have saved Xiao Zi. I wouldn't have been pushed down by him, and you wouldn't have to risk your life to save me. It was me who put both of us in danger. You've clearly warned me before, but I still made this mistake." Xiao Tong looked at Chun Bei and couldn't help but smile. He had never mentioned this matter just to see if Xiao Tong himself realized his mistake and would take the initiative to bring it up. After all, Xiao Tong himself realized his mistake, which was more profound than Xiao Tong scolding and beating him. Only if you learn to reflect on yourself and know where you went wrong, you will not make the same mistake again next time. Otherwise, no matter how much others say, it will all be false and may even backfire, making Chun Bei think that Xiao Tong is cold-blooded and even cruel. Then the two brothers became estranged. But now it seems that Chun Bei has obviously realized his mistake. Strictly speaking, you are not wrong. Being kind is not a sin. It's just that in this chaotic world, being kind won't bring you any benefits. It will only make you die faster. Besides, kindness is not sainthood. The best thing to do is to hide kindness in your heart, to maintain your original intention, and to keep the last bit of kindness in your humanity. Xiao Tong finished speaking. Chun Bei was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Although he didn't quite understand what Xiao Tong said, he still chose to obey Chun Fan unconditionally. Xiao Tong looked at Chun Bei's confused expression and smiled bitterly in his heart. The chaos has just begun. In the future, Chun Bei will naturally understand what he said today, how precious it is to be able to retain a trace of humanity in troubled times. Let's go to the rooftop to eat something and rest. We can think of the rest tomorrow. Xiao Tong took Chun Bei to the rooftop of the library, where there was some food he had prepared in advance in a small warehouse. The two of them sat on the edge of the roof, each holding a piece of bread and a bottle of water, taking a bite of the bread and a sip of the water. Their direction was facing the dormitory. Night comes. The zombies that hibernate during the day slowly wake up, and countless zombies become violent at night. Especially the smell of students coming through the dormitory door made all the zombies even more violent. Bang, bang, bang. Countless zombies began to bang on the door. Inside the dormitory, every student turned pale with fear and tried desperately to block the door with various things. But with the impact of the zombies, the entire door frame began to tremble, and the screws nailed to the wall slowly loosened with the impact, making the students even more desperate. Bang. Finally, with the last push, the dormitory door was knocked open along with the door frame. The next moment, countless zombies rushed inside frantically. Help! A series of shrill screams were heard, mixed with the sounds of zombies chewing and swallowing, which seemed even more terrifying in the night. When the students in the neighboring dormitory heard the familiar screams, they were so scared that they peed their pants. They huddled in the innermost part of the dormitory, near the window. The wailing of the people next door, the roar of the zombies, and the sounds of chewing and swallowing could be clearly heard from the window. After a while, they seemed to have thought of something and frantically moved all the cabinets and beds to reinforce the dormitory door. Chun Bei and Xiao Tong sat on the roof of the library looking towards the dormitory building, from where they could constantly hear miserable screams and the roars of zombies. The two looked at each other in silence. The roars of the zombies continued until 5 or 6 in the morning. After 6, daylight came. The violent zombies slowly calmed down. That night, countless dormitories were breached by zombies, especially on the first floor. Everyone used their things to reinforce the dormitory doors, but they ignored the windows. The so-called anti-theft windows are useless to zombies. Only a few people survived in the dormitories on the first floor, and everyone inside became food for the zombies. As the night passed, there were more and more zombies. At about 6 in the morning, Chunbei woke up and could not fall asleep again. Xiao Tong slept until 8 o'clock before waking up slowly. I washed my face with water and had bread, eggs, and milk in the morning. After breakfast, Xiao Tong gently threw the tissue into a plastic bag and stood up. Walk! Chunbei quickly stuffed the last bite of bread into his mouth, then followed behind with his Tang sword in hand. The two walked to the first floor, where the body of a first-level zombie was lying quietly on the ground, and the green-red blood had dried up. The two men slowed down their footsteps and walked to the door. Xiao Tong took a look through the crack of the gate. There were about 40 zombies outside the gate, and there were even more zombies in the open space outside the library and around it, all of which were attracted here last night. Looking at so many zombies, Xiao Tong decisively gave up and rushed out to fight the zombies. He took Chunbei to a window not far away. He used the handle of the axe to knock down the steel column on the window's security window. Duang, duang, duang. The sound of the axe handle hitting the steel pillar was very harsh in the quiet campus. Roar! The zombie near the window slowly woke up, then moved towards the window with its nose flaring. As we get closer, the zombies also smelled the scent of Xiao Tong and Chunbei, and instantly became even crazier. They rushed towards the two men frantically, but were blocked by the burglar-proof windows. Chapter 23, Chunbei Awakens, Firepower. Bang! They banged against the security windows frantically, trying desperately to stick their claws and heads in through the gaps. Xiao Tong and Chunbei took up their axes and Tang swords without any hesitation and split the zombies' heads in half and cut off their claws. After a while, the window was blocked by the corpses of zombies. The two quickly moved to the next window. After a while, another pile of zombie corpses blocked the window. By this time, the two had killed 50 or 60 zombies. More than half of the zombies outside have been eliminated. Okay, here comes the chance, big boy. Follow me and kill them. Xiao Tong opened the door, then rushed out first with a mountain axe, and Chunbei followed behind with a Tang sword. Xiao Tong and Chunbei ran out. Their smell was carried by the wind into the noses of more and more zombies. The zombies twitched their nostrils and then slowly woke up. Roar! The zombies that were close to them immediately rushed towards them. Xiao Tong held the axe in his hand and rushed towards the zombies instead of retreating. The first zombie opened its mouth wide, yellow saliva continuously flowing from the corners of its mouth, and its sharp claws grabbed toward Xiao Tong. Xiao Tong chopped twice with the axe in his hand. I only heard 2 swish sounds. The zombie's claws had been chopped off and fell to the ground. Before he could let out a painful roar, Chun Fan split his skull with an axe, and juice spurted out. After being promoted to a first-level psychic, Xiao Tong was not afraid of ordinary level 0 zombies as long as their number was less than 10, even if it's a level 1 zombie. With his abilities at full capacity, he was confident that he could kill it alone. For example, in my current state, if I were to face the level 1 zombie from yesterday, it would take no more than a minute to kill him. The first zombie fell to the ground, and Xiao Tong continued to rush towards the next zombie with the axe. On the other side, Chunbei swung the Tang sword in his hand repeatedly. After experiencing yesterday's life and death crisis, Chunbei's skills have become more agile and his mind has become calmer and more resilient. The Tang sword can chop, cut, stab, or pick, without a trace of hesitation. His speed in killing zombies was surprisingly almost the same as Xiao Tong's. Not a moment later, the first wave of more than 20 zombies have completely fallen to the ground, and further away, more than 40 zombies rushed over. Seeing this scene, Xiao Tong put away his axe and stood up. The blue lightning in his right hand kept flashing 20 meters away, 10 meters, 8 meters, 5 meters. When all the zombies were 5 meters away, Xiao Tong swung his right hand. A ball of lightning flew out and then quickly spread out to cover more than 20 zombies. Moment. The 20 or so zombies in the front froze directly, and most of them fell face first to the ground due to inertia. The zombies behind did not have time to dodge and were also tripped. After Xiao Tong threw out the lightning, the two men immediately rushed out with their weapons tightly grasped. Laugh. Xiao Tongyi used his axe to split the head of a zombie that was trying to get up, then kicked a zombie that had just stood up from behind, stepped on its back, and smashed it hard with the axe in his hand. Snap! The zombie's head instantly sank deeply, and green-red blood and white brain matter sprayed out instantly. On the other side, Chunbei swung his Tang sword. The zombies' heads were chopped off one by one and fell to the ground, But even so, the zombies' eyes were still open and their mouths were constantly biting. Roar! After about 6 or 7 seconds, the zombies covered by thunder and lightning finally recovered slowly. At this time, the two had killed no less than 20 zombies. The remaining dozen or so zombies were dealt with by the two of them in no time. After killing this wave of zombies, there were no more zombies coming from further away. The two were panting, their hearts beating violently. Fighting for such a long time, the two killed at least over 100 zombies. Looking at the mess in front of them, the two looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. Now I'm rich. After a few minutes of rest, Xiao Tong stood up and chopped several zombies' heads in half. Then started searching for the crystal core. Chunbei also stood up and began to touch the corpse. 10 minutes later, the two men then stopped their corpse-finding activities. They had hunted down a total of 109 zombies. A total of 45 crystal cores were obtained. The nuclear explosion rate of nearly 45 has made Xiao Tong very satisfied. Let's go back. With so many crystal cores, it's more than enough for you to awaken your superpowers. Hearing Xiao Tong's words, Chunbei's face was filled with unconcealed surprise. Return to the library. Xiao Tong locked the door tightly. Chunbei sat cross-legged. Beside him was a small pile of crystal cores. One of them was slightly larger and purer in color. It was the only first-level crystal core inside. Let's get started. Absorb the zero-level crystal core first. When you feel it, absorb this first-level crystal core. Good. Chunbei nodded, raised his hand, and threw a level 0 crystal core into his mouth. The moment the crystal core entered his stomach, it turned into energy and flowed toward every part of Chunbei's body. Xiao Tong looked at Chunbei, and he could see that Chunbei's body was getting stronger at a speed visible to the naked eye. 5 minutes later, Chunbei raised his head and swallowed another level 0 crystal core. An hour later, Chunbei has absorbed 12 level 0 zombie crystal cores. But apart from the more obvious muscle lines and the significant increase in strength and speed, there was no sign of awakening. Another hour later, after absorbing 24 crystal cores, Chunbei's body shook slightly, and he also felt something strange coming from between his eyebrows. He opened his eyes in surprise. Xiao Tong, I'm about to awaken too. Quick, take the first-level crystal core. Chunbei nodded quickly and threw the first-level crystal core into his mouth. Boom! As soon as the crystal core fell into his stomach, a huge amount of energy burst out and rushed madly towards Chunbei's forehead. Chunbei's body turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Xiao Tong could feel a faint burning sensation even when standing 3 meters away. Feeling the burning sensation, Xiao Tong raised his eyebrows. Fire ability? Not bad. After a few minutes, the scorching heat around slowly subsided and then returned to normal. Chunbei slowly opened his eyes. A flash of fire flashed across his eyes. He looked down at his more clearly defined muscles and clenched his fists lightly. I feel more powerful. At last, he placed his burning gaze on his right hand. A thought came to my mind. Boom! In an instant, his right hand spontaneously ignited without fire. A flame as big as a lighter flame appeared, then quickly grew larger and finally became about the size of a fist, slowly burning on Chunbei's hand. Chunbei stared at the flame in his hand. The next moment, he flipped his right hand and swung it to the side, imitating Xiao Tong's moves. The flame in his hand flew out and landed on a table. Laugh! With a hissing sound, the whole table suddenly caught fire. Within a few seconds, the whole table was surrounded and engulfed by flames, making crackling sounds. Chapter 24: Chunbei's powerful fire ability. Seeing this scene, Xiao Tong couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. It seems that Chunbei's awakened fire ability is quite strong. He is only a level 1 ability user, but can have such power. At level 1, it is not much inferior to his level 1 ability. But this is fine. Chunbei is his brother. The stronger Chunbei is, the more beneficial it will be for Xiao Tong. After Chunbei released his superpowers, he felt that a lot of strength had been drained from his body. It seemed that although this skill was powerful, it also consumed a lot of superpowers. Now that he is a first-level psychic, he can only release flames of the same power 4 to 5 times at most. He finally understood why Xiao Tong, after awakening the most powerful thunder ability, could choose not to use any skills when hunting zombies. In order for superpowers to truly work, they must be at a higher level and have more superpowers stored in the body before you can use your skills freely. Pa pa pa. Not bad. You have such power just after awakening. It seems that you have a good talent. Xiao Tong walked over with a smile and couldn't help but applaud. Hearing Xiao Tong's words, Chun Bei's smile became even brighter. Thank you so much for this. In fact, I also know that no matter the bloody rain or the blood pool, they are all related to my current awakening. If it weren't for you, even if I could awaken, my supernatural power would not be so powerful. Xiao Tong was stunned for a moment, then smiled and punched Chun Bei. When did you become so fussy? Isn't it normal for your grandfather to help you? Come on, now that you have awakened, we should do something. After that, Xiao Tong turned around and walked outside. Fuck, whose grandpa are you? I'm your dad. Wait for me, my big son. Chun Bei ran out cursing. This time, the two of them did not hide anymore. Both of them are first-level psychics. As long as there are not too many zombies or they encounter first-level zombies, they will be safe. After being promoted to the first level of superpowers, Chun Bei's strength and speed have greatly increased. When he used the Tang sword weighing more than 7 pounds in the past, his arms would start to feel sore after swinging a dozen or 20 times, and the pain would become unbearable after swinging more than 30 times. But now with the Tang sword weighing more than 7 kilograms in his hand, he didn't feel much pressure at all. Roar! From time to time, a few wandering zombies would roar and rush towards them. But it was quickly resolved by the two of them. At this time, on the top floor of a building on the side of the road, a dozen people were sitting listlessly on chairs, and some were lying directly on the ground. All faces were extremely pale, and their lips were dry. They hadn't eaten for 2 days, and the few bottles of water they brought with them had been drunk up. They just feel weak all over now. Roar! At this moment, the roar of zombies sounded again below. A girl sitting by the window dragged her weak head to look outside. After just one look, her eyes suddenly widened. It's those two people. They are not dead yet, and they are still killing zombies. Oh my god, they are so powerful. Those zombies are no match for them. Hearing the girl's low cry, the others hurried to the window and watched Xiao Tong and Chun Bei easily hunting down the zombies downstairs. When they saw the two people's relaxed look, they couldn't help but widen their eyes. Fuck, these two guys are really great. They killed all those scary zombies with one strike. Fuck, this is the end of the world. Why do I feel like they are here for tourism? Are the zombies too weak, or are they too strong? Everyone looked at Xiao Tong and Chun Bei with shock in their eyes. In fact, it's not that they are too strong, but the weapons in their hands are too sharp. With each blow, they didn't use any strength at all, but they were able to easily chop the zombies in half. If I had such a sharp weapon, I could be so powerful. A tall boy at the side spoke, his eyes glowing as he stared at the weapons in Xiao Tong and Chun Bei's hands. Soon, Xiao Tong and Chun Bei left the building, leaving only zombie corpses on the road. Looking at the graceful backs of the two people leaving, the girl's face was full of admiration. They're so powerful. It would be great if they could come and rescue us. Yes, they're so skilled. They should be able to protect us well. We are all from the same school. They will definitely come to rescue us. Hearing the girl's words, the others nodded, their eyes full of hope. But the next moment, the tall boy who had just spoken burst out laughing, his eyes full of mockery. Don't dream. This is the end of the world. Do you know what it is? This is the end of the world where people eat each other. There were so many of us watching them just now. If they wanted to save us, they would have rushed over long ago. Hearing the boy's words, the others' faces turned pale again, their eyes filled with disappointment. If Xiao Tong heard what they said, he would definitely cry out for injustice. He really didn't notice that there was someone watching them from the upper floor of a roadside building. At this time, Xiao Tong and Chun Bei were constantly hunting the zombies that had awakened on the road, leaving at least 30 zombie corpses along the way. The two soon saw the teaching building. When they saw the teaching building, Xiao Tong and Chun Bei immediately thought of Xiao Zi, the ungrateful man who repaid kindness with enmity and pushed Chun Bei towards the zombies. Later, he closed the door and locked Xiao Tong and Chun Bei outside to face the zombies. In an instant, a hint of coldness flashed in the eyes of both of them. Xiao Zi must die. At this time, there were about 30 or 40 zombies at the entrance of the teaching building. However, most of the zombies are dormant and motionless. There were only a few zombies wandering around. Xiao Tong and Chun Fan looked at each other. Kill. The two nodded at the same time, and then rushed out like a hurricane. A few wandering zombies reacted first, roaring and rushing towards the two. Xiao Tong rushed forward with a mountain axe in hand, and Chen Bei rushed forward side by side with a tang sword in hand. When they were 2 or 3 meters away from the zombies, Xiao Tong accelerated and rushed to the side of the zombie, avoiding the zombie's claws, and chopped the zombie's head with the axe in his hand without hesitation. Laugh. With just a hissing sound, the axe split the zombie in half without any obstruction. Chen Bei on the side did not dodge or evade. Relying on the advantage of the length of the tang sword in his hand, he swung the sword horizontally, cutting off half of the zombie's head, and juices of various colors flew everywhere. When Chen Bei first saw the juice, he felt like vomiting and wanted to vomit, but now when he saw it again, he actually felt a little excited. The two of them quickly took care of all the wandering zombies. Chapter 25, When Words Cannot Solve the Problem, the knife in your hand will easily solve it. At this time, the smell of the two people and the roars of the zombies that were not dormant woke up more and more zombies. As soon as they woke up, they flared their nostrils and then pounced towards the two people frantically. At this time, in the teaching building, the roars and fighting sounds of the zombies also woke up Xiao Zi, who was inside. She was frightened the whole time in the first half of the night, but in the second half, after realizing that the zombies could not get in, she finally slept soundly. She slept very soundly, but Xiao Tong and Chen Bei, who saved her, almost became a zombie's meal. After waking up, the sounds of fighting outside became more obvious. She was stunned for a moment, then she was overjoyed. Someone must have come to rescue me. She quickly moved to the crack in the door and looked outside. When she saw the situation outside clearly, she was stunned. Impossible. Why aren't they dead? She cried out in a low, lost voice. She didn't understand why Xiao Tong and Chen Fan were not bitten to death by zombies last night and survived. Seeing the two of them looking relaxed among the swarm of zombies, Xiao Zi's face turned pale. Yesterday, she pushed Chen Bei into the zombie group with her own hands, which was tantamount to murder. Now that Xiao Tong and Chen Bei are both alive, will they seek revenge on her? However, this worry was quickly overturned by her anger. The fact that they survived yesterday proves that they could have killed that horrible zombie, but they still pretended to be defeated. They just wanted to murder me. I just did what they wanted to do first. They can't blame me. I locked them outside the door only because I wanted to survive. If I open the door to them, the zombies will come in and none of us will survive. People are selfish. When faced with life-threatening situations, I must ensure my own safety. I'm the president of the student union. They definitely won't dare to touch me. Now, they come back to kill zombies. Maybe they realize their mistakes and come back to save me to atone for their sins. They are so skilled, I will ask them to escort me to a safer place when the time comes. The more Xiao Zi thought about it, the more excited she became. The fear that had just risen in her heart disappeared in an instant. In her opinion, not only was she not wrong, but she was also justified. The ones who were wrong were Xiao Tong and Chen Bei. Not only can Xiao Tong and Chen Bei not blame him, they must also escort him to a safe place to atone for his sins. At this time, Xiao Tong and Chen Bei outside had no idea what Xiao Zi was thinking. They were just concentrating on hunting zombies. Finally, a few minutes later, 30 or 40 zombies were all dealt with by the two of them. The two men wiped their weapons, looked at each other, and turned their gazes towards the teaching building at the same time. The two walked towards the teaching building. Xiao Tong raised the axe in his hand and pointed it at the door of the teaching building, about to break in by force. Crunch! But the next moment, the door opened from the inside. Xiao Tong and Chen Bei looked at each other with a hint of surprise in their eyes. Xiao Zi opened the door and looked at the two people who were stunned. She raised her neck high and said in a commanding tone, "Since you took the initiative to save me today, I will forgive your mistakes. Now quickly escort me to a safe place. I'm hungry. You have to find me some food. It can't be too shabby. My legs have been hurting all night, and you still have to go to the hospital to find me, huh?" Before Xiao Zi could finish her words, Xiao Tong raised his hand and slapped her hard, knocking her to the ground. She covered her face and looked at Xiao Tong and Chen Bei, stunned. The next moment, she finally reacted, and her sharp voice rang out. "How dare you hit me? I will not forgive you." As she spoke, her saliva sprayed onto Xiao Tong's face. Xiao Tong did not speak. He went straight up and kicked her in the mouth. "Fuck you. Do you think you're fire truck, screaming so loudly? Are you afraid the zombies can't hear you? Ah! Xiao Zi screamed, and two of his teeth were kicked out. But this is not the end. Xiao Tong grabbed her collar and slapped her hard. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, rhythmic applause broke out in the teaching building. After slapping her more than a dozen times and her hands becoming numb, Xiao Tong finally stopped. Now, do you still want to forgive our mistakes? Do you still want us to find you something to eat? Do you still want us to go to the hospital to find you medicine? Xiao Zi covered her face, which was swollen like a pig's head, and cried bitterly. She didn't say anything, but just looked at Xiao Tong and Chun Bei, whose faces were full of resentment and fear. Xiao Tong was about to give her a few more slaps. However, Chun Bei held him back, and Xiao Tong looked at Chun Bei. Chun Bei shook his head slowly. Xiao Tong, let me do it. Xiao Tong was stunned for a moment, then gave up his seat. Chun Bei walked forward, staring at Xiao Zi with his eyes fixed. Yesterday, we were clearly going to rescue you. Why did you push me towards the zombies? We finally escaped death. Why did you lock us out? Why? You're still asking me why? You clearly wanted to abandon me, and I just did what you wanted to do first. What did I do wrong? Xiao Zi's eyes were full of resentment. As for not opening the door for you, there are a bunch of zombies following you. If you open the door for me, will I still be able to survive? I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong. I just want to live well. I just want to live well. What's wrong with me? Am I wrong? Do you want to deprive me of my right to live? What qualifications do you have? You only know how to bully a girl like me. You are not men at all. If you were men, you would go and kill all the zombies. Your hands are for protecting us girls, not for beating us girls. Xiao Zi shouted loudly, becoming more and more excited. After listening to Xiao Zi's words, Chun Bei slowly closed his eyes. Call. He took a deep breath and then slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, a cold aura slowly spread from his body, causing Xiao Zi, who was shouting, to shiver. Chun Bei gently clenched the knife in his hand. The sharp edge of the Tang's sword stung Xiao Zi's eyes. She looked at Chun Bei in horror and kept moving backwards. What are you doing? What are you doing? I'm the student union president. You can't touch me. Chun Bei didn't say anything. He just clenched the Tang sword in his hand and walked straight forward. Then with a strong swing, laugh. With a shrill scream, one of Xiao Zi's arms fell to the ground, and red blood splattered all over the ground. Chun Bei had a blank expression on his face and gently wiped the blood off the Tang sword. At this moment, Chun Bei knew the third rule of survival in the end times. When words cannot solve the problem, the knife in your hand can easily solve the problem. Chapter 26, Kuo Chen Bai. Xiao Tong was slightly stunned, then he smiled. He was a little surprised by Chun Bei's growth rate. No wonder Chun Bei, who in his previous life groped his way around on his own, could eventually become a level 5 warrior. He even traveled thousands of miles back to the south alone and protected his parents, Xiao Tong, for several years until Leng Menghan sent people to capture them and push them off the city wall to death. With this kind of character and ruthlessness, and with my help, Chun Bei will definitely reach an unpredictable height in this life. It hurts so much, I'm gonna die. You are not human. You are devils. Woo. Help me. Someone save me. Xiao Zi covered his broken arm, fell to the ground, rolled over in pain, and wailed bitterly. Hearing Xiao Zi's voice, Chun Bei frowned slightly and walked towards Xiao Zi again. He grabbed Xiao Zi's hair and dragged her outside. Xiao Zi was terrified instantly and tried desperately to pry Chun Bei's hand apart with her remaining hand. What are you going to do? You devil, what else are you going to do? But Chun Bei's big hand was as motionless as an iron clamp. Chun Bei said nothing, still pulling Xiao Zi's hair and walking outside. At this moment, Xiao Zi finally felt afraid. Whoa, I was wrong. Please don't kill me. I know I was wrong. It was my fault for pushing you toward the zombies, and it was also my fault for locking you out. I really know I was wrong. Please forgive me. I want to live. I just want to live. Woo, woo, woo. Xiao Zi cried and begged for mercy. Don't worry, I won't kill you. At least, I won't let my hands be stained with the blood of my kind so soon. Chun Bei's cold voice sounded. Xiao Zi was stunned and subconsciously felt relieved. As long as she was not killed, as long as she could survive, one day, she would make Chun Bei and Xiao Tong pay the price they deserved. But the next moment, Chun Bei's words almost scared Xiao Zi to death. So, let the zombies solve the problem for me. Chun Bei's cold voice sounded, without any emotion, causing Xiao Zi's two seams to tighten at the same time. A chill instantly rushed to the top of my head. No. You can't do this, you can't do this. Xiao Zi struggled frantically, but Chunbei had already carried Xiao Zi outside the teaching building. Xiao Zi shouting, coupled with the stimulation of fresh blood. Moment. The zombies in the security booth farther away slowly woke up and ran over with their nostrils flaring and growling. Xiao Zi looked at the zombies in the distance, waking up and running towards him. She just felt a sense of relief somewhere. Moment. A pool of yellow liquid slowly flowed down from under his body, and the faint smell of stench made Chunbei frown slightly. Zombies. Zombies are coming. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I beg you, please spare me. As long as you spare me, I will do anything. Xiao Zi begged with tears in her eyes, but Chunbei seemed not to hear anything. He just pulled Xiao Zi's hair and continued to move towards the zombies. When it was still 5 or 6 meters away from the zombies, Xiao Zi was so scared that she couldn't speak. Her lips were trembling, her face was blue, and fear made her mind go blank. Chunbei pulled her hair and threw her forward. This scene was just like what happened yesterday, when Xiao Zi pushed Chunbei hard towards the zombies. Smelling the strong smell of blood on Xiao Zi, the zombies rushed over like crazy. When a zombie's claws pierced into Xiao Zi's body, when a zombie's mouth bit apart her body and tore off a piece of flesh, the intense pain made Xiao Zi finally react. A shrill and desperate wailing sounded among the corpses, and then soon became quiet. Xiao Zi was lying on the ground. Her pupils slowly grew larger, and she no longer had the strength to struggle, allowing countless zombies to eat her flesh and blood. At the moment before death, she suddenly thought if she hadn't pushed Chunbei towards the zombies that day, or if she hadn't locked Chunbei and Xiao Tong outside the door to face the zombies alone, would she have had this tragic ending? At this moment, she understood, but it was too late. Chunbei returned to the teaching building and stood at the window, watching the scene motionlessly. Well, Xiao Tong sighed softly, then patted Chunbei on the shoulder without saying a word. Chunbei remained silent. A long time. A few minutes later, Chunbei turned and looked at Xiao Tong. Good boy. Help your father kill zombies. I am your father. You rebellious son. Xiao Tong cursed, then rushed out first with a mountain axe in hand. Chunbei followed closely behind with his tang sword in hand. After leaving the teaching building, he sped up and soon surpassed Xiao Tong. Xiao Tong was slightly stunned, then smiled. Hearing the sound of the two people running out, the zombies stood up, their mouths and hand were covered with scarlet. They savored the taste in their mouths, then rushed towards Xiao Tong and Chunbei excitedly. Chunbei growled, and the moment he approached the zombie, he took a sidestep, holding the tang sword tightly in his hand and holding it horizontally in front of his chest. Laugh. With a hissing sound, the zombie beside him fell down instantly, with half of its head cut off. Chunbei held the axe tightly in his hand. He simply and violently chopped at the zombies' heads. One by one, the zombies rushed up with a roar, then fell down, with their heads broken into 2 halves. 40 or 50 zombies rushed over one after another. If neither of them had awakened, or only one of them had awakened, both of them would probably be restricted. But at this moment, after Xiao Tong and Chunbei both awakened, they were able to handle 40 or 50 zombies with ease. 5 minutes later, the two finally stopped. They stood there panting and gasping for breath. The zombies nearby have basically been killed after the hunting last night, this morning and now, while the zombies farther away are still dormant. After a few minutes of rest, Xiao Tong and Chunbei hurriedly began to search in a low voice, even though their arms were still sore. After touching these 40 or 50 zombies, the two of them obtained a total of 19 zombies. Xiao Tong was very satisfied with a nuclear explosion rate of almost 50. After touching the crystal core at the north gate, the two stood up and headed towards the teaching building. Roar! But just as they stood up, an unusually deep roar was heard. The two were stunned, looked at each other, and then turned around at the same time. In the distance, when the sleeping zombies heard this sound, they became agitated, then woke up immediately and moved to the side in fear. Chapter 27. Fighting the Level 1 Defense Zombie. Boom, boom, boom. A heavy sound of footsteps sounded slowly, and the next moment, a huge monster slowly appeared. He is 1.9 meters tall and extremely strong, with bulging muscles under his blue skin. The rotten areas revealed the muscles of the gray dragon. These gray pieces of meat look as hard as steel. His two arms were like two thick tree roots. As soon as he appeared, a powerful sense of oppression swept in all directions. As he walked, his eyes turned towards Xiao Tong and Chun Bei. When he saw the zombie, Xiao Tong immediately said, "This is a level 1 defensive zombie. The defense layer on its body can already defend against most cold weapon attacks. It's not fast, probably about the same speed as an adult jogging, but it's incredibly powerful. Fight it flexibly later, don't engage it head-on." At the end of his speech, Xiao Tong turned and looked at Chun Bei. Chun Bei nodded quickly. Facing this big guy, the two men did not feel the slightest fear in their hearts, but instead felt a hint of excitement. Both of them have awakened and become first-level mutants. Xiao Tong's awakened lightning ability was originally focused on attacking, and Chun Bei's talent was greatly enhanced because he was drenched in blood rain and soaked in the blood rain pool. The awakened fire ability is also much stronger than that of ordinary fire ability users. In fact, at this time, any one of them could kill this first-level defense zombie alone, but for the sake of safety, the two decided to attack together. Roar! After locking onto the auras of Xiao Tong and Chun Bei, the level 1 defensive zombie roared and then rushed towards them. Bang, bang, bang. The huge body was running on the ground like a humanoid beast. Every step it took made a muffled sound. The aura emanating from the first-level zombie made the zombies on the road dodge to the side in fear. However, this huge monster was charging recklessly. The level 0 zombies that blocked its way were directly knocked away and had their limbs broken, so were directly grabbed by it and stuffed into its mouth. With its ferocious and sharp teeth, it bit the level 0 zombie in its hand into 2 pieces in a few bites. Then it lifted the upper half of the zombie's body with one hand and stuffed its head into its mouth like eating a popsicle. Green and red blood mixed with yellow trickles flowed down the corners of its mouth. It swallowed frantically, and soon all the zombies in its hands had entered its stomach. Every time it opened its mouth and roared, the remaining flesh between its sharp and ferocious teeth made it look extremely terrifying. Seeing this scene, Chun Bei couldn't help but take a breath and felt a chill on his back. Fuck, this zombie is too fierce, right? It doesn't even let go of its own kind. In fact, zombies generally don't actively attack their own kind. Only high-level zombies will attack low-level zombies when they are hungry. This is one of the reasons why zombies can evolve. And zombies will be more violent when they are hungry, so you have to be careful later. Xiao Tong explained. Clear. Chun Bei nodded, his heart tightened slightly, and he became extremely careful. Roar. Finally, after knocking away more than a dozen level 0 zombies, this level 1 zombie was already more than 5 meters away from Xiao Tong and Chun Bei. His scarlet eyes were staring at the two of them. Even though he couldn't see, this glance gave them a great sense of oppression. Xiao Tong tightened the axe in his hand, and his whole body tensed up. Chun Bei, let's go together and use our powers to weaken it first. Good. As soon as the words fell, the two of them rushed toward the first-level defense zombies from both sides at the same time. The moment you step out, there was a crackling sound in Xiao Tong's hands, and a ball of blue lightning appeared in his hands. He swung his right hand, and the lightning in his hand enveloped the first-level defense zombies. When the lightning net fell on the first-level defense zombie, his body suddenly froze, accompanied by a burst of white smoke and a pungent smell of rotten barbecue. The first-level defense zombie trembled all over. At this time, Chun Bei also swung his right hand, and in an instant, a ball of fire enveloped the first-level defense zombie. By the time the defensive zombie recovered from the paralysis of the lightning net, the flames had already burned its body madly. Roar! It roared madly and ran around like a man of fire. In the end, it endured the pain and pounced toward Xiao Tong and Chun Bei. It seemed to know that Xiao Tong and Chun Bei were the culprits. He chose Xiao Tong as his first target because he was closer to him. 2 thick hands like tree roots grabbed toward Xiao Tong, but Xiao Tong dodged the attack by nimbly retreating, then turned sideways and chopped down fiercely with the axe in his hands. Laugh. The axe instantly cut a big gash on the first-level zombie's shoulder. The thick outer layer of defense is useless against the sharpness of the meteorite. Good opportunity. Chun Bei's eyes lit up at the side, and the zombie had turned its back to him. He jumped up with the tang sword in his hand and struck fiercely. But at this critical moment, the zombie suddenly turned around and punched Chun Bei hard. Chun Bei's face changed. Facing the zombie's sudden attack, he only had time to hold the tang sword across his chest. Bang! With a dull thud, the zombie's fist as big as a casserole hit the Tang's sword, instantly knocking the sword into an arc, and then fell on Chun Bei's chest without losing momentum. Snort! Chun Bei groaned, and was thrown more than 3 meters away. His back hit the ground, and he slid nearly 1 meter before stopping. He struggled to get up, only to feel a burning pain in his chest. If he had not awakened and become a fire-type mutant, his physical strength had greatly increased, and the Tang sword had weakened the zombie's attacks. The best outcome for him now would be to leave his body intact. Chun Bei was almost beaten half to death by a zombie's punch just after the battle started. He became more cautious. After knocking Chun Bei flying, the zombie roared and pounced towards Chun Bei, wanting to take advantage of the victory. But the next moment, a splitting axe hit his neck fiercely. With the sharpness of the splitting axe instantly penetrated deep into the zombie's neck. However, due to the angle and force, plus the thick bulge of defense layer on the neck of the first-level defense zombie, the axe got stuck after it was halfway in. Xiao Tong jumped up, kicked the zombie on the back, and pulled out the axe with one hand, and then he did a backflip. He dodged the zombie's attack and reached out from behind. Roar! The fatal wound on the neck caused the first-level defense zombie to suffer great pain, and green and red blood gushed out like crazy like a water pipe. Chapter 28 Survivors. It turned around and rushed towards Xiao Tong violently. However, Xiao Tong simply rolled to the side and avoided the attack of the zombies. As the zombies turned around to attack Xiao Tong, Chun Bei accelerated to the right side of the zombie and swung the Tang sword in his hand diagonally at the zombie's right arm. Laugh! The zombie's thick and strong right arm has fallen to the ground. Roar! Suddenly losing an arm, the first-level defense zombie lost his balance, and after letting out an unwilling roar, he slammed heavily to the ground. When the defensive zombies hit the ground, Xiao Tong's figure quickly came over. The zombie just fell to the ground. The axe in his hand had already chopped hard at the zombie's head. Roar! Feeling the fatal threat, the first-level defense zombie actually broke through the influence of gravity. The moment he fell to the ground, his remaining arm touched the ground first, and then he rolled to the side with force. Clang! There was a sound of metal clashing. Xiao Tong's axe missed and cut a gap in the concrete floor. Fortunately, the axe was made of meteorite iron. Otherwise, if an ordinary weapon was used to chop the concrete floor with such force, a big hole would have been created long ago. Roar! The zombie next to him escaped the disaster. He roared angrily and grabbed Xiao Tong fiercely with the only arm left in his hand. Xiao Tong did not retreat, but advanced, dodged the zombie's claws with a donkey roll, and then landed behind the zombie. Before the zombies had time to react, he swung the axe in his hand fiercely upwards. Laugh! The zombie's remaining arm was also cut off. The zombie roared and spread its legs, but its arms were suddenly cut off. Unable to adapt, it lost its balance again and fell to the ground. But this time, he was not as lucky as last time. Xiao Tong jumped onto his back and smashed his head with the axe in his hand. Roar! The axe chopped into the zombie's head, but the first-level defense zombie was not completely dead yet. Laugh! But the next moment, Chun Bei's Tang sword also stabbed into its head fiercely, and then twisted it fiercely. The body of the first-level defense zombie trembled heavily, and its head drooped heavily, and it never moved again. Xiao Tong pulled out the splitting axe and chopped it down again fiercely until the defender's head was split in half. Then he pulled out the axe and wiped the blood off the zombie's clothes. Call! The two men were breathing heavily and their arms felt a little sore, but they successfully hunted down a level 1 zombie without having to use their special powers, so the effort was worth it. At least, Chun Bei's skills have become much more agile, and he can hunt zombies much faster. After taking a few breaths, Xiao Tong walked to the side and began to collect zombie crystal cores. Chun Bei also reached his hand into the head of the first-level zombie to explore. After a few seconds, he pulled his hand out, and between his 2 fingers was a crystal core that was slightly larger than an ordinary crystal core. A few minutes later, the two of them collected all the zombie crystal cores outside the teaching building. They walked toward the library, collecting the crystal cores of zombies along the way. Look, those two are back. They're still alive. The girl who'd been waiting by the window saw Xiao Tong and Chun Bei. She exclaimed in surprise. The others dragged their weak bodies and hurriedly looked out the window. It's them after all. These two are truly gods. They managed to kill their way in and out of the zombie horde 7 times. Their skills are truly amazing. If only they could protect both of us. Yeah, if we have their protection, what do we have to fear from zombies? If they can come and save me, I'll do anything for them. Everyone looked at Xiao Tong and Chun Bei, who were walking upstairs with fiery eyes. The pale face was full of desire. No, we can't just wait to die. We have to save ourselves. Suddenly, the girl who noticed Xiao Tong and Chun Bei clenched her fists and waved them vigorously. The others quickly turned to look at her. We have run out of food and water. If we continue to stay here, our bodies will become weaker and weaker. In the end, we will die. But now the zombies downstairs have been almost killed by the two of them. As long as we rush downstairs and catch up with them, we can be saved. The girl looked at everyone and spoke excitedly, and the others' eyes lit up as well. Yeah, I don't believe they would just stand by and watch someone die. They will definitely save us. After all, we are from the same school. It should be. After all, the strong are used to protecting the weak. They are so powerful. It is their job to protect us. Everyone was talking at once, and the more they talked, the more excited they became. But there's zombies outside our classroom. Are you sure you can run downstairs? You should know that if you're scratched by a zombie, you'll turn into a disgusting zombie. Do you dare to take the risk? At this moment, the tall boy suddenly spoke, causing the excited crowd to freeze instantly, and many people retreated instantly. How about we stay here? The country will definitely send someone to rescue us. I'll wait for rescue here too. I can still starve for a few more days. I'll stay too. Seeing many people backing off at the last minute, the girl who spoke at the beginning was determined. Anyway, staying here is a dead end. If you don't go, I'll go by myself. With that said, the girl walked straight towards the door. She reached out and grasped the door handle. Just before opening the door, she turned back and looked at everyone. Good luck to you all. I hope we can meet again one day. After that, she opened the door and ran downstairs in an instant. Let's fight. We're all going to die anyway, so let's give it a try. I try my best to. If I stay here, I will either be bitten to death by zombies or starve to death. It's better to fight my way out. A few people gritted their teeth and rushed out following the girl. After a few people rushed out, the rest quickly locked the door again. Roar! The sound of the running footsteps instantly attracted the zombies in the building. Because they were indoors and not exposed to much sunlight, many zombies were awake. Countless zombies ran towards the stairs. The girl took the lead and reached the next level before the zombies arrived. But when the last boy reached the stairs, he just happened to meet the zombies coming after hearing the noise. He failed to brake in time and crashed directly into the arms of a zombie. The zombie was stunned for a moment, then opened its mouth wide to enjoy the godsend meal. Chapter 29, What does your life or death have to do with us? Suddenly, the boy's screams resounded throughout the building. The others who were hiding in the room and did not leave shuddered instantly, their eyes full of fear. But the people outside sped up again and rushed downstairs madly. The zombies in the room are all level 0 zombies, and they're not fast. So under full speed, everyone quickly reached the first floor. The girl opened the door first and rushed out. When she saw Xiao Tong and Chun Bei, her face was full of surprise. She lowered her voice and said, "Help! Please save me and my companions." The next moment, several other people also ran out. Roar! But a roar was heard, and the zombies in the building also ran out. The few people behind were so scared that they almost fell to the ground and could only run frantically. Help! Help! Several people were also frantically shouting for help. When they saw Xiao Tong and Chun Bei, they saw hope of survival. Xiao Tong and Chun Bei looked at each other, nodded at the same time, then clenched their weapons and rushed towards the zombies. The crystal core is delivered to your door for free, so don't miss it. Just as the two rushed out, a scream rang out. The girl at the back fell to the ground, and then a zombie pounced on her. Seeing this scene, Xiao Tong threw the axe in his hand towards the zombies. The axe spun and chopped fiercely on the head of a zombie. Xiao Tong accelerated. He pulled out the axe from the zombie's head and then killed the zombie that was pouncing on the girl with one axe. The girl immediately crawled backwards desperately and was rescued by others. Xiao Tong and Chun Bei stood at the door, and every zombie that came out had its head chopped off by the two of them. A few minutes later, all the awakened zombies had been dealt with by the two of them. Xiao Tong and Chun Bei squatted down and began to collect the zombies' crystal cores. When the others saw the two men touching the zombie's head, they couldn't help but feel their stomachs churning and were filled with confusion. When they saw the two men taking out zombie crystal cores, they couldn't help but raise their eyebrows in surprise. What did you take out of the zombie's head? A boy couldn't help but walked up and asked. Xiao Tong looked up at him, said nothing, and lowered his head to continue searching for the zombie crystal core. After searching for the zombie crystal core, Xiao Tong and Chun Bei stood up. A group of survivors helped the injured girl towards the two men, their faces full of gratitude. Thank you for saving us. You are good people. Chun Bei and Xiao Tong glanced at the two of them indifferently, then walked past them and headed towards the library. Xiao Tong and Chun Bei's attitudes made everyone look a little ugly. The boy who had just walked over to ask questions couldn't help but speak up. Hey, what's your attitude? We are talking to you. Can't you hear us? Xiao Tong suddenly stopped and turned to look at them coldly. We save you? Don't be so self-indulgent, okay? We just want to hunt zombies. What does your life or death have to do with us? And this is the first and only time. Next time, if you yell at me again, I will answer you with my axe. Meeting Xiao Tong's cold eyes, the boy's face turned pale and he felt cold all over. He could sense the disregard for life in Xiao Tong's eyes. He could sense that Xiao Tong was definitely not joking. If he really yelled at the two again, he would not hesitate to chop off his head with the axe in his hand. Xiao Tong's cold and murderous words choked several people so much that they dared not breathe. Wait until Xiao Tong and Chun Bei walked away. The boy then revealed a ferocious expression and said viciously, What do they mean by this? What do you mean our life and death have nothing to do with them? Yeah, they are so strong. Shouldn't they protect the weak like us? The girl who had just been bitten spoke up in agreement. Okay, everyone, stop talking. It's their kindness to save us, and it's their duty not to save us. Even in a peaceful and prosperous era, there is no law that stipulates that they must save us, let alone in this apocalyptic era. Laws, rules, and humanity have all been thrown to the ground and trampled on. Don't take it for granted that they should save us and protect us. The girl who ran out first interrupted everyone. The people around her nodded in agreement, and the others could only shut up angrily and stop talking. Dong Jiao, what should we do now? A girl suddenly spoke, and everyone quickly turned their attention to Dong Jiao. Dong Jiao is the girl who just took the lead and rushed down. Let's follow them first. As long as we follow them, our lives will not be in danger for the time being. Dong Jiao gritted her teeth and looked at the backs of Xiao Tong and Chun Bei. But everyone, please don't have the resentful mood you just had. They don't owe us anything, and they have no obligation to protect us. And if we anger them, we won't have a good ending. They kill zombies cleanly and efficiently, so I think killing people should be even easier. As Dong Jiao spoke, she turned her head and took a closer look at the boy and girl who had just started complaining. Don't worry, Dong Jiao, we will listen to you. Let's go after them quickly, otherwise if zombies come out, we will be dead. The bitten girl who had just complained spoke up quickly. The others immediately nodded in agreement. Okay, let's go. Dong Jiao nodded, and everyone quickly ran after Xiao Tong and Chun Bei. Xiao Tong and Chun Bei were searching for zombies' crystal cores as they walked, so they were soon caught up by everyone. The two men seemed not to see the people behind them, and just walked and stopped along the way to search for the crystal core. Dong Jiao hesitated for a moment, then she gritted her teeth and stepped forward. Excuse me, is there anything I can do for you? Xiao Tong raised his head and gave her a cold look. No need, just stay away from us. Dong Jiao stood there awkwardly, the thumb of her shoe digging into the ground tightly, feeling a sense of loss in her heart. You know, Dong Jiao is ranked third among the top 10 beauties in Yin University. She grew up in a privileged family, had good grades, and was beautiful. All the boys around her came up to her and tried to show their affection when they saw her. She took the initiative for the first time ever, but was met with a cold face. She couldn't help feeling a sense of loss and began to doubt her own charm. After Xiao Tong and Chun Bei walked forward a few meters, the others came up. The boy walked up to Dong Jiao. Jiao, don't be angry. They clearly look down on us. Really, aren't they just relying on the sharp weapons in their hands? If I also have such a sharp weapon in my hand, why should we be inferior to them? From now on, I will protect you. The boy was full of complaints, and his eyes were full of jealousy when he looked at Xiao Tong. Shapta daisich, di. All right, Wu Lei, don't say such things again. Also, I don't need your protection. Just protect yourself, and don't hold us back. Dong Jiao glanced at Wu Lei coldly, then followed with everyone. Wu Lei stood there with a dark face. After a while, he followed. Soon, everyone followed Xiao Tong and Chun Bei to the library. When they saw the densely packed zombie corpses at the entrance of the library, everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes. Especially under the sunlight, the disgusting stench of corpses filled the air, causing everyone to dry heave again. When they looked at Xiao Tong and Chun Bei, there was awe and fear in their eyes. And Wu Lei had been watching Xiao Tong and Chun Bei, seeing the two of them groping in the zombies' heads all the way and often finding those white crystals. He became even more confused. He tried hard to recall the zombie movies and novels he had watched. He seemed to have thought of something. His eyes couldn't help but widen. Although reality is very different from novels and movies, sometimes novels are based on reality. He soon figured out something. Perhaps Xiao Tong and Chun Bei were able to kill so many zombies not only because of their sharp weapons. And this white crystal, at least, these white crystals are a particularly important thing after hunting zombies. Thinking of this, Wu Lei quietly walked to the side, suppressing his nausea as he searched the heads of the zombies. After a while, he only felt that his hand touched a hard object. He took it out and saw that it was indeed a white crystal. Just now, he had not felt anything when he looked at the crystals in Xiao Tong and Chun Bei's hand from afar. But now, when he touched the crystal, he immediately had a different feeling. His heart and even his soul were sending out signals of desire, as if there was some energy in the crystal that was constantly drilling into his body. His sixth sense told him, this crystal core can make him very strong. This discovery made Wu Lei even more excited. He immediately sped up his search, and soon there were more than a dozen crystal cores in his pocket. Soon, after Xiao Tong and Chun Bei searched for the crystal core over there, they walked towards Wu Lei. Wu Lei's face changed, and he hurried back. Xiao Tong and Chun Bei touched the remaining crystal cores. They walked straight towards them. Seeing Xiao Tong and Chun Bei coming, Dong Jiao and the others immediately showed a hint of surprise on their faces. Could it be that the two of them were planning to accept them? Hello, Dong Jiao took 2 steps forward and was about to say something. But Xiao Tong and Chun Bei walked right past him and in front of Wu Lei. Wu Lei's heart skipped a beat, and he tightly covered the crystal core in his pocket with one hand. He looked at the two men fiercely. What do you want to do? Take it out. Xiao Tong spoke coldly. What? I didn't take anything from you. I don't want to say it again. Take it out. Xiao Tong clenched the axe in his hand, and Chun Bei pulled out the Tang sword with a clang. Wu Lei's face turned pale, but he was reluctant to give up something that could make him stronger. He had already vaguely understood the secret of how Xiao Tong and Chun Bei became stronger. If he could find a way to use these crystal cores, he believed that he would soon become as powerful as Xiao Tong and Chun Bei. However, if he handed these things over now, it would be extremely difficult for him to obtain crystal cores again. He didn't have the guts to hunt zombies alone. But if he doesn't hand over the crystal core, Xiao Tong and Chun Bei will definitely not let him go given their ferocious looks. I found these crystals. Why should I give them to you? Wu Lei covered his mouth with a look of grievance. You take advantage of the weapons in your hands to bully your classmates. I got all these with my own ability. I won't give them to you. If you have the guts, just kill me. Brush. Wu Lei hadn't finished speaking yet. He only saw a flash of sharp light, and the next moment, he felt himself flying. Then, he seemed to see a headless corpse with his hands tightly covering his pockets. Suddenly, he realized with horror, isn't that his own body? As soon as this thought came to his mind, his eyes went dark and he lost consciousness. Murder, murder! Woo, they killed Wu Lei. A burst of screams suddenly rang out, and several girls in the team covered their mouths and screamed, retreating while crying. The others also looked at Wu Lei's body on the ground in disbelief. My heart collapsed instantly. Although they have seen many corpses of zombies, after becoming zombies, they're no longer human. In their hearts, they're no longer the same kind as them. But now seeing Wu Lei chopping off his head so calmly with an axe, they were instantly shocked. A feeling of death swept over them like a tide. Everyone just felt a chill on their backs, and their lips and faces turned pale. Xiao Tong retracted the axe, squatted down coldly, and took out all the crystal cores in Wu Lei's pocket. Chun Bei also had no expression on his face. He held the Tang sword in his hand and stared at the people in front of him. After Xiao Tong took out all the crystal cores, the two turned and headed towards the library, etc. At this moment, a clear and trembling voice sounded. Xiao Tong frowned slightly and turned to look at Dong Jiao. Meeting Xiao Tong's cold gaze, Dong Jiao's body trembled violently and her hands and feet felt cold. However, she still gritted her teeth and said, "Although Wu Lei was wrong first, you killed a man just for a few stones. Isn't that bad? Besides, we are all classmates after all. Now that such a disaster has happened, shouldn't we unite and help each other?" Hearing Dong Jiao's words, Xiao Tong couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Just now, everyone had been following them, and he didn't ask to drive them away. It was because these people dared to rush downstairs from the room full of zombies to ask for help instead of shouting upstairs that made him look at them with new eyes. It is very rare to find someone who can stand up at this time, not to mention that Dong Jiao is a girl. So, at that time, Xiao Tong had an idea, which was to find some reliable companions for Qinbei. Dong Jiao is a very good choice. After all, soon he will embark on that path, and when he becomes a zombie, he couldn't stay with Qinbei forever. He has his own way to go, and Qinbei also has his own way to go. So when he saw Dong Jiao and others, he subconsciously wanted to form a team for Qinbei. Chapter 31. Foolish kindness will only make you become food for zombies. After all, whether it is humans or zombies, they all need the power of a team. It is simply impossible for a person to survive in this end times. So Dong Jiao and others are a good choice. But Wu Lei and the girl who was bitten are very restless factors. One took their rescue for granted, and the other even wanted to take their things for himself. Both of them were people with evil intentions. If they stayed in Qinbei's team, they might become real black sheep. Fortunately, the bitten girl could not survive more than 2 hours. The remaining Wu Lei, they were killed by Xiao Tong. After these restless factors are eliminated, they will become powerful generals under Qinbei. Xiao Tong looked at Dong Jiao and said, "You are right, but this is not a reason for him to take our things for himself. If he wants zombie crystal cores, he can kill zombies himself to get them, instead of doing this kind of theft." And he insisted that I kill him, and I have always loved helping others, so I fulfilled his request. At the end, Xiao Tong showed a brilliant smile. After that, Xiao Tong turned around and entered the library with Qinbei. Dong Jiao hurriedly led everyone to follow. After entering the library, Dong Jiao and her men closed the door and then reinforced it. After everyone entered the library, they finally breathed a sigh of relief, and many people immediately ran to the library's toilet. Many people ran into the toilet. Get down to work right away. Although the water in the toilet is tap water, no one cares about it this time, as long as it is drinkable. Everyone drank half a belly of water and returned to the hall satisfied. It feels so good to be able to fill my stomach. Some people sighed. Xiao Tong and Qinbei continued to walk towards the top floor. When I reached the corner of the second floor, he suddenly turned around and looked at Dong Jiao and others on the first floor. It is extremely foolish to bring a person who has been bitten by a zombie with you. Your foolish kindness will only make you become food for the zombies. Hearing Xiao Tong's words, Dong Jiao and the others were shocked. They all turned to look at the infected woman, their eyes full of fear and vigilance. They all stayed away from her. Hearing Xiao Tong's words, coupled with everyone's defensive expressions, the infected woman collapsed instantly. "What? Why are you looking at me like that? I was just bitten by a zombie. I won't turn into a zombie. I definitely won't turn into a zombie." Seeing the emotional woman, Dong Jiao's eyes flashed with pity. "Don't worry, Li Li. We will find a way to save you." After that, she turned to look at Xiao Tong. "You guys are so powerful. Is there any way we can prevent her from turning into a zombie?" "Method? Yes." Xiao Tong raised his eyebrows and smiled. "Why not just kill her before she turns into a zombie? Oh, and remember to shoot her in the head. Otherwise, in 2.5 hours, no, it should be 1.5 hours now, she will still turn into a zombie." A bright smile appeared on Xiao Tong's face, but in Li Li's eyes he looked as scary as a devil. After that, Xiao Tong and Qinbei went straight to the top floor. However, Dong Jiao and others turned their attention to Li Li again. Li Li covered her wound and retreated in fear, screaming in despair. "No, they are lying. I was just bitten a little. I won't turn into a zombie. Don't kill me, don't kill me." Everyone was silent, and finally, they all turned their eyes to Dong Jiao. "Jiao Jiao, you have to believe me. We are classmates. You must save me. Ooh, I am only 22 years old. I don't want to die yet." Li Li looked at Dong Jiao and begged in despair. Dong Jiao looked at Li Li and felt unhappy. "Li Li, although we really want to save you, we really have no other way. Otherwise, you should go out first. We will let you in after 2 hours when you are no longer a zombie. Yes, Lily, you can't be so selfish. If you're really infected, won't we all be dead? Yes, Lily, please get out. Others spoke up one after another, wanting to drive Lily out. At this moment, for the sake of their own safety, everyone became extremely selfish. No, 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 I won't go out. There's zombies everywhere outside. I will definitely die if I go out. I won't go out. I definitely won't go out. Why would you let me go out? Lily shook her head frantically, crying and shouting, looking at everyone with hatred in her eyes. All right. And at this moment, Dong Jiao's voice rang out. I won't agree to kick Lily out. Hearing Dong Jiao's words, Lily was immediately overjoyed. Woo woo woo. I knew that you were on my side. Dong Jiao, you wouldn't hurt me. As for the others, their faces changed. But, just in case, Lily, we still have to tie you up first. Dong Jiao's voice sounded again, and everyone's expressions finally eased a little. Lily was stunned for a moment. Although she was unwilling in her heart, she had no choice but to nod. Otherwise, she knew that these people would force her out. After searching for a while, they couldn't find a rope, so they had to tear a few thin shirts into strips and tie them into a rope to tie up Lily's hands and feet. After doing all this, everyone sat in their chairs in silence, waiting quietly for an hour and a half to pass. At this time upstairs, Xiao Tong and Chunbei took out all the crystal cores in their pockets and piled them on the table. There are 71 crystal cores in total, 70 zero-level crystal cores and 1 first-level crystal core. I will give you 36 level, 0 crystal cores, and you take 34 level, 0 crystal cores, and 1 level, 1 crystal core. Xiao Tong divided the crystal cores into 2 piles and pushed the pile containing the first-level crystal cores toward Xiao Tong. Xiao Tong shook his head and refused. No, Xiao Tong, I've already absorbed a first-level crystal core before. This one must be given to you. Can. Don't, but if you don't want it, I don't want it either. Chunbei interrupted Xiao Tong directly. Xiao Tong looked at Chunbei, smiled bitterly, and finally had to agree to Chunbei. Xiao Tong, absorb the crystal core first. I'll keep you on guard. Chunbei walked to the door. Xiao Tong nodded and did not refuse. He sat cross-legged, holding a level 0 crystal core in each hand. After successfully awakening his superpowers and becoming a level 1 superpower user, he no longer had to eat the crystal cores directly, but could instead hold them in his hands and absorb them directly. And it will be faster. Just 4 minutes. The 2 0-level crystal cores had been completely absorbed. With a raised hand, Xiao Tong grabbed 2 more 0-level crystal cores and began to absorb them. Chapter 32, Second Awakening. More than an hour later, the level 0 crystal core has been completely absorbed, and Xiao Tong feels that his strength and speed have increased a lot again. At the same time, the muscle contours of the body become more obvious. With a little effort, the muscles on the arms bulge, making him look very powerful. Finally, he held the last, first-level crystal core in his hand. Then close your eyes and start absorbing. The energy of a first-level zombie's crystal core is much greater than that of a 0-level crystal core. As soon as he held it in his hand and had the thought of absorbing it, countless energies began to flow from his hands into his body. Moreover, the energy contained in it is purer than the energy contained in the level 0 zombie crystal core. Soon, 10 minutes passed. The energy in the crystal core was finally absorbed by half. But at this moment, Xiao Tong felt a tingling sensation in the area between his eyebrows again, which made him startled. What is the feeling of awakening superpowers? But he has already awakened successfully. Could it be that his superpowers can be awakened a second time? Xiao Tong's heart suddenly shook, but he had never heard of anyone being able to awaken a second time in his previous life. But now that the opportunity is before him, he will give it a try no matter what the situation is. Even if it is not the second awakening, it may be a great benefit for Xiao Tong. Thinking of this, Xiao Tong closed his eyes again and concentrated on absorbing the energy in the first-level crystal core. Soon, in addition to the eyebrows, Xiao Tong felt his whole body slowly becoming comfortable and numb, just like the comfortable and tingling feeling when a wound is about to heal. This feeling was very uncomfortable, but Xiao Tong gritted his teeth and persevered. He frantically absorbed the energy in the first-level crystal core, and the first-level crystal core darkened at a speed visible to the naked eye in Xiao Tong's hand. Soon, the tingling sensation became more and more severe, and finally it felt like countless mosquitoes and ants were crawling on it. After the itching reached its extreme, he began to feel a tearing pain, as if his skin was violently torn open and then healed, torn and healed again. The energy in the crystal core was absorbed by the center of the eyebrows and then quickly flowed to the surface of the skin. Absorbing this energy, it was as if the torn skin suddenly felt cool, and the pain was immediately relieved a lot. As the energy continues to be absorbed and transferred to the skin, at last, the painful feeling gradually decreased until it disappeared. At this time, Chun Bei, who was watching, looked at Xiao Tong, who was sitting cross-legged in front of him, and his eyes widened with shock. I only saw it on Chun Fan's body. It is covered with a layer of gray substance similar to the stratum corneum. The stratum corneum, which gleams with a faint metallic glow, looks like a set of armor. This layer of stratum corneum covers his entire skin from head to toe. There's even a layer of black stratum corneum on the face, like a mask. When the pain disappeared, the area between the eyebrows returned to calm and no longer absorbed the energy being sucked into the body. 2 minutes later, the energy in the crystal core is exhausted. Xiao Tong slowly opened his eyes. The crystal core in his hand had completely turned gray. With a slight force, the crystal core turned into powder. Xiao Tong looked at his hands, covered with cuticles. His eyes were full of surprise. Isn't this gray stratum corneum filled with a metallic smell exactly the stratum corneum of the owner of this crystal core, the first-level defense zombie? He didn't expect that. After taking the crystal core of this zombie, he actually awakened superpowers similar to the energy of this zombie. So, he has now successfully awakened 2 superpowers. One is a lightning-related ability that focuses on attack, and the other is a defensive ability. Whether in the previous life or this life, this is unprecedented. Xiao Tong, have you awakened a new supernatural power? Chun Bei walked over with shock in his eyes. Xiao Tong shook his head and said with a wry smile, I didn't know before, but with my living example here, I have an answer. However, although I don't know why the second power was awakened, I know that the conditions for awakening the second power are probably extremely difficult. For example, whether you've been caught in a bloody rain, whether you have soaked in a bloody rain pool, whether you have absorbed enough crystal cores, or whether the crystal cores of the first-level zombies you absorbed are special. Hearing Xiao Tong's words, Chun Bei shook his head and dismissed the idea in his mind. It seems that I should just practice my fire ability well. Xiao Tong also nodded. After all, the fire ability that Chun Bei awakened was much stronger than ordinary fire abilities. As long as he practiced the fire ability well, he would definitely achieve great success in the future and become a powerful fire ability user. Chun Bei walked to Xiao Tong's side. He reached out and poked Xiao Tong on the chest. Then he exclaimed, It's so hard. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, and without thinking too much, he opened Xiao Tong's and looked down. He took a big step back in fear. Fuck. He recovered immediately. Xiao Tong, you must not be seen by the anchor. Bang. Xiao Tong moved his mind, and the stratum corneum on his body slowly disappeared. He slapped Chun Bei on the head. Although they often went to the bathhouse together during college, they were both familiar with each other's bodies. But when Chun Bei suddenly pulled him aside and looked at him nakedly, his pretty face turned red. Roar. Just as the two were about to say something, suddenly, a roar was heard from downstairs. The two of them frowned slightly, then opened the door on the roof and walked down. Just walked to the second floor. They heard noisy exclamations, screams, and roars of zombies on the first floor. When we got to the second floor, the two saw Dong Jiao and a group of people running away frantically, and a zombie was chasing them from behind. Everyone was soon forced into a corner. They huddled against the wall, looking in horror at Li Li, who had turned into a zombie and was approaching them step by step. When Chun Bei saw this scene, he was about to rush forward, but was stopped by Xiao Tong. If so many people can't even deal with a level 0 zombie, then they have no right to live in this world. Chun Bei was stunned for a moment, then nodded and gave up the idea of rushing down. The first floor at this time. Everyone was trembling, looking at the zombies that were getting closer and closer with pale faces. Several girls were screaming crazily, and the boys were huddled behind Dong Jiao and trembling. Dong Jiao's face was also full of fear, but she still gritted her teeth and stood at the front. It was she who suggested leaving Li Li in the building. So now that Li Li has turned into a zombie, she also has an unshirkable responsibility. As the zombies approached step by step, Dong Jiao suddenly made a choice that no one expected. She picked up a stool next to her and rushed towards Li Li, who had turned into a zombie. From a distance of several meters, she threw the stool in her hand fiercely at Li Li. Bang! Li Li, who had turned into a zombie, staggered and fell to the ground. Chapter 33, Swallow It All Without Leaving a Drop. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. This zombie is not fast. As long as you don't let it get close to you, you will be safe. If you want to survive, use the tools to attack her. If you want to be a coward for the rest of your life, just stand there and don't move. After knocking down the zombie, Dong Jiao turned around and shouted to everyone. Then, regardless of whether anyone heard her or not, she grabbed a stool and ran towards Li Li, smashing it hard on her head. Bang! With a muffled thud, the zombie just about stood up when Dong Jiao slammed him down again. Seeing this scene, the others looked at each other in bewilderment. Suddenly, a boy gritted his teeth and said, "Listen to Dong Jiao, it's just a zombie. With so many of us, we can definitely kill him." The voice fell. The boy also rushed out carrying a stool. Dong Jiao is right. The zombies are so slow. As long as we don't get caught or bitten by them, we'll be fine. Let's go together. A girl also spoke up. Then she rushed out. The remaining few people looked at each other, gritted their teeth, and rushed out. Suddenly, countless chairs and tables smashed towards Li Li, who had turned into a zombie. Roar! Li Li roared in pain, but she couldn't even stand up. Get out of the way. Just at this moment, a roar was heard. Everyone turned around and saw Dong Jiao rushing over from the stairs holding a fire extinguisher. Everyone quickly made way. Dong Jiao rushed towards the zombies with a fire extinguisher in hand. The zombie roared and tried to stand up, but he was covered with stools, tables, and even a trash can. Dong Jiao rushed to the zombies with a fire extinguisher. Then he smashed the zombie's head hard. Bang! There was a muffled sound, and the world became quiet in an instant. The zombie's head exploded like a watermelon, and juices of various colors sprayed all over the ground. The whole hall was silent for a second. Vomit! Suddenly, the fire extinguisher in Dong Jiao's hand fell to the ground. Her face turned pale, and she covered her stomach and began to retch. The others also felt their stomachs churning, and some even retched out stomach acid. When Xiao Tong and Chun Bei upstairs saw this scene, they couldn't help but have a hint of admiration in their eyes. It is already very rare for a person to take the lead in fighting zombies, let alone a rich girl like Dong Jiao, who has never killed a cockroach. It can be said that under the current circumstances, there are not many people, whether boys or girls, who can achieve this step. Bang, bang, bang. Xiao Tong walked down while clapping. I saw two people coming down. Dong Jiao and others turned their eyes to Xiao Tong and Chun Bei, looking frightened. Did you just see the zombies chasing us? Why didn't you save us? A girl suddenly roared at Xiao Tong and Chun Bei, her eyes full of anger as she looked at them. Xiao Tong did not speak. His face remained calm. He walked toward the crowd step by step. Seeing that Xiao Tong didn't say anything, the girl thought that Xiao Tong was guilty, and her anger instantly rose. Bang! But before she could continue speaking, Xiao Tong slapped her and sent her flying more than a meter away. Although Xiao Tong didn't use much strength, half of her face still swelled up like a pig's head. After being slapped away, the severe pain on her face instantly brought her back to her senses. The person in front of her was the ruthless man who had just chopped off Wu Lei's head with an axe. She actually yelled at him when her mind went dark. Xiao Tong looked at the girl coldly. Remember, no one is obligated to save any of you. In this chaotic world where people eat each other, if you want to survive, you have to prove that you are worthy of living. Otherwise, you'd better go out and feed the zombies as soon as possible. After Xiao Tong finished speaking, everyone timidly lowered their heads, held their breath, and dared not say a word, afraid of being chopped off by Xiao Tong's axe. Seeing that no one was talking, Xiao Tong turned to look at Dong Jiao and said in a commanding tone, "Go, feel the zombie's head to see if there is anything." Dong Jiao was stunned for a moment, and her face, which had just recovered a little, turned pale again. Looking at the smashed zombie head, she felt like retching again. However, she still walked toward the mess of zombies. Vomit! As soon as she walked to the side, she couldn't help but started to dry heave, but she still squatted down, closed her eyes, reached her hand in, and started to dig. 10 seconds later, suddenly, she felt something the size of a bean. Her face lit up with joy, and she quickly pulled her hand out. There was a white crystal between his fingers. Holding back the nausea, She walked towards Xiao Tong with the crystal and handed it to Xiao Tong. Xiao Tong looked at her and said, "Open your mouth." Dong Jiao was stunned for a moment, but still opened her mouth obediently. Xiao Tong stepped forward and stuffed the crystal core directly into Dong Jiao's mouth. The crystal core just fell in her mouth. Dong Jiao's face turned pale, and she almost vomited. "Don't spit it out, swallow it all." But this time, Xiao Tong's domineering voice sounded, and Dong Jiao's throat rolled subconsciously. The next moment, a warm feeling flowed from my throat into my stomach, then quickly dispersed. Her body softened, and she fell directly to the ground. She closed her eyes and felt countless heat rushing towards all directions of her body. Then she could feel her body is strengthening at a speed visible to the naked eye. 5 minutes later, she slowly opened her eyes, raised her hands, and clenched them gently, only to feel her strength increase a lot. She could feel the biceps in her arms instantly tighten when she exerted force. She's also a muscular person. She stood up, jumped lightly, and felt her body became much lighter. She looked at Xiao Tong in surprise. "Is this all the effect of the crystal core?" Xiao Tong nodded. "Yes, there's a certain probability that crystal cores will be produced in the heads of zombies. As long as humans absorb the crystal cores of zombies, their physique will become stronger and stronger." After hearing Xiao Tong's words, Dong Jiao and the people around her suddenly realized. They finally understood why Xiao Tong and Chun Bei were so strong. It turned out that it was because they were the first to discover this secret. After learning this secret, everyone's eyes lit up, and their gazes looked outside, filled with a hint of heat. If they could also obtain the crystal cores of zombies, they could become as strong as Xiao Tong and Chen Fan. "Shall we go hunt zombies?" Suddenly someone spoke, their eyes full of fanaticism. It's daytime now, and most zombies have fallen into a deep sleep. Only a few are wandering around. This is a good opportunity for us to hunt zombies and obtain crystal cores. "Count me in." Another boy nodded. "Count me in too. Count me in." Chapter 34, Virgin Mary. Almost everyone expressed their desire to go out and hunt zombies. Only a few girls remained silent, including the girl who was slapped by Xiao Tong and was cowering. "How about you guys just go out and hunt zombies? And we girls don't have to go out, right?" "Yes, we girls are so weak that we would be a burden if we go out. We will be a hindrance to you. You can go hunt zombies and come back to share some crystal cores with us." Yeah, not every girl is as strong as Dong Jiao. If we go out, there's no way we'll be able to come back alive. We haven't eaten for a few days. How can we have the energy to hunt zombies? You are boys. Shouldn't you do more? Sue asked you to do that, right? Several girls were talking to each other, and they recalled the good old days when they could make boys rush to pay attention to them with just a few words. Finally, several girls turned their attention to a boy named Su Rang. Being looked at by a few pitiful girls, Su Rang felt a surge of emotion in his heart. Yeah, after all, they are all girls and are powerless, so we boys just need to go out and hunt zombies. When the time comes, just give them half of the crystal core. Su Rang turned around and looked at the boys. "Fuck you, idiot." As soon as Su Rang finished speaking, a boy started cursing. "Su Rang, when we went out to eat together before, we clearly agreed to pay AA, but every time you said that the money should be paid by the boys and the girls should not pay and should only be responsible for looking good and eating, and the rest should be left to the boys. Every time you get all the benefits of Nimicoin, you have to let all of us bear the consequences with you. Now, don't get involved with me, you fucking Saint Mary." "Yes, Su Rang, I have tolerated you for a long time. Don't involve me in your kindness." "Su Rang, everyone used to tolerate you because you were classmates, but now it's a chaotic world. You're such a kind-hearted saint. So go hunt zombies and give them your crystal cores, but don't even take a single one of my crystal cores. Let's go hunt zombies. As for Su Rang, you should form a team by yourself. I don't know when your team will be killed by your saintly heart." "Yes, let's go." After the words were spoken, several boys walked outside with their simple tools. Su Rang stopped where he was, looking very unhappy. Finally, he could only turn his attention to Dong Jiao. But Dong Jiao simply ignored his gaze, turned around, and followed the others out. Su Rang stood there alone with a gloomy look on his face. Several girls standing nearby also looked embarrassed and felt very unhappy. In the past, these boys always surrounded them and said whatever they said, but now, just for a crystal core, these boys turned against them. Pooh, what a scumbag. Fortunately, I just kept these boys hanging and didn't let them succeed. Finally, they looked at Su Rang. Surang, come on, we believe in you. Yes, Surang, you are so strong. Those zombies will definitely not be your opponent. Surang, go ahead bravely. We will cheer you on. Several girls looked at Surang with encouraging expressions. Surang's face froze slightly, and he could only force a smile, then walked out with a stool in his hand. After Surang went out, the girls immediately closed the door and found a place to lie down and rest. The sun is so strong outside now, they will definitely get tanned if they go out. Girls, just be responsible for being beautiful. Killing zombies should definitely be done by boys. Do you want these little fairies to kill zombies themselves? Come on, are all the men dead? At this time upstairs, Xiao Tong stood at the door on guard, while Chun Bei absorbed the crystal core. More than an hour later, Chun Bei slowly opened his eyes. After absorbing more than 30 crystal cores, his aura became much stronger, and both his strength and agility were enhanced. Now any one of them can easily kill a higher-level zombie. Took a break. Xiao Tong took out a loaf of bread and a box of milk from the small warehouse and handed them to Chun Bei. He didn't have much food left, only a school bag. That would be one of the reasons for Chun Bei to survive after he left tomorrow. Xiao Tong and Chun Bei sat on the rooftop, eating bread with milk and enjoying it very much. Looking from the top of the library, there are occasionally a few zombies wandering around the campus. Most of the zombies gather in dark places and hibernate. Among them, they're the most zombies in the dormitory. Sizzle. At this moment, two crackling sounds of electric current were heard in the campus. At this moment, on campus, everyone raised their heads at the same time and looked toward the direction where the sound came from. That was the electric sound of the campus radio. Hello, fellow countrymen. This is Dasha Radio. I am very fortunate to be able to sit in the broadcasting room and meet you all. When they heard this voice, countless people were stunned for a moment, and then cheered with joy. After cheering, many people even covered their faces and cried bitterly. For a moment, the whole dormitory was filled with suppressed crying. Woo woo woo. We are saved. We are finally saved. Great, I can finally survive. Countless people covered their faces and cried, wantonly venting the grievances and fears in their hearts over the past few days. From the blood moon in the sky, to the blood rain pouring down, to countless people turning into zombies, the law was trampled on, and the rules were rewritten. Countless people turned into zombies, and countless people turned into food for the zombies. Although they survived, they're facing life-threatening situations every day. The last moment, they were well-protected college students on campus, attending classes and dating without worries, full of youthful energy. But the next moment, the arrival of the end of the world smashed these things to pieces, and they went directly from heaven to hell. In addition to facing the threat of zombies, they even have to face starvation. Being without food is worse than death. But when they heard the broadcast, they finally relaxed. They felt that the country was coming to save them. On the radio, the host's voice continued. According to the research of our scientists, the zombie virus is transmitted through the air. The infection rate of the zombie virus in Dasha has reached 80, especially for the elderly and children with low epidemic prevention capabilities, as well as sick patients. The infection rate is the highest. Although the rest of the people will not be infected by the air, if they are bitten by a zombie that has been infected with the zombie virus or scratched by zombies' claws, they will still be infected and turned into zombies after 2 hours. Zombies have no thoughts. They just have the instinct to keep eating and hunting to evolve. Chapter 35, Survivor Base. Scientists divide zombies into levels 1 to 9. The zombies that are infected at the beginning are all level 0 zombies. Level 0 zombies move slowly. When running at full speed, they're about the same speed as an adult male walking fast. At the same time, they have no vision and can only detect prey through smell and hearing. When facing level 0 zombies, as long as you are careful, all adults can kill no more than 3 zombies. But please note that there's only one fatal point for all zombies, and that is the head. Therefore, when killing zombies, you must shoot the zombie in the head to kill it completely. Otherwise, the zombie can continue to survive even if only a head is left. All level 0 zombies will continue to evolve by eating, and the zombie virus will also continuously transform their bodies, making the zombies' speed, strength, and defense continuously increase. After the evolution of level 0 zombies, they become level 1 zombies. The speed of ordinary level 1 zombies is almost the same as that of an ordinary adult trotting, and their strength is also comparable to that of an adult. some special zombies will awaken special abilities. For example, the speed of a Swift-type first-level zombie will be twice as fast as that of an ordinary first-level zombie, which is comparable to the speed of an adult man running at full speed. However, the Swift-type zombie also has a weakness. That is, its strength is weaker than that of an ordinary first-level zombie. There are also first-level defensive zombies, who will grow armor similar to the stratum corneum on their bodies, which greatly enhances their defense. It is difficult for ordinary cold weapons to break through the defense armor of first-level defensive zombies. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but wail, their eyes filled with despair. Although the current level 0 zombies are slow and weak, they have left many people at a loss. And these zombies can actually evolve. What way do they have to survive in the future? When everyone was wailing, the host's voice continued, "Don't worry, fellow compatriots. Although zombies can evolve through eating and viruses, we humans can also become stronger by hunting zombies. In a zombie's heads, there's a white crystal core that contains powerful energy. As long as humans take these crystal cores, their physical fitness will be enhanced. Even when a certain number of crystal cores are consumed, humans may awaken and become psychics with powerful special energies. Most zombies only move at night. During the day, most zombies will enter a dormant state. At the same time, the speed and strength of zombies at night are much better than those during the day. So daytime will be the best time to hunt zombies. Fellow countrymen, go out bravely to kill the zombies and strengthen yourselves." After hearing this, the people who were wailing just now stopped wailing. The eyes of countless people began to be filled with light. Some people suppressed their nausea and smashed the heads of the zombies around them, then reached in to touch them. Then they really found the crystal core. Fuck, there really is a zombie crystal core. In an instant, countless people were excited. In an instant, some zombie corpses became hot commodities. When countless people found zombie crystal cores in the zombies' heads, and their bodies became stronger after taking them, more people were boiling with excitement. More and more people are even starting to form teams to hunt zombies, but most people continue to wait and see. The voice on the radio continued, "Dear compatriots, please do not give up hope. The motherland has established 5 major survivor bases across the country. They are the Imperial Capital Survivor Base, the Northern Survivor Base, the Southern Survivor Base, the Western Survivor Base, and the Eastern Survivor Base. In addition to the 5 major survivor bases, each province has successively built its own survivor base with the help of the People's Army. In addition, governments at all levels and many non-governmental organizations have also established survivor bases of various sizes. Later, governments at all levels and non-governmental organizations will use airplanes to drop supplies to everyone, including food, fresh water resources, and maps marking the major survivor bases. Surviving compatriots, please try to climb to the top floor of the building and make various clear marks so that our staff on the plane can better drop off the supplies at the place closest to you. My dear compatriots, please do not give up hope. As long as we are united, we still have hope, and our country still has a future. I hope we can meet again one day. Today's broadcast ends here. Please continue to pay attention to the broadcast. There will be broadcasts from survivor bases at all levels later." The sound of the broadcast suddenly disappeared, and the entire campus immediately returned to a momentary silence. But the next moment, the roars of zombies awakened by the sound of the broadcast and the sounds of people bravely forming teams to go out and hunt zombies filled the campus again. After knowing the powerful method, among the hundreds of millions of people who survived in Daxia, there were many who were extremely brave and perseverant. They acted as leaders and began to organize the surviving humans to kill zombies and obtain crystal cores. On this day, countless people bravely took to the streets to face the zombies. Outside the library, Dong Jiao and others who had killed several zombies became even more excited after hearing the broadcast. "Everyone work hard. The more zombies we kill, the more crystal cores we can get. The more crystal cores we get, the stronger we can become. Only when we become stronger can we have a better chance of surviving. And only when we survive can we go back and save our parents." Dong Jiao waved her fist vigorously, and the others nodded heavily. At this moment, everyone's eyes were filled with a light called hope. As soon as their words fell, a scream was heard from a distance. They turned around and saw 3 zombies throwing a boy to the ground and eating him in big mouthfuls. "It's Su Rang." The other people's expressions changed slightly. "One idiot. How dare you come out alone to hunt zombies?" You were fooled by those cute girls and even lost your life. Forget it, we are classmates after all. Let's go kill those 3 zombies and avenge him. Good. Everyone nodded, then rushed towards the 3 zombies carrying stools and other tools. A few minutes ago, several girls lying on the first floor woke up immediately after hearing the broadcast. After hearing the content of the broadcast clearly, they were so moved that they hugged each other and cried bitterly. Then they became more determined in their ideas, hid in their rooms, and waited for the government to send people to rescue them. Even if the government cannot send people, they can still survive by receiving relief supplies. It would be best if Su Rang hunted zombies, obtained crystal cores to make them stronger, and then set out to find the survivors' base. Chapter 36 Zombies. Thank God for the gift. Thinking of this, they hurried to the front door and looked outside through the gap. At this time, Su Rang was carrying a stool and walking outside carefully. Watching Dong Jiao and others smashing several zombies to death with stools. He looked at the stool in his hand and felt more confident. Come on, Su Rang. Su Rang, you are the best. Su Rang, quickly kill the zombies and bring the crystal core back to us. Su Rang, you are my idol. I love you the most. Several girls shouted to cheer for Su Rang. Hearing the girls' voices, Su Rang was like a chicken blood. He picked up the stool, turned around with a wicked smile, and said domineeringly, "Don't worry, just look at me." The shouts of several girls attracted 3 zombies wandering in the distance. The zombies ran towards Su Rang quickly with their nostrils twitching. Seeing the 3 zombies, their terrifying and ferocious looks made Su Rang's face turn pale. He subconsciously wanted to run back to the library, but when he turned around, he saw several girls at the door of the library looking at him encouragingly. Su Rang, go ahead, there are only 3 zombies. You are so strong, you can beat 10. Hearing what the girls said, Su Rang got excited and rushed towards the 3 zombies with a stool in hand. When he felt the food in front of him, he did not retreat, but rushed towards them. The 3 zombies were ecstatic, and they sped up as they rushed towards Su Rang. Su Rang is so handsome. I want to give him a baby. When several girls saw Su Rang carrying a stool and rushing towards the 3 zombies, their eyes suddenly sparkled with stars, and they looked infatuated. Hearing the screams of these girls, Su Rang became even more frantic. He looked at the 3 zombies in front of him. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Hee, just 3 little zombies. He tightly grasped the stool in his hand, jumped faster, and smashed the stool in his hands hard at the zombie in front. But just as he started, his legs suddenly went limp. He was already very weak after not eating for a few days. He had just run over here at full speed, and he had already used up all his strength. His legs went limp, and the stool in his hands fell to the ground. He fell forward and directly into the arms of the first zombie. The first zombie was stunned for a moment. Then he was ecstatic, opened his big mouth, and bit Su Rang's neck. Thank God for the gift. The other 2 zombies also surrounded him, opened their mouths, and pierced Su Rang's skin with their ferocious teeth, then tore off a large piece of flesh. Su Rang only had time to let out a scream before a zombie bit his throat and pulled it out, and his scream stopped abruptly. The cheers of the girls at the entrance of the library suddenly stopped. Seeing the zombies feasting on Su Rang's body, the girls turned pale, screamed in fear, and backed away. At this time, Xiao Tong and Bei walked downstairs and watched this scene speechlessly. They want to report. Su Rang gave it to me for free. Several girls huddled together, trembling. The sight of Su Rang being dismembered by several zombies deeply shocked them. When they saw Xiao Tong and Bei, their broken eyes were filled with resentment. What are you 2 still doing? Go and save Su Rang. It's all your fault. Otherwise, Su Rang wouldn't have died tragically. You are so cruel. You are so powerful, but you don't even go out to protect him. Xiao Tong did not say anything, but raised the axe in his hand. Brush. The girl who spoke first covered her neck, staggered back a few steps with her eyes wide open, and then fell directly to the ground. Blood spurted out of her neck with both hands, and her bright eyes soon turned gray. The remaining girls were frightened by the scene before them and screamed. They hugged each other and retreated in fear. Xiao Tong wiped the axe in his hand on the dead girl's clothes, then looked coldly at the girls who were retreating. You idiots. You only want to reap the benefits of your actions and harm that idiot. Not only that, you killed that idiot and still don't repent, you want to put your mistakes on others. Remember, this is not the time for you to just sit back and enjoy the fruits of your labor. Not everyone can listen to your instigation and go out to die like that idiot. I have no obligation to do anything to you. You also have no right to tell me what to do. Whoever makes me unhappy, my axe will tell her what to do." Xiao Tong's words made the girls feel scared and ashamed, and their resentment toward Xiao Tong increased. But Xiao Tong had just killed a man. That man was just talking to them and dreaming about the future, but now he was lying in a pool of blood and had lost his breath. This made them realize for the first time that in troubled times, the so-called law had lost its constraints. Human life, it's no longer valuable. If they're not careful, their lives will be cruelly taken away, perhaps by zombies or humans. Therefore, no one dared to breathe. Xiao Tong and Chun Bei stood at the door. One of them held a mountain axe, and the other held a tang sword. He calmly watched Dong Jiao and the other surrounding the 3 zombies that killed Su Rang. 2 girls and 4 boys, some carrying stools and some holding mops. The most lethal fire extinguisher is carried by Dong Jiao. The 3 zombies were quickly dealt with by the 6 people working together. After dealing with the zombies, Dong Jiao squatted down and put her hand in the zombie's head and touched it a few times. Her face lit up with joy. He pulled his hand out and found a white crystal core in the palm of his hand. It turned out that all 3 zombies possessed crystal cores. There was a hint of gratitude in the eyes of the 6 people when they looked at Su Rang. What nice person. Bang! Dong Jiao picked up the fire extinguisher and smashed Su Rang's head with it. "So, as a reward for being a good person, I won't let you even become a zombie." Xiao Tong, who was watching this scene from a distance, could not help but nod slightly. This Dong Jiao. Very nice. Roar. At this moment, several zombies roared and rushed towards them from a distance. The smell of Su Rang's blood stimulated more and more zombies to wake up. I saw a few zombies rushing towards me. Dong Jiao and the others rushed forward without fear, but the next moment several zombies appeared at the corner, roaring and rushing towards them. At this time, Dong Jiao and others who had just rushed to the front of several zombies heard the roar behind them. Their faces suddenly turned pale. "Oh no, there's zombies behind us. Retreat first." "Jiao Jiao, no. If you turn around, now the zombies behind you will pounce on you." The 6 people have been entangled with the zombies. If they turn around and run away now, they will only leave their backs to the zombies. Chapter 37: Waste Utilization. Then quickly deal with these zombies and retreat to the library. At Dong Jiao's command, everyone fought bravely against the zombies. The 6 of them had the upper hand from the start. In 5 or 6 minutes at most, they would be able to eliminate the zombies. But the zombies running towards them from behind didn't give them this chance. While Dong Jiao was fighting, she looked at the 2 people standing at the entrance of the library. She wanted to ask for help, but Xiao Tong's words were still fresh in her mind. She knew that Xiao Tong would never come to save her. So, she could only grit her teeth and desperately use the fire extinguisher in her hand to hit the zombies. Bang! A zombie fell to the ground, and she immediately smashed the zombie's head with the fire extinguisher in her hand. With a bang, the zombie's head exploded like a watermelon. But there was no trace of joy on everyone's faces, because there are still 3 zombies in front of him that have not been dealt with, and there are 6 or 7 zombies behind him that are only 6 or 7 meters away. Everyone's face was pale, and their eyes were full of despair. Are we really going to die here? Ooh, someone come and save me. From now on, I belong to him completely. Another girl in the team broke down first and couldn't help shedding tears. Her crying made everyone in the team more panicked. On the other side, Xiao Tong looked at Dong Jiao and others who were in danger. Then he turned and glanced at Chun Bei. "Go save them." "Ah." Chun Bei was stunned for a moment. "I say, go save them. Haven't you wanted to go for a long time? Go quickly, or it will be too late." Xiao Tong glanced at Chun Bei's hand, which was tightly holding the Tang sword, and then smiled. After Chun Bei came to his senses, he nodded heavily at Xiao Tong, then rushed out with a Tang sword in hand. After becoming a superpower, he absorbed more than 30 crystal cores. At this time, when Chun Bei was running at full speed, his speed was even faster than the so-called sprint champion Bolt. At this time, the zombies behind them were already 5 or 6 meters away from Dong Jiao and the others. They tried their best to deal with the zombies in front of them. Looking at the zombies behind them approaching, they were helpless and their eyes were full of despair. And at this time, roar! A roar was heard, and a zombie behind fell to the ground. A Tang sword split its head in half. After dealing with the first zombie, Chun Bei chopped down the 2 zombies with the Tang sword in his hand, and they fell to the ground again. Chunbei held a Tang sword. He charged forward, and at the same time, he swung the Tang sword in his hand and chopped it diagonally. The Tang sword passed smoothly, and a few tenths of a second later, the zombie was split in half from the head to the belly, and the upper body slowly slid down. His intestines and various internal organs burst out instantly, and his lower body swayed twice before falling to the ground with a bang. 6 zombies, no more than 10 seconds. They all fell under Chunbei's knife. Seeing that the zombies that had forced them into a dead end were killed by Chunbei in just a few seconds with lightning speed, everyone's heart was shocked, and they looked at Chunbei with light in their eyes. Chunbei was slightly surprised when he saw how he dealt with the zombies so cleanly and efficiently. He is now more than twice as powerful as when he first awakened his superpowers. It seems that even among the first-level superpower users, there are strong and weak ones. There are many factors that influence this, one of which is the bloody rain. He not only got soaked in the bloody rain, but also soaked in the bloody rain pool with Xiao Tong. These blood rains can not only reduce the chance of being infected by the zombie virus at the beginning, but can even improve physical talent. In this way, the awakened superpowers will be even more powerful. Even if they are both fire-related superpowers, he will be much more powerful than others when he first awakens. In addition, he absorbed dozens of crystal cores one after another, and his physical fitness was strengthened again, whether it was strength, speed, or other aspects. Now, even if other first-level psychics appear, he can easily crush other psychics of the same level. Chunbei dealt with these zombies. Dong Jiao and the others no longer had any worries, and they quickly dealt with the remaining 3 zombies. After dealing with the 3 zombies, Dong Jiao and others walked up to Chunbei with gratitude in their eyes. "This big brother, my name is Chunbei," Chunbei said coldly. "Brother Chunbei, thank you for saving us. Otherwise, we would have been in trouble today." "Yes, Brother Chunbei, you saved all of us. Brother Chunbei, you are so amazing. You can kill so many zombies easily by yourself. Brother Chunbei, I want to have a baby for you." Everyone spoke up to express their gratitude. The girl who had just said that she would marry anyone who came to save her was even more bold and said that she wanted to give birth to a baby for Chunbei. Chunbei's face was cold at first because he remembered Xiao Tong's words and couldn't easily show his emotions on his face, but when he heard the last sentence, he still staggered, a blush appearing on his face. Seeing Chunbei blushing, everyone felt relieved. Chunbei's ability to blush instantly brought them closer to him. They no longer felt that Chunbei was high above them and far away from them. Top, top, top. At this moment, footsteps were heard. Everyone turned their heads and saw Xiao Tong walking towards them coldly, then passed by them. The hero has saved the beauty. Hurry up and collect the crystal cores, and then continue hunting zombies. Xiao Tong spoke softly when he passed by Chunbei. After saying that, he squatted down, picked up Su Rang's broken body, and walked away. Make use of the waste. Chunbei quickly squatted down and reached out to feel for the crystal core. Dong Jiao and others also squatted down and began to search for crystal cores. 10 seconds later, Chunbei stood up. His luck was as good as ever. He obtained 3 crystal cores from 6 zombies. Dong Jiao and others were luckier, as they actually harvested 3 crystal cores from the 4 zombies. Including the zombies they had hunted previously, they already had 8 crystal cores, 1 for each person and 2 left over. After collecting the crystal cores, Chunbei followed Xiao Tong towards the north gate, holding his Tang sword. The zombies in the area from the north gate to the library have basically been hunted down. Only the north gate is connected to the outside world. Even the zombies at the north gate have been killed by hundreds, but every night when the zombies are active, the wild area will be filled up again. Looking at the backs of Chunbei and Xiao Tong, Dong Jiao and others tried to follow them. Xiao Tong and Chunbei looked at them coldly and then turned back. Seeing that the 2 men did not drive them away, Dong Jiao and the others were delighted, because they knew that Chunbei must have tacitly agreed for them to follow. Chunbei and Xiao Tong were so powerful that they followed them. When Chunbei and Xiao Tong ate meat, just a little soup that came out from between their fingernails was enough to fill them up. The most important thing is to follow behind these 2 people, so your life safety is guaranteed. Chapter 38, Killing for Fun. Along the way, Dong Jiao and others looked at the many dried bloodstains and some remaining corpses, their eyes full of shock. From the entrance of the library to the north gate, All the way there were traces of the blood of hunted zombies, as well as the remains of other zombies that had not been eaten. They were even more shocked at how many zombies Xiao Tong and Chunbei had hunted and how many crystal cores they had obtained. And how powerful should these two people be now after absorbing so many crystal cores? When they passed a huge skeleton, they gasped inwardly. Although the flesh on the skeleton had been eaten clean, but this skeleton alone can bring them a strong sense of oppression. If they face the zombies with this skeleton, they will definitely die. Could this skeleton zombie be the evolved level 1 zombie mentioned in the broadcast? A boy in the team suddenly spoke up. Everyone immediately couldn't help but shudder. They were already a little overwhelmed when dealing with level 0 zombies, and now facing level 1 zombies, they were filled with fear. However, when they saw Chunbei and Xiao Tong in front of them, their panicked hearts gradually calmed down. Although level 1 zombies are scary, their crystal cores are also more precious. If Xiao Tong and Chunbei encounter a level 1 zombie, they will not let it go. The level 1 zombies to which this skeleton belongs should have been hunted by Xiao Tong and Chunbei. So even if they encounter a level 1 zombie now, Xiao Tong and Chunbei should be able to defeat it. Thinking of this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Chunbei and Xiao Tong walked to the north gate. They easily killed the few zombies they met on the way. The two of them were not in a hurry to get the crystal core. Xiao Tong picked up the axe and hit the door of the security booth heavily with the back of the axe. Duong. A loud noise was heard, and the dormant zombies outside immediately began to stir. Xiao Tong hit it hard again. Duong, duong, duong. After knocking several times in a row, roar. Roars were heard one after another, and more zombies woke up. Xiao Tong threw Su Rang's body outside. The strong smell of blood immediately made many awakened zombies go crazy. They roared and came towards the north gate. Chunbei and Xiao Tong stood quietly at the gate holding tang swords and mountain axes, like two war gods, motionless. Roar! The first batch of zombies, about 20 in number, rushed over together. 7 or 8 of them pounced on Su Rang's body, while the others continued to rush towards Xiao Tong and Chunbei. Chunbei, let's go ahead. Don't hold back. Let's kill as much as we can this afternoon. Xiao Tong looked at Chunbei. Chunbei nodded excitedly. To be honest, he had never used his full strength since he awakened and became a mutant. Same. Xiao Tong had never used his full strength before, and he really wanted to know how terrifying Xiao Tong would be when he used his full strength. He also wanted to know how powerful he would be when he used his full strength. The two nodded heavily, then ran out together. Seeing Xiao Tong and Chunbei actually rushing toward a dozen zombies, Dong Jiao and others behind them were stunned. At this time, Xiao Tong clenched his right hand with his claws, and a ball of lightning flashed, making crackling sounds. With a flick of the hand, a ball of lightning enveloped the dozen or so zombies in front. At the same time, a ball of fire followed the lightning and attacked the zombies. Lightning flew in the air and immediately dispersed like falling flowers from heaven, turning into a lightning net that enveloped all the zombies. The moment the zombies were covered by the lightning net, they immediately froze in place and began to tremble, with white smoke coming out of their bodies. Boom! A ball of fire fell into the zombie group, igniting several zombies with a bang, and then quickly ignited other zombies. Finally, even the few zombies squatting in the back and gnawing on Su Rang's corpse were ignited, and a burnt smell filled the air. After a few seconds, the paralyzing effect of lightning disappeared, but more than 24 zombies fell to the ground unwillingly, howling under the high temperature. The flames of thousands of degrees almost burned their bodies to scorched earth. 10 seconds later, the flames died down, and more than 20 zombies fell to the ground, with white smoke coming out of their bodies, and a foul smell of barbecue filled the air. Chunbei looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help but be stunned. He has always felt that he is much stronger now than before, but he never expected to be so much stronger. Only Xiao Tong had a calm face. He picked up the axe and went up to finish off the zombies. No matter if there were any zombies moving or not, he would hit them on the head with the axe. Chunbei also came to his senses and also went up to finish off the zombies with his tang sword. Roar! At this moment, another wave of zombies pounced on them. The two looked at each other, then repeated the same trick and killed more than a dozen zombies. Dong Jiao and others behind were stunned when they saw the two men casually creating lightning and fire with a wave of their hands. Is this the superpower mentioned in the broadcast? Both of them have awakened their superpowers. So they're both psychics? No wonder, no wonder they are so powerful. It turns out they have already awakened special abilities and become psychics. Chunbei, I want to give birth to a baby for Chunbei. The girl in the team spoke again. She drooled at Chunbei's handsome back. In her eyes, Chunbei was like a fire god descending from the sky. Looking at the flames coming out of Chunbei's hands, her eyes were shining. Wouldn't it be more exciting if a little spark appeared occasionally when doing that kind of thing with Chunbei? Hiss! Roar! At this moment, a few scattered roars sounded behind Dong Jiao and others. Dong Jiao and the others turned around and saw two zombies limp towards them. There were also several zombies coming towards this side from further away. These zombies were hiding in the corners and luckily avoided the hunting of Xiao Tong and Chunbei and survived. Now, he was awakened by the roar coming from the north gate, and then he came towards the sound. Seeing these zombies, Dong Jiao and others' eyes lit up. They can't deal with those zombies that come in waves of dozens. But aren't those zombies that approach in groups of a few just here to deliver food? Everyone, get ready, let's kill the zombies. Dong Jiao called out and tightened the fire extinguisher in her hand. Yes, the others responded, tightened their tools, and rushed towards the zombies. Seeing Xiao Tong and Chun Bei hunting zombies so easily, these zombies were nothing in their eyes. Chapter 39 Decision. This battle lasted for more than an hour. Xiao Tong and Chun Fan stood at the gate, constantly killing zombies pouring in from all directions. At the north gate, there was even a dense layer of zombie corpses. Until the two men's hands were extremely sore and even had difficulty lifting them, the zombies nearby were finally killed. After the noise died down, the zombies farther away no longer woke up from hibernation. Even some wandering zombies would be intimidated by the aura emitted by the corpses of several first-level zombies in the group and would not dare to approach. Xiao Tong staggered a few steps, then took a few steps back and leaned against the wall of the security booth, then slid down and sat down, leaning against the booth and breathing heavily. Chunbei walked up to him and sat down as well. After fighting for more than an hour, the two men had almost reached their limit, especially the three first-level zombies that appeared later, which made them use up the last of their superpowers. It is difficult for the two of them now to even wield their weapons. Dong Jiao and others behind him also successively eliminated more than 30 zombies and obtained 12 crystal cores. They were excited at first about killing so many zombies and obtaining so many crystal cores. But when they saw the piles of zombie corpses at the north gate, they were silent. There must be hundreds of corpses, right? After resting for a few minutes, I finally regained some strength. Xiao Tong turned to look at Dong Jiao and others, then waved. Dong Jiao pointed at herself and looked at Xiao Tong in confusion. Xiao Tong nodded, indicating that he was calling them. Dong Jiao and others hurriedly walked forward excitedly. This big brother, go and help us search for crystal cores. We will give you 5 crystal cores, each as a reward. Xiao Tong pointed at the zombie corpse in the distance. Dong Jiao and others were stunned for a moment, and then they were overjoyed. There were 6 of them, and each of them had 5 crystal cores, which meant 30 crystal cores. They had fought so hard for so long, but they only got 20 crystal cores. Now Xiao Tong took out 30 crystal cores at once, which made Dong Jiao almost hug Xiao Tong and kiss him. Don't worry, big brother. We promised to complete the task beautifully. Brother, these are the crystal cores we obtained from hunting zombies earlier. There are 20 in total. I'll leave them here for you first. Dong Jiao took out a small handful of crystal cores from her pocket and placed them next to Xiao Tong. Xiao Tong nodded, indicating that he understood. Dong Jiao and others then turned and headed towards the pile of zombies. Facing hundreds of zombie corpses at close range, even though everyone witnessed everything, they still seemed shocked. Especially the 3 level 1 zombies, one of which is swift and 2 are defensive. They had just witnessed the speed of the swift zombies. Some slower boys might not be able to outrun them. As for the defensive zombies, they were even more afraid. Although his speed is slow, his entire body is covered with a several centimeters thick gray stratum corneum, which provides him with extremely strong defense. A boy got curious and poked the defensive zombie's body with the iron rod in his hand. Boom! However, even though he used all his strength, The iron rod only made a thud when it hit the body of the defensive zombie, leaving only a white dot. This terrifying defensive power made everyone gasp in surprise. If it wasn't Xiao Tong and Chun Bei who were facing it, they will definitely be wiped out, and even if they try their best, they can only leave a wound on the zombie's body. Don't just stand there, collect the zombie crystal cores. Dong Jiao called out, and then everyone started to collect zombie crystal cores. The first ones were 3 level 1 zombie crystal cores, and a level 1 zombie had a 100 chance of exploding. So, 3 level 1 zombies harvested 3 level 1 crystal cores. 10 minutes later, the 6 men finally searched through all the bodies. Everyone's pockets were full of zombie crystal cores. There were roughly 600 zombie corpses in total, producing a total of 175 crystal cores. So, in more than an hour, Xiao Tong and Chun Bei killed more than 600 zombies in total. And this was because Xiao Tong and Chun Bei's special abilities and strength were severely depleted, and they were getting weaker and weaker. Dong Jiao and the others walked over to Xiao Tong and Chun Bei, then took out all the crystal cores and piled them in the open space in front of Xiao Tong. At the same time, they took off their coats and turned their pockets inside out, indicating that they did not have any crystal cores hidden. The white crystals emit charming light under the sunlight. Except for the 3 first-level crystal cores, each of you can take the other 5 crystal cores. Chen Bai Spulka. This is what Xiao Tong asked him to do. Hearing Chun Bei's words, Dong Jiao and others hurried forward in surprise, and each took away 5 crystal cores. Then Xiao Tong signaled Dong Jiao to take away the 20 crystal cores next to them that originally belonged to them. Moment. Dong Jiao and others have a total of 50 crystal cores. Even if they were divided equally, each person would still have 2 left over after getting 8. On the other side, Chun Bei also divided the crystal cores into 2 piles. A pile of 70 crystal cores, including 2 first-level crystal cores. A pile of 75 pieces, including 1 first-level crystal core. He pushed a pile containing 2 first-level crystal cores toward Xiao Tong. Xiao Tong glared at him fiercely, then put another pile of crystal cores into his pocket. Xiao Tong, Chun Bei wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Xiao Tong. All right, stop being so nagging. You need these crystal cores more than I do. If you don't want to, I would give them to you. Xiao Tong looked at Chun Bei and spoke with a smile. Tomorrow at noon, the power behind the second-generation official that Leng Menghan has joined will bring people to rescue them, and that will be the day they retreat and leave the school. And tomorrow is the day when Leng Menghan will push him into the tide of zombies. He will become a zombie. He will leave Chun Bei and then go back to his path as the zombie king. From the time he was reborn until now, he has made a lot of preparations, although he is now far ahead of the whole world. But now, the country has discovered the existence and function of crystal nuclei. Since the country already knows about the existence of people with superpowers, it means that the country has actually cultivated real people with superpowers. Having come to this point, as long as the state machinery is operated slightly, the terrifying force will severely smash the so-called advantage he created. As long as Leng Menghan and the second-generation officials who have taken refuge with him return to their own forces, they will be able to grow up quickly. Therefore, the ability to lead zombies after becoming a zombie will be his only reliance to reach that position. He has been drenched in bloody rains and soaked in blood pools, and now he has awakened into a supernatural being, possessed powerful lightning and defense abilities. He had a hunch that if he turned into a zombie, there would be unexpected changes and gains. Chapter 40 now, can we talk properly? After he leaves, Chun Bei will fight alone in the human camp. If Chun Bei becomes stronger now, he will have more guarantees for survival in the future. Hearing Xiao Tong's words, Chun Bei was slightly stunned. For some reason, Xiao Tong's words sounded as if they were his last words, as if Xiao Tong was about to leave him. His heart suddenly panicked. Xiao Tong, are you hiding something from me? If so, can you please tell me? We are brothers. I will accompany you through this together. Looking at Chun Bei with a panicked look on his face, Xiao Tong felt a little sad. After he became a zombie in his previous life, he was particularly afraid to meet his parents and brothers in his zombie form. The last time they saw each other was when they were parting life and death. In this life, he will not be like this anymore. He has parents, an older brother, and brothers. He is no longer alone. Xiao Tong reached out and gently patted Chun Bei's shoulder. Why are you so nervous, kid? What can I hide from you? Now that we have both become first-level superpowers, as long as we act cautiously, basically nothing can stump us. What else can you take on? At the end of his speech, Xiao Tong smiled. Chun Bei's face turned slightly red. Let's go, everyone go back. Xiao Tong turned around, and Chun Bei followed behind him. Dong Jiao and others hurriedly followed behind. They subconsciously followed behind Chun Bei. Wait until you get back to the library. Dong Jiao and others looked at the fresh corpse on the ground, and their faces changed drastically. What happened to you? Why did Wang Yu die? Hearing Dong Jiao's words, several girls looked at Dong Jiao aggrievedly. Wow, Jiao Jiao, we are so scared. As soon as Dong Jiao asked the question, several girls burst into tears. They wanted to say something, but seeing Xiao Tong, the evil star, standing next to them, they dared not say anything. They just looked at Xiao Tong timidly, and then quickly averted their gaze in fear, with tears in their eyes, looking pitiful, as if Xiao Tong was the unforgivable criminal who harmed Wang Yu, and as if they were intimidated by Xiao Tong's tyranny and dared not tell the truth. Seeing that these women were still acting at this time, Xiao Tong couldn't help but laugh out loud. Brush. The axe in his hand flew out. Ah! A scream was heard, and a girl fell in a pool of blood, screaming in pain. There was a mountain axe stuck in her belly. Xiao Tong walked forward and pulled out the axe. The girl struggled twice and then died. I don't like to talk, so if someone makes me uncomfortable, I will answer her with my axe. Now, can you talk properly? Xiao Tong sneered at the remaining girls. Some girls screamed, covered their mouths, and nodded frantically while looking at the corpses on the ground. They were afraid that Xiao Tong's axe would chop them down next time. Woo, Jiao Jiao, I'm sorry, it's our fault. We tricked Su Rang into going out alone to hunt zombies, which led to Su Rang being killed by the zombies. Later, we pushed the blame for Su Rang's murder onto this big brother. We also complained about why he didn't save Su Rang and why he didn't protect us. We were wrong, and we were shameless, woo. Yes, Jiao Jiao, we were wrong. Please plead for us, we don't want to die. Several girls knelt in front of Dong Jiao. After hearing what the girls said, Dong Jiao and the others all looked unhappy, especially the boys, who looked at the girls with disgust in their eyes. It was not enough to fool a fool like Su Rang into going out to die for such a disaster, but he even wanted to put the blame on Xiao Tong. This was simply courting death. Wu Lei's previous experience was right in front of them, yet they still dared to blame Xiao Tong so blatantly and put unwarranted charges on him. Even just now, they were still acting. Each of them looked so pitiful, as if they were possessed by a drama spirit, pretending to be victims, trying to mislead Dong Jiao and others and cause a conflict between Dong Jiao and others and Xiao Tong. Such a person deserves death. Xiao Tong withdrew his gaze indifferently, then went upstairs with Chun Bei. The boys around Dong Jiao looked at the girls kneeling on the ground with disgust and turned their heads away. Dong Jiao looked at the girls speechlessly, ignored them, turned and walked to the side, and the others immediately followed Dong Jiao. Dong Jiao took out all the crystal cores that everyone had hunted together. Let's hunt zombies together and get 20 crystal cores. Each person gets 3 first. As she spoke, Dong Jiao asked everyone to take out 3 crystal cores, and she also took 3 crystal cores herself. Hearing the sound of everyone sharing crystal cores, the 3 girls nearby immediately pricked up their ears and their eyes lit up. They looked at each other and then approached Dong Jiao and the others at the same time. After Dong Jiao gave each person 3 crystal cores, she looked at everyone and said, "There are 2 crystal cores left. Let's talk about how to divide them now. I already have 8 crystal cores now." According to what Brother Chun Bei said just now, these should be enough for me to awaken my superpowers. After awakening my superpowers, hunting zombies will be much easier, so I don't want this crystal core anymore. I don't want it either. And me, I don't want it either. Actually, I have 2 candidates in mind for how to divide these 2 crystal cores. The first one is Brother Chun Bei. If it weren't for Brother Chun Bei saving us just now, I'm afraid we would have been buried in the belly of the corpse, so we should express our gratitude to him. But 2 crystal cores are too few, and Big Brother Chun Bei probably won't look down on them, so we should keep his kindness in our hearts and repay him in the future. The second one is Jiao Jiao. If Jiao Jiao hadn't taken the lead in killing the zombies, I'm afraid we would all still be waiting to die in the library like some people. And when we were hunting zombies just now, she was the one who killed the most zombies. So I suggest that these 2 crystal cores be given to Jiao Jiao. Suddenly, a quiet boy in the team spoke up. The others' eyes lit up, and they quickly raised their hands to vote. Agree. I agree. I agree. Then these two crystal cores will be given to Jiao Jiao. Chapter 41, Crystallization Core. Hearing what everyone said, Dong Jiao did not refuse. Since it is hard to refuse your kindness, I will accept the two crystal cores this time. After we kill zombies and obtain the crystal cores, you will be the first to distribute them. Okay, everyone, let's quickly find a place to absorb the crystal core. After Dong Jiao finished speaking, everyone nodded and then couldn't wait to find a place to absorb the crystal core and then awaken to become powerful psychics. Wait a moment. But at this moment, a voice interrupted Dong Jiao and others. Dong Jiao and the others frowned and turned to look at the three girls next to them. The three girls looked at the crystal cores in their hands and swallowed their saliva with envy. It would be great if all these crystal cores were theirs. What do you want? Dong Jiao looked at the three girls and felt a little impatient. Dong Jiao, you have so many crystal cores that you can't share them all. Why don't you give us some? Yes, Jiao Jiao, we are all classmates. We have been helping each other since the beginning of the zombie outbreak. You can't abandon us now. Jiao Jiao, we are not only classmates, but also roommates. I don't want more. Just give me 5 crystal cores, okay? Jiao Jiao, you're definitely not the kind of person who abandons his teammates, right? Several girls were talking to each other. In their opinion, if Dong Jiao didn't give them the crystal cores, they would be ungrateful and would abandon their teammates. Dong Jiao looked at the 3 girls in front of her, and her chest rose and fell with anger. She finally understood why Xiao Tong was unwilling to say a word to these girls, but instead killed them directly with thunder, because these girls were so thick-skinned that it would be useless to say a word to them. And you want to blackmail her morally? Dong Jiao's face turned cold. She looked at the girls and said coldly, I'm sorry, we got these crystal cores by hunting zombies desperately. We didn't pick it up on the street. You just saw it. If Chun Bei hadn't saved us, would the 6 of us be able to come back alive to see you? When I asked you to go hunting zombies together, you were afraid that the sun would tan your skin, and you wanted to wait for the opportunity, but now you want to split the crystal cores. Don't even think about it. Yes, Long Qin, Ma Fong, Bai Jia, we have no right to interfere with the fact that you have bewitched Su Rang into willingly sending him to die for you. However, our crystal cores were obtained with our lives, so why should we share them with you? Long Qin, can you guys have some shame? You want to share the crystal cores without paying anything? And you don't want more? Just 5? Do you know that if Xiao Tong and Chun Baron didn't help us, each of the 6 of us wouldn't even get 5 crystal cores? Who gave you the face? How dare you come here to share the crystal cores? This is not the era where all boys have to revolve around you. If you want crystal cores, go hunt zombies by yourself. As soon as Dong Jiao finished speaking, everyone else started talking at once. No one agreed to share the crystal core that they had worked so hard to obtain and almost paid the price of their lives with others. Everyone's words fell. The 3 girls' faces turned red, and they looked at Dong Jiao and the others in disbelief. They didn't expect that Dong Jiao and the others would not even give them a crystal core, and even insulted them with these words. They were filled with shame and indignation, but could not find any words to refute. Seeing that Long Qin and the other 2 were silent, Dong Jiao and the others left immediately, found a corner to sit cross-legged and began to absorb the energy in the crystal core. At this time, in the small warehouse on the top floor of the library, Xiao Tong stood motionless at the door to keep Chun Bei on guard, while Chun Bei sat down to absorb the crystal core. In the blink of an eye, nearly an hour passed. At this moment, huge auras were spreading downstairs. Xiao Tong felt the auras and nodded slightly. He knows. It should be that Dong Jiao and others have awakened and become superpowers. Sure enough, it would not be too difficult for those who had not been drenched in too much blood rain or had not soaked in a blood rain pool to awaken, but their talent would be much lower than those who had been drenched in blood rain or soaked in a blood rain pool. At this time, on the first floor, Dong Jiao and others looked at each other in surprise. All 6 of them had awakened their special powers. Dong Jiao raised her right hand, and as soon as she thought about it, a transparent crystal appeared in her hand. As soon as the crystal appeared, the temperature around it dropped a lot, giving people the feeling of standing next to a refrigerator. Ice-type power. My power is ice-type. Dong Jiao spoke excitedly. Without any guidance from anyone, she waved her hand, and the ice crystal in her hand slowly moved and changed its shape, becoming the shape of a sharp sword. She waved her hand, and the ice crystals in her hand flew out in the direction she pointed. Drum. With a sound, the ice sword directly pierced into a collapsed wooden table and penetrated it directly. Seeing the tremendous power of the ice sword, Dong Jiao and others were filled with joy on their faces. Oh my god, Jiao Jiao, your power is too powerful, isn't it? You penetrated a 1 centimeter thick wooden table directly. If you want to kill a zombie in the future, you could just wave your hand from a distance and the ice sword will pierce its head. Yes, Jiao Jiao, your ability is really amazing. Dong Jiao also had a bright smile on her face. The figures of Xiao Tong and Chun Bei suddenly appeared in her mind. If the two had not given them 30 crystal cores, it would probably take a lot of effort for them to awaken. Okay, stop talking about me. Show me what abilities you have awakened. Dong Jiao looked at everyone. My power is water. Another girl in the team spoke up. As she spoke, she clenched her right hand and a stream of water suddenly appeared in her palm. As soon as she thought about it, the water in her hands began to flow, forming a water curtain with a diameter of about half a meter in front of her. Who do you want to throw a punch? Shipingzi looked at the boys. I'll do it. A relatively strong boy in the team came out. He clenched his fist and gently hammered at the water curtain of Shipingzi. The whole water curtain rippled slightly. Lao Shi, try harder. You haven't eaten yet, Shipingzi said with a smile. Then I'll be serious. As he said that, Shi Chung clenched his fist and punched the water curtain hard. Wave. When he punched the water curtain with all his strength, the entire water curtain suddenly caved in, and then a rebound directly bounced Shi Chung back several steps. Pingzi's water-based defense ability is pretty good. Everyone's eyes lit up, and Pingzi smiled and put away his supernatural power. Chapter 42, I want to. The remaining 4 people. The first boy Shi Cheng's ability is that his skin can be metallized, making his ability to withstand blows even stronger. At the same time, the metallized skin can even resist attacks from ordinary cold weapons, which is equivalent to having a layer of close-fitting metal armor. At the same time, after his fists were turned into metal, the attack power of his pair of iron fists was greatly enhanced, and his hands directly turned into a pair of iron hammers. With one punch, the zombie's head will be smashed. The second boy's name is Sai-Fei. The superpower is the same flame as Chun Bei's, but the power is much weaker than Chun Bei's flame. If we have to make a metaphor, Chun Bei's is a high-end version of the fire power, and his is a low-end version. The third boy, Duan Hua, has a pair of nails that grow long and are extremely sharp. The fourth boy, Li Jiu, has the special ability of speed. He is good at speed, just like the swift zombies. When he runs at full speed, his speed is at least twice that of Bolt. The 3 girls next to them watched Dong Jiao and the others awaken their special powers and become special-powered people. There was jealousy and resentment in their eyes. If Dong Jiao and others give them some crystal cores, they can also awaken their superpowers and become powerful superpowers. However, the hatred in their eyes flashed away, and their faces changed into expressions. Oh, Jiao Jiao, is this the power you awakened? Your powers are so powerful. Brother Shi Chung, your body is so strong after being metallized. I like strong guys like you. You can give me a sense of security. As Long Qin spoke, her face became redder and redder, and she hung limply on Bai Cheng's body. Bai Cheng was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and then he pushed Long Qin away. When Bai Cheng pushed her, she immediately fell to the ground. Ah! Long Qin screamed when her, but hit the ground. She looked up at Bai Cheng in disbelief, her teeth gently biting her lips, looking at Bai Cheng pitifully. Brother Bai Cheng, why? Why? Bai Cheng glanced at Long Qin coldly at first. I'm sorry, I don't have the habit of collecting junk. After Bai Cheng finished speaking, Long Qin widened her eyes in disbelief, her big eyes full of innocence. Bai Cheng, even if you don't like me, why do you have to insult my innocence like this? I insulted your innocence? Long Qin, you probably don't know that among the several boyfriends you changed in your sophomore year, 2 were from our dormitory, right? Bai Cheng looked at Long Qin with a sneer. A hint of panic flashed across Long Qin's eyes. Even if my 2 ex-boyfriends were in your dormitory, so what? We didn't do anything. I'm innocent. Are you innocent? When my 2 roommates were dating you, they often didn't return to the dormitory for 2 or 3 days and then return with you on the last day. You're not going to tell me that my 2 roommates went fishing during those 3 days, are you? After Bai Cheng finished speaking, Long Qin's face turned pale. He opened his mouth to say something, but he had no way to refute it. Seeing Long Qin like this, Saifei, Duanhua, and Li Jiu, who were standing next to them, looked at Long Qin with disgust in their eyes. Dong Jiao and Shi Pingzi also took a few steps back and moved away from Long Qin. After what happened to Long Qin, the other two girls didn't have the face to continue pestering her. They didn't go to help Long Qin either. Instead, they walked to the side and hugged each other for warmth. Dong Jiao and others discussed it and decided to go out to find some food. Just as they were about to leave, an aura suddenly spread out from the roof of the library. After becoming superpowers, they also felt this aura. Under this aura, even though they had become first-level psychics, they still felt a strong sense of oppression. Brother Chunbei, they wouldn't have evolved into level 2 psychics, right? It's very likely. Such a strong aura is obviously not something a first-level psychic can possess. They evolved into level 2 psychics just when they became level 1 psychics. Looks like we have to keep working hard. Let's go. While we're looking for food, let's hunt some zombies to practice and see how good our abilities are. Chunbei's breakthrough aura once again stimulated Dong Jiao and others, and they turned around and walked out of the library. The time now is about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. On the rooftop of the library, Chunbei opened his eyes, his face full of joy. After breaking through to the second level of superpowers, his strength and speed increased greatly again, and his superpowers became much stronger. He felt that the superpower energy stored in his body also increased a lot. More importantly, after becoming a second-level superpower user, his superpowers could be attached to his weapons. In other words, every attack of the current Tang sword will carry the burning power of fire. Chunbei stood up. It was Xiao Tong who absorbed the crystal core. More than 2 hours later, it was already 6 in the evening and the sun was setting. Slowly, waves of terrifying zombie roars could be heard outside. With the arrival of night, the zombies began to wake up and hunt again. Chunbei turned his gaze to Xiao Tong, who was sitting cross-legged. Xiao Tong now held the last 2 first-level zombie crystal cores in his 2 hands. The energy in the crystal cores was madly absorbed into his body. The aura of Xiao Tong became stronger and stronger, and finally seemed to reach its peak. Wave. It was like the sound of bubbles bursting. Xiao Tong's aura suddenly surged. He has become a second-level mutant. After Xiao Tong made the breakthrough, he did not stand up immediately. Instead, he closed his eyes and quietly felt the condition of his body. After the breakthrough, the supernatural powers stored in his body were at least 10 times more than when he was at level 1. At the same time, strength and speed have more than doubled. Xiao Tong really wanted to see what kind of changes would happen to him after he turned into a zombie in this state. A few minutes later, Xiao Tong stood up, and Chunbei handed him a loaf of bread and a box of milk. Xiao Tong took the bread, tore open the package, took a big bite, and then took a sip of milk. Chapter 43, Evacuation List. In the future, he may not have such an opportunity to taste human food. After all, after becoming a zombie, he no longer has taste buds and no desire for human food. He is only interested in fresh flesh and blood and zombie crystal cores. Xiao Tong and Chunbei stood on the roof of the library, looking towards the dormitory building. After night fell, countless zombies began to wake up, and terrifying roars echoed throughout the campus. In this roar, Xiao Tong and Chunbei clearly heard voices that were louder than those of the level 0 zombies. They looked at each other and saw the solemnity in each other's eyes, because these roars all come from level 1 zombies. In less than a week, the zombies have evolved to this point. Level 1 zombies have begun to appear one after another. It won't take long. Level 1 zombies may even appear on a large scale. By then, if you haven't awakened to become a first-level psychic, it will be even more difficult to survive in this doomsday, and even survival will be a luxury. Only in the survivor base, with the powerful firepower and protection of strong humans, there is hope of survival. The two stood on the roof for a long time, then returned to the small warehouse to rest. 10 minutes later, there was a commotion on the first floor of the library. Dong Jiao and her companions returned to the library in a disheveled state, especially Shi Cheng, who looked dejected. Xiao Tong looked at Chunbei. "Go down and take a look." Chunbei nodded. "Okay." When Chunbei walked down the stairs, Dong Jiao and the others turned to look at him. "What are you doing?" Chunbei looked at the embarrassed people. "We just went out to look for some food and wanted to hunt some zombies to practice. Who knew we would accidentally encounter 2 level 1 zombies?" We killed a swift zombie, but that defensive zombie was too abnormal. We fought for a long time. When night fell, the first level zombie was strengthened again. Later, many zombies woke up. We almost couldn't come back. When Xiao Tong was left behind, he was hit by a defensive zombie. Dong Jiao spoke, and everyone's eyes were filled with fear. They thought they would be safe after awakening because they suddenly became superpowers and suddenly gained this powerful power, and they felt a little dizzy. I felt like I was invincible, but who would have thought that the first time I went out after becoming a superpower, I was almost killed by 3 level 1 zombies. There are more and more first level zombies now. When you go out to hunt zombies in the future, be sure to pay attention to the time and try not to go out 1 or 2 hours before night falls. Chunbei gave some instructions and then turned and went upstairs. Sure, Pingzi looked at Chunbei's back, his eyes full of tears. So handsome. Brother Chunbei is so handsome. It's no exaggeration to say that just by looking at his back, I can fly to the clouds. Dong Jiao and others glanced at the bottle and couldn't help rolling their eyes. Anthemaniac. Several people sat together on the ground and began to share the food they had found. Some bread and a few bottles of mineral water. At first, they were gloating over Shi Cheng and the others' miserable appearance. But when they saw Dong Jiao and the others taking out the food, their faces immediately changed. He looked at the food in Dong Jiao's hand with green light in his eyes. They had been hungry for more than 2 days, and now their stomachs were half full of water. They could hear the sound of the water sloshing around as they walked. They are so hungry. The 3 of them stood up and walked towards Dong Jiao and the others. Jiao Jiao, give us some food. We are so hungry. Jiao Jiao, please, we don't want too much, just a little bit. If we don't have anything else to eat, we really won't be able to make it. Jiao Jiao, looking at the pleading faces of the few people, Dong Jiao frowned slightly. After everyone had a piece of bread, she threw the last piece of bread to Long Qin and others. Long Qin and the other 2 immediately picked up the bread with joy and tore open the packaging. Each of them tore off a piece of bread and stuffed it into their mouths, chewed it a few times, and swallowed it whole. Afterwards, they looked at Dong Jiao and the others, their eyes full of pity. Jiao Jiao, 1 piece of bread is too little for 3 of us, right? I can't even feel anything when I eat it. Jiao Jiao, give us another one. After hearing what they said, Dong Jiao and the others ate all the bread in a few big bites, and then drank a big sip of water. No more. Dong Jiao then looked at Long Qin and the others. She became more and more disgusted with such greedy people. After doing all this, Dong Jiao and others reinforced the door of the library for safety reasons. They went up to the 2nd floor again and blocked all the intersections leading to the 2nd floor. Night is coming soon. In the library, Dong Jiao and the others ate and drank their fill and slowly fell asleep, while Long Qin and the others woke up several times from hunger. In the end, they had no choice but to run to the toilet and drink a bellyful of water before falling into a deep sleep. Around 7 or 8 o'clock the next day, Xiao Tong woke up first. As soon as Xiao Tong stood up, Chunbei beside him also opened his eyes. Xiao Tong clenched his fist lightly. This day has finally arrived. He raised his hand and glanced at the watch on his wrist. When the hour hand pointed to 8, Xiao Tong secretly said, "Here it comes." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 more crackling sounds of electricity were heard from the campus radio speakers, and then a male voice sounded. "This is the Air Force Department of the Imperial Capital Survivor Base. We plan to go to Haitian District to drop off supplies at 9 a.m., fellow citizens. Please go to the top floor of the building immediately after hearing the broadcast and create conspicuous signs to facilitate accurate delivery of supplies. At the same time, please prepare the following personnel and try to go to the evacuation point closest to them. Our department will arrange for the evacuation of the following personnel when the supplies are delivered. The first batch of evacuees includes Ding Songji, Bao Jijin, Niu Mingshun, Pu Junki, Jiang Zhongquan." When he heard the name Jiang Zhongquan, Xiao Tong couldn't help but clench his fists. Jiang Zhongquan. He is the 2nd-generation official that Leng Menghan threw himself into his arms. His father was a high-ranking military officer in the imperial capital. In his previous life, it was he and that bitch Leng Menghan who first pushed him into the zombie tide, then coveted his zombie king's crystal core, killed his eldest brother Xiao Jiang, captured his parents and brother Chunbei, and finally when he walked into their encirclement with hundreds of thousands of zombies. They also cruelly pushed his parents and brothers off the city wall and killed them. In this life, he wanted everyone who had hurt him, his parents, and his brothers to pay the price, and the so-called big shot behind Jiang Zhongxuan must also die. Control your emotions. Xiao Tong listened carefully to the name on the radio. Chapter 44, Evacuation Point. The more I listened to him, the more chilled I became. Although the broadcast said that the first batch of evacuation names were randomly drawn, Xiao Tong knew that it was actually a predetermined list. Each of these so-called random names that were read out has more or less a background behind them, which allowed them to be included in the first and only evacuation list. Afterwards, the Imperial Capital Survivor Base will no longer send rescue to evacuate survivors because they are not worth it. Whether in the past or now, the so-called fairness in this world is just a thin film. True fairness will only favor a small group of people who have backgrounds, control everything, and have power in their hands. The broadcast was finished soon. Countless people looked up, and the expectation on their faces turned into disappointment and even despair. Their names were not on the first list. At this time, on the first floor of the library, after everyone was disappointed, they all turned to look at Dong Jiao, because among them, only Dong Jiao was lucky enough to be selected on the first evacuation list. Dong Jiao seemed to have guessed something. She lowered her head guiltily and didn't dare to look at other people. Tap, tap, tap. Just at this moment, footsteps were heard. Dong Jiao and others turned around and saw Xiao Tong and Chun Bei. The two of them walked past Dong Jiao and the others and headed outside without even glancing at them. Etc. Dong Jiao suddenly spoke. Brother Xiao, Brother Chun, where are you going? Chun Bei glanced at Xiao Tong, then said, evacuate. After Chun Bei finished speaking, everyone's eyes lit up and they were extremely excited. Brother Chun, do you know where the evacuation point is? Maybe you know. Xiao Tong nodded. How could he not know the evacuation point? It was there that Leng Menghan suggested that he push down the zombie tide. After saying that, Xiao Tong walked out first, and Chun Bei followed closely behind. Dong Jiao and others looked at each other and hurriedly followed him out. Jiao Jiao, wait for me. Long Qin, Bai Jia, and the other two girls exclaimed in surprise and trotted after him. At the same time, in the teaching building of Yanda University, some people on the evacuation list also began to move. Seeing the direction of these people's movement, some people also guessed the final evacuation point. Although their names were not on the evacuation list, they still wanted to give it a try. Soon, many people headed towards the School of Medical Technology. The massive action of thousands of people soon awakened countless zombies. The first-level zombies that don't need to hibernate at all also started to move out. The roars of zombies and the screams of students could be heard throughout the Yanda campus. Of course, there are also scenes of countless people using their superpowers to kill zombies. After learning that zombie crystal cores can awaken people's superpowers, countless people began to embark on the journey of hunting zombies. In just 2 days, the number of more than 8,000 people dropped sharply to 4,000, but there were also hundreds of people who successfully awakened their special powers. There are also many people who, even if they have not awakened their special powers, have more or less taken a few crystal cores, and their physical fitness has been greatly improved. Only a few unlucky people like Long Qin and others have never even touched the crystal core. Chun Bei and Xiao Tong, one holding a mountain axe and the other holding a tang sword. Along the way, zombies kept rushing towards them, but they were instantly killed by the two men's blades. Even a first-level zombie was no match for Xiao Tong and Chun Bei, two second-level psychics. Dong Jiao and the others followed behind Xiao Tong and Chun Bei, constantly killing the zero-level zombies that attacked from the side and back. Soon, other students fleeing in the campus kept seeing Xiao Tong, Chun Bei, and others displaying their supernatural powers. While marveling at them, they followed Xiao Tong and Chun Bei and continued to retreat. Soon, hundreds of people followed Xiao Tong, Chun Bei, and others. Everyone was running desperately, but the three girls led by Long Qin, who were behind Dong Jiao and others at the beginning, fell to the back because they had not eaten for several days and had not taken a crystal core. Roar! Waves of roars rose up, and a group of zombies chased up from the back. When Long Qin and the other girls saw this scene, they were almost frightened to death. They cried out loudly, "Jiao Jiao, help! We can't run anymore! Jiao Jiao, save us! Please save us! Wow, 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 I don't want to die. I don't want to die yet." The crazy screams and cries of the three women caused the zombies farther away to become agitated and gather around. Seeing this scene, many people following Xiao Tong and Chun Bei were angry. Fuck, Are these three women idiots? Everyone else is trying to be quiet and not attract the zombies' attention, but they're yelling and screaming as if they're afraid the zombies can't hear them. Stop yelling, you bastard. If you want to die, don't hurt us. Except for Long Qin and her group, the group of people at the back were instantly furious. They wished they could kill Long Qin and her two daughters directly, but under the threat of death. The three girls of Long Qin ignored them and continued to shout. Along the way, more and more zombies heard their shouts. Soon, there were already a large number of zombies following behind them. The most terrifying thing was that among the zombies with large bodies, there were also a dozen small but extremely fast zombies. There were as many as 20 or 30 level 1 zombies. Seeing this scene, the person at the back was so scared that he peed his pants. Damn it, these three jinxes, yelling and shouting, attracted all these level 1 zombies here. Fuck, kill them. We can't let them keep screaming, or we'll all die. At last, countless people formed a tacit understanding, and countless psychics launched attacks on the three women behind them, using ice cones, water balls, mud blocks, flames, bone spurs, and even stool eggs, fire axes, and wooden sticks. It covered the three women like an overwhelming force. Oh my god! Seeing this scene, the three women were so frightened that they shit and pissed themselves all over the place and dodged to the side. Because of the distance, they dodged most of the attacks, but some of the supernatural powers still fell on them. Long Qin was stabbed in the leg by an ice pick and fell to the ground with a scream. Bai Jie was enveloped by flames and instantly turned into a fireman and fell to the ground. The remaining girl was hit on the head by the leg of a stool, and her head was bleeding instantly. The fresh blood instantly made the zombies behind even more excited. A dozen first-level swift zombies roared and pounced towards the three women. Looking at the zombies less than 10 meters behind him, the eyes of Long Qin and others were full of fear and despair. They looked up at the people fleeing in the distance, their eyes full of resentment. The next moment, a dozen swift zombies surrounded them, tearing their flesh with their fangs and cutting open their stomachs with their claws. The three women only had time to let out a scream. Before they could even breathe their last, a group of zombies pounced on them and feasted on them. Chapter 45, The Great Escape. Dong Jiao and the others heard these screams, but they felt calm in their hearts. In the end times, they don't work hard, they don't fight hard, they just want to sit back and reap the fruits of their labor, and they engage in intrigue and scheme against each other. It is unforgivable that they don't die. The bodies of Long Qin and the other two caused the zombies at the front to stop and join the fight for food. The zombies were instantly slowed down. Seeing this, the fleeing people showed joy, but before they could be happy for a few seconds, more zombies rushed over from all directions. In the front is a group of swift and defensive zombies. Chunbei and Xiao Tong just ran quickly, swinging the axes and tang swords in their hands continuously, and no zombie could block their blades. However, a dozen swift zombies had already caught up and accelerated into the crowd at the back. Help! Help! My legs! My legs! Oh, don't step on me! In an instant, more than a dozen people were knocked down. The crowd was in panic and ran madly. Some people fell down and never got up again. The zombies behind them quickly rushed over. Dozens of people were trapped in the swarm of zombies. Within seconds, they were bitten to death and became food for the zombies. When the people in front saw this scene, their faces turned pale and they were extremely frightened. They could only run desperately. They don't need to be faster than zombies. They just need to run faster than their companions. Screams were heard one after another, and the people at the back were constantly knocked down by zombies. Along the way, teams kept joining together with more and more people, and many people subconsciously followed behind the strongest ones. However, the team led by Xiao Tong and Chun Fan was the largest and had the largest number of members. At this time, not far away, the same team was running towards the College of Medical Technology. When the two figures inside saw Xiao Tong and Chun Bei, they couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Menghan, look, aren't the two people at the front of the team Xiao Tong and his roommate? When Leng Menghan heard Chu Yiye's words, she quickly looked up. At first glance, she recognized Xiao Tong and Chun Bei. Has this piece of trash become so powerful? Leng Menghan's face was cold. Her heart bleeds when she thought about how she gave Xiao Tong millions before the end of the world. She could have used these millions to squander before the end of the world. But she was bewitched by Xiao Tong and lent him all the millions. At that time, she was still dreaming of receiving huge compensation after the demolition, but who knew that the end of the world would come suddenly? During this time, they met a few sisters who could tell at a glance that the LV bag she carried with her was a fake. She also learned from a girl who lived in the same county as Xiao Tong that Xiao Tong's family was not demolished at all. He was just cheating Leng Menghan out of her money. Moment. Leng Meng was so cold that she exploded. During her 3 years in college, she had squeezed less than 1 million out of Xiao Tong, and Xiao Tong cheated her out of more than 1 million in one go. Didn't that mean she had been taken advantage of by Xiao Tong for the past 3 years? Now seeing Xiao Tong and Chun Fan, Leng Menghan's eyes were full of coldness. At this time, Chu Ye's voice continued to sound. I thought this rubbish had died in the apocalypse, but I didn't expect that he was still alive. Menghan, if Jiang Zhongquan saw Xiao Tong, would he be angry? If he gets angry and doesn't take us to evacuate, then won't we be dead if we stay? Hearing Chu Ye's words, Leng Menghan felt murderous intent in his heart, and countless wind blades kept spinning around her, making a whistling sound. I must kill this bitch. Leng Menghan looked at Xiao Tong with hatred in his eyes. Hearing Leng Menghan's words, Chu Ye's mouth curled up slightly. Soon, the School of Medical Technology appeared in everyone's sight. They quickened their pace again with ecstasy in their eyes. The nearest team rushed directly into the main building of the School of Medical Technology. Instantly, the roars, screams, and fighting sounds of zombies were heard inside. But the people behind didn't care at all. Teams rushed into the teaching building frantically. Xiao Tong and Chun Bei led the team behind them and rushed to the entrance of the teaching building. Get out of the way, you guy in front. But at this moment, a curse sounded. Xiao Tong and Chun Bei looked up. Xiao Tong's pupils shrank severely. Jiang Zhongquan. He glanced behind Jiang Zhongquan and saw Leng Menghan. The murderous intent in his eyes became even stronger. If he was not afraid of changing the course of events, if he was not afraid that unless Leng Menghan pushed her into the zombie tide, he would not be able to have human consciousness after becoming a zombie, he would have killed Leng Menghan and Jiang Zhongquan long ago. You can't understand what I'm saying, so open the door and let us go in first. Seeing Xiao Tong and Chun Bei blocking the door without moving, Jiang Zhongquan immediately ran over angrily. He raised his hand and wanted to slap Xiao Tong, but Xiao Tong grabbed his hand. Jiang Zhongquan struggled twice, but Xiao Tong's hands held him tightly like a vice. Bang! Xiao Tong raised the axe in his hand and swung it sideways at Jiang Zhongquan's face, knocking him to the ground. Fuck you! Jiang Zhongquan was slapped to the ground. He was stunned for a moment and then suddenly became angry. He opened his mouth and wanted to curse. But when he met Xiao Tong's eyes, he instantly wilted like a rooster with its neck pinched. Leng Menghan and Chu Ye behind him were stunned when they saw this scene. You know, Jiang Zhongquan is the most powerful person among them, although I didn't use my supernatural powers. However, his physical fitness is several times stronger than that of ordinary people. But this man was still knocked to the ground by Xiao Tong's axe. When did Xiao Tong become so powerful? Seeing that Jiang Zhongquan didn't say anything, Xiao Tong looked at Leng Menghan deeply, then turned around and ran into the teaching building. You bastard! Don't let me know who you are, or I'll make you pay. Jiang Zhongquan roared helplessly. Isn't this Leng Menghan's boyfriend, Xiao Tong? Suddenly someone in the crowd spoke. Yes, it's Xiao Tong, the one with the biggest bullshit. Another person echoed. Xiao Tong, your boyfriend. Jiang Zhongquan turned around and looked at Leng Menghan fiercely. Leng Menghan was stunned for a moment. Then she said pitifully, Jiang Shang, I have no relationship with him for a long time. Aren't you my boyfriend? Jiang Zhongquan looked at Leng Menghan's pitiful appearance and thought of how Leng Menghan had been tolerant of him in the past few days, so he suppressed his anger a little. That's better. After saying that, he also rushed inside with his men. Chapter 46, I just had an accident when I was a kid riding a bicycle. Soon, countless people rushed into the teaching building of the School of Medical Science and Technology. But the rooftop of the main building of the School of Medical Science and Technology cannot accommodate so many people. The rooftop was already crowded with people, but the people below were still rushing up like crazy. Stop rushing, we've all been pushed to the side. Someone yelled. But the people below were still madly trying to squeeze upwards because they knew that the evacuation point was there, and if they squeezed up, they would live, and if they couldn't, they would die. The most important thing is that there are countless zombies attacking downstairs crazily. Hurry up, the zombies are coming. The crowd at the back saw that the gate was blocked and started shouting wildly. As they talked, they squeezed in frantically. The zombies that finally arrived looked at the densely packed crowd in front of them, roared excitedly, and pounced on them a bite. Ah! Suddenly, there was a burst of shrill screams, mixed with the sound of zombies chewing and swallowing. The people in front looked at this scene and were so frightened that they squeezed upwards again. The first person to get to the roof was almost pushed off the edge. We can't let them squeeze in anymore. Close the door to the roof, or we'll all be squeezed down by them. Someone on the rooftop yelled. Everyone turned around and saw that it was Jiang Zhongquan who spoke. Hearing his words, everyone on the rooftop nodded. Yes, close the door. There's so many people down there. If they all come up, we will definitely be squeezed down. Close the door. Close the door. Close the door. Countless people roared with red eyes. Then someone immediately rushed to the door leading to the rooftop and pushed it hard to close it. No, we haven't gone up yet. Let us go up, woo, we don't want to die. Why don't you let's go up? Seeing this scene, those who had not yet climbed to the roof almost went crazy, and they pushed forward frantically. Bang, bang, bang. And just at this moment, a burst of gunfire rang out. The first few people in the corridor fell down, screaming instantly. Jiang Zhongquan was seen holding a pistol and roaring. What are you still standing there for? If they come up, we will be pushed down and no one will survive. As soon as he finished speaking, the others reacted immediately. Then one by one the psychics used their superpowers, fire, ice, stone, and madly blasted into the corridor. Ah! Suddenly, screams rang out in the corridor. There were also some gold-attributed psychics who continued to reinforce the iron gate a few minutes later. The corridors were filled with corpses, and the people downstairs couldn't come up at all. With the zombies attacking from behind, they could only rush into the rooms in the teaching building to hide. No one attacked the iron door leading to the corridor anymore. Only weak screams could be heard continuously. On the rooftop, countless people heard these screams, and everyone's face looked unhappy. Especially some girls, who were the most ruthless when they just attacked, but now they are covering their faces and crying. Xiao Tong, Chun Bei, and others stood in a corner, watching the scene silently, while Dong Jiao and others followed behind. Jiang Zhongquan looked around with the gun in his hand, and finally his eyes fell on Xiao Tong's face. Just now, Jiang Zhongquan opened fire and killed several students who rushed up. Many people have secretly regarded him as the leader, and many people are afraid of him. When they saw his eyes looking toward Xiao Tong, many people's eyes also followed him and shifted to Xiao Tong. Facing Jiang Zhongquan's gaze, Xiao Tong's face was cold. Jiang Zhongquan looked at the indifference on Xiao Tong's face, and a hint of gloom flashed across his eyes. He retracted his gaze, then glanced around and said loudly, "Although no one is trying to squeeze in now, there are still too many people here. In this case, the rescue helicopter will not be able to carry out the rescue at all. By then, none of us will be able to escape." After hearing Jiang Zhongquan's words, the crowd was suddenly in an uproar, and many people's eyes were filled with panic. So, someone here is destined not to stay here. As Jiang Zhongquan spoke, he turned his head and glanced around again. Everyone who met his gaze immediately lowered their heads. Everyone had escaped death to get here, and they didn't want to be kicked out again. At last, Jiang Zhongquan's gaze fell on Xiao Tong. Tap, tap, tap. He walked toward Xiao Tong, and the crowd automatically parted ways to make way for him. Jiang Zhongquan stopped 5 meters away from Xiao Tong. "Are you Xiao Tong? Menghan's ex-boyfriend. Let me introduce myself. I'm Jiang Zhongquan, Menghan's current boyfriend." As Jiang Zhongquan spoke, he turned around and hugged Leng Menghan in his arms, looking at Xiao Tong defiantly, while Leng Menghan shyly snuggled in Jiang Zhongquan's arms. Jiang Zhongquan's face instantly darkened, and his expression was uglier than if he had eaten shit. Leng Menghan was extremely ashamed and angry. "Xiao Tong, what nonsense are you talking about?" After saying that, she quickly walked to Jiang Zhongquan's side. "Zhongquan, don't believe him. He is slandering me. I really didn't have anything to do with him. I just had an accident when I was riding a bicycle when I was a child. You must believe me." As she spoke, tears welled up in her eyes, and she looked so pitiful. Jiang Zhongquan looked at Leng Menghan, who was crying, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Had an accident while riding a bicycle? But even if he knew the truth, he couldn't admit it now. Otherwise, wouldn't he really become a rag picker? Thinking of this, he suppressed his anger and forced a smile. "I know he is slandering you. After all, he is jealous of me." Chapter 47: History repeats itself, being pushed into a tide of zombies. My dear, you really love me the most. Hearing Jiang Zhongquan's words, Leng Menghan pouted and kissed Jiang Zhongquan. Looking at Leng Menghan's sexy little lips, Jiang Zhongquan subconsciously wanted to kiss her. But he suddenly thought of Xiao Tong's words. Vomit. Thinking of this, Jiang Zhongquan vomited, and the vomit landed directly on Leng Menghan's sexy little pouting lips. Leng Menghan was stunned by the sudden outpouring of affection. Vomit. After she came to her senses, she vomited even more violently than Jiang Zhongquan. After vomiting, Leng Menghan looked at Xiao Tong angrily. It was all Xiao Tong's fault. Otherwise, Jiang Zhongquan would not have spit at her. Xiao Tong, you piece of trash. How dare you slander me? Xiao Tong curled his lips. Slander you? No, no, no. You are so powerful. How dare I slander you? When everyone heard the conversation between the two, their faces became even weirder, and they almost forgot that this was the end of the world. That's enough. Shut up. Jiang Zhongquan roared angrily. He looked at Xiao Tong with red eyes. No matter who you are, you slandered Menghan. You caused me mental harm. I want you to die. As he spoke, the gun in his hand was instantly pointed at Xiao Tong. Yes, there are already too many people here. Xiao Tong, you useless bastard. Why don't you just get out of here and make way for everyone? I think you should be willing to sacrifice yourself to save so many people, right? Leng Menghan immediately agreed and spoke up. Here it comes. Xiao Tong said silently. Although the processes were different, the final result was that Leng Menghan proposed to push him under the tide of zombies. Seeing this scene, Chun Bei, who was standing beside Xiao Tong, had a flash of murderous intent in his eyes and was about to stand up. But Xiao Tong grabbed him and shook his head slowly. No matter what happens, you can't make a move. Remember, when you feel you are alone, open the magic bag I gave you. After that, he handed the axe in his hand to Chun Bei. She looked at Dong Jiao and the others behind Chun Bei and said, Everyone, this rescue is a complete scam except for Dong Jiao. If you really want to survive, then you have to follow Chun Bei. Only Chun Bei can take you to survive. I know you don't believe me now, but you will believe me when the time comes. Dong Jiao and the others looked at Xiao Tong as if he was giving his last words. Their lips moved, but they could not say anything. Turn around. Xiao Tong clenched his right hand slightly, and blue thunder quickly condensed, making crackling sounds. Jiang Zhongquan and Leng Menghan are closely related to whether he can still be a human zombie after becoming a zombie, so they cannot be killed for the time being. Then do those so-called companions behind him not matter? Thinking of this, he suddenly swung the lightning net in his hand. Seeing the scene, Jiang Zhongquan roared, Do it! As soon as he finished speaking, countless supernatural powers blasted towards Xiao Tong. But at this moment, Xiao Tong moved. He stomped his right foot hard on the ground and rushed out like a cheetah. Hold your right hand loosely. A streak of lightning condensed into the shape of a bullet and then shot out with a whoosh. Ugh! The figure in front fell to the ground instantly, and a blue arc of electricity flashed twice between his eyebrows. There was not even any blood flowing around him, as he was all burnt by the electricity. At this time, the supernatural powers released by Jiang Zhongquan and others affected many people, and these people immediately fell down with screams. Jiang Zhongquan raised his pistol and pointed it at Xiao Tong, about to shoot. But the next moment, the lightning net instantly enveloped them, and everyone stood there shaking continuously, with white smoke coming out of their bodies. Xiao Tong's figure flashed, and he was already in front of Jiang Zhongquan and others. He clenched his fists and punched hard at a younger brother next to Jiang Zhongquan. Lightning flashed at the moment of the punch. The little brother instantly fell to the ground screaming and smoking, and then kept twitching. Bang! With another punch, Xiao Tong directly hit one of his brothers in the face, and then lightning flashed again. The young man fell down twitching again, with a burnt smell coming from his body. Whoosh! The two lightning bolts in his hands shot out again, and a blue hole appeared on the forehead of the two younger brothers. After a long time, a trickle of bright red blood slowly flowed out. After Xiao Tong evolved into a second-level psychic, no one here could be his opponent. Because apart from Chun Bei, there is no other level 2 mutant here. Bang! The last punch hit the last man. He fell to the ground, twitched twice, and then died. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, the effect of the lightning net finally dissipated. Jiang Zhongquan raised his pistol and pointed it at Xiao Tong and fired 3 shots. Xiao Tong's body trembled slightly. 3 bullets were shot into his body from the back, but after becoming a level 2 psychic, his strong vitality prevented him from falling down immediately. He turned his head and stared at Jiang Zhongquan with red eyes. Being stared at coldly by Xiao Tong, Jiang Zhongquan shuddered violently. He took a step back and shouted, "My name is Jiang Zhongquan. My father Jiang Jiangguo is a general in the imperial capital military region. He is also one of the persons in charge of this retreat. Who can help me kill Xiao Tong? Then I will give him a place to retreat." After hearing Jiang Zhongquan's words, everyone was stunned and looked at Xiao Tong with red eyes. "Fuck you, go to hell." One person couldn't help but use his superpowers to blast Xiao Tong first, and the next moment, all the superpower users rushed to use their superpowers to blast Xiao Tong. Xiao Tong's body kept shaking and blood kept flowing out from the corners of his mouth. But his eyes were fixed on Jiang Zhongquan and Leng Menghan, and his deep gaze made the two of them feel cold in their hearts. "Ah!" Suddenly Leng Menghan screamed and rushed toward Xiao Tong, her eyes full of hatred. "You useless bastard, go to hell." She stretched out her hand and pushed Xiao Tong hard. Xiao Tong was immediately pushed over the railing and smashed towards the group of zombies below. "No!" Xiao Tong. Chunbei's eyes were red with anger, but he was held tightly by Dong Jiao and others. "Don't be impulsive. Didn't you remember what Xiao Tong said? He knew that he had no chance of survival, so he wanted to commit suicide because he didn't want to implicate you. If something happened to you, wouldn't he have died in vain?" Dong Jiao roared. Chapter 48, Zombie Transformation, Level 2 Zombie. At this moment, Xiao Tong just felt dizzy bang. The next moment, he smashed directly onto a group of zombies, breaking the limbs of several zombies. He also felt a burning pain all over his body, and his internal organs had been displaced. Seeing Xiao Tong suddenly fall down, the zombies next to him were stunned for a moment, then roared in ecstasy and pounced directly towards Xiao Tong. "Ah!" When a zombie's sharp claws pierced his chest, he couldn't help but roar in pain. The next moment, the zombie's sharp claws directly cut open his chest, and scarlet blood spurted out instantly. The smell of blood made the zombie even more violent. They lowered their heads and pounced on Xiao Tong to feast on him. The sounds of zombies chewing and swallowing reached Xiao Tong's ears. He looked towards the roof with red eyes. On the rooftop, Leng Menghan stood by and watched Xiao Tong being dismembered by the zombies before she withdrew her gaze with relief. "Bitch, the next time we meet, you'll be dead." Xiao Tong murmured. The pain of the zombies gnawing at him was like a blunt knife madly stirring in his mind. His consciousness gradually blurred. When I woke up again, the sky was bloody and the sun was already hanging on the top of the mountain, ready to sink into darkness at any time. He held up his upper body with difficulty. If someone saw Xiao Tong here at this moment, they would definitely be scared. The flesh on half of his face had been eaten away, his neck was torn apart, and the bite marks could be clearly seen, directly exposed to the air. His chest to lower abdomen were directly torn apart, and the inside was empty. Only bones were left from the thighs down, and there were traces of bites all over them. I turned into a zombie, and, as expected, I still retain my human consciousness. When Xiao Tong saw the condition of his body, he felt both surprised and a little lonely. Buzz. At this moment, Xiao Tong only felt a slight buzzing in his head, and all the strength was suddenly drained from his broken body, and then he lost control. Bang! He fell to the ground again. Several wandering zombies around smelled the blood and slowly approached Xiao Tong. After getting closer, several zombies twitched their nostrils when they smelled the breath of their own kind. They roared and instinctively wanted to leave. However, the hunger in their stomachs and the strong smell of fresh blood on Xiao Tong's body made the zombies suppress the instinct to leave. They pounced on Xiao Tong, opened their mouths, bit the remaining flesh on Xiao Tong's body, and pulled it off with force. But at this moment, two terrifying auras suddenly rose. Sizzle. Blue lightning suddenly appeared, making crackling sounds around Xiao Tong's body. Several zombies that pounced on Xiao Tong were immediately electrocuted and began to smoke, and after a few seconds, a burnt smell was emitted. Bang! Under the high temperature, the heads of several zombies exploded like watermelons. The lightning surrounding Xiao Tong's body suddenly contracted and enveloped his body. Covered by the lightning, Xiao Tong felt as if his whole body was instantly immersed in clear water, feeling icy cold, and then a comfortable and numb feeling came over him. Time passed quickly. The zombies passing by looked at their fellow zombies shrouded in blue thunder and avoided them with fear and dread in their eyes. In this coolness, Xiao Tong slowly fell asleep. After falling asleep, a black liquid slowly secreted from his body and continued to spread. Within a few minutes, it covered his entire body, becoming thicker and darker. Wake up again. Everything in front of me was gray. Although it was night, Xiao Tong's eyes were still as if equipped with night vision goggles, and he could see every blade of grass and every tree clearly. Zombies need to evolve to level 3 before they can recover some of their vision, and they can fully recover their vision at level 6. But I didn't expect that I would gain vision right after I became a zombie, and I also have night vision. It's really an unexpected surprise. Xiao Tong looked down at himself again. When he saw that his body was intact and his skin was covered with a layer of stratum corneum that looked like black armor, he couldn't help but feel happy. My body is actually recovered, and the ability of my second superpower has indeed been inherited. He stood up. He stretched out his right hand, and with a thought, a ball of blue lightning instantly appeared on the zombie's claws. I have also inherited the lightning ability. Seeing the scene, Xiao Tong was overjoyed. He closed his eyes again and gently felt his own breath. Level 2 zombie. He opened his eyes, and the joy in them could no longer be concealed. Sure enough, all the preparations he had made before were worth it. In his previous life, he was transformed from an ordinary person into a zombie. Apart from gaining the ability to control other zombies, he had no other trump cards. In this life, he had been drenched in bloody rain and soaked in a pool of blood. He was even promoted to a second-level psychic before turning into a zombie, and became the only person in the world to awaken his second superpower. As soon as he turned into a zombie, he had the vision that only level 5 zombies have, and this vision also has the function of night vision. He completely inherited powerful lightning and defense abilities. He clenched his fists. In this life, he was more confident that he could climb to the top of this world. That's right, and the ability to control zombies. Xiao Tong slapped his head and remembered the biggest golden finger. He raised his head and looked around. With the arrival of night, all the zombies had awakened and were wandering around. The entire campus was filled with the roars of zombies. Occasionally, a scream would be heard from somewhere. It was some unlucky guy whose hiding place was broken into by zombies, and he became their food. Xiao Tong was standing at the entrance of the main teaching building of the Medical Science and Technology College. At a glance, he saw corpses of zombies lying around. There are more zombie corpses inside the gate of the teaching building. It seems that these zombie corpses were killed by people who fled in a hurry after their dream of evacuation was shattered. The heads of these zombies were already smashed to pieces, and some of them even had tools such as fire axes stuck in them. But it can be seen that the people who evacuated did not have time to dig out the zombies' crystal cores. But think about it, almost all the zombies were attracted here today. It was a blessing to be able to evacuate when surrounded by thousands of zombies. Who would dare to stay and dig out the zombies' crystal cores? Looking at the zombie corpses on the ground, a gleam of light flashed in Xiao Tong's eyes. But he did not dig up these crystal cores immediately. The most important thing for him now is to test whether he can still control the zombies. If he can, he won't have to do the hard work of digging crystal cores himself. He took a look at the zombies around him, and Xiao Tong turned and left. Because there are only level 0 zombies here, and he is now a level 2 zombie, he can also directly control the level 1 zombies. Chapter 49. Fierce Fight. Crushing. Xiao Tong walked in the campus with a swagger. When he passed by other zombies, the pressure from the second-level zombies on him made them roar and move to the side in fear, leaving the way for Xiao Tong. It took about 5 minutes to walk. Xiao Tong stopped and turned to look at a building in front of him, the third canteen. The roars of zombies continued to be heard from inside. Xiao Tong closed his eyes and twitched his nostrils. The next moment, he opened his eyes excitedly. Inside the cafeteria, there was a scene of several first-level zombies. He ran straight toward the cafeteria. As soon as he entered the cafeteria, a strong smell of blood came. When he smelled the blood, Xiao Tong's eyes instantly turned from white to red. At the same time, a bloodthirsty desire arose, and a primitive urge to eat instantly occupied his mind. Call! He took a few deep breaths and tried his best to suppress the urge. He can kill people, but he absolutely cannot eat humans. This is his last bottom line. Walking into the cafeteria, the other zombies sensed Xiao Tong's aura, and they all growled and moved to the side. Xiao Tong sensed it and then walked towards the second floor. Bang, bang, bang. Roar. Just as I reached the second floor, I heard a loud crash mixed with roars. Xiao Tong walked into the second floor hall, which was now also filled with densely packed zombies. In the front, there were two huge first-level defense zombies that were frantically smashing the iron door in front of them. The iron door, which was several centimeters thick, had been dented by the impact. The screws of the iron door were constantly shaking with the impact of the zombies, and white powder kept falling. There were also a few first-level swift zombies roaring anxiously nearby. All the zombies had slightly red eyes, and their eyes were full of desire for flesh and blood. When Xiao Tong walked into the hall, several level 1 zombies immediately sensed Xiao Tong's breath. They stopped banging on the iron door and turned to look at Xiao Tong. Sensing the breath of the second-level zombies on Xiao Tong, all the zero-level zombies immediately roared, lowered their heads, and made way. Several first-level zombies looked at Xiao Tong and roared in impatience and fear. Because high-level zombies can slaughter and devour low-level zombies, when they sensed the breath of the second-level zombies on Xiao Tong, they subconsciously thought that Xiao Tong was here to hunt them. They were very afraid of Xiao Tong, but they were unwilling to just wait for Xiao Tong to kill them. So several zombies kept roaring fiercely, trying to scare Xiao Tong away with their numerical advantage. Looking at several first-level zombies roaring continuously, Xiao Tong suddenly stopped moving. Roar! The next moment, he opened his arms, his black claws flashed with sharp light, his head bent forward slightly, his mouth opened wide, and he let out a deafening roar. The hideous and sharp teeth inside made people shudder. Xiao Tong's roar instantly drowned out the roars of several first-level zombies. All the level 0 zombies trembled and quickly retreated to the surroundings. Several first-level zombies also kept making low roars and wanted to retreat, but there was a wall behind them. Xiao Tong stopped roaring and walked straight towards several level 1 zombies. Approaching step by step, several first-level zombies made sounds similar to the whimpering of dogs when faced with a threat and then let out warning growls. But Xiao Tong still moved closer step by step. 5 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters. Roar! Finally, when Xiao Tong was about 2 meters away, a first-level defense zombie roared first and then pounced toward Xiao Tong. They thought Xiao Tong wanted to hunt them. They won't sit still and wait for death. With the first zombie taking the lead, the other level 1 zombies also roared and pounced toward Xiao Tong. Roar! Xiao Tong also roared, and with a thought, the blue arc on his claws suddenly burst into blue light. Xiao Tong pounced out like a hunting tiger, and his palm holding blue thunder slapped towards the defensive zombie in front. Although the defensive zombie attacked first, Xiao Tong's speed was more than twice as fast as his, and Xiao Tong's slap was directed at his head first. Bang! Boom! When Xiao Tong's slap landed on the defensive zombie's head, there was a muffled sound at first, and then the lightning in Xiao Tong's hand suddenly burst into a more intense blue light and exploded the next moment. The defensive zombies were blown away directly. Bang! The defensive zombie's body fell to the ground like a broken sack, with half of its face charred and bloody. It struggled several times, but failed to stand up. Just when Xiao Tong blew the first zombie away, 4 swift zombies among the other 5 zombies had already rushed over. They were as agile as the wind and surrounded him from all directions. When they approached Xiao Tong, they waved their claws and grabbed him fiercely. Xiao Tong did not dodge. The light in his hand flashed again, and then he swung his right hand. A ball of blue lightning flew out, spreading in the wind and turning into a large blue net that covered all 4 swift zombies. The 4 swift zombies that were enveloped screamed and fell directly to the ground, their bodies shaking as if they had been electrocuted. The next moment, Xiao Tong took a step forward and stomped hard on the chest of a zombie with his right foot. Click! There was a click, and a big hole immediately appeared in the zombie's chest. Roar! At this time, another defensive zombie rushed up, roared, and smashed Xiao Tong's head with its fist as big as a casserole. But the next moment, a more powerful hand suddenly grabbed its wrist and twisted it hard. Click! The defensive zombie's wrist twisted strangely in an instant. Xiao Tong pulled the defensive zombie's arm backwards and kicked its calf fiercely with his right foot. Another crisp, bone-breaking sound was heard, and a white bone stump directly penetrated the defensive zombie's knee and was exposed to the air. After doing all this, he raised his foot and stomped hard on the joints of the legs and claws of several swift zombies that had not yet reacted. There were a few clicking sounds. All the fast zombies lost the ability to move, and some zombies' bones were crushed directly. In less than 10 seconds, Xiao Tong made all 6 level 1 zombies lose their combat effectiveness and were in a half-dead state. Even if these zombies were not shot in the head, they could still survive, but they had lost the ability to move and could only lie on the ground and scream in fear. When Xiao Tong was fighting with several first-level zombies, the other level 0 zombies had already been scared away by Xiao Tong's aura and pressure. Xiao Tong walked forward and directly picked up the first level 1 defense zombie. His blood-red eyes met the zombie's eyes, and an invisible energy at the center of his eyebrows twisted slightly and shot directly into the zombie's eyes. The next moment, the zombie's body trembled wildly for just a few seconds. Xiao Tong suddenly saw himself from other perspectives. Chapter 50, Controlling Zombies. It's done. Xiao Tong couldn't help but feel ecstatic. He looked down at this new body. Now the body he controlled was the body of a defensive zombie. Being able to manipulate the corpse of another zombie is a sign of successfully controlling the other party. This proves that the defensive zombie now has become his younger brother. Xiao Tong closed his eyes and opened them again, returning to his body. The defensive zombie opposite him growled softly and lowered his head respectfully in front of Xiao Tong. Xiao Tong could also clearly sense the breath of this zombie in his mind and knew where it was without even looking. Control the zombie. Xiao Tong walked to another defensive zombie. This defensive zombie's head was almost blown to pieces by Xiao Tong's ability. Now its head was still buzzing. It had been lying on the ground for a long time without getting up. Now seeing Xiao Tong approaching, it roared, its eyes full of fear, and struggled to crawl backwards. But just after it crawled a little, it felt a pair of sharp claws holding down its body. It felt the breath and was suddenly confused. Roar! It roared. It didn't understand why its own kind wanted to hold it down. They were clearly fighting in the same trench just now, so how did it become an accomplice of the level 2 zombie in front of it? Facing its roar, Xiao Tong and the defensive zombies he controlled had no expression on their faces. Xiao Tong's men controlled the defensive zombie. He directly pressed down the zombie's head and aimed his eyes at the zombie's eyes. In an instant, an invisible force from his brows shot into the zombie's eyes again. The struggling zombie trembled all over and then lay still. Xiao Tong's sight also appeared in the zombie's perspective, while his own body remained motionless. 1 second later, his consciousness returned to his body, and 2 defensive zombies stood obediently behind him. Xiao Tong followed the same method and continued to successfully control 4 swift zombies. A few minutes later, 6 first-level zombies stood respectfully in front of him. From now on, you 2 will be defenders 1 and 2, and you'll be swifts 1 to 4. Roar! It was unknown whether the 6 zombies understood or not. They just roared. Xiao Tong nodded in satisfaction. He turned and walked downstairs. Several zombies followed him immediately. Bang! But just as it reached the stairs, Swift number 2 fell down directly. One of its legs was crushed by Xiao Tong's foot. It was fine on flat ground, but it lost its balance when going down the stairs. Xiao Tong turned his head and couldn't help but hold his forehead. He ordered the other zombies to help the Swift zombie up and then continued to walk downstairs. When a level 0 zombies wandering aimlessly downstairs sensed the breath of Xiao Tong, a level 2 zombie, and 6 level 1 zombies appearing at the same time, they were so scared that they roared in low voices. Seeing these level 0 zombies, Xiao Tong's mind moved, and 6 level 1 zombies suddenly roared and pounced towards these level 0 zombies. All the level 0 zombies immediately scattered, but their speed was extremely slow. Even the short-legged zombies could jump faster than them with just 1 leg. The 6 first-level zombies entered the empty space and slaughtered the 0-level zombies wantonly. A defensive zombie stretched out its sharp claws and crushed the head of a level 0 zombie, then stuffed it directly into its mouth and chewed it like spicy strips. While swallowing it, it did not forget to slaughter other level 0 zombies with its other hand. It didn't take long before hundreds of zombies were slaughtered by 6 level 1 zombies. Xiao Tong ordered them to collect the crystal cores of the zombies and hand them over to him, and then gave the order to eat. After the 6 zombies collected all the crystal cores and handed them over to Xiao Tong, they immediately fell to the ground and started to eat with relish. The stomachs of all the zombies seemed like bottomless pits. No matter how much flesh and blood of zombies they swallowed, their stomachs did not bulge at all. Only the aura on their bodies slowly became stronger and stronger. In more than an hour, the 6 zombies devoured more than 100 level 0 zombies, leaving only smelly blood and broken flesh and limbs on the ground. Among them, the two defensive zombies devoured the most level 0 zombies because of their size. The two zombies devoured about 30 zombies on average. The remaining 4 swift ones devoured about 10 each. Therefore, the aura of the two defenders is much stronger than that of the 4 swifts. After the 6 men finished devouring more than 100 level 0 zombies, Xiao Tong led them out of the cafeteria. Along the way, any zombie that appeared in front of Xiao Tong was not spared, and all became food in the stomachs of the 6 men. The crystal core was also dug out by 6 of his men and handed over to Xiao Tong. In the blink of an eye, 3 hours had passed. Xiao Tong brought 6 level 1 zombies and killed countless zombies, but his crystal cores had already filled half of his school bag. The number of level 1 zombies he controlled also increased to 20. There are 5 defenders and 15 swifts. After devouring countless level 0 zombies, the aura of the first 6 level 1 zombies that followed Xiao Tong has become increasingly powerful. They're at the peak of level 1 zombies and can easily crush ordinary level 1 zombies. At 5 o'clock in the morning, a white light slowly appeared in the distant sky. Xiao Tong brought 20 level 1 zombies back to the library. After killing all the zombies wandering into the library, Xiao Tong asked the 20 level 1 zombies to guard the door of the library, while he went to the roof and began to absorb the crystal cores. Most zombies absorb crystal cores by swallowing them directly, but Xiao Tong placed the crystal cores in the palms of his hands and began to absorb them. Xiao Tong sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, his hands hanging on his legs, each holding a level 0 crystal core. But I just closed my eyes for less than 30 seconds. Xiao Tong had already opened his eyes. The 2 level 0 crystal cores had completely lost their luster and turned into dust with the slightest movement. It seems that after reaching level 2, the level 0 crystal core is no longer of much use to me. Xiao Tong murmured and closed his eyes again. He held 5 crystal cores in each hand and absorbed 10 at a time. 5 minutes later, he opened his eyes again and replaced 10 new crystal cores. I don't know how much time has passed. When Xiao Tong opened his eyes again, the sky was already bright. As a zombie, he subconsciously developed a disgust towards the daytime. He moved to a small warehouse and continued to absorb crystal cores. An hour later, the 0-level crystal cores in the school bag were finally absorbed, followed by 6 first-level crystal cores. 10 minutes later, Xiao Tong opened his eyes. After absorbing 7 or 800 crystal cores of level 0 zombies and 6 level 1 crystal cores, Xiao Tong's aura became increasingly powerful. Chapter 51 Massacre Mysterious Zombies. However, if he wants to advance to the 3rd level, the crystal cores of the 0-level zombies are already very limited. Even the energy provided by the crystal cores of the 1st-level zombies cannot support him to break through to the 3rd level. So we can only wait for the 2nd-level zombies to appear. Xiao Tong stood up. Although zombies have a primitive aversion to daytime, human consciousness makes them accustomed to working from sunrise to sunset. Go downstairs. 20 zombies stood loyally behind the gate, waiting. Seeing Xiao Tong walking down, emitting an even more powerful aura, the 20 level 1 zombies bowed, their heads respectfully, and growled softly. Let's go. Keep hunting. Xiao Tong issued a command in his mind, then opened the door and walked out, and the 20 zombies behind him hurriedly followed him out. It is daytime now. Most zombies are in a dormant state, and most of them will subconsciously gather together. Now is a good time for Xiao Tong to kill a lot of people. Moreover, he still has quota for controlling zombies. He needs to control more zombies so that he can kill faster, collect zombie crystal cores faster, and then strengthen himself. Because in this world, there are not only humans and zombies, but also mutant beasts that have never appeared. The mutant virus of zombies has no effect on animals, but the blood rain from the sky has the same effect on animals on Earth. After absorbing the special energy from the blood rain, most animals will mutate, becoming larger and more ferocious and bloodthirsty. These mutant beasts are also a major threat to zombies. In a previous life, a zombie king in the south who controlled hundreds of thousands of zombies died under the siege of mutant beasts. Xiao Tong led 20 mutant beasts out of the library and searched everywhere on campus. A blanket search of buildings. As long as zombies are discovered, Xiao Tong will give an order, and his 20 level 1 zombies will rush forward and tear the dormant zombies to pieces before they have a chance to wake up. When encountering a level 1 zombie, Xiao Tong would order his men to injure it and then control it. just over an hour. The number of level 1 zombies under Xiao Tong has increased to 55. There are also countless level 0 zombies being hunted at the same time. Another half hour later, Xiao Tong brought a group of men to another building. Xiao Tong looked up and saw it was the science building. Outside the gate of the science building, a few wandering zombies were so scared when they sensed a level 2 zombie like Xiao Tong and 70 or 80 level 1 zombies approaching. The door of the science building was open. Xiao Tong took a look and saw that there were densely packed, dormant zombies inside. Roar! Xiao Tong roared and gave an order. 70 or 80 zombies suddenly roared and rushed forward. A few dormant zombies on the road were grabbed by the passing zombies. With a force of 2 sharp claws, the level 0 zombies in their hands were killed directly, and the internal organs and blood were immediately scattered all over the ground. It stuffed the zombie in its hand into its mouth frantically, followed by a horrifying chewing. A level 0 zombie was not enough to fill its teeth. When Xiao Tong's men rushed to the gate of the science building, the dormant zombies inside were awakened by the pressure from zombies. They roared in fear. There were dozens of level 1 zombies inside, roaring threateningly at the level 1 zombies under Xiao Tong. However, the dozens of zombies under Xiao Tong roared in disdain. Ordinary little level 1 zombies dared to roar at them? You know, even level 1 zombies have strengths and weaknesses. They followed Xiao Tong to hunt down countless level 0 zombies, and they devoured countless corpses of level 0 zombies. Even today, Xiao Tong asked them to devour the crystal cores of level 0 zombies, and they became more and more powerful. They didn't take the dozens of level 1 zombies in front of them seriously at all. Roar! They roared even more fiercely, revealing their terrifying and sharp teeth. 70 or 80 level 1 zombies rushed directly into the zombie group and slaughtered crazily. The defender punched out, directly blowing up the heads of several level 0 zombies. The swift moved quickly, and the sharp claws in his hands directly dismembered the level 0 zombies one by one. The scene suddenly became like a hell on earth. Dozens of first-level zombies in the teaching building looked fiercely at Xiao Tong's men. These strange zombies actually ignored their warnings and wantonly slaughtered the level 0 zombies here. Their eyes soon turned bloodshot. Roar! With a roar, dozens of level 1 zombies rushed toward Xiao Tong's men. A defensive zombie clenched its sandbag-sized fist and fiercely slammed into Xiao Tong's defenders, its eyes full of bloodlust and killing. Buzz! The fist cut through the air, and suddenly there was a sound of explosion. You can imagine how powerful it is. But just when its fist was about to land on the head of the zombie on the opposite side, the defender suddenly turned around, and a sharp claw directly intercepted its fist in midair, and then twisted it fiercely. Click! Roar! The defensive zombie's arm was instantly broken, and the black blood vessels on it burst open, and the smelly green-red blood spurted out instantly. The defender pulled hard again and again. His arm was directly torn off from his arm, revealing the white bone stumps and broken muscles of the broken arm, and green and red blood gushed out. The defender excitedly stuffed the arm into his mouth, tearing the flesh of the arm with his sharp teeth. It's like chewing on a large chicken drumstick. Laugh. But at this moment, a swift zombie flashed by, and its sharp claws scratched the defender's calf, directly breaking the black stratum corneum on the defender's body, causing the defender to roar in pain, lose balance, and fall heavily to the ground. When the swift zombie saw the defender fall, it roared in surprise, jumped suddenly, and pounced on the fallen defender, with its sharp claws several centimeters long aimed at the defender's head. But at this moment, several equally thin figures pounced from all directions. They were the swift men under Xiao Tong. The swift zombie was knocked down by several swifts in midair and smashed to the ground. It roared and was about to struggle, but the next moment, several sharp claws pierced into its head at the same time, ending its life. The fighting in the science building soon stopped. Nearly half of the dozens of first-level zombies were killed by the zombies under Xiao Tong, and the remaining 20 or so had their limbs broken and were thrown to the ground, unable to move according to Xiao Tong's orders. Next, Xiao Tong's men turned their attention to the trembling level 0 zombies and started the massacre again. But they didn't notice that a zombie on the second floor that looked like a mountain of flesh slowly opened its eyes. The scarlet color in its eyes was filled with bloodthirstiness, and a powerful aura slowly awakened. Chapter 52, Level 2, Hateful Zombie. The giant creature slowly opened its eyes. Just by sitting there, he was already nearly 1.5 meters tall, and his body was bloated like a bloated ball. Its head is also twice as big as that of an ordinary zombie, and its eye sockets are deep with two blood-red eyeballs inside. A big mouth opened directly below the ears, and the sharp and dense teeth gave people a chilling feeling. The muscles on the back bulge high, almost exceeding the top of the head. The two arms were as huge as electric poles, and the claws on the hands were even more terrifying. The sharp nails on each finger were like a dagger. There was a hideous scar nearly 1 meter long from its belly to its chest, and green and red juice was constantly oozing out from the cracks in the scar. When this huge monster opened its eyes, dozens of level 1 zombies that were slaughtering people below immediately stopped. They roared softly and all turned their eyes to the second floor. Xiao Tong, who was outside the science building, also felt this powerful aura at the same time. Level 2 zombie. I finally got you. Xiao Tong murmured, stomped the ground hard with his right foot, and ran quickly towards the science building. Roar! Xiao Tong had just run to the door of the science building when he heard a zombie scream coming from inside. When he ran in, seeing the scene in front of him, he couldn't help but gasp. Looking at the huge monster in front of him that was over 2.5 meters tall and nearly 1 meter in diameter, he couldn't help but scream out loud, "Hate zombies! Hate zombies! It is one of the most special zombies among all zombies." The hateful zombie has a huge body, which makes its defense almost maximum. The most terrifying thing is that the hateful zombie with such a huge body is also very fast. This kind of hateful zombie with first-class defensive power and speed has become the nightmare of countless humans in the previous life. In the early stages, even a level 3 or 4 abomination can overwhelm a small survivor base. In the previous life, among the many zombie kings in the north, there is one that hates zombies. At this moment in the science building, 70 or 80 level 1 zombies were frantically besieging the hateful zombies. The swift zombies were running around the hateful zombies quickly, and when they saw a gap, their sharp claws would fiercely scratch a scar on the hateful zombies' bodies. But this hideous scar only scratched the skin of the hateful zombie and caused almost no harm to it. Bang! The defender punched the hateful zombie hard in the stomach. The hateful zombie's fat belly shook a few times, directly absorbing the force of the punch. Roar! The hateful zombie roared and grabbed forward with his right claw. He caught a swift in his hand and stuffed it into his ferocious mouth like a toy. He bit it into 2 pieces and swallowed it in 2 bites without even chewing it. At the same time, the hateful zombie grabbed the head of the defender zombie who was attacking him with his left claw and then exerted great force. Click! Only a crisp sound was heard, and the defender's head, covered with black keratin, exploded like a watermelon. These level 1 zombies pose no threat to it at all. To this hateful zombie, these level 1 zombies are like a moving buffet. Roar! Seeing this, Xiao Tong roared and ordered all level 1 zombies to retreat immediately. After all of his subordinates are level 1 zombies, while the hateful zombies are not only level 2 zombies, but also the most powerful among all zombie species. Continuing to let these level 1 zombies attack will only make this hateful zombie call you a good guy. Therefore, Xiao Tong decided to let his men retreat and let him deal with these hateful zombies himself. Upon hearing Xiao Tong's order, all the level 1 zombies suddenly felt relieved, roared excitedly, and then quickly retreated outside. Watching all the level 1 zombies retreat, the hateful zombie was not angry. It just turned its gaze to Xiao Tong. It could feel the breath of a level 2 zombie on Xiao Tong. Now the crystal cores of level 0 or even level 1 zombies were of little use to him. As long as he killed Xiao Tong and devoured his crystal core, he would become even stronger. Roar! Hatred roared excitedly, then pounced toward Xiao Tong. Bang, bang, bang. Every time its huge body stepped on the ground, it made a dull sound, but it did not affect its speed at all. A pair of sharp claws opened, and sharp rays of light flashed. It grabbed Xiao Tong's head fiercely. Xiao Tong stared at the hateful zombie intently. With a thought, a black stratum corneum covered the surface of his skin. After being covered by a stratum corneum about 1 centimeter thick, a heavy feeling spread over Xiao Tong's body. At the same time, blue light on his right hand flashed wildly, making crackling sounds. The moment the hateful zombie grabbed him, he lowered his body, clenched his palm with violent lightning, and punched the hateful zombie hard on the waist. Bang! Blue lightning exploded instantly, blasting a fist-sized hole directly on the waist of the hateful zombie. Pieces of flesh flew everywhere instantly. White smoke filled the air, and a fishy smell of barbecue spread all around. However, the hateful zombie didn't even make a sound. Its body, which was 1 meter in diameter, was blocked by huge and thick fat. Xiao Tong's attack could not seriously injure it all. When Xiao Tong's fist blasted a hole in the waist of the hatred retracted its waving claws, and without even looking back, it grabbed fiercely behind it. The ferocious nails scratched through the void and even made a sound of breaking wind. Xiao Tong had just punched the hateful zombie on the waist, and before he had time to be happy, he felt a chill on his back. He subconsciously fell to the ground, just in time to avoid the hateful zombie's attack. Seeing Xiao Tong lying on the ground, the hateful zombie raised his big feet and stomped towards Xiao Tong hard. Xiao Tong didn't care about his image and rolled over to avoid the fatal kick. At the same time, he swung his right hand and a net of lightning covered the hatred. In an instant, the huge body of hatred began to tremble and stood there motionless. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xiao Tong quickly got up from the ground. As soon as he got up, he kicked the ground and rushed towards the hateful zombies like a cheetah. At the same time, he swung his right hand several times, and several blue arcs of electricity shot towards the head of hatred like bullets. Hiss, hiss, hiss. 3 consecutive sounds, 3 blue lightning bolts shot directly into the head of the hateful zombie. Under the influence of external force, the hateful zombie's head tilted back 3 times, and it staggered back a few steps, almost falling to the ground. In an instant, 3 small holes appeared on the hateful zombie's head, and green and red liquid continued to flow out of the holes, instantly turning its head into a horrible appearance, like a ghost, which made people shudder at the sight of it. Chapter 53. Fierce Battle, Level 2 Hateful Zombie, Death. Roar. 3 thumb-sized holes appeared on the head, finally making the hateful zombie scream. No matter which zombie it is, the head is always the weak point and fatal spot. At the same time, Xiao Tong's attack completely angered the hateful zombies. After he roared, he moved his legs madly and rushed toward Xiao Tong. The ground immediately began to shake slightly. When Xiao Tong saw the hateful zombies rushing towards him, his face changed slightly and he turned around and rushed outside. With his physique, even though he inherited defensive abilities. However, the previous defenders had their defenses easily broken by the hateful zombies, and the scene of the hardest heads being crushed into watermelons is still vivid in people's minds. Although he is a level 2 zombie and his defense is definitely many times stronger than a level 1 defender, if he's attacked by a hateful zombie, he will at least be seriously injured. So we can only use our wits to defeat them, not use force. Bang! But just when Xiao Tong was about to rush out of the gate of the science building, a figure fell from the sky and landed not far from Xiao Tong. A shallow pit instantly appeared on the hard concrete floor, and the concrete slab was directly shattered. The body that was more than 2 meters tall blocked half of the door. Nima, is your jumping ability still that strong? Xiao Tong slammed on the brakes, but due to inertia he still lunged forward, and a huge fist was rapidly growing in his pupils. Xiao Tong only had time to put his hands on his chest, and suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his arms and chest. With a bang, he was knocked flying. After landing, he slid for more than 3 meters until Xiao Tong stretched out his sharp claws and grabbed the floor to stop his sliding body. Xiao Tong stood up, his arms were strangely bent, and there was a big dent in his chest. Damn it! Xiao Tong was furious after being hit like this by a single punch. The 2 claws opened at the same time. Blue lightning gathered madly, and explosions continued to be made. Bang, bang, bang. At the same time, the hateful zombie continued to move closer, leaving a faint footprint after each step. 3 meters away from Xiao Tong, he clenched his right claw again and punched Xiao Tong hard. On the other side, Xiao Tong leaned back slightly, raised his hands horizontally, and then fiercely slashed them 180 degrees in front of his chest. Boom! When the 2 palms clapped together, a blue electric current instantly burst out from between the hands and then rushed towards the hateful zombie like a thunder dragon. Bang! The moment the thunder dragon came into contact with the hateful zombie, it exploded directly, and the blue light completely covered the hateful zombie. Roar! The hateful zombie's painful roar came from the blue thunder, but Xiao Tong quickly ran towards the hateful zombie. While running, he threw a ball of electric net at the hateful zombie and swung his hands frantically. Strands of blue lightning shot towards the hateful zombies like bullets. When he was 1 meter away from the hateful zombie, Xiao Tong stomped the ground hard with his right foot, and the whole person rose up from the ground. While in the air, thunder condensed on his hands again, and then he slapped the hateful zombie's head with one palm. As long as it is a zombie, the fatal point is in the head. As long as you blow up the hateful head, no matter how powerful it is or how abnormal its defense and speed are, it will die with hatred. Brush. Just when Xiao Tong flew over the head of the hatred zombie, surrounded by thunder, suddenly stretched out a sharp claw while enduring the severe pain. Fuck you. When Xiao Tong saw the sharp claw suddenly appearing in front of him, he had no time to react and crashed into it. Laugh. The sharp claws of the hateful zombie instantly gave him a chill down his spine. Roar. Xiao Tong couldn't help but roar in pain, but the severe pain did not make him retreat, but instead aroused his bloodiness. As long as the head is not blown off, you'll not die even if you are seriously injured. Even if the sharp claws of hatred pierced him through, he would not die except for extreme pain. So come on, let's see who is more ruthless. Xiao Tong roared and stretched out a pair of sharp claws, pulling the hateful huge arm and moving forward with difficulty. The hateful claws pierced through Xiao Tong's chest. From a distance, Xiao Tong looked like a piece of meat skewered on the arm of a hateful zombie. Although his body had been completely pierced through, Chun Fan was closer to the head of the hateful zombie. He held his hateful arms again and exerted force, then moved forward another half-meter with difficulty. He was almost hanging on the arm of the hateful zombie, and the intense pain in his chest was like a tide hitting his head. It was as if it was about to explode. At this time, Xiao Tong could finally reach the head of the hateful zombie. He stretched out his sharp claws and stabbed them fiercely into the zombie's head. Boss Shai, D. Xiao Tong roared like a wild beast, and his two sharp claws sank into the hateful zombie's head with a swish. With another force, the claws had sank into the position of the elbow. Roar! Xiao Tong's sharp claws pierced into the head of the hateful zombie, causing it to roar in pain. Under the threat of death, he finally broke free from the paralyzing effect of Xiao Tong's blue lightning net. He swung his arms fiercely, trying to throw Xiao Tong off his head. But just before being thrown off, Xiao Tong's face was full of ecstasy. His hands had already touched a huge skull, and his claws were tightly grasping the skull. The next moment, the hateful zombie had already thrown Xiao Tong out fiercely. Laugh. At the moment Xiao Tong flew out, a sound of muscle being torn was heard. In his hands, Xiao Tong held a huge skull with muscle tissue connected to it, and green and red liquid kept flowing down from it. Roar! The skull was torn open, and the hateful zombie roared in pain again, and a hint of panic finally flashed in its scarlet eyes. It stretched out a pair of sharp claws and covered its head tightly, but juices of various colors still leaked out from between its fingers. It only felt that the strength in its body was slowly disappearing. Bang! It seemed as if it didn't even have the strength to stand still. The hateful zombies staggered around everywhere, and the breath of death enveloped it like a tide. Finally, he fell heavily to the ground. Under the influence of gravity, all kinds of tissues and juices remaining in his head were instantly thrown out. Jingle! Even a white crystal was thrown out and bounced twice on the ground, making an extremely crisp sound. Wait! The hateful zombie roared unwillingly and stretched out its hand in the direction where its crystal core fell. But before it could touch the crystal core, its hand fell heavily to the ground. Level 2 Abomination Zombie die. Chapter 54. A Surge in Power. Call. Seeing that the hateful zombie finally stopped moving, Xiao Tong sat down on the ground and breathed a sigh of relief. The movement of sitting down on the ground was a little too big, and it directly pulled the wound on his chest. Xiao Tong looked down and saw a large hole with a diameter of more than 25 centimeters between his chest and stomach. From the hole, he could clearly see various damaged organs inside, and scarlet blood was flowing down madly. Although Xiao Tong had become a zombie, he would be fine as long as he was not shot in the head, but the severe pain almost made him faint. He turned his head and looked at the huge and disgusting corpse lying on the ground. A trace of pity flashed across his eyes. It's a pity that this hateful zombie is a level 2 zombie like him, but he can only control zombies of a lower level than him. Otherwise, if he could bring this hateful zombie under his command, it would definitely become a great help to him in the future. He reached out and grabbed the crystal core of the hateful zombie. The crystal core of a level 2 zombie was nearly twice as large as that of a level 1 zombie, about the size of a quail egg. Holding the crystal core in his hand, Xiao Tong could clearly feel the powerful energy contained in the crystal core. 20 level 1 zombies come in to protect me. The rest of the zombies block the door to the science building. No one can enter or leave. Xiao Tong issued an order in his mind. Suddenly, 20 zombies from a group of first-level zombies who had retreated outside the science building to watch the battle came in and surrounded Xiao Tong. The remaining zombies blocked the door of the science building. Seeing the scene, only then did Xiao Tong close his eyes with peace of mind and then began to absorb the crystal core of the second-level zombie. Just as he closed his eyes, a burst of warmth in the palm of his hand holding the second-level zombie crystal core immediately flowed along the meridians of his arm into his body, and then spread wildly in his body, with a part of it rushing towards the wound on his chest. Xiao Tong immediately felt a tingling sensation in his chest. 5 minutes later, Xiao Tong opened his eyes. He could clearly feel that he had become stronger again. He lowered his head and looked at his chest. The hideous big hole had completely healed. Xiao Tong moved his mind slightly, and the defensive power surged out, covering his chest with a black stratum corneum. In this way, it is impossible to tell that his chest had been pierced directly. After doing all this, Xiao Tong stood up. The zombies surrounding him dispersed. Xiao Tong looked at the entire science building hall. After the second-level hateful zombies died, the remaining hundreds or thousands of zombies were standing trembling by the side. All the zombies looked towards Xiao Tong in fear. The unique aura of the second-level zombies even made them tremble, especially after the death of the second-level abomination zombies. They became even more terrifying. Xiao Tong stood up. Then he walked towards the remaining level 2 zombies in the science building. Roar! Seeing Xiao Tong approaching, the zombies suddenly roared fiercely. Xiao Tong did not say anything, but just waved his hand, and a group of level 2 zombies under his command rushed forward. After a while, a group of zombies escorted about 20 level 1 zombies to Xiao Tong. Xiao Tong nodded in satisfaction, then stretched out his claws, forcing the zombies' eyes to look into his own. At the moment of staring into each other's eyes, an invisible force shot from Xiao Tong's eyes into the eyes of the zombie opposite. Just a moment, Xiao Tong's own body was already motionless, but his perspective appeared in the eyes of the zombie opposite. With his eyes closed and a thought, Xiao Tong returned to his body. Roar! The zombie in front of him finally lowered its head towards him and roared respectfully. Next, Xiao Tong followed the same method and controlled all the level 1 zombies in the science building. This time, he already has 152 first-level zombies under his command. After doing all this, Xiao Tong looked at the remaining level 0 zombies. Kill! He gave the order directly, and then 152 zombies excitedly rushed forward, constantly knocking down the level 0 zombies in the hall. Then he opened his sharp mouth and started eating the buffet directly. After receiving Xiao Tong's order, they directly swallowed up the crystal core in the zombie's head. After 15 or 16 minutes, there was no longer a single level 0 zombie alive in the science building, and their bodies were all devoured by Xiao Tong's level 1 zombies. More than 100 first-level zombies devoured nearly 1,000 zombie corpses and crystal cores. A strong sense of oppression and pressure began to spread from the bodies of more than a dozen first-level zombies. Most of these zombies were the ones who followed Xiao Tong in the cafeteria. The aura on their bodies has gradually reached its peak. If nothing goes wrong, they should be able to evolve into level 2 zombies after swallowing a few more crystal cores. Seeing this, Xiao Tong couldn't help but feel slightly happy. As long as one of his subordinates was promoted to level 2, it would be able to alleviate a lot of his burden. At least if he encounters the powerful and terrifying zombies of the abomination type again, he won't have to fight alone. At least they are of the same level, and these zombies won't be as fragile as paper. After all his men had devoured all the level 0 zombies in the science building, Xiao Tong led more than 150 zombies out of the science building in a mighty manner. In my previous life, when I was at level 2, I could only control 100 level 1 zombies and 5,000 level 0 zombies. But now, the number of zombies I can control far exceeds that of my previous life. Therefore, the limit of my ability to control zombies is not here at all. Don't control the level 0 zombies yet. Wait until the control of the level 1 zombies reaches the limit before starting to control the level 0 zombies. Thinking of this, Xiao Tong became more open-minded. He led more than 150 level 1 zombies out of the science building. On the way, no matter if he encountered level 0 zombies or level 1 zombies, Xiao Tong only needed to wave his hand slightly. The first level zombie was immediately captured by Xiao Tong's men and sent to Xiao Tong for him to control. As for the level 0 zombies, they were all dealt with by these zombies. The luckiest ones were torn into pieces of meat, and the worst ones were stuffed into people's mouths as snacks on the spot. More than 3 hours later, Xiao Tong and more than 100 level 1 zombies had swept across half of the campus. The number of level 2 zombies under his control also reached the limit, exactly 300. When Xiao Tong tried to control the 301st level 1 zombie, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head. This was the result of excessive use of mental power. It seems that the number of level 1 zombies I can control at level 2 has reached its limit, a total of 300. So the next step is to prepare to control the level 0 zombies. Chapter 55, The Winning Little Cutie. Although level 0 zombies are weak and have poor talents, when they reach a certain number, they can be very terrifying. Thinking of this, Xiao Tong continued to lead 300 level 1 zombies to sweep the entire campus. More than an hour later, Xiao Tong brought 300 level 1 zombies and more than 2,000 level 0 zombies to the main building of the Medical Science and Technology College. Looking at the mess at the entrance and in the hall, Xiao Tong waved his hand. 300 level 1 zombies rushed into the main building lobby first, and then began to devour all the corpses on the ground. At this time, in a huge classroom inside the School of Medical Science and Technology, a group of people with gray faces were sitting on chairs. It's over, it's over. We're all done. The zombies are getting stronger and stronger. We're no match for them. We can only sit here and wait to die. Why are we not on the first evacuation list? I don't accept it. I don't accept it. I'm now hungry and tired, and I have no strength left in my body. I wish I had left here with those people yesterday. Waves of complaints were heard, and several girls huddled together in the corner, looking dusty and dirty. Chuyu, didn't you say that Leng Menghan and you were good friends? Why didn't her boyfriend take you with him when he left? A girl suddenly turned around and looked at Chuyu in a weird way. Chuyu's face changed slightly, looking very ugly. She bit her lips lightly with her pearly teeth, looking very pitiful. No. Menghan promised me when she left that when she arrives safely at the survivor base, she will ask Jiang Zhongquan to ask his father to send a plane to rescue me. She promised me. Puff. The girl who spoke immediately burst out laughing. Chuyu, please stop deceiving yourself, okay? That was a plane, not a rocking car. A day and a night have passed. If she wanted to save you, she would have come a long time ago. It's obvious that she was just deceiving you. Humph, you relied on your status with Leng Menghan to bully us, but now you have become someone else's abandoned child. The girls mocked her in a sarcastic tone, making Chuyu blush with embarrassment. The other boys around looked at these girls with strange expressions as they mocked Chuyu. In the beginning, these people had been fawning on Chuyu just for a chance to escape. But now, when there is no chance to evacuate, they immediately turned hostile and put on a mocking look. Shut up, all of you, shut up. The sarcastic ridicule from several girls around her made Chuyu collapse. She couldn't help but let out a sharp roar. The moment her voice rang out, Xiao Tong's eyes lit up downstairs, and he suddenly raised his head. Is there anyone else in the building? Is there anyone else who hasn't left? Xiao Tong couldn't help but let out a ferocious smile. When Jiang Zhongquan promised to give them a place to evacuate, except for Chun Bei and Dong Jiao, everyone else rushed to take action. No matter what their purpose is, anyone who attacks him will be killed. Let me see which little cuties won the prizes. Xiao Tong walked upstairs step by step. With a thought, the 300 level 1 zombies stopped eating and followed him. Tap, tap, tap. Xiao Tong's undisguised footsteps sounded in the stairwell, instantly attracting the attention of everyone in the room. Xiao Tong walked in front. The 300 zombies kept their mouths shut at Xiao Tong's command, not saying a word, and their footsteps also made no sound. Hearing the footsteps, everyone in the room's expressions changed slightly. Chuyu's face turned pale, and she looked like a rooster with its neck strangled. However, when they heard the sound of footsteps, their expressions recovered slightly. It should be a wandering zombie. Judging from its speed, it should only be a level 0 zombie. Someone spoke up, and the others' faces lit up. Leave this zombie to me. No, leave it to me. Let me protect everyone's safety. I'll go. Everyone started fighting instantly. After all, a lone level, 0 zombie posed little threat to them. Moreover, crystal cores may explode in the head, which makes it a very popular commodity. Stop making noise, listen to the footsteps. It seems to be approaching us. Just at this moment, someone spoke up and interrupted the argument. They were stunned for a moment, then listened to the footsteps, which were indeed coming from far away. Open the door first, someone suggested, and the others nodded in agreement. Crunch. Everyone moved the sundries behind the door, then opened the door a crack. Just then, Xiao Tong walked around the corner, and 300 level 1 zombies slowly followed behind him. When they saw Xiao Tong and the zombie, everyone's eyes lit up. Chuya also stood at the door and stuck her head out to look outside. It would be great if she could find a bargain. When she saw Xiao Tong, she was slightly stunned. Isn't this zombie Xiao Tong? After she finished speaking, the others were stunned and looked at Xiao Tong intently. Although Xiao Tong had turned into a zombie, once he was infected and turned into a zombie, he was a level 2 zombie. There was less decay on the body, and by swallowing the crystal cores, the wounds on the body were also repaired. In addition to the cyan skin on his face, the white eyes, and the ferocious teeth in his mouth, you can basically see Xiao Tong's face clearly. They also recognized Xiao Tong's face at once. Fuck, it really is Xiao Tong who is this unlucky guy. TSK, TSK, TSK. I'm not afraid of this. When he was a human, we killed him. Now that he's turned into a zombie, we can still kill him. Everyone, please give me some face. Xiao Tong is just a little zombie, and it's not worth your effort. Just give me some practice. Bullshit, leave it to me. Let me. When they saw that the zombie was Xiao Tong, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and the fear in their hearts was swept away. Everyone was vying to hunt Xiao Tong down for practice. Stop arguing. Just come on. Let him relive the feeling of being beaten up by a group of people again. Suddenly, a boy shouted and rushed out excitedly with a stick in his hand. The others followed quickly. Even Chu Yu and the others had mocking expressions on their faces and rushed towards Chun Fan with all kinds of weapons in their hands. Looking at this scene in front of me, Xiao Tong couldn't help but laugh. This scene was so similar to the one when everyone surrounded him. But the only difference is that he is no longer alone. If it comes to a group fight, he's not afraid of anyone. Seeing Xiao Tong's ferocious mouth curled up, the person rushing in the front couldn't help but shudder and then slow down. Fuck, did Xiao Tong laugh? Damn it, it's true. I feel like something is wrong. How come Xiao Tong still remembers us? Everyone sensed something was wrong and slowed down one by one. Some people couldn't help but gasp. Fuck, what are you afraid of? Even if he retains human consciousness, so what? He is just a weak level 0 zombie now. We can easily crush him. If you don't want to charge, just get out of the way. When the time comes, the crystal core will be mine. A person nearby rushed past them with a look of disdain on his face. But at this moment, 300 level 1 zombies slowly passed the corner and appeared in front of everyone. Everyone slammed on the brakes and froze, their eyes filled with fear and disbelief. Chapter 56, All Level 1 Zombies. Ha 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 ha. Although Xiao Tong could not speak, he could still make a horse laugh. Group fight. Xiao Tong, loves group fights the most. Hearing Xiao Tong's laughter, everyone became even more horrified. Oh my god, Ron, there are so many zombies. One person came to his senses, turned around and ran, and the others immediately turned around and ran away, crying and shouting. Xiao Tong still walked forward step by step with the level 300 zombies without any hurry. Everyone ran into the room. Quick, close the door. Move everything over to block the door. We can't let those zombies come out, or we'll be finished. A boy who has awakened his superpowers spoke up. He has been acting as the leader these days. Chu Ye and the others were also frightened to the point of pale faces, but their hearts were filled with more hatred. Xiao Tong is such a loser. He was restless when he was a human, and now that he's a zombie, he's even thinking of bringing other zombies to hurt us. Yeah, it's really hateful. The girls next to them were also gritting their teeth. Hearing their words, the others couldn't help but look at the girls as if they were fools. In order to compete for that spot, almost everyone attacked Xiao Tong. Xiao Tong has now turned into a zombie. At least no one at the scene is clean. They didn't hesitate to kill Xiao Tong for that opportunity. So isn't it natural for Xiao Tong to seek revenge on them now? But from the mouths of Chu Ye and the other girls. But it turned out to be Xiao Tong's fault again. Even though they were in the same camp as Chu Ye, they felt disgusted by such behavior. At this time, Chu Ye suddenly looked up at the leader. Wang Rong, Don't more than a dozen of us have awakened special powers? Even if there are hundreds of zombies outside, if you all attack together, they won't be your match, right? The boy called Wang Rong glanced at Chu Yi coldly, as if he was looking an idiot. If there were only a few hundred level 0 zombies, we a dozen or so psychics might still have a chance of winning, but the hundreds of zombies outside are all level 1 zombies. At the end of his words, a hint of fear flashed in Wang Rong's eyes. As a first-level psychic, he could feel the aura unique to first-level zombies on the hundreds of zombies outside. Also, the appearance of those hundreds of zombies was obviously the size of swift zombies and defensive zombies. They're fine dealing with some level 0 zombies, but they wouldn't be so scared if they were facing alone or even several level 1 zombies. However, there are not 1 or 10 level 1 zombies outside, but hundreds. Perhaps most of the first-level zombies in the entire Yana campus are here. Facing such a large number of first-level zombies, they can only make the zombies hiccup. Wang Rong finished speaking. All the ordinary people at the scene who had not awakened their special powers suddenly widened their eyes. What? All of them are level 1 zombies. Oh my god. We couldn't handle all of them before they were all level 0 zombies. And now, they're all level 1 zombies. There's no way we can survive. We should have left with the others. If we had left then, maybe we would still be alive now. It's over. We are all finished. Everyone was in a state of disarray, with despair in their eyes. Bang! At this moment, the door shook violently and a muffled sound was heard. The people inside were immediately startled. Bang, bang, bang. The next moment, there was a violent knock on the door, and the door of the entire classroom made a loud noise. Click! Suddenly, a fist smashed a piece of wood, and a ferocious claw stretched out. Help! The moment the claw stretched out, Chuya and the other girls were so frightened that they screamed and their souls were scared to death. Fuck it, stop shouting. Everyone, get your stuff and block the door. Only by blocking this door can we survive. Wang Rong yelled at Chuyu and the others, then began to organize others to block the door with tables and other things. Laugh. At this moment, a claw suddenly stretched out from a hole in the door and then reached out to open the iron lock on the door. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Damn it. This is unscientific. How can zombies open the door from the inside? At the moment when everyone was puzzled, the claw that reached in went straight to the door handle lock on the door and then twisted it gently. Crack! The lock of the door was unlocked and the door finally opened a crack, but the back of the door was blocked by tables, chairs, and other things. Bang, bang, bang. The next moment, several defenders became even more violent and pounded the door hard. In a few seconds, the door of the entire teaching building was blown open. As the fist landed on the door began to tremble wildly. At the same time, the screws inside the door where it was connected to the wall began to tremble wildly, and white ash was constantly shaken to the ground. With every crash, the bodies of the people in the room trembled. Click! With just 2 punches, a defender smashed a big hole in the door, and the next moment the door shattered. Bang! Even the screws of the door frame were knocked out of the wall and fell heavily to the ground. Help! The door was smashed open, and the people inside immediately screamed and ran everywhere, but the door was blocked, and they could not go anywhere. Xiao Tong stood at the front, looking at the panicked group of people in front of him. The corners of his mouth slowly curled up. It seems that some of today's hatred will be taken back. He slowly raised his hand, and all the zombies immediately stopped roaring and moving, and stayed quietly behind Xiao Tong. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. What's going on? Why do these zombies listen to Xiao Tong? Oh my god, can Xiao Tong control these zombies? Looking at Xiao Tong, he seems to still have human consciousness. Yeah, I seem to see him smile just now. Everyone looked at Xiao Tong in fear, and a glimmer of hope appeared in some people's eyes. If Xiao Tong really retained human consciousness and could still control these zombies, then if they could convince Xiao Tong to let go of his hatred, they might be able to get Xiao Tong to escort them to the survivor base with a few hundred level 1 zombies. Xiao Tong, do you still retain human consciousness? Suddenly, Chuyu took a step forward, lowered her head, and shouted at Xiao Tong. Chapter 57. If you die, I will forgive you. After hearing Chuyu's words, everyone stared at Xiao Tong intently. Under the gaze of everyone, Xiao Tong's mouth curled up slightly, and then he nodded slowly. Wow. After Xiao Tong nodded, there was an uproar at the scene. Then a glimmer of hope for life immediately appeared in everyone's eyes. Xiao Tong had human consciousness, so they would be able to communicate with each other and they would have hope of survival. Chuyu looked at Xiao Tong and continued. Xiao Tong, do these zombies listen to you? Xiao Tong nodded again. Seeing that Xiao Tong had always been in a good attitude, Chuyu slowly let go of the fear in her heart. If it weren't for the hundreds of level 1 zombies behind Xiao Tong, she was ready to raise her proud head and look down at Xiao Tong. Xiao Tong, that's great, that's great. I didn't expect you to still retain human consciousness. In this way, you're still alive. Back then, we were deceived by Leng Menghan and Jiang Zhongxuan and attacked you. We have always felt guilty in our hearts, and now seeing you like this, we can finally feel at ease. And you also gained the ability to control zombies. You can be considered a blessing in disguise. Xiao Tong, we had no choice but to do that. We were deceived by Leng Menghan and Jiang Zhongxuan. Please don't hate us. We had no choice. Chuyu looked at Xiao Tong pitifully, her face full of guilt. When the others heard this, they nodded quickly. Yes, Xiao Tong, we're sorry. We didn't mean it. Please forgive us. Xiao Tong, we were all classmates before the end of the world. Now that the end of the world has come, shouldn't we help each other? You won't kill us, right? Xiao Tong, please let us go. Suddenly, everyone begged for mercy, their eyes full of pleading. Hearing these words, Xiao Tong almost laughed out of anger. In the beginning, these people attacked him just for a so-called quota, but now they just say it's justifiable. How helpless he was. And what Chuyu said, he turned a disaster into a blessing and gained the ability to control zombies. Does he have to thank these people? Especially when I heard these people begging for forgiveness. Forgive me, yes. You are dead. I forgive you. Xiao Tong didn't want to listen to these idiots anymore, so he walked straight towards the crowd. Seeing Xiao Tong walking over alone, everyone was slightly stunned, and then they were overjoyed. Xiao Tong, have you forgiven us? Chuyu spoke happily. Xiao Tong looked at her playfully, then nodded. That's great, Xiao Tong. I knew you were a good person. Chuyu cheered loudly, but a hint of mockery flashed across her eyes. So what if you turned into a zombie? So what if you can control hundreds of level 1 zombies? Aren't you still at my mercy? Watching Xiao Tong slowly approaching, Chuyu took 2 steps forward and looked at Xiao Tong with a shy look. Xiao Tong, I knew you were a good person. Leng Menghan, that vicious woman with a scorpion heart, didn't know how to cherish you. How about I be your girlfriend from now on? He looked at Chun Fan, who was covered in black armor, which was full of metallic aura and looked extremely hard. Moreover, this armor covers the whole body. She subconsciously lowered her head and looked at. Chuyu's eyes widened, her imagination running wild. At this moment, Xiao Tong had already walked in front of Chuyu. Hearing Chuyu's words, Xiao Tong raised his claws and stretched them towards Chuyu. Chuyu subconsciously took a step back in fear, but the next moment she glanced at the person behind her and actually took the initiative to put her face in Xiao Tong's palm. Now Xiao Tong controls hundreds of level 1 zombies. As long as she gains Xiao Tong's favor and makes Xiao Tong listen to her, then won't all these zombies be indirectly controlled by her? When the time comes, she will not let go of anyone who has made her unhappy or ridiculed her in the past few days. By then, won't they all kneel at her feet, whether they're zombies or humans? Seeing Chuyu moving her face closer to him, Xiao Tong was stunned for a moment. Then he showed a ferocious smile. His hand slowly moved downwards. Then he gently pinched Chuyu's neck, and Chuyu suddenly cried out. Her neck has always been her most sensitive spot. Moment. Her ears turned red. Her eyes were slightly blurry, and she stood on tiptoe to make it easier for Xiao Tong. And the next moment, Xiao Tong's hands suddenly exerted force. Ugh! In an instant, Chuyu's neck turned red from being pinched, and the meridians on her neck and temples bulged. She looked at Xiao Tong in shock and confusion, and frantically pried his hands apart with both hands. But Xiao Tong's hands were as still as iron clamps. Xiao Tong had a smile on his face. Chuyu's eyes were full of fear. She finally understood that Xiao Tong had never thought of letting her go. I never thought of letting anyone here go. At this time, Xiao Tong lifted Chuyu's body and threw it backwards. Bang! Chuyu's body slammed to the ground. She was finally able to take a deep breath, but before she could recover, a group of zombies rushed over immediately. She wailed miserably, and the next moment, zombies began to feast on her, their sharp teeth tearing at her body frantically. Xiao Tong turned to look at Chuyu, his eyes full of the pleasure of revenge. At the beginning, Leng Menghan pushed her into the zombie tide and let her endure the pain of being eaten by zombies. Now, he also wants these people to experience this pain one by one. Chuyi's painful wails lasted for more than 10 seconds until a zombie bit her throat and pulled it off. The people in the room stared at this scene in a daze. They were stunned. The next moment, some people finally reacted and then screamed wildly and shouted in fear. Some people were so scared when they saw Chuyi being eaten that they peed their pants. At this time, Chuyi had been eaten clean, leaving only her remains. Xiao Tong gave an order. A defender raised his foot and crushed Chuyi's head, preventing her from even becoming a zombie. After doing all this, Xiao Tong turned his attention to the rest of the people. Xiao Tong, I beg you, Chuyi is Leng Menghan's best friend, and she also played a role in framing you. But we really had no choice. Please forgive us. Woo, Xiao Tong, no, Dad, Grandpa. I'm kneeling down for you. Please forgive me. In the end, everyone knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Xiao Tong, but Xiao Tong remained unmoved. He waved his hand. 300 level 1 zombies instantly rushed out, roaring excitedly. Chapter 58, Power Rises Again. Looking at all the people kneeling on the ground and crying bitterly, Xiao Tong remained calm and looked at them coldly. He did not feel any ripples in his heart because of what these people said. Having lived 2 lives, he had already seen clearly this cruel and realistic society. If he was just an ordinary zombie this time, even if he retained human consciousness, these people would definitely rush to kill him and search for the crystal core in his brain. They will not show mercy just because he has human consciousness. So go to hell. Roar! Xiao Tong let out a low roar, and the next moment, 300 level 1 zombies pounced out. Help! After a burst of screams, there was the sound of zombies chewing food excitedly. Buzz! A few minutes later, a wave of energy was heard. Xiao Tong raised his eyebrows and turned to look at the group of zombies. There were several zombies standing there stupidly, and drastic changes began to occur in their bodies. There were 7 zombies that underwent this transformation. There are 4 defenders and 3 swifts in total. The black stratum corneum on the 4 defenders' bodies continued to crack, and green-red blood continued to emerge from the cracks. But the next moment, an invisible energy surged out, and the torn wounds healed again. After healing, the defenders grew slightly larger. The next moment, their bodies split open again and healed. Cracks heal. Finally, after half an hour, the healing of the cracks slowly stopped. Until now, the defenders' bodies have been torn and healed dozens of times, and their size has also increased a lot. Their height from about 1.85 meters has now increased to more than 1.9 meters, and their entire bodies have become much more sturdy and strong. The black armor on his body is also thicker and looks more metallic. The pair of claws are also sharper and tougher. The 4 defenders stood there quietly, as steady as 4 mountains. Give people enough sense of security. The other 3 swift ones, their bodies were even thinner and leaner, with distinct muscle outlines on their thin bodies. The biggest change was that their sharp nails were actually covering their arms like liquid, already covering their wrists. Below the wrist is a black blade with a sharp aura. The 5 fingers have been merged together. Roar! Roar! The 7 zombies suddenly raised their heads and roared loudly, with a unique level 2 aura emanating from their bodies. The 293 level 1 zombies around them immediately retreated a few meters and lowered their heads slightly. Looking at the 7 roaring level 2 zombies, Xiao Tong couldn't help but nodded slightly. He thought that it would take at least some time for these zombies to break through to level 2, but he didn't expect that 7 zombies here would break through to level 2 directly. Moreover, the auras of 3 of them were far beyond level 1, and they were only 1 step away from breaking through to level 2. Xiao Tong's gaze suddenly fell on the messy remains on the ground that had been eaten by zombies. His eyes flickered slightly. Maybe the fact that these zombies can be quickly promoted to level 2 is closely related to the debris in front of them. Why do zombies subconsciously treat humans as prey? Is it really because of primitive instinct? But in the previous life, in addition to humans, there were also mutant beasts that could be used as food. But why don't zombies treat mutant beasts as food? Xiao Tong seemed to have almost grasped something and was just waiting to verify it slowly in his mind. Take back your thoughts. Xiao Tong issued an order in his mind, and immediately the zombies raised their heads and stomped the heads of the remains to pieces. These people couldn't even become zombies. After doing all this, Xiao Tongkai walked outside with 7 level 2 zombies and 300 level 1 zombies. At this time, in the lobby on the first floor, 2,000 level 0 zombies stood obediently in place. The zombie remains on the ground have been completely devoured. However, Xiao Tong discovered several zombies whose aura had reached the peak of level 1, and his brows raised again. He was sure. Before going up, these zombies were all level 0 zombies. However, when his gaze turned to the hateful zombie that was now only a skeleton, he immediately understood. Although the crystal core of this hateful zombie was devoured by him, but the body is still there. These zombies that have evolved to the peak of level 1 must have devoured the corpse of this level 2 abomination zombie, and thus evolved to their current level. Walked outside with 7 level 2 zombies, 298 level 1 zombies, and 1,995 level 0 zombies. Next, he will continue to sweep the entire campus. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye, and the roars of zombies in the entire school slowly calmed down, even to the point of being eerily quiet. At the north gate, Xiao Tong stood at the front, holding a Mo Dao in his hand. It was the Mo Dao made of meteorite iron from outer space that he had buried in the campus. Behind him stood a group of zombies in black, including 15 level 2 zombies. There are 5 defenders and 6 swift ones. There are also 2 bone spur zombies and 2 fire zombies. These 4 zombies were all level 1 peak zombies that he encountered when he was sweeping the campus. After subduing them, he put all his efforts into training these 4 zombies, and finally succeeded in evolving them into level 2 zombies before ending the sweep. The remaining zombies were all evolved from the first level zombies controlled by Xiao Tong. However, there were 380 first level zombies. Although he could only control 300 level 1 zombies at level 2, the level 1 zombies he evolved from the level 0 zombies under his control did not occupy these 300 places. There are still 2,000 level 0 zombies, and each one is much stronger than the ordinary level 0 zombie. Xiao Tong stood in front of the north gate, quietly looking at the group of zombies behind him. These will be the strength for him to fight among the zombies and become the zombie king in the future, and will also be the power for him to take revenge and protect his loved ones. He looked out the north gate. His eyes were full of solemnity and determination. He knew that although he had swept the entire Yin University, he still had more than a dozen level 2 zombies, several hundred level 1 zombies, and 2,000 level 0 zombies under his command. But for the entire Daxia, for the Daxia with millions of square meters of land, for the Daxia with more than 1 billion people, Yanda is too small. According to the infection rate of the zombie virus, there are at least 1 billion zombies in the whole of Daxia. Among these zombies, there's no telling how many are gifted and how many are powerful. He, Xiao Tong, had a slight advantage as a reborn person, but it was not enough. Chapter 59, Distribution of Power. His so-called team, when put into the whole of Daxia, was like a drop of water falling into the waves. Even now, he didn't dare to be completely sure that he could guarantee his absolute safety. However, he still has to go out. Only by fighting and competing can he grow quickly. Otherwise, he will end up being swallowed and merged by other zombies. In the previous life, although he is also a zombie king, there are many zombie kings that are stronger than him. The 3 zombie kings in the north. A fat zombie king, a healing zombie king, and a bugclaw zombie king. The obese zombie king is covered with mutated fat. His defense is even more terrifying than that of the dedicated defenders of the same level. His body, which is like a mountain, makes countless zombie kings and human strongmen of the same level afraid. Heal the Corpse King. It has awakened a unique healing ability, which is similar to that of a human healer, but its healing ability is countless times stronger than that of a human healer. It is so terrifying that even if its head is blown off, as long as the crystal core is still in its head, it can still heal it. Insect Claw Corpse King. It is the most powerful of the 3 zombie kings in the north. When it became the zombie king, Xiao Tong was just a level 6 zombie. A few years later, Xiao Tong finally became the zombie king, and the insect claw zombie became so powerful that it was almost invincible. And the most terrifying and inexplicable thing is, the insect claw king and the healing king are still in an alliance. With the healing king around, the insect claw king is even more unscrupulous. He killed at least 2 corpse kings at that time. Then there are the 5 corpse kings of the south. They are Flame Corpse King, Iron Corpse King, Defense Corpse King, and Faceless Corpse King. Among them, the Flame Zombie King is a zombie with fire abilities. The flames he releases can ignore water and soil defenses and can burn as long as there is air. The temperature is several times more terrifying than that of human fire-type mutants of the same level. Once when it was attacking a small human survivor base, The flames it released directly burned the small survivor base into a sea of fire. The 5 level 5 warriors and 1 level 6 warrior inside were directly turned into ashes. Steel Zombie. After becoming the Corpse King, almost all the muscles in his body had transformed into metal, and his defense was extremely terrifying. Among the human warriors at that time, only a few level 7 warriors who possessed meteorite iron from outer space could break his defense. Defense against the Corpse King. It evolved from the most basic defender. It is the weakest among the Corpse Kings. Its attack power and speed are very slow. He could only rely on defense and luck to survive crisis after crisis, and finally became the King of Corpses. The last faceless Corpse King is the most powerful among the Southern Corpse Kings, and the abilities it possesses are also the most bizarre and terrifying. It is the only female Corpse King among the Southern Corpse Kings. It secretes a special substance on its face to cover its face. Her ability is mind control. This ability is similar to Xiao Tong's, but the difference is that her ability can only temporarily control the enemy and can affect both zombies and humans, while Xiao Tong's ability can permanently control zombies. But it cannot directly affect humans. If there is a being of a lower level than it, no matter if it is a human or a zombie, it will only face death. And a strong human or zombie king of the same level will also capsize in the ditch if they are not careful. There are hardly any Corpse Kings or powerful humans willing to provoke it. The remaining ones are 2 Corpse Kings in the east and 4 Corpse Kings in the west. The 2 Corpse Kings in the east are the Butcher Corpse King and the Commander Corpse King. The Butcher Corpse King devoured a very special zombie when he was level 6, so he grew a second head, which meant he had 2 lives. As long as one of the heads is intact, the other head can grow back even if it is shot in the head. With 2 heads, its field of vision is wider, giving it an advantage in battle. At the same time, it also possesses a giant axe made of unknown material, which is as sharp as weapons made of meteorite iron from outer space. The Butcher Zombie is extremely bloodthirsty. No matter whether it is the zombie camp or the human camp, as long as it meets it, it will choose to slaughter directly. The other Corpse King in the east is Xiao Tong from the previous life, who is the leader of the Corpse Kings. However, apart from the ability to command zombies, he has no other abilities, and his own strength is not that strong. In the process of becoming the king of the zombies, he was almost slaughtered by the Butcher Zombies several times. Fortunately, he was able to directly control the zombies at the time. The zombies under his command were as easy to control as his own arms. Unlike other zombie kings, although they can drive away hundreds of thousands of zombies with their own unique pressure, these zombies do not really obey their orders, can only attack and fight based on instinct. Therefore, although Xiao Tong was not good at fighting, every time he encountered a strong human or other zombie kings, he could protect himself by controlling his zombies to launch desperate suicidal attacks. In this way, other zombie kings and human warriors will not be able to do anything to him. In other words, there was no way to get him without paying a price. It was not until Leng Menghan accidentally found out his identity and threatened him with his parents that he reluctantly surrendered. Then he and hundreds of thousands of his men were burned to death. There are also several Corpse Kings in the West, but because it was too far away, Xiao Tong was not very familiar with it. He only knew that there was a Corpse King called the Hateful Corpse King, who evolved from the Hateful Zombie. Thinking about the distribution of power in the previous life, Xiao Tong clenched his fist tightly. He was not strong enough. He must evolve into a Corpse King as quickly as possible in this life so that he could realize his dream. Roar! Xiao Tong roared, and then took the lead to walk out of the north gate. Roar! Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, the dozen level 2 zombies, hundreds of level 1 zombies, and 2,000 level 0 zombies behind him also roared and followed Xiao Tong outside. At this moment, they are like soldiers going to war, but they will never come back. Either be strong or die. Thousands of zombies roared at the same time, mixed with the pressure of more than a dozen level 2 zombies and hundreds of level 1 zombies. The dormant zombies around Yin University slowly woke up and let out low roars of fear. Xiao Tong led all the zombies out of the campus and then crushed them all the way. After leaving the school gate, he continued to lead the group of zombies towards the north. He is now in the Haitian district, and to the south of here is the Haitian district. Haitian district was once the headquarters of the Yindu war zone and is now the central part of the central war zone among the 5 major war zones. After the outbreak of the zombie virus, This place will become the center of the Imperial Capital Survivor Base, and it possesses part of the most powerful force preserved in Daxia. Although, because of the virus zombies, many powerful thermal weapons cannot be used. However, the powerful force there should not be underestimated. He could only advance northwards and take his time. Chapter 60, Kidney. The large-scale movement of thousands of zombies instantly caused a commotion among countless zombies along the way, especially since there were many level 2 zombies and level 1 zombies in the team. Countless dormant zombies were forced to wake up and face the overwhelming zombie army. They roared in fear and gave way, but Xiao Tong's army did not spare them. Xiao Tong waved his hand, leaving only a few level 2 defenders to protect him. The other zombies all rushed forward. They slaughtered the zombies they met along the way. As for the zombies that had just started to develop, it was just their subconscious instinct that made them gather together. There was no cooperation or anything like that. Therefore, facing the slaughter of 2,000 level 0 zombies led by a dozen level 2 zombies and more than 300 level 1 zombies, these zombies could only scream and wail. Then he fled away as fast as he could. But how could they outrun Xiao Tong's men? The zombies fell down one by one with screams, and then their heads were split open and the crystal cores inside were taken out. They put the zombies' crystal cores away. Then he picked up the dead zombie's body and started chewing it. His speed suddenly dropped a lot, but he was still moving forward. As they rolled over the zombies along the way, more and more zombies fled in fear. The crystal cores finally gathered in Xiao Tong's hands. Not far away, a small truck was running wildly on the road. The body of the truck was painted with camouflage, and the outside was made of simple welded steel bars and iron blocks. Hearing the roar of the zombies in the distance, the people in the car were frightened. There were 7 or 8 people in the car, 5 men and 3 women. The leader of the group was a muscular man with a long scar on his face. Shouldn't these zombies be dormant in broad daylight? Why do I feel like more and more zombies are waking up now? A fat boy among the boys spoke up, his eyes full of fear. Stop arguing. No matter what the reason is, we have to leave quickly. We must get to the survivor base before dark. Otherwise, we will be in danger. On the other side, Xiao Tong's troops were still advancing, leaving behind countless debris along the way. After he led the zombies away, the lone zombies dared to escape from their hiding places, looking at the direction where Xiao Tong left with their noses twitching. It swore that if it smelled this familiar smell next time, it would flee the city immediately. In the high-rise buildings outside, countless people opened their windows and stuck their heads out, also looking at the huge swarm of corpses downstairs with shock in their eyes. Although Xiao Tong only had a few thousand zombies under his command, under the influence of these zombies, some zombies were also dragged in, and the size of the entire zombie group became larger and larger. Moreover, Xiao Tong also ordered not to harm these first-level zombies that joined the zombie horde. After all, these were the best cannon fodder. If they encountered danger, they would let these wild zombies take over. After all, the zombies under his control were non-renewable, and he would feel sad if one of them died. Soon, the size of the zombie swarm even reached more than 10,000. Roar! Suddenly, a roar sounded from the front of a zombie herd. All the zombies in the entire herd who heard the sound were stunned for a moment, and fear appeared in the eyes of all the level 0 zombies. In front of them, a level 2 zombie was roaring madly, and behind him were dozens of level 1 zombies that were also roaring. These zombies who dared to offend his territory deserved to die. But the next moment, in a group of level 0 zombies in front of Xiao Tong, a dozen level 2 zombies suddenly released their breath and then ran madly towards the dozen level 2 zombies. Behind them, hundreds of level 1 zombies also roared excitedly and rushed forward in a mighty manner. The roar of a dozen level 2 zombies suddenly stopped. Looking at the dozen level 2 zombies and hundreds of level 1 zombies, they were stunned. The next moment, it reacted and roared, then turned around and fled madly. But at this moment, several swifts were chasing frantically on the ground as fast as cats. It didn't take long for them to catch up with this level 2 zombie. The moment they got close, they suddenly leaped high and slashed down madly with the sharp claws in their hands. The second level zombie subconsciously turned around and raised his arms. Clang! A sound of metal clashing was heard. And at this time, Xiao Tong also saw clearly the appearance of this level 2 zombie. This second-level zombie doesn't look much different from an ordinary zombie, except that its arms are gigantic. It was as if it had expanded several times, and the thickest part was even as big as the huge arm of the abominable zombie. At the same time, the expanded fist is even harder. The Swift's double knives landed on its arms, then bounced back. But in the next moment, more Swifts came rushing over, waving their claws wildly. Laugh. Apart from its thick arms and abnormal defensive power, the zombie's body's attack power is not high at all. A Swift stabbed the zombie directly in the waist from behind. The zombie staggered and felt countless strength flowing out from the waist area on his back. The next moment, a huge hand covered with stratum corneum gently pinched the giant arm zombie's head, and suddenly used it. Crack! The giant arm zombie's head instantly made a sound of broken bones, and bloody green blood spurted out. Surrounded by more than a dozen level 2 zombies, this level 2 zombie couldn't even last 5 seconds. A defender dug out the crystal core of a level 2 zombie, then ran to Xiao Tong and respectfully handed it to him. Xiao Tong. Xiao Tong nodded slightly, then collected the crystal core of the second-level zombie. Soon, countless crystal cores of first-level zombies were sent up one after another. Xiao Tong let his zombies deal with the crystal cores and corpses of 0-level zombies. Both the primary and secondary crystal cores were collected. The crystal cores of the second-level zombies must be absorbed by him. As for the crystal cores of the first-level zombies, in addition to using them for his own evolution, they can also be collected and used specifically by the first-level zombies at the peak of his command to absorb and then evolve to the second level. When all the 2,000 zombies under his command evolved to level 2, at this stage, few people could hurt him. However, the prerequisite is that no human knows that he still has human consciousness. Otherwise, even if there are a few more Chan fans, they will not be enough. A few missiles fired at him, and he was gone. However, as long as the news is not leaked, in the current situation where many powerful thermal weapons fail, the missiles that can be fired are of vital importance and will not be easily wasted. Woof, woof, woof. At this moment, several low and terrifying roars suddenly came from far away. Chapter 61, A Perfect Dog Life. When these sounds rang out, all the zombies couldn't help but get startled. Then 2,000 level 0 zombies roared, and after a commotion, they retreated in fear. It was as if some terrifying creature was about to arrive. More than 300 first-level zombies also kept growling in fear, but they did not retreat. A dozen level 2 zombies stared at the distance. They neither roared nor retreated, but just stared into the distance. After hearing several unusually deep and loud dog barks, Xiao Tong's heart instantly tightened. Feeling this huge and wild breath, his heart became a little heavy. Supernatural beast. It's finally out. Ahead, the scattered level 0 zombies howled and ran away in all directions. Bang, bang, bang. The ground shook slightly, and in the distance, a group of huge creatures were running away quickly. When they were several hundred meters away, Xiao Tong finally saw the appearance of these creatures clearly. Each of them was a giant creature that was at least 1 meter tall, with teeth sharper than zombies, dragon-like muscles, and smooth fur. They ran like a whirlwind and tore all the zombies in their way to pieces. These creatures are all kinds of dogs. There are Chihuahuas, Pekingese, Pomeranians, Bichon Frise, teddy dogs, pugs, French bulldogs. However, compared to peacetime, these mutant beasts have mutated into larger sizes and are more threatening in the alien world. Their sharp claws and fangs have become the nightmare of countless zombies and humans. The largest and most powerful mutant dog is a yellow bulldog, nearly 1.5 meters tall and over 2 meters long. The canine teeth have become more than 10 centimeters long due to mutation, and they are shining with sharp luster. With just this set of good teeth, they're a great weapon for peeling boneless chicken feet. While running, it would open its mouth from time to time to bite the zombie's head, then exert force, and with a snap, the zombie's head would explode directly in its mouth. Crunchy, chicken-flavored, and with 7 times the protein of beef. Soon, dozens of mutant dogs slowly stopped, and the bulldog's gaze fell on the dozen or so level 2 zombies in the front. A gleam of wisdom actually appeared in its eyes. It's thinking. Many dogs originally have a high IQ. After mutation, the IQ of these mutated dogs can even be comparable to that of a 7 or 8-year-old child. Can distinguish between pros, cons, and dangers. When seeing these dozen level 2 zombies, Bulldog was obviously stunned for a moment. He smelled the scent of several level 2 zombies from a very far distance, and he immediately rushed overexcitedly with his brothers. Because it has now been promoted to a second-level mutant dog, it knows deeply that only a second-level zombie can allow it to evolve again. But it didn't expect that there would be so many level 2 zombies. Among these mutant dogs, there are only 4 level 2 mutant dogs including it, and the rest are all level 1 mutant dogs and level 0 mutant dogs. How can we do this? The mutant bulldog's eyes swept among the zombies, and finally, its gaze fell on Xiao Tong at the back and several defenders around him. After glancing at a few defenders, its gaze finally locked onto Xiao Tong. Although Xiao Tong was also covered with defensive black armor, he was still too small compared to the defenders next to him. But there are several level 2 defenders protecting him personally. Then there's only one possibility. That is, Xiao Tong is the leader of these zombies, but this leader is very weak and needs protection from his subordinates. So, let's kill this weak zombie first, and the other zombies will fall apart on their own. Woof! The bulldog growled slightly. Woof, woof, woof. The other mutant dogs immediately responded. They had already known the bulldog's consciousness and attacked Xiao Tong. With a low roar, a group of mutant dogs quickly pounced toward Xiao Tong, barking as they ran and showing their sharp fangs. Roar! The moment these mutant dogs moved, the dozen or so second-level zombies in front also moved. First, the swift pounced on the mutant dogs in the front like an arrow, and chopped down fiercely at these mutant dogs with arms that had completely mutated into sharp blades. The sharp blade made a sound of breaking wind in the air, and it seemed to be moving very fast, but the first wave of mutant dogs jumped high into the air and actually passed these second-level zombies directly. Roar! Seeing these mutant dogs actually leap over their heads. This is intolerable. A group of level 2 soldiers roared and turned to chase the first wave of mutant dogs, but the next moment, more mutant dogs stopped them. In an instant, a group of second-level zombies and mutant dogs started fighting each other. Is it the distortion of human nature or the decline of morality? A dozen level 2 zombies were fighting against a group of mutant dogs. Although most of the mutant dogs were level 1 or even level 0, they had a natural advantage. Regardless of size or speed, they had to take advantage. These dogs in particular actually knew how to cooperate. One dog attracted the attention of a level 2 zombie in the front, while the other dog went directly behind the zombie and bit the delicious meat that they loved the most. Some even awakened the skills of the African dog. The sharp claws stabbed into the stomach. When it was taken out again, the intestines were also taken out. Zombies are originally dead things, but they have the characteristics of living things that can move. Although much of the food they eat in their stomachs is converted into energy for their evolution, a small part ends up going to the large intestine. After layers of fermentation, when the intestines were taken out, an indescribable smell suddenly filled the place. This smell is really intoxicating. Woof! Ah, damn, it's delicious. The dog biting the intestine howled excitedly and felt the wonderful and happy taste spreading in its mouth. The other dogs saw this. They also became excited and turned around, circling around a group of level 2 zombies, poking them with their claws whenever they saw an opportunity. When the claws came out, all the dogs were excited. Woof! Damn, this is such a good stuff, but this thing is really the stinky tofu in the dog world. Woof! Woo woo woo, being able to eat such delicious food. The dog's life is perfect. Chapter 61, my dear brother. What kind of suffering have you suffered? Roar! Many second-level zombies roared angrily. They roared and ran towards the mutant dogs. A group of mutant dogs were hanging their intestines and swallowing them in big mouthfuls. Every bite is a real treat. On the other side, the bulldog led a dozen mutant dogs to pounce toward Xiao Tong. The fragrance coming from behind made the mutant dogs nearby look sideways frequently, with saliva constantly flowing from the corners of their mouths. The mutant bulldog looked disdainful. Woof! Do you have any shame? Do you have any shame? Are you so out of control just because of a pile of intestines that smell of shit? This dog has been through the world and has eaten more shit than you have eaten salt, sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, and salty. I have tasted all kinds of flavors. You have ruined my lifelong reputation. Can you learn from me? Can you learn from me? Can you imitate me and make your saliva 1 meter long? Do you have what it takes? No, you don't. The length of this dog's saliva has won the Reese's world record in the dog world. SSSSS. The bulldog sucked a meter-long saliva into its mouth and stared at Xiao Tong fiercely. Woof! The bulldog barked, and the mutant dogs around him rushed out. Hundreds of first-level zombies immediately roared and rushed forward to stop them, but they were no match for the mutant dogs in terms of speed or strength. The mutant dogs opened their mouths and bit their heads, and then with a snap, they exploded. However, the first-level zombies also relied on their numbers to temporarily entangle these mutant dogs. Several first-level zombies surrounded these mutant dogs, immediately limiting their speed a lot. Tell my grandma. Tell my grandma. At this moment, a mutant dog was scratched by a first-level zombie's claws, leaving a large wound. It screamed in pain. The next moment, more level 1 zombies swarmed over and knocked it down. After jumping on it, without even looking at it, the mutant dog's limbs suddenly straightened up. The zombies nearby rushed forward, tearing its flesh madly with their sharp teeth and mouths. It screamed. Hiss! The dog took a deep breath in his heart. I didn't expect this kind of operation. Awoo! Hearing the dog scream, the bulldog turned around with a look of grief on his face. Woof! My good brother, go with peace of mind. I will avenge you. When the time comes, I will cook this dish. It cried out sadly, woof! Damn, my good brother, what kind of suffering have you suffered? You were so pitiful. Ouch! As soon as it finished barking, it was stunned by the dog's gradually changing barking. Nima, this dog thing, this sound is not right. But at this time, the dog was no longer breathing. It had been ripped open by a group of zombies, who were then biting and eating it madly. But the bull-headed mutant dog saw it clearly. The dog left with a look of relief on his face. Damn it, did someone tell me what happened? He shook his head. Throwing away some unrealistic thoughts, it locked its eyes on Xiao Tong again. Murderous intent suddenly burst out from his eyes. The aura of the second-level mutant dog swept across the entire place. It was obvious that this bullfighting mutant dog had evolved into a second-level mutant dog a long time ago. It was simply incomparable to the second-level zombies that had just evolved under Xiao Tong's command. However, the 4 defenders still rushed forward with roars. Xiao Tong quietly observed the bulldog mutants. He did not expect to encounter a bulldog mutant so soon. In the previous life, these mutant beasts really formed a large scale and mutated a few months after the corpse transformation. This is why, although mutants are powerful, zombies can still compete with them, because zombies have a few more months of development time, and more first-level, second-level, and third-level zombies are born. Therefore, with high-end combat power, these mutant beasts can still be crushed. But now, the end of the world has only been less than half a month. A large-scale mutant beast group of dozens of mutant beasts has been formed, and the situation of zombies will become even more difficult in the future. Could it be that? Was it because the butterfly that was reborn flapped its wings that caused the mutant beast to awaken early? Roar! A zombie's roar was heard, breaking Xiao Tong's thoughts. He looked up. The 4 defenders were already injured, but the second-level bulldog mutant was still able to handle the situation with ease, even though it was just 1 dog against 4 corpses. It can still crush. Woof! The bulldog barked, then dodged a punch from a defender, bit the defender's fist, and then hit hard. Click! There was a clear sound of broken bones, and the defender immediately let out a terrible scream. See here. Xiao Tong frowned slightly, but did not order the defenders to retreat. After all, whether it was humans, zombies, or mutant beasts, the birth of a strong had always grown up through fighting. Although he feels sorry for the second-level zombies, he will not order a retreat. If he wants to grow up in a greenhouse, he might as well not have these subordinates. Otherwise, he will have to do everything. Wouldn't he be tired? Not 5 minutes. The bulldog relied on its speed and strength to crush the 4-limbed defenders. The 4 defenders were either missing arms or legs, and one even had half of its head bitten off, with green and red liquids spurting out. Chapter 62. If you can't find a girlfriend. Seeing this, Xiao Tong couldn't help but sigh slightly in his heart. In peacetime, humans are at the top of the food chain, and since they can use tools, humans are basically the masters of the earth. But at the end of the world, humans and their mutated zombies are no match for the mutant beasts. Just a level 2 mutant dog beat 4 defenders of the same level without much ability to fight back. It is conceivable that there are even more terrifying mutant beasts that are mutated from lions or even tigers, which are even more terrifying. Seeing 1 defender dead and 4 injured, Xiao Tong knew that the purpose of training these defenders had been achieved. If he continued to watch the show, the 4 mutants would probably die. He had decided to take action. Thinking of this, Xiao Tong took a step directly towards the mutant bulldog. Hearing Xiao Tong's approaching footsteps, the mutant bulldog slapped the defender away, then turned and looked at Xiao Tong. Watching Xiao Tong approaching step by step, a hint of mockery flashed in the mutant bulldog's eyes. Woof! Noob, are you here to die? But the next moment, a huge aura suddenly spread from Xiao Tong's body, and this overwhelming pressure enveloped the mutant bulldog, causing the mutant pit bull to feel heavy. Its pair of dog eyes suddenly widened. At this time, Xiao Tong kicked the ground with his right foot and rushed towards the mutant pit bull like a tiger. The mutant pit bull felt the aura of Xiao Tong, and its face was filled with shock and astonishment. It didn't expect that this smallest zombie was actually the strongest among all the zombies. It seemed that it had made a mistake this time. But Lord Dog is not afraid of you. Woof! The mutant bulldog growled. A ferocious look appeared in its eyes, and a bloodthirsty light began to flash. It bared its teeth, revealing a piece of meat stuck in the gap between its sharp teeth. It kicked its powerful legs back and rushed towards Xiao Tong quickly. Running at full speed, its speed was much faster than Xiao Tong. When it was about 5 or 6 meters away from Xiao Tong, it suddenly jumped up and pounced on Xiao Tong like a vicious dog. Looking at the mutant bulldog jumping high, Xiao Tong was slightly stunned, and then a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He was just worried that the mutant bulldog was moving too fast. But now the mutant bulldog jumped high, and with no leverage in the air, it instantly became a sitting target. Xiao Tong clenched his right hand, and a ball of blue lightning condensed. Sizzle. The moment the blue thunder appeared, it kept making crackling sounds. Xiao Tong swung his right hand towards the mutant pit bull. The blue thunder flew out of his hand and turned into a lightning net in the air, covering the mutant pit bull. Woof! Damn, it's so scary. The mutant bulldog saw Xiao Tong release a lightning net in the blink of an eye. Even though it hadn't gotten close yet, the hair on its body was already standing up wildly. Even the skin has been sending waves of tingling sensation. You can imagine how terrifying this is. However, it jumped high and had nowhere to hide in the air, so it could only dive headfirst into the lightning net. The moment it came into contact with the lightning net, the mutant bulldog screamed, F*** came me. There was a burst of white smoke mixed with a burning smell all over his body. Its body fell vertically in an instant. But this is not the end. The moment the lightning net was thrown out, Xiao Tong did not care whether the lightning net successfully covered the mutant bulldog. He raised his palms upwards, and 2 balls of blue lightning began to condense at the same time. A second later, his 2 hands suddenly clasped together in the middle. At the moment when the 2 thunders touched, a terrifying shock wave instantly blasted towards the mutant bulldog that fell to the ground. Boom! The thunder shock wave instantly hit the mutant bulldog, causing it to scream again. Bang! The mutant bulldog fell heavily to the ground, splashing dust all over the ground. When the thunder and dust dissipated, the mutant bulldog stood up in embarrassment. All the hair on its body had been burnt, and some parts were even torn, with scarlet blood flowing from the wounds and the corners of its mouth. But even so, the mutant bulldog had not suffered any serious damage. Its eyes were fixed on Xiao Tong, filled with ferocious, murderous intent. Woof! It roared angrily, and then rushed towards Xiao Tong like a gust of wind. While running, it kept moving left and right to guard against the thunder in Xiao Tong's hand. It suffered a great loss at the beginning of the battle, but it also learned about Xiao Tong's shortcomings. Seeing Xiao Tong's thin appearance, he must not be good at close combat, so it had to avoid Xiao Tong's strengths. Ouch! The mutant bulldog growled and approached Xiao Tong. It moved quickly and was already behind Xiao Tong. It opened its sharp mouth and bit Xiao Tong's but fiercely. Don't ask why I bite my butt. The reason is that I am blessed. Humans' Olgate tastes like high-end food, while zombies' Olgate tastes like stinky tofu. Born to be a dog. It wants to eat shit. Fuck. In an instant, Xiao Tong knew that this dog was not a human being, so why would he start a fight just because it happened? He turned around and punched out fiercely. But facing this punch, a hint of mockery flashed in the mutant bulldog's eyes. It swallowed with a big mouthful, then changed direction and swallowed Xiao Tong's arm. Before swallowing, it specifically confirmed that. That's right, the right hand. The right hand of human man always smells like Olay gay, which it likes very much. This kind of cultural dog, which is appreciated by both the elite and the masses, tastes this best. One mouthful, it swallowed Xiao Tong's right hand directly and bit his shoulder hard with its teeth. Woo woof. Chicken, thank you for offering me your right arm. Wait for me to use my strength to break through the layer of defense outside your arm, and then bite your arm off in one bite. Thinking, the mutant bulldog couldn't help but reveal a smug expression. What if you were a strong, one among the second-level zombies? What if you were stronger than me? I'll bite off you two arms first. Xiao Tong, whose arm was bitten by the mutant pit bull, remained calm, looking at the mean expression on the bitch's face. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. He could have just unleashed the thunderbolt, but he changed his mind. Chapter 63, The Dog Kneels. Let's get back to the topic. He began to release his martial soul, and then 9 soul rings rose up, and the 9th golden 10,000-year soul ring flickered. 9th soul skill, 18 moves. The palm that was deep inside the mutant bulldog's throat suddenly tightened. The next moment, soul power operates. It began to perform primitive single-cylinder piston mechanical movement rapidly. The mutant bulldog, who was gritting his teeth and trying madly to bite off Xiao Tong's arm, suddenly widened his eyes. The hand that was playing tricks in his mouth made him subconsciously open his mouth. Then he retched out. Why do I dry heave? Why? Don't ask why. The question is just a reference to Wang Zizong eating bread. The mutant bulldog retched instantly. He spat out Xiao Tong's arm. Xiao Tong raised his right hand directly. Lightning flashed. Then he slapped the mutant bulldog hard on the face, knocking it to the ground. Confused. I'm confused. The mutant bulldog fell to the ground, covering the place where it was hit with its paws. Its face had been burned by the thunder. Its eyes were full of disbelief, as if it still couldn't accept this fact. This slap from Xiao Tong was hard for a cultured person to accept. This makes it difficult for it to accurately analyze the movement of celestial bodies. If it was a head-on confrontation with Xiao Tong, a battle of both superiority and life and death, then according to the records of the peerless skills in the compendium of Materia Medica that were presented to Pu Du, the head of the 81 sects of the 5 sects and 13 schools. As the ancients said, if you don't listen to the ancients, you will hear birds singing everywhere. Take the scrap car next to me, for example. Because her skin color has been affected by the cold currents of northern Siberia for a long time, she will evolve into a more advanced primate mammal. In other words, the secret of winning the game does not lie in whether you follow the guidance of the immortal or hit the first cannon, nor does it matter whether Wang Tietue can win the game on the iron line, but whether the crow can overturn the table at the critical moment. So, can Yang Yuan pay the betrothal gift in installments? Hey, what are you talking about? The mutant bulldog scratched its head, then looked at Xiao Tong angrily. In conclusion, your big mouth is very rude to a cultural dog. How can you set up a no-fly zone for a cultural dog on the road of exploring science? Do you know how much psychological trauma a big bitch can cause to a cultural dog? The mutant bulldog looked at Xiao Tong with resentment. Xiao Tong was completely confused. After he slapped the bulldog to the ground, the mutant bulldog just lay on the ground, with its legs raised in a seductive posture. Its eyes were often filled with philosophical thoughts, and sometimes it looked at him with resentment. It's as if he's discussing the most serious scientific issues while expressing his resentment. He shook his head. The thunder in Xiao Tong's hand condensed again, and he threw out 2 balls of thunder directly. Woof! Damn! Here we go again. I haven't gotten out of your big shadow yet, and you want to attack me again? The mutant bulldog was angry, and it sped up again. Then he rushed toward Xiao Tong. This time, it didn't bite the delicious, but nor the thick arms. It lowered its head. The fierce look made Xiao Tong feel cold. Ouch! The mutant bulldog opened its mouth wide, revealing its ferocious teeth. Roar! Xiao Tong roared, looking at the mutant pit bull's perverted eyes. He had decided to end the battle quickly. This dog is such a jerk, and I don't know why. He felt that this dog was too smart, too smart. If he kept such a dog full of advanced intelligence, future mutant beasts would pose a greater threat to zombies. Threatened, always dies in bed, on the sofa, or in the stairwell. He roared, and a level 2 zombie next to him immediately threw the Mo Dao in his hand toward Xiao Tong. Xiao Tong took 2 steps back, jumped lightly, and accurately caught the Mo Dao in his hand. Clang! The Mo Dao was drawn out, emitting a loud and long sword chant. At the same time, a cold breath slowly spread out. These days, Xiao Tong and his men swept the entire school, and thousands of zombies died under this sword. In ancient times, killing 100 people was called a 100-man beheading, Killing 1,000 people was called 1,000 manslaughter, and killing 10,000 people was called hero. Although Xiao Tong killed zombies, they were also a kind of life. The M.O. Dao that had killed thousands of zombies was filled with a sharp and cold murderous aura as soon as it was drawn out. A unique breath that was stained with thousands of lives enveloped the bulldog. The mutant bulldog opened his eyes wide, looking at the M.O. Dao in Xiao Tong's hand. It seemed to have seen itself falling under this long and big sword. And then Xiao Tong set up a fire and started to make dog meat hot pot. No, I can't die like this. It would be such a shame if I couldn't even eat such delicious dog meat hot pot. I can't accept my fate. I can't surrender. I'm a cultural dog who has eaten shit from all over the world. My dog life is still long. My dozen little mugus are still crying for petting. Without it, their empty existence will be filled with other things. This is intolerable, but the dog is not. This dog will never give in. How can this dog accept his fate until the last moment? My fate is in my own hands, not in the hands of God. Standing at the top of the sky, I am the proudest person in the world. As long as I am there, there is the sky. The mutant bulldog was almost moved to tears. Ouch! It roared fiercely, its front legs suddenly bent, and its entire body sank downward, touching the ground like a mountain. It lowered its head and faced Xiao Tong with its hardest head, rushing towards Xiao Tong with an attitude of never returning. This time, if you don't succeed, you will die. Then, the mutant bulldog knelt down. It knelt on the ground and slid directly in front of Xiao Tong, scratching Xiao Tong's thighs with its two paws, and its eyes were full of tears. A woof woof, it howled. At the same time, a voice sounded in Xiao Tong's head. Master, oh master, I've been looking forward to seeing you for so long. You are my sky. You are my god, my master. I named myself Roaring Sky Dog, and you are the heroic Erlang Shun. The top of the sky is proud of the world. As long as my master is there, there is the sky. The mutant bulldog held Xiao Tong's thighs with its front paws, howling and licking Xiao Tong's face and neck with its tongue. Xiao Tong listened to the voice in his head. He was confused. He looked down at the mutant bulldog that was hugging his thigh and shaking. His face darkened again. The mutant pit bull was slapped away. He looked down. Xiao Tong's face turned even darker. Damn it. Fuck you. You're a bulldog, not Tyree Tien. Xiao Tong stepped forward and did another big competition. I told you to hold my legs. Ikibidoo sent the bulldog flying, and he hit the bulldog's jill hard. Chapter 64 Contract. The mutant bulldog screamed and jumped 3 meters high, tears coming out of its eyes. Woof, woof, woof. What the hell, Agug? The mutant bulldog was cursing loudly when the cold blade was placed on its neck. It shuddered violently. With a flattering smile on his face, he looked at Xiao Tong. Masterine, we are one family, one family. Xiao Tong looked at the mutant bulldog coldly. He always had an illusion that the dog in front of him was not a dog, but a person in dog skin. How can you communicate directly with me? Xiao Tong asked directly in his mind. Master, I don't know either. As soon as we met, our passions connected. Master, I, Roaring Sky Dog, really want to submit to you with all my heart. Please accept me. My requirements are not high. Just find me a dozen female mugu every day. Master, when we first met, my admiration for you was like a surging river. Master, I have a song I want to dedicate to you. You asked me how much I love you. How much I love you. Awoo. Xiao Tong's eyebrows twitched, and for the first time he understood why there was the term ghosts crying and wolves howling. He had seen a hero being courted by a dog in a novel before. He didn't expect that he would encounter such a weird dog in real life. Stop singing, Xiao Tong roared. The mutant bulldog's head shrank before he stopped singing. Call. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Tong looked at the mutant bulldog. Although this mutant bulldog was a little bit foolproof, if he could tame this mutant bulldog, it would be equivalent to taming the entire group of mutant dogs. Mutated beasts are generally much stronger than zombies. If he could really tame this group of mutant dogs, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. You really want to submit to me? Xiao Tong spoke. The mutant dog's eyes lit up. Master, as long as you are willing, my whole body is yours, my body, my heart. The mutant bulldog was about to continue speaking, but he felt a chill on his neck. Xiao Tong said coldly, Speak properly. Yes. Master, I am really willing to submit to you. From now on, if you tell me to go east, I will never go west. If you tell me to eat something dry, I will never lick something liquid. Bang. Xiao Tong couldn't help it. So he slapped the mutant bulldog in the face and then rode on the mutant bulldog. Oh, well, master, no, don't do this, don't do this. Nima. Xiao Tong attacked left and right, launching a series of powerful attacks. I'm gonna let you output on my legs. I asked you to sing. I'll let you lick it. I'll tell you. I'll tell you not to wear a mask. The mutant bulldog was completely confused. Although your previous reasons were all compliments on me, isn't the last sentence too far-fetched? Do dogs need to wear muzzles? Xiao Tong slapped her more than 10 times before he stopped, panting. Although he had become a second-level zombie, he was still a little tired after slapping her a dozen times with all his strength. After Xiao Tong climbed up from the mutant bulldog stood up and looked at Xiao Tong's exhausted appearance. It immediately knew that this was the opportunity to flatter him. It showed a concerned look and said kindly, "Master, haven't you eaten yet?" Xiao Tong, who was resting, suddenly froze and turned to look at the mutant bulldog. His eyes were filled with uncontrollable fire. The mutant bulldog looked at Xiao Tong and trembled in his heart. No way, no way. The flame of love is burning in the master's eyes for me. This burning feeling, this wild emotion, this sincere expression without any concealment. Bang! Xiao Tong rode up again, and there was a burst of ghostly howling. It lasted for another half an hour. Xiao Tong was really tired. He got up panting. The mutant bulldog limped to his feet. Looking at Xiao Tong, who couldn't straighten his back, his eyes were full of sincerity and grievance. "Look, you didn't eat at all, and I didn't say anything wrong." Xiao Tong was speechless. "Just wait for me." Xiao Tong's face was filled with grief and indignation. In his entire life, and in 2 lifetimes, he had never imagined that one day he would be mocked by a dog. After a break, Xiao Tongkai looked at the mutant bulldog and said, "I can indeed take you in, but how can I be sure that you won't betray me in the future?" The mutant bulldog thought about it seriously, then looked at Xiao Tong sincerely. "Do you think there will be another zombie willing to accept my second pen?" Xiao Tong, you have a pretty damn good understanding of yourself. Seeing Xiao Tong's speechless look, the mutant bulldog's voice sounded in Xiao Tong's mind again. "In fact, I have another way. That is a contract." Contract. Xiao Tong's eyebrows jumped. He signaled the mutant bulldog to continue speaking. "It's a special ability of mine. I can make a contract with some animals that submit to me. As long as I'm always stronger than them, they will not betray me. Of course, I can also make a reverse contract. I can submit to you, my master. Then, as long as you are always stronger than me, I will not have the intention of betraying you." The mutant bulldog's words fell. Xiao Tong's eyes suddenly lit up. If what the mutant bulldog said was true, then he really met a treasure. Contracting a mutant bulldog is equivalent to controlling an army of mutant beasts in the future, and they are the kind that will not betray you. If what you said is true, I can consider taking you in. A dozen bitches a day won't be a problem in the future. Xiao Tong spoke. The mutant bulldog's eyes lit up. "Come on, master, let go of your spirit." The mutant bulldog opened his mouth. Xiao Tong immediately relaxed his mind, and then he felt an invisible energy drilling in from between his eyebrows. A burning feeling rose in my mind. After a few minutes, the burning sensation dissipated and the energy retreated. Just deep in my mind, a warm imprint still exists. His mental power enveloped it, and he immediately felt the breath of the mutant bulldog. Xiao Tong opened his eyes again. He looked at the mutant bulldog in front of him. "Owner." The mutant bulldog's eyes were full of loyalty, and he bowed his head respectfully to show his submission. Xiao Tong nodded and glanced at the mutant bulldog. He said, "Get up, become my subordinate, and I will give you a new name." Chapter 65. Subjugating the Mutant Dog Troops. "Thank you for the name, master." The mutant bulldog's eyes lit up, and he howled with joy. The mutant bulldog, who had always been a strong and cultured dog, had always longed for an elegant name, especially after the end of the world, after its intelligence increased greatly. It also tried to give itself some elegant names, such as Taiju, Ergu, and Lungzi. At last, he still felt that the mythical Xiao Tian was the most suitable for him. But that's someone else's name, not his. Although he uses the name Xiao Tian, he still longs to have his own name. "I see you have yellow fur all over your body, and you're a bulldog." Xiao Tong looked at the mutant bulldog. The mutant bulldog immediately raised its head and turned around to cooperate so that Xiao Tong could discover all his advantages. "Just call me Xiaoji." Xiao Tong made the final decision. The excited mutant bulldog was stunned. "Master, Can you change the name? Just give a name if you want. You named it this, little chicken daddy. Isn't this an insult to me? The mutant bulldog looked dissatisfied. How is it small? Xiao Tong rolled his eyes at it. No words. He turned around and looked at the zombies and dogs that were still fighting. He said, "Tell your men to stop." The mutant bulldog howled and said excitedly, "Watch me." Ouch. The mutant bulldog turned around and howled loudly. Go Z, who was fighting, stopped, and Xiao Tong also ordered his zombies to stop. A group of dogs looked at the mutant bulldog in confusion. Boss, what's going on? The mutant bulldog looked very proud. He walked among the dogs with his head held high. Remember, from now on, this person behind me. No, the zombie is my boss and also your boss. All dogs have seen the boss. The dogs were stunned for a moment, but the power of the contract made them obey Xiaoji's orders. All the dogs stood in 2 rows with their heads held high and their chests puffed out and looked up at the same time. Oh, whoa. Boss, the sound is neat and magnificent. Xiao Tong was a little confused. Damn it, the dog is now black. All right, let's all return to the team. Xiao Tong waved his hand. On the other side, a small modified military truck was approaching, and several figures on the truck stuck their heads out and looked in the direction of Xiao Tong in the distance. There was excitement in their eyes. There's a team of mutant dogs fighting zombies in the distance. Come over here, boss. Someone asked excitedly. Boss, let's go over there. These mutant dogs will definitely fight with these zombies. When the battle is over, we can pick up the crystal cores directly. That's right, boss. We have 4 psychics in our car, and we have hot weapons. We are not afraid even of level 1 zombies. If things really get out of hand, we can just retreat. Okay, come over here. The leading man in the car thought for a moment, then nodded, and the convoy immediately headed slowly towards the direction of Xiao Tong and others. But the driver just turned the car around. The scene in the distance made everyone's eyes widen. The zombies and dogs that were fighting to the death just now stopped fighting the moment they moved. Grass. The mutant dogs actually lined up in 2 rows to welcome a zombie. At this moment, Xiao Tong in the distance suddenly raised his head and looked directly at the direction of the convoy from a distance. When the leading man's eyes met Xiao Tong's, he couldn't help but shiver, and the hairs on his body stood up. Fuck it. Hurry up, turn the car around, and get out of here. The convoy quickly turned around and drove madly. Catch up. Xiao Tong gave the order, and Xiao Ji immediately led his men to chase after the convoy. Xiao Tong ordered most of the zombies to stay where they were to devour the corpses on the ground and collect crystal cores. He also chased after them with a dozen level 2 zombies and hundreds of level 1 zombies. Ouch! A group of mutant dogs rushed forward, barking excitedly as they charged. Their speed was much faster than the convoy when they sprinted at full speed. Moreover, there were constantly parked cars on the road and wandering zombies blocking the way. The convoy's speed was reduced again. Boss, it's bad. Those mutant dogs are catching up with us. We are too slow. We can't outrun them. One member looked at his boss with a pale face. The scarred man in the lead had a gleam of brilliance in his eyes, and then he gritted his teeth and said, "Throw away all the supplies in the car, and throw away the women too." After hearing what the leading man said, everyone couldn't help but be stunned. Boss, can we just throw those women away? Those supplies are what can save our lives. Yes, boss. Fuck it. I told you to throw it. So you threw it. Why are you talking nonsense? The leading man glared at everyone, and then they reluctantly began to throw the supplies out of the car, and all kinds of rice and food were scattered all over the ground. At last, they opened the compartments and the cab. Suddenly, a foul smell came. Thin girls, half naked, lying in the carriage with dull eyes. When the lattice was opened, a glimmer of light appeared in their eyes. They struggled and crawled towards the men, begging, "Brother, please give us something to eat. I just want a piece of bread. I will do whatever you want with just a piece of bread." A man kicked the woman away with a grim smile on his face. "Get lost. Are you worth a piece of bread? When we were talking to each other in a friendly way, you didn't even look down on the piece of bread I gave you. You slapped it to the ground and stepped on it. Do you know that we paid for all the bread we gave you with our lives? Since you don't know how to cherish what was given to you, then you don't want anything. Now all of you, get out of here." As they spoke, several men opened the car door and pushed the women out one by one. Several women were pushed to the door. When they saw the mutant dogs and zombies chasing after the convoy, they collapsed in fear and shouted, No, brothers, there are mutant dogs and zombies everywhere. We will die. Woo, woo, woo. Yes, big brother. The car is going so fast. We won't be able to escape if we fall down. Please don't do this. I don't care whether you are alive or not. I only care about my own life. Push it down. A man growled ferociously, then pushed a woman out with his hands. Other men followed suit. The weak women could not resist at all and were pushed out of the car screaming and then fell to the ground, bleeding. Chapter 66. Four-Way Division, Source of Surveillance. The mutant dogs that were chasing behind were stunned, but they still subconsciously opened their mouths, picked up a woman, bit her in two, and then began to devour her. While chewing, he chased after the convoy in front. The taste was good, but the meat was too fishy this time, just like eating seafood. Xiao Tong, who was following behind, saw this scene. He frowned slightly, but said nothing. At this time, the mutant dog troops had already caught up with the convoy. The mutant bulldog took the lead and jumped onto a truck. Its sharp claws broke through the window and directly killed the driver inside. The truck lost control and finally crashed into the road next to it. Several other cars also lost control soon. Some of them stopped after hitting obstacles, while others simply overturned on the road. The car window is open. Several humans crawled out with bloody heads, half dead. When they saw the ferocious mutant dogs in front of them and the zombies coming aggressively from behind, they were immediately terrified. The mutant dog troops surrounded everyone. Then he quietly waited for Xiao Tong's arrival. Soon Xiao Tong arrived with a dozen level 2 zombies and several hundred level 1 zombies. Xiao Ji and his mutant dog troops respectfully made way. At this time, the scarred man and others lying on the ground were shocked when they saw this scene. At the same time, several superpowers inside felt the aura of Xiao Tong and other zombies. Their eyes widened wildly. How is this possible? He was so shocked that he lost his voice because he was horrified to find that the lowest aura of the zombies like Xiao Tong was actually level 1, and there were more than a dozen level 2 zombies, including Xiao Tong. How could so many zombies gather together? And why are there no high-level zombies to hunt the low-level zombies? Xiao Tong walked forward and just glanced at the scarred man and the others. Then he shook his head slightly and gave the order in his mind. Kill him. The next moment, mutant dogs and zombies surrounded them madly. A series of miserable screams were heard, and everyone had been eaten by mutant dogs and zombies. Seeing the zombies and the mutant dogs eating the scarred man and the others, he felt no emotion. Not to mention the women who were just pushed out of the car. Xiao Tong's identity had now become a zombie. Those who are not of my race must have different hearts. He has become a zombie and will certainly become a thorn in the eyes of mankind. Everyone wants to hunt him down and obtain the crystal core in his brain. So, when it comes to killing people, he naturally has no psychological burden. The most he does is to stick to his inner bottom line and not eat human flesh. After hunting these people down, Xiao Tong led his men to continue moving towards the distance. Although the entire Chongping district is only one of the dozen or so districts in Beijing, it has more than a dozen towns and streets under its jurisdiction and has a population of more than 200,000. There are probably nearly 200,000 people who turned into zombies. If he could completely sweep the entire Chongping district and kill all the level 1 and level 2 zombies, he would have a good chance of being promoted to level 3 zombie. However, if we just sweep one street at a time, it would probably take at least 10 days or half a month to clean out the entire Chongping district, so we have to find another way. Xiao Tong looked at his zombie subordinates and a troop of mutant dogs. He pondered for a moment and then decided to divide his troops into several groups. Xiao Ji, take your mutant dog troops to the north and kill all the level 1 and level 2 zombies in the entire north, and bring back their crystal cores for me. As for the corpses and level 0 zombies, you could devour them yourselves. Ouch, it's the boss. Xiaoji immediately yelled, and then rushed towards the north with dozens of mutant dogs behind him. Listening to the dogs barking slowly fade away, Xiao Tong turned his head and looked at the zombies under his command. Defender number 1, you lead 3 defenders for Swifts and 500 level 0 zombies to the west and bring back all the crystal cores of level 1 and level 2 zombies. You could devour the corpses and level 0 zombies as you like. If you can't devour them all, drive all the level 0 zombies over here. Roar! Defender number 1 roared, then led hundreds of zombies to the west. Bone Thorn 1, you take 1 Flame 2, 2 defenders, 3 Swifts, and 500 level 0 zombies to clean up the east. Soon, Bone Thorn number 1 also left with a bunch of zombies. Now, Apart from Xiao Tong, the only second-level zombies left in the place are a bone spur zombie and a fire zombie. There are still 1,000 level 0 zombies. Next, let's start the killing in the central area. Xiao Tong, with Bone Thorn and Lai Yin, led 1,000 level 0 zombies and began to sweep the central area. Xiao Tong drew out the Mo Dao in his hand, and then took the lead to run towards the dormant zombies in the distance. Bone Spike, Flame, and 1,000 level 0 zombies followed behind him. Xiao Tong rushed towards a group of about 100 dormant zombies. When they were about 10 meters away, the group of zombies, sensing the breath of Xiao Tong's second-level zombie, began to stir and then slowly woke up. But at this moment, a ball of lightning had turned into a lightning net that enveloped them. All the zombies were trembling, and white smoke was coming out of their bodies. Boom! At this time, a sea of fire suddenly surrounded hundreds of zombies. The paralyzing effect of the lightning net had just worn off, and the flames had already ignited all the zombies. The zombies were struggling frantically and roaring continuously. Xiao Tong looked at the fire zombies with appreciation, then walked into the zombie group with his sword and cut the heads of the zombies in half one by one with his sword. At the same time, the Bone Spur zombie aimed his hands at the zombie that was burning with fire. Pew! Piu! Pew! Bone spurs shot out crazily and then pierced into the heads of the zombies. In a few minutes, hundreds of zombies died. At this time, 1,000 level 0 zombies also rushed over. After Xiao Tong left 500 level 0 zombies to search for crystal cores on the spot, he took Flame, Bone Thorn, and the remaining 500 level 0 zombies to continue hunting zombies. After hunting down the zombies gathered under the building, Xiao Tong entered the building with 2 level 2 zombies. I don't know why. As soon as he entered Daxia, Xiao Tong felt as if he was under surveillance, but he could not find where the enemy was for the time being. He could only rush into the building with 2 level 2 zombies, killing the zombies while looking for the source of the surveillance. At this time, in a monitoring room on the 12th floor, a zombie with only half a head was looking at the surveillance camera in front of him. Unlike other zombies, this zombie's eyes were also red, but they were flashing with light. It kept twitching its nostrils as it looked at the 3 zombies of Xiao Tong on the surveillance camera, a hint of excitement flashing in its eyes. Chapter 67 Zombie Lord. His whole body was covered with dragon muscles, and outside the muscles were hideous tumors. It seemed as if something was squirming madly inside the tumors, trying to get out. Its right hand became extremely huge, like a solid shield. His right hand evolved into a hook-like claw. The claws kept flashing with sharp light. Roar! He growled, and there was a commotion in the room outside, with waves of muffled roars ringing out. The zombie walked outside and saw that this floor was crowded with zombies, including many level 1 zombies and even several level 2 zombies. When a shield zombie walked in, a group of zombies roared respectfully and then fell into silence again. Xiao Tong swept through floor by floor with flames and bone spurs. After sweeping the 3 floors, thousands of zombies had been killed. But the feeling of being monitored did not disappear, but became stronger. Suddenly, Xiao Tong looked up at the flashing surveillance cameras in the corridor, and he suddenly seemed to understand something. Bone Spur, destroy the camera for me. Xiao Tong spoke in his heart, and the Bone Spur zombie quickly aimed its arm at the camera. The bone spurs on it loosened instantly and then shot towards the camera. Bang! With a sound, the camera was destroyed. Roar! In the monitoring room, the shield zombie watched the screen in front of it showing Xiao Tong and the others turn into snowflakes. It roared in anger. Hearing its cry, the zombies on the floor also began to roar. But the next moment, it roared again, and the zombies on the floor immediately shut their mouths. The shield zombie found a secret place to hide, and the zombies crowded on the floor also walked into the room one after another. After a few minutes, thousands of zombies on the entire floor had disappeared. Soon, the roars of the zombies on the floors below had already reached the upper floors. Within a few minutes, Xiao Tong pushed open the fire door and walked in with bones, spurs, and flames. As soon as Xiao Tong pushed the door and entered this floor, he felt something was wrong. The entire corridor was silent, without even the sound of a corpse roaring. But Xiao Tong was able to keenly sense the breath of zombies. He walked slowly step by step with bones, spurs, and flames. The closer he got, the more zombies he could feel, but most of them were level 0 and level 1 zombies. He didn't have any fear because due to their hierarchy, the zombies didn't dare to touch them at all. Roar! And at this moment, a deep roar sounded. Hearing this roar, Xiao Tong's eyes lit up slightly. Is this a level 2 zombie? However, Xiao Tong didn't have time to be happy for 3 seconds. The next moment, a wave of zombies' roars suddenly sounded. Bang! A group of zombies broke out of the door and directly trapped Xiao Tong and Bone Spike Lion zombies in the middle. Roar! A low roar was heard, and Xiao Tong raised his eyebrows slightly. He looked in the direction where the sound came from, only to see a shield zombie slowly walking towards him from behind the group of zombies. And as he roared, the tumors with human faces on his body began to wriggle wildly. The zombies' eyes began to turn redder, and they started to become irritable. At the same time, Xiao Tong keenly felt an invisible force enveloping all the zombies. When feeling this breath, Xiao Tong was slightly stunned, his eyes full of surprise. Because this invisible energy is actually mental power. Roar! The shield zombie roared again. An invisible energy rioted wildly. The next moment, countless zombies pounced towards Xiao Tong's 3 zombies. Seeing this scene, Xiao Tong couldn't help but widen his eyes, because the zombie in front of him surprisingly also possessed the ability to control zombies. Although this ability was different from his direct control of zombies, the zombies he controlled were also extremely loyal to him, and there would be no betrayal at all. But the ability to control zombies is already extremely rare. Now that he has encountered one, Xiao Tong is very shocked. Could this be a new type of zombie? Zombie Lord. Roar! Just as Xiao Tong fell in a deep thought, countless zombies roared and pounced on him. Boom! The flaming zombie instantly released a huge flame, directly covering all the zombies rushing towards it, and the scene instantly turned into a sea of fire. On the other side, the bone spur zombie was also firing bone spurs crazily. Every time a bone spur flies out, a zombie will fall to the ground. Xiao Tong also came back to his senses. With a move of his mind power, the black keratin armor on his body became thicker. He swung his right hand suddenly, and a ball of lightning flew directly towards the zombies on the side of the bone spike zombie. After doing all this, he rushed forward like a cheetah, following behind Thunder, holding up the sword in his hand. Then, when Thunder enveloped the zombies on the side of Bone Spike, he began to swing left and right wildly. The heads of the zombies were chopped off one by one, and some even had half of their heads chopped off. In front of Mo Dao, all the level 0 and level 1 zombies were affected by the aura of Xiao Tong. The level 2 zombie and their combat effectiveness could not be exerted to 90 at all. Soon, there were corpses lying on the ground. Roar! Finally, several level 2 defenders and swifts rushed toward Xiao Tong. The 3 swifts were the fastest, especially after evolving to level 2. Their arms had turned into a pair of swords. They moved quickly towards Xiao Tong. Finally, when they were 5 or 6 meters away, the 3 swifts suddenly jumped high and aimed their claws at Xiao Tong. But when he saw several swifts jumping up, Xiao Tong was slightly startled, and then he smiled. Jump up, jump up. Xiao Tong stopped hunting the level 0 and level 1 zombies. He stomped his right foot hard on the ground and rushed towards the 3 swifts at an extremely fast speed. When he ran to the place where the 3 swifts landed, he raised the Mo Dao in his hand towards the sky. Laugh! Just as he raised the Mo Dao, a swift fell on it and pierced through it instantly. Hiss! Xiao Tong moved his position and accurately caught the other 2 zombies. The 3 zombies were skewered on the Mo Dao like ice peach gourds. Xiao Tong simply raised his sharp claws and smashed the heads of the 3 swifts with a few slaps. After doing all this, he grasped the hilt of the sword and swung it violently, and the bodies of the 3 swifts flew out. At this time, the defender had already arrived in front of him. Several defenders swung their sandbag-sized fists at Xiao Tong, but Xiao Tong did not dodge. He stretched out one hand and accurately caught the defender's fist. The defender roared and was about to pull his fist back, but the next moment, blue thunder suddenly exploded from Xiao Tong's hand. Chapter 68. Sweep completed. When the blue lightning flashed, boom! A thunderous sound exploded out of nowhere, and the defender's fist to the shoulder exploded directly, with pieces of flesh flying everywhere. Roar! The defender covered his shoulders and roared as he took a step back, while the other 2 defenders rushed over, grabbing Xiao Tong with 4 sharp claws. Xiao Tong did not retreat, but advanced. He rushed forward violently, avoiding the defender's attack, and, at the same time, the sword in his hand flashed. Laugh! There was only the sound of sharp blade cutting through flesh, and then the 2 defenders' arms fell to the ground. The knife flashed again. The heads of the two defenders were split open, and green-red blood spurted out. In the blink of an eye, 3 defenders and 3 swifts had died at Xiao Tong's hands, and many other level 1 and level 0 zombies had also been killed by the flaming zombies and bone spur zombies. When the shield zombie saw this scene, the ferocity on its face disappeared, replaced by deep fear. Roar! It roared and ordered the remaining zombies to entangle Xiao Tong, then turned around and ran downstairs. The shield zombie's voice fell, and the eyes of the other zombies who were frightened by Xiao Tong turned red again. They roared and rushed forward despite the pressure from the high-level zombies on Xiao Tong. Want to run? Seeing the shield zombie trying to escape, Xiao Tong's eyes flashed with light, and he moved quickly, while the Mo Dao in his hand fiercely chopped at the zombies blocking the way in front of him. All the zombies that were blocking the way were chopped into 2, without exception. Then Xiao Tong quickly chased after the shield zombie. Since the end of the world, Xiao Tong has encountered many special zombies, such as the hateful zombies or the giant arm zombies, bone spur zombies, and flame zombies. In his previous life, Xiao Tong had seen many more special zombies, but the shield zombie in front of him was the only zombie he had seen besides himself that could control zombies. He had a strong premonition that this zombie would be of great help to him in the future, even though this zombie was a level 2 zombie like him, and he was unable to subdue it now. However, if you keep this zombie under control by your side, and wait until you are promoted to a level 3 zombie before controlling it, you can use its ability to control more zombies. In this way, his power will increase again. Swish! The Mo Dao was waving wildly, and the zombies that blocked the way fell in the road one by one. Xiao Tong quickly chased after the shield zombie. The shield zombie felt the quick death of the subordinates under its control, and its heart was filled with fear. It ran desperately towards the distance. However, speed is not its innate talent after all, and Xiao Tong is stronger than it, so their speed is quickly shortened. Xiao Tong changed to holding the knife with his left hand, and his right hand was slightly bent. The blue lightning gathered crazily. The next moment, he swung his right hand forward fiercely, and the blue lightning was shot out like lightning. Boom! The moment it came into contact with a shield zombie, the blue lightning exploded violently. Roar! The shield zombie screamed and fell to the ground. A fist-sized hole appeared on its back, and one could even see its internal organs through the hole. The area around the hole was charred black and filled with a burnt smell. The shield zombie wanted to get up and continue to escape, but the next moment, a strange knife suddenly fell from its legs. Laugh! Laugh! With 2 sounds, the shield zombie's legs were cut off by its roots. Roar! The shield zombie roared madly, but in return he was hit by 2 more knives, and his 2 arms were cut off. Xiao Tong stopped at this time, looking at the shield zombie that had lost its limbs, and nodded with satisfaction. He is now at level 2, just like the shield zombie, so he cannot control this level 2 zombie at all, and he has no good way to restrain a level 2 zombie. So the best way is to solve the problem once and for all by simply cutting off its limbs so that it cannot escape even if it wants to. After he is promoted to level 3 and can control this zombie, he can concentrate resources to evolve this shield zombie. After it evolves to level 5, the zombie will have the ability to regenerate severed arms, and at that time this zombie will naturally grow new limbs. Xiao Tong squatted down, grabbed the shield zombie's neck, and walked back. At this moment, on the same floor, the bone spur zombies and flame zombies were being besieged by countless zombies. The bone spur zombie can no longer produce bone spurs in its body. The temperature of the flames spewed by the fire zombies also dropped a lot, and the range was also reduced a lot. The 2 zombies were also in danger under the siege of the zombies. From time to time, the zombie sharp claws would cut a wound on their bodies, or their sharp teeth would tear off a piece of flesh from their bodies. Bang! The shield zombie was thrown directly to the ground by Xiao Tong. The next moment, he rushed into the zombie group with an Mo Dao in his hand. Hiss, hiss, hiss! The Mo Dao kept flashing with cold light, and the heads of the zombies were constantly chopped off, but under the control of the shield zombie, all the zombies still rushed forward desperately. Xiao Tong swung his sword continuously, and soon the battle finally stopped. The entire floor was littered with broken limbs, and countless zombies were lying on the ground with their heads chopped open. Green and red blood had gathered into streams and flowed downwards. The stench of blood filled the air. After doing all this, Xiao Tong hurriedly ordered the level 0 zombies downstairs to go upstairs to search for crystal cores and devour the zombies on the ground. More than half an hour later, Xiao Tong returned to the building with the shield zombie. Thousands of zombies in the entire building were all wiped out. At the same time, among the 1,000 level 0 zombies behind Xiao Tong, dozens of level 1 zombies appeared one after another. As for the crystal cores, he harvested 6 second-level crystal cores and 400 first-level crystal cores. As for the remaining 0-level crystal cores, Xiao Tong let the zombies he found devour them directly. Xiao Tong put all the crystal cores into a school bag and then continued to clear the zombies in the central area with the zombies. 3 days later, the entire southern part of Chongping district was finally cleared out. On the 4th day, Xiaoji from the north brought a group of mutant dogs and drove tens of thousands of zombies to the central area, and the zombies from the west and east also drove back one after another. In a building in the central area, there were 4 school bags in front of Xiao Tong. Each school bag is filled with crystal cores. There are a total of 315 second-level crystal cores and 6,421 first-level crystal cores. The original level 2 zombies under his command, plus the newly evolved level 2 zombies, totaled 38. 756 first-level zombies. Although the rest are all level 0 zombies, they are basically at the peak of level 0 zombies, and they're only a step away from being promoted to the next level. Xiao Tong looked at the crystal core in front of him and couldn't help but feel happy. So many level 2 crystal cores are enough for him to evolve to level 3. Chapter 69. Promotion to level 3. Xiao Tong found a room, and then entered the room carrying the second-level crystal core and the first-level crystal core. All the second-level zombies and second-level mutant dogs were guarding the door and the surroundings, and the first-level zombies were guarding the outermost area. In the room, Xiao Tong sat cross-legged. As soon as he stretched out his hands, for level 1 crystal cores were placed in his hands. Although 200 level 2 crystal cores were enough for him to evolve to level 3, after reaching level 3, the use of the first-level crystal core will be minimal to him. So when there are sufficient first-level crystal cores, he should try to use them as much as possible. As for the second-level crystal cores, he will save them for use after he is promoted to the 3rd level. The 4 crystal cores were completely absorbed in less than a minute. All the energy in the crystal cores was completely absorbed. The crystal cores lost their energy and turned gray. They turned into powder with a slight force. Xiao Tongyi raised his hand and grabbed 2 more crystal cores. Time flies by quickly. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed, and Xiao Tong's aura had become extremely powerful, far beyond the scope of an ordinary second-level zombie. On this day, Xiao Tong also consumed more than 4,000 first-level crystal cores. At this point, the first-level crystal core was becoming less and less useful to Xiao Tong. He gritted his teeth, put the second-level crystal core in his hand, and began to absorb it. 10 minutes later, the energy of the 2 secondary crystal cores was also absorbed completely. However, the energy of the secondary crystal core was obviously not comparable to that of the primary crystal core. The pressure and ability of Xiao Tong increased at a very fast speed. In the blink of an eye, several hours passed. Xiao Tong had already absorbed 60 or 70 second-level crystal cores, and his aura had reached its peak. Feeling the surging energy in his body flowing madly through his meridians, Xiao Tongyi gritted his teeth and absorbed 4 crystal cores at once. The energy from the 4 crystal cores poured into his body at the same time, causing Xiao Tong to feel a swelling sensation. But the next moment, the huge energy contained in the 4 crystal cores rushed madly towards his forehead. An invisible vortex even formed between the eyebrows, and before the energy was fully released by the crystal core, it had already begun to tear it apart violently, as if a hungry wolf king was pressing a fat lamb to the ground. Within a few minutes, the 4 crystal cores turned gray and all their abilities were exhausted. More than an hour later, buzz! Xiao Tong's aura finally surged, and the sound of an egg breaking seemed to ring in his mind. The next moment, he felt that his congested meridians suddenly became unblocked. At the same time, the superpowers stored in his body are nearly 5 times more than when he was at level 2. The gray cuticle on the body looks stronger, and the color becomes deeper. The cyan skin color became lighter and lighter, and although the muscles on his body did not grow much larger, they seemed to be getting thicker and thicker. He felt full of energy and could launch a terrorist attack at any time. The most striking feature is that Xiao Tong's originally gray eyes have turned darker. If it weren't for the little bit of white and the layer of red covering his eyeballs, His eyes were indisputably human. Even if his pair of sharp teeth were covered with something and he stood in front of humans, not many people would suspect that Xiao Tong was a zombie. Xiao Tong stood up slowly. He clenched his fists lightly and immediately felt as if he had endless strength in his body. He clenched his fist and punched the wall in front of him hard. Boom! With a muffled sound, the wall in front of Xiao Tong actually caved in a lot, with cracks extending in all directions. He slightly bent his right hand, and suddenly the blue lightning gathered again. This time, the blue thunder that previously needed to accumulate energy for a period of time to take effect. This time, it only took a second, and the blue thunder in his hand had already condensed terrifying power. Xiao Tong opened the window, then slapped the thunder in his hand hard towards the open space in front of him. Boom! The next moment, the sound of thunder explosion was heard, and blue electric light crackled and ran everywhere. The moment the smoke cleared, a large pit with a diameter of nearly 2 meters and a depth of 5 or 6 centimeters had appeared in the open space in the distance, with white smoke still coming out of the pit. Looking at the big hole he had created, Xiao Tong's eyes flashed with joy. Now his attack could even be comparable to some small-scale thermal weapons, such as rocket launchers. In this way, whether he is facing humans or zombies, his confidence will increase and he will become stronger and stronger. Hearing the explosion, the zombies at the door began to stir subconsciously, but the next moment, a horrifying breath slowly came from the room. When they felt this breath, all the zombies shuddered subconsciously and then knelt down directly. Roar! They were thinking as if they were welcoming their king. All the zombies were almost invisible, but when they felt Xiao Tong's breath, they knew that their king had been promoted to a higher level. Xiao Tong did not look at these zombies. As soon as he walked out of the room, the first thing his eyes fell on was the shield zombie, whose limbs he had chopped off. When he caught the shield zombie a few days ago, he was unable to successfully control the shield zombie, because both he and the shield zombie were mind-controlled zombies and at the same level. But now that he has been promoted to a level 3 zombie, controlling the shield zombie is no problem. Thinking of this, he walked towards the shield zombie excitedly, then grabbed the shield zombie's collar and lifted it up. Xiao Tong stared at the shield zombie's eyes. 2 invisible gazes instantly entered the eyes of the shield zombie. Roar! The moment the mental power entered the shield zombie's eyes, the shield zombie let out an unwilling howl. Even without his limbs, he struggled frantically. On the other side, Xiao Tong closed his eyes. He only felt a burning breath appear in his mind again. This burning breath was slowly weakening, but it slowly left a trace in Xiao Tong's mind. This trace was very vague at first, but as time passed, the trace became clearer and clearer, and finally turned into a bright red mark. When the imprint is formed, the struggling shield zombie suddenly stopped struggling, and the fear and terror in its eyes disappeared, replaced by loyalty and admiration for Xiao Tong. It's done. Seeing that the shield zombie gave up struggling, Xiao Tong laughed secretly. He finally took control of the first zombie other than himself who had mastered zombie-like abilities. He closed his eyes and moved his mind. The next moment, he appeared in the sight of the shield zombie opposite. He felt it slightly and felt countless dense spots of light in his mind. There were probably more than 3,000 of them. However, most of the light spots have slowly gone out and then disappeared, and only the marks of a few hundred zombies with level 0 aura are still lit. Chapter 70 Collective Evolution. Xiao Tong knew that these light spots should be the zombies controlled by the shield zombies. At level 2, he can control more than 3,000 zombies. It's actually more zombies than the one he controlled when he was at level 2. Xiao Tong couldn't help, but his eyes lit up, and he felt more and more that he had picked up a treasure. Next, he turned his attention to the zombies and mutant dog troops around him. Up to now, both the zombies and mutant dog troops have become much stronger, especially after the raids in the past few days. More and more zombies and mutant dogs have entered the first level. He now has more than 100 second-level crystal cores and more than 2,000 first-level crystal cores left in his hands. If all these crystal cores were used up, at least he could have a few more level 3 zombies or mutant dogs in his team. By then, even if he encountered a human army armed with thermal weapons, he would have a certain ability to protect himself. Thinking of this, Xiao Tong turned his gaze to the Swift and Defender who followed him first. Among the several Defenders and Swifts, Defender number 1 and Swift number 1 are both the most powerful, almost reaching the peak of level 2. In this case, They can quickly break through to level 3 with the assistance of level 2 crystal cores. There's also a second-level shield zombie without limbs next to it. That is, the Zombie Lord, who must also be upgraded first. After all, the Zombie Lord's ability to control zombies is unmatched by other zombies. The higher the level, the more zombies the Zombie Lord can control, and the stronger his power will be. And Xiaoji, as the ruler of the mutant dogs, must also improve his strength. Otherwise, as long as the mutant dogs under his command are stronger than him, there is a possibility of rebellion. Bone Spur number 1 and Flame number 1 are long-range and area attacks, and can also be upgraded first. When there are more and more Bone Spur zombies and fire zombies in the future, let these two zombies lead them. Thinking of this, as soon as Xiao Tong had an idea, several zombies and Xiao Ji entered the room. At the same time, Xiao Tong also carried the Zombie Lord into the room. These zombies and mutant dogs are all his subordinates and will not betray him, so he does not need to say anything to win people's hearts. He directly orders a few zombies and Xiao Ji to sit down and start devouring and absorbing the crystal cores. Xiao Ji immediately howled excitedly a few times. Among the other zombies, the Zombie Lord was slightly smarter and even had a smile on his face. The other zombies have not yet developed intelligence, but their primitive instincts also make them excited. In front of each zombie in Xiaoji, there are 300 first-level crystal cores and 22nd-level crystal cores. Xiao Tong gave the order. All the zombies in Xiaoji immediately began to devour the crystal core. Xiao Tong's mind moved, and the remaining level 2 zombies and level 1 zombies outside surrounded the room again. In the room, several zombies and Xiaoji continued to absorb the crystal cores. Their auras also became stronger little by little. The auras that were already at the peak of level 2 were slowly rising. Those who have not yet reached the peak of level 2 are rapidly moving towards the peak. Xiao Tong looked at the remaining 100 or so level 2 crystal cores in his hand. He also sat cross-legged and began to absorb these second-level crystal cores. Although he had already evolved into the third level, who would despise his own strength? Buzz! A few hours later, Xiao Tong, who was absorbing the crystal core, only felt a sudden increase in the aura in the room, and then it skyrocketed. Xiao Tong opened his eyes. I saw that Swift One had opened his eyes. Roar! With a quick and excited roar, it, which was at the peak of level 2, has further evolved into a level 3 zombie. There were still several level 2 crystal cores left in front of it that had not been absorbed. As for Defender number 1 next to him, his aura was also about to reach its peak, but there was no sign of a breakthrough yet. Xiao Tong knew that Defender number 1's talent should be slightly stronger than Defender number 2's. Because the stronger the talent, the more difficult it is to break through. Half an hour later, the aura of Defender number 1 also surged, and he officially stepped into the ranks of level 3 zombies. Another hour passed, and the Bone Thorn number 1 and Flame number 1 zombies also stepped into the third level zombies one after another. In the end, only the mutant Bulldog Xiaoji and the Zombie Lord Shield zombie were left, still devouring the crystal core. Xiao Tong simply stopped absorbing crystal cores. He just stared at the dog and the zombie. Soon, the crystal cores in front of the mutant Bulldog and the Zombie Lord had been completely devoured. Xiao Tong quickly placed another 20 crystal cores in front of the dog and the zombie. Finally, 3 hours later, the shackles on Xiaoji began to loosen, and within a few minutes, they suddenly expanded with a bang. After being promoted to level 3, Xiaoji grew up a lot. His height from 1.5 meters has grown to about 1.7 meters. When he stands up, he is almost as tall as an ordinary person. His body, nearly 3 meters long, looks even more majestic. The hair on his body was also longer, and his canine teeth were sharper and pointed, flashing with cold light. No one would doubt whether they were sharp. At the same time, there were some dark lines on his body that wrapped around his entire body, making him look even more majestic. Boss, I'm level 3. I feel so powerful now. Xiaoji's voice sounded in Xiao Tong's mind. Excited and excited. Boss, I'm already so powerful. Can you give me a name that matches me? How about Go Out Yin or Go Reach Yin? Bang. Xiao Tong slapped the nagging Xiao Ji on the head. But Xiao Ji didn't react at all. Instead, he bent down slightly and smiled flatteringly. Boss, this is more suitable for you to exert your strength. Otherwise, you'll be like you haven't eaten. Xiao Tong. Bang. Ouch. This time, Xiao Tong slapped Xiao Ji in the face with thunder in his hand. Xiao Ji screamed in pain, and ran away quickly. Standing in the distance, he looked at Xiao Tong with resentment. Stop making noise. If you disturb the evolution of the zombie lord, I will make you into hot pot. Xiao Tong glared at Xiao Ji, who shrank his head. Knowing that Xiao Tong was serious, he didn't dare to commit suicide again. The crystal cores in front of the zombie lord continued to decrease, until finally, the second-level crystal cores that had just been taken out had been consumed, but the zombie lord still did not evolve. However, Xiao Tong was not angry, but became even more excited, because he knew that the talent of this zombie lord zombie was far beyond his imagination. Finally, Xiao Tong took out 10 second-level crystal cores and placed them in front of the zombie lord. Finally, after consuming another 6 crystal cores, the zombie lord finally stopped devouring the crystal cores. The aura on its body had become extremely violent, like a volcano about to erupt. Chapter 71. Collective Breakthrough in Strength. Xiao Tong and Xiao Ji watched this scene nervously and expectantly, and finally, boom! A muffled sound came from the zombie lord's body, and the next moment, a violent aura suddenly rose. Roar! The zombie lord roared, and his body slowly changed. The tumors on his body that resembled human faces became more and more numerous, and not only on his body, but also on his limbs. His limbs still hadn't grown out, but the third-level aura emanating from him was genuine. King! A hoarse voice sounded in Xiao Tong's mind, and Xiao Tong was slightly stunned. He looked at the zombie lord. He didn't expect that. In addition to Xiaoji, how could a zombie with human intelligence appear among his zombies at this time, and even connect to his spirit? When Xiao Tong looked over, the zombie lord lowered his head slightly to show respect. You were born with wisdom. Yes, King. Thanks to you, I was promoted to level 3, which gave me wisdom. The zombie lord spoke respectfully. Since you have gained wisdom, I will give you a name. From now on, you'll be called Lord. Thank you, Lord. The zombie lord spoke excitedly. Xiao Tong nodded, looking at the 5 level 3 zombies and a level 3 mutant dog in the room. Xiao Tong became more and more excited. Until this time, only then did he have the ability to protect himself in this doomsday. Let's go out and see how many zombies we can control. Yes, King. Okay, boss. Xiaoji and the Lord quickly agreed. This made Xiao Tong feel even more novel. Listening to the voices of a dog and a zombie, he seemed to have returned to peacetime. The breath of level 3 zombies erupted in the room one after another. The zombies outside were terrified and kept making a commotion. However, because they were controlled by Xiao Tong, most of the zombies still stood still even though they were terrified. Now Xiao Tong came out with 5 level 3 zombies and a level 3 mutant dog. Zombies kept roaring. The zombies that were driven in from other areas were so frightened that they retreated again and again. Looking at the tens of thousands of zombies being driven over, Xiao Tong directly gave an order. In addition to the Lord, the 4 level 3 zombies and a level 3 mutant dog quickly spread out to the surroundings, surrounding the tens of thousands of zombies, and releasing the pressure of the level 3 zombies so that all the zombies dared not escape. At last, Xiao Tong walked directly into the group of corpses. Start to control the zombies one by one. As long as it is a level 1 zombie, Xiao Tong will directly control it. If it is a level 0 zombie, Xiao Tong will screen it a little and try to choose the ones with strong aura and those that are about to break through to level 1 zombies. Among these 40,000 to 50,000 zombies, there is not a single level 2 zombie, and there are only thousands of level 1 zombies because most of them were killed during the raid. At last, Xiao Tong now controls nearly 2,000 level 1 zombies, controlled more than 13,000 level 0 zombies. The remaining level 0 zombies were too weak, so Xiao Tong chose to give up and gave the order to slaughter and devour the remaining tens of thousands of level 0 zombies. In less than half an hour, all the zombies were slaughtered and countless level 1 and level 0 zombies devoured them madly. As for the second level zombies, if they're not hungry, they basically have no desire for the 0 level zombies. Soon, more than an hour passed. More than half of the tens of thousands of zombie corpses have been devoured. Under Xiao Tong, dozens of level 1 zombies were promoted to level 2, and thousands of level 0 zombies were promoted to level 1. After devouring here, most of the zombies have been briefly saturated, and the remaining zombie corpses can only be devoured after digesting and absorbing the zombie corpses in the stomach. After doing all this, it's getting dark again. After dark, zombies should have been everywhere. However, the entire Chomping district was completely silent. It was terrifyingly silent. Only a few zombies that escaped the net began to wander outside. Soon, by the next day, many survivors discovered that all the zombies in the entire Chomping district seemed to have disappeared overnight. At first, they thought it was zombies hiding, but later, when some brave ones tried to go out, they were surprised to find that most of the zombies are really gone. There are only a few zombies still wandering around. On the other side, Xiao Tong continued to advance northward with all his men. Sweeping the Chomping district allowed him to evolve to level 3 in his strength sword. He was looking forward to seeing how much his strength would grow after sweeping through several districts in northern Yanjing. After clearing out several districts in the northern part of the imperial capital, Xiao Tong became more confident in continuing to develop in the north, or bypassing the Yanjing survivor base and heading south to look for his parents. Next to Chomping district is Huairou district and Yanqing district. Huairou district is located at the southern foot of Yinshan Mountain and in the northeast of Yanjing. It borders Miyun district to the east, Shuni district and Chomping district to the south, Yanqing district to the west, and Qicheng County, Fengning Manchu Autonomous County, and Luanping County of Hebei Province to the north. The permanent population is 441,040. The population of Huairou is nearly half that of Chomping district, which has just been cleared, so the number of zombies in Huairou district will be more than twice that of Chomping district. As long as he clears Huairou district, his strength will be greatly enhanced again. Xiao Tong waved his hand. He led more than 10,000 zombies and marched towards Huairou district. First, there were hundreds of level 2 zombies leading the charge, followed by 4 level 3 zombies and Xiao Ji, who guarded Xiao Tong, followed by more than 1,000 level 1 zombies, and finally more than 10,000 level 0 zombies. When the zombie army led by Xiao Tong entered Huairou, countless survivors along the way stuck their heads out of the windows. When they saw more than 10,000 zombies roaring past, they couldn't help but shudder. Especially when some psychics felt that Xiao Tong was surrounded by several level 3 zombies and level 3 mutant dogs around Xiao Tong. They were almost scared to death. They had finally evolved into first-level mutants after working so hard, but now there were hundreds of second-level zombies, and even a few third-level zombies that were more terrifying than the second-level zombies. Is there really still hope for them humans? Moreover, looking at the zombie horde in front of them that looked like it was marching, they were even more desperate because the zombies had slowly formed a tide. Once the zombies formed a huge tide, one wave of impact could destroy some small survivor bases. At that time, perhaps those with special abilities could escape, but ordinary people would only become food for the zombies. Among the many survivors at this time, a team of soldiers armed with live ammunition looked at the scene in front of them, their eyes full of solemnity. I didn't expect that a few days ago, an expert predicted that there might be a large-scale zombie tide. I didn't expect that we would see it today. Yes, what's even more terrifying is that there are so many level 2 zombies in this zombie tide, and there are even level 3 zombies that have never been discovered. You know, even if the country tried its best, it only cultivated a few level 3 warriors in the past few days. Report to headquarters immediately. Chapter 72, Devourer. At this time, among the migrating zombies on the street, Xiao Tong looked at the tall buildings on both sides. He could feel that there were many survivors in these buildings, but he didn't care. As long as these people don't commit suicide, there's no need for him to go through so much trouble for them. The most important thing for him now is to kill as many zombies as possible. You also have to fill in all the quotas of zombies under your and the zombie leader's control. As we enter Huairou district, the number of zombies suddenly increased, and because it was broad daylight, most of the zombies were in a dormant state. However, when Xiao Tong led the zombies into Huairou district aggressively, the zombies along the way began to stir. But before they could fully wake up, several level 3 zombies had already led dozens of level 2 zombies, more than 1,000 level 1 zombies, and more than 10,000 level 0 zombies to surround them. Roar! Under the leadership of the third-level zombies, such as Swift 1 and Defender 1, the surrounded zombies did not even dare to resist. One by one, the second-level zombies and first-level zombies were driven in front of Xiao Tong and then controlled by him. Half an hour later, Xiao Tong's men added more than 500 first-level zombies and more than 30 second-level zombies. Among these first-level and second-level zombies, in addition to defenders and swifts, bone spurs and flame zombies also increase in number. There are even a few special types of zombies. One is the rock zombie, whose skin can be petrified. Their defense is weaker than that of the defenders, but these zombies can use the petrification to form a large shield, which can not only defend themselves, but also others. There's also a type of X-ray zombie that can see through objects within 3 meters, such as walls or cloth. This ability is more useful for searching for the hidden Old Sick zombies. After subduing and hunting down this group of zombies, Xiao Tong led his large army to continue advancing. Now Xiao Tong has entered the Huairou New District. Not long after they dealt with this wave of zombies, they encountered another wave of zombies, and the number of this wave of zombies was quite large. Roar! As Xiao Tong and others approached, a threatening roar suddenly sounded. The next moment, thousands of zombies began to riot. All the zombies automatically separated into a path. A hunchbacked zombie walked out. This zombie looked like an old man in his 80s or 90s, with his back almost bent to the ground. But its mouth is abnormally large, with the corners of its mouth almost reaching the back of its head. The sharp teeth inside are chilling. He has a thin body, but a big belly, and he exudes the aura of a peak level 2 master. Behind it, there were a dozen level 2 zombies, dozens of level 1 zombies, and most of the others were level 0 zombies. Devourer? Xiao Tong raised his eyebrows. The Devourer is an extremely brutal zombie. Other zombies like to chew while eating, but he likes to eat food raw. Whether it's zombies, mutants, or humans, he just likes to swallow in one gulp. Moreover, the Devourer could devour the enemy while fighting to restore its own strength. The Devourer's fighting power is also terrifyingly strong. This Devourer was even able to drive away thousands of zombies for its own use with its own pressure. It can be seen that this Devourer is probably the most powerful one within this area. This Devourer is indeed powerful, but Xiao Tong's team is even more powerful. In his previous life, he would probably be just a level 2 zombie. Facing the Devourer, he would have no choice but to flee. But now, he is a level 3 zombie, and he has 6 level 3 zombies or mutant dogs under him. There are already hundreds of level 2 zombies, nearly 2,000 level 1 zombies, and more than 10,000 level 0 zombies. What else is he afraid of? Roar! Xiao Tong also roared. Hearing Xiao Tong's roar, the zombies and mutant dogs under his command also roared at the top of their lungs. This time, the Devourer was confused. Level 3 zombies? And more than one share? There are a lot of level 2 zombies and countless level 1 zombies. Nima, where do so many level 2 and 3 zombies come from? Roar! The Devourer was stunned, but Xiao Tong waved his hand, and Xiao Ji and several other level 3 zombies pounced out like tigers, and any zombie who dared to resist was killed. Brush! The 3rd level defender was incredibly fast, with one step covering almost 3 meters. In just a few seconds, he had already approached the 2nd level Devourer. The level 2 Devourer roared, and the other level 2 zombies around him immediately rushed up, wanted to gang up on the Swift, but at this moment, the huge figure of the defender had arrived. He threw a punch. Bang! A level 2 zombie flew out directly, and the Swift flashed whoosh. A pair of arms transformed into sharp blades slashed at the Devourer. The Devourer roared and raised both claws at the same time. Clang! There was a sound of metal clashing. In the first fight, the peak level 2 Devourer and the level 3 Swift actually ended up in a tie. Roar! There was a flash of rage in the Swift's eyes, and he retracted his double blades. With a flash, he was already at the side of the Devourer, and at the same time he swung the double blades in his hands fiercely. If he could hit the Devourer this time, he would be able to at least cut half of its body in half. Anyway, as long as he is alive and not dead, it's fine. As for how serious the injury is, Xiao Tong will have to figure out himself. Facing the Swift's attack, the Devourer did not dodge. Instead, it raised its arms full of sharp claws and stabbed hard at the Swift's head. It would rather be seriously injured than kill the Swift. As long as he kills the Swift and devours the Swift's crystal core and corpse, he will be one step closer to the next evolution. The Swift was still afraid of the Devourer's strategy of exchanging injuries for lives. The second before it approached the Devourer, it simply turned sideways, retracted its attack, and avoided the Devourer's attack. But the next moment, the Devourer seemed to be crazy. It pounced directly on the Swift. Before the Swift could stand firmly, it stabbed the Swift back with 2 sharp blades. Then it opened its big mouth and took the Swift's head directly. Before the Swift could react, I could feel darkness in front of my eyes, and at the same time, there was a wetness and fishy smell all around me. It simply couldn't move. Outside, Xiao Tong stared at the scene in front of him in amazement. The devourer's mouth suddenly grew several times larger, and his throat was like a black, bottomless pit. In one bite, he swallowed the equally thin Swift. Only a pair of feet were left outside, struggling continuously. Chapter 73, Controlling the Devourer. Fuck, Xiao Tong exclaimed. He didn't expect that the devourer could actually swallow a level 3 Swift in one gulp. He finally reacted after he said, fuck it. He immediately ordered the nearby Bone Spur zombies, Flame zombies, and Xiao Ji to surround him. And at the same time, he rushed towards the devourer like a cheetah. After the devourer devoured the Swift, its speed slowed down a lot. Seeing so many level 3 zombies and mutant dogs rushing towards it, it suddenly roared, driving the other zombies to try to block Xiao Tong's men and Xiao Tong, while it itself ran quickly towards the back. Damn it, leave the Swift here for me. Xiao Tong roared, and lightning flashed in his hand. Xiao Tong swung his right hand, and a ball of blue lightning flew towards the devourer. Boom! There was an explosion, and the devourer flew out, with half of its body burnt black. At this time, Bone Spur and Flame also rushed over. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Bone Spikes shot towards the devourer. The devourer stood up and turned around, waving his 2 claws. Clang, clang, clang. All the bone spurs were actually blocked by the devourer, but the next moment, a ball of fire suddenly spurted out from the Flame Man's mouth and fiercely enveloped the devourer. Roar! The devourer was enveloped in flames and began to burn. Its body continued to make crackling sounds as the fat burned. It screamed and rushed out. Xiao Tong arrived just in time. He kicked the devourer, knocking him to the ground. Ignoring the flames on the devourer, he walked straight forward and pried open the devourer's mouth, then grabbed the Swift's foot and kicked him out. The Swift was brought out all at once, and a liquid was also brought out, emitting a strong, fishy smell. The Swift was in a very bad state at this time. Most of his body had been corroded, his head was exposed with a white crown, and half of his shoulder had been corroded and digested. If the Swift had not evolved to level 3 and had strong vitality. Also, if the devourer had not been swallowed by him for long and rescued him. If it had been 1 minute later, the Swift would have been dead. Roar! The Swift lay on the ground, whimpering weakly. At this time, the flames on the devourer's body also went out. After the flames went out, the devourer's body turned red and dark red. Steaming liquid continued to emerge. The devourer's face was also burned and disfigured. One of his eyes fell out and hung on his face. The devourer ripped out the eyeball. The tail of the eyeball is directly connected to some muscle tissue. It threw the eyeball directly into its mouth and swallowed it. Its eyes were full of ferocity and madness. Bang! Xiao Tong slapped the devourer on the head, causing the devourer to stagger and fall to the ground. Before the devourer could get up, Xiao Tong rode up directly and then shot arrows left and right. Bang, bang, bang. A rhythmic sound was heard, which directly cracked the devourer's head, and the devourer was almost dying. Until this time, Xiao Tong then grabbed the devourer and made it aim its eyes at his own. From the center of its brows, an invisible spiritual force surged out and rushed directly into the devourer's mind. The next moment, the brand appears. Control successful. Xiao Tong then put the devourer down and stuffed a few first-level crystal cores into its mouth. After a few seconds, the first-level crystal cores were absorbed and the devourer's injuries healed a little. Roar! The devourer looked at Xiao Tong again. The ferocity in its eyes had disappeared, replaced by deep respect. Xiao Tong nodded in satisfaction, then turned his gaze back to the Swift. The Swift is already dying. Xiao Tong was speechless. It doesn't mean that Swifts are weak just because they are common. In fact, Swifts, who are known for their speed, are agile and have strange speeds. Their claws have all evolved into sharp blades, so they are not lacking in attack power. If you get close, except for special defensive zombies like the Defender, other zombies of the same level will not have any advantage after being approached. But this Swift was a little too proud and underestimated the level 2 Devourer, coupled with the special characteristics of the Devourer, swallowed directly in one gulp. If Xiao Tong hadn't been so fast, Swift 1 would have been digested into gastric juice long ago. Well, Xiao Tong sighed, but still walked forward and stuffed a few crystal cores into the Swift's mouth. After all, it's not easy to cultivate a level 3 zombie, so let's rescue it first. The crystal core was stuffed into the Swift's mouth, and it immediately turned into liquid and entered the Swift's mouth. The scars on the Swift's body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing that the Swift began to recover, Xiao Tong walked aside with peace of mind and began to control the first and second level zombies who were surrounded by his men and dared not move. Half an hour later, Xiao Tong subdued 12 level 2 zombies again, plus the level 2 peak devourer, that's 13 in total. The number of first level zombies that have been subdued has reached over 800. Now the number of first level zombies is increasing, almost accounting for a quarter of all zombies. After waiting for a few months or half a year, the level 0 zombies will completely disappear, and by then the lowest level zombies will be level 1. After subduing these zombies, Xiao Tong closed his eyes and felt the imprinted information in his mind. His current level is level 3, and he controls a total of 5 level 3 zombies, including a level 3 defender, a level 3 swifter, a level 3 bone spur, a level 3 flame, and a level 3 zombie lord. There is also a level 3 mutant bulldog. The number of level 2 zombies and mutant dogs has reached 125. Among them, the Swift and the Defenders accounted for the majority. 42 Swift ones, 46 Defenders, 15 Flommers, 10 Bone Spurs. There are 3 Clairvoyants and 6 Rock Zombies. A Devourer, 5 Mutant Dogs. The number of first-level zombies has reached more than 1,800. Among them, Defenders and Swifts are the most numerous, followed by Bone Thorns and Flames. Most of the mutant dogs have evolved to level 1, and only a few are at the peak of level 0. There are also some wind blade zombies that can emit sharp wind blades, which are also long-range attacks. In his previous life, when Xiao Tong was at level 3, he could only control 100 level 2 zombies and 10,000 level 1 zombies. But now that he has mastered so many zombies at level 1, Xiao Tong still hasn't felt his limit. According to his conjecture, the number of level 2 zombies that he can control at level 3 is at least 500 and at most 1,000. As for the first level zombies, there are 3,000 to 5,000 of them. As for the level 0 zombies, he now controls more than 20,000 of them, and most of them are at the peak of level 0 and will soon be promoted to level 1. He felt that the limit of his ability to control level 0 zombies was over 30,000. Chapter 74, another group of zombie troops. Looking at the zombies in front of me, a sense of accomplishment arises spontaneously. However, now is not the time to relax. The most important thing now is to fill all the positions that can control zombies, as well as the zombie lords. Xiao Tong had taken control of the zombies earlier, so the zombie lord subordinates were still the hundreds of level 0 zombies. Xiao Tong didn't know how many zombies the zombie lord could control, but after evolving to level 3, there shouldn't be a few. In the following time, Xiao Tong continued to arrange a group of zombies to sweep the entire Huairou district. Every day, level 2 zombies and level 1 zombies are driven here and controlled by Xiao Tong. 1 month later, Xiao Tong finally felt that the zombies under his control had reached their limit. Just as he expected, the number of level 0 zombies he could control was 50,000, level 1 zombies was 4,000, and level 2 zombies was 1,000. The zombie lords under him can control 30,000 level 0 zombies, 2,000 level 1 zombies, and 500 level 2 zombies. The number of zombies he and the zombie lord have combined is close to 100,000. This made Xiao Tong even more surprised. When he was at level 3, he only controlled more than 20,000 zombies, and most of them were level 0 zombies. Now, including those controlled by the zombie lord. In his force, there are 6 level 3 zombies, including him, and 1 level 3 mutant dog. There are 1,500 level 2 zombies and mutant dogs in total. There are 6,000 level 1 zombies and 80,000 level 0 zombies. Add to that the other zombies that the two of them drove away the 80,000 zombies, and the total number exceeded 100,000. Such a huge zombie tide. In today's Daxia, it should be the largest one. It is also the most powerful. Because of the surge in power, the speed of sweeping the entire Huairou district was even faster. Half a month later, 90 of the zombies in the entire Huairou district had been hunted down. At the same time, Xiao Tong once again obtained more than 500 second-level crystal cores and nearly 10,000 first-level crystal cores. He used the crystal core to evolve both Wind Blade number 1 and Perspective number 1 to level 3. All the remaining crystal cores were swallowed by him, and his aura became much stronger. However, after being promoted to level 3, The effect of the level 2 crystal core on him was rapidly decreasing, and he was longing for the appearance of level 3 zombies. After sweeping the Huaro district, Xiao Tong directly divided his troops into 3 groups. One group was led by the level 3 mutant dog Xiaoji, who led the mutant dog troops, and defender number 1, who led 500 level 2 zombies, 2,000 level 1 zombies, and 20,000 level 0 zombies to sweep the Yanqing district on the left. Led by Bone Thor number 1 and Flame number 1, 500 level 2 zombies, 2,000 level 1 zombies, and 20,000 level 0 zombies swept towards Miyun County on the right. He took Swift 1 and the Zombie Lord, and the remaining 500 level 2 zombies, 2,000 level 1 zombies, and 40,000 level 0 zombies, and continued to move north. Remember, after you finish clearing your respective areas, immediately head north to meet me. Oh, don't worry, boss. Roar, Xiaoji howled, and then he and the defenders led the mutant dogs and the zombie brigade towards the Yanqing district in the west. Bone Spike and Flame also led their zombie brigades to the right. Xiao Tong watched the 2 teams leave without any worry. Both teams are led by 2 level 3 zombies, and there are also a large number of level 2 zombies, level 1 zombies, and level 0 zombies. In the entire Daxia, as long as humans do not send out a large number of troops to encircle and suppress them, everything will be peaceful. As for other zombie forces, now in the whole Daxia, no one knows how many level 3 zombies there are. A huge zombie tide has not yet formed, and it does not have much impact on the 2 teams. Watching the 2 teams disappear completely, Xiao Tong also led the Swift, the Lord, and the remaining zombies towards the north. The north was once the territory of the Fat Corpse King, the Healing Corpse King, and the Insect Claw Corpse King. But now, these 3 Corpse Kings may not have developed yet. If you could meet these 3 Corpse Kings in their growth stage and control them directly, you would make a fortune. Crossing Huaro District, you will reach Qingda, Hebei. At this point, the number of first-level zombies has increased, and similarly, the proportion of second-level zombies has also increased. However, in front of the zombie army led by Xiao Tong, everything is nothing. The Swift took the lead, leading 500 level 2 zombies, 2,000 level 1 zombies, and 40,000 level 0 zombies, and crushed the whole way, leaving no grass behind. However, in order to increase the hunting speed, Xiao Tong later formed various zombie teams, including the long-range attack team, which was composed of the Bone Spur Squad, the Flame Squad, and the Wind Blade Squad, and the Defense Brigade. It is composed of the Defender Squad and the Rock Zombie Squad, respectively. Next up is the Decapitation team, made up of incredibly fast Swifts. The last is the Mixed Formation, led by the Devourer, who only has the Clairvoyant under his command. After killing a wave of zombies, the sun had already set and darkness came. Countless roars were heard throughout Qingda. The humans who had gone out to find supplies and hunt zombies during the day were now hiding quietly in the shelters, shivering. Countless zombies woke up and then began to hunt down some unlucky humans in groups by following the scent. Some high-level zombies rely on their high-level pressure to drive low-level zombies to sweep the streets in groups. More and more zombies gather and even form a zombie tide of tens of thousands. But on this day, their nightmare has come true. A huge zombie tidal wave of more than 40,000 also marched into Qingda in a mighty manner, and then quickly moved towards this huge zombie tidal wave. Soon, 2 huge hordes of zombies began to encounter each other from afar. At this moment, Xiao Tong looked at the zombie tidal wave in front of him with surprise, which definitely exceeded 50,000 in number. If these zombies formed a large-scale tide like this, then he wouldn't have to go through so much trouble to search everywhere and hunt the zombies. Wouldn't it be better to just end it like this? But to form such a huge zombie swarm, there are high-level zombies among them. There are even level 3 zombies. Thinking of this, Xiao Tong couldn't help but feel a little excited. If a level 3 zombie appears, he will be able to continue evolving very quickly. Roar! At this moment, a sharp roar sounded from the distant tide of corpses. Roar, roar, roar. The next moment, roars of agreement rang out from the tide of corpses. When he heard these roars, Xiao Tong couldn't help but his eyes lit up. The first roar was definitely made by a level 3 zombie, and the other roars were at least made by level 2 zombies. Therefore, in the tide of zombies in front of us, there must be at least 1 level 3 zombie and dozens of level 2 zombies. Chapter 75, Battle. Roar. Thinking of this, Xiao Tong suddenly roared excitedly, and Swift 1 immediately roared and began to accelerate with a group of Swifts. The entire zombie army also began to speed up its pace. The zombies on the opposite side looked at Xiao Tong's army rushing towards them aggressively, and they were not willing to be outdone. After a series of roars, the zombies on the opposite side also rushed towards Xiao Tong's army. Soon, the distance of more than 1,000 meters was quickly shortened. 800 meters, 600 meters, 400 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters. Bone Spur Zombie attacked from a 30-degree angle in the sky. When the distance between the two zombie armies closed to within 100 meters, Xiao Tong immediately gave orders. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, countless Bone Spur zombies immediately faced the zombie army on the opposite side, slightly at an angle, and countless bone spurs were shot out from their arms. It was like a rain of arrows shooting towards the tide of zombies on the opposite side. Chop, chop, chop. A few seconds later, the sound of arrows entering the body was heard, and the first wave of zombies fell down immediately. Except for some unlucky ones whose heads were pierced and died directly, the other zombies were still alive. As soon as they fell down, the army behind them trampled on them. Thousands of zombies were killed in an instant. The Bone Spur zombies continued to attack, and zombies kept falling down from the zombie army on the opposite side. There were also scattered Bone Spurs fired from the other side, but they did almost no damage. Soon, the two zombie armies had closed to within 30 meters. Windblade Squad attack. The next moment, all the Windblade zombies began to attack. Sharp wind blades flew out, and some zombies in the opposite zombie army fell down. However, due to the small number of Windblade zombies, these attacks were not very harmful to the opposite zombie army. Soon, the distance is shortened 20 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters. Roar! Both zombie armies roared madly and rushed towards the opposing army frantically, wanting to tear the enemy to pieces and devour them. Flame Squad attack. At this moment, Xiao Tong once again issued an order in his mind, and the next moment, high-temperature flames shot into the zombie army. The next moment, countless zombies were set on fire, and then quickly spread to other zombies. The liquid that overflowed from the zombies was mixed with a lot of fat. In an instant, the flames rushed up several meters into the sky. Roar! The zombies that were set on fire ran around frantically and even pounced on the team behind. More and more zombies were set on fire. In an instant, a team of nearly 10,000 zombies were surrounded by flames and formed a sea of fire. The sea of fire directly illuminated the sky of Chengde and could be seen clearly from far away. Countless people heard the roars of the zombies and saw the raging flames. They couldn't help but stick their heads out of the windows. When they saw the two zombie armies rushing towards each other, they were stunned. Immediately, I began to feel ecstatic because it turned out that the zombies were not a monolithic entity, and they also attacked each other. The battle between the two zombie armies finally gave many survivors some hope. But when they saw the fire zombies, Bone Spur zombies, and Windblade zombies attacking from distance, they panicked. Nah, zombies know the art of war. They can be classified into different categories and then form long-range attack forces. Fuck, is there any zombie in this zombie team that has turned into a spirit? Damn, this is too brutal. Do you believe this is a zombie? If I hadn't been bitten, I would have thought I was dreaming or watching a magic movie. Countless human survivors began to tremble in their hearts. The battle below is still going on. Roar! Behind the group of zombies, another roar was heard. When they heard this roar, the more than 10,000 zombies that were swallowed by the sea of fire slowly stopped panicking. They braved the flames and rushed towards Xiao Tong's zombie army. They actually tried to use the flames on their bodies to burn Xiao Tong's zombie army and kill themselves together. Swift men, move out and attack the burning zombies from both wings. Don't let them get close. Attack the team from a distance and attack while retreating. Xiao Tong immediately issued a new order. Immediately, the long-range attack zombie team began to attack and retreat at the same time, while Swift 1 led dozens of level 2 Swifts and hundreds of level 1 Swifts to rush over for both wings, avoiding the attacks of their own long-range attack team, and then killed the zombies that were rushing over from the north. The survivors in the distance and in the high-rise buildings were completely stunned when they saw this scene. They're now very sure that there are definitely some very special zombies in this zombie group, and they even have intelligence. A few hundred meters away, a team wearing camouflage uniforms and armed with live ammunition hid in a building and watched the two fighting zombie armies not far away. Their faces were very solemn. There are definitely intelligent zombies in this zombie team. If such zombies grow up, it will be a devastating blow to the country. Report to the headquarters immediately. Request support. Yes. Xiao Tong didn't know what was going on behind the scenes, but among the zombie army on the opposite side, the zombies that were ignited by flames had begun to fall down one by one. Although they would not die unless their heads were fatally injured, they would not be able to survive after their bodies were completely burned to charcoal. After all, even their brains had been evaporated, so what was the point of living? Roar! Seeing this scene, the level 3 zombie in the zombie tide on the opposite side suddenly became angry. It roared. Suddenly, in its team, bone spurs, flames, wind blades, and other attacks also shot madly towards Xiao Tong's army. In an instant, many zombies fell at the front of Xiao Tong's army. At the same time, in the tide of corpses on the opposite side, one by one, zombies with level 2 aura on their bodies began to pour out from the tide of corpses and quickly rushed towards Xiao Tong's army. They are incredibly fast and are always able to dodge attacks from long-range attack forces, and then wantonly slaughter the zombie army in the front like a tiger among a flock of sheep. While hunting the zombies in Xiao Tong's zombie army, they ate at the same time. Among these second-level zombies, there was even an abomination and a devourer. The abomination's huge body rushed forward, and even some ordinary second-level zombies were no match for it. It grabbed them directly, bit off their heads, chewed them a few times, and swallowed them. The abomination next to it was even more terrifying. It opened its ferocious mouth and devoured a level 0 zombie in just a few seconds, then spit out a skeleton. It took less than a minute to devour a level 1 zombie. Every time it devours a zombie, it becomes stronger. Chapter 76 Want to escape? Too late. Seeing this scene, without Xiao Tong saying anything, hundreds of level 2 zombies, including the Swift, immediately surrounded him. When the zombies who were wantonly slaughtering level 1 and level 0 zombies felt so many level 2 zombies surrounding them, they roared uneasily and then were surrounded by hundreds of level 2 zombies. On average, 4 to 5 people siege one. These hundreds of level 2 zombies died tragically on the spot in a short while. After these hundreds of level 2 zombies died, the level 3 zombies in the opposite group of zombies began to panic. The level 2 zombies under Xiao Tong were hiding in the zombie army just now. So the level 3 zombies on the opposite side did not realize for a while that Xiao Tong had so many level 2 zombies under his command. Now, these second-level zombies under Xiao Tong attacked and killed all of his second-level zombies. This couldn't help but make the third-level zombie terrified. Roar! The third-level zombie roared, and the entire zombie army slowly retreated backwards. The surviving abominable zombies and devourers among the second-level zombies quickly retreated in a panic. Want to escape now? It's too late. A trace of mockery appeared on Xiao Tong's face. With an order in his mind, the fastest level 3 Swift immediately gave up the massacre of the zombies in front of him, and then led a team of level 2 Swifts to run quickly to the front from both sides. They're going to intercept this level 3 zombie. Lord, you continue to lead the flames to encircle and suppress these zombies. Bone Thorn number 2, lead your troops to follow me. After Xiao Tong finished speaking, he rushed towards the Swift. The zombie lord led the fire zombies to continue encircling the zombies that were being held back, while Bone Spike number 2 quickly followed with the remaining level 2 bone spurs. At the forefront at this moment, the level 3 Swift, who was good at speed, led dozens of level 2 Swifts to chase after the level 3 zombies at high speed. At this time, there were several level 2 zombies following the level 3 zombie. The abominations and devourers who had just escaped were among them. There are also several Swifts and defenders. Roar! Feeling the Swift, a level 3 zombie leading a team of Swifts, coming fiercely, the level 3 zombie on the opposite side immediately roared. The few defenders and hateful zombies at the end of the team immediately gave up running, turned around, and rushed towards the zombie army, led by Swift 1. Roar! The fat and huge body of the hateful zombie opposite him blocked in front of him, and its 2 strong arms grabbed Swift 1 fiercely. Swift 1 roared, raised his 2 arms that had evolved into sharp blades, and suddenly increased his speed. The 2 zombies approached quickly. When the hateful zombie felt the breath of the level 3 zombie on Swift 1, he became slightly agitated, and a trace of fear emerged in his heart. But the next moment, the order in his heart made him break his fear of the Swift, and he swung his fist with greater force and speed. Buzz! The fist was thrown out so quickly that it even made a sound of breaking wind. You can imagine how powerful this punch was. Facing this punch, Swift One simply lowered his body and easily dodged the blow with his speed. The two arms turned into sharp blades and raised up at the same time, chopping fiercely at one of the legs of the hateful zombie. Laugh! There was a sound of the cloth being torn apart, and two large cuts were immediately made on one of the legs of the abominable zombie. It lost its balance and fell to the ground on one knee. His thigh was almost cut off by the root. If it weren't for the hideous muscles on the body of the abomination zombie, which had a strong defense, both of Swift One's sword strikes can cut off its legs directly. After a successful attack, Swift One did not bother with the abomination anymore. He just rolled over and stood up to chase after the level 3 zombie again. As for the hateful zombie at the back, before it could fully stand up, more than a dozen level 2 Swift had surrounded it, and the sharp blades kept slashing at the hateful zombie's body, and the hateful zombie's body was soon covered with scars. However, the serious injuries on his body did not scare him, but instead aroused his bloodiness. It did not dodge or evade the attacks of the Swifts, but directly reached out and grabbed a level 2 Swift, then pulled it hard with both hands. This level 2 Swift was torn in half. The various internal organs and blood in its stomach were scattered on the ground and its body. It roared excitedly and stuffed the Swift's body into its mouth. In an instant, the sound of chewing was heard, and the harsh sound of bones being crushed by teeth made people's scalp tingle. But the other level 2 Swifts were not frightened. They rushed forward madly, slashing the abomination's body with their sharp blades. A dozen Swifts stayed behind to fight the abomination, while the other dozens of Swifts continued to chase Swift One. Roar! During the chase, there were constant second-level and first-level zombies blocking the Swift, but the Swift number 1 mostly managed to dodge them with his extremely fast speed. If he couldn't dodge them, he would just chop them down with a single blow. There are only a few zombies around the third-level zombie now. Soon, the Swift can catch up. 20 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters. Soon, the Swift was only 5 meters away from the level 3 zombie. The Swift was known for its speed, and Swift One was a level 3 zombie, so its speed was even faster. Without his men to stop it, the level 3 zombie could not escape at all. Roar! Suddenly, the third-level zombie roared and stopped abruptly. The Devourer and several other second-level zombies also stopped, and then rushed towards Swift One, roaring. They all know that Swift One is very fast, so if they want to escape, they must get rid of Swift One now. Otherwise, as long as they are entangled by Swift One, Xiao Tong will arrive soon, and then they will have no way out. The fleeing level 3 zombies suddenly stopped. Swift One was stunned for a moment, and then the two waves of zombies suddenly collided with each other. The Devourer's sharp claws stabbed fiercely at Swift One's head. Several level 2 zombies nearby also launched attacks at the same time. This level 3 zombie also roared and waved its sharp claws towards Swift One. Swift One was completely confused by this sudden attack. It just subconsciously raised its claws to block the Devourer's claws that were stabbing towards its head, but the claws of the other zombies left several hideous scars on its body. The severe pain from his body made Swift One react. He raised a pair of sharp blades and chopped down fiercely. Chapter 77, Curing Zombies. Laugh! With a swish, the double blades of Swift One slashed through the bodies of several zombies that were besieging them. Several zombies were unable to dodge and were directly cut open. Some zombies even had both arms cut off. Swift One used a single sword to repel the siege of several level 2 zombies led by level 3 zombies, but several hideous wounds appeared on its body. Although it is not fatal, it still has a significant impact on its combat effectiveness. Fortunately, except for the level 3 zombie, the other zombies were also injured. As a level 3 zombie, it only had eyes for the petite level 3 zombie in front of it. It didn't take the other level 2 zombie seriously. Roar! Swift One growled, then rushed towards the third-level zombie on the opposite side again. Several other second-level zombies, including the Devourer, pounced on him again and stood in front of Swift One. The Swift's eyes were filled with violent, murderous intent, and he swung the sharp blade in his hand fiercely at the zombies that were blocking his way. But at this moment, a milky white light suddenly appeared, covering several level 2 zombies. The light quickly dissipated, as if it had never appeared, but the few zombies that should have been seriously injured standing in front of Swift One were still breathing strong, without a single wound on their bodies, and even their broken arms had grown back. Several level 2 zombies that had returned to their peak rushed towards Swift One even more fearlessly. Swift One was confused by the sudden change in front of him. In addition to being injured, he was actually forced back by several level 2 zombies. After being forced back, several level 2 zombies became even more aggressive, besieging the Swift zombie frantically with a completely desperate attitude. As long as the attack of Swift One was not fatal, they would not even try to dodge. The Swift's life-for-life fighting style soon left the Swift covered in wounds, and several level 2 zombies were also covered in knife marks. One level 2 zombie even had half of its head chopped off by the Swift. But at this moment, a ray of light lit up again from behind, and then enveloped several level 2 zombies. The next moment, the light dissipated, and the level 2 zombies became lively again, attacking Swift One frantically. The Swift was immediately confused. Nima, how can we fight this? Soon, the Swift had more and more wounds on his body. The most serious wound was a scar on his face that divided his entire face in half. It was from the Devourer's claws. Among these second-level zombies, it had the most powerful combat power. Laugh. Roar. After these level 2 zombies recovered for the third time, the Swift was already covered in wounds, and even its speed slowed down a lot. The sharp claws in the Devourer's hand fiercely chopped at one of the arms of Swift One. The arm that had transformed into a sword was cut off by its root and fell to the ground with a thud. The Swift let out a painful roar. When Xiao Tong, who was running wildly from a distance, heard the Swift's painful roar, he increased his speed again. And when he saw the milky white light coming from the direction of the Swift, Xiao Tong's heart was shaken violently, and he staggered and almost fell to the ground. He screamed out loud, "Healing Zombie King? No, now it's just a healing zombie." When Xiao Tong saw the light emitted by the zombie, he was completely shaken. All zombies assemble, surround the level 3 zombies on the opposite side. Bonethorn 1, Blaze 2, Xiaoji, immediately lead your troops to evacuate the area you are sweeping and meet up in my direction. Xiao Tong almost went crazy. He immediately ordered the zombies on the scene to quickly gather and surround the healing zombies on the opposite side. At the same time, he also called back the other 2 armies that were sweeping. For him, this healing zombie is more important than anything else. In some ways, this healing zombie is even more precious than the zombie lord, because the zombie lord, to some extent, can only increase Xiao Tong's power. If this healing zombie can be tamed, it would be like having an extra nanny and an extra life. As long as more than just the head is shot, no matter how serious the injury is, there is still hope as long as there is a healer. In the previous life, there were billions of zombies in the world, including all kinds of strange zombies, but there was only one precious healer, the healing Zombie King. The Insect Claw Corpse King is not actually the strongest, but because of its alliance with the healing Corpse King, some of the higher-ranked Corpse Kings are unwilling to provoke it easily. Xiao Tong had gone through a lot of hardships to become the Corpse King. At that time, he was very greedy for the healing Corpse King. Now, God actually let him meet the healing Corpse King, who was just at level 3. He would never miss this opportunity. He must subdue the healing Corpse King. He is not greedy for healing. After becoming the Corpse King, he became a top beauty. After becoming the Corpse King, in addition to having the ability to infect humans and some special signs, the Zombie King is not much different from ordinary humans. After this healing Corpse King regained his human appearance, all the people and other Corpse Kings were stunned by his beauty. Countless people and Corpse Kings were shocked by his beauty. Xiao Tong just wanted an extra wet nurse so that he could drink from her every day, but it's just an extra life. After receiving Xiao Tong's order, his men went crazy and tried desperately to break through the blockade of zombies in front of them, and then rushed toward Xiao Tong. Second-level zombies also came up one by one. When he saw so many level 2 zombies rushing over, especially the terrifying aura of the level 3 zombies on Xiao Tong, the leader of the level 2 zombies, approaching rapidly, the Cure zombie panicked again. Although it has the ability to heal quickly, no matter how hard it tries, its subordinates are just a few level 2 zombies. If more level 2 zombies from a distance rush over to entangle it, its healing power is of no use. If it was at the beginning, more than 100 level 2 zombies under its command were still alive. In that case, it would use its healing ability to exploit the bug. Maybe there is still a chance to stop the zombie army in front of us. But now, with only a few level 2 zombies left, it is impossible to defend. Roar! When a healing zombie thought of this, he let out a low roar and turned around and ran backwards. Xiao Tong, who saw this scene from a distance, suddenly became anxious. If this healing zombie, with only the potential to be a corpse king, were to escape, his chances of finding this healing corpse king again would be extremely slim. Chapter 78 Helicopter. No, I absolutely cannot let her escape from me. Xiao Tong made up his mind and increased his speed again. He swung the Mo Dao in his hand and directly split all the zombies blocking his way into two halves. Although Xiao Tong is not known for his speed, he is still a little faster than the zombies. Feeling Xiao Tong's breath approaching quickly, the healing zombie couldn't help but look back. Although Xiao Tong's aura was also level 3, it was much stronger than Swift One. The healing zombie was so frightened that he almost vomited his period after just looking back. He quickly turned around and ran madly into the distance. However, the speed is still increasing. 500 meters, 400 meters, 300 meters. Soon, the distance between the two has been shortened to 300 meters. At this speed, Xiao Tong will definitely be able to catch up with the healing zombies. Boom, 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 boom. At this moment, a burst of engine noises approached quickly from a distance. Xiao Tong, who was chasing the healing zombies, couldn't help but look back. He saw helicopters approaching quickly in the darkness in the distance. Several headlights on the plane swept across the ground, as if looking for something. On the ground, in a building, in a team of uniformed men, a leader held a walkie-talkie and said, "Flying Eagle, fly Eagle, keep flying forward. I have sent the photo of the zombie to your mobile phones. By the way, the zombie is holding a long knife, which is easy to identify." Receive. A voice came from the intercom, and several helicopters continued to fly forward. Xiao Tong looked at the plane approaching quickly from a distance, and a bad premonition arose in his heart. He sensed that these planes were coming towards him. He turned his head to look at the running healing zombie. He gritted his teeth and sped up. He must catch this healing zombie before these helicopters find him. But Xiao Tong still underestimated the speed of the helicopters. In less than a minute, several helicopters had already flown over the zombie horde that was engaged in the battle. The lights on the plane kept searching among the corpses. Suddenly, a beam of light was cast in the direction of Xiao Tong and the healing zombies. On the helicopter, a uniformed man holding a telescope put down the telescope, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth when he saw Xiao Tong. "I found you. Over there, get over there. Shooter, get ready to shoot." "Yes." Immediately, several helicopters quickly approached Xiao Tong. At this time, Xiao Tong was only 100 meters away from the zombies being cured, and the lightning in his hand had already begun to flash. Almost. Xiao Tong gritted his teeth. Even though he was already covered by the spotlight, he could no longer care about so much. He had to catch the cured zombie today. Soon, the distance has been shortened to 80 meters. Xiao Tong accelerated again, jumped high, and the thunder in his hand suddenly shot towards the healing zombie. Boom! The thunder exploded twice beside the healing zombie. Although it did not hit the healing zombie, the shock wave still blew the healing zombie away. Xiao Tong's face showed joy, and he was about to speed up. Da. But at this moment, there was a burst of fierce gunfire from the plane. Xiao Tong only felt a sharp pain in his body. His body seemed to be hit by a sledgehammer in the air, and then flew out fiercely, and then hit the ground heavily like a broken sack. "This." Xiao Tong climbed up and looked down. He saw several big holes on his chest. If he didn't have defensive abilities, these bullets would have cut him in two. "Fuck you." Xiao Tong got up and looked at the helicopters in the sky with his fingers raised. "Damn it, I didn't bother you for no reason, but you guys came to my door?" Da. On several helicopters, the sound of Gatling guns rang out again, and several bullet chains were extremely conspicuous in the dark, shooting towards Xiao Tong madly. "Fuck, they're coming again." Xiao Tong rolled to the side to avoid it. As soon as he left, a series of bullets were fired at the place where he had just stood, and holes were directly created on the concrete floor. Xiao Tong dodged to the side, but the searchlight soon covered him again. Bullets were fired at him frantically. The healing zombie in the distance was stunned for a moment, then plunged into the darkness. When Xiao Tong saw the healing zombies in the distance disappear into the darkness, a surge of anger suddenly rose in his heart. As he ran, he looked at the surrounding terrain. In the distance, there stood a dozen-story building that stood out from the crowd. Xiao Tong's eyes lit up, and he quickly ran towards the building. He's trying to run into the building. Stop him. On the plane, the leader saw Xiao Tong running towards the distant building, and he quickly spoke. The machine gunners on several planes quickly moved their guns to the front of Xiao Tong, and the ammunition belts directly blocked his way forward. "Long Tongue, Your team should also move closer to this building and assist us from below." At this moment in the building, the intercom in Long Tong's hand rang. "Yes," Long Tong responded, then waved his hand and quickly led the team downstairs. Xiao Tong looked at the dense ammunition belt in front of him. He braked suddenly and then rushed into the alley next to him. "Roar!" As he ran, he gave orders to his men. "Long-range attack team, spread out and move towards the building in front of me. Go to the rooftops of the buildings near this building. Be careful to hide your bodies and wait for my orders." After receiving Xiao Tong's order, the long-range attack zombie troops above level 1 that were entangled with another zombie army dispersed and moved towards the place where Xiao Tong gave the order. After getting close, they went straight into the high-rise building next to them and then climbed towards the roof of the building. Xiao Tong was running in the alley while performing various evasive maneuvers. If Xiao Tong had not evolved into a level 3 zombie and become much faster, he would have been mowed down by the Gatling gun long ago. Damn it! Xiao Tong's face was gloomy and looked very bad. After he left Yinjing University, in order to avoid attracting the attention of a Yinjing survivor base, he led his army all the way north and was able to avoid the survivor base. Because he knew that the early zombies were still very vulnerable to human thermal weapons, especially heavy weapons. Only when it evolves to level 5 can it basically ignore the attacks of thermal weapons except for rocket launchers and missiles. When they reach level 6, other than missiles, other thermal weapons can no longer hurt zombies. When it evolves to the 7th level of Corpse King, it can even defend against missiles. Therefore, you have to evolve to at least level 5 to have the capital to spend money. Chapter 79, Eagle Squadron. But Xiao Tong had never expected that, even though he was hiding like this, these people would still come looking for him. "Since you're looking for death, don't blame me." Xiao Tong gritted his teeth and ran quickly towards the building. Finally, after being shot several more times, he ran into the building. As soon as he ran to the building, he took out 2 secondary crystal cores and threw them into his mouth. After the crystal core entered his stomach, it immediately transformed into energy and flowed toward his limbs and meridians. The injuries on his body were also recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. While swallowing the crystal core, Xiao Tong ran towards the rooftop. These bitches, since they came here to seek death, don't blame him for being cruel and ruthless. Xiao Tong was very fast and reached the top of the building in one breath. In the process, he also swallowed a dozen second-level crystal cores. The injuries on his body had basically healed due to the accumulation of crystal cores. He stood at the stairs on the roof, listening to the roar of helicopter engines outside. He knew that these helicopters must be hovering outside. Boom, boom, boom. There was a very loud sound of a helicopter. Xiao Tong quietly opened the door. Da, 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 da. The next moment, a stream of bullets came straight in, and Xiao Tong quickly hid behind the gun, but the gun made a violent vibration, so he quickly retreated again. He had just stepped back when the Gatling gun's bullet chain swept the exit madly, actually breaking the wall of the exit into 2 sections. Boom! The 4 walls of the exit collapsed, and the staircase was exposed to the helicopter's sight. In the helicopter, everyone stared at the staircase. Finally, the smoke slowly dissipated. But at this moment, a blue lightning suddenly shot out from the dust and rushed towards a helicopter like a cannonball. "Get out of the way." The pilot on the plane quickly pulled up the plane, but the speed of the thunder was very fast, and the plane was very close to the roof, so the thunder hit the helicopter hard. Boom! There was an explosion, and the helicopter fell down with flames. Before the helicopter exploded, a series of human figures parachuted out and floated in the air. Damn it, this zombie actually awakened the power of thunder. Everyone, please pay attention. Raise the altitude. The Gatling guns will start strafing to cover the people jumping out of the plane. The eagles who jumped out of the plane, please find the roof of the nearest building. I will send a plane to pick you up. As he finished speaking, the remaining helicopters increased their altitude again. The parachuting team members landed on the roof of the tall building next to them. What they didn't see was that the dark roof of the building was already filled with densely packed zombies. After destroying a helicopter with one attack, Xiao Tong's mouth curled up slightly. However, now the helicopter has moved higher, it will be difficult to deal with it. Xiao Tong pondered for a while, then his eyes lit up. At this time, on the helicopter, several Gatling guns were madly firing at the rooftop where Xiao Tong was, and several headlights were shining on the stairs. As long as Xiao Tong showed his head, he would surely be hit by a fatal blow. Call out. At this moment, a ball of lightning suddenly shot out from the stairs. Watch out, the thunder is coming again. On the plane, everyone immediately became nervous again. But at this moment, the thunder seemed to be weak and exploded directly about 100 meters away from the top of the building. The people on the helicopter were stunned for a moment. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, balls of thunder flew into the sky again, but their height was getting lower and lower. Ha ha ha, this beast's energy must be running out. Lower the helicopter and suppress it directly. Prepare the bazooka and fire directly at the stairs. After Captain Flying Eagle finished speaking, several helicopters reduced the distance again, but just in case, they were still cautious and stopped the helicopters at a distance of about 100 meters. When he saw these helicopters hovering at a distance of about 100 meters, a ferocious smile appeared on Xiao Tong's lips. All bone spur and wind blade zombies. Aim at the helicopter in the sky and attack indiscriminately. Xiao Tong's order came down, and the next moment, dense bone spurs and wind blade from the rooftops of the surrounding buildings flew towards the helicopters. The Eagle team members who were landing in the air heard a whistling sound. Before they could see what it was, they were pierced through the body by bone spurs. Their bodies were cut into pieces by wind blades, and they fell to the ground. There's an ambush! In the darkness, a shrill scream sounded, and then it stopped abruptly. In the helicopter, a scream suddenly came from the intercom, and Captain Flying Eagle had a bad feeling in his heart. The next moment, they also heard the whistling sound. In the darkness, it seemed as if something was approaching at a very fast speed. And at this time, chop, chop, chop. Bone spurs came whizzing and pierced the outside of the helicopter fiercely, making holes in the hard helicopter. Wind blades chopped at the outside of the helicopter, leaving hideous gashes. The machine gunner sitting at the door of the helicopter was the first to be killed, and then bone spurs and wind blades shot in from the door of the helicopter crazily, and several people were shot dead in an instant. Bone spurs and wind blades kept slashing at the helicopter and its propellers. The helicopter immediately swayed left and right. Captain, the helicopter is out of control. The driver yelled. Captain Flying Eagle's face changed drastically, and he shouted, "Parachute, parachute, everyone parachute." As soon as he finished speaking, he jumped towards Shinny first, and the team members jumped down one by one. As soon as they left the plane, bone spurs pierced the fuel tank. Boom! The helicopter exploded directly, lost control, and crashed heavily into the tall buildings. The light from the helicopter explosion slightly illuminated the building and the rooftops around it. A dense mass of zombies appeared in front of everyone in the Eagle Squad. When looking at the densely packed zombies, everyone was stunned. His eyes were full of fear. When did these zombies ambush here? Oh my god, so many level 1 and level 2 zombies. All of these zombies are capable of long-range attacks. Could it be that this zombie has gained intelligence? Otherwise, how could it be possible to differentiate zombies based on their abilities? Get out of the way, the attack is coming. Everyone was looking at the neatly arranged zombies on the rooftop, just like a well-trained army. They were shocked. Finally, a field of bone spikes and wind blades covered the sky and then shot towards them. Everyone quickly controlled the direction of the parachute and fled far away. Chapter 80. Thank God again for his gift. But will Xiao Tong let them fly away? At the current altitude, he could kill many people with a thunderstorm, but he felt that it would be too easy for these people to die like this. This time, the cured zombies escaped from him. After knowing that there was a powerful zombie army in this area, the cured zombies will definitely run away. He didn't know if he would have the chance to meet a cured zombie again in the future. It's all this damn stuff. The Bone Spike zombie and Windblade zombie have already taken action, but the Flame zombie has not yet taken action. Now the people on the parachutes are only 5 or 6 meters away from the building, completely within the attack range of the fire zombies, and they're floating in the air like floating human skewers. All fire zombies attack. Be careful not to burn the parachute, and focus your firepower on the lower body. At Xiao Tong's command, flames suddenly burst out and covered the parachutes. Suddenly, a sharp scream was heard, and the Eagle team members who were suspended by parachutes were all engulfed in flames from the waist down. Just a moment, my legs have lost their feeling. The smell of barbecue filled the air. They lowered their heads and looked sadly between their legs. Xiao Kuan has become grilled Kuan. No! A sharp scream was heard. The area below the waist was roasted, but the organs above the waist were not seriously damaged. Watching their lower body being roasted and waiting to die is more painful than killing them directly. Especially since Kuan-Er has lost his intuition, it is a huge blow to his spirit. No more. All gone. All the team members began to convulse in pain. Below them, tens of thousands of level 0 zombies raised their heads and watched the roasted meats slowly fall from the sky. They just open their mouths and don't move, waiting for God's gift. Roast Kuan-Er, come into this zombie uncle's mouth. Finally, after half a minute of torture, all the eagles were tortured to death. They were still floating in the air, but they were already dead. There's a group of zombie uncles waiting below with their mouths wide open. Burn the parachute. Xiao Tong saw that everyone was dead, and his anger finally subsided. Boom! As soon as Xiao Tong's order came down, the fire zombies immediately moved their firepower upwards. The zombies below became even more excited. Yes, yes, yes. The heat should be even, otherwise it will be undercooked and cause diarrhea. Without parachutes, dozens of Eagle team members fell vertically. Bang, bang. Several bodies of the eagles fell. Because it is already ripe. It had just fallen to the ground and was already broken into pieces. A group of zombies immediately rushed over. Compared to the smelly and unpalatable meat of their own kind, they still preferred Barbie's buttons. Dozens of barbecues. This caused the zombies to celebrate for a few seconds. Xiao Tong watched all the members of the Eagle Squad being devoured by zombies before he looked away. At this moment, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. There's still a few little mice? Xiao Tong murmured, then waved his hand, and countless zombies began to surround him from upstairs and downstairs. At this time, on the 6th floor of the building, the Longting team looked at the tragic deaths, their eyes filled with horror. One of the leaders quickly took out a communication tool to contact the base camp. Base camp, this is Longting, the Eagle Squad has been wiped out. I repeat, the Eagle Squad has been wiped out. Roar. And at this moment, a roar was heard. Captain, it's a zombie. The members of the Longting team looked at the zombies that kept coming up from downstairs, and everyone's face was filled with fear. Run upstairs. The captain of the Longting team shouted hurriedly, but at this moment, a roar was heard from upstairs, and the next moment, zombies also came down from upstairs. Fuck, there's zombies upstairs too. We're done. We're surrounded. Wow, I don't want to die yet. Captain, what should we do? All the members of the Longting team almost cried. The captain of the Longting team had a bitter look on his face. What should he do? Surrounded by so many zombies. What can he do even if he is a level 2 mutant? Roar! A group of zombies surrounded the Longting team, but they did not take any further action. Instead, they turned around and made way for them, bowing their heads respectfully. The next moment, Xiao Tong's figure slowly appeared. It's that level 3 zombie. The pupils of all the members of the Longting team shrank sharply. Some of them tightly gripped their guns, while others began to use their special powers. Xiao Tong looked at the Longting team, who were still resisting stubbornly. He accelerated and rushed towards the Longting team, clang. Halfway through, he pulled out the Mo Dao. The sharp light of the Mo Dao made everyone in the Longting team stunned for a moment. Damn it, can zombies use knives? Attack. The Longting team immediately began to shoot at Xiao Tong frantically, and at the same time, a series of supernatural powers also covered Xiao Tong, but the highest level of the Longting team was only level 2, and the others were all level 1. The gap between them and Xiao Tong is too big. Xiao Tong just moved quickly and easily dodged all the bullets and attacks from supernatural powers. He stomped the ground hard, and his whole body approached the Longting team as fast as a flying swallow. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Tong plunged into the Longting team, and then began to wave the Mo Dao in his hands frantically. Hiss! The sound of blades cutting through skin and muscle rang out. The members of the Longting team had their arms and legs broken off, and they fell to the ground screaming like broken sacks. Xiao Tong plunged into the Longting team like a tiger into a flock of sheep. The captain of the Longting team rushed forward desperately to stop Xiao Tong, but was directly chopped into 2 halves by Xiao Tong's sword. Of course, it was not completely 2 sides. There is no way to split it in half. In less than a minute, more than a dozen members of the Longting team fell to the ground. This is the base camp. What is the current situation of the Longting team? At this moment, a voice came from the intercom. However, all the members of the Longting team had fallen to the ground without exception. Those who were unlucky had turned into pieces, while those who were luckier had become corpses. The blood instantly dyed the white floor red. When Xiao Tong heard the voice, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Then he walked straight up, raised his foot, and stomped hard on the walkie-talkie, and the voice immediately disappeared without a trace. Chapter 81. You chase me. I flee. You flee. I chase you. On the other side, the survivors' base camp in Yinjing. The communicator had a serious look on his face. He turned to look at the senior officer next to him and said, "Sir, the Longting team has also lost contact." The faces of several men nearby who exuded nobleness suddenly darkened. I didn't expect that the third-level zombies would be so difficult to deal with. The Eagle Squad has 3 second-level psychics, and the others are all first-level psychics. There's also the Dragon Squad, whose combat power is not weak at all. But both teams were wiped out, which was a huge blow to us. Should we send a rescue team to search and rescue? Someone suddenly asked. A man who also looked high-ranking shook his head slowly. No, this zombie must be very powerful to have wiped out the Eagle Squad and the Dragon Squad. We can't act rashly for the time being. The best way now is to train a higher-level mutant as soon as possible. Only when we have a third-level psychic in our hands can we feel confident no matter what we do. Send out more troops to collect crystal cores. We must train third-level or even fourth-level mutants as soon as possible, and also speed up the research on zombies. Yes. On the other hand, after destroying the entire Longting team, Xiao Tong took all the zombies and left Daxia. On the battlefield, not far away, there were densely packed zombie corpses. Xiao Tong gave the order. The zombie army under his command quickly began to collect crystal cores and then devour the zombie corpses. This collection lasted for several hours. The sky gradually brightened. At around 6 or 7 in the morning, a pile of crystal cores appeared in front of Xiao Tong. Among them, there are 45 second-level ones and more than 1,300 first-level ones. Xiao Tong, who was healing level 0, directly ordered whoever found it to devour it. Xiao Tong directly put 45 second-level crystal cores into his pocket and began to devour them. As for the first-level crystal cores, he distributed them to all the second-level zombies. A few hours later, after absorbing 42 second-level crystal cores, Xiao Tong's aura became even stronger, and among his subordinates, Swift One's body has fully recovered. Among his subordinates, there were dozens of level 2 zombies and hundreds of level 1 zombies. Ouch! At this moment, a dog howled in the distance. Xiao Tong looked up. I saw a huge group of zombies approaching in the distance. In the front was a group of level 0 and level 1 zombies that were screaming in panic, with a few level 2 zombies mixed in. Around them, Xiao Ji led the mutant dog troops and 500 level 2 zombies, 2,000 level 1 zombies, and 20,000 level 0 zombies, driving away the zombies in the front. Master, I'm back. Xiao Ji quickened his speed and ran ahead of Xiao Tong. Xiao Tong looked at the tens of thousands of zombie troops being driven away and felt Xiao Ji's breath again. His eyes couldn't help but light up. Xiao Ji's breath had become much stronger. Moreover, among the mutant dog troops behind Xiao Ji, dozens of mutant dogs have basically entered the second level, and only a few are at the peak of the first level and can enter the second level at any time. Boss, these are the crystal cores I collected these days. Xiao Ji howled, and a little mutant dog came over with a school bag hanging from his shoulder. Xiao Tong took the school bag and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. A bag full of crystal cores. Among them, there are about 300 second-level crystal cores and more than 5,000 first-level crystal cores. Xiaoji, that's good. That's right. If you hadn't been so anxious to summon me, I would have been able to harvest at least hundreds of level 2 crystal cores by the time I had completely cleared that area. When Xiaoji received Xiao Tong's praise, he immediately raised his head proudly. Xiao Tong nodded. It's okay for a capable dog to be a little arrogant. Xiao Tong directly took out 100 level 2 crystal cores and 1,000 level 1 crystal cores and handed them to Xiao Ji. You performed well this time. This is your reward. Hurry up and absorb these crystal cores. I have something for you to do. Okay, thank you, boss. Xiao Ji immediately found a place and began to devour the crystal core. Dozens of mutant dogs surrounded him. Xiao Tong distributed 2,000 of the remaining first-level crystal cores to the mutant dog troops, and then gave the remaining first-level crystal cores to Swift number 1, Bone Thorn number 2, and Flame number 2. After distributing the crystal cores, Xiao Tong sat cross-legged again and began to absorb the crystal cores. A few hours later, Xiao Tong had absorbed all the secondary crystal cores, and his aura surged again. He silently felt his own breath. It seems that in order to advance to level 4, at least 3,000 level 2 crystal cores are needed. As the level increases, the effect of low-level crystal cores on evolution becomes less and less. But there is no other way. There are only a few level 3 zombies in the whole country. It will take at least half a year for a large number of level 3 zombies to appear. So, there's no other choice but to use the secondary crystal core pile. Woof, boss, I've already swallowed the crystal core. Is there anything you want me to do? Seeing Xiao Tong open his eyes, Xiao Ji immediately screamed. Xiao Ji, I want you and Swift One to lead your mutant dog troop and Swift troop to move northwards and search for the trace of the zombie. If you find any trace of this zombie, you must not alert the enemy and tell me immediately. No matter where she goes, I will catch her. Xiao Tong clenched his fists. Who would give up a wet nurse? If nothing else, as his level increases and his senses slowly recover, what will he do if he is thirsty? If he drinks human water, he will have diarrhea. He couldn't accept drinking blood. So, having a wet nurse by your side is both pleasing to the eyes and thirst-quenching. Wouldn't it be great to be able to do something productive when you have nothing to do? You chase me. I run away. You run away. I chase you. Ouch. Okay, boss. When do we leave? There is no time to lose. Let's go now. Yes. Xiao Ji let out a howl and immediately summoned his mutant dog troops. Now all the mutant dog troops under Xiao Ji have been fully promoted to level 2. This mutant dog troop, with all members at level 2, can basically walk sideways throughout the Xia as long as they are not surrounded by the human army. Not to mention that there is Swift One leading all the Swifts above level 2 to help. Xiaoji led all the mutant dog troops and marched towards the north at an incredibly fast speed. The Swift brought more than 200 level 2 Swifts with him, and their speed was equally fast. Watching the two teams quickly disappear in the distance, Xiao Tong withdrew his gaze. It's time to continue the sweep. Xiao Tong organized the army. After he took over the first and second level zombies in Xiaoji's army, he also brought tens of thousands of zombies with him. His current team consists of 2 level 3 zombies, him and the Overlord. There are more than 600 level 2 zombies. There are more than 4,000 first level zombies. As for the level 0 zombies, including those who were taken hostage, the number has reached 60,000 to 70,000. As the saying goes, when there are more than 10,000 people, there is no limit. The zombie army of more than 70,000 people already looks very spectacular. Chapter 82, Heading North. Roar. Just as Xiao Tong was about to lead the zombie army to march northward, a deep roar sounded in the distance. Xiao Tong felt it. It was another zombie army led by Flame 1 and Defender 1. Xiao Tong ordered the army to stop. A few minutes later, a huge zombie tide slowly moved towards Xiao Tong, and at the forefront were Flame number 1 and Defender number 1. 10 minutes later, Flame 1 and Defender 1 finally arrived with their large army. Roar! Flame number 1 walked forward and handed a snakeskin bag to Xiao Tong. Xiao Tong was stunned for a moment. Using a snakeskin bag to hold a crystal core? This style is simple enough. Comrade Flame. Xiao Tong took the snakeskin bag and opened it. His eyes suddenly widened. There were actually more than 1,000 second-level crystal cores and more than 5,000 first-level crystal cores. My comrade Lian is so powerful. He obtained more crystal cores than the mutant dog troops led by Xiaoji. In order to turn the crystal core into your own energy, Xiao Tong stopped moving forward and found a safe place to start absorbing the secondary crystal cores. It took Xiao Tong almost 2 days to absorb a total of 1,121 crystal cores. After absorbing more than 1,000 crystal cores, Xiao Tong's aura became much stronger. After absorbing the second-level crystal cores, he absorbed 3,000 first-level crystal cores, and then distributed the remaining 3,000 first-level crystal cores to the remaining third-level and second-level zombies. There is no need to cure level 1 and level 0 zombies. You can evolve by directly devouring level 0 crystal cores and zombie corpses. Half a day later, Xiao Tong opened his eyes and felt the powerful force in his hands. A sense of satisfaction emerged. At the same time, there is a slight pain in the flesh. If more than 1,000 crystal cores were devoured by level 2 zombies, they could at least produce 6 or 7 level 3 zombies. However, after he absorbed more than 1,000 level 2 crystal cores, he only advanced a little on the road to level 4. If the Demon Slayer evolved to level 4 zombies, Xiao Tong would have at least 4 or 5,000 level 2 crystal cores. And it also needs to assist in the absorption of the first level crystal core. Moreover, it is only level 3 now, and it is already so difficult to evolve. As the level gets higher, it will become more and more difficult to evolve. Fortunately, the mutant beasts will gradually become stronger in the near future, and then appear to participate in the battle between humans and zombies. Although there are billions of humans, all creatures in the entire natural world are much more numerous than humans. At that time, the crystal nuclei in the brains of those mutated beasts will become the main force of evolution. Xiao Tong turned his head and looked. The current zombie army, plus the army brought back by Flame Number 1 and Defender Number 1, the size of the zombie army has now directly exceeded 100,000. The number of first-level zombies increased by more than 3,000, and the number of second-level zombies increased by almost 1,000. Moreover, there are more than a dozen level 2 zombies that have reached the peak of level 2, and it won't be long before they enter level 3. Xiao Tong currently controls 3 levels of zombies, including Bone Spur Number 1, Defender Number 1, Blaze Number 1, Swift Number 1, and Zombie Lord. The third-level mutant beast is Xiaoji. Among the second-level zombies, including Devourer and Clairvoyant, Wind Blade Number 1, Bone Spur Number 1, Defender Number 2 and Number 3, Swift Number 2 and Number 3, etc. have all reached the peak of the second level. There are more than 8,000 first-level zombies, approaching 10,000. Xiao Tong controls 50,000 level 0 zombies, and the Zombie Lord controls 30,000, totaling 80,000. However, with the addition of tens of thousands of zombies that were trapped, now Xiao Tong's zombie army has added up to more than 110,000 and is approaching 120,000. Xiao Tong stood in the middle, looking back and forth. It seemed endless and densely packed. Looking at such a huge army, Xiao Tong felt boundless pride in his heart. In his previous life, he could only evolve to level 2 at most, even if he evolved to level 3 in the future. The zombies he controls are no more than 20,000 to 30,000, and most of them are level 0 zombies. There is no level 3 zombie except him. There are only over 100 level 2 zombies and 1,000 to 2,000 level 1 zombies. Whenever he encounters a larger wave of zombies, he can only flee. In the end, he survived slowly and finally defeated the Zombie King and controlled an army of hundreds of thousands of zombies. Pity. When he became the Zombie King, there were countless level 7 warriors in both the human and zombie camps, and each one was stronger than him. If he hadn't been able to control these zombies like his own arms, and if he hadn't been able to control these zombies to protect him at all costs, he had been knocked out long ago. But in this life, he has always been walking in front of humans and zombies, one step ahead of every other. As long as he can maintain this leading position, he will be able to stand at the top in the future. He did not regret turning into a zombie again. If he stayed in the human camp, there would be too many distractions. There is no way he can evolve so quickly. It is even possible that he will become cannon fodder for some people. After all, Xiao Tong will never submit to others, and some people cannot tolerate those who have ulterior motives. What's more, there are these 2 bastards, Leng Menghan, targeting us. He is even more unhappy. Therefore, turning into a zombie is the best choice. Anyway, as long as you evolve into the Zombie King, your senses will be restored, and your appearance will also be restored. After becoming a zombie, he also possesses a strong physique. As long as his head doesn't explode, he can recover from any injury, no matter how serious it is. Even as long as it can continue to evolve and has enough crystal core support, he will live on. And humans, except for some humans who have awakened defensive abilities, many strong men, even if they have cultivated to the 7th level and are very powerful, are still physically weak. Sometimes death is death. There is no chance of resurrection at all. So, no matter how you think about it, zombies are his best path. Roar! Xiao Tong roared, and the dormant zombie army slowly opened their eyes and began to wake up, then continued to move forward according to Xiao Tong's orders. Xiao Tong is now located in Dacheng City, Beihai. Here was the army previously led by the healing zombies. Most of the zombies in the surrounding counties have been cleared out. Xiao Tong led the army directly to the north and waited until the remaining counties in Dacheng were cleared out. He can probably evolve to level 4. Then he decided not to move forward and led his army to sweep in the direction of Gamong, and then headed south to go home to find his family. The most important thing is that the imperial capital is in the north. Therefore, the most powerful military forces in the country are in the north. At that time, the North will become the forefront of the war between humans and zombies. Staying in the North, even if you become the zombie king, you may not be absolutely safe. After all, among the zombie kings in the North, the Fat Zombie King was added later. Before the Fat Zombie King, there was an even more powerful zombie king, but he died together with a level 7 human powerhouse in a war, and hundreds of thousands of zombies under his command were also slaughtered. Chapter 83, Level 3, Mutated Snake. Xiao Tong was not afraid. At least he was trying to survive. When you survive to the end and become absolutely powerful, it will be the time to crush everything and dominate the world. Beyond Dicheng County are Hualong, Quanping, and Ningfeng. Xiao Tong once again divided his troops into 3 groups. Ningfeng went to the left and swept towards the west. Flame number 1 led a large army to sweep towards Quanping County, and Defender number 1 led another large army to Hualong. The 100,000-strong army was once again divided into 3 armies, and then advanced in 3 directions. Xiao Tong led Bone Thorn number 1 and the Zombie Lord and his zombie army towards Ningfeng. The southern part of Ningfeng borders Yanjing, so Xiao Tong led the army as close to the north as possible and entered Ningfeng from Dicheng. Xiao Tong led the zombie army along the highway. Whenever there was a town where the arrow on the highway pointed, Xiao Tong would lead his army directly off the highway and carry out a massacre. The first stop of Xiao Tong's army was Shanfeng Town. After getting off the highway, it took several hours to reach the town. It is a small county town surrounded by many villages. Xiao Tong roared and led his army into the county town. The permanent population of the entire county was only over 100,000, and there were only a little over 100,000 zombies. Xiao Tong led the zombies and wiped out all the zombies in the entire county in just 2 or 3 hours. As for the scattered zombies in the surrounding villages, Xiao Tong ignored them. After clearing out Shanfeng Town, Xiao Tong retreated with his 40,000 zombie army and returned to the highway. A few hours later, Xiao Tong led the zombie army into the tunnel. The tunnel speakers continued to broadcast, "Please do not drive while tired. Overtaking is strictly prohibited in the tunnel." After more than 10 minutes, the army ahead had begun to exit the tunnel. The tunnel passed through the mountain. Surrounded by high mountains and steep cliffs, I don't know if it was because of the blood rain, the forests and shrubs on the earth were even denser and taller. Roar! Hiss! At this moment, there was a sudden commotion at the front of the zombie army. Countless level 0 zombies roared in fear and then retreated backwards as if there was a very terrifying creature in front of them. Roar! Xiao Tong roared, and the zombie army stopped retreating. But in Xiao Tong's mind, the marks of the zombies quickly dimmed and disappeared. Hiss! There were continuous hissing sounds coming from the front, and Xiao Tong climbed directly to the top of the other zombies. After taking a closer look, Xiao Tong's pupils suddenly shrank. At the front of the tunnel entrance, thick and terrifying snakes were madly slaughtering his zombies, no matter they were level 0 zombies, level 1 zombies, or even level 2 zombies. The python, as thick as a bucket, opened its mouth and swallowed it in one gulp. Even more terrifying is that some giant pythons have 2 sharp fangs in their mouths. The fangs are constantly spraying venom. Wherever the venom passed, the zombies immediately fell down with screams and wails. The sound of corrosion continued to be heard, and after more than 10 seconds, the zombies were completely corroded. Mutated venomous snake? Xiao Tong's eyes were full of fear. This mutated venomous snake had a huge body and was extremely poisonous, which made him very cautious. If Xiao Tong guessed correctly, the giant python in the front with a body as thick as a bucket should be a level 3 mutant beast. There were more than a dozen of them half his size beside him with a level 2 aura. The remaining dozens were no bigger than arms. Damn it, I worked so hard for so many years to evolve to level 3, and now any mutant beast that comes out to block my way is level 3. Xiao Tong felt a little unwilling, but this was the fact. In peacetime, humans relied on their wisdom to stand at the top of the food chain on Earth. But after the end of the world, the Earth returned to its most primitive state of hunting and being hunted. Especially after the blood rain, the bodies of animals and plants on Earth began to grow in size. Animals that have grown up hunting since birth have become increasingly powerful and are simply not comparable to humans and zombies. But it's okay. There's only one level 3 mutant venomous snake. If there's another one, I'll turn around and leave immediately, but if there's only one, a hint of murderous intent flashed in Xiao Tong's eyes. All zombies above level 1 retreat. Level 0 zombies moved forward. As soon as Xiao Tong issued the order, the zombies above Level 1 immediately retreated slowly, while the Level 0 zombies pounced on the poisonous snake one after another. Although this third-level zombie and a dozen second-level zombies are very powerful, they're few in number. He now wants to use these zombies to consume these mutant snakes. Consume the venom attack that Xiao Tong fears the most, or even directly fill the stomachs of mutant snakes to slow down their attack speed, and then use the ants to devour the elephants. As the saying goes, even ants can kill an elephant. Even with tens of thousands of troops, he is determined to kill this level 3 mutant snake. At Xiao Tong's command, tens of thousands of zombies rushed madly towards the mutant snakes. Seeing that these zombies did not retreat but advanced, several mutant snakes immediately began to devour the zombies madly and excitedly, swallowing them one by one. The venom sprayed crazily. Groups of zombies were directly corroded. A sweep of the third-level mutant snake's tail turned dozens of Level 0 zombies into meat paste. But after more than 10 minutes, a dozen Level 2 mutant snakes were the first to sense something was wrong. Their stomachs were swollen and filled with zombie corpses. Their movements became difficult as a group of zombies continued to break through their defenses, and their sharp claws or fangs continued to leave scars on the bodies of these mutant snakes. Although one scar is just like a tickle to the huge mutant snakes, when dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of scars appear, these mutant snakes panic. However, the third-level mutant beast in the front was staring at Xiao Tong at the end of the zombie army, as well as Bone Thorn number 1 and other second-level zombies next to Xiao Tong. It has a strong feeling that as long as it devours the zombies in front of it, it will be able to evolve. Its eyes were full of primitive greed, and it could not resist the temptation of evolution at all. It now only wanted to devour Xiao Tong and then evolve into a more powerful creature. It roared and rushed directly into the tunnel. The Level 0 zombies along the way were constantly being slaughtered, seeing these mutant snakes madly slaughtering their subordinates. Although they were only Level 0 zombies, these zombies with marks if one died, there would be one less, and they could only be replenished when they evolved to Level 4. So Xiao Tong still felt pain. Get on top! Xiao Tong roared, and the remaining Level 0 zombies rushed towards the Level 3 mutant snake one after another. Chapter 84 Heavy Losses. Faced with the madly invading tide of Level 0 zombies, the Level 3 mutant snake roared and swallowed a zombie alive in one gulp. As the venom from its mouth spurted out, a group of zombies fell down and were corroded in an instant. The huge tail swept across, and countless zombies lost their limbs. Seeing the third-level mutant zombie so ferocious, Xiao Tong's eyebrows twitched and he retreated another 200 meters, commanding the Level 0 zombies to attack from a distance. But soon, Xiao Tong's face darkened. In just a short while, the loss of Level 0 zombies was already 4 or 5,000. Not to mention the other mutant snakes. The Level 3 mutant zombie in front of him alone had killed dozens or even hundreds with one blow of its tail. Many of them were at the peak of Level 0 and would be promoted to Level 1 in no time. No, if we continue to consume like this, the loss will be too great. Xiao Tong gritted his teeth. Although it is said that many ants can kill an elephant, the loss was too great. The third-level mutated zombies versus the 0-level zombies. The difference of 3 levels was simply a dimensionality reduction attack. When facing those second-level mutant snakes and below, these Level 0 zombie C tactics are still effective, but they are of no use at all against Level 3 zombies. The zombie's sharp claws and fangs fell on the body of the third-level mutant snake, but they couldn't even break the black scales on its body. Bang! Suddenly, Xiao Tong slapped his head hard. Although he was a zombie now, he possessed a high level of wisdom that neither zombies nor mutant beasts possessed. As if thinking of something, long-range attack on zombies, Bone Spur zombie troops. Aim at the third-level mutant snake eyes and attack. Wind Blade zombie. Target and attack all the remaining mutant snakes. Flame zombie. Attack the head of the Level 3 mutant snake. Defend against the zombies moving forward. Bypass the Level 3 mutant snakes and assist the Level 0 zombies in killing the other mutant snakes. The Swift roams around the field to provide support. As soon as Xiao Tong finished speaking, all the zombies began to act on their own. The Bone Spur zombie troops raised their hands and aimed at the eyes of the third-level mutant snake, then fired bone spurs frantically. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, there was a sound of breaking wind, and the bone spurs fired by the bone spur zombies were densely packed like a dark cloud and shot toward the eyes of the third-level mutant snake. The third-level mutant snake has scales with amazing defensive power. Not to mention the zero-level zombies. Even the second-level zombies and other third-level zombies can hardly break its defense. Only the most skilled Swift One and Devourer should be able to break the defense of the third-level mutant snake. Another one is Xiao Tong, who possesses the Mo Dao. Although this Mo Dao was forged by the old blacksmith before he awakened, and is not as sharp as the one forged by the old blacksmith in his previous life after he awakened his superpowers, it can break through the defenses of zombies or mutant beasts below level 7. So it is easy to break the defense of the third-level mutant snake. But you already have tens of thousands of subordinates, so why do you have to go into battle yourself and do all the hard work? Isn't it good to just lie low? What if I lose my limbs or die at the hands of a level 3 mutant snake? Wouldn't that be the end of me? However, no matter how strong the defense of the third-level mutant snake is, it has a fatal flaw, which is that it has no eyelids. The eyes exposed to the outside are its most fatal weakness. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless bone spurs shot toward its eyes. The level 3 mutant snake immediately sensed the danger and quickly turned its head to face the bone spurs with the back of its head covered with scales. But in the next moment, flames suddenly shot out, directly covering the head of the third-level mutant snake. The superposition of countless flames did not mean that 1 + 1 = 2, but directly soared to thousands of degrees Celsius. The sudden high temperature enveloped the scales of the third-level mutant snake, instantly changing the color of its scales, and its entire head instantly turned red. The severe pain caused the third-level mutant snake to roar madly, and its huge body swept around madly, squirming away to avoid the fire attack. But the fire zombie immediately changed its target and started burning the head of the third-level mutant snake. On the other side, the wind blades of the wind blade zombies also shot towards the level 2, level 1, and level 0 mutant snakes. The level 2 mutant snakes were fine, but the level 1 mutant snakes had much weaker defense. The wind blades left hideous wounds on their bodies. The level 0 mutant snake was chopped into two by the wind blades. The defenders, the rock zombies, and the swift ones bypassed the third-level mutant snakes and rushed towards the other low-level mutant snakes. The defenders and the rocks rushed to the front and continuously resisted the attacks of the other mutant snakes. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the other level 0 zombies rushed forward and bit the mutant snake madly. The swift one, on the other hand, roamed around the field, facing the sixth, swung his sword, and then immediately retreated regardless of the effect. The mutant snake that was hit let out a roar, turned its head and bit, but the old sixth zombie who had chopped it had already retreated far away, hiding in the sea of corpses, ready to chop again at any time. Hiss! The mutant snakes were hit hard in an instant, and more than half of the level 0 mutant snakes died in the blink of an eye. Some mutant snakes had just fallen when a group of zombies swarmed over them. When they dispersed again, only a skeleton of the mutant snakes was left. On the other side, the third-level mutant snake was suddenly attacked by the bone spur zombies and the flame zombies, which caught it off guard. However, the third-level mutant zombies that reacted were even more brutal. With a sweep of their tails, dozens of zero-level zombies immediately flew towards the camp of the bone spur zombies and the flame zombies, immediately interrupting their attacks. Then a mouthful of venom spurted out, shooting out more than 10 meters, and the bone spike zombie and flame zombie camps were immediately killed or injured. Fuck, so fierce. Xiao Tong gnashed his teeth. Under the thousands of degrees of high temperature roasted by the fire zombies, the head of this level 3 mutant beast was burned red, and a faint fragrance was diffused. However, even so, this mutant beast not only did not die, but became even more ferocious. If it was any level 3 zombie under Xiao Tong, he would have died countless times. As expected, mutated beasts are a unique existence in the end times. Since coming into contact with this group of mutant snakes, Xiao Tong's subordinates have lost more than 10,000 level 0 zombies, more than 1,000 level 1 zombies, and even dozens of level 2 zombies. This was the worst loss Xiao Tong's zombie army had suffered since its establishment. According to the current situation of the war, if he wants to kill this level 3 mutant snake, many of his men will probably have to die. Fuck it, let's fight. Xiao Tong gritted his teeth and gave up the idea of continuing to hide. This time it had to be his turn to show up. Otherwise, all his men would die, and it would be difficult for him to survive as a commander alone in this doomsday. Chapter 85 hurts all over the ground. Thinking of this, Xiao Tong raised his Mo Dao, restrained his aura, and then quietly sneaked into the group of corpses. Bone thorn zombies, flame zombies, attacked the head of the level 3 mutant snake at all costs. Xiao Tong quietly gave an order in his mind, and immediately the bones, spurs, and flames in the sky shot towards the mutant 3rd level snake again. Hiss! The mutant level 3 snake roared. A flash of fear flashed in its eyes, and its tail frantically swept the zombies on the ground towards the bone, spurs, and flamed zombie troops, while its mouth frantically sprayed venom. The bone, thorn, and flame army camps suffered casualties again, but the other zombies were still madly attacking the mutant level 3 snakes. Xiao Tong restrained his breath, raised his sword, and circumvented the level 3 snake, then ran behind it. Laugh! Xiao Tong casually chopped off the head of a nearby level 2 mutant snake and stared at the level 3 mutant snake, looking for its flaws. The level 3 mutant beast that was frantically fighting the long-range attacking zombie army felt a chill on its back. It suddenly turned its head and looked behind. Xiao Tong quickly lowered his head and attacked a level 0 zombie with his fangs and claws, then was swept away by the tail of a level 0 mutant snake. The 3rd level mutant zombie did not notice anything unusual and just continued to attack frantically. Hiss! But at this moment, dozens of level 2 mutant snakes behind them were about to collapse under the joint attack of the defending rock zombies and the swift ones. Most of their attacks were blocked by defenders and rock zombies, especially the rock zombies, whose 2 huge arms together form a huge rock shield, which can block almost any bite, venom, or tail sweep. The moment the attack was blocked, countless level 0 zombies swarmed in. Under the zombies' crazy biting, they broke through the mutant snake's defense directly along the wounds and then feasted on it. The mutant snake roared madly, but its body was covered with zombies and it fell down with a howl within a minute. Suffering severe damage, they screamed madly and asked for help from the 3rd level mutant snake. But the 3rd level mutant snake had been beaten to a rage, with a bone spur stuck in one of its eyes and green blood gushing out. Its single red eye is full of madness. Instead of paying attention to its subordinates' cries for help, it roared and ordered its mutant snakes to continue attacking and move forward into the tunnel. Its tail was raised, sweeping wildly, and zombies kept dying one after another. Xiao Tong stared closely at the level 3 mutant zombie from behind. Finally, as the level 3 mutant snake raised its tail again and again, he discovered another weakness of the level 3 mutant snake besides its eyes. Xiao Tong's eyes suddenly lit up. Although mutant beasts do not mutate directly into another species like zombies, their bodies only become larger and they gain some special skills. Mutated beasts of the same level are generally much stronger than zombies and humans of the same level. However, zombies have extremely strong vitality. As long as their heads are not shot, they can survive. But mutants cannot. As long as they suffer fatal injuries, they will still die. So, hey. Xiao Tong showed a lewd smile, then quietly approached with an Mo Dao in hand. At this time, the level 3 mutant snake was frantically attacking any zombies it could see. One of its eyes was pierced by a bone spur, and the severe pain made it lose its mind instantly. It now only wanted to kill all the zombies in front of it, and then devour the few level 3 zombies in the innermost part to evolve. At least several hundred zombies died in each attack. Xiao Tong was so distressed that Kuan almost jumped up and played basketball. As he got closer, Xiao Tong could only keep moving, avoid the attack of the mutant 3rd level snake. 20 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters. When the distance was 5 meters, the 3rd level mutant snake raised its tail again. At this time, Xiao Tong, who was hiding in the group of corpses, suddenly brightened his eyes. The time is now, he growled, and the black defensive armor covered his entire body. He stomped the ground hard with his right foot and shot out like an arrow. At the same time, he raised the Mo Dao in his hand high. Mystery! Hiss! When Xiao Tong rushed over with the Mo Dao in hand, the level 3 mutant snake that was attacking frantically suddenly roared, and a chill ran down his back. It then turned and looked. In the blink of an eye, it was so frightened that its scales stood up. I saw a zombie stabbing towards me with a 50-meter-long knife in his hand. Hiss! It roared and subconsciously swung its tail towards Xiao Tong. Fuck! Xiao Tong let out a loud fuck, and then he felt his body being hit hard by the car. He could even hear the sound of bones breaking. At the same time, the MO Dao in his hand swung and penetrated directly into the body of the third-level mutant snake without any hindrance. Roar! When the MO Dao fiercely penetrated the body of the third-level mutant snake, the third-level mutant snake suddenly became crazy, and its huge body was stirring frantically. Bang, bang, bang. A dull sound was heard, and large holes were smashed into the concrete floor, with the concrete slabs shattered into pieces. The surrounding zombies and mutant snakes were immediately turned into a pool of meat paste once they were hit. Xiao Tong endured the severe pain from his body, then rolled to the side and avoided the crazy attack of the mutant snake. All zombies retreat first. Xiao Tong gave the order, and all the zombies immediately retreated tactically. The mutant snakes that remained were unlucky, and most of them were killed by the third-level mutant snakes. The third-level mutant beast's tail pounded the ground frantically. A few minutes later, the third-level mutant snake's movements slowly stopped. Although it was still struggling, its aura was weakening at a speed visible to the naked eye. All ranged zombies attack. Xiao Tong saw that the level 3 mutant snake's movements became smaller, and then he quickly gave the order to attack. Moment. Countless bone spurs attacked the wounds and eyes of the level 3 mutant snake. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Following the scars left by the MO Dao, countless bone spurs directly penetrated into the body of the third-level mutant snake, and the only remaining, I was also blinded. Balls of flame shot out and directly enveloped the third-level mutant snake. Hiss! The third-level mutant snake roared and struggled frantically. Chapter 86 Devour. Gradually, the body of the third-level mutant snake slowly turned red under the burning flames, and at the same time, a faint smell of barbecue slowly spread. At the same time, as time went on, the scales on the body of the third-level mutant snake became more and more brittle. Laugh. Finally, when a bone spur shot by a level 2 peak bone spur zombie hit the level 3 mutant snake, the scales that were hit were torn apart by the sharp bone spur like leather. With a crackling sound, the bone spur broke through the scale defense of the third-level mutant snake and then penetrated into the body of the third-level mutant snake. Hiss! The third-level mutant snake roared madly, and then its huge body swung wildly again, causing the surrounding zombies and mutant snakes to suffer. However, more and more bone spurs broke through the mutant third-level snakes and shot in, being shot in by so many zombies at the same time. Even though the third-level mutant snake was very powerful, it was still in great pain. Scarlet blood began to flow from his lower abdomen and the wounds on his body, soon staining the ground red. It roared in pain, but both of its eyes were blinded by the bullets, and it felt an excruciating pain in its lower abdomen. It could only feel the strength in its body rapidly draining away, and its body became weaker and weaker. Bang! Finally, it lost the strength to support its head, and its huge head fell heavily to the ground. Hiss! It roared towards the sky, its scarlet core swaying in the air, its roar filled with reluctance. Bang! His head dropped again, and he slowly stopped struggling. The second-level mutant snakes and third-level mutant snakes behind were also slowly slaughtered. A few minutes later, all mutant snakes were killed. All the zombies stopped attacking immediately because they had no targets to attack. Xiao Tong waved his hand and said, "Flame zombies, keep attacking." The fire zombie army was stunned for a moment, and then continued to release flames to burn the body of the huge third-level mutant snake. Half an hour later, a rich fragrance filled the air. Xiao Tong, who was standing nearby, drooled. However, the zombies next to him remained indifferent. After all, except for Xiao Tong, who recovered his sense of taste, the other zombies only recovered their sense of smell. Moreover, they were only interested in fresh raw meat. On the contrary, the smell of barbecue made them feel a little uncomfortable. Okay, stop. After roasting for another half an hour, Xiao Tong waved his hand and told the fire zombies to stop attacking. He walked forward and gently peeled off a piece of burnt scales of the third-level mutant snake, immediately revealing the white and yellow meat underneath. As soon as the scales were peeled off, an extremely strong meaty aroma immediately rushed into Xiao Tong's nose. This meaty aroma was different from all the barbecue Xiao Tong had eaten before. In addition to the meaty aroma, this barbecue aroma also had a fresh fragrance. When he smelled this fresh fragrance, Xiao Tong felt his head clear and his spirits were lifted. He reached out and tore off a large piece with just a gentle rip. Put it in your mouth and chew it gently. Fuck, this is so delicious. Xiao Tong almost swallowed his tongue. The barbecue he had eaten in his previous life was nothing compared to the meat of this level 3 mutant snake. As soon as you put the barbecue into your mouth and chew it gently, the rich aroma fills your mouth. The meat is so tender that it melts into pieces just by chewing it gently. Swallowed it gently. Xiao Tong only felt a warm feeling flowing down his throat. As soon as it reached his stomach, it immediately turned into a stream of heat and flowed to every part of his body. The place that had just been hit by the mutant snake's tail also became warm, and the pain gradually subsided. At the same time, the aura on his body slowly became stronger. Nima, this is not snake meat. This is a panacea. Xiao Tong was no longer reserved and started to eat with relish. More than half an hour later, the mutant snake was missing a piece of meat about 2 meters long and weighing about 100 kilograms. Xiao Tong sat on the ground, holding his stomach. His aura had increased a little. Xiao Tong looked at the mutant snake's corpse with surprise in his eyes. I became so much stronger just by eating a small part of it. If I eat all the snake meat, wouldn't I be able to evolve to level 4? Where did this level 3 mutant snake come from? Thinking of this, Xiao Tong closed his eyes and began to digest the snake meat in his stomach. Half an hour later, Xiao Tong opened his eyes again and rushed forward. 2 days later, Flame Zombie, help me warm up. Xiao Tong waved his hand, and the fire zombies immediately spewed out flames, burning the remaining snake meat. A few minutes later, Xiao Tong ate with relish again. Finally, his stomach became bloated again, and he sat on the ground holding his stomach. He could not eat anymore. He looked up at the body of the level 3 snake, which had only 1/3 of its body left. There was a flash of fear in his eyes. No matter how delicious it is, he doesn't want to eat it anymore after eating it for 3 days in a row. Lord, there are other level 2 peak zombies. Go and divide up the remaining meat. Other level 2 zombies share the level 2 mutant snakes on the ground and give you the crystal cores as well. As for the other level 1 and level 0 mutant snakes, level 1 and level 0 zombies, you can grab them on your own. First come, first served. As soon as Xiao Tong's order was issued, the Lord and a dozen peak level 2 zombies pounced on the remains of the level 3 mutant snake, while the other zombies began to scramble for the remaining mutant snake corpses like crazy. Xiao Tong retracted his gaze, holding a crystal core the size of a quail egg in his hand. Unlike the irregular crystal core of the zombie, the crystal core in the mutant snake's head was round and very smooth. It felt extremely warm in his hand. Xiao Tong closed his eyes, then started to absorb the energy of the crystal core. As soon as he closed his eyes, he felt a huge amount of energy rushing into his body. When he felt this energy, Xiao Tong was extremely shocked. It's not like he had not absorbed the crystal core of a 3rd level zombie in his previous life. But neither the purity of its power nor the amount of energy it contained was even 1/10 of the crystal core of this 3rd level mutant snake. In other words, the energy of the crystal core of this level 3 mutant snake is equivalent to the energy of the crystal cores of more than 10 level 3 mutant zombies. But this is no wonder. If this 3rd level mutant snake were replaced by an ordinary 3rd level zombie, even if more than a dozen of them attacked it together, they might not be its match. Xiao Tong guessed that if this 3rd level mutant snake king was not killed by himself, it would definitely be able to evolve to the 7th level king in the future. Xiao Tong shook his head, shook off the distracting thoughts in his mind, and then concentrated on absorbing the energy of the crystal core. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye, and half of the energy in the crystal had been gone. Xiao Tong's aura also became much stronger. The meat of the 3rd level Snake King he had eaten in the past 3 days had already made his aura stronger and closer to the peak. Now, after absorbing the energy from the 3rd level mutant snake crystal core, his aura has reached its peak state, and he is only 1 step away from being promoted to level 4. Chapter 87, Evolution Level 4. Xiao Tong collected his thoughts and continued to absorb the energy from the 3rd level Snake King crystal core. Finally, half a day later, boom! There was only a muffled sound, and Xiao Tong's aura suddenly surged, and an even more terrifying pressure swept over. The zombies around him could not help but retreat several steps under the pressure of this aura. The next moment, Xiao Tong opened his eyes and a cold light shot out. He lowered his head, moved his telekinesis, and the black stratum corneum reappeared, then wrapped around his body. The next moment, the black stratum corneum actually began to wriggle and eventually turned into a layer of armor covering Xiao Tong's body. It has everything from strong waist skirt, skirt armor, arm armor or arm guards, leg hangings, and mud scales. There's also a black helmet protecting the head, which looks majestic. Xiao Tong raised the Mo Dao in his hand, and then with a thought, a blue lightning slowly attached to the Mo Dao. Xiao Tong raised his sword and slashed fiercely towards the distance. The next moment, a blue blade light shot out and fiercely chopped the mountain in front. Boom! There was a loud noise from the mountain. The blade light disappeared, and a knife marked several meters long and more than 1 meter deep appeared on the mountain. In the middle is a huge rock that has been split into two. When Xiao Tong saw this scene, I couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. The power is so great. This is as powerful as a small missile, right? He seems to have realized the scene in those novels about cutting off the flow of water with a sword. With this sword, a stream can be temporarily cut off, right? Damn it. Is this the ability that only level 4 experts possess? Enchantment? Xiao Tong was overjoyed. In his previous life, his only superpower was to control zombies, so he had never experienced the abilities of a powerful offensive superpower after evolving to level 4, enchantment. It means adding your own special abilities to weapons, and then the attack power will increase dramatically. In the previous life, the human camp was weak, but because the top few human warriors had weapons made by blacksmiths using meteorite iron from outer space. Only by utilizing the characteristics of enchantment can we divide the world into 3 parts with the zombie camp and the mutant beast camp. Put away the surprise in your heart. Xiao Tong turned his head and looked. At the entrance of the tunnel, the body of the 3rd-level mutant snake had completely disappeared, leaving only white bones, and even the white bones had been licked clean. The mutant snake next to the body was also bitten cleanly. Xiao Tong shifted his gaze to the zombie next to him, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Among the many zombies, there were several more level 3 zombies. In addition to the zombie lord, Flame number 2, Bone Spur number 2, Defender number 2, Swift number 2, Perspective Zombie, Devourer, Wind Blade number 1, Rock number 1. These level 2 peak zombies have evolved to level 3. The aura of the 2 original 3rd-level zombies, Bone Thor number 1 and Zombie Lord, also surged. In other zombie camps, the number of 2nd-level zombies also increased by dozens. However, when he saw the zombie remains all over the ground, Xiao Tong couldn't help but look bitter. This time, the battle. There were nearly 20,000 level 0 zombies, more than 2,000 level 1 zombies, and even more than a dozen level 2 zombies. Fortunately, I was promoted to level 4, and several peak level 2 zombies were promoted to level 3. It's all worth it. Now all we have to do is find the zombies again, and then we can replenish our troops. Xiao Tong gave the order to the zombies to devour all the zombie corpses on the ground, and then continued on his journey with the zombie army. This time, no more powerful mutant beasts appeared in the surrounding forests. But think about it, there is such a level 3 mutant snake here. The other mutant beasts that could escape would have escaped long ago, and those that could not escape would have been killed and became food for these mutant snakes. Xiao Tong led the remaining 20,000 zombie army and continued to advance forward. On the other side, the Imperial Capital Survivor Base. An adjutant hurried into the office of the top leader. Report. Come in. Report to the Lord. Our base has trained 3-level experts. One of the 3-level experts is a major general, and the number of 2-level experts has exceeded 2,000. What? Finally, we have trained a 3rd-level expert, and my son is one of them. Ha ha ha. Good, great. Let's go take a look now. The top leader finally smiled, and the wrinkles on his face slowly smoothed out. As the end of the world approaches, a year has passed quickly. During this year, the zombies became stronger and stronger. There were more and more 1st-level zombies, and 2nd-level zombies became more and more common. In addition to zombies, many mutated wild beasts have been found in various parts of Daxia. These mutated beasts are even more ferocious than zombies. Some private survivor bases in small places have even been razed to the ground by the mutated beasts. During this period of time, the army that went out to search for supplies had suffered heavy losses repeatedly. The human camp was in urgent need of strong men to support it. Finally, with everyone's desperate efforts, a level 3 expert was born in the base. The news of the birth of a third-level strongman quickly spread throughout the base. In the base, countless people were delighted when they heard the news, because the stronger the people in the base were, the safer they would be. During this time, more and more zombies formed a scale and besieged the base, although these zombies were all killed by the human army without exception. However, as time went on, the zombies became stronger and larger in size, from a few thousand at the beginning to tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands now. The cost for humans to defeat the zombies is also increasing. Everyone was pessimistic. They had always been afraid that the base would be breached by zombies one day. Now that the news of a level 3 warrior appearing in the base had spread, it was like a shot of stimulant in everyone's body. The worries were instantly alleviated. The adjutant led the top leader towards the research institute. Along the way, more and more important people who received the news gathered together. Everyone walked into the institute. As soon as I entered the institute, I heard a roar of zombies. On the right-hand side of the institute, I saw zombies imprisoned in metal cages. There are level 0 zombies, level 1 zombies, and even level 2 zombies. One of the second-level zombies has even reached its peak. On an operating table at the front, several researchers in white coats were cutting open the head of a zombie and then putting the slices under a microscope for observation. But the big shots ignored all this and continued to walk inside. In addition, it is wider and has a greater field of view. Chapter 88. The First Class, 3 Powerful People. Going deeper, there are all kinds of sophisticated instruments. Keep going forward. It was a huge training ground, and on the training ground there were 5 young men standing. If Chen Fan were here, you would definitely know one of them, Jiang Zhongquan. When a group of big guys saw Wu Ren and felt the powerful aura from him, their faces were full of smiles. Salute. Among the 5 people, a man with a shaved head took the lead in saluting. The others quickly restrained the defiant look on their faces and followed suit. No need to be polite. Good. The 5 of you have indeed advanced to level 3. It is no wonder that we have made such great sacrifices to collect crystal cores for you. Now that our survivor base has produced 5 level 3 experts, the safety of the entire base will be even better guaranteed in the future. You 5 are the hope for the future of our base. The big boss in the middle spoke. His eyes fell on the young figure in the front. That was his son, who had awakened the terrifying thunder power. Now that he has been promoted to level 3, he has become the top master in the entire base. This not only consolidates his position, but also deters some villains from thinking so carefully. Among the other 4, there are 2 men and 2 women. 3 of them are children of other major bosses in the base. There is only one man who is the best soldier in the special forces in peacetime. He relied on his strong strength and talent to secure enough resources for himself, and then became one of the first people in the base to be promoted to level 3. General, the 5 of us have now been promoted to level 3. Can we go hunt down that level 3 zombie now? The son of boss number 1 looked at his father with fiery eyes, his eyes full of arrogance. Jiang Zhongquan and the others also nodded. After being promoted to level 3, they suddenly gained powerful and terrifying strength. They were almost lost in their own powerful strength. Now in the entire base, as long as they don't use heavy weapons, they are invincible. And the highest level of zombies outside should be no more than level 3, right? As they're all level 3, they are confident that they can crush those smelly zombies. No, you're the first batch of level 3 experts in the base, and you are also the hope of the base. It is extremely dangerous outside. In addition to zombies, there are also mutant beasts. The loss of any one of you will be a huge blow to the base. Boss number 1 rejected the proposal without hesitation, and the other bosses nodded quickly and agreed. These people are their children. Regardless of their own abilities, they would feel uncomfortable just thinking about letting their children leave the base and go into the dangerous apocalypse. General, we are already level 3 warriors, the strongest group of people in the entire base. There is no danger for us to go out. Besides, the base has consumed so many resources for us. Now that we have grown up, we must start to give back to the base. Only if we go out to hunt high-level zombies and find more crystal cores for the base, there will be more and more strong people in the base. Besides, we can only become truly strong if we go out and become stronger in battle. Otherwise, we will stay in the base and become flowers in a greenhouse and we will only be protected by you for the rest of our lives. In this case, what is the point of us being the first to be promoted to level 3? Yes, General. We have all been promoted to level 3. The most powerful zombies and mutants outside are only level 3. If the 5 of us attack together, how can any zombie or mutant be our opponent? General, please let us go. We need to teach that level 3 zombie a lesson and get his crystal core back. General, the 5 people spoke one after another, their faces full of determination. When the bosses heard what the 5 people said, they looked at each other, especially the first boss's child, who was deeply touched by his words. A long time, boss number 1 finally nodded heavily, gritted his teeth, and said, "Okay, we can agree to let you go out, but you must promise to withdraw immediately if there is any danger. Don't take any risks. I will dispatch 200 level 2 and 500 level 1 warriors to follow you. I will also dispatch a satellite to track you at any time. If your life is in danger, report to the headquarters immediately. We will support you with missiles." I heard what the number 1 boss said. All 5 of them were a little surprised. After all, it is the end of the world now, and the satellites of various countries have been affected by the Red Rain. Most of them have become inoperable, and only a small number of military satellites are still working. These satellites are used for missiles, and it is thanks to these satellite missiles that the base has been able to overcome difficulties several times. But now the number 1 boss actually wants to mobilize a satellite to track 5 people at all times. It is conceivable how important their position is to these bosses. Half an hour later, a team of 600 or 700 people marched out of the survivor base in a mighty manner. Countless people climbed up the city wall and watched the huge team leave, their eyes full of excitement. Have you heard? 5 level 3 experts have been born in our base, and they're going out to find crystal cores for us. Really? A level 3 expert, the most powerful among humans, zombies, and mutant beasts right now, right? Humph, the crystal cores obtained from the millions of people in the entire base are specifically for the 5 of them. Even a pig can be promoted to level 3. I don't know what you are so excited about. Yes, these 5 people are the children of officials. No matter if we have resources or not, it will not be our turn as ordinary people. Disband. I say you're short-sighted. No matter what, now that we have a level 3 expert in our base, we will be safer and we can live a better life. A team of more than 700 people rushed out of the base. Many sleeping zombies in the distance were suddenly awakened. Smelling the breath of so many humans, they roared excitedly and then rushed towards the team. Roar! The roars of the zombies awakened more zombies, and soon, several thousand zombies rushed towards the team. Be alert, prepare for battle. A man in camouflage shouted. But at this moment, a defiant voice sounded. Captain Wong, you don't have to do anything yet. Give these thousands of zombies to the 5 of us to test our strength. Captain Wong was stunned for a moment, with some hesitation on his face, but after a moment he nodded. Okay, Major General, you guys have to be careful. If you can't win, retreat quickly. We will protect you even at the risk of our lives. Chapter 89, Proud and Unruly. Thank you, Captain Wong. The Major General did not comment, and then walked out. Pucci, protect us and don't hold us back. A woman in a tight-fitting suit burst out laughing, her face full of disdain. Jiang Zhongxuan and others behind her also had sneers on their faces and followed the Major General closely. The speed of several people was getting faster and faster, and in the end, everyone almost turned into a cheetah, raising a cloud of dust. Brothers, let these beasts have a taste of our power. The young general who was rushing in the front laughed loudly, and the thunder in his hand flashed. Ha ha, I couldn't ask for more. These beasts have besieged us for so long. It's time to let them know again that we humans are the ones in charge on this blue planet. Go ahead. The 5 of them laughed heartily, showing the unruly and youthful spirit. Boom! In the hands of the young general in the front, 2 balls of blue lightning continued to spread and made crackling sounds. Finally, his 2 palms slowly merged together, and the terrifying electric current made his hair stand up. Drink! He shouted loudly, and then a ball of lightning suddenly shot out. Thunder fell on the huge group of zombies. Boom! Then there was a loud explosion, and countless zombies were blown into pieces. This attack killed as many as 40 or 50 zombies. Watch me. Jiang Zhongxuan saw that the young general in front of him was the center of attention. He could not help himself and waved his hand. Then countless metal fragments on the ground and in the surroundings flew over. With one hand, he waved, and countless metal fragments whizzed towards the zombies. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Suddenly, there was a sound of metal scraping across zombies. One by one, the zombies' heads were cut off, and they fell to the ground. Kill! The girl in the tights growled, and her speed increased again. Her two arms slowly turned into two sharp blades. The next moment, she emerged from the zombie crowd, and suddenly countless zombie heads shot up into the sky. The other girl was not very fast, but her eyes were fixed on the zombies in the distance. A terrifying, invisible force swept out from her eyes. Bang, bang, bang. The next moment, in the crowd of zombies, the heads of more than a dozen zombies suddenly exploded like watermelons without any warning. The last boy roared, and then his body swelled several times, becoming a strong man over 2 meters tall, taller than the second-level defender. He waved his huge fists and rushed into the zombie horde. Countless zombies were knocked flying by him, and their limbs were broken. The 5 men rushed into a group of thousands of zombies, as if it were an empty place. Thousands of zombies were killed, and the ground was littered with their corpses and remains. 10 minutes later, some zombies finally began to retreat, roaring, and fled madly into the distance. Thousands of corpses were left on the ground. Although the bodies of the Major General and the other 4 were trembling slightly and their supernatural powers were almost exhausted, they were still very excited. Ha ha ha, cool, such a great kill. The Major General laughed loudly, and the others looked at each other and smiled as well. These beasts aren't that scary, actually. Killing them is just like killing chickens and dogs. We humans were just caught off guard before. Now we are slowly reacting. How could these unintelligent beasts be our opponents? Weak, too weak. I haven't even used my full strength yet. Yeah, if my powers hadn't been so severely depleted, none of these zombies would have been able to escape. Except for the man who just had the supernatural power of making his body huge. Everyone else looked as if they were giving orders and making decisions. On the wall of the survivors' base, not far away, everyone was shocked when they saw the Major General and 5 others kill thousands of zombies. The next moment, a thunderous cheer rang out, and countless people looked at the 5 people in the distance with fanaticism and admiration, shouting their names frantically. The big guys watching all this on the city wall also smiled and nodded, obviously very satisfied with the performance of the Major General and others. When the Major General, Jiang Zhongquan, and others heard the cheers coming from behind, they straightened up with pride and satisfaction on their faces. Really, they're the saviors of the entire survivor base. The 12th level strong men and 500th level soldiers behind him saw this scene. Their eyes were also filled with shock and horror. There are no less than 100 level 2 zombies among these zombies. But in front of these 5 people, they were just as fragile as level 0 zombies. Watching the 5 people slaughtering zombies, their hearts were trembling. Among the level 2 experts, Leng Menghan looked at the people around him excitedly and shouted, "Look, that's my boyfriend Jiang Zhongquan. He's so awesome." Her eyes were full of infatuation. Seeing the 5 people coming back, Leng Menghan screamed and threw herself into Jiang Zhongquan's arms excitedly. "Zhongquan, you are so great. You are so handsome." Hee. Jiang Zhongquan's lips curled up slightly. The Major General walked directly to Captain Wang and said, "Captain Wang, we have dealt with the zombies. You will be the ones collecting the crystal cores of the zombies. The crystal cores of the level 0 zombies will be given directly to you brothers, and the level 1 and level 2 crystal cores will be given to me." "Okay, Major General." Captain Wang also showed a hint of respect for the strong on his face. The Major General nodded, then returned to the car to rest and recover his abilities, while Captain Wang sent people to collect crystal cores. In the end, more than 3,000 zero-level crystal cores were obtained. There are more than 1,000 first-level crystal cores. There are more than 100 secondary crystal cores. The level 0 crystal core was distributed by Captain Wang to a level 120 warrior and level 210 subordinates. 300 people in total. Level 2 warriors each get 15 pieces, and level 1 warriors each get 8 pieces. He gave the first and second crystal cores to the Major General. The Major General divided the first-level crystal core and the second-level crystal core equally among the 5 people. Jiang Zhongquan also received 200 first-level crystal cores and 10 second-level crystal cores. Leng Menghan looked at the 15 level 0 crystal cores that he had been assigned and frowned slightly. "Captain Wang, we are level 2 warriors, Shouldn't we be given priority in the supply of crystal cores? Captain Wang frowned slightly. Miss Leng, you should know that the zero-level crystal core is not very useful to you second-level strongmen. Moreover, each of you did not participate in the search for crystal cores, but I still gave each of you twice as many crystal cores as us. Do you mean that if it is not of much use to us, then you can just not give it to us? Can you just embezzle what belongs to us? Leng Menghan immediately scolded. Chapter 90, The Healer, is coming. Hearing Leng Menghan's words, Captain Wang was stunned for a moment. Then his face darkened with a hint of anger. Miss Leng, what do you mean by we embezzled your things? You have to be responsible for what you said. As he spoke, the pressure from him that belonged to a peak level 2 expert suddenly rose, frightening Leng Menghan so much that he took several steps back. The people around them watched the two people quarreling without saying a word, only with a smile of watching the joke in their eyes. Leng Menghan's face turned blue and red, and then red and white. Finally, she could only run towards Jiang Zhongquan. Zhongquan, look at that Captain Wang. He is so mean to me. Jiang Zhongquan had a blank expression on his face. Why are you arguing over a few broken zero-level crystal cores? You want that kind of rubbish too? Throw away the zero-level crystal core in your hand. Level 1 crystal cores are of no use to me, so I'll give you all of these 100 or so. As he spoke, Jiang Zhongquan glanced coldly in the direction of Captain Wang. Leng Menghan was stunned for a moment. Then he was ecstatic and quickly threw the level 0 crystal core in his hand towards Captain Wang. Thank you, dear. I don't want these zero-level crystal cores. I know that these garbage are as important as life to some people, but they are not worth mentioning to you. Leng Menghan took over 100 first-level crystal cores with a smile on his face. Not far away, Captain Wang's face turned very ugly when he heard the two people's indirect criticism. He clenched his fists tightly. If he had not been concerned about Jiang Zhongquan's identity, he would have killed this gossiping woman long ago. Okay, Zhongquan. At this moment, a faint voice sounded. The young general walked over slowly and looked at Jiang Zhongquan coldly. Jiang Zhongquan quickly put away the arrogance on his face. I understand, Major General. The young general did not look at Jiang Zhongquan. Instead, his eyes swept over Leng Menghan, and a trace of murderous intent emerged in his eyes. Next time you spread rumors, I'll kill you. After saying that, he turned and walked towards Captain Wang. Leng Menghan behind her turned pale with fear. She could only look at Jiang Zhongquan. Zhongquan, look, he threatened me. Jiang Zhongquan frowned slightly. Okay, what the young general said is right. You should behave yourself from now on. Leng Menghan was stunned and very angry, but looking at Jiang Zhongquan's serious expression, she knew that Jiang Zhongquan was afraid of the Major General. Either the Major General himself is much more powerful than Jiang Zhongquan, or the Major General's father has a much higher status in the base than Jiang Zhongquan's father. If they angered the Major General, they would definitely have a hard time. Jiang Zhongquan didn't want to offend the Major General. If she continued to make trouble, she would definitely be disliked by Jiang Zhongquan. Thinking of this, a smile quickly appeared on her face. Okay, dear, I know I was wrong. I will be a good boy next time. Jiang Zhongquan then smiled. On the other side, the Major General walked up to Captain Wang and said, Captain Wang, Zhongquan's girlfriend is outspoken. Don't bother with her. My more than 100 first-level crystal cores are of no use to me, so I'll leave them to you. You are already at the peak of level 2. With these level 1 crystal cores, you can evolve to level 3 faster. The Major General's voice was very soft, with a cheerful smile on his face, which made people feel good about him. Captain Wang smiled again. I know what the Major General said, and I won't take Miss Zhang's words to heart, but I will not accept the Major General's crystal core. Here, why are you being so polite to me? Let's go. Before Captain Wang could finish his words, the Major General stuffed the crystal core into Captain Wang's hand, then turned and got into the car. Captain Wang looked at the Major General's back and couldn't help but show a touch of emotion and respect on his face. The Major General who got on the car at this time couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth into a smile when no one was looking. You idiot, you actually offended a level 2 peak expert for a woman. How stupid. The Major General shook his head. The team then continued to move forward. On the other side, Xiao Tong continued to sweep with a large army. Wherever the zombie army went, no grass grew. In the blink of an eye, more than a month has passed. The other two armies have not returned yet. Xiao Tong had already arrived at Guyuan County with his army. These days, Xiao Tong replenished the zombies lost in the battle with a mutant level 3 snake. After being promoted to level 4, the number of level 0 zombies under his control has reached 100,000. Excluding the 40,000 level 0 zombies from the other two teams, the number of level 0 zombies under his control has reached 50,000, plus the 30,000 zombies under the control of the Zombie Lord. His army now has 80,000 level 0 zombies, plus the zombies he has brought with him. The number has exceeded 100,000. The number of first-level zombies that can be controlled at the same time has increased to 10,000. The number of level 2 zombies that can be controlled has increased to 4,000. There are 13 level 3 zombies and 1 level 3 mutant beast. There are Swift 1 and 2, Defender 1 and 2, Flame 1 and 2, Bone Spike 1 and 2, Clairvoyant 1, Devourer 1, Windblade 1, Rock 1, and the Zombie Lord. The third-level mutant beast is still Xiao Ji Go. In Xiao Tong's perception, several of Xiao Ji's subordinates have reached the peak of level 2, and they're only one step away from breaking through to level 3. Woof, woof, woof. Just as Xiao Tong was leading his army to set off, Xiao Ji's voice suddenly rang in his mind, and he thought he was hallucinating. Woof, boss. And at this moment, a dog barked again. Xiao Ji, boss, we are now about a few kilometers away from you. We have found the female zombie you mentioned, and we are driving her in your direction. You quickly restrain your breath and set up an ambush. Don't scare her away. Xiao Ji's voice sounded in Xiao Tong's mind. Hearing Xiao Ji's words, Xiao Tong was stunned for a moment. Then he was ecstatic. Okay, Xiao Ji, you've worked hard. Don't let him get away. Xiao Tong quickly ordered all the zombies to restrain their breath, then separated and hid in several directions, waiting for the healing zombies to fall into his trap. Xiao Tong took the Devourers and the Zombie Lords and hid behind a building, and all the zombies were ordered not to roar. The entire Guyuan County fell silent in an instant. Only occasionally a few wandering zombies would look up and roar. Woof, woof, woof. Soon, a sound of breaking wind was heard in the distance. Although there was a building between them, Xiao Tong still recognized that the barking sound was Xiao Ji's. Xiao Tong directly controlled the clairvoyant and then looked into the distance through the building. All I saw was a cloud of smoke and dust in the distance. Chapter 91, The Dam, comes again. At the front, a group of about 3,000 zombies were running madly. The one in the front was the healing zombie who escaped last time. Next to her, in addition to a bunch of level 2 zombies, there was also a level 3 swifter. Seeing this, Xiao Tong suddenly understood. No wonder Xiao Ji led the entire mutant dog brigade and the swift brigade, led by the swift, to attack at the same time, but failed to capture the healing zombies and could only drive them toward Xiao Tong. Because at this time, besides a bunch of level 2 zombies, there was also a level 3 zombie. And it's only been a few months since we last met, but the healing zombie's aura has become much stronger. Although it has not yet reached the peak of the 3rd level zombie, it is almost there. The Devourer next to him was also quite powerful, even more powerful than the one that had just evolved next to him. There were hundreds of level 2 zombies and thousands of level 1 zombies around them. Some of them kept breaking away from the team and rushing towards the mutant dogs and swift troops, chasing them from behind. They charged in a suicidal manner to buy time for the healing zombies. The first level zombies kept dying. However, as soon as the level 2 zombies were injured, they immediately retreated. A milky white light immediately emerged from the healing zombie's body and enveloped it. After a few seconds, the white light dissipated, and the injured zombie was back to normal. The team led by Xiao Ji and Swift One behind him was in a miserable state. Many level 2 zombies were injured, and even Xiao Ji and Swift One had several hideous wounds on their bodies. There was no way they couldn't let the healer get away. But if they pursued too closely, the Devourer would counterattack fiercely, fighting for its life. After a while, the Devourer ran back and recovered after a burst of healing from the healer, while they could only endure it miserably. But fortunately, the healers will soon be driven into Xiao Tong's encirclement. Roar! The healer roared, and another wave of zombies broke away from the group and pounced on the mutant dogs and zombies chasing behind, while she led the Devourers to run quickly. At this moment, not far away, a team of more than 500 people was quickly coming toward this place. In the car, 6 figures stood still, looking into the distance, watching the fleeing healer and the pursuing mutant dog, the Swift One. Their faces were full of smiles. 3 level 3 zombies, one level 3 mutant beast, and hundreds of level 2 mutant dogs and zombies, and thousands of level 1 zombies. We made a lot of money this time. Hurry up and catch up with them. As long as we kill all these zombies, our strength will be improved again. As long as we kill this wave of zombies, we can add a few more level 3 warriors to our team. After the Major General finished speaking, the convoy accelerated again. Facing the zombie group with 3 level 3 zombies and 1 level 3 mutant dog, they were not afraid at all, because since leaving the base, their team had encountered all kinds of enemies. There are mutant beasts and zombies. But with the joint efforts of 5 people, and with the assistance of 200 level 2 strong men and 500 level 1 soldiers, neither zombies nor mutant beasts are their match. During this period of time, they hunted and killed countless zombies and mutant beasts. Their strength has also been greatly improved. Captain Wang, the leader of the soldiers, broke through from the peak of level 2 to level 3, becoming the 6th level 3 warrior in the team. Moreover, among the level 2 experts, more than a dozen of them have reached the peak of level 2. As long as we kill this wave of zombies, these peak level 2 warriors will be able to be promoted to level 3, and their team will become even more powerful. The Major General and 6 others stood at the front of the car, their eyes full of brilliance. It seems like we made the right decision this time. If we stayed in the base, how could we have hunted down so many high-level zombies? How could we have improved our strength so quickly? The Major General had a look of regret on his face. Yes, now we can directly crush us who just left the base in terms of both strength and combat effectiveness. The Major General is the most powerful. In just a few months, his strength has almost reached the peak of level 3. During this period, we not only added a 3rd-level warrior, but also more than 100 2nd-level warriors. Most of the remaining 1st-level soldiers are also at the peak of the 1st level. Although 100 or 200 people died, these sacrifices were worth it. Hearing what everyone said, a gentle smile appeared on the young general's face, and he turned to look at everyone. Everyone, come on. We're the hope of the entire base. We will be the hope of all mankind. Saving humanity depends on us. Dare not to follow the Major General? Let us accompany the Major General to turn this damn apocalypse upside down. Everyone burst into laughter and looked around with disdain, as if the whole world was in their hands. The convoy accelerated at full speed and soon approached the healer from the other side. As the convoy approached, the roar of the cars instantly attracted the attention of several parties. The healer looked up at the approaching convoy of hundreds of humans, and a hint of bloodthirstiness flashed in her eyes. But after sensing the aura of the 6 3rd-level human warriors in the car, there was obvious fear in her eyes, and she immediately turned in another direction with the devourer, avoiding Xiao Tong's encirclement. When Xiao Tong hid behind a building and saw the convoys with his clairvoyant eyes, he was stunned and his face darkened. Damn you, you rubbish. Last time, the healer ran away because of you. Now we're trying to catch the healer. You come again. All zombies surround him. Don't let the healer escape. At the same time, kill these powerful humans. Xiao Tong gritted his teeth and gave orders without hesitation, etc. Just when all the zombies were about to take action, Xiao Tong immediately stopped all the zombies. I saw a convoy of humans chasing after me frantically. A car was speeding towards the healer madly. When it was still more than 10 meters away from the healer, 6 figures jumped out of the car and surrounded the devourer and the healer. Leave 2 people with me to deal with these 2 level 3 zombies. The rest of you, go deal with the mutant dog troops and zombies behind. The Major General spoke. Jiang Zhongquan and another girl stayed behind. The remaining 3 people, with 200 level 2 strong men and level 1 soldiers, turned around and approached the other zombies. Da-da-da. Boom, boom, boom. All the soldiers pulled the trigger without hesitation, and grenades and rocket launchers bombarded the zombie group frantically, taking the lead in weakening the zombies. In an instant, zombies fell to the ground one after another. Chapter 92, Fierce Battle. The next moment, Captain Wang and the man who could grow to a giant size directly passed the human army, and then quickly rushed towards a mutant dog team led by Xiaoji and the Swift team led by the Swift. Boom! As soon as he rushed out, the man instantly activated his supernatural powers, and his body suddenly grew to about 2 meters and 5 like the Hulk, with muscles all over his body. He swung his fist and punched hard. In an instant, several zombies were smashed into meat paste. Captain Wang's skin was covered with golden lines, and his attack and speed increased a lot. The three-edged spear in his hand kept splitting the heads of zombies. The killing power of both of them is terrifying, but compared with the girl behind them, they are much inferior. The woman behind him stared at the corpses with her eyes fixed, and then an invisible energy swept out from her brows. The next moment, the heads of the dozens of zombies she was staring at suddenly exploded like watermelons. The 200 level 2 warriors behind him also released their special powers and followed them in to kill their way in. The last few hundred level 1 warriors continued to kill zombies and mutant dogs by using firearms in coordination. Woof! Damn it, killing my people? You're looking for death. When Xiaoji saw 3 level 3 humans rushing into his team as easily as cutting melons and vegetables, he immediately got angry. It roared. It opened its sharp fangs and rushed towards the giant muscular man in the front. At this moment, the giant muscular man was killing with all his might, but he felt a gust of evil wind blowing on his back. He turned his head and saw a bloody mouth that had rapidly enlarged in his pupils. His pupils couldn't help but shrink. If he remembered correctly, this level 3 mutant dog was clearly dozens of meters away from him. How come it was behind him in just a few seconds? Facing the bloody mouth that was already in front of him, the giant muscular man only had time to subconsciously raise his hands and cross them in front of him. The next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his arm. He couldn't help but yelled in pain. And when he looked again, he saw that a large piece of flesh had been bitten off from his gigantic arm by the level 3 mutant dog. The level 3 mutant dog chewed it ferociously for a few times and then swallowed it. Yes, the flesh of a level 3 human is delicious. Xiaoji showed a ferocious smile and rushed towards the giant muscular man again. On the other side, the Major General led the Double Sword Girl and Jiang Zhongxuan to surround the healer and the devourer. Let's go! The Major General shouted loudly, then stomped his right foot hard on the ground and moved towards the healing zombies and devourers at an extremely fast speed. As soon as he stepped out, a flash of blue lightning appeared on his body, and then a blue ball of light exploded. Countless lightning bolts stretched out towards the healer like tentacles. There were constant crackling sounds in the air. At the same time, Jiang Zhongxuan used his supernatural powers and waved with one hand, and countless metals immediately whizzed towards the healer and the devourer. The last girl was running fast, her 2 swords emitting a cold light in the sun. Roar! Roar! Seeing this scene, the 3rd-level devourers and a group of 2nd-level zombies around the healer roared madly, and then stood in front of the healer fearlessly. Boom! Countless thunderbolts exploded directly in the zombie swarm, killing more than a dozen level 2 zombies in an instant. Only the devourer raised his claws to block his chest. Lightning immediately surrounded his claws, making crackling sounds. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, countless metals rushed over with a roar. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Ding, ding, ding. The whistling metal was extremely sharp, piercing through the heads and bodies of the 2nd-level zombies one by one. In an instant, more than a dozen 2nd-level zombies fell to the ground. Only the devourer and the healer were able to raise their claws to block the metal. Boom! At this moment, a ball of thunder enveloped the devourer and exploded. The Major General stood in front of Jiang Zhongxuan and the woman with 2 swords. Leave this devourer to me, and the 2 of you go deal with that zombie. Good. Jiang Zhongxuan and the girl with 2 swords immediately turned around and rushed towards the healer together. When the 2 of them attacked, the 2nd-level zombies surrounding the healer fell to the ground one after another. Roar! Seeing the 2 people rushing towards the healer, the devourer immediately panicked and turned around and pounced on them. Beast, your opponent is me. The Major General grinned, then swung his hand, and the lightning turned into a sharp blade and shot towards the devourer. But the devourer didn't care and chased after the 2 madly. Laugh! The lightning blade pierced directly through the devourer's chest, instantly bringing up a string of blood. Roar! The devourer roared but did not stop. It chased Jiang Zhongxuan and the woman with 2 swords and slashed at them with its sharp claws. The 2 could only turn around temporarily and block the devourer's attack, but they were also knocked away and could not surround the healer for the time being. The devourer rushed in front of the healer and then continued to block the devourer with a group of level 2 zombies. This beast, they are both level 3 zombies. Why did it risk its life to protect that petite zombie? The Major General frowned slightly. When you deal with that female zombie later, Be careful and spare her life." "Yes, Major General." Jiang Zhongquan and the double-knife girl nodded. Then the two looked at each other and continued to rush towards the devourer. The metal whistled again, and the double-blade woman swung her double blades to chop at the second-level zombies that blocked her way. Thunder whistled continuously and then exploded. Roar! However, the devourer and all the second-level zombies showed no fear at all when facing this scene. Under the leadership of the devourer, a group of second-level zombies did not retreat, but advanced and rushed directly towards the three people. Clang! The devouring zombie swung its claws and chopped hard on the double-knife woman's knife. A huge force directly knocked the double-knife woman away. The devourer took advantage of the situation and stomped the ground hard. Then his body suddenly left the ground, and he chased after the woman with two swords and slashed at her fiercely. The double-blade girl's face changed drastically. At this time, Jiang Zhongquan also saw the girl with two swords in danger. He simply stretched out his hand, and countless metals whizzed out and shot directly towards the devourer. As long as the devourer does not give up attacking the dual-blade woman, he will definitely be seriously injured. When the woman with two swords saw Jiang Zhongquan coming to her aid, she breathed a sigh of relief. But soon, her expression changed because the devourer ignored Jiang Zhongquan's attack, and the pair of sharp blades still slashed towards her fiercely. Her whole body was in a state of being chopped away by the devourer's claws. She had no leverage and could only raise her hands to gain strength. Chapter 93 Waste. Clang! The next moment, the devourer's sharp claws slashed fiercely on her double swords, and the huge force directly chopped the double-blade girl to the ground. Before the double-blade girl could react, the devourer's other claw slashed fiercely at the double-blade girl's chest. Suddenly, white blood spurted out. Snort! The double-blade girl groaned, and her chest was instantly stained red with blood. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The next moment, countless metals whizzed past and pierced the devourer's body fiercely, directly sending the devourer flying. Boom! Flying in the air, a ball of thunder enveloped him and exploded the next moment. Roar! The devourer screamed. His body was charred black, and blood continued to flow from countless wounds. The devourer rose from the ground. He quickly ran towards the healer. Ding! Are you okay? The attack forced the devourer back, and the Major General quickly helped Doing up, then injected a serum into her shoulder. This is the zombie serum developed by humans. If a mutant is infected by zombies and uses this serum, there is a certain chance that he will prevent infection and mutation. The higher the level of the psychic, the more effective it is. Du Ying, the dual-blade woman, looked a little pale and shook her head slowly. She looked at the devourer in the distance, and a hint of fear flashed in her eyes. This damn beast actually wants to trade its life for its own injury. Major General, kill it for me. Don't worry, Du Ying. I will kill it and avenge you. You step back first. The Major General nodded gently and spoke in a domineering tone. Du Ying nodded and then stepped back. You beast, you still want to run? D. The Major General looked at the devourer, running towards the healer. A murderous look flashed in his eyes, and then he quickly chased after the devourer. Jiang Zhongquan also rushed towards the devourer from the other side. The devourer had just been seriously injured, and the healer was not good at fighting. Now the devourer and the healer were already dead zombies in their eyes. The two men's faces were full of murderous intent. At this time, the devourer had already rushed to the side of the healer, and the healer immediately activated his skill. A burst of milky white light enveloped the devourer and the surrounding level 2 zombies that were lying on the ground and seriously injured. The next moment, the light faded, and the intact healer and dozens of level 2 zombies stood there. Fuck! Seeing this scene, the Major General and Jiang Zhongquan were so shocked that they were stunned. The Major General raised his eyebrows and said, "It's actually a special type of zombie that has never been discovered before. Is it a healing type? Jiang Zhongquan, don't kill this zombie. I want to take him back for research." "Yes, Major General." Jiang Zhongquan quickly agreed, but looking at the devourer in front of him, he smiled bitterly. Kill him? That's difficult. After the devourer was healed, he rushed towards Jiang Zhongquan again fearlessly. Jiang Zhongquan used one hand to guide countless metals towards the devourer, but the devourer did not dodge or evade. When a metal gets close to you, it roared. Its entire head suddenly grew several times larger. Then its mouth stretched to its ears, and suddenly opened, and a huge suction force appeared. All the metal was swallowed into his stomach. After swallowing all the metal into his stomach, the devourer rushed towards Jiang Zhongquan frantically. "Oh my God! Major General, save me!" Jiang Zhongquan relied on his ability to control metal to kill his enemies. Now that all the metal had been devoured by the devourer, he was instantly paralyzed. "Waste!" The young general cursed in his heart, but his hands did not stop moving. He threw 2 balls of thunder at the devourer. He ran quickly to Jiang Zhongquan, grabbed Jiang Zhongquan's collar, and quickly retreated. Boom! The thunder exploded, and one of the devourer's legs was directly blown off, but the white light from the healer's body enveloped it again, and the next moment, the devourer recovered as before. Jiang Zhongquan, the major general, stood with the double-sword girl with very ugly faces. They didn't expect that these 2 level 3 zombies would be so difficult to deal with. "Wu Yan, come and help me." The Major General Gray Man turned around and shouted, and Wu Yan, who was killing people in great numbers, immediately abandoned the opponent in front of him and ran towards the Major General and his 2 companions. As soon as Wu Yan withdrew, the pressure on the muscular man and Captain Wang suddenly increased. The muscular man's body was covered with bite marks, and he was swinging his fists more and more slowly, while Xiaoji was waiting for an opportunity to move around him. On the other side, the Swift was fighting with Captain Wang with his swords. Although Captain Wang's speed is not as good as the Swift, his strength is slightly greater than that of the Swift. As the 2 sides canceled each other out, they ended up in a tie. But the triangular dagger in his hand was already full of gaps. Every time it came into contact with a Swift's dagger, a gap would be left. It seemed that it would not be able to hold out for long. Fortunately, there are more than 200 level 2 strong men and a level 1 hot weapons force of more than 400 people behind them to hold them back. The spirited girl Wu Yin came to the side of the Major General. "Wu Yin, use your mental power to control the healer." Jiang Zhongquan, "Doing. Let's go together and kill the devourer as quickly as possible, and then capture the special zombie alive." "Good. Receive." The voice fell. Doing immediately launched a mental attack on the healer, and the healer immediately froze in place with a dull look in his eyes. The next moment, Jiang Zhongquan, the Major General, and the girl with 2 swords attacked the devourer at the same time. The woman with 2 swords was the fastest. She swung her sharp sword straight at the devourer. The devourer raised his claws to block the swords, making a clanging sound of metal clashing. Hiss, hiss, hiss. At this time, the metal that Jiang Zhongquan regained control of directly penetrated the devourer's body. Boom! The thunder from the Major General exploded, and the devourer screamed and was blown away. Roar! The devourer yelled at the healer for help, but the healer remained motionless. The woman with 2 swords moved her legs and rushed towards the devourer again. The next moment, the devourer's head will be chopped off. And at this time, a ball of blue lightning suddenly shot out. The double-blade girl only felt a chill on her back. Boom! The thunder exploded directly behind the double-knife girl, and Doing flew out with a scream. Puff! As soon as Doing landed on the ground, she spat out a mouthful of blood. She looked up at the Major General in disbelief. Jiang Zhongquan also looked at the Major General with a confused expression. "It's not me." The Major General immediately let out a low roar, then turned his head to look into the distance, only to see a figure shrouded in thunder rushing towards them quickly. Bang! Xiao Tong's body fell heavily to the ground, splashing up dust. When he saw Xiao Tong, the young general's pupils suddenly shrank because he found that he could not sense Xiao Tong's aura. Chapter 94 Missiles. As a level 3 strong man, if he cannot feel the other party's breath, then there are only 2 possibilities. One is that the other party is a level 0 zombie, so there is no breath at all. The other is that the other party is stronger than him. But looking at Xiao Tong with thunder all over his body, he doesn't look like a level 0 zombie at all. So it can only be the latter. Could it be that this beast is a level 4 zombie? The young general's pupils shrank sharply. Jiang Zhongquan and the spirit girl beside him also had serious expressions on their faces. They all gave up their opponents and supported the seriously injured double-knife girl to stand beside the young general. "Major General, we can't see through the strength of this zombie at all, and it has the same terrifying thunder power as you. What should we do?" The spirited woman stood beside the Major General with a serious look on her face. The Major General looked gloomy and shook his head slowly. I can't see through the strength of the zombie, so this zombie is likely to be a level 4 zombie. If things go wrong, we may all be doomed here today. After the Major General finished speaking, the other 3 people became even more frightened. Major General, let's run away. As long as we have the Green Mountains, we will not be short of firewood. Jiang Zhongquan swallowed and spoke fearfully. Okay, wait a minute. Wu Yin, you launch a mental attack on this zombie first, and then everyone runs away immediately. The Major General nodded. Roar! At this moment, after seeing Xiao Tong fighting against these human warriors, the healing zombie and the devourer growled and wanted to turn around and escape. But the next moment, level 3 zombies have surrounded them from all directions. Bone Spike number 1 and number 2, Defender number 2, Flame number 2, Swift number 2, X-Ray number 1, Devourer number 1, Rock number 1. A total of 8 level 3 zombies slowly surrounded all the people and zombies inside. Fuck, why are there so many level 3 zombies? When they saw so many level 3 zombies slowly walking out from their hiding places, all the people and the zombies were stunned. His body was shaking slightly with fear. But what made everyone even more desperate was that the next moment, thousands of level 2 zombies, more than 10,000 level 1 zombies, and hundreds of thousands of level 0 zombies came out densely. The endless tide of zombies surrounded everyone. Oh my god! When seeing so many zombies, everyone couldn't help but exclaimed. The muscular man, Captain Wang, and his more than 200 level 2 warriors and more than 400 level 1 warriors immediately gave up the fight and ran over to meet the Major General and others. Major General, what should we do? Everyone turned their eyes to the Major General. As the strongest man in the entire team, everyone placed their hopes on him. The young general's face was full of bitterness. This zombie army is the most powerful one we have ever encountered. Not only does it contain a large number of level 0 zombies, but there are also at least 10 level 3 zombies. Most importantly, there is also a level 4 zombie with lightning abilities. We don't know how powerful the level 4 zombies are, but we are definitely no match for them. Wait a minute, we'll use the old method. Du Yin will use his psychic powers to temporarily control this level 4 zombie. The others will immediately gather their firepower and create a gap in the same direction. This way, we still have a chance of survival. If we are really at our wits' end, we will contact headquarters and launch missiles. Even if we die, we will perish together with these beasts. However, if it comes to that, none of us here will survive. At the end, a look of helplessness flashed across the young general's face. The eyes of the others were also filled with fear. The explosion range of the missile was extremely wide. If it came to that, all of them would have only one outcome: death. Huh, missiles. Xiao Tong was startled. Damn, is it necessary? I just want to kill you, and you actually want to blow me up with a missile. There was a flash of fear in Xiao Tong's eyes. Even though he had been promoted from level 1 to level 4, if a Dongfeng Express was dropped on him, he would be dead. Fortunately, he has human consciousness and can understand human language. Otherwise, if he forces this bunch of idiots into a dead end, even if he can kill all of them, he and these hundreds of thousands of zombies will have to be buried with them. It seems that we have to find another way to kill these people, so that we can keep these bastards alive and give them a glimmer of hope in despair. Wu Yan, take action! At this moment, the Major General shouted. The next moment, Wu Yan immediately launched a mental attack on Xiao Tong. Xiao Tong immediately felt a mental force madly invading his mind. This mental power is extremely powerful, worthy of a person with mental power ability. Even Xiao Tong's mental power before he was promoted to level 4 could not compare with hers. However, after he was promoted to level 4, both his supernatural power and mental power had made great progress. As long as he wanted, he could immediately dispel this mental power and cause serious damage to the opponent. But after thinking for a while, Xiao Tong pretended to be controlled by mental power and did not move. Wu Yin was slightly stunned. Obviously, she did not expect that this level 4 zombie could be controlled so easily, and she felt something was wrong. She clearly felt the terrifying, huge mental power in the mind of this level 4 zombie. But how could she control it so easily? She was puzzled, but the eyes of the Major General and others were full of surprise. The level 4 zombie has been controlled by Wu Yan. Everyone, concentrate your forces and break out to the south. The Major General shouted loudly, and all the level 3 warriors immediately fought at full strength, launching a frantic attack towards the south, and a gap was immediately created in the entire zombie army. All level 3 zombies control the healers and devourers first. The other level 2 zombies and level 1 zombies are fighting and retreating at the same time. Roar! Xiao Tong's order was issued, and all the level 3 zombies immediately surrounded the healer and the devourer. The healer and the devourer roared and tried to resist, but together with Xiaoji and Swift One, a total of 10 level 3 zombies and mutant dogs attacked them at the same time. Before the healer and the devourer could even put up a fight, their limbs were broken by Xiao Tong's men who rushed over. But at this moment, a white light flashed across the healer's body, and her and the devourer's injuries were immediately healed. Seeing this, Xiao Tong couldn't help but grit his teeth and looked at the healer with disappointment. I don't believe your superpowers are unlimited. Just chop off their lower bodies. Xiao Tong's order came down, and Swift One raised his sword and struck down. The devourer and the healer were immediately cut in two. Chapter 95. Xiao Tong does whatever he wants. Roar! The healing zombie roared, and white light emerged from his body again, covering himself and the devourer. Under the white light, the bodies of the two zombies slowly grew out. Only, after this treatment, the healed zombie was obviously much weaker and didn't even have the strength to roar. Laugh. But the next moment, the Swift One saw off the two zombies. The healer's white light spread again, but this time, the white light only covered one zombie. This time, the white light became darker and darker, and even slowly became transparent. The healer's body was only reshaped up to the knee position, and the white light suddenly disappeared. Roar! The healer roared unwillingly. Then his supernatural powers were exhausted, and he fainted. See here. Xiao Tong quickly pretended to struggle, then broke free from the psychic girl's control and ran towards the devourer and the healer. He directly picked up the half-cut devourer and stared into its eyes. After 3 seconds, the devourer has been controlled by him. The devourer roared softly, stopped struggling, and lay gently on the ground, lowering his head toward Xiao Tong. After controlling the devourer, Xiao Tong turned his attention to the healer. Xiao Tong directly lifted up the healer. Bang, bang, bang. Xiao Tong slapped the healer in the face with a slap. The healer who had just fainted was awakened by several slaps. There was still a trace of confusion in her eyes. Zombies also engage in domestic violence? When she saw Xiao Tong, she immediately screamed and struggled frantically. The next moment, Xiao Tong directly lifted her up and pushed her against the wall next to him. Wall Dong. He lifted the healer to the same height as himself and then stared into the healer's eyes. When he felt Xiao Tong's mental power invading his brain, the healer struggled frantically. But 3 seconds later, the healer instantly quieted down, looking at Xiao Tong with eyes full of respect and submission. Now she would do whatever Xiao Tong asked her to do. After controlling the healer, Xiao Tong finally had a smile on his face. Nanny, oh nanny. After all, you can't escape from my palm. Seeing the infighting between the two waves of zombies behind, the Major General and others showed joy on their faces and rushed towards the distance with even greater efforts. The desperate attacks of the 6 men, coordinated with more than 200 level 2 warriors and more than 100 level 1 soldiers equipped with thermal weapons, created a large gap in the entire encirclement. At this time, Xiao Tong threw several second-level crystal cores into the arms of the nanny and the devourer, then turned his head and focused his attention on the humans again. Superior. Xiao Tong led a group of zombies to chase after the humans. Seeing Xiao Tong chasing after them with 10 level 3 zombies, everyone panicked. Wu Yin, hurry up. Use your mental power to control that level 4 zombie. Jiang Zhongquan, Captain Wang, you two will cover me. All the level 2 warriors with defensive and long-range attack abilities will stay behind to cover us. Ding Yu, Duing, lead Wu Yin through. Don't hold back. Yes, yes. The Major General's words fell. Ding Yu roared, and then his whole body expanded again. He rushed directly towards the zombies in front of him. No zombie could withstand his attack. More than 400 soldiers assisted by firing wildly with guns. Major General Jiang Zhongquan, Captain Wang, and 2 others led dozens of level 2 psychics in the defense and long-range attack systems and fought and retreated. Xiao Tong pretended to be controlled by Wu Yan's mental power. Jiang Zhongquan, when Major General, Captain Wang and others stayed. Xiao Tong noticed Jiang Zhongquan at first sight. He was stunned for a moment and then clenched his teeth. Jiang Zhongquan? You're here. Leng Menghan is here too, right? Xiao Tong looked back and soon saw Leng Menghan among the dozens of psychics who stayed behind. Great. After searching for a long time, I finally found it. Since you have brought it to my door, I will gladly accept it. All level 3 zombies, surround them. Don't push too hard. Use up their powers for me. Pay special attention to these 2 people. Don't let them get away. Roar! Xiao Tong's order came down. 10 level 3 zombies immediately chased after the human warrior. Attack! He saw Xiao Tong's subordinates, the 3rd level zombies approaching. The Major General roared loudly, and the next moment, he clenched his hands into claws, and 2 balls of lightning appeared in his hands. He swung his arms fiercely, and the 2 balls of lightning expanded in his hands, emitting an aura of terror and tyranny. The 2 arms came together, and the 2 balls of lightning madly repelled each other, while slowly merging together. At the moment of fusion, he threw the thunder in his hand fiercely, and the 2 thunders merged instantly in the air, and then exploded fiercely. Countless lightning bolts flew and enveloped the chasing 3rd level zombies. Many zombies were shaken all over, and their speed slowed down suddenly. The next moment, countless metals came whistling. All the zombies raised their claws to block, and there was a clanging sound of metal clashing. However, many of them passed through them directly and pierced through the zombies behind them. Roar! A group of zombies roared, and the Bone Spur and Wind Blade zombies inside immediately launched an attack. In an instant, countless bone spikes and wind blades enveloped the Major General and others. I saw bone spurs and wind blades all over the sky. The Major General shouted loudly, and the thunder in his hand exploded, and then a thunder defense shield formed in front of him. Jiang Zhongquan guided the metal to spin around him madly. The golden lines on Captain Wang's body burst out with golden light. A golden transparent shield appeared above his head. Behind them, all the defensive ability users stepped forward and released their abilities. The next moment, bone spurs and wind blades whizzed in. In front of the Major General, thunder crackled, and both the bone spurs and wind blades were burned to ashes by the thunder. The metal in front of Jiang Zhongquan also blocked the bone spurs and wind blades that were shot at him, making a continuous clanging sound. In front of Captain Wang, a golden light curtain controlled everyone's attacks, then lost power and fell to the ground. But the other level 2 warriors were not so lucky. The attacks of the level 3 zombies were still too powerful for them. In at least one wave of attack, more than 20 level 2 warriors were killed, and countless level 1 warriors were killed. Withdraw! After blocking the first wave of attacks, the Major General immediately shouted. Everyone turned and ran. The other 2nd level strong men hurriedly followed behind, and everyone wished that their mother had not given them 2 more legs. Chapter 96, There's No Point Keeping You. The 3rd level strong men were extremely fast, and the Major General and his men quickly overtook the people in front and ran to the front. Xiaoji, the Swift, and other zombies and mutant dogs who were known for their speed quickly caught up with them, and the 2nd level strong men who were left behind were so scared that they pissed themselves to death. Xiaoji and Swift too were the first to rush into the crowd. Xiaoji opened his ferocious mouth and bit a level 2 warrior into 2 pieces with each bite, then chewed it twice and swallowed it whole. The Swifts chopped with their double swords, and all the level 2 warriors were as easy to deal with as cutting melons and vegetables in front of them. Help! Major General, help me! Wow, I don't want to die anymore. Damn it, I'm going to fight you. Among the level 2 warriors who were chased, some who were not good at running were the first to die at the hands of Xiaoji and the Swift one. Some of them watched the people behind them being brutally slaughtered. They were so frightened that their souls were about to die, and they cried and screamed. Others knew they couldn't escape, and a last bit of blood in their hearts was aroused, and they turned around and chose to fight to the death. But no matter what, when 10 level 3 zombies caught up with them, they couldn't escape. Half of the hundreds of level 2 human warriors were quickly killed. Hearing the screams from behind, the faces of the Major General and others changed drastically, but they still did not stop. Everyone was running away quickly. Jiang Zhongquan pulled Leng Menghan and ran quickly. Jiang Zhongquan was very fast, but after pulling Leng Menghan, his speed slowed down again, only slightly faster than a muscular man Ding Yu who was with Du Yan. The screams behind me soon stopped. Someone turned around and saw that Xiaoji and other mutant dogs and level 3 zombies were already rushing over. Run, don't worry about the others. The 6 of us are the hope of the base and humanity. We must not die here. The others have no hope of escape. Let them cover your retreat and give us a chance to escape. The Major General suddenly growled, and Captain Wang and others around him turned pale. Major General, shut up. If you miss, you can stay. The Major General glared at Captain Wang fiercely. He didn't believe that there was anyone in this world who was not afraid of death. The others nodded. After receiving the order, the hundreds of first-level soldiers who were running immediately turned their guns around, stopped where they were, and began to build fortifications. Chains of bullets were fired madly at the zombies chasing behind. The Major General and others continued to run quickly. A dozen zombies and mutant dogs were disrupted by the sudden attack of human soldiers. After all, although they were already level 3, the bullets still caused some damage to them. If you're shot in the head, there is still a possibility of death. And at this time, 2 balls of lightning fell from the sky, landing directly in the middle of several hundred humans. Boom! Thunder suddenly exploded, and a dozen people in the center died immediately. The others were also affected by the thunder and temporarily lost the ability to move as if they were electrocuted. Don't worry about these humans. Go after those level 3 humans. Xiao Tong growled. Xiao Ji and the other third-level zombies then stopped the urge to rush in and kill, and continued to rush towards the Major General and others. After Xiao Ji and others rushed over, hundreds of human soldiers recovered and were then surrounded by countless densely packed zombies. Fuck, Duyin, that level 4 zombie has recovered. Quickly use your mental power to control him again. When Jiang Zhongquan and others saw Xiao Tong appear, they were immediately startled. Duyin quickly released his mental power towards Xiao Tong again. But Xiaoji and others slowly caught up. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several bone spikes and wind blades attacked madly, and several people dodged hurriedly. But at this moment, a scream was heard. Leng Menghan, who was being dragged by Jiang Zhongquan, fell to the ground with a bone spur stuck in his body. Leng Menghan covered her buttocks and screamed in pain. Jiang Zhongquan was pulled by him and rolled out directly. After rolling twice, Jiang Zhongquan climbed up. Leng Menghan looked at the zombies chasing after her. She crawled towards Jiang Zhongquan in fear and stretched out her hand. Zhongquan, save me. Jiang Zhongquan looked at the zombies and mutant dogs that were chasing him quickly with fear. His face turned black, but he kicked Leng Menghan hard in the abdomen, kicking Leng Menghan toward the zombies behind him. Fuck you. He kicked Leng Menghan out and turned and ran. Leng Menghan screamed and fell to the ground. She turned around and looked at Jiang Zhongquan running fast in disbelief. She screamed miserably. Why? Jiang Zhongquan, you beast, you will not die well. I curse you. The Major General and others saw what Jiang Zhongquan did. Although they despised him in their hearts, no one said anything. If anyone were in Jiang Zhongquan's position, they would probably do the same. They just want to survive. Jiang Zhongquan heard Leng Menghan's screams. His eyes were full of disdain. You curse. What's the use of your curse? Bitch, you dare to lie to me. If you don't have some talent, I would have kicked you out a long time ago. Jiang Zhongquan wanted to say something else. Several bone spurs came whistling and stabbed into his back fiercely. The bone spurs were so powerful that their tails were shaking continuously. He fell forward directly. Bang! Jiang Zhongquan fell to the ground and rolled around. He raised his head and looked at the Major General and others, shouting, Major General, save me! The young general and his companions did not even turn their heads. It would be hard for them to run away by themselves. Why would they save you? Jiang Zhongquan was stunned when he saw the Major General and others running away without looking back. Some second-level strong men ran past him without looking back either. Leng Menghan, who was behind, saw this and was stunned for a moment before she burst into laughter. In the end, she laughed so hard that tears came out. Her eyes were full of hatred and revenge. Haha, Jiang Zhongquan, you really don't deserve a good death. Roar! The mutant dogs and zombies, including Xiaoji behind them caught up with them, roared, and were about to kill the 2 men. Xiao Tong in the distance raised his eyebrows and said, Leave them alive. Bone Spur number 2, control them and let me deal with them later. The others continued to chase. Xiaoji closed his open mouth and continued to chase. Bone Spur number 2 stopped and broke the legs of the 2 men. This directly cut off the 2 people's last hope of escape. Chapter 98, Are You Using This to Test the Zombies? Xiao Ji and other zombies continued to chase the Major General and others. At this time, Xiao Tong pretended to break free from his mental restraints. He walked to Leng Menghan and Jiang Zhongquan, glanced at them, and then continued to chase them. And when Xiao Tong looked over, Leng Menghan's entire back suddenly felt cold, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Xiao Tong. He is Xiao Tong. He is still alive. Leng Menghan screamed. Jiang Zhongquan was stunned for a moment, then said with contempt, "Stinky woman, are you stupid? Xiao Tong has been eaten by zombies a long time ago. How could he still be alive? Even if he is alive, he is still a zombie." Xiao Tong. He is really Xiao Tong. He is dead, but he has turned into a zombie. And his eyes. It seems that he still recognizes me. He still recognizes me. Leng Menghan's face was pale. His eyes were full of fear. He came to seek revenge on me. He is that terrifying level 4 zombie. He has been chasing us for so long. He just wants to seek revenge on me. Here he comes. Here he comes. When Leng Menghan was terrified, Xiao Ji and a group of zombies approached the Major General and others again, and Xiao Tong also caught up with them. The young general and others ran while looking back, and when they saw Xiao Tong, their eyes were bloodshot. Wu Yan, what's going on? How did that level 4 zombie catch up to us so quickly? I have no other choice. The mental power of that level 4 zombie is very strong, and I have controlled him so many times that my mental power is almost exhausted. The time I can control him is getting shorter and shorter. Wu Yan shook her head bitterly. Don't even think about it. We can control it for a while. If that level 4 zombie catches up to us, we'll all be dead without a burial place. The Major General spoke quickly. Wu Yan nodded, and then used her mental power to control Xiao Tong again, and then continued to run. But soon, the seriously injured dual-blade girl's speed became slower and slower. Finally, she smiled sadly. I can't do it anymore. I'll stay here to cover you. You guys run quickly. Others heard her words. Only Wu Yan shouted, while the others continued to run away in silence, with even a glimmer of joy in their eyes. The girl with 2 swords activated her special power, and her 2 hands slowly turned into sharp blades. She stood in place, staring at Xiaoji and others who were approaching quickly. Kill! The moment Xiaoji was within 5 meters, she shouted loudly and rushed forward, but Xiaoji was faster than her. He dodged her attack with a flash, raised his claws, and swung them fiercely. Swish! A scar suddenly appeared on Du Ying's back, and a large cut was also made on her tights. The clothes hung crookedly on the shoulders. Kill! The woman with 2 swords didn't care and slashed at Xiaoji desperately. Other zombies want to intervene. Xiaoji yelled and told the other zombies not to interfere. It dodged the attack of the woman with 2 swords, then swung its right claw over again, leaving a shallow scratch on her waist and tearing a hole in her tights again. 10 seconds later, the double-blade woman paused, panting. She stood there. With a flushed face, he looked at Xiaoji in front of him. He saw the human wisdom and the vulgarity in Xiaoji's eyes. She finally understood. This horny dog had no intention of killing her, but was humiliating her. Go to hell. The double-knife girl raised her knives and chopped wildly in shame and anger, but the only result was that her clothes had more holes. Xiaoji, what are you doing? Xiao Tong rushed over, and when he saw the girl with 2 swords and Xiaoji, his brows twitched. Hey, boss, look at this human chick. Are you satisfied with the gift I gave you? At the end, Xiaoji's mind turned to the double-blade girl. Xiao Tong turned his attention to the woman with 2 swords. Although he has become a zombie, but at first glance, he turned around with a serious face and scolded Xiaoji. As your master, I've always taught you to be a dog with only morals parallel. But look at you now, what have you done? You're using this to test the zombies? You're using this to test my weakness? That zombie can withstand this test. Xiao Tong cursed while turning his head to look at the double-blade girl with a lecherous look. Good. I have to say this dog has a pretty good eye. White and bright. As your master, I am also half responsible for your becoming like this. This is just the first time, and it won't happen again. Okay, Woof. Xiao Ji lowered his head with a flattering smile on his face. The double-blade woman looked at the dog and the zombie, and her face turned red. He immediately hugged his body tightly. Keep an eye on her. Xiao Tong swallowed, said something, and continued to chase forward. Okay. Xiaoji responded quickly. Then he kept a close eye on the woman with 2 swords. Seeing that the woman with two swords couldn't hold back the zombies behind her for long, the others immediately panicked. When he saw Xiao Tong catching up, the Major General quickly asked Du Yan to use his mental power again. This goes back and forth several times. Du Yan's mental strength was also used up. When Du Yan controlled Xiao Tong for the last time, the young general and others ran as fast as they could. Ding Yu, who was carrying Du Yan, slowly fell behind. Not long. Du Yan and Ding Yu are also surrounded by zombies. Major General, we can't escape. Contact the headquarters and ask them to launch missiles. We must take these zombies with us, even if we die. Captain Wang had a look of grief and indignation on his face. He was slowly running out of strength and simply stopped. The Major General seemed not to hear his words and quickly passed by Captain Wang. After passing Captain Wang, he immediately took out a second-level zombie crystal core from his arms and threw it into his mouth. His eyes were full of contempt. Stupid, if you want to die, don't drag me into it. As long as I'm fine, what does your life or death have to do with me? Chapter 99 Missile Bombing. Captain Wang was stunned when he saw the Major General take out another level 2 crystal core from his arms and put it into his mouth, then quickly left. After a long while, he roared, "Damn, you lied to us? Didn't you say there were no crystal cores?" But the young general's figure quickly disappeared from sight. "You bastard! You stupid idiot!" Captain Wang cursed loudly for a long time, then turned to look at the zombies running towards him madly. His eyes were red as he watched his men screaming and being torn apart by the zombies. "I'm sorry for you. I brought you out, but I didn't bring you back. In that case, let me accompany you. Let's turn into zombies and kill those beasts." Captain Wang opened his hands, and the next moment, countless zombies swarmed over and knocked him down. A few minutes later, the zombies left, leaving only a corpse at the scene, but at least the head was still intact. The muscular man Ding Yu behind was also gnawed to a skeleton, and the spirited woman was also dealt with by Xiao Ji. The feet were tied together with the calves and thighs bent. With his hands tied behind his back, he leaned forward involuntarily. In the mouth, put a dog bell. Saliva keeps flowing out. Seeing that the Major General had disappeared, Xiao Tong ordered the zombies to stop attacking. He looked deeply at the direction where the Major General left. If he had not been afraid that the Major General would call for a missile attack out of desperation, he would not have let anyone go this time. But the battle situation is still okay. More than 400 level 1 warriors, more than 200 level 2 warriors, and 5 level 3 warriors were all left behind, so it didn't matter that a so-called Major General ran away. When he reaches level 6 and is no longer afraid of the threat of missiles, he will unscrew his dog head. Being chased like a stray dog this time, Xiao Tong felt very aggrieved. One day, he would cut off the head of that bastard young general and use it as a model. But we have to evacuate quickly. Otherwise, once that idiot escapes to a safe location, he might call in missiles for a carpet bombing and kill us. At Xiao Tong's command, all the zombies began to change direction and then ran quickly in another direction. First, there were level 0 zombies, level 1 zombies, and then level 2 zombies. Finally, Xiao Tong also turned around. Looking at the corpses of Ding Yu and Captain Wang on the ground, he directly asked his zombies to take the 2 corpses away. These were 2 level 3 human warriors. After mutating into zombies, they were at least level 1 zombies, and their talents were very strong. They would evolve faster than other zombies. As for Jiang Zhongquan and Leng Menghan, he would not let them die so comfortably. He had to find a good place to torture them. The remaining dual sword girl and spirit girl. Huh? Xiao Tong turned his head and looked. Seeing that the double knife girl and the spirit were tied up with ropes, Xiao Tong was instantly shocked, as if he had returned to some spiritual food that he had read while hiding under the quilt. Especially the double sword girl and the spirit girl. Both of them were from high-class backgrounds, exuding a noble aura. Xiaoji also arranged for 4 zombies to tie him to a pillar and carry him. Seeing this, Xiao Tong couldn't help but blushing and feeling hot on his face. What Xiao Ji had done made him an intellectual lose face. Damn it. Who did it? Who did it? Is it moral? Is it suitable? Is there any law? Do you still have conscience? Xiao Tong's face turned red, and he growled with gnashing teeth. Xiaoji licked his face and ran out. Master, are you satisfied? Bang. Xiao Tong slapped him without hesitation and stuffed a crystal core into Xiao Ji's mouth. He was heartbroken and said, Xiao Ji, what did the master teach you? The master said that he wanted you to be a dog with culture, morality, and bottom line. But look at what you did. Look at it. It's so heartbreaking and crazy. I'm telling you, don't tell anyone that you're my dog. I, Xiao Tong, can't afford to lose face like that. Xiaoji swallowed the crystal core in his mouth and asked, Master, are you satisfied? Satisfied. Xiao Tong subconsciously returned to his mind, and he suddenly reacted, Bullshit. Carry them away. Carry them away. I warn you, you must do this again next time. Bah, don't do this again. Go retreat quickly. Okay. Xiao Ji nodded quickly, then turned around and called out to the 2 level 2 peak zombies. Guys, retreat. Carry the 2 ladies. More than 10 minutes later, Xiao Tong and his men were already several kilometers away. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, there were bursts of roars. Xiao Tong looked up and saw missiles whizzing past in the sky, with tail flames spraying towards the location where Xiao Tong and others had just been. After dozens of seconds, suddenly, a dazzling light burst out in the distance. At that moment, Xiao Tong seemed to feel that a second sun appeared in the distance. He couldn't help but close his eyes and shed tears in pain. Boom, boom, boom. A few seconds later, a deafening sound rang out. Then the aftermath of the explosion swept across, blowing many zombies toppling over. It was nearly 5 minutes before everything calmed down. Xiao Tong's eyes were full of fear. Damn, this kind of missile should be the most powerful missile other than nuclear weapons, right? Fortunately, the end of the world has come, causing almost all satellites to be damaged, and most missiles and nuclear weapons to lose their effectiveness. Otherwise, if humans had complete control over these things. In the early stages, the zombies and mutant beasts simply could not gather in large numbers. They're no match for humans at all. But later on, when level 7 or even level 8 strong men appear among the zombies and mutant beasts, human thermal weapons will gradually lose their effectiveness. Brothers continue to retreat. Xiao Tong was still worried, so he gave an order, and all the zombies began to migrate on a large scale again. Otherwise, if humans realized that these missiles did not hit the target at all, Xiao Tong didn't know whether they would continue to track and bomb. Don't dare to gamble. Run first and change place later. More than half a month later, he had already run to Datong City. When he arrived in Datong City, the zombie army ran back. The other 2 zombie armies followed closely behind and swept through Zhangjiago City. All of Xiao Tong's men gathered together, and with the addition of the cannon fodder they had driven along the way, the zombie army under Xiao Tong had reached nearly 150,000. There was no longer any threat to their lives, and Xiao Tong was finally able to spare the time to deal with Jiang Zhongxuan and Leng Menghan. Along the way, Jiang Zhongxuan and Leng Menghan were terrified and fled with the zombie army. Chapter 100 Oscar owes you a little golden man. The 2 were surrounded by countless zombies all day long, and they were worried all day long. They both lost a lot of weight. All the zombies stopped and began to rest, while Xiao Tong walked straight towards Jiang Zhongxuan and Leng Menghan. These days, Jiang Zhongxuan and Leng Menghan have long known that Xiao Tong still retains human consciousness. They also knew that Xiao Tong must still remember that they had forced him to leave school. These days, the 2 had been trying to save themselves and get Xiao Tong's forgiveness, but unfortunately, they gave up in the end, because no one would be able to forgive them for what they did. Looking at the 2 of them, Xiao Tong opened his mouth. But then I found that I couldn't speak. Damn it, he is a zombie, only level 4, and doesn't have the ability to speak. Ding, system. Where's the system? Fuck, I forgot I don't have a system. Woohoo, I'm embarrassed as a reborn person. I don't even have a system. Xiao Tong subconsciously shouted a few words in his heart, and then he sadly discovered that he had no system. Xiao Tong felt uncomfortable for 3 seconds, and suddenly he had an idea. With a thought, a huge amount of mental power penetrated into the center of Jiang Zhongxuan and Leng Menghan's eyebrows. Silly dog. Who is speaking? Jiang Zhongxuan and Leng Menghan suddenly shouted. The sudden voice in their minds startled them. Hey, it works. Xiao Tong was delighted. He had been communicating with Xiao Heba through his mind. He couldn't speak, so he tried to see if he could also communicate with Jiang Zhongxuan and Leng Menghan through his mind. I didn't expect it to actually work. I looked everywhere, and it was me, your father, who was talking. What's the matter? It's been such a short time since we last met, and you 2 don't recognize me, your father? The corners of Xiao Tong's mouth curled up slightly, his eyes full of mockery. Finally, Jiang Zhongxuan and Leng Menghan's gaze returned to Xiao Tong. Their faces were ashen. It's over. He really still has human consciousness. Why? Are you surprised to see that I still retain human consciousness? Xiao Tong continued to speak. The two nodded, then shook their heads. Leng Menghan suddenly rushed over with a turn of his eyes, then hugged Xiao Tong's legs, crying heartbreakingly, "Wow, Xiao Tong, it's so good, so good. You're not dead. I knew you would be fine. Do you know how worried I have been about you over the past year? I have been on tenterhooks all day, always worried about you. I was forced by that beast Jiang Zhongxuan before, and I could only endure the pain and treat you like that. Do you know how sad I was when I saw you fall into the tide of zombies? But I had to do that because I knew that you would definitely die if you were surrounded by so many people, but if I pushed you down, maybe you would still have a chance to survive. Now it seems that my idea was right. Woohoo, you are really still alive. Although you have become a zombie, you still retain human consciousness. Everything I have paid is worth it. I have no regrets. I know you must be blaming me. You must hate me with all your heart, but it doesn't matter. We have been together for so many years. I am willing to give everything for you. I won't explain. I believe that if you really loved me, you will understand, even if I don't explain. Even if you still don't believe me and hate me or blame me, it doesn't matter to me. As long as you are still alive, that's enough for me. Leng Menghan hugged Xiao Tong's legs and cried bitterly. Xiao Tong was stunned, looking at Leng Menghan crying bitterly. Nima coin, you don't explain? You just said so much before, and it would be fine if you didn't explain it. You made up a lot of reasons, and then at the end you said, you don't need to explain. I understand, even if you don't explain it. I understand, Nima coin. Xiao Tong couldn't help but sneer in his heart. If he hadn't experienced his previous life, where his parents were pushed off the city wall and crushed to death by Leng Menghan himself, he might have almost believed Leng Menghan's acting skills. Damn it, Oscar owes you a little golden man. Although he sneered in his heart, Xiao Tong's face was full of shock. He staggered back a few steps, as if he couldn't stand steadily. He raised his hand, tremblingly, and looked at Leng Menghan, his voice full of desolation. Is it really like this? Is it really like this? Seeing Xiao Tong's look, Leng Menghan sneered complacently in his heart, and a hint of joy flashed across his eyes. She looked at Xiao Tong with tears in her eyes, biting her red lips with her pearly teeth, looking at Xiao Tong with a pitiful expression. She met Xiao Tong's self-blaming gaze and a look of disbelief. She nodded and looked at Xiao Tong encouragingly. Yes, that's right, Xiao Tong. Be brave and believe in the truest thoughts in your heart, and overcome your hatred. Don't let me look down on you. Damn it, I'll look down on you, damn it. Xiao Tong almost vomited. He walked up to Leng Menghan again. Menghan, are you really willing to do anything for me? Yes, of course I do. Bang. Ah. Leng Menghan nodded excitedly, and then Xiao Tong threw a big bag of fists at her. Leng Menghan screamed and was blown more than a meter away. Ah, I'm sorry, Menghan. I didn't mean it. I just couldn't believe it was all real. You actually did this for me. I was so touched. I just wanted to slap you to see if I was dreaming. And when I heard your screams, I knew it wasn't a dream. Xiao Tong helped Leng Menghan up with a look of heartache, his eyes full of guilt. Damn it. See if this is a dream. Why don't you slap yourself? Why are you slapping me? Leng Meng's cold period is gushing out. Hurry, don't waste it. Xiao Tong quickly summoned a few zombies to add a snack. The anti-urine drink. Leng Menghan. But she still pretended to be affectionate on the outside. It's okay, as long as you understand me, ah. Before Leng Menghan could finish her words, Xiao Tong punched her in the chest. Leng Menghan screamed and flew out again. She covered her chest and looked at Xiao Tong in disbelief. Xiao Tong looked at her angrily. You are not my Menghan. My Menghan would never talk like you. My Menghan is very proud, like a princess or a queen. She would never talk like a fool like you. Who are you? Why do you know so much about me and Menghan? Tell me quickly, where did you take my Menghan's baby? Leng Menghan. Just because you doubted me, you punched me? Xiao Tong, I am really Menghan. Bullshit, how do you prove it? Proof. Leng Menghan rubbed his chest, then turned to look at Xiao Tong, hesitated for a moment, and said tentatively, Why call me Menghan? Call me Master. Xiao Tong was stunned on the spot. Chapter 101 give you a surprise. When Leng Menghan's voice fell, Xiao Tong finally laughed. Oh yes, that's the taste. Hearing Xiao Tong's words, Leng Menghan's face was filled with joy, but before she could be happy for 3 seconds, Xiao Tong's face changed again. Hey, this is still not right. Since you know so much information about Menghan, maybe you forced my dear Menghan to tell you this information. No, this still cannot prove your identity. Think of other ways to prove that you are Leng Menghan. Are there any other options? Leng Menghan's face turned bitter. Then he asked tentatively, I asked you to spend 50,000 just because of one sentence. Xiao Tong's eyes lit up, but he still shook his head. It's a bit like that, but everyone in Yanda knows that I'm good to Menghan, so it still won't work. Wow, but Xiao Tong, I really don't know how to prove it. Leng Menghan burst into tears, looking so pitiful. Brush. Hearing Leng Menghan's words, Xiao Tong's face suddenly turned cold and murderous. I knew you were a fake Menghan. If you dare to pretend to be my Menghan, I will kill you. Xiao Tong held the Mo Dao and pointed it at Leng Menghan's neck, feeling the cold on my neck. Wait. Xiao Tong, I have an idea. Leng Menghan yelled. Xiao Tong frowned. Go ahead. Xiao Tong, can we find a quiet place? As she spoke, Leng Menghan threw a seductive glance at Xiao Tong. If you have something to say, just say it. Xiao Tong suppressed the nausea in his heart. Xiao Tong. Jiang Zhongquan. The double blade girl. Spirited woman. Xiaoji. Awesome hair, Xiao, my master. Other zombies. I didn't understand, but I was shocked. When Jiang Zhongquan heard Leng Menghan's words, his face turned red to blue, blue to white, and white to black, just like Peking opera. Fuck, Leng Menghan, you bitch. Jiang Zhongquan cried bitterly. He cried so hard. Jiang Zhongquan felt sick, especially when he was looked at by the tied-up spirit woman and the double-knife woman. Shivering cold, but he couldn't find any words to refute. He opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything. After a long while, he cried out, Ouch! What are you doing? What are you doing to me, little black guy? Leng Menghan smiled coldly, then turned around and looked at Xiao Tong with burning eyes. His eyes were full of affection. Dear, how about this? Can it prove my identity? Xiao Tong looked at her speechlessly and burst into tears. He smiled. Yes, of course. Xiao Tong was stunned and was so embarrassed that he almost dug his thumb out of the 3-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment. No, just here. Right here. Leng Menghan was stunned. As for the spiritual girl and the dual swords girl next to them, it doesn't matter. Thinking of this, Leng Menghan finally prepared herself mentally. She gritted her teeth and looked at Xiao Tong with a red face. Even though she was unruly, she didn't care about that just to save her life. Xiao Tong smiled. Xiao Tong. Close your eyes. A surprise? Leng Menghan smiled, nodding obediently, then closing his eyes. Xiao Tong watched Leng Menghan close his eyes. He nodded in satisfaction and walked aside. Leng Menghan hadn't felt Xiao Tong coming. Then she heard something being dragged on the wood, and she couldn't help but slightly narrow her eyes. She was immediately startled. Just open your eyes and stop pretending. Leng Menghan's face turned pale instantly. Damn you. You're going too far. Chapter 102, Absolutely Ruthless. Leng Menghan finally understood what Xiao Tong's surprise was. But this is really a surprise and not a shock. You fucking. She was frightened and started crying. It was the first time she felt scared. Could he not have this surprise? If possible, she wanted to give it away. Whoa, Xiao Tong, stop joking, I'm scared. She looked at Xiao Tong pitifully. It seems you're quite satisfied. You were so moved that you cried. Xiao Tong smiled. No, I can't. Please let me go, please. Leng Menghan retreated, crying madly. No more. Xiao Tong's face turned cold. As expected, you are still a fake Menghan. I'm a bitch. Xiao Tong, I beg you, I know I was wrong. Lou, I really know I was wrong. I admit that I was blinded by lard at the beginning. I shouldn't have hurt you. Leng Menghan collapsed and burst into tears. No, you're not wrong. How could you be wrong? Please spare my life. Please spare my life, Xiao Tong. Sniff. Leng Menghan cried and screamed, struggling madly. Bang. Xiao Tong threw away the wood in his hand. He just wanted to scare Leng Menghan, break her heart, and make her collapse. How could he be so perverted? He looked at Leng Menghan coldly. He thought of the moment when Leng Menghan pushed him down the tide of zombies, and the moment when Leng Menghan pushed his parents off the city wall and smashed them into pieces. He had begged for mercy, and he had hoped that Leng Menghan would show mercy and spare his parents' lives. But did Leng Menghan listen? Did he spare them? No. She was even smiling and being affectionate with Jiang Zhongquan when she pushed his parents down. Brush. With red eyes, he drew out his Mo Dao, and the sharp blade flashed with cold light. Hearing this voice, Leng Menghan's crying stopped abruptly. Seeing Xiao Tong holding the Mo Dao, she was frightened. Whoa, please don't, Xiao Tong, I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Please forgive me this time. I will never make the same mistake again. Leng Menghan, to be honest, I didn't hate you that much before. Although you kept a secret from me and did those things outside, I can only blame myself for being stupid and foolish enough to believe you. But which boy is smart from the beginning? We regard love as sacred from the beginning, even more important than our lives. In the end times, if you just want to save your life and turn to this loser, I won't blame you. After all, we all know that everyone will flee when disaster strikes. What's more, it's the end of the world. Anyone can do anything to survive. I don't blame you for leaving me. You have your own choice, and I can't force you. But you should never, ever try to harm me. Not only did you harm me, you also harmed my family. Do you know how much pain I felt when you pushed them off the wall and killed them? I hate myself. I hate my incompetence. I can't even protect my own family. Fortunately, God gave me a chance, and at that time I swore that I must kill you two dogs with my own hands. Listening to Xiao Tong's words, Leng Menghan was confused. She admitted that she pushed Xiao Tong off the city wall. But pushing Xiao Tong's parents off the city wall as well, what the hell is that? She wanted to explain. However, Xiao Tong walked over slowly with an mo Dao in his hand. His eyes were full of murderous intent and red, and it was obvious that he had the intention to kill. Leng Menghan is doomed to die. Seeing this scene, Leng Menghan was shocked. No, Xiao Tong, no, I beg you. Please spare my life. As long as you let me live, I will obey you in everything. Leng Menghan begged for mercy, but Xiao Tong seemed to have heard her and continued to walk over slowly. Leng Menghan was anxious. She cried out, Xiao Tong, I am willing, I am willing. Xiao Tong, I do. I promise you, don't kill me. She can do it. If you don't try, you will definitely die. But if you try, there's a chance of death, but there is also a certain chance of survival. And if it succeeds, let's fight. Leng Menghan gritted his teeth. Xiao Tong, Jiang Zhongquan, Xiaoji, spirited woman, the double blade girl. Everyone was stunned. Xiao Tong remained silent. He admitted that he spoke too loudly just now. Ruthless person, an absolutely ruthless man, an extremely ruthless man. They have lived for so long and have seen all kinds of ruthless people, but this is the most ruthless one. This can even be applied for the Guinness World Record. Looking at the motionless Leng Menghan, everyone thought that Leng Menghan was dead. Brush. Xiao Tong was stunned and put away Mo Dao. He decided not to kill her, but to spare her this time. Never mind. Since she's dead, forget it. I'll just send her whole family down to see her later. Chapter 103, Revenge. Xiao Tong was stunned. Everyone was stunned. Xiao Tong admitted again that he had spoken a little louder just now. As time went by, Stop. Xiao Tong, are you willing to spare my life? Willing. Xiao Tong took the lead. Facing such a ruthless person, he was afraid. Wow, that's great, Xiao Tong. From now on, I will only be good to you and you alone. From now on, I will only belong to you. Leng Menghan cried with joy. Xiao Tong was sweating profusely and waved his hands repeatedly. Forget it, I'm not worthy. Xiao Tong even felt a little inferior. Her face showed relief and joy at surviving the disaster. Finally, after paying so much, she was finally able to survive. As long as she could survive, all the efforts were worth it. Xiao Tong thrust the Mo Dao back and promised Leng Menghan that he would not kill her. Seeing this scene, Leng Menghan smiled again. But at this moment, she suddenly felt the sky darken, and then she felt a pain in her neck and lost consciousness. Hee. Xiao Ji spat out Leng Menghan's head with a look of disgust on his face. Not even dogs would eat this woman's head. Hearing Xiao Ji's words, Xiao Tong curled his lips. But after all, it is the corpse of a level 2 warrior, so it cannot be wasted. As soon as Xiao Tong gave an order, a group of zombies pounced forward. A few minutes later, the zombies dispersed, leaving only a pile of bones. The only difference between her and the others was that she didn't even have a brain to turn into a zombie, so she couldn't. Once she died, she was truly dead. Looking at Leng Menghan's body. Alas, I was thinking of torturing you and then killing you, but who knew that you would get the upper hand in the end? Xiao Tong sighed faintly. After killing Leng Menghan's entire family, do a good deed and bury them all together. I am such a good person. Xiao Tong couldn't help but sigh that there were too few young people in the 21st century who were as helpful as he was. After dealing with Leng Menghan, Xiao Tong looked directly at Jiang Zhongquan, watching the inhuman torture that Leng Menghan was suffering. He was already scared silly. When he saw the look Xiao Tong was giving him, he was immediately frightened. Xiao Tong, It was that bitch Leng Menghan who bewitched me to target you. Can you please let me go? My father is a high-ranking official at the Yinjing survivor base. As long as you let me go, I am willing to compensate you for everything, okay? Forget about the compensation, but you and Leng Menghan are so in love. You shouldn't watch her go on the road alone, right? Xiao Tong smiled. But in Jiang Zhongquan's eyes, this smile looked like a devil. No, 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 I don't want it, I don't want it, I don't want to die. Jiang Zhongquan shouted loudly, but Xiao Tong seemed not to hear him. It's okay if you don't want to die. I'll give you a chance. Do you want it? Xiao Tong rolled his eyes and then spoke. Jiang Zhongquan was stunned for a moment. Then he was ecstatic. Yes, 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 I want it. Well, very good. You also saw how brave Leng Menghan was just now. The elephant saw it and said it was wonderful. Since you have the courage to be his boyfriend, you should also have the courage to try the same thing as him, right? Whether you can survive depends on your performance. Jiang Zhongquan's face turned green instantly. She was so scared that her body was shaking. No, 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 I can't do it. I can't do it. I don't want to. Alas, I'm still too soft-hearted. I can't bear to watch it. Xiao Tong turned around. A scream was heard, and a few minutes later, Xiaoji's face instantly turned bitter. Master, he died, Xiaoji said helplessly. Xiao Tong was stunned for a moment. Then he sighed sadly. Alas, why couldn't you hold on? If you had held on, you might have survived. Forget it. Let's bury this piece of wood as well and build a cenotaph for him so that we can remember the location in the future and let his family come to accompany him. Alas, I am still too kind. After Leng Menghan and Jiang Zhongquan, the two people obsessed with life and death, finally died. Xiao Tong exhaled heavily and felt that his heart was much smoother and more comfortable. Thoughts become clearer. After, as long as Leng Menghan and Jiang Zhongquan's family members are sent to see the two, it will be a great merit. Then the next step is to work hard to develop, hiding while moving south, looking for his elder brother, Xiao Jiang, and his parents. Then work hard to evolve, find a place to build your own base, and then use the base as a stronghold to radiate to the surrounding areas. Xiao Tong suddenly hummed, and he found that after he had avenged his great hatred and his mind became clear, his strength had actually improved a little. Although he is still at level 4, he is much stronger than those who have just entered level 4. Now, when he meets a strong man who has just entered level 4, he is confident that he can crush him. After dealing with these two people, Xiao Tong turned his attention to the spiritual woman Wu Yin and the double sword woman Du Ying. Chapter 104. In a good mood. Wu Yin and Du Ying had been untied, but there were tens of thousands of zombies around them, and they had no intention of even thinking of escaping. They had just witnessed the miserable plight of Jiang Zhongquan and Leng Menghan. Now, when Xiao Tong's gaze shifted over, the two of them huddled together and trembled. When Xiao Tong saw the two of them, a smile appeared on his face. This dog, those two pieces of wood, and me. You choose one. Wu Yin and Du Ying were stunned for a moment. Their faces looked very ugly, and then they clenched their teeth tightly. We choose you. The two looked at each other, then spoke through gritted teeth. Then come over. Xiao Tong smiled and nodded. Some people are still relatively rational, and not everyone is as strong and capable as Leng Menghan. After killing Leng Menghan and Jiang Zhongquan, Xiao Tong finally resolved his hatred and became more clear-headed. Facing such high-quality beauties as the spiritual woman Wu Yin and the double-sword woman Du Ying, Xiao Tong did not think of showing mercy and letting them go. These two were now his captives. Life and death are all up to him, and he won't say he's a saint. The two girls are beautiful and have good figures. If he likes it, then accept it. I've been under a lot of pressure recently, so I might as well relax myself to avoid being too mentally depressed and causing harm to my development. Most importantly, now Xiao Tong's consciousness has been restored in all aspects. This kind of effect will probably only be achieved after surpassing the realm of Corpse King. After all, zombies have become another kind of life form different from humans. At this time, the bodies of Captain Wang and Ding Yu, who were brought by Xiao Tong's men, were also successfully infected and mutated into zombies. The two of them were already at the peak of level 1 when they just turned into zombies. Xiao Tong immediately branded the two men with spiritual marks and took control of them. Xiao Tong didn't know how far the two zombies mutated from human level 3 psychics could go in the future, but they would definitely go further than most of the zombies under Xiao Tong's current command. Even though there are more than a dozen level 3 zombies under his command. However, those who can truly reach the level of Corpse King are rare. Certainly, except for curing zombies. As long as the cured zombies follow the rules and survive, they will eventually become the Zombie King. The same goes for Xiao Tong. Both of them have their own paths. Next is Xiao Tong's only level 3 mutant beast, Xiaoji, which also has a great possibility of evolving to level 7. After all, Xiaoji is not an ordinary mutant dog. Not only does it have strong mental power, but it also possesses extremely high intelligence. Mental strength and wisdom are both necessary conditions for evolving into a Corpse King. As for the other zombies, the two special zombies, the Devourer and the Clairvoyant, have a higher chance of evolving into Zombie Kings. The next most common zombies are the Flame Man, Bone Spur, and Windblade. As for the Swifts and Defenders, they can only leave it to fate. These two types of zombies are the most common and numerous among all the special zombies, accounting for about 20 or nearly 200 million. But they're the least talented among all the zombies. In the previous life, among the 200 million Swifts and Defenders, only one Defender managed to evolve to the Corpse King realm. It is conceivable how low the probability of evolving into a Corpse King is. So Defenders and Swifts leave it to fate. At the beginning, some resources were allocated to Swift 1 and Defender 1 because these two zombies were the earliest veterans to follow Xiao Tong. When they reached level 4 and 5, Xiao Tong could still take care of them. But when they reach level 6, if they don't perform well, Xiao Tong can only pour resources into other zombies. He is alone and will not simply belong to the zombie camp in the future. As a zombie, he is also a natural enemy of humans. Therefore, he was destined to become the third largest force between humans and zombies. As for mutant beasts, he did not think too much about them. Because the mutant beasts are so numerous, they are generally stronger than zombies and humans in the early stages due to their physical bodies and hunting instincts. However, the mutant beasts have a fatal flaw, which is their low intelligence. This also resulted in the fact that although the number of mutant beasts was extremely large, the number of Beast Kings was the smallest. There are more than 10 level 7 warriors among both zombies and humans. Moreover, some of the extremely talented ones have the potential to become level 8 emperors or even level 9 emperors. However, among the huge number of mutant beasts, there are only 6 level 7 strong ones, which is half less than the number of zombies in human camps. Xiao Tong stayed in Guiyuan for another 3 days, allowing the entire group of corpses to rest for 3 days. Now that Xiao Tong has achieved his revenge, he has also conquered the zombies he had always wanted to heal and got 2 beauties for free. Xiao Tong is in a much better mood. By the afternoon of the 3rd day, Flame 1 and Defender 1 also came with 2 other armies to join them. The 2 zombies brought a total of more than 3,000 second-level zombie crystal cores, nearly 10,000 first-level zombie crystal cores, and even a 3rd-level zombie crystal core. This level 3 zombie was killed by Lion number 1. Xiao Tong didn't know how Lion killed this level 3 zombie, but it was an unexpected surprise to get a level 3 crystal core. 3,000 level 2 crystal cores. Xiao Tong directly gave 1,000 to the healer. 500 zombie lords. The remaining 1,500 were divided among a dozen other level 3 zombies and mutant dogs. 10,000 first-level crystal cores. 2,000 were healed. The other 3rd-level zombies and mutant dogs get 500 each, and the rest are given to the peak 2nd-level zombies. Xiao Tong is now a level 4 expert. The level 1 crystal core has almost no effect on him, and a level 2 crystal core has little effect on him. Only the 3rd-level crystal core was barely effective, so he had no plans to divide it into 1st and 2nd-level crystal cores. As for why so many resources are allocated to healers, it is because of their characteristics and talents. The healer is only level 3 now, but its healing ability is already terrifying. Xiao Tong is looking forward to the time when the healer evolves to level 4. At that time, Xiao Tong's life would be more secure. What's more, the healer will definitely be able to become the Zombie King, so this advanced investment is worth it. Chapter 105 Heading South, Chun Bei's Survivor Base. 3 days later, after all the crystal cores were consumed, the strength of the zombies under Xiao Tong was slightly improved again. A lot of level 2 zombies were added, and many level 2 zombies were already at the peak of level 2 and would soon be promoted to level 3. Xiaoji, Xiao Tong shouted. Wolf Master, I'm here. Within 3 seconds after hearing Xiao Tong's voice, Xiao Ji's huge figure appeared in front of Xiao Tong. At this time, Xiaoji's height was close to 1.5 meters, and his length was close to 5 meters. He looked extremely oppressive, and the black lines on his body became more and more obvious, making him look extremely mysterious. But when the camera turned to Xiaoji's flattering and vulgar face, Xiao Tong shook his head helplessly. Xiaoji, you and Swift 1 and 2 immediately gather all the pups and a group of Swifts to go south and spread out around the aristocratic manor to look for a larger-scale corpse tide. Also remember to pay attention to the surrounding human survivor bases. Woof, got it, master. Xiaoji nodded, then turned around and led all the dogs south. Among these dogs, Xiaoji is a level 3 mutant beast, and the remaining 100 or so dogs are all level 3 as well. And there are even a few that have reached the peak of level 2 and can break through to level 3 at any time. With such a powerful camp, plus Swift 1 and 2, there is no zombie horde on the road that could pose a threat to them. As for the human survivor bases, except for the Imperial Capital survivor base and the 4 major survivor bases in the southeast, northwest, and northeast, which have missiles and other large-scale lethal weapons that can be used against the team led by Xiaoji, the other survivor bases are not worth mentioning at all. Soon, Xiaoji and Swift number 1 and number 2 led more than 100 mutant beasts, 1,000 level 2 zombies, 2,000 level 1 zombies, and 10,000 level 0 zombies all the way south. Xiao Tong followed with the remaining zombies. At this time, in Shijiazhuang, in a meeting room at the Dongyangwang survivor base, a small survivor base dozens of kilometers away from the Shijiazhuang survivor base, a quarrel was heard. Chunbei, why did you refuse the Shijiazhuang survivor base's recruitment? You should know that if a small-scale base like ours encounters a slightly larger zombie tide, it will no longer exist. Only by relying on the Shijiazhuang base can we have hope and a way out. Yes, and now there are level 3 zombies. The 2 level 2 warriors in our base alone cannot resist the level 3 zombies. The Shijiazhuang base has already produced a level 3 expert, and only that place is safe. Everyone glared at Chun Bei, the number 1 leader of the East Sunshine survivor base. Are you done yet? At this moment, a cold voice sounded. The sound in the entire base suddenly stopped. Chun Bei looked up at the person in the front, Chun Peng, the second leader of Dongyangwang, and one of the 2 second-level strongmen in the entire Dongyangwang base. Facing Chun Bei's gaze, Chun Peng's face looked a little ugly. Chun Bei, although you are the leader of the base, you also have to listen to the opinions of all of us, right? We just want to survive. Want to survive? Well, the gate of East Sunshine is always open. Anyone who wants to go to the Shijiazhuang base can leave at any time. But don't even think about taking any of the resources here. Chen Bai Spulka. Chen Peng's face turned angry. Why? We are all part of the base. Why? Because I founded the East Sunshine base, because I saved your lives, and because of the Tang's sword in my hand. Chun Bei's face became more and more indifferent, and the aura of a level 2 expert suddenly emanated from him, enveloping everyone with that cold aura. The strong smell of blood on the Tang sword made Chun Peng and others tremble in their hearts. You know, this Tang sword just killed 2 level 2 zombies yesterday. Although Chun Peng is also a level 2 warrior, his combat power is much worse than Chun Bei's. What's more, Chun Bei has a Tang sword in his hand, which can be called a magic weapon. If a real fight came to pass, they would be no match for Chun Bei. Thinking of this, Chun Peng couldn't help but sneered. Okay, we don't want any of the resources in a base. You just guard these resources and wait for death. After saying that, Chun Peng turned around and looked at everyone. If you want to leave the East Sunshine base and go to the Shijiazhuang base with me, follow me. Those who want to stay and die with the leader can stay. After hearing Chun Peng's words, the psychics who joined the East Sunshine base with Chun Peng immediately followed him, and the others also began to waver. Seeing this scene, Chun Peng's eyes flickered, and then he said, everyone knows that level 3 zombies have appeared on Blue Star. The current Dongyangwang base is simply unable to stop the level 3 zombies. As long as 1 level 3 zombie appears here, the Dongyangwang base will end up being destroyed. As the first survivor base in Beha, Shijiazhuang base already has level 3 experts. Only such a survivor base can protect our safety. What's more, Daxiao's 5 major bases will send supplies to the provincial bases from time to time. There, we will have enough food and clothing, and we don't have to worry about our lives. You can consider it for yourself. After saying that, Chun Peng walked out with a few superpowers. After hearing what Chun Peng said, more people gritted their teeth, turned around, and followed Chun Peng out. Seeing that most of the superpowers had left, Dong Jiao behind Chun Bei couldn't help but speak angrily. These ungrateful bastards, if the leader hadn't saved them, they would have died long ago. How could they have become superpowers? Yeah, these bastards, bah. Sure, Pingzi spat angrily, and his delicate face turned red with anger. Sure, Chung, Sai Fei and Duan Hua beside him also had angry expressions on their faces. Li Jiao, who was at the back, had a conflicted look on his face. Finally, he gritted his teeth and took a step forward. I saw Li Jiao actually followed him out. Dong Jiao and the others' faces turned pale. Dong Jiao gritted her teeth and said, Li Jiao, stop right there. Are you going to betray the leader too? Sure, Pingzi glared at Li Jiao as well. A complicated look flashed across Li Jiao's face, and he finally gritted his teeth and said, Dong Jiao and everyone else, I don't want to betray the leader, and I haven't betrayed the leader. I just want to survive. Chen Peng is right. Level 3 zombies have appeared on Blue Star. The only safe base nearby is Shijiazhuang. If you stay here, you will die. We fought so hard to escape from the imperial capital. I don't want to die here. You're talking nonsense. Don't you know the filthiness of the Shijiazhuang base? We just couldn't stand that filthiness and set up our own company, the Dongyangwang base. Okay, Dong Jiao, put away your hypocrisy. There are indeed some dirty things in the aristocratic manner, but this is the end of the world. The fittest will survive and the weak will be eliminated. If you want to survive, you have to pay the price. What's more, I am a superpower. I'm not like those ordinary people. Chapter 106, a huge wave of zombies and everyone in despair. You. Dong Jiao's face was full of anger. Okay, Dong Jiao, stop talking. Everyone has their own choices, and Li Jiao is not wrong. He just wants to survive. Dong Jiao wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Chun Bei. Li Jiao gave Chun Bei a complicated look, then turned and left. Soon, most of the psychics and humans in the entire base chose to leave with Chun Peng, and in an instant, only more than 1,000 people were left. Looking at the empty base, Dong Jiao looked lost. Okay, don't be sad. It's a good thing that so many people have left the base. At least we don't have to risk our lives to look for resources in the near future. Chun Bei looked at Dong Jiao and comforted her. But, Chief, forget about Chun Peng and his superpowers. If these ordinary people go to the Shijiazhuang base, Dong Jiao's face was full of pity. Okay, that's their choice. Dong Jiao, Li Jiao is half right. This is the end of the world. You are a little too kind. Chun Bei interrupted Dong Jiao. Dong Jiao was stunned for a moment, then fell into deep thought. On the other side, 1 kilometer away from the Dongyangwang base, Chun Peng and others looked at the Dongyangwang base at the end of their sight from afar with gloomy faces, but the next moment, a sneer suddenly appeared on his face. Huang Rong, Chun Peng shouted. Brother, a man came up immediately. I remember correctly, there's a zombie tide of tens of thousands nearby, right? There are quite a few level 2 zombies among them. Yes, big brother. To be exact, there are 7 level 2 zombies. They are in Ziddingtown, not far away. Take some experts who have awakened their speed abilities and lure this zombie tide away. Chun Peng spoke coldly. Huang Rong and the others were shocked. You know, although they left the East Sunshine base, they were all saved by Chun Bei. Now, Chun Peng asked people to attract the zombies, especially Li Jiao. His face was full of pity. Brother, Dongyangwang is a place we have stayed in after all. Isn't this a bit cruel? Cruel. Chun Peng's mouth curled up into a smile. This is indeed a bit cruel, but who let Chun Bei occupy the resources that belong to us? If we take the resources of East Sunshine to the Shijiazhuang base, we will definitely be reused by the Shijiazhuang base. At that time, we will at least be able to obtain the status of second-class people. Now you think I'm cruel. Do you want to become inferior people and live in a slum like a pigsty with ordinary people? After hearing Chun Peng's words, Li Jiao opened his mouth, then stopped talking. The others also fell silent again. Soon, Huang Rong left with a group of people who had awakened their speed abilities, and Li Jiao was one of them. On the other side, as time went by, Xiaoji and Swift 1 and 2 led the mutant beasts and the zombies all the way south. After finding the locations of the zombies one by one, the small zombies were directly strangled by them. The large group of zombies will mark their locations and leave them for the large troops behind. Xiao Tong led a large army, heading south along the Tianli Expressway and Shibu Expressway, slowly approaching the Shijiazhuang city. Xiao Tong's route was to go south from Beihe and Nanhe, pass through Beihu and head straight to Shijiang, first meet up with his eldest brother, then cross Nanhu and go to Yunnan and Guizhou to reunite with his family. Keep clearing out the zombies along the way and improve your strength. At this time, dozens of kilometers away from the survivor base in Shijiazhuang, a team of psychics were hunting zombies and searching for crystal cores in tacit cooperation. But at this moment, a person with special abilities suddenly stood up and pretended to listen. The next moment, his face was filled with fear. A large group of zombies is approaching. Hearing his words, the others immediately stopped what they were doing, their faces filled with horror. But someone still spoke up. "Lowly, did you hear wrongly? Most of the zombies around here have been cleared out by the strong men in the base. There is no possibility of a large-scale zombie swarm for the time being." "No, that's right. Hurry up, hurry up. The scale of this zombie swarm is too terrifying." After saying that, Lowly got into a car without waiting for others to react and fled. Seeing Lowly fleeing in panic, the rest of the people realized the seriousness of the matter. Lowly awakened a special ability similar to clairaudience and could hear the movements of the zombies from several kilometers away. It was also because of Lowly that their team avoided the danger of destruction time and time again. The team immediately turned around and fled. At this time, the direction of the east sun, a group of people escaped from the zombie horde in a dusty state, with tens of thousands of zombies following behind them. Everyone's face was filled with fatigue as they ran away while absorbing the energy of the crystal core. Behind the zombie tide, dozens of people followed, constantly killing the zombies that were fleeing in front of them and picking up the zombie crystal cores that they had no time to search for. Haha, Chun Bei and his friends are really kind people. They don't want such a precious crystal core and give it to us for free. Huang Rong touched the bulging crystal core around his waist with a smile on his face. Hearing Huang Rong's words, everyone smiled. Li Jiao touched the crystal core in his pocket and felt very excited. Although most of these crystal cores had to be handed over to the base, the remaining ones were almost enough for him to make further progress. As long as he breaks through to level 2, he will be able to obtain more resources and a higher status. Chunbei, Dongjiao, don't blame me for being cruel. Blame it on you for not knowing what's good for you and for having to go against the base. Li Jiao smiled. At this moment, another scream was heard in front of the zombies. A level 1 psychic was caught up by a level 2 swifter behind him and instantly became food for the zombies. This damn swift. Seeing this scene, Chun Bei and others couldn't help but feel angry. There are 7 level 2 zombies in the group of corpses behind him. When he broke through, Chun Bei took the risk to kill one. Among the remaining 6 level 2 zombies, the swift one is the most disgusting. It seemed to know that Chun Bei was not easy to deal with, so it kept following at a moderate pace, constantly consuming the physical strength of Chun Bei and others and killing the exhausted psychics. Hundreds of people have been killed by it in the past few days. Every time Chun Bei and others stopped and wanted to kill it, it immediately retreated and merged into the huge tide of zombies. Everyone, hold on a little longer. The Yuanshu County base is just ahead. Once we get there, we'll be saved. Chunbei encouraged everyone. With the hope of survival, the people who were almost exhausted once again gained strength and ran quickly towards the distance. But at this moment, they slowly stopped, then opened their mouths and looked at the end of their sight, their eyes full of fear. In the distance, a huge group of zombies was approaching rapidly. The densely packed figures made Chun Bei and others feel their scalps tingling. Chapter 107 Reunion with Chun Bei. Damn it! How could there be such a large-scale tide of corpses near Shijiazhuang? It looks like we're going to die here today. With such a huge zombie tide, there must be level 3 zombies. We can't escape it all. I'm not going to run anymore. I've been running for so many days. I'm so tired. I'm going to die. When seeing this huge tide of corpses, all hope of life is immediately shattered. Behind them was a tide of tens of thousands of zombies, and in front of them was an even larger tide of zombies. They were trapped in the middle and had no hope of survival at all. The moment their tense minds relaxed, some of them could not hold on any longer and sat down on the ground. Chunbei's face was also full of bitterness. "Xiao Tong, I might have to come see you." At the beginning, Xiao Tong wrote him a note telling him that he was fine and asked him to seize the opportunity and go south, but he felt that Xiao Tong was comforting him. After all, under the circumstances at that time, there was no possibility of survival. In this situation, there is no possibility of survival for him. He gave up. Soon, The tide of zombies behind and the huge tide of zombies in front of them came towards Chunbei and others at the same time. Chun Peng, Li Jiao, and others behind the tens of thousands of zombies also discovered the huge tide of zombies. The densely packed zombies made many people gasp for air, and a chill rushed from the coccyx to the top of the head. Oh my god, such a huge zombie tide. At least 100,000, right? But soon, they smiled again. In this way, Chun Bei and others will have no chance to survive, right? It's what they deserve. Who made them so stubborn? Now they have no choice but to die. Huang Rong turned to look at Chun Peng and said, "Brother, let's retreat. There must be level 3 zombies in such a huge zombie tide. We will only be safe if we return to the base." Hearing Huang Rong's words, everyone nodded immediately. Chun Peng stared at Chun Bei and the others in the middle of the zombies, and a smile slowly appeared on his lips. "What are you afraid of? We are so far away. Even a level 2 swift zombie can't catch up with us. It would be a shame to leave now, when we have such a great show to enjoy. Also, Chun Bei is so talented, I can only feel at ease if I see him die with my own eyes." After hearing Chun Peng's words, everyone was stunned for a moment, then slowly nodded, and then found a building and watched from afar Chun Bei and others who were slowly surrounded by 2 waves of zombies. Woof! Woof! Several rapid dog barkings were heard. Chun Bei and others looked up and saw a group of mutant dogs running towards them in front of the huge tide of corpses. When seeing this group of mutant dogs, Chun Bei and others couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. It turned out that this group of mutant dogs were all at least level 2, and the first few huge monsters that were over 5 meters long were filled with the aura of level 3. These mutant dogs bared their teeth. Their eyes were full of ferocity. Yellow saliva flowed from the corners of their mouths, and there were pieces of meat hanging between their hideous teeth. Behind a mutant dog, a huge army of zombies was approaching rapidly. At this time, in the center of the zombie army, Xiao Tong was riding on the back of a mutant dog that was more than 6 meters tall. He was surrounded by level 3 zombies in front, behind, and on both sides. The double-knife girl Du Ying and the spiritual girl Yin were also mixed in with the zombies. The 2 of them looked at Xiao Tong on the mutant dog's back from time to time, their eyes full of complexity. Ever since the last time the Major General escaped, and they were captured by Xiao Tong and chose to surrender to him, they had a deeper understanding of Xiao Tong, and at the same time, they were increasingly frightened. In addition to Xiao Tong's wisdom, which is no different from that of humans, there's also Xiao Tong's powerful strength and the growing tide of zombies under Xiao Tong's command. Now, except for the 5 major survivor bases, other survivor bases may be unable to stop the zombie tide led by Xiao Tong. At this time, Xiao Tong was riding on Xiao Ji's back, looking at the hundreds of figures in front of him and the tens of thousands of corpses behind him, with no fluctuations on his face. He does not actively attack humans, but if humans stand in the way of his zombie army, he doesn't mind providing them with a snack. But as the distance got closer, when he saw a few figures in front of the crowd, his pupils shrank suddenly. Chun Bei, all zombies and mutants, do not harm these humans. Avoid them and kill the zombies ahead. Xiao Tong immediately gave the order. After receiving Xiao Tong's order, the huge zombie army suddenly split up in the middle when it was about to contact Chun Bei and others. Then Chun Bei and others launched an attack on the tide of zombies in front from both wings. Xiao Ji also ordered all his men to stop and surrounded Chun Bei and others, constantly tearing apart the uncontrollable zombies that wanted to attack Chun Bei and others. Chun Bei and the others were ready to die, but the next moment, they saw that the huge group of zombies seemed not to see them. Not only did they not attack them, but they also helped them to stop the group of zombies behind them. There are also these mutant dogs that constantly tear apart the zombies that occasionally attack them, as if they are protecting them. Chun Bei was confused, and Dong Jiao and others were also confused. A few kilometers away, Chun Peng, Li Jiao, and others who were preparing to watch the show were all confused. Those zombies! Why did those zombies avoid Chun Bei and his group? Fuck, could it be that these zombies have switched to being vegetarians? Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. I must be dazzled. Why do those mutant dogs seem to be protecting them? Chun Peng and others exclaimed in disbelief. At this time, Chun Bei and others were also confused and at a loss. At this moment, the mutant dogs that surrounded them stood to both sides and soon formed a wide path. Chun Bei and others looked up and saw a huge monster over 5 meters tall walking towards them step by step. This is actually a peak level 3 mutant dog. There are actually more than a dozen level 3 zombies surrounding this mutant dog like loyal guards. This, when seeing so many level 3 zombies, Chunbei and others couldn't help but take a breath again. Their hearts were shocked. And when they looked up and saw the figure on the back of the 3rd level peak mutant dog, they felt as if their scalps could not help but explode, and a chill rushed from the coccyx to the top of their heads. With a level 3 peak mutant dog as a mount and a dozen level 3 zombies surrounding and protecting it, how terrifying would this zombie be? Chunbei and others had bitter smiles on their faces. At this moment, the 3rd level peak mutant dog slowly crawled, and the figure on its back jumped off its back and then walked straight towards Chunbei and others. Xiao Tong's action instantly caused a commotion. Everyone desperately moved backwards, looking at Xiao Tong with fear in their eyes. Chunbei, Dong Jiao, and others also felt their legs going weak, but they still stood in front. Xiao Tong stood 5 meters away from Chunbei and others, looking at them with complicated eyes. Chunbei also looked up at Xiao Tong. When he saw Xiao Tong's face clearly, Chunbei was struck by lightning. His body kept shaking. He was shocked and lost his voice. Xiao Tong. Chapter 108 Siege of the Human Base. Hearing Chunbei's words, Dong Jiao and others were shocked and looked towards Xiao Tong quickly. When they saw that Xiao Tong's appearance had recovered to the 6th level, they immediately recognized Xiao Tong. It's really Xiao Tong. He's really Xiao Tong. Dong Jiao and others were extremely excited, and tears even welled up in Chunbei's eyes. Xiao Tong. Chunbei's body was shaking, his eyes were blurred by tears, and he staggered toward Xiao Tong. Woo! Seeing Chunbei approaching, Xiao Ji subconsciously bared his teeth and made threatening whimpers. Xiao Tong waved at Xiao Ji, and Xiao Ji immediately put away his teeth and became extremely docile. Chunbei walked toward Xiao Tong, reached out and gently stroked Xiao Tong's face, tears sliding down his cheeks. Xiao Tong, is it really you? Xiao Tong was also deeply touched and nodded slightly. Seeing Xiao Tong nod, Chunbei and the others were shocked again, and then they were overjoyed. Xiao Tong, can you understand what I'm saying? Are you still conscious? Xiao Tong nodded again. Wow. Chunbei saw Xiao Tong nod again. After a moment of silence, he burst into tears. No one knew how sad he was when he watched Chunbei being pushed into the tide of zombies. No one knew how much he paid to get Dong Jiao and others out of the siege. He only knew that without Xiao Tong, he could only rely on himself. Today he had already accepted his fate and given up hope of living, but he never expected to meet Xiao Tong again here. After more than 10 minutes, Chunbei temporarily controlled his emotions and began to talk to each other. When they learned that Chunbei had turned a disaster into a blessing and actually gained the ability to control zombies, Chunbei, Dong Jiao, and others were stunned. Chunbei also told Xiao Tong about his experiences during this period. At the same time, he also told Xiao Tong about the dirty things happening at the Shijiazhuang base. When we first fled to Shijiazhuang, we did think about joining the Shijiazhuang base, but the Shijiazhuang base was extremely dirty. The rich and powerful hold power, and the supernatural become their tools. Ordinary people become slaves, living a life worse than death. They even make ordinary people eat people. At the end of his speech, Chunbei's eyes turned red and his body was shaking. Xiao Tong raised his hand and gently patted Chunbei's shoulder to express his comfort. Chunbei took a deep breath and continued, "So I refused to join the survivor base. Some of the supernatural beings in the base wanted to join the survivors' base in Shijiazhuang. I couldn't stop them from leaving, but I also didn't let them take any supplies with them. Who knew that these people would hold a grudge and lead a wave of zombies to attack the East Sunshine base? We fled all the way and ended up here." Hearing Chunbei's words, Xiao Tong just frowned slightly and then regained his composure. Xiao Tong had witnessed too much of the cruelty that Chunbei described in his previous life. When order collapsed and the law lost its effect, the law of survival in the jungle would prevail, with endless challenges and survival of the fittest. At the same time, those who possess great power will dominate the fate of weak humans. He was already used to people eating people. While Chunbei and Xiao Tong were talking to each other, Chun Peng and others a few kilometers away were stunned, staring blankly at Chunbei, who was sitting with Xiao Tong. He looked at Chunbei and Xiao Tong, and a voice in his heart kept telling him that there must be a big secret between Xiao Tong and Chunbei. No, I must go back quickly and report this to the base. Who knows, my great opportunity may come. Chun Peng could no longer suppress his inner impulse and hurriedly turned around and left with the others, heading towards the Shijiazhuang base. Not long after Chun Peng and others left, the huge tide of zombies behind them set off again, and their direction was exactly the survivor base of Shijiazhuang. Xiao Tong had previously been living in peace with the human survivor base because he did not want to confront the human camp too early. After all, the apocalypse has just begun, and the thermal weapons of a human survivor's base can deal a fatal blow to him, so the best way is to survive. But now that the Shijiazhuang survivor base has attacked Shenbei, he doesn't mind destroying the Shijiazhuang survivor base. Then let his men tear those damn scum into pieces. The survivor base of Shijiazhuang. When Lao Li and others fled back to the base, they reported that a huge tide of more than 100,000 zombies were approaching the base, and the entire Shijiazhuang survivor base was immediately shaken. The armed forces in the base immediately began to deploy, and all the psychics also stood on the city walls. Not long after, Chun Peng and others also rushed back to the base. What? You said that someone is communicating with zombies? Zombies have human intelligence. When they heard the report from Chun Peng and others, the senior officials in the base widened their eyes. Chief, this group of zombies could be the same group of zombies that attacked the Imperial Capital Survivor Base. The Eagle Squad sent out by the Imperial Capital Survivor Base reported back the rumor that zombies have intelligence. Suddenly, a senior executive spoke up. Hearing this person's words, the others immediately remembered this incident. The pot-bellied leader on the main seat frowned and said, "But as far as I know, the zombies at that time were hit by a saturation attack from missiles from the survivor base in the Imperial Capital." The Imperial Capital Survivor Base also announced that the zombie horde had been wiped out by them. How could the zombies that have been eliminated still appear in Shijiazhuang? After hearing the leader's words, the others nodded in agreement. But Chief, I am not wrong. The chief of the East Sunshine Base really had a conversation with the zombie leader. There must be a huge secret in it, as long as we study it in depth. Chun Peng spoke anxiously. Okay, no matter whether the zombie leader is intelligent or not, as long as it doesn't actively attack the base, it has nothing to do with us. Finally, the leader of the Shijiazhuang base waved his hand, and the decision was final. Chun Peng opened his mouth, but had no choice but to shut it. Chief, it's bad. The zombie horde is heading towards the base. Just then, a figure rushed into the meeting room with a panic-stricken look on his face. What? After hearing this man's words, the faces of the senior executives in the conference room also became flustered. Everyone left the meeting room and climbed up the city wall. When they saw the dense swarms of zombies in the distance, everyone couldn't help but feel their scalps tingling. Let alone hundreds of thousands, tens of thousands of people standing up would already look crowded, let alone a few 100,000. Everyone, be alert and prepare for battle. The base leader took a deep breath after taking a breath, and then gave the order to prepare for battle. In the tide of zombies at this moment, Xiao Tong rode on Xiao Ji's body, looking coldly at the survivor base of Shijiazhuang in front of him. When he saw the superpowers and armed forces standing ready on the walls of Shijiazhuang base, he raised his hand slightly. The next moment, the Bonethorn Squad, Windblade Squad, Fire Squad, Rock Squad, and Defender Squad formed into squares and moved forward slowly. Fire! When the zombie army was more than 300 meters away, the leader gave an order and fierce gunfire rang out instantly. Chapter 109 Level 3 Zombies Attack. Defender Squad, Rock Squad, defend. Xiao Tong's roar resounded like thunder on the battlefield. In an instant, the Defender Squad and the Rock Squad rushed to the front line of the zombie tide like arrows from a bow. The zombies of the Rock team moved in unison, raising their arms like indestructible shields, and each rock shone with a resolute light. The defenders were equally unyielding, raising their sturdy arms covered with stratum corneum. The people on the city wall witnessed this thrilling scene. Their pupils suddenly shrank, and their faces were full of disbelief. Shocked voices rang out among the crowd. Impossible! How can these beasts be so smart and even know how to fight with special forces? Fear and doubt intertwined in their hearts. At this time, the distance between the zombie tide and the survivors' base had narrowed to 200 meters. The Bonespur zombie squad received Xiao Tong's order. They immediately raised their hands and pointed their sharp bone spurs at the enemy in front of them at a 45-degree angle. Each bone spur flashed with cold light, as if telling of the threat of death. The next moment, there was a whooshing sound, and sharp bone spikes pierced the sky like sharp arrows and fell at an alarming speed. They were like a dense bone rain, ruthlessly covering the walls of the human base. Puff, puff, puff. Immediately afterwards, these bone spurs rained down on the people on the city wall. Some bone spurs directly pierced through people's bodies, and blood splattered in an instant. Others penetrated deeply into the city wall, as if they were going to tear apart this solid defense line. Be careful to dodge. Be careful to dodge. Someone shouted at the top of his lungs. Everyone woke up from their dream and began to dodge in panic. Their eyes widened, their faces full of fear, their steps staggered, and they tried to find a safe shelter. Some people managed to dodge in time, while others were unfortunately hit by bone spurs and screamed in pain. In this thrilling scene, fear and despair enveloped everyone. They realized that the threat of death was so close and life became so fragile at this moment. Suddenly, a powerful shock wave hit, knocking some of the bone spurs away. It turned out that the psychics inside the city wall had launched an attack, and they used various tricks to temporarily resist the attack of the bone spurs. However, the situation remains grim. The bone spur zombies are approaching, and the survivor base is still facing tremendous pressure. The human base was surrounded by the zombie army, including the defenders and swifts led by Xiao Tong. Those rushing in the front are basically level 0 zombies. These zombies have distorted faces and emit a foul stench. There's a strange light flashing in their eyes and disgusting saliva dripping from their mouths. Looking at the endless tide of zombies, Base Gao Chao on the city wall turned extremely pale. Oh my god, such a huge zombie tide has gathered in just a few months. Is there really any hope for humanity to survive? On the battlefield, corpses piled up and blood dyed the land red. The attacks of the superpowers were as fierce as a storm, and the zombies continued to attack the defense line of the base with their advantages in numbers and speed. Soon, the defenders and rock zombies rushed to the city wall, hammering the wall and the gate frantically. Every impact was accompanied by the twisting of the metal and the collapse of the wall. The human base was crumbling under the siege of the zombies. Heavy weapons attack. The leader of the Shijiazhuang base roared with his eyes wide open. His eyes were filled with anger and determination, as if he wanted to tear the zombies in front of him to pieces. Da-da-da. Boom. The next moment, the heavy machine guns spewed out flames, and the rocket launchers made earth-shaking explosions. Bullets and shells poured down like raindrops, carrying the fear and despair of the base soldiers, and smashed into the zombies fiercely. In an instant, the level 0 zombies in front fell down one after another. Their bodies were smashed to pieces. The level 1 and level 2 zombies also suffered heavy casualties in this fierce attack, and they wailed in pain. Flame Squad, Windblade Squad, engage in battle immediately. On the battlefield filled with zombies, Xiao Tong's shouts were like thunder. He sat on Xiao Ji's back and commanded the Bone Spur Zombie Squad, the Flame Zombie Squad, and the Windblade Zombie Squad to fight. The next moment, the 3 teams that received the order launched the attack at the same time. The sound of swishing was heard, and the overwhelming bone spurs shot towards the top of the city like raindrops. Flames that were more than 10 meters long rose into the air like fire dragons, pouncing on the enemy with bared fangs and claws. The extremely sharp wind blades whistled in the air, flashing cold light as if to tear everything apart. The humans on the city wall witnessed this scene. Their pupils suddenly contracted, and their eyes were filled with fear of death and despair for the future. All people with special abilities take action immediately. The leader of the Shijiazhuang base roared at the top of his lungs, his eyes filled with anger. The next moment, the superpowers used their abilities one after another. Some of them suddenly swelled up, and their skin shone with a metallic luster. He gritted his teeth, raised his arms high, and blocked in front of him. Sharp bone spurs came like a rainstorm, piercing his body, making tinkling sounds, and then fell powerlessly. The water-based superpowers tried their best to release a large water curtain to try to resist the raging flames released by the fire zombie team. But their efforts were just a drop in the bucket. The fire became more and more fierce, and the water curtain gradually broke under the impact of the flames. Most of these psychics were weak, with the majority being level 1, less than 200 level 2, and even fewer level 3. Facing the enemy's powerful attack, their resistance seemed so powerless. Soon, bone spurs, flames, and wind blades swept in like a violent storm, causing huge casualties to the humans on the wall. People screamed in terror and fled in all directions, looking for a ray of hope. Blood stained the city walls red, and the shadow of death loomed over everyone. The psychics witnessed the miserable plight of these people, their hearts filled with grief and helplessness. Soon, zombies and human corpses began to pile up onto the city wall. As the pile of corpses grew higher, zombies occasionally used the pile of corpses to rush up the city wall, but they were soon killed by the human supernatural beings on the city wall. Xiao Tong in the distance watched this scene coldly, and then said calmly, "Swift 1 and 2, you personally lead the level 2 zombies to take down the city wall for me." Roar! As soon as Xiao Tong's voice fell, Swift 1 and 2 immediately led 500 level 2 zombies and rushed toward the city wall. It's a level 3 zombie. A level 3 zombie is coming. When Swift 1 and Swift 2 appeared, they instantly caused panic in the human camp. Swift 1 and Swift 2 quickly rushed to the bottom of the city wall. The two level 3 zombies stepped on the pile of corpses in the corner, and with the help of their super strong elasticity, they easily jumped onto the city wall. The two zombies wielded their sharp swords and slashed continuously, cutting the psychics in half one by one. Chapter 110. The base of Shijiazhuang fell, moral kidnapping. Don't be afraid. We also have level 3 experts. The leader of the Shijiazhuang base loudly comforted the troops. He waved his arm, and the two level 3 human warriors behind him instantly emitted a powerful pressure. The two people, one man and one woman, had the strong man standing in the front. The moment he ran towards the city wall, his body expanded rapidly like the Hulk, and in the blink of an eye he became a giant over 4 meters tall. With eyes wide open, he rushed to the edge of the city wall. "Go to hell!" The giant mutant roared, smashing a level 2 zombie that was blocking his way to pieces with one punch. He then rushed towards Swift 1, and his huge fist, filled with endless anger, hit the mutant fiercely. With a swish, the Swift 1's figure was as graceful as a ghost, and he easily jumped away from the attack of the giant psychic. At the same time, the other two level 3 strong men also rushed over like a gust of wind. The other male superpower had a determined look in his eyes. He stood up straight, then suddenly raised his hands and leaned back, as if trying to break free from the constraints of gravity. He opened his hands to the extreme, reaching an astonishing 180 degrees, and then, using all his strength, he slammed forward fiercely. Boom! A loud noise was deafening, like thunder. In an instant, a sonic boom exploded from between his hands with overwhelming force. This sonic boom was like an indestructible sword. Wherever it passed, the wind and clouds surged, and everything was torn apart. Zombies below level 3 had no resistance in front of this powerful force, and instantly turned into slag and disappeared. At the same time, the female superpower on the other side was not to be outdone. The moment she raised her hand, ice cones appeared like phantoms. These ice cones were cold and sharp, with a biting chill, whistling like meteors and rushing towards Swift number 2. The Swift number 2, which was killing people in great numbers, sensed the approach of danger and swiftly rolled over to avoid the attack of the ice cones. However, before it could catch its breath, more ice cones came roaring in like a violent storm. Swift 2 dodged left and right, but the ice cones were as dense as raindrops. It was ultimately unable to avoid them completely and was pierced by 2 ice cones, with blood oozing out of them. With the powerful attack of the 3 level 3 warriors from the survivor base, the zombie tide's attack momentum was like a giant knocked down by a heavy punch, and it instantly sagged. The 2 level 3 zombies were in danger and in a miserable state under the siege of 3 people. Seeing this, the psychics and ordinary people in the base breathed a sigh of relief, and smiles appeared on their faces again. As long as a level 3 expert is here, we are safe. Yes, even if it's a level 3 zombie. Won't it still be crushed by our strong men? It's just a small zombie, nothing to be afraid of. Finally, the base leader also smiled. Hearing the cheers in the survivor's base, Xiao Tong's mouth corners slowly curled up. Are you so happy? In addition to the defenders, lords, and healers, all other level 3 zombies and mutants should come out and show their talents. Don't let others look down on you. Roar! At the moment when Xiao Tong finished speaking, Bone Thorn number 1 and number 2, Wind Blade number 1, Devourer number 1, Rock number 1, and several level 3 mutant beasts except Xiaoji immediately roared and rushed towards the city wall. The cheers of humanity came to an abrupt, and the moment so many level 3 zombies and mutant beasts appeared. How is this possible? How can there be so many level 3 zombies? In the human camp, exclamations rang out. Countless people were shocked to the point of their scalps numbing, and fear rose up uncontrollably. The 3 level 3 human warriors who were fighting with Swift 1 and Swift 2 also changed their expressions drastically. Woof! The 2 level 3 mutant dogs rushed to the city wall first at an extremely fast speed. They opened their huge mouths and bit the ice-type mutant. The ice-type mutant's face changed drastically. She was originally a long-range mage and not suitable for close combat. Now she was approached by 2 level 3 mutant dogs. How could she survive? Save me, I. The ice-type mutant only had time to shout out 2 words before the 2 mutant dogs dismembered her and swallowed her whole. The other 2 level 3 warriors were almost frightened to death when they saw this scene. Escape. The 2 men looked at each other, then turned around, jumped off the city wall, and ran to the other side of the city. They are level 3 warriors, absolutely strong in any survivor base. They still have wonderful lives to live, and they cannot stay here and wait to die. Seeing one of the 3 level 3 warriors die and 2 escape, the entire base collapsed instantly. The next moment, other level 3 zombies also climbed onto the city wall, and the entire human camp collapsed. Help! Run away! Ah, someone come and save me. Wow, I don't want to die yet. In an instant, a wailing sound was heard. With more than a dozen level 3 zombies and mutant dogs leading the way, the entire survivor base was in ruins. Whether they were psychics or ordinary people, they were all desperately trying to escape. But it was too late. 100,000 zombie hordes densely packed onto the city walls, rushing towards the humans in front of them. There were human screams everywhere. Xiao Tong rode Xiao Ji and entered the survivor's base step by step. Looking at the tragic scene inside the base, he looked calm and indifferent. More than an hour later, the entire Shizhuang base was completely destroyed. Most of the psychics and humans became food for the zombies, and only a small number of people survived temporarily. Among them were Chun Peng, Li Jiu, and others who came out of the East Sunshine survivor base. Chun Fan left them behind, intending to hand them over to Chun Bei for disposal. Chun Bei, Dong Jiao, and others walked into the survivor base of Shizhuang. Looking at the mess on the ground, both of them had complicated expressions on their faces. Finally, Chun Bei and Dong Jiao walked in front of Chun Peng, Li Jiu, and others. Seeing Chun Bei and Dong Jiao, Chun Peng, Li Jiu, and others were stunned. After being stunned for 2 seconds, several people reacted and immediately knelt down to beg for mercy. Chun Bei, I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Please save me. I don't want to die yet. Yes, Chun Bei, we have been teammates since school. Can you save me? Chun Bei, you saved us back then, so you won't just watch us get killed now, right? After hearing what Chun Peng and others said, Chun Bei's face was full of complexity. I saved you because I still had a bottom line in my heart. And what about you? You chose to ignore the filthiness of the Shizhuang base and insisted on leaving the Dongyangwang base. I don't blame you. After all, everyone has their own choices. But why? Why do you want to kill all of Dongyangwang? Even at this time, you still want to blackmail me morally? Chapter 111 Meeting of Several Major Bases. After hearing Chun Bei's words, Chun Peng and others' faces suddenly froze. Yes, if it weren't for Chun Bei, Li Jiu and others might not have survived until now. And Chun Peng, they were almost eaten alive by zombies, and it was Chun Bei who saved them. Later, when they wanted to leave the Dongyangwang base, Chun Bei did not stop them. But they had clearly already left, so why did they want to put the Dongyangwang base to death? I saw everyone was silent. Chun Bei turned to look at Xiao Tong. Xiao Tong, I'll leave these people to you to deal with. After saying that, Chun Bei turned around and left. After experiencing so much, Chun Bei's heart had grown up unknowingly. He is not cold-blooded, he just knows better the rules of how to survive in this doomsday. You can be kind, but you can't be a saint. Xiao Tong glanced at Chun Bei's back, his eyes full of satisfaction. When he turned to look at Li Jiu, Chun Peng, and others, a cold light suddenly flashed in his eyes. If he hadn't arrived just in time, Chun Bei, Dong Jiao, and others would have been killed. These ungrateful bastards. Roar! Xiao Tong roared, and the next moment, a group of zombies immediately surrounded him. Ah, spare me, spare me. Chun Bei, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please, for the sake of being human, save me. A group of zombies roared as they surrounded Chun Peng and the others. Their ferocious teeth and smelly yellow saliva kept dripping, scaring everyone so much that they almost peed their pants. Li Jiu knelt down in front of Xiao Tong, stretched out his hand to grab Xiao Tong's pants, and begged, Xiao Tong, please spare my life. I was blinded by lard and did such a thing. We are classmates, Xiao Tong, and we have fought side by side. You spare me once, and I will never dare to do it again. Li Jiu knew that Chun Bei would never forgive him, so he had no choice but to beg for mercy from Xiao Tong. Although Xiao Tong has turned into a zombie, he still retains human consciousness, and these zombies are all under his control. As long as Xiao Tong forgives him, he will not only be able to survive, but also have Xiao Tong's protection in the future, and he will no longer have to worry. Laugh. But in the next moment, a strange sword directly pierced Li Jiu. Scarlet blood dripped down the blade. Li Jiumeng, who was begging, froze. He lowered his head and looked at the Mo Dao that pierced his chest in disbelief. His eyes gradually turned gray, and a deep regret remained. Pung! Xiao Tong drew out his Mo Dao, and Li Jiu's body fell down. Roar! The moment Li Jiu's blood flowed out, the surrounding zombies could no longer hold back. They rushed forward and directly ate Li Jiu, Chun Peng, and others. Chun Peng and others immediately let out a miserable scream. Compared to them being eaten alive, Li Jiu was considered lucky. Chun Bei, who had already walked far away, heard the screams behind him. His body trembled slightly, but then he regained his composure. The huge Shijiazhuang survivor base has become dead silent. What are your plans? In a room, Xiao Tong looked at Chun Bei. I want to go home first. Chun Bei's eyes were full of worry. He was concerned about his parents in his hometown. Xiao Tong nodded. Then you can go back first. Here are some crystal cores, enough for you to advance to level 3. After you are promoted to level 3, you will also have the ability to protect yourself. You can distribute the remaining crystal cores yourself. Xiao Tong took out a bag of crystal cores and handed it to Chun Bei. There were 2,000 first-level crystal cores and 100 second-level crystal cores in it. Chun Bei gave Xiao Tong a complicated look, then reached out to take the crystal core. Then I won't be polite. We are good brothers in our hearts. Xiao Tong didn't say anything, but patted Chun Bei's shoulder gently. One day later, Chun Bei successfully advanced to level 3. In addition to Chun Bei, Dong Jiao was also promoted to level 3, and the others were also promoted to level 2. There are 2 third-level psychics, nearly a dozen second-level psychics, and quite a few first-level psychics. If nothing unexpected happens, Chun Bei and others should be able to reach their hometown smoothly. Outside the survivor base of Shijiazhuang, Xiao Tong watched Chun Bei and others get into the car and leave. Chen Bai, see you later. I look forward to the day when we meet again. See you later. Chun Bei nodded and opened the car door. Buzz. A roar was heard, and several cars drove away from the survivor base in Shijiazhuang. Watching the convoy Chun Bei was in disappear from sight, Xiao Tong retracted his target and waved his hand. Continue. Set off. Head south. Roar. In an instant, waves of roars were heard, and nearly 100,000 zombies continued to move forward. One day later, several helicopters hovered above the Shijiazhuang survivor base. Ropes were dropped down, and a group of armed troops followed the ropes into the Shijiazhuang survivor base. When the leader saw that the Shijiazhuang survivor base was in a mess and covered with dark red blood, his face couldn't help but change. Reporting to the Imperial Capital Base, the survivors' base in Shijiazhuang has been captured and no one survived. By the time the news came back, the entire survivor base in the Imperial Capital was dead silent. Everyone felt as if a huge rock was pressing down on their hearts. The leader couldn't help but stagger a few times, and the people behind him quickly supported him. After a long while, his mood finally recovered a little. Inform the other 4 major bases of the news from the Shijiazhuang base, and convene a meeting of the 5 major bases. Yes, General. Soon, planes took off from the 4 major bases in the southeast, north, and south, and finally landed on the runway of the Imperial Capital Survivor Base. One by one, old men dressed in generals' uniforms and carrying an aura of majesty without even getting angry entered the Imperial Capital Survivor Base. Meeting room of the Imperial Capital Survivor Base. Generals, I believe you have heard about the tragic end of the survivors' base in Shijiazhuang. Since the end of the world, only 1 in 10 humans has survived. Under your leadership, we have established the last hope for mankind, the survivor base. However, the evolution of zombies far exceeded our expectations, especially the tide of zombies that destroyed the survivor base in Shijiazhuang. According to the latest news from the survivors base in Shijiazhuang, the size of this zombie tide has exceeded 100,000. There are already more than a handful of level 3 zombies inside, and the zombie leading this zombie tide is likely to have intelligence. This, the leader of the Imperial Capital Survivor Base said. The leaders of the other 4 bases who came to attend the meeting couldn't help but take a breath of cold air and felt their scalps tingling. You know, the most important reason why humans have been able to survive the apocalypse is that zombies are like animals and have no intelligence. Humans use their wisdom and firearms to build survivor bases after the end of the world and barely fought against the zombies. But if zombies also developed intelligence, how terrifying it would be. Chapter 112, The Mysterious Half-Step Level 4 Zombie. General Wu, what should we do? The leader of the southern base asked with a serious expression. We must kill it before it becomes fully developed. Wu Mu had a murderous look on his face. To be honest, a month ago, our Imperial Capital Survivor Base put all its efforts into training the first batch of level 3 psychics. When this group of level 3 psychics were out hunting zombies, they happened to encounter this zombie tide. The team suffered heavy losses, and in the end, only one level 3 psychic came back alive. After receiving the news, I immediately locked the target with satellite and launched a saturation missile strike. I thought this zombie wave had been wiped out, but who knew? Wu Mu looked bitter. However, it is not too late to know now. Our major bases must gather a group of 3rd-level psychics to completely eliminate the intelligent zombie and completely eliminate this hidden danger. At the end of his words, Wu Mu waved his hand fiercely, his face full of murderous intent. Okay, in that case, my southern base will send out 5 3rd-level psychics and 50 2nd-level psychics. The leader of the southern base spoke first. I am from the north. I'm from the south. I am from the west. Finally, the 4 major bases gathered a total of 20 3rd-level psychics and 200 2nd-level psychics. Wu Mu was very excited. Okay, my Imperial Capital Survivor Base has sent out 5 level 3 psychics and 100 level 2 psychics. If we work together, we will definitely be able to eliminate the hidden dangers of Daxia. On the other side, Xiao Tong led a large army down the road and headed straight for Zhengzhou. Along the way, Xiao Tong continued to sweep away groups of zombies. 4 days later, the horde of zombies finally arrived in Zhengzhou. There were 4 more level 3 zombies and a level 3 mutant dog in the team. So far, Xiao Tong had a total of 18 level 3 zombies. There are 5 level 3 mutant dogs. This greatly increased Xiao Tong's sense of security. After arriving in Zhengzhou, it was about 1,000 kilometers from Zhengzhou to Nanshan. If he kept traveling, he could arrive in more than a week. However, the zombie horde needs to sweep away other zombies along the way to strengthen itself, so it will take at least half a month to reach Nanshan. Half a month isn't too long. Let's seize the time to clean up Zhengzhou and then set off. Xiao Tong murmured. Since he was promoted to level 4, only level 3 crystal cores have been of some use to him, but even now, level 3 zombies are still very rare. Although the strength of his subordinates continued to improve, his own strength remained stagnant. Xiao Tong was still a little annoyed. Xiao Ji, you and Devourer number 2 should immediately lead your mutant dogs to clear the zombies and mutant beasts in the south of Zhengzhou. If you encounter an enemy that you cannot defeat, come back and ask for help immediately. Don't try to be brave. Woof, I understand, master. On the way from Shijiazhuang to Zhengzhou, Xiaoji basically served as Xiao Tong's mount. He had never had the opportunity to go out and hunt zombies. He was already feeling bored. Now Xiao Tong gave the order. It ran directly towards the south with more than 100 mutant dogs. Swift 1, Defender 1, Bone Spur 1, Flame 1, you will lead 500 level 2 zombies, 5,000 level 1 zombies, and 20,000 level 0 zombies to sweep the eastern part of Zhengzhou. Swift 2, Defender 2, Flame 2, Windblade 1, you will lead 500 level 2 zombies, 5,000 level 1 zombies, and 20,000 level 0 zombies to sweep the west. Other zombies, follow me to sweep the center. At Xiao Tong's command, the zombie army of hundreds of thousands immediately split into 4 groups and swept toward Zhengzhou. After the zombie armies left, the remaining level 3 zombies by Xiao Tong's side included Clairvoyant number 1, Devourer number 1, Rock number 1, Shield Zombie Lord, and Healer. Although the Clairvoyants and Healers among them are not proficient in combat, the Devourer's combat power is the strongest among all the 3rd level zombies. With the Devourer and his own 4th level strength, it is more than enough to deal with any unknown danger. The defense of Rock Number 1 and Shield Zombie Lord are both extremely strong. With these 2 level 3 zombies, they can attack and defend. Soon, Xiao Tong and the remaining zombie army approached the center of Jinzhou, which is the most prosperous place in the entire Zhengzhou. When Xiao Tong led the zombie army into the prosperous Jinzhou city, it immediately affected the zombie groups of all sizes wandering around. Some zombies stood in the distance, roaring at the zombie army led by Xiao Tong. But the next moment, a group of zombies rushed up and tore it to pieces. At this time, in a building, a group of survivors stood on the balcony and looked down. When seeing this newly emerged huge group of zombies, everyone couldn't help but gasp and felt a little scared. Such a huge tide of zombies, so dense and endless. It's simply too terrifying. Yes, and these zombies actually attack their own kind. Don't be afraid. Zombies generally don't climb buildings. We are at such a high place, we should be safe for the time being. Everyone was talking about it. At this time, downstairs, Xiao Tong was still commanding the zombie army to slaughter other zombies in the center of Jinzhou City. The zombie army hunts other zombies while eating. However, the crystal cores in the zombies' heads were collected and finally fell into Xiao Tong's hands. The massacre was one-sided. In addition to their huge numbers, the few level 3 zombies in the group were able to crush the lower-level zombies. When encountering level 3 zombies, several zombies will even cooperate and beat up other level 3 zombies. As for the healers, they continued to treat the 3rd-level zombies in Xiao Tong's camp after they were injured. Xiao Tong sat in the center with the healer standing next to him. Roar! At this moment, a terrifying roar suddenly sounded. When he heard the roar, Xiao Tong suddenly stood up with a gleam of light in his eyes. Not far away, Xiao Tong's outermost zombie army couldn't help but become a commotion. The next moment, Xiao Tong saw a black shadow suddenly rushing towards him. Xiao Tong subconsciously stepped aside. The next moment, the black shadow slammed heavily next to him, creating a big hole in the ground. Xiao Tong took a closer look and found that the zombie was Rock Number 1. Although Rock Number 1 is not the most powerful among the 3rd-level zombies under Xiao Tong, it should not be underestimated due to its strong defense. But now Rock Number 1 is being abused like this. Xiao Tong couldn't help but flash a hint of excitement in his eyes. Roar! At this moment, screams came from the periphery of the zombie army, followed by commotion. The zombie army on the periphery seemed to have encountered something terrifying and began to run around uncontrollably. Pong! Boom, boom, boom. And just at this moment, a low sound of footsteps was heard. Xiao Tong looked up subconsciously, and when he saw the huge figure clearly and felt the aura of a half-step to level 4, Xiao Tong's pupils could not help but shrink slightly. Chapter 1:13 Giant Zombie. The body was over 5 meters tall, covered with hideous dark red rotten flesh. The bald head was covered with horrible dark red blood vessels, and the mouth, which was almost split to the back of the cheek, was chewing slightly, with a scarlet color on the mouth. When he walked, every step made a thumping sound. One of his hands was extremely large, as thick as a bucket, and was very disproportionate to the other hand. The aura of half a step to level 4 emanating from him made the level 3 zombies, such as the Shield Lord and the Devourer around Chun Fan, slightly agitated. Some low-level zombies were so frightened that they quickly avoided it. There was also a hint of solemnity in Xiao Tong's eyes. What kind of zombie is this? Although Xiao Tong had struggled in the apocalypse for many years in his previous life, and had gradually risen from a level 1 zombie to a level 7 zombie king, and had commanded an army of hundreds of thousands of zombies, this was the first time he had encountered this kind of zombie. Let's just call him the giant zombie for now. Roar! The giant zombie roared the moment it saw the zombie army led by Xiao Tong. Even though Xiao Tong was filled with the terrifying aura of a level 4 zombie, and there were level 3 zombies around him, it did not retreat at all. There was even excitement in its eyes. It could feel that as long as it devoured Xiao Tong, it would be able to evolve and become even more powerful. Roar! The moment the giant zombie rushed over, the Devourer, Shield Zombie Lord, Clairvoyant, and Healer beside, Xiao Tong all roared at the same time. The voice was full of threats and a hint of fear. Xiao Tong looked at the giant zombie coldly. The giant zombie wanted to swallow him to evolve, and he also wanted to swallow the giant zombie to go further. The current level 3 crystal core is not of much use to him, but a half-step level 4 crystal core will definitely allow him to make considerable progress. If used properly, this may even be an opportunity for him to step in a level 5. Roar! Xiao Tong roared, and the next moment, countless level 0 zombies, level 1 zombies, and level 2 zombies took the lead and rushed towards the giant zombie fearlessly. But the giant zombie raised its huge arm and swept it across, sweeping more than a dozen zombies away with broken limbs. It grabbed a level 2 defense shield in its hand and stuffed it directly into its mouth. Roar! The second level zombie roared madly. Crunch, crunch. A chewing sound was heard, and the roar of the second level zombie stopped abruptly. Its head was directly bitten to pieces by the giant zombie, and then the second level zombie was chewed and swallowed like an ice cream. Roar! At this moment, several second level swifts passed under the giant zombie at an extremely fast speed. When they reached behind the giant zombie, several second-level swifts suddenly jumped up and stabbed the giant zombie with their sharp claws. Laugh! The moment the level 2 swift cut through the giant zombie's skin, a burst of scarlet-yellow blood spurted out. But even though the arms of several swifts had been completely embedded in the body of the giant zombie still showed no signs of falling. Instead, the giant raised his huge arm and grabbed it hard on the back. Several level 2 swifts tried to dodge hurriedly, but 2 of them were unable to dodge in time and were grabbed by the giant zombie's huge hands, stuffed into its mouth, and chewed them as if they were spiritual food. Roar! At this moment, the Devourer roared violently. The Devourer was one of the most powerful level 3 zombies under Xiao Tong. Before meeting Xiao Tong, it was also an extremely brutal lord. Now seeing the giant zombie killing people in front of it, it couldn't help it in an instant. After a roar, the Devourer immediately rushed towards the giant zombie. Compared to the giant zombies, the Devourer looks extremely thin. It was just like an adult and a child, but the Devourer had no fear or flinching at all. After all, at level 2, it could tie with a level 3 swift and even nearly kill the level 3 swift. And it is now level 3, and although the giant zombie is half a step to level 4, it has not reached level 4 yet. If it has not reached level 4, it is level 3, and it can be killed. Hearing the Devourer's roar, the giant zombie shifted its attention from the ordinary zombies to the Devourer. When the giant zombie saw a skinny zombie rushing towards him, he became extremely angry. It raised its giant hand and smashed it hard at the Devourer. The Devourer simply rolled over to avoid the giant zombie's huge hand, and the sharp claws on his hands cut 2 cuts on the giant zombie's legs. However, compared with the huge body of the giant zombie, the damage caused by these 2 cuts is not serious. However, the Devourer's attack directly angered the giant zombie. Roar! The giant zombie roared and swept its huge arms backwards without looking back. The Devourer, who had just stood up, had no time to dodge and was swept away more than 10 meters and smashed heavily to the ground. But the Devourer quickly stood up again. Roar! The Devourer roared, his scarlet eyes filled with anger, and he ran directly towards the giant zombie. When he was still 5 or 6 meters away from the giant zombie, he jumped suddenly. The giant zombie was caught off guard and fell directly on its back. The next moment, his mouth suddenly split open directly to the back of his head. The huge mouth was filled with ferocious teeth, and even his tongue and throat were covered with dense flesh thorns. When its mouth opened as wide as it could, the Devourer swallowed the giant zombie's head in one gulp, and then began to chew it brutally with all its strength. Roar! The giant zombie suddenly let out a shrill roar, raised its huge palm, grabbed the Devourer, pulled it hard, and then squeezed it hard. Snap! Suddenly, there was a sound of breaking bones. The giant zombie was also in a very miserable state. Although its head had only been swallowed by the Devourer for less than 3 seconds, half of its head had been corroded away. One of its eyes had been completely corroded, turning it into a one-eyed dragon. Seeing this, Xiao Tong couldn't help but be shocked. This Devourer is truly a tiger. He actually dared to swallow a half-step level 4 zombie alive. Although he did not succeed, his courage is commendable. Seeing the Devourer being held in the hands of the giant zombie, Xiao Tong also moved. Chapter 114. The Healer Takes Action. Roar! Xiao Tong roared and quickly ran towards the giant zombie. At the moment of movement, a thick layer of stratum corneum instantly overflowed from his body and wrapped his body. Soon, A set of armor with a slightly metallic feel was covering Xiao Tong's body, making Xiao Tong look much more muscular, and his height was over 2 meters. In his hands, blue lightning flashed wildly. Feeling the strong threat coming from Xiao Tong, the giant zombie exerted force and threw the dying devourer out. He then turned around and looked at Xiao Tong, roared fiercely, then raised his huge arm and smashed toward Xiao Tong, who was running towards him. Damn, please eat thunder. When he was 5 meters away from the giant zombie, Xiao Tong swung violently, and a ball of blue lightning flew towards the giant zombie. Boom! An explosion was heard, and smoke filled the air. But when the smoke and dust cleared, Xiao Tong couldn't help but shrink his gaze. I saw the giant zombie in the smoke and dust raising its huge right arm to block in front of it. The thunder that could blow a hole in the concrete floor could only make a small hole on its arm. It's difficult. Xiao Tong couldn't help but frown. His attack and defense were so abnormal, and his body was so huge, and his speed was not too slow. The attributes of this giant zombie are simply perfect. But at this moment, Xiao Tong discovered the eye of the giant zombie that had been corroded by the devourer. Got it. Xiao Tong's eyes lit up, and then he moved again. He began a circle around the giant zombie. The giant zombie has perfect attributes, but after all, its huge body makes agility its biggest weakness. Roar! After turning several times, the giant zombie angrily attacked Xiao Tong, but Xiao Tong dodged it perfectly. Soon, the giant zombie could not keep up with Xiao Tong's speed, and Xiao Tong arrived at the blind spot of the giant zombie's vision as he wished. Xiao Tong growled in his heart. He stomped the ground hard and leaped up towards the giant zombie's head. The giant zombie's defense is extremely abnormal, so you can only shoot in the head. At the moment of leaping up, blue light flashed on Xiao Tong's hands, and 2 balls of blue thunder made crackling sounds. Xiao Tong raised his hands, brought them close together, and then tried his best to merge the 2 balls of blue lightning. The moment the 2 balls of blue thunder began to merge, a terrifying aura suddenly spread out. The closer they got, the more difficult it was for the blue thunder to merge. Xiao Tong still tried his best, and even his expression began to distort. Finally, the 2 balls of blue thunder were about to merge completely. At the moment they were about to merge completely, Xiao Tong suddenly threw the thunder in his hand towards the giant zombie's head. The next moment, a blue light suddenly bloomed. Boom! A deafening roar sounded, suddenly raising a 3-meter-high cloud of dust. A terrifying shock wave suddenly swept out with the giant zombie as the center. Because Xiao Tong had no leverage in the air, he was swept away. The few unlucky zombies that were nearby were also instantly swept up by the shock wave and directly blown into pieces by the aftermath. One can imagine how terrifying this attack was. When the smoke and dust dispersed again, the figure of the giant zombie appeared again. The giant zombie was in a very miserable state at this time. Half of its head and half of its shoulder had been blown off, and some pieces of flesh were still stuck to the wound. From the wound, one could even see the scarlet internal organs. But even so, the giant zombie still did not die. Roar! The smoke and dust dissipated, and when the giant zombie saw Xiao Tong again, it rushed toward Xiao Tong angrily. It raised its huge arms and smashed towards Xiao Tong hard. But this time, the giant zombie's speed became extremely slow. Xiao Tong moved left and right, easily avoiding the attacks of the giant zombies. Pung! The giant zombie punched down again, exposing his back to Xiao Tong. Xiao Tong immediately seized the opportunity to get close again, with the blue lightning flashing in his hand. But at the moment when Xiao Tong got 3 meters away from the giant zombie, which was originally moving extremely slowly, suddenly increased its speed. It turned around and punched Xiao Tong hard. Fuck you, you old fool. Xiao Tong's face changed drastically. He only had time to cross his arms in front of him before the giant zombie's fist hit him hard. Snap! A crisp sound of broken bones was heard, and when his arms touched the giant zombie's fist, he felt as if he had been hit by a train. An unmatched force first broke his arms, then smashed into his chest with unabated force. Pung! Xiao Tong was thrown several meters away and finally fell heavily to the ground, directly smashing a hole in the concrete floor. Cough, cough. Something capsized in the gutter. Xiao Tong lay in the pit and coughed with difficulty. He felt as if all the bones in his body were broken, especially in his chest. Severe pain kept coming, hitting his brain like a tide. He looked down and saw that his chest was deeply sunken and his arms hung limply at his sides. Fuck. Even though Xiao Tong was mentally prepared, he still couldn't help but twitch his lips when he saw his miserable condition. Roar! After knocking Xiao Tong away with one punch, the giant zombie let out another deafening roar, caught up with Xiao Tong in a few steps, raised his hand and punched him hard again. Fuck, stop it! Xiao Tong's pupils shrank sharply, and he shouted quickly. As it finished speaking, the shield zombie, the clairvoyant, and even the dying devourer all rushed towards the giant zombie. All the level 2 zombies, level 1 zombies, and even level 0 zombies at the scene have rushed forward. Rushing in the front was a group of swift ones. When the giant zombie saw this group of swifts, he immediately swung his thick fists left and right, instantly knocking away more than a dozen swifts. However, more swifts flexibly jumped onto the bodies of the giant zombies and attacked them frantically. The fire zombies also breathed fire at the same time, and the high-temperature flames roasted the giant zombies, making them emit a foul barbecue smell. The giant zombie raised his hand to sweep the swift man away, or simply grabbed it, squeezed it hard, and threw it into his mouth. As the giant zombie swallowed each zombie, its hideous wounds were actually slowly healing. Taking advantage of this time, a group of defenders stood between Xiao Tong and the giant zombie, and a shield lord and the seer quickly helped Xiao Tong to the back. The healer walked to Xiao Tong's side, and a white light immediately emanated from his body, enveloping Xiao Tong. The moment he was enveloped by the white light, Xiao Tong felt extremely warm. The injuries on his body were healed instantly, and even the depression in his chest recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chapter 115: Killing the Giant Zombie. A few seconds later, the white light dissipated, and Xiao Tong appeared in the same place intact. Xiao Tong stretched out his hand and clenched his fist, his eyes full of ecstasy. Damn, this is a big win. With the healer as my nurse, who can kill me except being shot in the head? As he spoke, Xiao Tong turned his gaze to the healer, his eyes softened a lot. You retreat to a safe place first. Shield Lord, you are responsible for protecting the healer. Remember, if you die, the healer will not be in any danger. Roar! Hearing Xiao Tong's words, the healer and the shield zombie roared at the same time. The healer retreated to the edge of the battlefield, and the shield zombie led a group of second-level defenders to closely guard the healer. Xiao Tong turned his attention back to the battlefield. At this moment on the battlefield, the giant zombies were showing their power. With one of their thick arms, they swept or smashed the zombies, and the zombies were instantly swept away, with broken limbs or directly smashed into meat paste. Although the giant zombie was severely damaged by the attacks of Xiao Tong and the Devourer, it was still extremely ferocious when facing a group of zombies below level 3. At this time, there were a lot of swifts hanging on its body, but it grabbed these swifts in its hand with its huge claws and stuffed them directly into its mouth as snacks. As the giant zombie devours a lot of zombies, its wounds are slowly being healed. This is the scary thing about zombies. Xiao Tong's eyes rolled. Then he raised his Mo Dao, hid in the zombie group, and slowly approached the giant zombie. If the open approach doesn't work, then try the covert approach. Soon, Xiao Tong arrived behind the giant zombie, which was still killing people in all directions. The swift sharp blade, the flame zombie's flames, and the bone spike zombie's bone spurs all attacked at the same time, but they were all blocked by the extremely thick fat and flesh and could not really inflict heavy damage on the giant zombie. A light flashed in Xiao Tong's eyes, and he continued to approach the giant zombie. When he was 5 meters away from the giant zombie, he suddenly accelerated. Roar! When Xiao Tong rushed out, without the cover of other zombies' breath, the giant zombie instantly felt the breath of Xiao Tong, a level 4 zombie behind him. It roared violently, and subconsciously raised its giant hand to protect its head, then turned around and raised its other more normal claw to grab Xiao Tong. However, Xiao Tong nimbly dodged the giant zombie's sharp claws and chopped hard at the giant zombie's thick right leg with the Mo Dao in his hand. Laugh! The sharp Mo Dao pierced through the giant zombie's right calf, directly cutting off the giant zombie's right calf. The yellow-red blood spurted out wildly in an instant. Roar! Pung! The giant zombie roared, and its huge body began to tilt. After losing its balance, it slammed heavily towards the ground. The entire ground shook slightly and made a muffled sound. The moment the giant zombie fell to the ground, the other zombies rushed forward and attacked the giant zombie madly with their claws, blades, bone spurs, and fists. Xiao Tong jumped onto the giant zombie's chest with the Mo Dao in hand and quickly ran towards its head. The giant zombie fell to the ground, and its huge body instantly became bloated and heavy. Seeing Xiao Tong rushing towards it, it raised its strong right arm and grabbed Xiao Tong fiercely. But the next moment, countless zombies jumped directly onto its right arm and attacked it like ants, biting and attacking it. All this directly led to its attack failing to stop Xiao Tong from approaching. Soon, Xiao Tong approached the giant zombie's head. The huge head had a mouth that was almost split to the cheeks, and it was open, full of hideous and sharp teeth. Scarlet stumps of limbs and arms remained in the gaps between the teeth. A scarlet, I stared at Xiao Tong. "You dare to glare at me?" D. Xiao Tong raised the Mo Dao and chopped at the giant zombie's head. Laugh. The Mo Dao penetrated deeply into the giant zombie's head, but Xiao Tong immediately felt that the Mo Dao was blocked, probably by the giant zombie's skull. Roar. After the giant zombie felt the threat of death, it began to shake its head and body frantically, making Xiao Tong unable to stand steadily. At the same time, his right arm broke free from the restraints of other zombies and grabbed Xiao Tong fiercely. Xiao Tong's face changed, and he pulled the Mo Dao hard, but found that the Mo Dao was embedded in the skull of the giant zombie and could not be pulled out at all. Feeling the fierce wind brought by the giant zombie's right arm behind him, he could only jump off the giant zombie's chest. Pung! The giant zombie slapped himself hard. After landing, Xiao Tong's hands condensed blue thunder again. He approached the giant zombie's head directly, and his hands kept moving closer. At the moment when the blue thunder was about to merge, he threw the blue thunder in his hand directly towards the wound on the giant zombie's head that was severely injured by the devourer. Retreat. The moment the blue thunder was thrown out, Xiao Tong quickly gave the order for the other zombies to retreat. In an instant, all the zombies gave up and retreated immediately. Boom. A second later, a roar suddenly sounded, and a blue shock wave swept out, with scarlet blood mixed with some fragments shooting out in all directions. After the explosion, the giant zombie was completely silent. The huge head had completely disappeared, leaving only blood and rotten flesh on the ground. Seeing this scene, Xiao Tong's face changed drastically. Fuck, my crystal core. Xiao Tong hurried forward to look for it, and when he saw that the crystal core was missing, his heart sank instantly. Fortunately, a zombie soon found the crystal core of the giant zombie in a corner not far away, and Xiao Tong breathed a sigh of relief. In this battle, the devourer was directly defeated, and he himself was also seriously injured. If it weren't for the healer's treatment, he would probably have to escape in disgrace today, and then have to wait to summon all the level 3 zombies before he could encircle and suppress the giant zombie again. In addition to these, there were more than 100 level 2 zombies lost, more than 300 level 1 zombies, and even more level 0 zombies. If Xiao Tong couldn't find the crystal core of the giant zombie, he would probably cry. Holding the giant zombie's crystal core, Xiao Tong turned and looked at the giant zombie's huge body. Even though it was dead, the behemoth, which was over 5 meters long, 3 meters wide, and estimated to weigh more than 5 tons, still gave people a heavy feeling of oppression. What a pity. If he could tame this giant zombie, he would have another way to save his life. Moreover, he had never heard of this kind of giant zombie in his previous life. It was conceivable that this kind of giant zombie must be very rare. If this giant zombie can be allowed to grow, it will at least start as a zombie king. Chapter 116. Go to the survivor base to get information. Pity. Xiao Tong couldn't help but sigh. But looking at the half-step 4th level crystal core in his hand, he couldn't help but feel happy again. A half-step 4th level crystal core will definitely allow him to make a further step forward. Even if he first uses the 2nd and 3rd level crystal cores to build up to the peak of the 4th level, and then uses this half-step 4th level crystal core, he may have a chance to reach the 5th level. But Xiao Tong couldn't wait until then. After he destroyed the Shizhizhuang base, he once again appeared in the sight of mankind. Humans would never let him grow up. He knew that there would definitely be another war between him and humans, and he had a premonition that this war would come soon. Before that, every improvement in his strength would provide him with an extra level of protection. Soon, Xiao Tong found a building. Except for leaving the Shield Lord, Healer, and Devourer, he dispersed all the zombies in the surrounding area, allowing them to move freely and hunt scattered zombies. Xiao Tong found a room sat cross-legged and began to absorb the crystal core of the giant zombie. As soon as he closed his eyes and thought, a huge and pure energy instantly flowed into Xiao Tong's body through his palm. Feeling this huge energy, Xiao Tong couldn't help but slightly curl the corners of his mouth. It is worthy of being a crystal core produced by a half-step level 4 zombie. Although the sacrifice is great, it is worth it. As he absorbed the huge energy from the giant zombie's crystal core, Xiao Tong's aura, which had stopped for a long time, began to rise again. More than an hour later, the rising aura from Xiao Tong suddenly stopped. Xiao Tong opened his eyes and looked at the crystal core in his hand that had lost its luster and turned grayish-white. A hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. This half-step 4th level crystal core only barely raised his strength to the late 4th level. He still needed at least 3 more crystal cores of this level to reach the peak of the late 4th level. If you want to break through to level 5, you'll need 10 more at a conservative level. Sure enough, level 5 is not so easy to break through. However, being able to advance to the late stage of level 4 is still a significant improvement. Xiao Tong stood up and walked out the door. Outside the door, the healers and other zombies who heard the noise quickly turned their heads. "Let's go down." Xiao Tong smiled and spoke, then led the way out of the building. He returned to the location of the giant zombie's corpse. At this time, there were already many zombies surrounding the giant zombie's corpse. They stared at the corpse of the giant zombie, their eyes full of desire. It was a desire and instinct deep in their souls that drove them to devour the flesh and blood of the giant zombies. But even with Xiao Tong's order, no zombie dared to move a single bite. The surrounding minced meat had already been snatched away. Xiao Tong walked to the giant zombie and gave the order, "Healer, Shield Lord, Devourer, the 3 of you divide the body of this giant zombie." The healer, the shield zombie, and the devourer, these 3 zombies are the 3 zombies that Xiao Tong values the most. Among them, the healer has abnormal healing ability and is a super nanny. Having her around is equivalent to having an extra life. Her importance is self-evident. The Shield Lord is also extremely rare, and is the first zombie under Xiao Tong that can control other zombies. The Devourer, one of the fighting representatives around Xiao Tong, has speed and attack capabilities, but his defense is a little lacking. These 3 zombies will become an important part of his zombie army in the future, so all the benefits will naturally come to them first. Roar! As Xiao Tong finished speaking, the 3 zombies roared with excitement and pounced on the giant zombie's body and started biting it. After tearing off a piece of meat with its sharp teeth, it immediately tilted its head back and swallowed it into its stomach without even having time to chew it. In an instant, there was silence all around, with only the sound of 3 zombies chewing and feasting. Until more than an hour later, the healer and the shield lord stopped one after another, then found a quiet place to start digesting the meat in their stomachs. Only the devourer, with its mouth as big as its body, continued to devour. As time went by, the aura of the devourer was rising rapidly. Level 3 midterm, Level 3 midterm peak, Level 3 late term. Seeing this scene, Xiao Tong couldn't help but be stunned. It's a pity that Devourer number 2 and Xiao Ji went out to clean up the mess. Otherwise, if Devourer number 2 were to devour the flesh of the giant zombies as well, its strength would definitely be greatly enhanced. Another 3 hours later, the Devourer finally stopped, and its strength was close to the peak of the late 3rd level. However, after it digested the meat in its stomach, it would definitely be able to reach the peak of the late 3rd level, and would be only 1 step away from the 4th level. Just as the Devourer found a place to digest, the healer and shield zombie pounced again. Eat and stop. It was evening, and soon was the next day. The giant zombie's huge body had been completely devoured by the 3 zombies, leaving only some minced meat and blood. The Devourer has been promoted to the peak of the late 3rd level, while the healer and zombie lord have also been promoted to the late stage. Xiao Tong looked at the 3 zombies with satisfaction in his eyes. Next, we should focus on sweeping the center of Jinzhou. At Xiao Tong's command, the Devourer led the zombie army to sweep the entire Jinzhou. As soon as Xiao Tong left, a group of zombies swarmed over and scrambled for the scraps of meat on the ground. When the Devourer led the zombie army to sweep Jinzhou, Xiao Tong changed into a set of human clothes, put on a hat, sunglasses, gloves, and covered his face with a piece of cloth. After doing all this, he headed directly towards the Jinzhou human survivor base. As a provincial-level human survivor base, The Xinzhou human survivor base must be connected to the 5 major bases. The 5 major bases could not hide their route. My route is heading towards Xinzhou. If the 5 major bases want to deal with me, they will definitely contact the Xinzhou base to look for my whereabouts. He was not a person who would do things without preparation, so he wanted to go to the Xinzhou human base to get some information. As they walked along, Xiao Tong saw Xinzhou as extremely desolate, with abandoned cars everywhere, plastic bags, and other garbage blown from nowhere on the ground, and occasional puddles of dark red blood emitting a fishy smell. In this ruin, there was silence, with only the sound of wind and the collision of rubble echoing in the empty streets, and occasionally the roar of a zombie. Alas, Xiao Tong couldn't help but sigh slightly. Humans, who were once at the top of the food chain, can now only survive in various corners. It's really fate's trick. Chapter 117. Why? Xiao Tong was alone, carrying a dark red emo dao stained by the blood of zombies on his back. From a distance, he looked like an ancient knight. Occasionally, a few blind zombies would approach, and Xiao Tong would simply raise his knife and kill several zombies with a single blow to the head. Xiao Tong squatted down and felt inside the zombie's head. He was lucky. I touched 3 first-level crystal cores. Although at this point, the first-level crystal core was of little use to Xiao Tong, a fly, no matter how small it was still meat, and he had not forgotten how he almost died for a few level 0 zombie crystal cores. Zombies never forget the hard times you've experienced. At this time, in the buildings on both sides of the road, pairs of eyes were staring at the figure of Xiao Tong who had just passed by, their eyes full of desire and greed. Bang, bang. There was a slight sound of a door opening, and Xiao Tong stopped. Not far away, a door opened, and a disheveled woman stuck her head out and looked around carefully. After seeing that there were no zombies around, she hurriedly ran towards Xiao Tong. Thump! Running to Xiao Tong, the woman suddenly knelt down and begged in a low voice. Please, please, my child has not eaten for many days. Please give me something to eat. Please, please be kind. Xiao Tong glanced at the house behind the woman, a small single-family villa, and then looked at the woman. She was wearing an expensive dress, but it was covered with all kinds of dirt. The pretty face was also covered with black dirt from not having been washed for a long time, looking extremely disheveled, and the eyes were full of the ravages of the end of the world. For fear of making noise, the women did not wear shoes and went barefoot. The toenails are very long, and the gaps between them are full of black dirt. Please, please, the woman kept kowtowing. Xiao Tong raised his head and glanced at the door through which the woman came. Through the crack in the door, a pair of greedy eyes were quietly sizing up Xiao Tong. Xiao Tong knew that as long as he gave the woman a little food, countless people would rush up and want to eat him alive. Thinking of this, Xiao Tong simply walked around the woman and turned away. He did have some food on him that he had picked up along the way. After all, he had to enter the survivor's base, and the food might help him get more information. But just because he has it doesn't mean he's going to give it. He knew that in the end times, human hearts were countless times more dangerous and disgusting than zombies. Seeing Xiao Tong actually bypassing her and leaving, the woman couldn't help but be stunned. She immediately stretched out her dirty hands to grab Xiao Tong's clothes, her eyes full of resentment. Why don't you give me food? You are so powerful. You can obviously get food easily. But why did you just watch me get sick? Why did you just stand there and watch me die? Xiao Tong was stunned. Then he turned around, raised his foot, and kicked the woman in the head. The woman was kicked and fell out. Xiao Tong kicked her away. The woman wanted to scream subconsciously because of the pain, but she shuddered violently. She quickly and carefully looked around again, and only after seeing that there were no zombies did she breathe a sigh of relief. Then she reached out and grabbed Xiao Tong's pants, not knowing whether she was begging or threatening. If you hit me, you must give me food, otherwise I won't let you leave. I will shout loudly to attract zombies to die with you. Xiao Tong silently took off the Mo Dao from his back, and a strong smell of blood filled the air. If you don't let go, I'll chop off your hands. As for dying together, you can try it. Seeing the bloody Mo Dao in front of her, the woman was so scared that she quickly let go of her hands. Xiao Tong glanced at the woman, then turned and left. The most correct thing he should have done just now was to kill her with a knife, but if she really had a child, well, the woman sat on the ground and watched Xiao Tong leave. After a few seconds, she stood up suddenly and ran into the house. Dozens of people gathered in the hall, many of them holding fire axes and other equipment. The woman rushed into the hall, closed the door, and then excitedly gestured. He has food on him. When I pulled his clothes, I saw a package inside his clothes. It was bulging. There must be a lot of food in it. As the woman finished her words, everyone in the room's eyes instantly glowed green. Kill him and take the food from him, and we can live a few more days. Yes, let's kill him. Although he is powerful, he is only one person, while we have 5 superpowers. We are not afraid of him. Dry. A group of people talked at once, and everyone reached a consensus, then opened the door and chased after Xiao Tong cautiously. At this time, in a building next to them, there were also a dozen people observing Xiao Tong by the window. When the big man and others rushed out of the room, among the dozen people, a girl wearing black leather pants couldn't help but sigh. Another unlucky guy met Li Jun and his gang of beasts. There is no way to survive. The others couldn't help but sigh. When they mentioned Li Jun, a hint of fear flashed in their eyes. If they hadn't stuck together, they would have been killed by Li Jun and his men long ago. Xiao Tong had just walked out not far when he heard footsteps behind him. Oh, why bother? Xiao Tong sighed, his eyes full of helplessness. Soon, a group of people surrounded Xiao Tong, and everyone's eyes were looking at the package on Xiao Tong's body with desire in their eyes. The leader was a burly man. Although he was not clean, he was neat and tidy. There was even some oil stains on his mouth that had not been wiped clean. There was even a layer of fat on his face, and his skin was red with a hint of white. Even before the end of the world, few people had such a healthy complexion. Boy, hand over the food you have, and we can spare your life. The big man lowered his voice and spoke threateningly. Yes, hand it over. Hand over the food. Others followed suit. Brother Jun, he just kicked me. I need to teach him a lesson. I'll chop off one of his hands. Next to her, the woman who had just been kicked by Xiao Tong also spoke up quickly, looking at Xiao Tong with a smug look on her face. Xiao Tong should have given her some food just now, but Xiao Tong did not help her and even kicked him. She wanted to chop off Xiao Tong's hand holding the knife. Wasn't Xiao Tong very powerful? After chopping off his hand, let's see how arrogant he can still be. Chapter 118, Kill Them All. Hearing the woman's words, Junji's eyes fell on the Mo Dao in Xiao Tong's right hand. Feeling the sharp breath of the Mo Dao, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Yes, give me your knife, and then let me cut off one of your arms. Hand over the food, and you can leave. Hearing Junji's words, the woman smiled triumphantly, and the others also stared at Xiao Tong with ferocious smiles on their lips, as if Xiao Tong had already become their thing. I'll give you one last chance. Now, turn around and go back. You can live. Xiao Tong spoke calmly. His hoarse voice sounded extremely harsh. Hearing Xiao Tong's words, Junji's smile suddenly sank. You don't know how to appreciate my kindness. If that's the case, then I'll kill you. Your food is still ours, and we could get a 2-legged sheep for free. Brothers, let's have meat tonight. After hearing what Jun said, the green light in the eyes of others suddenly became brighter, and some people even couldn't help licking the corners of their lips. Kill him. Brother Jun pointed at Xiao Tong and whispered. The moment Jun Ge finished speaking, everyone holding weapons rushed toward Xiao Tong. Among them, for people with special abilities, rushed the fastest. 3 of them had the special ability of speed when they awakened, and the other one could even float slightly. In the moment when everyone moves, Paul Yun retreated quietly. After all, he had just witnessed Xiao Tong's skills. Killing a few level 1 zombies was as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. That proved that Xiao Tong was at least a level 1 psychic. Moreover, he is a strong one among the first level psychics. Let these cannon fodders try Xiao Tong's skills first, and then he will take action. D. A speedster was the first to rush to Xiao Tong. He raised the kitchen knife in his hand and chopped at Xiao Tong fiercely. Xiao Tong looked at him quietly, and when his kitchen knife was about to fall on him, he swung the Mo Dao in his hand fiercely. The speedster rushed right past him, and after running a few meters, he slammed to the ground, his body and head rolling to the side. Blood flowed out and soon gathered into a pool. Seeing this scene, the people who were rushing over suddenly braked, glanced at the torn bodies on the ground, and then looked at the bloody Mo Dao in Xiao Tong's hand. Some people couldn't help swallowing. A hint of fear flashed in their eyes, and they shrank back. At this time, everyone in another building couldn't help but be stunned when they saw this scene. This person is a psychic, and a powerful melee psychic. Otherwise, he would never be able to kill a level 1 psychic with 1 strike. The woman couldn't help but whisper. The others nodded as well. Sister Qingming, should we help him and bring him into our team? With him, maybe we can get to the survivor base safely. Someone spoke up. Qing Ning frowned and thought for a moment, then shook her head and said, "No, even if he is a superpower, he won't be able to handle it if the others come together. What's more, there's a Li Jun next to us. Li Jun has awakened a power-type mutant and is very powerful. We are no match for him at all. Let alone saving him. We will be in trouble too." After hearing Qing Ning's words, the others were stunned for a moment, then nodded in agreement. "Let's wait and see. If he can show me even more powerful strength and let me see that he can compete with Li Jun, then we will make another move." The woman spoke again, and everyone nodded, then turned to look at the battlefield outside. "Don't be afraid, he's alone. If we all attack together, he will definitely not be our match." Among the people who were besieging Xiao Tong, someone whispered to encourage everyone. "Yes, he is alone. Let's rush together and hack him to death. Then we can eat meat in the evening." Someone agreed. The next moment, everyone's eyes glowed green again, and they gritted their teeth and rushed toward Xiao Tong. But at this moment, Xiao Tong also rushed towards everyone with the Mo Dao in his hand. 10 seconds later, Xiao Tong stood with a knife in his right hand, and blood kept dripping from the Mo Dao in his hand. On the ground, there were corpses lying all over the place, and blood was flowing out, soon gathering into a stream and flowing towards the lower place. The scene was instantly silent. Li Jun stood not far away, staring at the scene with his mouth wide open, his eyes full of fear and his legs trembling slightly. "Run!" Li Jun reacted, suppressed the fear in his heart, and ran away madly. Seeing the fleeing Li army, Xiao Tong raised the Mo Dao in his hand and threw it out fiercely. Laugh! Pung! Li Jun, who was fleeing, was suddenly pierced through the chest by a Mo Dao and fell heavily to the ground. Xiao Tong walked over step by step, stepping on Li Jun with one foot and pulling out the Mo Dao with one hand. "Why bother?" Xiao Tong whispered. After doing all this, Xiao Tong turned around and looked at the woman next to him who had fallen to the ground in fear. Seeing Xiao Tong's gaze turn towards her, the woman was almost frightened to the point of peeing. Tears streamed down her cheeks, and she begged, "Don't kill me, don't kill me. They forced me to do this. They forced me to do this. I have no choice. If I don't do this, they will kill my child and make him a two-legged sheep." Xiao Tong held the Mo Dao in his hand and walked over step by step. "Don't be afraid, sister-in-law. I won't kill women." Xiao Tong's hoarse voice rang out. The woman was stunned for a moment, then she was ecstatic. She quickly got up and ran towards the direction of the house. Laughed, but the next moment, she felt herself flying up, and in her sight was a headless corpse. Xiao Tong glanced at the woman's body and was silent for a few seconds. He turned around, wiped the Mo Dao on Li Jun's body, then carried it on his back on the ground and continued on his way. At this time, in another building, everyone led by Qing Ning were stunned, looking at the corpses on the ground and Xiao Tong's figure, their eyes full of horror. He is definitely not a first-level psychic. He is at least a second-level psychic, or even a third-level psychic. Qing Ning's eyes were full of excitement and excitement. "Quick, catch up with him and let him escort us to the survivor base." Qing Ning shouted, and a group of people quickly chased after him. Hearing the footsteps behind him, Xiao Tong stopped and turned around silently. Qing Ning and others who had caught up saw Xiao Tong turning around, and they stopped in fright. "Don't get me wrong, we are different from Li Jun and the others." Qing Ning quickly explained, "By the way, let me introduce myself. My name is Qing Ning, and they're my companions." Chapter 119, He Dares to Kill Me? "What's up?" Xiao Tong's hoarse voice sounded. Qing Ning was choked when she heard Xiao Tong's hoarse and cold words, and felt a little uncomfortable. You know, she is the campus belle of Jinzhou University, and her family is even more wealthy. Normally, any boy would coax her when they see her, but Xiao Tong had such a cold attitude. However, thinking that Xiao Tong might be a third-level psychic, Qing Ning sorted out her emotions and said with a smile on her face, "We want to invite you to join our team and escort us to the Jinzhou survivor base." Not interested." Xiao Tong interrupted Qing Ning directly. "Then turn around and leave." Qing Ning stood there, his face turning pale and blue. This was the first time in her life that she had been insulted like this. "You are not allowed to leave." Qing Ning subconsciously shouted arrogantly. "Do you want to die?" Xiao Tong turned around, murderous aura suddenly bursting out of his body. Qing Ning's face turned pale, and she was so scared that she took a few steps back, but she couldn't say anything. After seeing this scene, Xiao Tong turned around and continued to leave. Damn it, this bastard. Qingming couldn't help but curse under her breath. Sister Qingming, what should we do? Someone behind couldn't help but ask. Qingming gritted her teeth and said, Go, call everyone and follow him. I don't believe that if so many of us were in danger, he would still watch us die without helping us. Good. Soon, Qingming and 20 or so people followed Xiao Tong from a distance. Xiao Tong seemed unaware of this. Along the way, Xiao Tong and others kept crossing the streets, getting closer and closer to the Jinzhou survivor base. But as time passed and the sun set, the zombies that had been sleeping during the day gradually woke up. Roar! The roars of the zombies came one after another. In the team, several children were so scared when they heard the roars that they burst into tears. The children's parents were so scared that they quickly covered their children's mouths. But even so, zombies began to roam the streets. At first, the few zombies that appeared occasionally were killed directly by the crowd. But as more and more zombies woke up, more than a dozen zombies soon discovered the crowd. Roar! When the hungry zombies who had just awakened saw Qingming and others, they roared excitedly and rushed towards Qingming and others. Qingming and the others' faces changed drastically, and they didn't care that the noise made by running would attract more zombies. Run! Qingming shouted, and everyone ran away quickly. However, several parents holding their children gradually fell behind the large group. Everyone, wait for us! Wait for us! They looked at the zombies getting closer and closer behind them, their eyes full of despair. Hearing their shouts, Qingming and the others turned their heads to take a look, then gritted their teeth and turned around to continue running away. The moment she turned around, a line of tears ran down Qingming's face. Soon, screams were heard, and several people holding children were caught up by zombies and fell into the zombies' mouths. Hearing these screams, Qingming's heart ached even more. She looked up at the figure in front of her, quickened her pace, and chased after him, stopping Xiao Tong directly. She stared at him intently, tears streaming down her face. Can't you hear the screams behind you? Are you really so heartless? Doesn't your conscience hurt? How could you bear to watch them being killed? Xiao Tong looked at Qingming, his eyes full of teasing and mockery. Moral kidnapping? Sorry, I have no morals. You can't kidnap me. Also, your reasoning is like a sow wearing a bra. One set after another. That sounds good, but why don't you save them? If you really want to save them, can't you hold their baby for them? As the most powerful psychic among them, you can help them hold the child without letting the zombies catch up, right? Why didn't you do that? Also, you're so kind. Why don't you just sacrifice yourself and feed those zombies? If the zombies eat you, they can still survive, right? Why don't you do it? When Qingming heard Xiao Tong's words, she was choked. The tears in her eyes stopped flowing, and her face turned blue and purple. You're talking nonsense. You're obviously stronger than me. As long as you take action, everyone can survive and reach the survivor base safely. Qingming gritted her teeth and changed the subject. Then why should I save you strangers? Xiao Tong asked again. Because of conscience and compassion. Are you really made of iron and without any emotion? Qingming gritted her teeth and spoke, directly accusing Xiao Tong from the moral high ground. You have too, and compassion? Oh, they'll give you a chance. Now, you go to the back to feed the zombies, and then I promise you to bring all the remaining people to the survivor base safely. What do you think? You wouldn't be unwilling to sacrifice yourself to save everyone, right? No way. Such a kind person wouldn't be unwilling to sacrifice for everyone, right? Who doesn't know how to be sarcastic and use moral blackmail? Hearing Xiao Tong's words, Qingming was stunned. Want her to sacrifice herself? To sacrifice herself for the sake of others? How is this possible? What? Don't want to? Can't do it? If you can't do it, then don't try to blackmail me morally. Fuck you. Get out of here. After cursing, Xiao Tong turned and left. Xiao Tong turned to leave, but Qingming gritted her teeth and said, Your strength can obviously save everyone here, but you deliberately made things difficult for me. You never thought about saving us at all. Yes, who are you? Why should I save you? Xiao Tong shrugged. We're all dead anyway. If you don't save us, we'll shout and attract the zombies, and we'll die together. King Ning Sutendi Spokevichosvi. Are you threatening me? Xiao Tong's eyes turned cold instantly. So what if I threaten you? You must send us to the survivor's base safely. Qingming shrank his head in fear, but he still insisted. He just didn't believe that Xiao Tong would really kill her. Laugh. Pung. Qingming's head fell to the ground, and his body smashed to the ground. The threat on his face had not completely disappeared, but was more of astonishment and disbelief. The last thought in her mind was, he dares to kill me? He actually dares to kill me. Xiao Tong wiped the mo Dao off Qing Ning's body and cursed. Shark arm, why are you shrinking your head? You actually bumped into my blade. Don't you know that I don't kill women? Fuck. Chapter 120 Arrival at the Jinzhou Survivor Base. The people behind looked at Xiao Tong in horror. Xiao Tong, however, continued on his way without any concern. Everyone took a look at Qing Ning's body, and a hint of pity flashed in their eyes. If this place was safe, they might want to take advantage of the situation. But in the end, they just threw Qing Ning's body back and continued on their way. More than half an hour later, Xiao Tong finally arrived at the Jinzhou Survivor Base. Behind him, of the 40 or 50 people who set out, there were now less than 10 people left. Stop! As soon as Xiao Tong walked to the gate of the Jinzhou Survivor Base, he was immediately stopped by a team of armed soldiers and began to interrogate him. Name: Tong Xiao. Identity: a student from Imperial University. As soon as Xiao Tong finished speaking, several soldiers immediately raised their guns and pointed them at him. The leader sneered. You are talking nonsense. The distance from the imperial capital to Jinzhou is more than 1,000 kilometers. How can you, a student, get here safely all by yourself? Tell me, what is your purpose? Sir, we want to report it. At this moment, the dozen or so survivors behind Xiao Tong immediately ran up. Sir, we are all locals from Jinzhou, and here are our ID cards. The few people who came forward handed their ID cards to the guard. The guard took a look and then returned the ID cards to the people. What do you want to report? Sir, I report that this person is a powerful psychic, but he watched our companions being killed by zombies, and he even cruelly killed the leader of our team. Although he is a strong man, he has no awareness of protecting the weak. Such scum must not be allowed into the survivor base. Yes, we must not let him enter the survivor base. The others also shouted, and their eyes were full of resentment when they looked at Xiao Tong. If Xiao Tong had protected them, they would not have died at all. Some of their brothers and sisters died on the road. Some of their wives and children died on the road, and some of their husbands died on the road. It's all Xiao Tong's fault. Xiao Tong was their sworn enemy. Hearing what everyone said, the guard's eyes lit up. Are you a superpower? Xiao Tong nodded. What level of psychic are you? The captain of the guard asked again. Level 3. Xiao Tong nodded calmly. What? You are a level 3 psychic? What is your ability? The captain of the guard shouted directly, because in the entire Jinzhou survivor base, there are no more than a handful of level 3 psychics. Each of them is like a stabilizing force for the base. Only they can resist the third-level zombies and protect the safety of the base. If a psychic of this level had a stronger ability, even the leader of the base would have to show him some courtesy, let alone a small guard like them. Thunder. Xiao Tong spoke again. As he spoke, he raised his hand slightly. A ball of blue thunder crackled instantly, and at the same time, a third-level aura suddenly burst out. Lightning power? And he's a level 3 expert. No wonder he was able to come to Zhenzhou all by himself from the imperial capital, which is over 1,000 kilometers away. Mr. Tong Xiao, right? Please come in first. I will go and inform the leader of the base immediately. Don't you need to check the identity? No. The captain of the guard quickly and respectfully welcomed Xiao Tong in. The people behind Xiao Tong were immediately confused. Sir, you can't let him in. He has a bad character. Someone shouted quickly. Shut up. Are you going in or not? If not, just stay outside. The captain of the guard glared at a few people unhappily. If it weren't for the fact that they were all from Jinzhou, he would never have let them in. Go in, let's go in. Several people looked at each other in bewilderment. Entering the survivor base, the entire base is divided into 2 roads. The captain of the guard led Xiao Tong to the left, and several people hurriedly followed, but were soon stopped by a guard. You go that way. Why? For no reason, the guard said coldly. Several people stared at Xiao Tong's back, then turned their gaze to the right. Go straight along the road on the right, and after passing a wall, you'll suddenly hear a noisy sound and an indescribable sour smell in the air. This is a wide flat ground, crowded with people and simple tents set up close to each other. When they saw new people coming in, countless people immediately turned their eyes over. They looked greedily at the few people, and when they saw that they didn't have any food on them, their eyes were full of disappointment. On the other side, Xiao Tong was taken directly to a luxurious courtyard. After entering the courtyard, Xiao Tong was waiting in the hall. As soon as Xiao Tong sat down, a neatly dressed and clean maid poured him a cup of tea. However, Xiao Tong just took a look and then sat motionless. Boom, boom, boom. Just at this moment, the sound of hurried footsteps was heard. Xiao Tong turned his head and saw several figures coming quickly towards the hall. The leader was a man wearing a neat Tang suit, with gray hair combed neatly and meticulously, exuding an elegant air. Behind him were a man and a woman. This must be Mr. Tong Xiao Tong, right? The man enthusiastically shook Xiao Tong's hand as soon as he came up. Xiao Tong nodded. The guard next to him quickly said, Mr. Tong, this is the governor of the Netherlands, the current #1 leader of the Xinzhou survivor base, Chief Ma Wenma. It turned out to be Chief Horse. You don't have to be so polite. Just call me Brother Ma, Mr. Tong. Come on, sit down. Ma Wen warmly invited Xiao Tong to sit down. His eyes were filled with excitement that could not be suppressed. Mr. Tong, I heard that you are a powerful third-level lightning ability user. Xiao Tong nodded and raised his hand. Blue thunder gathered instantly, and a terrifying aura spread from it. This aura made the faces of the man and woman behind Marvin instantly become solemn. He really is a third-level psychic, and he has powerful lightning powers. Marvin was extremely excited. Mr. Tong, thank you for having such a powerful psychic like you join our Xinzhou survivor base. With your joining, the safety of our base has been further strengthened. I have decided to appoint Mr. Tong as the captain of the 4th Special Forces team, second only to the leader of the base. What do you think? Aye. Tin 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 tin. Ha ha, Brother Ma. A powerful third-level psychic has arrived at the base. Why don't you notify Sure so that he can also greet him? Just as Xiao Tong was about to speak, a deep and loud laugh suddenly rang out, interrupting him directly. Chapter 121. All parties are trying to win over and provoke. Hearing this voice, Marvin's face froze for a moment, then he smiled again. Xiao Tong looked up and saw a burly man in general's uniform walking in with the gait of a tiger. This must be Mr. Tong Xiao Tong, right? As Shi Changzhou walked into the hall, his eyes fell on Xiao Tong. It's me, Xiao Tong's hoarse voice sounded. Hello, Mr. Tong. Welcome to the Xinzhou survivor base. Let me introduce myself. I am the leader of the Xinzhou survivor base. They're also the armed forces responsible for the Xinzhou survivor base. Shi Changzhou extended his hand towards Xiao Tong, and Xiao Tong also extended his hand and shook hands with Shi Changzhou. Mr. Tong, I would like to invite you to become the captain of the 2nd Special Forces team. What do you think? Become the captain of the 2nd Superpower Special Forces team. You'll be treated the same as the base leader and automatically have the status of a member of the base council. Your position is second only to the leader of the base. Hearing Shi Changzhou's words, Ma Wen, who had been silent, felt angry. General Shi, I was the one who invited Mr. Tong first. Shi Changzhou's face was full of playful smiles. Yes, Governor Ma also said that you just invited Mr. Tong first, but Mr. Tong has not agreed to you yet. You. Ma Wen looked at Shi Changzhou angrily, feeling very aggrieved. Although he is the #1 leader of the Xinzhou survivor base on paper, most of the armed forces and psychics of the Xinzhou survivor base are in the hands of Shi Changzhou. This led to Shi Changzhou often not taking him, the #1 leader, seriously. Compared to Ma Wen's anger, Shi Changzhou still had a faint smile on his face. He just turned to look at Xiao Tong, calmly waiting for Xiao Tong to make a decision. Xiao Tong glanced at Shi Changzhou and then at Ma Wen. Finally, he said with a hint of apology on his face, I'm sorry, Governor Ma... Well, hearing Xiao Tong's words, a look of deep disappointment flashed across Ma Wen's face. Ha ha, congratulations, Mr. Tong. You made a wise choice. Compared to Ma Wen, Shi Changzhou laughed out loud, not hiding his joy at all. Mr. Tong, please move. I had someone prepare a welcoming banquet when I arrived. Shi Changzhou made a gesture of invitation. General Shi, let's skip the welcoming banquet. I'm exhausted from the long journey, and now I just want to take a good shower and have a good rest. Besides, I don't really like crowded places. Xiao Tong smiled and shook his head. Shi Changzhou was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. I didn't think it through. I'll have someone take Mr. Tong to rest. Soon, Shi Changzhou called a maid and took Tong Xiao for a few minutes before arriving in front of a detached villa. Mr. Tong, this will be your residence from now on. There are special maids in the villa, and you can tell them if you need anything. Xiao Tong looked at the luxurious villa in front of him, but his heart was calm. No matter in peacetime or troubled times, those in power will never suffer the most. Here, Everyone has a villa, and they still live a luxurious life, even in the end times. But he knew that just across the wall were countless ordinary people who were not well fed, clothed, or able to sleep well. Xiao Tong walked into the villa and took a look around. After making sure there were no cameras or eavesdropping devices, he took a shower and had a good sleep. The next day, when he just got up, the maid brought water for washing his face, but Xiao Tong refused it. After washing up and changing into yesterday's clothes, Xiao Tong went out. "Come to the hall," Shi Changzhou said with a smile. "Captain Tong, I heard that you refused the service of those maids. Was it because they were not good at serving you, or were they not your type?" "Neither. It's just that I suffered a fire before the end of the world, and my face was hideous, so I couldn't show it to others, so I developed the habit of being alone," Xiao Tong explained. Shi Changzhou suddenly understood. No wonder Xiao Tong wore sunglasses and covered his face with a scarf. It turned out that he had something to hide, and Xiao Tong refused the maid service. It wouldn't be a fire, even there. Shi Changzhou couldn't help but glance between Xiao Tong's legs, then quickly looked away. Although Shi Changzhou's gaze was very hidden, it could not escape Xiao Tong's sight. Xiao Tong couldn't help, but the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. "Captain Tong, let me introduce you. This is my personal guard, Shi Hao, who is also a powerful third-level psychic. He used to be the captain of the psychic team, too." Shi Changzhou looked at a young man next to him and introduced him with a smile. Xiao Tong looked at Shi Hao, and Shi Hao was also looking at Xiao Tong, his eyes full of arrogance. "Are you Tong Xiao? I heard that you're also a third-level psychic, and you have lightning power, and you want to be the captain of the second superpower team." Xiao Tong looked at Shi Hao calmly. "Not bad. Everyone says that lightning powers are very powerful, but I don't believe it." Shi Hao spoke again. "So what do you want?" Xiao Tong still looked calm. "Fight with me. If you beat me, I will submit to you and I will leave Team 2 to you. If you lose, stay 3 meters away from me next time you see me." Shi Hao's face was full of arrogance, as if he was 100% sure that he could defeat Xiao Tong. Shi Changzhou, standing aside, still had a smiling face, as if he couldn't see the tense situation between the two people. "Can." Xiao Tong nodded, and Shi Hao's face instantly turned cold, with the aura of a third-level psychic bursting out without any disguise. Etc. At this moment, Shi Changzhou's voice rang out. "Captain Tong is going to take over Team 2. Why don't we go to the psychic base to have this battle? Then Captain Tong can show off his strength. Give those unruly brats a good scare." "Okay." Xiao Tong still looked calm. Shi Changzhou immediately stood up and took Shi Hao and Xiao Tong to the psychic base. Soon, all the psychics who received the news, except for a team of psychics on duty, returned to the psychic base. When Xiao Tong arrived at the psychic base, thousands of people had already gathered on the entire venue. These people are all people with special abilities in the survivor base. However, most of them are level 1 psychics, and there are about 300 to 400 level 2 psychics. In addition to the supernatural beings, the leader of the base, Man 1, and 2 level 3 psychics, a man and a woman, who had been following him, also appeared. When they saw Xiao Tong, the man and woman with special abilities behind Ma Wen immediately glared at him. At the beginning, Ma Wen treated Xiao Tong with great courtesy and even lowered his status to treat Xiao Tong as an equal. But Xiao Tong turned around and joined Shi Changzhou's army. What an ungrateful guy. Chapter 122, Crush Everyone's Shock. Among the psychics in the base at this time, a group of people with special abilities gathered together and looked at Xiao Tong coldly. "That person is the new third-level psychic who joined the base. Is he our new captain? It's so hot, and he's still wearing sunglasses and a hat around his face. Is there something wrong with him? How can such a person become our captain? Anyway, I only recognize Shi Hao as the captain of our second team. Didn't I say it? Captain Shi Hao wants to compete with this Tong Xiao. As long as he can beat Captain Shi, it's not impossible to recognize him as the captain of the second team. Haha, I heard that his ability is lightning. Although lightning is indeed very powerful, Captain Shi Hao's ability is earth-related. Took her. Everyone was talking about it. In this competition, we should stop at the right time and seek peace." Shi Changzhou spoke with a smile. Shi Hao and Xiao Tong nodded slightly, then walked to the center of the square. This is the only area in the entire square that is not paved with cement. Shi Hao and Xiao Tong stood opposite each other. "Start." Shi Changzhou acted as the referee. As soon as Shi Changzhou finished speaking, a powerful aura suddenly burst out from Shi Hao's body, and a yellowish-brown light lit up from his legs. The next moment, his body began to swell, and his skin began to change from normal to khaki. A few seconds later, Sure Hao had grown to over 2 meters in height, his body covered with a yellowish-brown substance, and he exuded a heavy aura. Feeling the aura of Sure Hao, the psychics at the scene couldn't help but become excited. Sure Hao's strength has improved again. I'm afraid he's about to enter the peak of the midterm stage, right? Yes, Sure Hao is indeed the second-ranked person among the third-level psychics in the base. TSK, his uncle is General Sure. All the crystal cores in the base are provided to him first. If he is not powerful, who will be? This Tong Xiao might be in trouble. Everyone was talking about it, with expressions of gloating on their faces. The man and woman behind Ma Wen couldn't help but smile and looked at Xiao Tong with mocking expressions on their faces. At the beginning, Xiao Tong rejected Ma Wen, which made Ma Wen lose face. Now Xiao Tong is embarrassed in front of so many people. It's really gratifying. Buzz. And at this moment, a powerful aura suddenly bloomed. The smiles on everyone's faces suddenly froze, and they looked up at Xiao Tong in disbelief. When they felt the late third stage aura emanating from Xiao Tong, they couldn't help but stare with their mouths wide open. How is it possible? How could Tong Xiao be in the late stage of level 3? The Jinzhou survivor base exhausted all the base's resources to support Sure Hao and his men, but the highest-ranking Captain Duanmu has only just entered the late stage. Except for Captain Sure Hao, who has entered the middle stage, all others are in the early stage. But how could Tong Xiao advance to the late stage of level 3 so quickly alone? Everyone was extremely shocked. Among the group of people with special abilities, a man with long hair looked at Xiao Tong with serious eyes. Shi Changzhou, who was watching from the sidelines, was stunned for a moment. Then his eyes were filled with ecstasy. He already had 3 level 3 psychics under his command. One of them was in the late stage of level 3, and it was precisely because of this that he was able to overpower Marvin as the leader of Base 2. And now there is Xiao Tong, a late-stage third-level psychic. Won't he have the final say in the entire base from now on? Compared to the excited Shi Changzhou, Ma Wen's face was filled with bitterness and regret. If he knew that Xiao Tong was a late-stage, third-level psychic, how could he give Xiao Tong to Shi Changzhou so easily? As for the 2 psychics, a man and a woman, behind Marvin, they also looked shocked. On the field, Sure Hao saw the shock on the faces of the people around him and the sound of whispers, and his expression became extremely ugly. Late third level, so what? I'll let you know that level doesn't determine everything. Come and die. Sure Hao's face was full of ferocity. The moment he finished speaking, he kicked the ground hard and rushed toward Xiao Tong like a cannonball. He clenched his right hand into a fist and smashed it toward Xiao Tong. Buzz! Wherever the fist passed, there was a sound of breaking wind. You can imagine how great the force was. Sure Hao did not hold back when he made his move. Although this punch is just an ordinary physical attack, it can kill most of the strong men in the early stage of level 3. Xiao Tong is in the late third stage, but his superpowers are superpowers. The physical fitness of those with energy-related abilities is generally not as good as those with defense-related and strength-related abilities. If Xiao Tong had not dodged, this punch might have taken his life. Thinking of this, everyone immediately turned to look at Xiao Tong. But this time, Xiao Tong did not dodge or evade, as if he was frightened and just stood there. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned again. What is Tong Xiao doing? Does he think that he can ignore Captain Sure Hao simply because he is in the late stage of level 3? I have to say, this Tong Xiao is either arrogant and ignores Sure Hao, or he's been frightened silly. If he didn't dodge, Sure Hao's punch would have killed him given his small size. Originally, energy users cannot allow melee users to get close to them, so they can only attack from a roundabout way. But this Tong Xiao, everyone was talking about it. The moment Sure Hao discovered that Xiao Tong did not dodge or evade, he was first furious, and then he revealed a cruel smile. He mobilized his special powers, and a ball of yellow light condensed on his huge fist, making the attack more fierce and terrifying. In the blink of an eye, the distance between the two was less than 5 meters. Seeing Xiao Tong still motionless, Sure Hao could not help but reveal a ferocious smile. He could already imagine the scene of smashing Xiao Tong's head with one punch, and then the red and white brain juice spurting out. But at this moment, suddenly, a dark light appeared on Xiao Tong's body, and Xiao Tong's body also expanded. His height and size increased rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, he broke through the 2-meter mark. In the end, he actually turned into a giant who was bigger than Shi Hao, and his body was covered with a layer of dark armor. After doing all this, Xiao Tong suddenly raised his fist and punched Shi Hao hard on the spot. Pung! The next moment, a muffled sound was heard. 2 huge fists, one khaki and one dark black, collided violently. At the moment of collision, Shi Hao's eyes widened. He felt a terrifying aura suddenly coming from Xiao Tong's fist. The next moment, he was blasted away by this huge force. Pung! Shi Hao fell to the ground like a broken sack. He struggled to get up from the ground, his face full of dullness and disbelief. All the visitors opened their mouths wide, with shock on their faces. Chapter 123, Surrender. Isn't his superpower lightning? How come he has another superpower? After a long time, a cry of surprise was heard, and everyone finally reacted. Yes, doesn't Tong Xiao have the power of lightning? Why does he have another power now? And this power is so overbearing. What on earth is going on? No matter what happened, Xiao Tong's strength is too terrifying. He took Shi Hao's powerful punch and stood still. Not only did he take it, but he also forced Shi Hao back and even injured him. Everyone was talking about it, and Shi Changzhou and Ma, one on the side, were also confused. Shi Changzhou couldn't hold it in any longer. He asked, Tong Xiao, what's going on? Isn't your ability lightning? After hearing Shi Changzhou's words, others immediately turned their eyes to Xiao Tong, their eyes full of confusion and curiosity. Facing everyone's gaze, Xiao Tong's face was full of calmness. Who said that a person can only awaken one superpower? As soon as Xiao Tong finished speaking, the scene fell silent, and then there was an uproar. According to Tong Xiao, can humans really awaken 2 superpowers? Impossible. If humans can really awaken 2 superpowers, then why have we never heard of it or seen it? How is it impossible? Isn't Tong Xiao a living example right in front of us? Everyone was arguing, but Shi Changzhou was extremely excited. Tong Xiao, is what you said true? Can humans really awaken multiple superpowers? Xiao Tong remained calm. I don't know either, but it was under various harsh conditions that I happened to awaken an extra ability. Apart from me, I have not seen another person who has awakened 2 powers. Hearing Xiao Tong's words, Shi Changzhou's face suddenly flashed with disappointment. Yes, it must be extremely harsh conditions to awaken the second superpower. For ordinary people, it is good enough to awaken 1 superpower. Marvin also shook his head. At this moment on the field, Shi Hao saw that everyone's eyes were on Xiao Tong, and he was jealous to the point of going crazy. Although he was also shocked that Xiao Tong awakened 2 superpowers, it did not mean that he was afraid of Xiao Tong. Tong Xiao, don't think I'm afraid of you, just because you've awakened 2 superpowers. I was just careless just now. I didn't use my full strength at all. Our fight isn't over yet. Shi Hao suddenly shouted at Xiao Tong, and the people around them only then realized that the competition between the 2 had not yet ended. Tong Xiao, I'm going to be serious this time, so you have to be careful too. Shi Hao shouted loudly, and the next moment, all the supernatural powers in his body were mobilized frantically. The khaki light on Shi Hao's body suddenly became stronger, and then frantically gathered towards his fists and legs. Shi Hao's fist grew wildly as a result, and another energy rushed frantically into the ground. Finally, after Shi Hao's arms had grown 3 times in size, Shi Hao stomped the ground with his right foot and leaped more than 5 meters high. He raised his fists high in the air and then fell like a missile. The moment he landed, his strong fists slammed violently on the ground. Boom! A deafening sound was heard, and the next moment, the entire earth ground shook violently, and then the entire ground was torn apart. 2 huge earth dragons suddenly drilled out and roared towards Xiao Tong madly. When they saw Shi Hao's attack, many people at the scene changed their expression slightly, and their eyes were full of solemnity. Shi Hao had already tried his best in this attack, not to mention being in the middle stage of level 3. Even if he was in the late stage of level 3, his life would be in danger if he was not careful. Finally, their eyes turned to Xiao Tong, who was standing opposite Shi Hao. Xiao Tong looked at Shi Hao with calmness in his eyes. Sizzle, sizzle. He slowly raised his hands, and the blue power was injected into his hands frantically. In the palm of his hand, 2 balls of blue lightning grew wildly, and the blue arcs kept jumping, making crackling sounds. At the moment when the 2 balls of blue lightning became the size of basketballs, Xiao Tong squatted slightly, then leaned back slightly, raised his hands horizontally, and then moved back. After his hands had moved over 180 degrees, he suddenly exerted force, swung both hands forward at the same time, and slammed his palms against each other. At the moment the two balls of lightning in the palms collided, a terrifying aura suddenly burst out. After the two blue thunders collided, they devoured each other madly. In the middle of the blue thunder, a trace of purple thunder suddenly appeared. Boom, boom. The moment the purple thunder appeared, a terrifying explosion suddenly sounded. The next moment, a terrifying shock wave, with Xiao Tong's palms as the core, suddenly rushed towards the direction where Shi Hao was. The blue thunder shock wave collided violently with the two roaring earth dragons in the blink of an eye. From a distance, it looked like a thunder dragon and an earth dragon were fighting. Pung, pung. However, the two earth dragons only lasted less than 3 breaths before they exploded instantly. The so-called attribute restraint became a joke in the face of absolute power. After the two earth dragons exploded, the blue thundershock wave continued to move towards Shi Hao. How is this possible? Shi Hao couldn't help but roar when he saw this scene. Looking at the roaring thunder, his eyelids twitched and a sense of threat of death enveloped him like a tide. No, I don't want to die. Shi Hao roared in his heart, and the next moment, all the supernatural powers in his body were mobilized. He raised his strong fists and pounded hard his feet. Boom! With a loud bang, the khaki energy madly drilled into the ground along the fists, and then a stream of khaki energy madly gushed upwards and turned into a huge earth shield in the blink of an eye. As soon as the earth shield appeared, the blue thundershock wave hit the earth shield with overwhelming momentum. Boom, boom. When the blue thunder collided with the earth shield, a violent explosion sounded. Hold on. Veins bulged on Shi Hao's forehead, and all the supernatural powers in his body were drawn out frantically, then poured into the earth shield in front of him. As time passed, the blue thunder energy was finally exhausted and then dissipated in the air. The moment the blue thunder was consumed, the earth shield in front of Shi Hao also cracked apart. Shi Hao fell directly to the ground and returned to his ordinary appearance. At this time, Shi Hao was in a very miserable state. With blood constantly flowing out of his mouth, his hair was smoking, and his face was pitch black, as if he had just been struck by lightning. However, Xiao Tong walked towards Shi Hao calmly step by step, until he reached in front of Shi Hao. He looked down at Shi Hao calmly, without saying a word. Shi Hao raised his head and looked at Xiao Tong. At this moment, the sun in the distant sky cast a golden light on Xiao Tong's back, as if adding a golden circle for Xiao Tong. Shi Hao was stunned for a moment. Then he struggled to stand up, then knelt on one knee, lowered his head in submission to Xiao Tong, his voice revealing incomparable bitterness and respect. I lost. Tong Xiao, you're the only person I, Shi Hao, trust. From now on, I will not obey any orders you give me. Chapter 124. In charge of the Jinzhou Base Superpower Brigade. Shi Hao's voice was full of sincerity, which made Xiao Tong a little surprised, but Xiao Tong still looked calm on the surface and nodded coldly. If it was Shi Hao from before, he might have been furious at Xiao Tong's calm attitude. But now he felt that Xiao Tong's attitude was natural. A strong man naturally has the temper of a strong man. He had heard that the 5 major survivor bases in the southeast, northwest, northeast, and imperial capital of Daxia all had many powerful late-level, third-level psychics. But he felt that the strongest psychics in the 5 major survivor bases might not be Xiao Tong's opponents. Such a top-notch strong man, and one with unprecedented dual superpowers. As long as Xiao Tong can grow up safely, he will definitely have a place among the top human beings in the future. Bang, bang, bang. Ha ha ha, good, good, good. My Jinzhou survivor base has gained another genius. At this moment, a loud and heroic laugh rang out. He walked toward Xiao Tong and Shi Hao while laughing. When he looked at Xiao Tong, his face was full of admiration and joy. Uncle, seeing Shi Changzhou approaching, Shi Hao lowered his head. His face flushed and called out in a low voice. Well, don't be discouraged. It's not that you're too weak, but that Tong Xiao is too strong. You are still the pride of your uncle. However, you should stop being so proud and learn from Tong Xiao. Shi Changzhou looked at Shi Hao with a kind smile on his face. Shi Hao was so moved that his eyes turned red. He thought that he would be scolded by Shi Changzhou for his defeat, but Shi Changzhou not only did not scold him, but encouraged him instead. Shi Hao nodded heavily. Don't worry, uncle. I will definitely learn from Captain Tong in the future. Shi Changzhou nodded in satisfaction, then turned to look at Xiao Tong. Tong Xiao, you really shocked me. I didn't expect that you would have dual abilities. I never expected that your fighting ability would be so strong. General, you are too kind. Shi Hao is actually not bad. He just underestimated the enemy. Xiao Tong said neither humbly nor arrogantly. This attitude instantly made Shi Changzhou and Shi Hao feel more comfortable. Not arrogant or impatient, not humble or overbearing. Good. Shi Changzhou said 4 good things in a row. Uncle, from now on, Tong Xiao will be the captain of the second superpower team. At this moment, Shi Hao spoke again. Shi Changzhou glanced at Shi Hao and said with a smile, No, I have decided now that you will still be the captain of the second superpower team. Shi Hao looked puzzled and anxious. Xiao Tong was so powerful, so naturally Xiao Tong would be the captain of the second superpower team. Besides, he and Xiao Tong had already made a bet before the competition. Shi Changzhou's behavior now has put him in an embarrassing situation. I know you are anxious, but don't worry. I have decided to reorganize the first and second psychic teams into 1 large team and 2 small teams. Duanmu Feng is the captain of the first team, you're the captain of the second team, and Tong Xiao is the captain of the superpower team. You and Duanmu must obey Tong Xiao's orders. Shi Changzhou continued to speak. Wow. After Shi Changzhou finished speaking, the scene was boiling again, and countless people widened their eyes with expressions of disbelief. The first and second teams of superpowers are the most elite forces under Shi Changzhou. They are also his reliance on becoming the second leader of the entire base and surpassing the number 1 leader Ma Wen. And Ma Wen and Duanmu Feng, who previously controlled this force. One is his nephew, and the other is his former subordinate, who is loyal to him. But now, however, Shi Changzhou handed over the most important power in his hands to Xiao Tong, who had just arrived at the base less than a day ago. Even Man Wen, who had always been at odds with Shi Changzhou, looked at Shi Changzhou with shock in his eyes. At the same time, he also understood why he had always been suppressed by Shi Changzhou. In terms of courage alone, he was far inferior to Shi Changzhou. The risk for Shi Changzhou to do this is indeed very high, but the benefits are also very high. After all, with Xiao Tong's talent, as long as he doesn't die, he will sooner or later become a powerful man. Now Shi Changzhou attaches so much importance to Xiao Tong. When Xiao Tong grows up, then with this bond, Shi Changzhou will be invincible. Thank you, General. Tong Xiao will definitely not let you down. Xiao Tong clasped his fists, and a look of gratitude appeared on his face at the right moment. When Shi Changzhou saw the gratitude on Xiao Tong's face, his smile became even more sincere. He knew that strong people were all arrogant, but he knew even more about the indescribable power. A day passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Man Wen and Shi Changzhou suddenly received a call, and then they immediately held a high-level meeting. Of course, as the captain of the first superpower brigade and a late-stage, third-level superpower, Xiao Tong is naturally qualified to attend the meeting. Many people had already come to the conference room. Soon after, the 2 base leaders, Man Wen and Shi Changzhou, also arrived. However, there's still 3 vacant positions among the top psychics. Seeing this scene, many people's faces looked a little ugly, including Marvin. Tong Xiao has just been the captain of the superpower brigade for 1 day, and he's already become so arrogant. He even dared to arrive at the meeting held by the 2 leaders later than the 2 leaders. Yes, I see that Tong Xiao has no respect for others. I really don't know whether it is a good thing or a bad thing to hand over the superpower brigade to such a person. Everyone was talking about it. At this moment, 3 footsteps were heard. Everyone's faces changed, and they quickly shut up. The next moment, Xiao Tong walked in with Shi Hao and Duanmu Feng, still dressed the same. Xiao Tong stood at the door, and the 3 of them glanced around the conference room. The senior executive who had just started to grumble lowered his head instantly, not daring to breathe. Who was chewing his mouth just now? What's wrong now? Is he mute? Xiao Tong did not speak, but Shi Hao, the nephew of Shi Changzhou, had a mocking look on his face. Duanmu Feng's face was also cold. After hearing Shi Hao's words, many people became extremely angry and no longer cared about the fear in their hearts. Captain Shi Hao, what everyone said is correct, right? Everyone has arrived at the meeting called by the 2 leaders, and the 2 leaders are here too. But you 3 are the only ones who didn't come. Isn't that disrespectful of your superiors? Yes, this shows that you have never taken the 2 leaders seriously. The superpower team is really awesome. Everyone was in a weird mood. Fuck it. Sure Hao was so angry that he was fuming. Just as he was about to speak, Xiao Tong raised his hand to stop him. Seeing Xiao Tong raise his hand, Sure Hao quickly shut up, but still glared at the person who had just spoken. Just now, everyone said that Sure Hao and Duanmu Feng and I were late, and even arrived after the two leaders, so they were disrespectful. Xiao Tong asked. Chapter 125, Getting the News. The senior executives, who had just been scolded by Sure Hao and were a little frightened, thought that Xiao Tong was afraid after seeing him stop Sure Hao, so they regained their arrogance. That's right. Then may I ask, what time did the two leaders set for the meeting? 8:30. The person who just spoke was stunned for a moment, then spoke again. Then may I ask what the score is now? Xiao Tong spoke again. 8:28. Are we late? Are we late? Didn't we abide by the meeting time? Xiao Tong's lips curled up into a smile. But everyone came early. Everyone came early to wait for the two leaders. Several senior executives quickly retorted. Huh, don't you know that people with special abilities have to train every day? Don't you know that people with special abilities have to go out and hunt zombies every day? Don't you know that people with special abilities have to go out and look for supplies every day? The psychics are fighting for their lives outside every day, so of course they don't have time to arrive at the meeting room early and try to please the two leaders with a hypocritical attitude. Only those who are always sneaky and cunning will never achieve anything. So they can only rely on meeting the leader in advance and playing some tricks to win some favor in front of the leader. Always pretending that I am busy and that I have made a great contribution. As Xiao Tong finished speaking, the faces of the several senior executives who had just spoken turned pale instantly. You were talking nonsense. I have to say that Xiao Tong really hit the nail on the head for many people. I'm talking nonsense? Well, then we psychics won't have to go out to hunt zombies or get resources anymore. Just stay in the psychic base every day waiting for the meeting and then arrive early. Also, from now on, there will be no share of the supplies that the superpowers will obtain. Xiao Tong's mouth curled up into a sneer. The faces of several high-ranking officials turned pale again. Without the materials obtained by the superpowers, how could they become superpowers? How could they survive? Several people's bodies were shaking, with large drops of sweat dripping from their foreheads. Okay, Tong Xiao, they also know they are wrong. Let's take a seat and have the meeting. At this moment, Shi Changzhou, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. Xiao Tong nodded immediately, then took Shi Hao and Duanmu Feng to his own position. Captain, you're having a great time talking back. Didn't you see how scared those senior executives are? Shi Hao sat next to Xiao Tong with a smile on his face. Okay, now that everyone is here, let's get started. Marvin glanced around the room and then spoke. Just now, General Shi and I received news from the survivor base in the imperial capital, saying that a terrifying zombie tide had appeared in Daxia, and the size of this zombie tide had exceeded 100,000. There are already more than a handful of level 3 zombies inside, and the zombie leading this zombie tide is likely to have intelligence. Currently, the Shijiazhuang survivor base, which is of the same level as the Jinzhou survivor base, has been destroyed by this zombie tide. Hearing Marvin's words, everyone at the scene couldn't help but gasp. There are more than 100,000 zombies in the zombie tide, and there are more than 5 level 3 zombies. What's even more terrifying is that the zombie leader who rules this zombie tide has actually developed intelligence. You know, the reason why humans were able to maintain their position in the early stages, in addition to hot weapons, was human wisdom. Although zombies are scary, they are not intelligent. It is actually very easy to kill zombies if the number of zombies of the same level is not much different. But if zombies became intelligent, it would be terrifying. Moreover, according to the information we received from the survivor base in the imperial capital, this zombie horde had already started moving southward a week ago. If nothing unexpected happens, this wave of zombies has already reached Jinzhou. Shi Changzhou took over the conversation at this time. After hearing Shi Changzhou's words, the scene was in chaos, and countless people's eyes were filled with fear. Since this zombie tide could destroy the survivor base of Shijiazhuang, it could also destroy the survivor base of Jinzhou. Is it really that they have no way out? However, don't be afraid. The 4 major bases in the east, west, south, and north, and the survivor base in the imperial capital have formed an army of powerful superpowers. There are a total of 300 second-level superpowers and 25 third-level superpowers rushing to Jinzhou. Prepare to destroy the intelligent zombie leader in Jinzhou. Just then, Marvin's voice sounded again. When they heard Manwen's voice, they were stunned for a moment, and then they were ecstatic. Great! With so many strong men from the 5 major bases, we will definitely be able to kill the intelligent zombie leader. By then, the zombie tide will naturally disperse. Great! We are finally saved. We've had a few days of good life. Well, this is so good, so good. Everyone was talking about it, and some even cried with joy. But Xiao Tong couldn't help but sneer in his heart. The 5 major bases really think highly of him. Not to mention the 300 level 2 warriors. They actually sent out 25 level 3 warriors at once to encircle and suppress him. Sending out 25 level 3 warriors at once would probably be a huge blow to even the 5 major bases, right? However, if he was just a level 3 zombie, the 5 major bases might really be able to kill him this time, but he is now a level 4 strongman. At the same time, the number of level 3 zombies under his command was close to 20, and there were thousands of level 2 zombies. This time, if he can operate it well, he might be able to obtain a large number of zombies with amazing talents. Okay, everyone be quiet. Marvin spoke, and everyone immediately shut up, because this zombie horde is now on the territory of the Jinzhou survivor base. The 5 major bases hope that the Jinzhou survivor base can send a group of psychics who are familiar with the terrain. Cooperate with the strong men from the 5 major bases to find the location of the zombie leader and kill him. As soon as Ma Wen finished speaking, everyone at the scene turned their attention to Xiao Tong, Shi Hao, and Duan Mufeng. Seeing everyone's gaze, Shi Hao couldn't help but sneered. What? Didn't you just blame us for being late? Now you want us to do something again? Why don't we wait for the meeting at the base and let the senior executives who just spoke up go and cooperate with the strong men from the 5 major bases to kill the zombie leader? Chapter 126. The 5 bases Allied forces arrive. After hearing Shi Hao's words, the senior executives who had just spoken blushed instantly, but said nothing. They also knew that they were in the wrong, and now they knew even more clearly that although their status was the same as Xiao Tong and others, their importance to the base was far less than that of Xiao Tong and others. Moreover, their safety depends on the protection of Xiao Tong and others. Snort. Seeing that no one was talking, Shi Hao snorted in satisfaction, and then turned his gaze to Xiao Tong. Tong Xiao, please express your opinion. Shi Changzhou smiled and spoke. Xiao Tong nodded. In that case, let me lead 100 level 2 psychics and 200 level 1 psychics to cooperate with the strong men from the 5 major bases to encircle and suppress the zombie leader. Okay, but you can't go out alone, a level 3 warrior. Although there are many level 3 warriors in the 5 major bases, they are not united. You need another level 3 expert to go out with you and look after each other so that I can feel at ease. How about this? Chief, how about letting one of you, Ma Yu or Ma Rong, follow Tong Xiao in a battle? Shi Changzhou suddenly turned and looked at Ma Wen. Ma Wen instantly cursed Shi Changzhou in his heart, but he appeared calm on the surface. Of course he knew that Shi Changzhou transferred a level 3 warrior beside him to guard against him, but Shi Changzhou had already sent someone out, and it would be bad if he didn't go out. What's more, Shi Changzhou stood on the side of justice. Thinking of this, Marvin couldn't help but frown. Ma Yu, who was standing behind Ma Wen, had a cold expression on his delicate face. He looked directly at Shi Changzhou. General Shi, since you and Tong Xiao need to take care of each other, we must have someone who is familiar with each other. Captain Shi Hao and Captain Duan Mufeng have been with Tong Xiao all the time, so wouldn't it be fine for one of them to follow Tong Xiao? Okay, I'm willing to follow Captain Tong into battle. As soon as Ma Yu finished speaking, Shi Hao quickly stood up and expressed his opinion. Shi Changzhou glared at Shi Hao, feeling a little disappointed with him. In that case, let Duan Mufeng and Ma Rong stay behind to protect the base, while Tong Xiao, Shi Hao, and Ma Yu will go out together. The 4 teams of level 2 and level 1 psychics are divided into 4 groups, 1 quarter each. How about this, Chief Ma? Are you satisfied now? Shi Changzhou spoke, and finally looked at Ma Wen with a forced smile. Marvin sighed in his heart, then nodded calmly. Okay. Soon, the meeting ended, and everyone dispersed. The next day, in Shi Changzhou's general's mansion, Shi Changzhou, Xiao Tong, and Shi Hao sat together. Tong Xiao, although you just arrived, I believe you understand the situation of the Jinzhou survivor base. Marvin and his 2 level 3 psychics repeatedly rammed into me. This time, you're even more delusional to send only my level 3 superpowers to weaken my power. So this time you go to battle, I hope you and Xiao can find an opportunity. Leave Mayu outside completely. As he spoke, a cold, murderous look appeared on Shi Changzhou's face. Hearing Shi Changzhou's words, Xiao Tong nodded calmly. I understand. Shi Hao was a little hesitant. As if noticing Shi Hao's hesitation, Shi Changzhou glared at Shi Hao and said, Shi Hao, did you hear that? Shi Hao shrank his head. Uncle, I heard it, but you have always known that I like Mayu. Otherwise Ma Rong will go to the battle. Bullshit. Tell me, do you like it? You are obviously greedy for that girl's body. I tell you, after you get out, you have to listen to Tong Xiao, otherwise I will punish you when I come back. Shi Changzhou directly exposed Shi Hao, and Shi Hao's face turned red instantly. Boom, boom. At this moment, the roar of helicopter propellers was heard. Shi Changzhou hurriedly took Xiao Tong and Shi Hao out. I saw several helicopters approaching quickly and landing above the survivors' base. Hundreds of people filed out. Shi Changzhou hurriedly took Xiao Tong and Shi Hao to meet them. Everyone, I am Shi Changzhou, the leader of the Xinzhou survivor base. Welcome to Xinzhou. On the other side, Ma Wan, Ma Yu, and Ma Rong hurried over. Seeing Shi Changzhou approaching, a gloomy look flashed across his face. At this time, in front of the helicopter, a group of 25 psychics were looking at Shi Changzhou and others. The leader was Xiao Tong's old friend, Wu Ji, the major general of the Imperial Capital Survivor Base. Wu Ji glanced around, and when he saw the 4 level 3 warriors behind Shi Changzhou and Ma Wan, he nodded slightly. It seems that the strength of the Xinzhou Survivor Base is still very good. There are 4 level 3 powerhouses in public, and there may be more in secret. Hello, General Shi. My name is Wu Ji, and I'm from the Imperial Capital Survivor Base. This is Jin Zhan, the leader of this operation from the Eastern Survivor Base. This is Gao Zun, the leader of the 2nd team from the Southern Survivor Base. This is Gao Zun, the leader of the 3rd team. This is Feng Wei, the leader of the 4th team from the Western Survivor Base. And this is Dai Ge, the leader of the 5th team from the Northern Survivor Base. Wu Ji smiled and spoke. Hello, Major General. Hello, Captain Jin. Hello, Captain Gao. Hello, Captain Feng. Hello, Captain Dai. Thank you all for coming all the way here to fight bravely for Xinzhou, for Daxia, and for humanity against the zombies. Shi Changzhou looked grateful. Okay, General Shi, without further ado, where's the team you sent out? Wu Ji asked. Shi Changzhou quickly stepped aside and let Xiao Tong behind him come out. He smiled and said, Everyone, our Xinzhou survivor base will send 3 level 3 warriors, 102 level warriors, and 301 level warriors to participate in the battle. Captain Tong Xiaodong is a late-stage, 3rd level psychic with powerful lightning abilities. He will lead the Xinzhou psychics to join the battle. Hearing Shi Changzhou's words, everyone from the 5 major bases couldn't help but raise their eyebrows slightly, and their eyes fell on Xiao Tong. Especially Wu Ji, his eyes were full of curiosity. Your name is Tong Xiao? Your ability is also lightning-related? And you are in the late 3rd level. Tong Xiao nodded, his face calm. Yes. Seeing Tong Xiao's neither humble nor arrogant attitude, Wu Ji looked at Tong Xiao with interest in his eyes. In the 5 major survivor bases, except for a few people who reached the late stage of level 3, most of the others were in the early stage. Xiao Tong came from a provincial survivor base, but he was able to reach the late stage. It can be imagined that Xiao Tong's talent is not low. Moreover, Xiao Tong also had lightning abilities like him, so his favorability towards Xiao Tong instantly increased. He couldn't help but laugh and said, What a coincidence! My ability is also lightning-related, and you're the 3rd person I have seen who has reached the 3rd level of lightning-related ability. By the way, the 2nd one is the target we're going to deal with this time. It is a zombie leader with only wisdom, and its ability is also lightning-related. Chapter 127. Action begins ambush. Oh, that's really a coincidence. Xiao Tong also pretended to be surprised. Tong Xiao, in this case, you will be the captain of the 6th team and cooperate with us to find the location of the zombie leader and kill him. Yes. Xiao Tong nodded. Okay, now that daylight has just begun and most zombies have fallen into a deep sleep, let's act immediately. Wu Ji's face quickly turned serious, and everyone responded in unison. Soon, the gate to the Xinzhou survivor base opened. Military vehicles drove out one after another. This time, the Xinzhou survivor base sent out 5,000 soldiers specifically to deal with level 0 and level 1 zombies. At the same time, Thermal weapons can also cause certain damage to level 2 and level 3 zombies. These soldiers and the first and second level warriors will be used to contain the zombie army, while the remaining third level warriors will be used to kill the third level zombies and the zombie leader among the zombies. Along the way, the occasional scattered zombies they encountered were all killed by the psychics with thundering power. At this time, we are at the city center of Xinzhou Survivor Base. Countless zombies gathered together. After learning about the plans of the 5 major survivor bases yesterday, Xiao Tong has ordered all zombies to retreat and also took with them countless zombies that Xiao Tong could not control. Now, there are more than 200,000 zombie hordes in the entire Xinzhou Center. There are more than 20 level 3 zombies. Xiao Tong controls 18 level 3 zombies for level 3 mutant dogs and 2 level 3 human mutants, namely the dual sword woman Du Ying and the spiritual woman Wu Yan. Therefore, Xiao Tong had 24 level 3 forces under his control, only one less than the 5 major survivor bases. Although the healer must not participate in the battle, and at least 2 level 3 zombies must be left to protect the healer's safety, and the loyalty of the double knife girl and the spirit girl has yet to be tested. But don't forget that he is a level 4 zombie and an undercover agent, so he will be able to play a greater role at that time. As for the zombie lord, Xiao Tong planned to let him impersonate himself and attract the 3rd level human strongman. At this time, the Xinzhou Survivor Base. The teams of zombies controlled by Xiao Tong, each led by several level 3 zombies, hid in the buildings in the center of Xinzhou. In the end, only tens of thousands of zombies ruled by the zombie leader were left outside. As for the 3rd level zombies, in addition to the zombie lord, there were also Swift 1, Swift 2, Bone Spike Zombie 1, Flame Zombie 1, and Windblade Zombie 1, a total of 6 3rd level zombies. Then they brought with them nearly 100,000 foreign zombies, including more than 20,000 level 1 zombies, more than 1,000 level 2 zombies, and 4 level 3 zombies. The zombie leader and 5 3rd level zombies led tens of thousands of zombies, including nearly 100,000 zombies to attract human attention, allowing these foreign zombies to consume human firepower. After both humans and these alien zombies are defeated, the zombies lying in ambush nearby suddenly attacked, and with the help of this traitor, they killed the humans by surprise. Soon, more than an hour passed, and the human camp, 5,000 soldiers, 300 level 1 psychics, 400 level 2 strongmen, and 28 level 3 psychics, including Xiao Tong, had approached the Xinzhou Survivor Base. At the Xinzhou Survivor Base, more than a dozen armed helicopters are on standby. They will rush to the battlefield after the war between humans and zombies begins, and then track the zombie leader's whereabouts throughout the entire process to prevent it from escaping. Looking at the nearby city center of Xinzhou, a hint of hatred flashed in Wu Ji's eyes. If he hadn't run fast, he would probably have died at the hands of that level 3 zombie. But although he escaped, the Imperial Capital Survivor Base suffered heavy losses. Except for him, all the first batch of level 5 strongmen died. And this time, he will definitely wash away the previous shame with blood. Soon, the army was approaching the city center. But along the way, except for a few scattered zombies, they had never encountered a larger group of zombies. This abnormal scene made Wu Ji feel a little bit wrong. Thinking of this, he suddenly raised his hand. The large army stopped instantly. Gao Zun, Jin Zhan, and others immediately surrounded them. What's wrong, Wu Ji? I feel like something is wrong here. Apart from a few waves of zombies on the road, we haven't encountered even one zombie group so far. This is the urban area of Xinzhou with the largest population. Logically, there should be the most zombies here, but this is a bit abnormal. Wu frowned. Hey, I thought you were worried about something. Hearing Wu Ji's words, Gao Zun suddenly felt relieved, and then said, a huge group of zombies appeared here, and there is also an intelligent zombie. Zombies will also fight each other, so the zombies here have either left the center of Xinzhou City or been hunted down by that group of zombies. What's more, it's daytime now, and most of the zombies are hiding, so it's normal that we didn't encounter a zombie tide. After hearing Gao Zun's words, everyone suddenly understood. Wu Ji's doubts were dispelled, but as the captain of this operation, he still remained vigilant. How about this? Let's send a team to look for the zombies first. After finding the zombie horde, the level 1 and 2 warriors and ordinary soldiers immediately built fortifications nearby to resist the zombie horde's attack, while the level 3 warriors and above hunted down the level 3 zombies and the zombie that led the zombies. Okay, I agree. Agree. Everyone nodded. Seeing that everyone had the same opinion, Wu Ji immediately turned to look at Xiao Tong and others. Wu Ji smiled and said, Captain Tong, you guys should go and look for the zombie tide and the intelligent zombie, right? After hearing Wu Ji's words, Sure Hao and Mayu both showed some displeasure on their faces. Just as Mayu was about to speak, Xiao Tong nodded calmly. Okay. After saying that, Xiao Tong turned to look at the group of psychics he led and said, All the first-level psychics stay here, and the second-level psychics follow me to the center to look for the zombies. Yes. After Xiao Tong finished speaking, the psychics belonging to the Zhenzhou survivor base nodded one after another. Soon, Xiao Tong, Sure Hao, and Mayu led a group of 122 strongmen and rushed towards the city center. Xiao Tong, are you brainless? Wu Ji's group obviously wanted us to die, so why did you agree? A few minutes later, Mayu, who had been frowning all the time, couldn't help but speak out in anger. He felt that letting Xiao Tong become the chief person in charge of the supernatural people in Jinzhou was a huge mistake, as he couldn't even see such a simple conspiracy. Hearing Mayu's words, Xiao Tong, who had been on his way, paused, then turned to look at Mayu, his eyes full of coldness. So, Wu Ji and the others want us to die, but can you refuse? Or can the Jinzhou survivor base refuse? What if you anger Wu Ji and his men? They will choose to retreat temporarily and wait for the zombies to destroy the Jinzhou base before taking action. Can you bear this responsibility? Hearing Xiao Tong's words, Mayu choked up, but she still said stubbornly, Anyway, no matter what, you should argue. Chapter 128. Split into two groups, Mayu dies. Okay, Mayu, I know you have always been dissatisfied with me. How about this? We will split into two groups. Sure Hao and I will lead one group, and you'll lead the other group. We will search for traces of the zombie tide separately. Xiao Tong spoke again. Mayu instinctively wanted to refuse, but she couldn't save face, so she angrily said, Let's break up. Let's go. After saying that, Mayu immediately left with the second-level psychics from teams 3 and 4. After Mayu and the others disappeared, Xiao Tong withdrew his gaze coldly. Let's set off too. Xiao Tong changed direction and left with a group of psychics. As he turned around, he couldn't help but smile. By splitting his forces with Mayu, he could let his men kill Mayu's team first, which would also reduce the strength of the human camp to some extent. After separating from Xiao Tong and the others, Mayu led 50 psychics to move quickly in the city, her delicate face full of anger. Tong Xiao, I don't believe that I, Mayu, am any worse than you. Do you think I'm afraid just because you threaten me with dividing your troops? You are delusional. The more you look down on me, the more I will prove that I, Mayu, am no worse than you. Mayu gritted his teeth, his heart filled with anger towards Xiao Tong. She didn't notice at all that zombies were quickly pouring out of the buildings on the street they had just left. Just as Mayu and 50 psychics turned the corner, everyone's bodies suddenly froze. All I saw was a dense crowd of zombies standing in the shadows of tall buildings in the distance, and the entire street stretched as far as the eye could see. Mayu looked at the zombies with a flash of fear in his eyes. Retreat. Retreat quietly. Don't alarm these zombies. Mayu spoke quietly, but at this moment, a level 3 zombie suddenly opened his eyes. Roar. When seeing Mayu and others, the third-level zombie roared violently, and the next moment, tens of thousands of eyes suddenly opened. Roar. The next moment, countless roars sounded. Oh no, the zombies have awakened. Run away. Mayu shouted in horror and immediately led all the psychics to flee madly. But just after turning a street, they stopped suddenly and looked at the dense swarms of zombies in front of them, their eyes full of despair. There were clearly no zombies here when they arrived, but why were there zombies everywhere in just a dozen minutes? Mayu looked at the zombies in front of her, then turned her head to look at the dense tide of zombies behind her. She couldn't help but feel her scalp tingling. There should be fewer zombies blocking the road. Let's charge together. If we can get through them, we still have a chance to survive. Mayu shouted, then led the charge. She ran while using her special powers, and the next moment, a blue light flashed, and raindrops suddenly fell from the sky. When these raindrops fell on the zombies, holes were instantly corroded where the raindrops fell. In just a few seconds, the heads of dozens of low-level zombies were corroded, and they completely lost their lives. The moment Mayu made his move, the supernatural being behind him also made his move. A series of colorful attacks suddenly covered the zombies, and in the blink of an eye, hundreds of zombies died or lost their ability to move. But in the face of the huge number of zombies, this is still too little. After several waves of attacks, Mayu and others were only a few meters away from the zombie group. Several defense and strength-type psychics activated their powers, and their bodies suddenly became huge. They rushed into the horde of zombies and swept through the entire horde. The zombies that met them either had broken arms or legs. Seeing this scene, Mayu and others' eyes lit up, and a glimmer of hope finally rose in their hearts again. But at this moment, several huge auras suddenly bloomed. 3 figures rushed out from the zombie group. One of the black shadows was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye rushed in front of several psychics who were killing everyone. Ki. The black shadow swiftly swung his arms that had turned into sharp blades. In less than 10 seconds, more than a dozen psychics who had seemed so powerful just now were beheaded. Oh no, they are level 3 zombies. There is a level 3 Swift, a level 3 Defender, and a Bone Spur zombie. When everyone saw these 3 level 3 zombies, their eyes were filled with fear. At the same time, he was puzzled. Wasn't it said that there were just over a handful of level 3 zombies in this zombie tide? Then why were there only 3 level 3 zombies among the tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of zombies that were blocked? Just when doubts arose, 3 level 3 zombies had already rushed into the team of psychics. In an instant, screams were heard. 3 level 3 zombies are simply a dimensionality reduction attack on a group of level 2 psychics, not to mention that there are tens of thousands of zombies behind them. Mayu's face was pale, and he led a few people to fight among the zombies. Call out. At this moment, a sound of breaking wind was heard, and Mayu only felt a fierce wind coming. Before she could react, a bone spur had already pierced her chest. Because of the great force, the tail of the bone spur trembled a few times. Mayu instantly covered his chest and screamed, and the whole person was directly carried away by the aftermath of the bone spur and fell to the ground. Team leader. The faces of the people around Mayu suddenly changed. Mayu was the only level 3 psychic among them. If Mayu was gone, their last hope would probably be gone. Laugh. One of the psychics had just shouted, and the next moment his head fell to the ground. The pressure in his chest instantly caused the blood inside to gush out, and it was extremely bloody. Mayu struggled to stand up, but the next moment, a sharp black blade had already pierced her abdomen. She lowered her head and looked at the sharp blade in her abdomen in disbelief. Her beautiful big eyes slowly lost their color and turned gray. The Swift drew his blade. Pong! Mayu's body fell heavily to the ground. He turned around and saw that the 20 or so psychics led by Mayu had been completely overwhelmed by the swarm of zombies. Several low-level zombies smelled the bloody smell on Mayu and immediately roared excitedly and were about to pounce on him. Roar! At this moment, the 3rd-level Swift roared fiercely and stopped several low-level zombies. Then it picked up Mayu's body and hit again with a group of zombies. Xiao Tong had instructed that the corpses of level 3 psychics should not be destroyed as much as possible. When these corpses were transformed into zombies, their talents and promotion speed would be much stronger than ordinary zombies. Soon, the Swift took nearly 230,000 people and hid in the building again. However, the tide of zombies in pursuit did not slow down at all and began to roar wildly. Chapter 129, The Battle Begins. A few minutes ago, the moment they heard the zombies' roars, Wu Ji and the others who were waiting outside, and Xiao Tong's team, who were searching in another direction, changed direction at the same time and headed towards the direction of the roars. Soon, the human camp arrived at the scene of the battle, but apart from the bloodstains on the ground and some broken limbs that the zombies had not eaten, the team led by Mayu had completely disappeared. Roar! The remaining zombies that were chasing after them roared when they saw Wu Ji and the others, and then began to pounce towards the human camp. Build defensive fortifications immediately. Wu Ji roared, and 5,000 soldiers immediately built defensive positions. Da-da-da! Boom, boom! Instantly, fierce gunfire rang out, and heavy machine guns, rockets, grenades, etc. were madly directed at the tide of zombies. There were even several anti-aircraft machine guns towed on some vehicles. These anti-aircraft machine guns are like harvesters. Wherever the muzzles are pointed, the zombies on that side will fall down immediately like wheat being harvested. Among the remaining psychics, those with long-range attack abilities were also constantly attacking, helping ordinary soldiers share the pressure. What's going on? How come Mayu and his army were wiped out? but you are fine." A hint of anger flashed across Wu Ji's face, and he turned to look at Xiao Tong. "We had just set out when Mayu refused to obey my command. We then split into two groups and searched separately. I heard the noise and immediately led my team here." Xiao Tong spoke calmly. Wu Ji glared at Xiao Tong, but said nothing more. He was not actually standing up for Mayu. He just thought that losing a level 3 expert before the battle even started was a bad omen. However, it was not worth offending Xiao Tong for the sake of a dead level 3 psychic. So he took a deep breath and didn't make things difficult for Xiao Tong anymore. Notify Jinzhou Base immediately and dispatch a helicopter to provide a high-altitude view to find the zombies that are ruling this zombie tide. Wu Ji spoke, and the signalman quickly contacted the Jinzhou Base. The helicopter that had been prepared long ago took off immediately and quickly headed towards the center of Jinzhou. After doing all this, Wu Ji looked towards the tide of zombies in the distance, his eyes full of coldness. "Except for me, Gaozun, Jinzhan, Fengwei, Daige, and Xiao Tong, the other third-level psychics are divided into 6 groups, each leading their own second-level psychics to fight the zombie tide and kill the second and third-level zombies in the zombie tide." Wu Ji issued an order. Yes. In an instant, the strong men from the 5 major bases were divided into 5 groups, leading the second-level psychics from their respective bases to rush out from the side. Sure Hao glanced at Xiao Tong, who nodded slightly. Xiao Tong immediately rushed out with the remaining 50 second-level psychics. The first round of attacks by humans' thermal weapons has resulted in at least several thousand zombies being killed or losing their combat effectiveness, but countless zombies are still rushing forward one after another. The 5 powerful teams of the human camp rushed out and killed the zombie camp in great numbers. They could only rely on numbers to temporarily match the humans. In addition to Wu Ji and 6 others who were waiting in the wings to deal with the zombie leader, there were a total of 21 level 3 warriors joining the battle. At this moment, there were only 8 level 3 zombies in the zombie camp. They were a level 3 swift, a level 3 bone spur zombie, a level 3 flame zombie, a level 3 wind blade zombie, and the remaining 4 were 4 level 3 zombies that were caught up in the zombie army. They were 2 defenders, a devourer, and a hateful zombie. When the 6 teams of a human formation rushed into the zombie group and killed them all, the 8 third-level zombies also roared and slaughtered the second-level mutants. 8 level 3 zombies. These should be all the level 3 zombies in this group of zombies. Level 3 psychics surround them and kill these beasts. Wu Ji, who was far away, was watching the battlefield and giving orders. After hearing Wu Ji's words, 13 of the 21 level 3 psychics immediately rushed towards the 8 level 3 zombies. As for the remaining 8 level 3 psychics, 6 of them are long-range attack psychics with very poor melee combat capabilities, and the other 2 defensive level 3 psychics are left behind to protect their output. 13 level 3 psychics attacked 8 level 3 zombies. Among them, 3 level 3 defenders faced off against level 3 bone spur zombies, level 3 flame zombies, and level 3 wind blade zombies respectively. The other 10 level 3 psychics surrounded the remaining level 3 swifter, 2 level 3 defenders, 1 devourer, and 1 abominable zombie. They worked in groups of 2 to besiege the remaining 5 level 3 zombies. Roar! The swift roared, and then used his swift speed to move quickly, but one of the third-level speed-type psychics followed closely and cooperated with another strength-type psychic, constantly leaving scars on the swift's body. Not far away, 2 level 3 defenders were in the worst situation. Because they were not fast enough, they were quickly fired upon by 4 level 3 psychics. Less than 5 minutes after the battle started, the 2 defenders could no longer hold on. At the scene, only the devourers and the abomination zombies seemed to be at ease. After all, these 2 zombies are among the most powerful zombies. The devourer has both speed and attack, while the abomination has both defense and attack. Roar! At this moment, a miserable roar was heard. Everyone turned their heads and saw that one of the third-level defenders was chopped off half of his body by a psychic with a knife. Various internal organs in the chest were mixed with blood and flowed all over the ground. Then another psychic blew up the head of the level 3 defender with a punch and picked up the level 3 zombie crystal core that burst out of its head. Both of them smiled and said, "These level 3 beasts are nothing but this. Killing them is just like killing chickens and dogs." After saying that, they turned around and joined the team, besieging the devourers and the abomination zombies. being besieged by three psychics of the same level. Even the Devourers and the Abomination zombies were in danger in an instant. At this moment, another defender was also killed by the two besieged psychics. When Xiao Tong saw this, he immediately began to contact the zombie lord in his mind. Roar! When the zombie lord received the news, he roared instantly and began to organize a zombie attack. The moment the zombie lord roared, the zombies under its control suddenly began to retreat on a large scale, leaving the trapped zombies to fight with humans. The next moment, groups of zombies of the same type lined up in a somewhat neat formation at the back. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The next moment, the Bone Spike zombie squad took the lead in launching an attack, and countless bone spurs covered humans like a rain of arrows. Chapter 130. The Healing Nanny, Xiao Tong's Pocket. Ki. Chop, chop, chop. Some of the bone spurs that covered the body pierced through the human body, while others were deeply embedded in the ground or walls, leaving behind tail fins that were still trembling. Bursts of screams suddenly rang out. In this wave of attacks, dozens of psychics were injured or killed. There was even an unlucky level 3 psychic who had a bone spur piercing his head, becoming the second level 3 psychic to die tragically in the human camp. This sudden scene made the human team's eyes bloodshot. At this moment, the roar of a helicopter was heard in the sky. On the helicopter, observers were searching quickly with binoculars, infrared detectors, and other equipment. At this moment, Wu Ji's voice suddenly rang out from the intercom on the helicopter. Detective Helicopter Team, lock onto the source of that roar just now. Yes, the exploration helicopter team immediately launched an exploration. Roar. At this moment, the roar sounded again. In a zombie camp, the Bonethorn zombie squad immediately retreated, while the Windblade squad and the Flames zombie squad stepped forward. The next moment, flames suddenly spurted out, mixed with wind blades, and covered the human camp. In an instant, another scream was heard. The exploration team instantly locked onto the building where the zombie lord was located. Report, we have found the source of the roaring sound. It is located at the end of your sight, directly in front of you, the building with a red sign. The helicopter search team's voice rang out, and Wu Ji's eyes suddenly lit up. Found it. The zombie leading this zombie tide is in the building with a red sign in the middle of the end. Gaozun, wait a minute, and I will charge forward as a horn. Jinjian, you'll be in charge of the right wing. Tong Xiao, you'll be in charge of the left wing. Feng Wei, you will be in charge of supporting and protecting Daige in the middle. Daige, you will be in charge of replenishing your status. All the remaining level 5 warriors, lead your teams to follow us. After we rush over, the rear will be handed over to you. You're responsible for protecting our rear. The other first-level warriors will be responsible for blocking the zombies with the ordinary soldiers and protecting the human position. Ordinary humans, follow behind us, keep moving forward, and provide us with heavy firepower support when appropriate. Wu Ji spoke loudly. Yes, everyone responded. Set off. Wu Ji roared, then led the way out, and the remaining 5 people immediately followed. Other teams led by level 5 warriors followed suit, and the last to set off were level 1 psychics and ordinary human soldiers. Open the way with artillery fire. Wu Ji roared, and the next moment, rocket launchers and anti-aircraft machine guns fired wildly. The zombies in front fell down one after another in an instant. However, after Wu Ji and others approached the zombies, the attack stopped immediately. Kill! Wu Ji roared, and blue thunder lingered around his body. He clenched one hand, and the thunder in his hand kept jumping. He chopped out with his palm, and the head of a level 2 zombie exploded instantly. He punched out again, and a big hole was blasted directly in the chest of a zombie. Next to him, Gaozun had expanded into a golden giant over 3 meters tall, with a golden sheen on his body and a pair of sturdy arms with muscular dragons and bulging veins. He looked extremely explosive. He was like a human tank, constantly knocking the rushing zombies away or simply grabbing the zombies with both hands and tearing them in half with incomparable brutality. On the other side of Wu Ji, Xiao Tong was equally violent. From his clenched fist, blue thunder burst out with a terrifying aura. He punched out, and the blue thunder flew out of his body. Boom! The blue thunder instantly exploded on the group of zombies, and several zombies around them instantly turned into broken limbs. Rear! Feng Wei's body was constantly flashing with white light, and her skin had turned cold white. She held a bone-white shield in her left hand and a bone-white spear in her right hand. Looking closely, the bone-white shield and spear in her hands were connected to her body. The shield and spear in her hands were actually evolved from the white bones in her body. She held the bone shield and guarded Daiger, stabbing continuously with the spear in her hand. The sharp spear easily broke through the defense of all zombies below level 3 and blew their heads off. Next to her, Daiger's body emitted a faint green light, and even her hair and eyes turned green. Her attention was fixed on Wu Ji and the others. Rays of green light kept flying out and then penetrated into the bodies of Wu Ji and the others. When the green light flew into his body, Xiao Tong felt that the fatigue in his body disappeared instantly, and at the same time, the energy he had consumed was restored to its peak. Xiao Tong couldn't help but look back at Daiger. He didn't expect that Daiger actually had the same healing abilities as the healer, but the healer was more inclined to restore vitality, while Daiger was more inclined to restore abilities and status. Such healing psychics are also extremely scarce, but the 5 major bases are willing to send such psychics out to carry out missions. It seems that the 5 major bases have not yet discovered that the scarcity and preciousness of healing psychics. But Daiger came here today, then it is destined to be Xiao Tong's possession. When Daiger also turns into a zombie and becomes his own, with Daiger and the healer around, it will be difficult for him to die. After looking back, Xiao Tong had already turned around and continued fighting. Soon, the entire ground was covered with zombie corpses, and they had already advanced halfway on the journey. However, until now, the dead zombies were all foreign zombies that were brought here, and the losses of the zombie lord's men were negligible. Roar! At this moment, 2 roars suddenly sounded. Everyone turned around and saw 2 figures rushing towards Xiao Tong and others. They are the last 2 level 3 zombies left among the alien zombies, the Devourer and the Abomination. At this time, the Devourers and the abominable zombies were covered in hideous scars, but none of them were fatal. The Devourer rushed forward, devouring all the humans and zombies that blocked its way. As the devouring continued, the Devourer's injuries were recovering rapidly. He can recover quickly through devouring, which is also the important reason why the 3 third-level psychics have not been able to defeat the Devourer. After all, they can hurt the Devourer countless times, but as long as they don't die, they may be gone if the Devourer hurts them once. After all, until now, humans have not yet developed zombies to fight against the Qing dynasty. If you're injured by zombies, there's only one way to go: death. Therefore, facing the violent and vicious Devourer and Abomination, no one could use their full strength. Faced with the Devourers and Abominations charging at him, Wu Ji took the initiative to meet them. Chapter 131 Abatsus. A total of 8 level 3 zombies appeared just now. 2 defenders have been killed. 1 level 3 bone spur zombie, 1 level 3 wind blade zombie, and 1 level 3 flame zombie are still in the zombie team. The Swift was entangled by 2 powerful humans again. Therefore, now as long as they kill this Devourer and Abomination, no level 3 zombies will be able to stop them from completing the mission. Thinking of this, Wu Ji turned to look at Xiao Tong. Tong Xiao, these 2 zombies, you take one and I take one. After saying that, Wu Ji rushed out without waiting for Xiao Tong to speak. The zombie he rushed towards was a Devourer. After all, compared with the huge and extremely hideous Abomination, the Devourer was extremely thin and looked much easier to deal with. The moment Wu Ji rushed out, Xiao Tong also rushed out, and what he faced was hatred. Gao Zun, Jin Zhan, Feng Wei, and Daigu immediately followed and cleared out the zombies that pounced on them along the way. Soon, Wu Ji and Devourer confronted each other first. Wu Ji pinched the thunder in his hand, and then punched the Devourer. Beast, die for me. Wu Ji's eyes were full of ferocity. Call out. But at this moment, the Devourer suddenly dodged and avoided Wu Ji's attack directly. The next moment, it swung its sharp claws towards Wu Ji. Wu Ji quickly ducked and dodged the Devourer's attack. He then quickly stepped back a few steps, panting and looking at the Devourer with a slightly serious look in his eyes. He didn't expect that this Devourer was so fast and its attack was so fierce. But the Devourer didn't care. After getting close to Wu Ji, it focused its attack on him. Wu Ji tried his best to dodge, while continuously hitting the Devourer with his thundering fists. Boom, boom. Thunder continued to explode, leaving holes on the Devourer's body. However, the Devourer grabbed a human or zombie and opened its huge mouth to swallow it. Before long, the holes on the devourer's body began to slowly heal. Wu Ji was so shocked that he almost bit off his tongue. Speed, attack, and recovery were all so abnormal. How could he fight? While dodging the devourer's attack, Wu Ji couldn't help but glance at the battlefield next to him. At this time, Xiao Tong and Abomination were fighting fiercely, but compared with Wu Ji, Xiao Tong had the upper hand. The body of the Abomination is very large, so it is not fast, and the spliced bodies on his body are not much more defensive than cardboard in front of Xiao Tong's thunder. However, Xiao Tong was agile, and he kept attacking from behind the hatred by flexible movement. Balls of blue lightning kept blasting big holes in the body of hatred. Seeing this, Wu Ji felt a little regretful. If he had known earlier, he would have given this tough nut to crack to Xiao Tong. But who would have known that this devourer looked so thin, but was actually so ferocious? After taking a glance, Wu Ji withdrew his gaze and focused all his attention on the devourer. The devourer in front of him was indeed difficult to deal with, so he had to use all his strength now. Pung! Wu Ji stomped the ground hard with his right foot, and with the help of the recoil force, he rushed towards the devourer like an arrow. Roar! The devourer roared, raised its sharp claws, and grabbed Wu Ji fiercely. At this moment, Wu Ji's hands suddenly opened, and the supernatural power in his body started to run wildly. Between his hands, the blue thunder gradually extended as his hands opened. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a lightning net. At the moment the lightning net was formed, Wu Ji pushed with both hands violently, and the lightning net directly covered the devourer. Roar! Upon seeing this, the devourer roared and tried to dodge the lightning net with his agile body, but the lightning net swelled up in the wind the moment it left his hand. The devourer had no way to avoid it, and was directly enveloped by the blue thunder. Crackling. In an instant, a slight explosion was heard, and blue flames splashed everywhere. Roar! The devourer suddenly let out a scream of pain. Boom! At this moment, a blue bolt of lightning as big as a basketball came crashing down, causing a violent explosion directly on the devourer's body. After the explosion, the devourer was in an extremely miserable and embarrassed state. His thin body was blown off from the left shoulder to the right abdomen, with his internal organs falling to the ground. His upper and lower body were only connected by the muscles on the right side. Roar! The devourer roared, grabbed the fragments of his own body on the ground, and stuffed them into his mouth frantically. Come and die. Wu Ji would not give the devourer a chance to recover. He stepped forward and punched the devourer's head. The devourer lost half of its body and also lost its balance. It just wanted to escape, but fell directly to the ground as soon as it took a step. It turned its head and looked at Wu Ji's punch toward its head. It had no way to avoid it, and a fierce light was aroused in its eyes. Roar! It roared, then suddenly opened its mouth wide and swallowed Wu Ji's fist that was carrying thunder in one gulp. Wu Ji's face changed, and he quickly used his special powers to protect his hands. At the same time, he pulled his arms outward with force, but the devourer's sharp teeth held his arms tightly. He raised his left hand and punched the devourer in the neck. Laugh! With just one punch, Wu Ji broke the devourer's neck. The devourer's body fell to the ground with a bang, but its head was still alive, and its ferocious mouth still bit Wu Ji tightly. Clang! Laugh! At this moment, a spear suddenly thrust out and hit the devourer's head directly. A sound of metal clashing was heard, and the spear pierced through the devourer's head directly. It was Feng Wei, who was supporting from the side, who took action. After its head was pierced, the vicious devourer finally died and opened its mouth. Wu Ji quickly pulled his hand out. Fortunately, when he was bitten, Wu Ji madly poured the supernatural power in his body into his right hand, which protected his arm. Otherwise, he would probably become a zombie after this bite. But even so, Wu Ji was still frightened and his face turned slightly pale. Fortunately, the next moment green light fell on him and his condition recovered a lot instantly. Wu Ji turned to look at Dai Ge, then nodded slightly. Dai Ge also smiled and nodded in response. Wu Ji raised his foot and crushed the devourer's head with one foot, then picked up the crystal core inside and put it in his pocket, then turned to look at the battlefield between Xiao Tong and the hateful zombies. At this time, the hateful zombie was in danger, with scars all over his body. Seeing this, Wu Ji stomped the ground fiercely and rushed towards the hateful zombies. Chapter 132, The Zombie Army Appears. He brought his hands together suddenly, and a blue lightning slowly emerged from small to large. When the blue thunder was as big as a basketball, he held the blue thunder in one hand and slammed it hard at the head of the hateful zombie. At this time, the hateful zombie was attracted by Xiao Tong's full attention. When it felt the sharp breath behind it and turned around, the blue thunder hit its head. Boom! The hateful zombie's head exploded instantly, and juices of various colors splashed out, carrying a strong stench. The crystal core of the hateful zombie also flew out with the explosion. Wu Ji was quick-eyed and quick-handed, grabbing the crystal core in his hand. Pum! The huge body of the hateful zombie slammed to the ground. Wu Ji took a look at the corpse of the hateful zombie, then turned to look at Xiao Tong. I will collect the crystal cores of the third-level zombies first, and distribute them according to everyone's contribution after the mission is over. After saying that, Wu Ji turned and left without waiting for Xiao Tong to speak. He just informed Xiao Tong, not discussed it with Xiao Tong. Xiao Tong calmly glanced at Wu Ji's back without saying a word, then calmly turned around and continued to kill other zombies. Gao Zun, Jin Zhan, and others at the back looked at each other and tacitly kept silent. In their hearts, the crystal cores of the level 3 zombies killed today all belong to their 5 major bases. To heal Xiao Tong, it would be enough to get some level 2 crystal cores in the end. People from the 5 major bases all had the same idea. Only Sure Hao and others from the Jinzhou base felt a little uncomfortable, but Xiao Tong didn't say anything, and neither did anyone else. Soon, the human coalition led by Wu Ji and others had pushed the front line several hundred meters forward and was only 300 meters away from the building where the zombie lord was hiding in the distance. But the whole street was filled with zombies. Even if the third-level human mutants crushed the zombie camp, the number of hundreds of thousands of zombies was too large. Although Wu Ji and his companions had Dai Ji's support, their physical strength and superpowers could be restored in time, but other superpower users could not recover. By now, most of the superpower users had already consumed a lot of their superpowers. The human soldiers also consumed a huge amount of ammunition, and their firepower was much smaller than at the beginning. The zombies' sea of corpses tactics also caused considerable damage to humans. 3 third-level superpower masters died in battle. Together with the unlucky guy and Mayu who died earlier, the human camp has lost 5 third-level superpower masters. Ordinary human soldiers also suffered more than 2,000 casualties. Wu Ji also realized this. His face was full of solemnity. We can't delay any longer. All the superpowers. Don't save your superpowers. Use all your strength to escort us to the building where the zombie leader is hiding. Ordinary soldiers fire at full power. Wu Ji's words fell. In the human camp, artillery shells and rocket launchers were fired crazily, directly creating a brief gap in the dense swarm of zombies. The other 6 groups of psychics, led by level 3 strong men, immediately rushed out and continued to clear out the zombies rushing over. The next moment, Wu Ji, along with Gao Zun, Jin Zhan, Xiao Tong, Feng Wei, and Dai Gu, rushed towards the building where the zombie leader was like an arrow. 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters, 20 meters. Finally, after paying a considerable price, humans finally approached the building led by the zombies. At this moment, on the balcony on the 3rd floor, the zombie leader looked indifferently at the human psychics who were slaughtering zombies below the building. After all, those zombies are foreign zombies, so it doesn't hurt to kill them. When the zombie leader looked at Wu Ji and others, Wu Ji and others also saw the zombie leader on the 3rd floor. That beast is over there. Once we kill it, the tide of corpses will disperse. Charge! Wu Ji took the lead, and the violent thunder continued to smash the zombies to pieces. Gao Zun and Jin Zhan followed closely behind, then Dai Gu, and finally Xiao Tong and Feng Wei. 10 meters, 8 meters, 5 meters. Finally, they approached the building where the zombie lord was. But just as they were about to enter the building, roar! A roar sounded, and when Wu Ji heard this familiar roar, his face froze. He turned his head and saw a devourer suddenly jumping down from the 2nd floor of the building next to him and began to kill people in the crowd. How is this possible? Another level 3 devourer? Wu Ji cried out in shock. The devourer brutally killed several level 2 psychics and immediately stuffed one of them into its mouth. While chewing, it rushed towards Wu Ji and the others. You beast, you're looking for death. Wu Ji's face was full of cruelty. Blue thunder crackled on his body, and he was about to rush up to kill the devourer. Roar! But at this moment, roars sounded. Another devourer jumped down and ran side by side with the previous devourer. At the same time, everywhere, devourer number 1, devourer number 2, bone spike zombie number 2, flame zombie number 2, windblade zombie number 2, and other level 3 zombies rushed out from all directions with tens of thousands of zombies. There are also the previous swift 1, bone spike zombie number 1, flame zombie number 1, and so on. From another direction, a barking sound was heard. It was the 3rd level mutant dog Xiaoji, who brought 3 other 3rd level mutant dogs and led more than 100 2nd level mutant dogs to charge madly. There are also Du Ying and Wu Yan. Du Ying held 2 knives and quickly harvested the lives of a group of 2nd level psychics. Wu Yan closed her eyes, and the next moment, the heads of the human psychics exploded one by one. Looking at the so many level 3 zombies that suddenly appeared, as well as Du Ying and Wu Yan who were killing them indiscriminately, Wu Ji and the others suddenly widened their eyes. How? How is this possible? How can there be so many level 3 zombies? And are they Du Ying and Wu Yan? Why didn't they die? And are they still helping the zombies kill humans? Gao Zun, Jin Zhan, and others also came over, with serious expressions on their faces. At this time, on a helicopter high in the sky, the observers on the helicopter looked at the dense swarms of zombies that suddenly emerged below, and the human camp led by Wu Ji was like a small boat constantly being hit by the tide of zombies. They couldn't help but feel a tingling sensation on their scalps. Captain Wu Ji, nearly 100,000 zombies suddenly appear around you. You must retreat immediately, otherwise. The observer on the helicopter did not continue speaking, but Wu Ji and others understood. Wu Ji looked back at the way he had come, only to see that the streets, which had become slightly sparser after a fierce battle, were now once again filled with densely packed zombies. What's even more deadly is that there are suddenly more than a dozen level 3 zombies and mutant dogs. They're now right in the middle of the zombie army. No matter whether they move forward or backward, they are faced with dense swarms of zombies. Chapter 133: Escape. We can't retreat now. We can only kill the leader of the zombies in the building. Without their leader, the zombies will scatter and we will have a chance to survive. Wu Ji's heart sank to the bottom. He had been forced into a desperate situation, but the more this happened, the clearer his mind became. After hearing Wu Ji's words, some people nodded in agreement, but others looked hesitant. Everyone, follow me. Everyone else, stop all the level 3 zombies. Wu Ji roared and then rushed out. The other level 3 psychics quickly took action and were stopped by the level 3 zombies outside. After the previous casualties, excluding Wu Ji and a few others, the number of human level 3 psychics is already less than the number of level 3 zombies. 2 devourers and 1 swift passed directly through the gap and blocked Wu Ji and others. Seeing these 3 level 3 zombies blocking his way, Wu Ji couldn't help but curse them as trash and then took the lead to rush forward. Roar! 3 level 3 zombies also roared and rushed towards Wu Ji and others. As soon as Wu Ji came up, his supernatural powers started running wildly, and a lightning net immediately flew towards the 2 devourers. However, when Wu Ji just started to operate the lightning net, the 2 devourers received Xiao Tong's order and started to retreat, and then successfully avoided the lightning net. Damn, this damn beast. Could it be that it has become a spirit? The lightning net consumes a lot of supernatural powers, but it didn't work. Wu Ji couldn't help but curse. But at this moment, 2 devourers and a swift one rushed over. Wu Ji fought against one of the devourers alone. Gao Zun fought against the other one, and Jin Zhan fought against the swift. Fang Wei held a bone shield and a bone spear, guarding Daiger closely and shooting any zombies that came forward in the head one by one. And Xiao Tong stood next to Fang Wei. Tong Xiao, why don't you go help Wu Ji and the others? I tell you, if you have any small thoughts now, and Wu Ji and the others are in trouble, you will not be able to survive. When Fang Wei saw this scene, she couldn't help but scold. I'm here with you to protect Dai Ge. Xiao Tong replied calmly. No need. You should go to join the battle immediately. Fang Wei frowned and refused without hesitation. Good. Xiao Tong nodded and walked towards Gao Zun. Just now, the zombies around sensed the breath of a level 4 zombie on Xiao Tong, so not many zombies approached him. However, not long after Xiao Tong left, countless zombies immediately swarmed over him. Fang Wei's face changed drastically. She turned to look at Xiao Tong's back and shouted, Xiao Tong, come back. But Xiao Tong seemed to have not heard it. The next moment, the swarm of zombies directly submerged Feng Wei and Dai Ge. Ah! A scream was heard, and Feng Wei was knocked down by a group of zombies, who then started biting her madly. Hearing the scream, Wu Ji and others who were fighting couldn't help but look back, but they could only see countless zombies swarming towards the place where Feng Wei and Dai Ge were before. Seeing this scene, Wu Ji and others couldn't help but burst into tears. Feng Wei, Dai Ge? Originally, they were able to hold on until now because of Dai Ji's nurse. He dared to lead the team to charge because of Dai Ji's presence, but now Dai Ge is gone? Tong Xiao, why don't you protect Dai Ge? Wu Ji turned around and roared at Xiao Tong. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear what Feng Wei said just now? Xiao Tong's cold voice rang out. Wu Ji was stunned for a moment, then flew into a rage. Xiao Tong, how dare you talk to me like that? Everyone is going to die, so stop acting like a major general. If the 5 major bases hadn't received the wrong information, there would have been so many level 3 zombies suddenly appearing. If you hadn't made the wrong choice, we wouldn't be in this situation at all. Xiao Tong spoke coldly. How dare you, Xiao Tong? If it weren't for our 5 major bases, your Jinzhou base would have been destroyed by the tide of zombies sooner or later. Wu Ji was furious. So what? I'm a level 3 mutant. Even if the base is destroyed, I can still survive. But now, you're leading me to death. I won't play with you anymore. Having said that, Xiao Tong turned around and ran. On the other side, the moment Shihao saw Xiao Tong running, he immediately shouted, Everyone in Jinzhou, follow me to retreat. The Jinzhou psychics and ordinary soldiers who were struggling to hold on immediately withdrew from the battle as if they had been pardoned and fled madly behind Xiao Tong and Shihao. Seeing this scene, the people in the 5 major bases who were struggling to hold on were also shaken, especially the other 3rd-level psychics. That's how it is. Even if the base was destroyed, these 3rd-level psychics could escape and survive. But now if they followed Wu Ji all the way to the end, they would only have death. So, the next moment, one by one, the 3rd-level psychics turned around and ran. Stop right there. Wu Ji was furious when he saw this scene. It was bad enough that Xiao Tong disobeyed him, but now even the people from the 5 major bases were disobeying him. Wu Ji, let's run too. Gao Zun said from the side. Shut up. Vui cursed angrily. Gao Zun's expression immediately turned ugly. We are all level 3 psychics, and we all come from the 5 major bases. I usually give you a little face, but do you really think you are so important? Tong Xiao is right. If it weren't for the wrong information from the Imperial Capital Survivor Base and your wrong decision, we wouldn't have fallen into danger. I won't play with you anymore. Jin Zhan, let's retreat. As Gao Zun said this, he gave up his opponent, shouted at Jin Zhan, and turned and ran. Hearing Gao Zun's words, Jin Zhan turned around without hesitation and followed Gao Zun. Wu Ji was stunned when he saw this scene, and then he roared loudly, Come back. Now that we are separated, we will only die faster. But Gao Zun and Jin Zhan ignored them. Fuck! Wu Ji roared, and the next moment, 2 devourers and a swift pounced on him at the same time. 10 seconds later, a scream was heard and Wu Ji died immediately. On the other side, Gao Zun, Jin Zhan, and others who had just escaped not far away heard Wu Ji scream. Their faces changed slightly, and they cursed Wu Ji in their hearts as a waste who couldn't even hold on for a few seconds. Following Wu Ji, Feng Wei and Dai Ge died. On the entire battlefield, the human side immediately fell into a desperate situation. The fleeing teams were constantly surrounded and destroyed by zombies. At the front, Xiao Tong and Shihao led the remaining dozen or so Jinzhou level 2 psychics to charge and break through. But no matter how hard they tried, there were still endless zombies in front of them. Tong Xiao, I'm afraid we're going to die here today. Shihao's face was full of bitterness. Hold on. If we get out, we'll have a chance to survive. Xiao Tong spoke while killing the zombies that surrounded him. It's useless. There are too many zombies, and there are so many level 3 zombies. Tong Xiao, I'll cover you for a while. You run first. Every survivor is a survivor. Shihao suddenly spoke, as if he had made a huge decision. Chapter 134, Laying Down a Backup Plan. Xiao Tong looked at Shihao in surprise, his eyes full of confusion. Don't be confused. You're going to die anyway, so it's better for you to live. Only then will there be a glimmer of hope for the Jinzhou survivor base. Shihao shook his head and smiled bitterly. Xiao Tong took a deep look at Shihao, then looked up and took a look around. He immediately turned around and rushed toward the building. Follow me. Sure Hao was stunned for a moment, then quickly rushed in with the remaining few people. As soon as he entered the building, there were densely packed zombies inside. Xiao Tong made a thunder explosion, and the zombies in the building were immediately blown down. The remaining zombies miraculously began to retreat, with a hint of fear in their eyes. "Hurry up," Xiao Tong shouted, and immediately led Sure Hao and others all the way to the rooftop. Sure Hao and others follow behind. The second floor, the fifth floor, the 10th floor, the 20th floor. After a few minutes, Xiao Tong and Sure Hao finally reached the rooftop, but there was no one behind them. Roar! At this moment, a roar was heard, and a black figure suddenly rushed out from behind a door. Xiao Tong pulled Sure Hao away, and then he only had time to raise his hand to block it before a sharp claw fell, leaving a hideous scar on his hand. "Tong Xiao." Sure Hao's eyes were bloodshot, and he roared, "I've been caught. Run quickly to the rooftop and contact an armed helicopter to fly away. You still have a chance to survive." Xiao Tong turned his head and looked at Sure Hao calmly. "No, I won't leave. Let's go together." Sure Hao burst into tears. If Xiao Tong hadn't pulled him away, he would have been the one caught instead of Xiao Tong. "Go, if you don't leave, no one can leave." Tong Xiao roared. Sure Hao was in great pain. Finally, he gritted his teeth, turned around, and ran away, with tears on his face. At this moment, a scream was heard. Sure Hao had just run to the door on the roof. Hearing the scream, Sure Hao stopped and turned to look. Xiao Tong was still knocked to the ground by several zombies. "Sure Hao, I have a younger brother named Tong Lin. Let's go. Let's go quickly." Before he could finish his words, Xiao Tong's throat had been bitten to pieces, and more zombies pounced on Xiao Tong. Tong Xiao. Sure Hao roared in pain, kicked the door open with one last kick, and rushed to the rooftop. Countless zombies followed behind him. The armed helicopter that had been prepared long ago immediately dropped a rope ladder, and Sure Hao jumped onto the ladder. The helicopter took off immediately, and zombies rushed over from below, jumped up suddenly, and then fell directly and crashed into the tide of zombies below. The remaining zombies could only roar at the helicopter angrily. Sure Hao was quickly pulled onto the helicopter. "Whoa, Tong Xiao, Tong Xiao." Sure Hao cried his heart out. "Captain Sure, what's going on?" The observers on the helicopter were all from the Jinzhou base. "The information received by the 5 major bases is wrong. This zombie wave has nearly 20 level 3 zombies and a mutant dog tribe, and Wu Ji was stubborn and self-willed, leading the team to death." Finally, Tong Xiao made a prompt decision to lead the superpowers of the Jinzhou base to retreat. When they were about to retreat, Tong Xiao, "To protect me, Tong Xiao." Sure Hao was already crying uncontrollably. At this moment, a group of zombies had already stood in a row inside the building. Defender number 1 and number 2, Rock Zombie number 1, and Healer stood in a row. Xiao Tong stood at the front. When he heard the roar of the helicopter engine fade away, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. "Sure Hao, I hope you won't let me down. Go down and kill all humans with all your strength." Xiao Tong's expression quickly turned cold. He tore off all his clothes, wearing only a pair of shorts and holding a strange sword in his hand. Roar! The defenders and rock zombies behind him also roared and followed Xiao Tong down the building. As soon as he came to the street, Xiao Tong saw a 3rd-level psychic rushing towards him with several 2nd-level psychics. Xiao Tong rushed forward with an MO Dao in hand. Laugh. Chi. A few seconds later, the entire team of psychics fell to the ground, and each of them had a leg cut off. The next moment, a group of zombies swarmed over. "Damn it, don't bite the head, eat less." Xiao Tong cursed and hurriedly restrained the group of zombies. After these psychics are infected and turned into zombies, they all have extremely powerful talents. He can't let these zombies' brains be destroyed, so that they can't even transform into zombies in the end. More than half an hour later, there was no human figure left on the entire street. There was only the roaring and eating sounds of zombies. Soon, the dead level 3 psychics were picked up by the level 3 zombies under Xiao Tong and placed in front of him. Xiao Tong took a look and then asked Swift One to lead a team to personally guard the bodies. He turned his head and looked at the chaotic side of the street. There were more than 200,000 zombies participating in the battle this time. The casualties caused by humans reached nearly 90,000, most of which were foreign zombies. The zombies lost by Xiao Tong were just over 40,000. Looking at the extremely chaotic scene on the field, at Xiao Tong's order, The remaining level 3 zombies and the mutant dogs led by Xiao Ji immediately hunted down the level 1 and level 2 zombies. After more than half an hour, the hunt was over. A total of 20,000 first-level zombie crystal cores, more than 3,000 second-level zombie crystal cores, and 8 third-level zombie crystal cores were obtained, 4 of which were 2 defenders, 1 abomination, and 1 devourer that were killed by Wu Ji and others at the beginning. The other 4 were 4 level 3 zombies under Xiao Tong that were killed when humans retreated. After the hunt was over, Xiao Tong immediately ordered all the zombies to eat. Suddenly, the entire center of Jinzhou City was filled with the sounds of zombies chewing, which sounded extremely creepy. An hour later, at Xiao Tong's command, the tens of thousands of zombies under his and the zombie leader's control left immediately. Only 60,000 to 70,000 foreign zombies were left, still quietly devouring. Xiao Tong knew that the coalition forces of the 5 major bases with superpowers were completely annihilated, which would completely infuriate the 5 major bases. Next, the 5 major bases would use all the weapons they could to retaliate frantically against Xiao Tong's zombie army. If you don't leave now, you might not be able to leave later. The remaining zombies are used to attract the firepower of the 5 major bases. Soon, Shihao returned to the Jinzhou survivor base. When he heard that the coalition forces of the 5 major bases were completely wiped out and only Shihao came back alive, the Jinzhou base immediately exploded. Shi Changzhou and Ma Wen did not dare to delay and immediately reported to the 5 major bases tremblingly. The 5 major bases that were waiting for good news became furious upon hearing the news. The 5 major bases reached a consensus and immediately dispatched the strongest firepower of the 5 bases, and even used the smallest yield nuclear bombs to form a covering attack on Jinzhou. No matter what, this tide of zombies must be destroyed in Jinzhou. As for the survivors in the center of Jinzhou, let's consider it as their final contribution to Daxia and to humanity. Chapter 135 Nuclear Bomb Attack, Absorbing Crystal Core. Half an hour later, the only remaining military satellite controlled by the 5 major bases immediately locked onto the center of Jinzhou City. The armed helicopter of the Jinzhou survivor base flew over the center of Jinzhou City. At a glance, the zombies below were densely packed. Report, the zombies are still in the center of Jinzhou City. Over. Okay, evacuate quickly. A voice came from the intercom, and several armed helicopters immediately flew away. Within a few minutes, whistling sounds were heard. Xiao Tong, who was in a small county town dozens of kilometers away, looked up and saw missiles with tail flames swaying in the sky above the center of Jinzhou City, flying towards the city center. Boom, boom. The next moment, a fierce light suddenly burst out, and even in the daytime, the sun hanging in the sky lost its luster. A few seconds later, a loud explosion was heard. A mushroom cloud rose in the sky. In addition to the most powerful missiles, the 5 major bases also used 2 nuclear bombs with the smallest equivalent this time, and the explosion radius reached a terrifying 20 kilometers. If it weren't for the fact that the Jinzhou survivor base is 30 kilometers away from the center of Jinzhou City, the 5 major bases would have considered a more powerful nuclear bomb. More than half an hour later, the explosions finally ended, the dust in the sky dissipated, and several helicopters flew over the center of Jinzhou. The entire center of Jinzhou, within a radius of several kilometers, had almost become a ruin. Under this level of attack, almost no life can survive. On the helicopter, the camera transmitted the current situation in the center of Jinzhou City, and the top leaders of the 5 major bases finally breathed a sigh of relief. But the losses of the 5 major bases this time are still too great. After all, the psychics sent by the coalition of the 5 major bases this time are the foundation of the bases. The destruction of the coalition of the 5 major bases has severely shaken and reduced the power of the 5 major bases. Dozens of kilometers away from the center of Jinzhou City, Xiao Tong couldn't help feeling a sense of fear as he watched the scene of the nuclear bomb explosion. Although it is the end of the world, humans have been pulled down for the top of the food chain. But humans with technology still possess extremely powerful power. However, as time goes by, human military satellites will gradually lose their effectiveness. In the end, the only few satellites will only be able to serve as a deterrent, which is equivalent to a means. It will not be used easily until the end of human extinction. So, there is no need to be too afraid. Thinking of this, Xiao Tong finally breathed a sigh of relief, and he began to turn his attention to the zombies he commanded. After this battle, Xiao Tong's zombie army lost more than 20,000 people and 4 level 3 zombies. However, the remaining zombies have made considerable progress. After devouring in the city center, more than a dozen level 2 zombies have reached the peak of level 2 and are only one step away from evolving to level 3. Among the level 3 zombies, Devourer number 1 and number 2, Healer, and Zombie Lord for level 3 zombies, all reached the peak of level 3. Roar. At this moment, a roar of zombies sounded. It turned out that the second and third level psychics of the 5 major coalition forces who were infected previously had been transformed into zombies. Xiao Tong came to Daigu, who had turned into a zombie, with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. After these second-level psychics transformed into zombies, they started out as peak level 0, and these third-level psychics started out as level 1 zombies. Moreover, all the zombies transformed from third-level psychics like Wu Ji inherited his own superpowers, and most of the zombies transformed from second-level psychics also inherited their superpowers. Roar! Xiao Tong shouted, and several zombies immediately came out carrying several sacks, which contained the previous 20,000 first-level zombie crystal cores and more than 3,000 second-level crystal cores. Looking at the crystal core in front of him, Xiao Tong wondered how to distribute it. First of all, the 14 level 3 zombies under Xiao Tong and the 4 level 3 mutant dogs, including Xiao Ji, must be divided into crystal cores. Also, Du Ying and Wu Yin did not take the opportunity to escape this time. Regardless of whether the two are truly loyal in their hearts, they should be rewarded. There are exactly 20 people, 3,000 level 2 crystal cores. Take out 2,000, which is exactly 100 level 2 crystal cores per person, and 20,000 level 1 crystal cores. Take out 10,000 a share, which is exactly 500 per person. Xiao Tong's mind moved, and the most intelligent zombie lords and healers began to distribute crystal cores. Finally, Xiao Tong took out 4 level 3 crystal cores and distributed them to Devourer number 1, number 2, the Zombie Lord, and the Healer. All the people and zombies were divided into 2 groups to absorb the crystal cores. One group absorbed, and the other group was on guard. After doing all this, Xiao Tong looked at Wu Ji and other zombies who had turned into zombies. Among the 20 or so level 3 warriors, 15 were brought back, while the others were completely killed by zombies. Some were unlucky enough to be shot in the head and could not be transformed into zombies. Xiao Tong fixed his gaze on Daigu, and with a wave of his hand, he threw 100 first-level crystal cores in front of Daigu. Roar! Daigu, who had turned into a zombie, roared, and then driven by instinct, he immediately began to devour these crystal cores and began to evolve. Wu Ji and other zombies were also given the first-level crystal core and immediately began to absorb and evolve. Xiao Tong looked at zombies like Daigu and Wu Ji with a smile in his eyes. As long as he was promoted to level 5, he would be able to control all zombies like Daigu. However, now that Daigu and the others have turned into zombies, it is no longer appropriate to call them by human terms. Let's put it this way. From now on, you'll be called Green Nanny, you'll be called Thunderstormer, and you'll be called Metal Giant number 1. As time passed, the sky gradually turned dark, and the zombies that had been sleeping in the county during the day gradually woke up. Roar! The zombies began to roar and started to move, preparing to eat. But in the next moment, when all the zombies felt the terrifying breath of the zombies in the county, they were almost scared to death and quickly crawled out of the county. Time flies by quickly. The next morning, Xiao Tong slowly opened his eyes. The third-level zombie crystal core in his hand had lost its luster and turned into ashes with a slight pinch. 4 third-level crystal cores, hundreds of second-level crystal cores, and thousands of first-level crystal cores still failed to allow him to break through to level 5. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Thunderstormer and other zombies were promoted to level 2, while Devourer 1, Devourer 2, Healer, and Zombie Lord also stepped into level 4. Xiaoji also stepped into the ranks of level 4 mutant dogs. Most of the other level 3 zombies were also promoted to the middle level 3, and a small number were promoted to the late level 3. Flame Zombie number 1 and Rock Zombie number 1 were promoted to the peak level 3. Chapter 136. Strength surges continue southward. At this time, Xiao Tong had reached the peak of level 4 and was able to control 100,000 level 0 zombies. But now he actually only controlled more than 60,000. The nearly 40,000 level 0 zombies had already died in the center of Jinzhou City. He could control 10,000 level 1 zombies. More than 3,000 of them died in the battle. and now he controls more than 6,000. He was able to control 4,000 level 2 zombies. More than 1,000 of them died in the battle, and now there are more than 2,000 left. He can control 13 level 3 zombies. Previously, Xiao Tong controlled 18 level 3 zombies. However, most of these zombies were promoted from level 2 zombies. There is no limit on the number of zombies promoted from low level to level 3, but once the number of level 3 zombies under his control exceeds 13, he can no longer control other external level 3 zombies. There are 18 level 3 zombies, 4 of them died in battle, leaving 14. Among them, Devourer 1, Devourer 2, Healer, and Zombie Lord were promoted to level 4. So there are now 10 level 3 zombies, and 3 more vacancies for controlling level 3 zombies are available. The number of level 4 zombies controlled is 0, but 4 level 3 zombies have been promoted to level 4, so there is no limit on the number. In addition to Xiao Tong, after the Zombie Lord is promoted to level 4, the number of level 0 zombies he can command reaches 50,000, level 1 zombies 5,000, level 2 zombies 1,000, and level 3 zombies 5. After 3 third-level zombies were vacant, Xiao Tong stayed in the county for a day and collected some second-level zombies crystal cores for the Green Wet Nurse, the Thunderbolt, and the Metal Giant. After the 3 zombies were promoted to level 3, Xiao Tong immediately took control of the 3 zombies. With a level 3 Green Nurse and a level 4 healer by his side, Xiao Tong exudes a kingly and domineering aura even when he walks. Who else can do that? After doing all this, Xiao Tong continued to lead the zombie army southward, but in order to avoid being noticed by the human base, Xiao Tong divided the team into 4 groups. Xiaoji, Bone Thorn number 1, and Flame number 1 lead a tribe of mutant dogs and 20,000 level 0 zombies. Devourer 1, Swift 1, Defender 1, and Thunderstormer lead 20,000 level 0 zombies. Devourer number 2, Swift number 2, Defender number 2, leading 20,000 level 0 zombies. Finally, Xiao Tong led the healer, 2 level 4 zombies, the Zombie Lord, and the remaining 6 level 3 zombies to command the remaining more than 5,000 level 0 zombies, more than 6,000 level 1 zombies, and more than 2,000 level 2 zombies. Although Xiao Tong leads the least number of zombies, his camp is the most powerful. And as time goes by, the Zombie Lord can continue to control the zombies while moving south. Once all the zombie vacancies are filled, a new zombie army can be raised. 4 armies of zombies marched southward from Riyang, Ruzhou, Xuchang, and Weishe, heading towards Nansong. More than a week later, outside Zhejiang, Xiao Tong couldn't help but feel excited when he saw Zhejiang so close. Because his elder brother Xiao Jiang was in Nansong, more than 100 kilometers away from Zhejiang. I don't know how my elder brother is doing now, but with my reminder before the end of the world, he has prepared enough food and water. I also taught him how to kill zombies, so he should be fine. And according to the trajectory of his previous life, he should have built a small base for human survivors in the hotel. After a while, Xiao Tong calmed down a little. Roar! Xiao Tong roared, letting all the zombies hunt the humans and zombies in the county on their own to restore their status and evolve. After he recovers, he'll go find Xiao Tong. At this time, it was in Yongxiu County, Nansong, more than 100 kilometers away. A team of people with special abilities are searching supermarkets for supplies during daybreak. Leader, the counties near Nansong have all been searched by the Nansong survivor base, and there are not many supplies at all. A man walked out of the supermarket with an extremely bitter expression on his face. In front of him, a man in his 30s frowned and sighed heavily. It's getting dark. Let's go back to Nansong first. The supplies we found this time can at least last for a few days. The people at the Nansong survivor base are too overbearing. Nansong City is so big, but they want to occupy it all. Other survivor bases cannot search for supplies inside, so we can only come to the surrounding counties to look for supplies. The man was full of complaints. Okay, let's retreat first. It will take more than an hour to get back from here. Don't delay until it gets dark. The man in his 30s spoke again. Soon, the entire team gathered. In addition to the psychic team, there were a dozen or so men. Although these men are not psychics, they have absorbed a lot of crystal cores, and their physical fitness is much stronger than that of ordinary people. Each of them carries a gun, but unless it is a critical moment, these guns will not be used because the sound of gunfire will wake up more zombies. Because of the end of the world, the roads are basically full of abandoned cars, so they chose electric cars which are less noisy and more convenient. Soon, the convoy set off and headed towards Nansong. On the other side, After more than an hour of rest, Xiao Tong ordered the army to advance again towards Nanshan. Da-da, roar. More than half an hour later, shortly after passing Yongxiu County, a burst of fierce gunfire and the roar of zombies came from a distance. Hearing the gunshots, Xiao Tong quickly approached with two devourers. Soon, he saw a human team of more than 20 people on a road. They were relying on abandoned cars to repair shelters and were constantly fighting zombies. Surrounding them was a tide of tens of thousands of zombies. In the zombie swarm, a third-level Swift relied on the pressure of high-level zombies to drive other zombies to continuously attack humans. Soon, the fierce gunfire gradually weakened, and the zombies continued to break through the human defenses and then tore humans to pieces. Chief, they're out of bullets. Let's retreat. We can only escape if we abandon them. The man ran up, panting. I brought them all here, and I must take them back with me. Xiao Jiang spoke in a calm tone. While he was talking, he waved his hand, and a sharp tree root emerged from the ground, stringing together several zombies. But leader, there's a level 3 zombie among this group of zombies. Although you're also level 3, you have just broken through to level 3. Besides, there are too many zombies in this group. If we don't leave now, no one will be able to leave. The man spoke anxiously. Chief, please leave quickly. We will cover your retreat. At this moment, the ordinary human behind them spoke with red eyes. Yes, Chief, you guys should leave quickly. No one of us ordinary people can escape. Chief, we know you are loyal and righteous. Please go. We don't blame you. If it weren't for the leader, we would have died long ago. Today, we will protect you at all costs. Chapter 137 Reunion with Big Brother. When Xiao Jiang heard what these people said, his eyes instantly turned red. Retreat. Xiao Jiang spoke with great pain, and the next moment, a group of psychics, led by Xiao Jiang, immediately broke out of the encirclement. Roar! At this moment, a roar was heard, and a black shadow quickly approached Xiao Jiang and others. It's that level 3 zombie. The pupils of all the psychics shrank, and their eyes were filled with fear. The third-level Swift was very fast and had already bitten the psychics, but in just a few seconds. Laugh. With one swing of the knife, a mutant was beheaded before he could even scream. The Swift grabbed the mutant's body and started chewing it in big mouthfuls. The scarlet eyes continued to stare at the remaining psychics. A scream was heard, and a dozen ordinary humans who were holding on in the distance were overwhelmed by the tide of zombies. Xiao Jiang took a look and immediately closed his eyes in pain. When he opened his eyes again, he glanced at the level 3 zombie not far away. He gritted his teeth and ran directly towards the level 3 zombie. You guys go, I'll hold this level 3 zombie back. After hearing Xiao Jiang's words, Hanzi and the others were confused. Finally, Hanzi gritted his teeth and said, You go first. The leader, and I will cover you. After saying that, the man rushed out. At this moment, he heard footsteps following him. He turned around and saw that none of the superpowers in the entire team ran away. They all followed him. What are you doing? The leader asked you to leave. The man roared immediately. Let's go together. The group of psychics gritted their teeth, then bypassed the man and began to attack the zombies frantically. The man was stunned for a moment, raised his hand to rub his eyes, and rushed into the group of zombies. It was just that Xiao Tong and the others had just turned around. The third-level Swift immediately retreated back into the zombie group, and what greeted Xiao Tong and others was a tide of tens of thousands of zombies. Screams were heard one after another, and one by one the psychics were buried in the belly of the corpse. In the end, there were only 4 people left by Xiao Jiang's side. Roar! The third-level Swift roared and rushed out again. Its eyes were full of desire as it looked at Xiao Jiang. It could feel that as long as it swallowed Xiao Jiang, it could evolve again. 3 figures in the distance looked out at the battlefield. When Xiao Jiang ran back alone from the crowd, Xiao Tong recognized Xiao Jiang instantly. Brother! Xiao Tong growled, then rushed towards the group of zombies with his Mo Dao in hand. The 2 devourers stayed where they were. The moment Xiao Tong rushed towards the tide of zombies, he released his aura without hesitation. The zombies, sensing the aura of a level 4 zombie on Xiao Tong, immediately fled in terror. Some zombies who did not have time to escape were killed by Xiao Tong. The level 3 Swift in the distance felt the breath of the level 4 zombie coming from behind him. A hint of fear flashed in his eyes. He immediately abandoned Xiao Jiang, who was about to be killed, and turned to flee. Call out. Laugh. At this moment, a sharp blade flew by, pierced through the chest of the third-level Swift, and then stabbed the Swift into the mud on the side. Roar! The Swift struggled to stand up, but the next moment, a foot stepped on his head and exerted force without hesitation. Pong! The head of the third-level Swift exploded like a watermelon in an instant. After doing all this, Xiao Tong drew out his Mo Dao, took out the crystal core of the third-level zombie, then turned and walked towards Xiao Jiang and others. At this time, Xiao Jiang and others looked at the horde of corpses fleeing everywhere. A look of astonishment flashed across their faces. Finally, they looked at Xiao Tong, their eyes full of disbelief. One man, one sword, one strike to kill a level 3 Swifter and scare away tens of thousands of zombies? Xiao Tong walked toward Xiao Jiang and others with an Mo Dao in hand. Hanzi and others looked at Xiao Tong with a hint of vigilance in their eyes. After all, if he could easily kill level 3 zombies, he could naturally easily kill all of them here. Xiao Jiang looked at Xiao Tong, who was equipped with strange equipment, and a hint of vigilance flashed in his eyes. At this moment, a hoarse and trembling voice sounded, "Brother!" Huh? Xiao Jiang's eyes widened suddenly, and he looked at the figure in front of him in disbelief. The several psychics around Xiao Jiang were also stunned. "Brother, I'm Xiao Tong." Xiao Tong's voice sounded again. Xiao Jiang's voice suddenly became louder. "Brother? Are you my brother, Xiao Tong?" "Brother, it's me." Xiao Tong's voice was choked, but he couldn't cry. As a zombie, even crying was a luxury because the zombie virus had destroyed all his tear glands. Xiao Tong's body began to tremble with excitement, but he still maintained a trace of rationality. "Take off your mask and let me see." "Brother, for some reason, I can't let you see my face for the time being. I also know that my voice now is not the same as before, but I can prove my identity." "How do you prove it?" Xiao Jiang asked. "Brother, have you forgotten when we were little, you and I called Dad to watch the village widow Wong take a bath? And the girl you liked in high school? Okay, I believe you're my brother." Before Xiao Tong could finish his words, Xiao Jiang covered his mouth in an instant. "Woo-woo." Xiao Tong nodded quickly, and Xiao Jiang then let go of his hand with a slightly red face. Then he hugged Xiao Tong in his arms again, his body shaking constantly. Xiao Tong let Xiao Jiang hold him. After a while, Xiao Jiang let Xiao Tong go and looked him up and down. "Stinky boy, I'm glad you're still alive." "Brother, what's going on with you guys? Why did you come so far to search for supplies?" Xiao Tong asked the doubts in his mind. Hearing Xiao Tong's words, Xiao Jiang's face was full of bitterness. The Nansong survivor base has occupied the entire Nansong city area. Other survivor bases can only search for supplies in the county town near Nansong, otherwise they will be punished by them. Hearing Xiao Jiang's words, Xiao Tong frowned. In his memory, this didn't happen in his previous life. Could it be that his rebirth caused the butterfly effect? "But you're the leader of your base. Do you have to come out to find food yourself?" Xiao Tong spoke again. After hearing Xiao Tong's words, Xiao Jiang fell silent, which was unusual for him. That's because there are some scumbags in the base. They united to take away the power of the leader and force the leader to go out and search for supplies himself. Those bastards, if the leader hadn't saved them, they would have died long ago. But now they are repaying kindness with hatred. Xiao Jiang remained silent, but the man next to him spoke indignantly, with deep excitement in his eyes when he looked at Xiao Tong. This powerful psychic is the leader's younger brother, so the leader can naturally take over the leadership of the base. Chapter 138, Xiao Jiang's Dilemma. Hearing the man's words, a cold light flashed in Xiao Tong's eyes. "It's getting dark. Let's go back to the base first. We can talk about everything after we get back to the base." Xiao Jiang spoke, and everyone nodded. "Brother, wait for me. I have a few companions." Xiao Tong spoke, then turned and left quickly. This time, Xiao Tong plans to bring Devourer number 1 and Devourer number 2, plus the healer and the zombie lord. After all, the 4 zombies, Devourer number 1, number 2, healer, and zombie lord, are all level 4 zombies. After evolving to level 4, the appearance of the 4 zombies became even more similar to humans. Their body sizes are similar to those of humans. Apart from the zombie lord, the healer and 2 devourers have also developed some intelligence. As long as they're dressed like him, basically no one can recognize that they are zombies. Especially the healers, who are basically no different from humans except for a pair of eyes and sharp nails. Soon, Xiao Tong arrived with 4 dressed-up zombies. "Brother, they are all my companions, but for some reason, they don't like to talk much." Xiao Tong introduced. Although Xiao Jiang was a little confused, he nodded. Welcome everyone. Thank you for taking care of my brother. After Xiao Jiang finished speaking, the four zombies nodded slightly, but did not speak. After Xiao Tong came back, Xiao Jiang and others set out again. Behind, Xiaoji and the remaining zombies also headed towards Nanshan. More than half an hour later, Xiao Tong and others finally arrived at the survivor base in Qingshan Lake area of Nanshan. The Qingshan Lake Survivor Base is located in the Grand Hyatt Hotel next to Qingshan Lake, which is also the hotel that Xiao Jiang was in charge of before the end of the world. After the end of the world, relying on the food stored in the hotel and its superior geographical location, Kaiwa Hotel gradually became one of the survivor bases in Nanshan. The Hyatt Hotel is located on a small island in the lake, with only a narrow road connecting the two ends, making it easy to defend but difficult to attack. When Xiao Jiang and others arrived at the gate of the survivor's base, many people discovered Xiao Jiang and others and immediately became excited. The leader and the others are back. The gatekeeper on duty immediately opened the door and welcomed Xiao Jiang and others in. Less than a minute after the news of Xiao Jiang and others' return was transmitted back to the base, a group of people rushed towards the gate. In the front were 2 men and 2 women. Chief, you're back? How much supplies did you bring back? The man in the front spoke with a smile on his face. Xiao Jiang shook his head. The counties around Nanshan have been searched almost completely by the Nanshan survivor base and other survivors. In addition, we encountered zombies on the way back this time, and most of the brothers were killed, so we didn't bring back many supplies. Hearing Xiao Jiang's words, the smile on the man's face suddenly disappeared. The 2 women and 1 man beside him immediately stepped forward to check the supplies brought back by Xiao Jiang and others. Their faces were extremely gloomy. Xiao Jiang, what are you doing? You only brought back such a small amount of supplies. How long can the base last? One of the girls couldn't help but complain. Although this was the end of the world, she was still bright and beautiful with a rosy face and white teeth. Yes, Xiao Jiang, you are deliberately trying to let us starve to death, right? You are the leader of the base, and you are responsible for thousands of people in the base. Another girl followed suit. Shut up. Do you still have any conscience? So many people died in the search for supplies this time, and you didn't care. You didn't even mention how difficult it was to go out and search for supplies. You only know how to blame the leader. If it weren't for the leader, you would have starved to death. Hearing the 2 girls complaining about Xiao Jiang, the man next to Xiao Jiang couldn't help but speak up. Boicheng, you better shut up. We're the leaders talking. Do you have the right to speak? As soon as the man Boicheng opened his mouth, one of the women immediately scolded him. You, okay, Boicheng, shut up. Boicheng wanted to say something, but the man in front of him suddenly spoke. A hint of fear flashed in Boicheng's eyes, and he could only snort in disappointment and shut up. He stood beside Xiao Tong and spoke in a voice that only the 2 of them could hear. That is Du Tang, the second leader of the Qingshan Lake Survivor Base, also a level 3 psychic, and he was promoted to level 3 before the leader. The man next to Du Tang is called Yi Lei, the 3rd leader of the survivor base. The woman with long hair in front is called Meng Xian, the 4th leader of the survivor base. The other woman with wavy hair is called Qiao, the 5th leader of the survivor base. By the way, Meng Xian and Qiao are both colleagues of the leader. Qiao was the leader's college classmate. When the apocalypse broke out, they begged desperately, and the leaders saved their lives. After surviving, they asked the leader to take people to rescue their parents and relatives, but they became resentful when the leader refused. On the way to search for supplies, we met Du Tang, Yi Lei, and others who were surrounded by zombies. At that time, they begged us to save them. But after rescuing them, their ambitions gradually became exposed. Later, after he was the first to be promoted to a 3rd level psychic, he led people to force the leader to make them all leaders. All matters within the base are decided by voting among the 5 leaders. The 4 of them colluded with each other and completely undermined the leader's power, especially those 2 paper mounters who have been blackmailing the leader morally, and this time they even forced the leader to go out and search for supplies in person. After hearing Boicheng's words, the coldness in Xiao Jiang's eyes became even more intense. Xiao Jiang, who are they? At this moment, Meng Xian suddenly discovered Xiao Tong and others who were dressed strangely. This is my younger brother Xiao Tong. The others are his companions. They saved us when we were surrounded by zombies on the road this time. Xiao Jiang spoke. Xiao Jiang, you mean to let them enter the base, right? Meng Xian spoke again. Of course, Xiao Jiang said. As soon as Xiao Jiang finished speaking, Meng Xian's sharp voice rang out. Xiao Jiang, not only did you not find any supplies this time, you even brought back a few burdens. Besides, you didn't even get the consent of our other leaders. How could you bring outsiders into the base without permission? Do you still take us seriously? Yes, Xiao Jiang. He is your brother, so you can take him to the base without permission? Then when we wanted to rescue our parents and relatives, why did you refuse to agree? Now it's your brother's turn. That's enough, right? I didn't expect you to be so selfish. Xiao at the side also spoke up, with a flash of resentment in his eyes. When the end of the world came, they begged Xiao Tong to rescue their parents and relatives, but Xiao Tong coldly refused. Xiao Tong's cold-blooded behavior was equivalent to indirectly killing their relatives. He was the executioner whose hands were stained with the blood of their relatives. Du Tang and Yi Lei stood aside, saying nothing, with a hint of sarcasm on their lips. Chapter 139, The Situation at Qingshan Lake Base. Shut up. At this moment, a roar sounded. This sudden roar scared Xiao and Meng Xian. Xiao Tong's face was cold. My brother saved you at the beginning, and he's done his best. Why do you still ask my brother to save your parents? If you want to save your parents, just go by yourselves. Did my brother tie your hands and feet? Why don't you go? Because you are afraid, because it is dangerous outside, because you selfishly want to live. Because of your selfishness, your relatives died tragically, and you can't stand the torment of guilt in your hearts. So you put all the responsibility on my brother, and then stand on the moral high ground to criticize my brother. This will make you feel better, right? You are a bunch of ungrateful people. Well said. After Xiao Tong finished speaking, Bo Chung on the side couldn't help but shout excitedly. Meng Xian and Xiao's faces turned pale and looked extremely ugly, and their whole bodies were shaking. You're talking nonsense. It was obviously your brother who killed our relatives. Meng Xian was still being stubborn. Get lost, you stinky shark arm. I don't want to say another word to a shark arm woman like you. Xiao Tong cursed out loud. I'm the leader of the base. You dare scold me? Someone come here. Meng Xian was so angry that his chest heaved rapidly and his face turned red. As soon as Meng Xian finished speaking, a group of people armed with guns rushed up, pointing their guns at Xiao Tong. The team of people who had just opened the door for Xiao Jiang immediately raised their guns and pointed them at Meng Xian and others. Xiao Tong slowly drew out the Mo Dao from his back. As soon as the Mo Dao was drawn out, a strong smell of blood immediately spread out, and the sword was covered with blood. The two devourers and the zombie lord behind him also stood a few steps away, guarding Xiao Tong's left and right wings. Seeing this scene, Du Tang and Yi Lei, who had been silent on the side, glanced at the blood-stained Mo Dao in Xiao Tong's hand, and their pupils shrank slightly. Shoot him to death. Meng Xin Xiao that. Stop. At this moment, Du Tang's voice rang out. He stepped forward and said, Meng Xian, what are you doing? How can you point your gun at your own people? Put your guns down. Du Tang shouted, and the people on Meng Xian's side immediately put down their guns. Du Tang then looked at Xiao Jiang and said, Chief Xiao, put down your guns too. It was indeed Meng Xian who was wrong in what happened today. However, what she said is indeed not wrong. We are all the leaders of the base. If you want to bring outsiders in, you should at least inform us, right? Even if he is your brother, there are still rules, right? Okay, Chief Xiao, you are tired too. Go back and rest quickly. After saying that, Du Tang turned around, winked at Meng Xian and the others, then turned and left. Meng Xian glared at Xiao Tong fiercely, then turned around and followed him. Put your guns away. Xiao Zhang's voice rang out, and everyone put their guns away immediately. Meng Xian and his people are going too far. Now, they even dare to point their guns at you, the leader. Bo Cheng's face was full of anger. Xiao Jiang shook his head, then led Xiao Tong and others to the other side. The entire hotel consists of 4 interconnected yet independent buildings, namely the hotel, hotel fitness center, Chinese restaurant, and buffet restaurant. Xiao Tong and others occupied the hotel and Chinese restaurant. Du Tang and others occupied the fitness center and cafeteria. At this time, the first floor of the hotel has been transformed into a fortress, with various sundries piled up to form a simple wall. Leader! Seeing Xiao Jiang and others coming back, people in the lobby started speaking. Xiao Jiang nodded and took Xiao Tong and others to the 5th floor through the fire escape. Everyone, please sit down. This was a spacious and luxurious presidential suite. Xiao Tong took a look and then sat on a chair. The healer and 4 other zombies stood behind Xiao Tong. Everyone, please sit down. No need to stand. Xiao Jiang looked at the healers and several zombies behind Xiao Tong. Brother, you don't have to worry about them, Xiao Tong said. Xiao Jiang's pupils shrank slightly, and he looked at Xiao Tong deeply. He didn't expect that these mysterious psychics were all led by Xiao Tong. Xiao Jiang took out a bottle of drink and handed it to Xiao Tong. Xiao Tong took it, held it in his hand, and didn't move. Brother, those people have evil intentions. Why did you let them in the first place? Xiao Tong asked. Xiao Jiang's face was full of bitterness. It's all my fault for being too soft-hearted. My ideas are still stuck in the pre-apocalyptic era. By the time I discovered the problem, they were already too powerful to be eliminated. Xiao Tong sighed softly in his heart. On the other side, Du Tang and his companions had just returned to their base when Meng Xian could not help but complain. Second Chief, Xiao Zhang's brother just scolded me. Why did you stop me? Du Tang turned his head and glanced at Meng Xian coldly, his eyes full of coldness. Are you an idiot? Do you really think that if I don't stop you, you can do anything to Xiao Zhang's brother? You don't think Xiao Zhang's level 3 ability is fake, do you? Seeing the cold light in Du Tang's eyes, Meng Xian immediately shrank his head in fear. But you're also a 3rd-level superpower user. Besides, we have more people than him. We could take advantage of this incident to drive Xiao Jiang out completely, and then we will have the final say in the entire base. After hearing Meng Xian's words, Du Tang's expression eased a little. If it was in the past, your method might have worked. But the people Xiao Jiang brought back are not simple, especially Xiao Jiang's younger brother. He actually made me feel a little palpitated. To make me feel this way, he must be a 3rd-level supernatural being. And I heard that Xiao Zhang's brother is in the imperial capital. Do you know how far away the imperial capital is? Thousands of kilometers. He was able to travel thousands of kilometers to get here. So you can imagine how strong he is. And the 4 people around him are also very strong, at least at the peak of level 2. Du Tang's face was full of solemnity. When Meng Xian and others heard Du Tang's words, they were also stunned. Then what should we do? Xiao Jiang is already a level 3 expert, and now his brother is also a level 3 superpowered person. We made things so difficult for him before. Isn't he going to take revenge now? A look of panic flashed across Meng Xian's face. Chapter 140, Forced to Abdicate. Yeah, what if he kicks us out of the base? Xiao Xiao also spoke up. Du Tang frowned, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. The only way now is to strike first. We will first kill one of their level 3 mutants, and then concentrate our forces to kill all the people loyal to Xiao Jiang. By then, we will have the final say in the entire base. After hearing Du Tang's words, Meng Xian and the others looked at each other with murderous gleams in their eyes. Second Chief, what should we do? Yi Lei, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. Wait a moment. Go and inform Xiao Jiang to hold a meeting of the 5 leaders. When Xiao Jiang comes to the meeting, we will attack and kill him. After Xiao Jiang dies, we will concentrate our efforts to kill those people as well. Du Tong spoke. Good. Yi Li nodded. A few minutes later, the 5th floor of the hotel. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door. The healer stepped forward and opened the door. Yi Lei looked at the healer. Although the healer was wearing a mask and sunglasses, his exposed neck was extremely white and delicate, and the proud and upright chest made Yi Lei's eyes flash with greed. After killing the 2 Xiao Jiang brothers, maybe he can also have a taste of this woman. He has played with all the beautiful women in the base and is tired of them. It's time to change to a new taste. Chief Xiao, Chief Du asked me to inform you to attend the meeting of the 5 chiefs later. Yi Lei withdrew his gaze from the healer, then looked at Xiao Jiang and spoke. I understand. Xiao Jiang nodded. Yi Lei turned and left. Pung. The healer closed the door. Xiao Tong immediately looked at Xiao Jiang. Brother, they can't wait to hold a meeting just after you came back. There is obviously something fishy. You can't go. Hearing Xiao Tong's words, Xiao Jiang smiled and shook his head. I know there is something fishy going on, but I have to go. Brother, tell me something. You're a level 3 psychic, right? Xiao Jiang looked at Xiao Tong, who nodded. Yes, I'm a level 3 psychic. Not only me, but all of my companions are level 3 psychics. Hearing Xiao Tong's words, Xiao Zhang's eyes suddenly widened, and Bo Chung next to him stood up suddenly, his eyes full of disbelief. All of them are level 3 psychics? Xiao Zhang's voice was trembling. Yes, they're all level 3 psychics. Xiao Tong nodded again. Xiao Jiang smiled. In that case, I have to go. Brother, please accompany me to the meeting. Good. Xiao Tong nodded. Soon, Xiao Jiang took Xiao Tong and others to the conference room to attend the meeting. When Yilei, who was standing at the door, saw Xiao Tong coming with Xiao Jiang and others, his face changed, and he rushed into the meeting room. Second Chief, it's bad. Those people are here too. Du Tang stood up quickly and walked out of the meeting room. Looking at Xiao Tong and others behind Xiao Jiang in the corridor, his face instantly sank. It seems that the original plan is not feasible. So, Yilei, you immediately go and mobilize the survivors who support us in the support base. Wait a moment. We will do this. Du Tong spoke quickly. Yilei quickly turned around and left. Soon, Xiao Jiang brought Xiao Tong and others into the meeting room. Du Tang looked at Xiao Tong and the others behind Xiao Jiang, and a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. Chief Xiao, this is a chief meeting. Wouldn't it be a bad idea for you to bring some people here? Hearing Du Tang's words, Xiao Jiang said coldly, Not good? What's wrong with that? I am the leader of the base, and I still have the authority to bring a few people to a meeting, right? Moreover, they did not participate in the meeting, they just listened in. Hearing Xiao Jiang's words, Du Tang choked. Soon, Yilei came back. Everyone began to take their seats. Now that everyone is here, let's start the meeting, Du Tang said. Then he turned to look at Meng Xian. Chief Meng, please report the situation of the base to everyone. Meng Xian nodded, then stood up and said there are a total of 5,420 people in the base now, including 225 people with special abilities. There are 2 third-level psychics, 48 second-level psychics, and the rest are first-level psychics. The base now has only enough supplies to last for 3 days, which means that after 3 days, the base will run out of food. Now, there are 108 first-level zombie crystal cores and 12 second-level zombie crystal cores left in the base. This is the current situation at the base. After saying that, Meng Xian sat down. Meng Xian sat down, and Du Tang took over the conversation. Chief Xiao, you also heard that the current situation of the base is not optimistic. And you didn't bring back much supplies this time, and now you've brought back some people. To be honest, your behavior is very irresponsible to the base, and it doesn't match your status as the leader of the base. Du Tang looked at Xiao Jiang. But it seems that this base is not just mine, right? Aren't you also the leader of the base? If there are not enough supplies, why don't you go out and look for them? If you don't have enough crystal cores, why don't you go out and hunt zombies? Xiao Zhang's voice sounded, with a hint of sarcasm on his face. After Xiao Jiang finished speaking, Du Tang and others were slightly stunned. They did not expect that Xiao Tong, who had always been very weak, would suddenly become tough. Xiao Jiang, are you still a man? There are 5 leaders in our base. Leader Du, a level 3 warrior, is responsible for protecting the base. The remaining 3 of us were only level 2, not to mention that Xiao Xia and I were women. Are you going to let us 2 women go out to look for supplies? Are you going to let us women hunt zombies? Are all the men in the base dead? You're a 3rd-level superpower, a grown man, but you can really say these words. Aren't you too selfish? Meng Xian's sharp voice sounded again. Xiao Jiang frowned slightly. Shut up, what's wrong? You are special because you are women? You have privileges? You wanted privileges before the end of the world, and now, in the end of the world, you still want privileges. Do you have diamonds or something? We are men, but we are not your men. We have no obligation or responsibility to risk our lives to search for supplies for you or to hunt zombies for you. Besides, Du Tang wants to protect the base. Can I protect the base, and then let Du Tang go out to hunt zombies and look for supplies? Chapter 141, I don't want to play with you anymore. Let's show down. Hearing Xiao Zhang's words, Meng Xian's eyes widened suddenly. Xiao Jiang, how can you talk to me like this? Why can't I talk to you like this? Do I have to burn 3 sticks of incense for you before I talk to you? Xiao Jiang spoke again. You. Meng Xian's face turned red. Du Tang and others on the side also frowned slightly. They couldn't understand why Xiao Jiang suddenly seemed like a different person. The Xiao Jiang before was obviously not like this. Okay, Chief Xiao, Chief Meng, we are all for the sake of the base. There is no need to make things so awkward, since we have different opinions. Then we leaders raised our hands to vote. I propose that we let Leader Xiao lead the team to search for supplies and hunt zombies. Raise your hands if you agree. As soon as Du Tang spoke, Meng Xian and others raised their hands immediately. Xiao Tong folded his hands and watched the scene coldly. Du Tang nodded in satisfaction, smiled, and said, Commander Xiao, you have seen it too. This is the intention of the leaders' meeting. I can only trouble you again. No trouble, Xiao Jiang said. Commander Xiao is still very responsible because I don't want to play with you anymore. Hearing Xiao Jiang's words, Du Tang thought Xiao Jiang had bowed his head, and he immediately laughed happily. But before he could finish his words, Xiao Jiang's voice rang out again, and his smile froze on his face in an instant. Chief Xiao, what do you mean? Du Tang looked at Xiao Jiang with a gloomy face. Literally, I don't want to play with you anymore. Also, I founded the Qingshan Lake Survivor Base. Now, please leave the base. Xiao Jiang spoke again. Du Tang narrowed his eyes slightly, turned his head and glanced at Yilei, who nodded quietly. Du Tang was delighted, and then he said, Chief Xiao, are you chasing us away? Xiao Jiang did not comment. You can understand it that way. Commander Xiao, although you're the founder of Qingshan Lake Base, we are all part of the base and have contributed a lot to the base. We also have a share of the Qingshan Lake Base, but now you want to drive us away. Isn't that unreasonable? Yes, we have a share of the Qingshan Lake Base. Why should Xiao Jiang chase us away? Xiao Jiang should be the one to leave. Xiao Jiang is the leader of the base, but he can't shoulder the responsibility of a leader. Now he wants to drive us out. It's really abominable. I heard that Xiao Jiang brought his brother and outsiders into the base without anyone's consent. Now he wants to drive us away and make room for his brother. Xiao Jiang is so abominable and selfish. It is Xiao Jiang who should get out. Xiao Jiang, get out. Xiao Jiang, get out. At this moment, in the square outside the meeting room, a voice denouncing Xiao Jiang was heard. Hearing these voices, Du Tang and his companions were filled with joy. But Du Tang remained calm. Why are you all gathered here? Chief Xiao, I believe that you just said those words in anger, but now everyone has heard them. You have aroused public anger. How about you go out and apologize to everyone? Then find a place for your brother and his men to stay outside the base to calm everyone's anger. Otherwise, everyone will really kick you out. Huh? Xiao Jiang sneered, then stood up and walked out of the meeting room. At this time, 2,000 to 3,000 people had gathered outside the conference room. Their faces were full of anger, and they were shouting at Xiao Jiang to get out of the base. Seeing Xiao Jiang coming out, the crowd shouted even louder and looked at Xiao Tong with hatred in their eyes, as if Xiao Jiang was their enemy. Xiao Jiang looked at this scene and felt a little pain in his heart, but he soon became indifferent. If I hadn't taken you in out of kindness, you would still be hiding or buried in the belly of a corpse. Later, I took a group of superpowers and went out to look for supplies and hunt zombies. I think I have done my best, but I didn't expect that the supplies I risked my life to find would feed a group of ungrateful people. When Xiao Jiang's voice sounded, the noise below immediately became much quieter, but soon a more intense noise broke out again. Xiao Jiang, don't be so hypocritical. We didn't ask you to save us in the first place. Yes, maybe without your interference, we might be living a better life than we are now. At least we won't be hungry. You are not saving us. You just want to exploit us. In addition to the Qingshan Lake Survivor Base, the Nansang Survivor Base is also searching for survivors. We can go to the Nansang Survivor Base even if we don't come to the Qingshan Lake Base. Xiao Tong, stop your sweet talk. It's impossible for you to drive us away. You're the one who has to leave. Get out. Yes, Xiao Tong, get out. The combined noise of the crowd's condemnation was deafening, and even some of the sleeping zombies around were awakened. Hearing these voices of condemnation, Du Tang and others behind Xiao Jiang and his companions had sarcastic smiles on their faces. And Xiao Jiang's expression became completely indifferent. I told you, you are the ones who should go away. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful supernatural power burst out, and vines emerged from the ground and grew wildly. Seeing this scene, all the sounds in the square suddenly stopped. Everyone then remembered that Xiao Tong was a third-level psychic. Commander Xiao, what are you doing? At this moment, Du Tang stood up, and a powerful aura burst out from his body, blocking the aura from Xiao Jiang. At the moment the breath circulated, his body expanded, and the skin on the surface began to crystallize. A liquid like diamond wriggled from his palm and slowly turned into a sharp blade. What? Of course, we're driving all these ungrateful bastards out. Xiao Jiang refused to give in. In the square below, when everyone saw Du Tang standing out, they immediately became excited. Chief Du, kill this selfish man Xiao Jiang. He is not worthy of being our leader. Everyone, Come together and drive Xiao Jiang and the others out. With Chief Du here, he will definitely not dare to touch us. Yes, let's go together and drive Xiao Jiang out. The base belongs to us." As they were talking, a group of people immediately rushed into the meeting room, ready to drive Xiao Jiang out. But at this moment, several thick vines suddenly emerged from the ground, pierced through the people rushing in the front, and then hung them in the air. Blood continued to flow down the vines. Chapter 142. After the incident where words could not solve the problem, it was time for slaughter. Someone's dead. Does he really dare to do it? He dares to kill us. This devil finally revealed his true colors. Everyone, come at us together. I don't believe he dares to kill all of us. This bloody scene instantly frightened the people behind and made them stop in their tracks. Their scalps felt numb, and some women even kept screaming. A group of people clamored to attack together, but no one dared to step forward. "Xiao Jiang, what are you doing?" Du Tang and others behind him were also extremely shocked. They did not expect that Xiao Jiang would actually take action. "Xiao Jiang, you devil, how could you attack your own people?" Meng Xian and others also let out sharp cries. "Shut up, you ungrateful bastards, and get out of here." Xiao Jiang's eyes were red, and he looked at Du Tang and others with a fierce look in his eyes. Du Tang's heart had sunk to the bottom. He originally thought that he could use public opinion and public pressure to make Xiao Tong voluntarily leave the base, but he did not expect the situation to develop to this point. Today, Xiao Jiang seemed like a different person and was so tough. Du Tang turned to look at Yi Lei and the others and secretly winked at them. Yi Lei and others nodded. The next moment, Du Tang looked at Xiao Jiang and said righteously, "Chief Xiao, I have always respected you because you created the Qingshan Lake Survivor Base. Many people survived because of you. But now you have changed, becoming extremely selfish and disregarding human life. Although I respect you very much, I must give everyone an explanation. Now, I will give you one last chance. Leave the base and you can live. Don't be so hypocritical, Du Tang. If you want the leadership of the base, come on." Xiao Jiang sneered. Du Tang narrowed his eyes slightly. "Xiao Jiang, I'm sorry." The next moment, Du Tang rushed toward Xiao Jiang. Xiao Jiang waved his hand, and thick vines emerged from the ground and rushed towards Du Tang like green pythons. Du Tang held the sharp blade and chopped continuously, and soon cut off several vines. Du Tang's superpowers are very restraining to Xiao Jiang's, which is why Xiao Jiang has been forbearing all this time. But now that Xiao Tong appears, why should he continue to tolerate? The moment Du Tang and Xiao Jiang took action, Yi Lei, Meng Xian, and Xiao Xia, together with a team of psychics, immediately surrounded Xiao Tong and his companions. Seeing this scene, Xiao Tong couldn't help but reveal a bloodthirsty smile on his face. He slowly handed the strange knife in his hand to the healer behind him. Then he turned and looked at Meng Xian and others. The next moment, he suddenly activated his supernatural powers. Blue thunder crackled, and an extremely dangerous aura burst out. When Du Tang, who was fighting with Xiao Jiang in the distance, felt this aura, his eyes widened suddenly. He turned to look at Xiao Tong with disbelief in his eyes. Level 3 late peak? No, this is impossible. After hearing Du Tang's words, Meng Xian and others were stunned for a moment, and then their eyes were filled with fear. Xiao Tong had already rushed into the crowd, and his speed was faster than that of a third-level swifter. Meng Xian only felt a flash before his eyes, and a hand had already pinched his arm, then exerted severe force. Meng Xian screamed, and one of his arms was torn off in an instant. Yi Lei and Xiao Xia, who were standing by, were so frightened when they saw this scene that they turned around and ran away. They knew that a level 3 psychic was not someone they could resist at all. What's more, Xiao Tong is still at the peak of a late 3rd level. Not to mention them, even Du Tang might not be Xiao Tong's opponent. But as soon as the two turned around, a figure appeared in front of them. Hiss! The arms of the two men were torn off in an instant, and blood spurted out instantly. The two also screamed in pain. Xiao Tong threw the 3 people together and looked at their arms where blood was gushing out. A flash of blue lightning appeared on his hands, and then the blue lightning and fire fiercely burned the wounds of the 3 people. The wounds instantly became charred, emitting the smell of barbecue, and the bleeding stopped temporarily. "I can't let you die so easily." Xiao Tong's lips curled up into a ferocious smile. The next moment, he rushed into the team of superpowers again. He is a devil, run away. The other teams of psychics immediately turned around and fled. Xiao Tong's figure flashed, and he appeared behind one of the psychics. Pung! With one punch, the psychic's head exploded like a watermelon. Ugh! This scene made the other psychics retch while running away. Pung pung! The sounds of explosions were heard one after another, and heads exploded like watermelons, with red and white brain matter splattered all over the ground, just like fleeting fireworks, bloody and short-lived. In less than a minute, the best of the dozen or so second-level psychics brought by Yi Lei and others had all turned into headless corpses. Meng Xian, Qiu Xia, and others on the ground were so frightened when they saw this scene that they peed their pants and their bodies couldn't stop shaking. Stop it, stop it! Du Tang, who was far away, saw this scene and his eyes were bloodshot. He rushed towards Xiao Tong with a sword in hand. Court death. Xiao Tong turned around and rushed towards Du Tang. Du Tang raised a sharp blade and was about to chop Xiao Tong with the sword, but at this moment, a ball of thunder exploded. Du Tang's face changed drastically, and the next moment, he was blown away. When the smoke and dust cleared, Du Tang was seen in an extremely miserable state. The crystals on his body were blown into cracks, blood kept flowing out through the cracks, and the sharp blade in his hand was broken into pieces. With just one strike, Du Tang, a third-level psychic, was seriously injured. Du Tang struggled to get up, his face full of fear. Who are you? Who are you? Who am I? I'm just Xiao Zhang's younger brother. Xiao Tong walked over, stretched out a foot, and stepped on Du Tang's head. A flash of fear flashed across Du Tang's eyes, and he quickly shouted, Mercy, mercy! I was wrong, Chief Xiao, mercy! I was wrong. I shouldn't have wanted to seize power, and I shouldn't have incited the people in the base to drive you out. Please spare my life. I will leave the base immediately. Pung! But the next moment, Xiao Tong exerted force suddenly, and his head exploded like a watermelon. Du Tang's voice suddenly stopped. The entire conference room suddenly fell silent. The person who had just wanted to rush forward began to look at Xiao Tong in horror with trembling legs. After doing all this, Xiao Tong returned to Meng Xian and others. Mercy, mercy! Seeing Xiao Tong coming over, Meng Xian and Qiu Xia were immediately frightened to the point of peeing their pants. A turbid liquid leaked out from between their legs, and a faint fishy smell filled the air. Chapter 143. Cruel and Ruthless. Meng Xian and Qiu Xia regret. Xiao Tong frowned slightly and looked at Meng Xian and Qiu Xia. Do you know why I want to keep you here? Because compared to Du Tang, you are even more hateful than him. You are all my brother's colleagues, and you, Meng Xian, are my brother's classmates. My brother was kind enough to save your lives after the end of the world. But you still wanted to blackmail him morally and wanted him to risk his life to save your relatives, but he refused, so you hold a grudge against him. You think that because you are women, you should enjoy privileges and let men risk their lives to find supplies and hunt zombies. Why do you do that? Xiao Tong raised his hand, and the healer put the Mo Dao in his hand. Laugh. One knife. Meng Xian's arm fell to the side. Ah! Meng Xian screamed in pain, her body twitching, but she still pleaded with difficulty. I was wrong. Spare my life. I don't want to die. I deserve to die. I am selfish. I will change in the future. Now you know you're wrong? It's too late. Xiao Tong spoke coldly, and then he turned to look at Qiu Xia, whose pupils shrank fiercely. I was wrong, Xiao Tong. It was all because of that bitch Meng Xian who persuaded me to target Xiao Jiang. It was she who secretly cooperated with Du Tang and Yi Lei to undermine your brother. It's really none of my business. It's none of my business. If you spare my life, I'll do anything. I can go to bed with you and play however you want, okay? Qiu Xia burst into tears. In the face of death, no one could remain calm. Laugh. With one blow, Qiu Xia's other arm was also chopped off. Ah! Qiu Xia suddenly let out a scream. Throw these 2 paper mounts out to feed the zombies. Xiao Tong stood up and looked at the zombie lord. The zombie lord immediately stepped forward, picked up Meng Xian and Qiu Xia, and walked towards the gate. At this time, the Qingshan Lake Survivor base was surrounded by zombies. In addition to the local zombies that were awakened, Xiao Tong's men also arrived one after another. The zombie lord brought Meng Xian and Qiu Xia to the gate, and then threw them into the zombie group through the gate. Roar! A group of zombies were extremely excited and rushed towards the 2 of them. The sharp teeth tore pieces of flesh from the 2 men's bodies alive and swallowed them into the stomach. Ah! The two men wailed miserably until their throats were bitten off by a zombie. Then the screams stopped. Until the moment before their throats were bitten off, Meng Xian and Xiao Xia's eyes were full of regret. If they had chosen to keep to themselves from the beginning and not gotten involved with Du Tang and others to see Xiao Zhang's power, and if they had not forced the death of their loved ones on Xiao Jiang, then they would have lived a good life, right? Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in the world. Meng Xian and Xiao Xia closed their eyes with regret and unwillingness. Soon, under Xiao Tong's control, several zombies crushed their heads, and the two didn't even have a chance to become zombies. The square was dead silent at this moment. The people who just wanted to rush up and drive Xiao Tong away are now extremely frightened and trembling. Chief Xiao, we were wrong. We were all bewitched by Du Tang and his men. We will definitely be obedient in the future. Yes, from now on we will only recognize you as our leader and will follow your lead. Chief Xiao. Everyone looked at Xiao Jiang and begged. Xiao Jiang ignored everyone's pleas. He turned to Xiao Tong and asked for his opinion. A ferocious smile appeared on Xiao Tong's lips. Brother, you are not soft-hearted, are you? Didn't you see the faces of these ungrateful wolves who wanted to rush up and drive you out just now? If I were not a powerful psychic, my two brothers would have been driven out to feed the zombies now. Hearing Xiao Tong's words, Xiao Jiang shook his head. I am kind, not a saint. I don't care about this matter. You decide. If I decide, then I'll kill them all. Xiao Tong's cold voice fell, and the next moment, Devourer number 1, number 2, and the zombie lord rushed into the crowd at the same time and began the massacre. Help, I don't want to die. Wow, someone come save me. Oh my God, run away. A group of people suddenly screamed and howled like ghosts and fled frantically, but how could a group of ordinary people escape in front of 3 level 4 zombies? It didn't take long before the entire base turned into a living hell. More than 3,000 people were slaughtered by Devourer number 1, number 2, and the zombie lord. Not until all the people in the square were killed did the 3 zombies return to Xiao Tong, their bodies covered in scarlet blood. This is too fierce. Next to him, Bo Chung watched Xiao Tong kill Du Tang with 1 blow, while his 3 zombies slaughtered all the people in the square. He couldn't help but widen his eyes and looked at Xiao Tong with admiration in his eyes. Hearing Bo Cheng's words, Xiao Tong turned around and looked at Bo Chung in surprise. Don't you think I'm cruel? Bo Chung shook his head. These people died for what they deserved. Besides, in troubled times, if you are not ruthless, you may end up dying yourself. Xiao Tong nodded, then turned and glanced at Xiao Jiang. Xiao Jiang nodded bitterly. You little brat, why are you picking on me? Do you really think I'm kind? I wanted to gather more survivors. It's just to avoid being targeted by other survivor bases. Later, things got out of my control. Du Tang and the others were in cahoots with each other, and I was no match for them at all. So I just kept enduring and looking for opportunities. Now that you are here, the opportunity has come. Okay, just don't be a saint. Xiao Tong nodded with satisfaction. He was really afraid that Xiao Tong was too kind. After doing all this, Xiao Zhang's men began to come out to clean up the area. The bodies in the square were carried out of the base, and the zombies were asked to help clean up. Then they drew water from the lake and washed away the blood on the square. By the time it was cleaned, the entire lake had turned a light dark red color with a faint fishy smell. Brother, what are your plans for the future? In a luxurious presidential suite, Xiao Tong asked. Xiao Jiang rubbed his brows, a little tired. I don't know either. Although Qingshan Lake Base is now completely under my control. But because the Nansong Survivor Base occupied the entire urban area, we had to go to the county town to search for supplies. However, the nearby counties have all been looted by other survivor bases, and it is becoming increasingly difficult to find supplies. Besides, there are more and more level 3 zombies outside, and I don't know how long Qingshan Lake Base can last. Chapter 144, Planning the Nansong Survivor Base. Brother, have you ever thought about going to the Nansong Survivor Base? Xiao Tong suddenly asked. Xiao Jiang was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. If I have to go to the Nansong Survivor Base, I might as well stay in my own base. At least you can choose your own destiny. The bigger the place, the more disputes there are. No, do you want to be the leader of the Nansong Survivor Base? As long as you become the leader of the Nanchang Survivor Base, you could develop and grow rapidly based on the Nansong City area. Maybe you will have a place in the human camp in the end. Xiao Tong looked at Xiao Jiang. Xiao Jiang was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly. Let me take charge of the non-song survivor base? How is that possible? Why not? If you evolve to level 4, and almost all the high-level people in the non-song survivor base are dead, and you happen to lead the superpowers to fight off the zombies and become the hero of the base. Xiao Tong looked at Xiao Jiang, his eyes full of brilliance. Hearing Xiao Tong's words, Xiao Jiang widened his eyes, and a hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes. Brother, this is a chaotic world. Are there any kings, princes, generals, or ministers of different races? Those people can control a base and be high and mighty. Why can't we? And only when we become strong and have power in our hands can we better settle down in troubled times. And then our parents will also have a better place to settle down. Xiao Tong continued to speak. Hearing Xiao Tong mention his parents, Xiao Zhang's heart quickly became firm. He gritted his teeth and said, Brother, if you have a way, I'm willing to try it. Xiao Tong smiled immediately. Okay, leave it to me, but before that, I have to find a way to get you promoted to level 4 as soon as possible. After all, the iron is hard by itself. As for those subordinates who are loyal to you, you must also recruit a few more level 3 experts as soon as possible. Otherwise, you will be alone and powerless. Starting tomorrow, let me lead the team of superpowers to hunt zombies and obtain crystal cores. This will not only provide us with cultivation resources, it can also help them grow faster. As for the supplies, you don't have to worry about them. Okay, Xiao Jiang nodded. The next day, Xiao Tong took half of the psychics in the base out of the Qingshan Lake Survivor base and began hunting zombies. Half a month later, inside the presidential suite, a powerful aura suddenly burst forth. Xiao Jiang opened his eyes full of ecstasy. I'm already level 4. Brother, congratulations. Xiao Tong's face was full of smiles. Brother, are you and your companions all level 4? Xiao Jiang suddenly asked. Xiao Tong nodded. Yes, we are both level 4. There is nothing to hide. Tear. After getting Xiao Tong's confirmation, Xiao Jiang couldn't help but take a breath. He was able to be promoted to level 4 because Xiao Tong had hunted down more than a dozen level 3 zombies and thousands of level 2 zombies in the surrounding area in the past half month and obtained crystal cores, which allowed him to break through to level 4. And Xiao Tong and his companions were all level 4 warriors. Even in the 5 major bases, there is probably no level 4 strongman yet, right? Xiao Jiang knew that Xiao Tong must have some secrets. After all, during this period of time, batches of supplies were always mysteriously transported outside the base. The supplies now piled up in the base were. It is more than enough to feed the remaining 2,000 people for half a year. But since Xiao Tong was unwilling to say, Xiao Jiang would not ask. In the past half month, in addition to Xiao Jiang being promoted to level 4, 4 of Xiao Jiang's subordinates were also promoted to level 3. For level 3 warriors would be considered a lot in any base other than the 5 major bases. Not to mention, there's also a level 4 warrior like Xiao Jiang. As long as Xiao Jiang is not mentally retarded, there will be no problem in controlling a provincial survivor base. Brother, your strength has been greatly improved. It's time to plan the non-song survivor base. Xiao Tong spoke. Xiao Jiang's heart trembled. Then he nodded. Okay, then proceed according to the original plan. Xiao Tong nodded, then turned around and left the Qingshan Lake base with Devourer number 1, number 2, the Healer, and the Zombie Lord. Soon, the Zombie Lord controlled an army of more than 50,000 zombies, along with tens of thousands of foreign zombies. The nearly 100,000 zombie army headed towards the non-song survivor base like a tide. On the other side, Swift 1 and Defender 2 also controlled an army of 50,000 zombies and were leading 60,000 to 70,000 foreign zombies towards the flank of the non-song survivor base. The zombie army, led by the Zombie Lord, was first discovered by the patrol helicopter of the non-song survivor base. When seeing this huge tide of zombies, the helicopter quickly flew back to the non-song survivor base. When it was learned that a zombie army of nearly 100,000 was approaching the non-song survivor base, the entire non-song survivor base was instantly panicked. In the entire base, all ordinary soldiers were on the city walls, and all the psychics were in place. The top executives in the base gathered at the main gate, looking at the tide of zombies in the distance with serious eyes. As the distance got closer, the people on the city wall could see clearly the densely packed zombies. Everyone couldn't help but gasp. Huang Jun, the survival of the base this time depends on you. At the base, a man in a general's uniform and with a big belly turned his head to look at several level 3 psychics next to him. Don't worry, General. As long as there aren't too many level 3 zombies in this zombie tide, we can rely on our heavy firepower and the advantages of the city walls. We will definitely be able to repel this zombie tide. Among the group of third-level psychics, the short-haired man who was in the lead spoke calmly. That's good. I'll leave this place to you. After saying that, the senior executives in the base immediately left the city wall. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. After the top leaders in the base left, Huang Jun and others looked into the distance. As the distance got closer, the sense of oppression brought by the zombie army of nearly 100,000 became heavier. Countless people felt as if a huge rock was pressing down on their hearts, making them unable to breathe. 1,000 meters, 500 meters, 200 meters. Roar! Smelling the human scent on the city wall ahead, the zombies in front began to rush forward madly and immediately led the zombie army behind them to charge together. Shot! When the zombies were about 200 meters away, the commander of the ordinary soldiers gave an order. Da-da-da! Boom! Various thermal weapons, coupled with heavy lethal weapons such as rocket launchers, poured out in an instant. Faced with human thermal weapons, the zombies in front fell down in large numbers, even those at level 1, level 2, or level 3. Chapter 145 Layout. If you're hit head-on by a rocket launcher, there is a certain mortality rate. Some artillery, such as howitzers, can directly bombard the target into pieces, not to mention the more powerful aerial bombs and other bombs. Soon, under the attack of human heavy weapons, more than half of the tens of thousands of zombies were killed or injured, and some high-level zombies that rushed to the city wall were also killed by several third-level psychics leading other human psychics. The ground was littered with corpses, and there were many zombies with broken limbs roaring angrily. As time went by, the tens of thousands of foreign zombies led by the zombie lord had all been eliminated. Xiao Tong's mind moved, and the zombie lord roared, and the remaining tens of thousands of zombies under his command immediately retreated in an orderly manner. We won. The zombies retreated. We won. When the humans on the city wall saw the zombies retreating, they cheered excitedly. Look, what is that? At this moment, a trembling voice sounded. Everyone looked in the direction of his finger. Their eyes suddenly widened, and their bodies began to tremble involuntarily. In that direction, a larger group of zombies were approaching. Another wave of zombies, and the number is even greater. Could it be that God wants to destroy our Nansong base? In the previous battle, our ammunition has been almost used up, and our gun barrels are all red. What can we do now against this even larger zombie horde? There was despair in everyone's eyes. Roar! The second wave of zombies quickly approached the Nansong survivor base. When they smelled the strong smell of blood in front of them, without the need for the fourth-level swifts behind them to drive them away, tens of thousands of foreign zombies in front of them spontaneously and madly ran towards the base. Da-da-da! Boom! Fierce gunfire mixed with cannon fire rang out, and humans opened fire again. But this time the firepower was less than half of that just now. Soon, some zombies broke through the defense line and rushed up the city wall. Seeing this, the zombie leader roared, and tens of thousands of zombies rushed towards the city wall again. Another group of zombies is coming. We can't hold on. A cry of fear was heard. 2 waves of zombies attacked from 2 directions, and the human firepower was immediately dispersed. More and more zombies rushed up the city wall by building human ladders. Hold on, psychics, divide into teams, and kill the zombies that are rushing up the city wall. Huang Jun roared loudly while killing the zombies. Under the leadership of Huang Jun, the psychics managed to block the zombies' attack. But at this moment, a figure jumped onto the city wall, emitting a terrifying aura. Level 3 zombie? Huang Jun gritted his teeth and rushed towards the level 3 zombie. Leave it to me. But in the next moment, figures jumped onto the city wall one after another. 1, 2. A total of 8 level 3 zombies. These 8 level 3 zombies are all wild level 3 zombies among the trap zombies. Seeing these 8 level 3 zombies, the humans in Nansong City were almost in despair. Because there are only 5 level 3 psychics in the entire Nansong base, but now there are 8 level 3 zombies in the zombie group. Don't be afraid. Level 3 psychics, follow me to block 5 of the level 3 zombies. The other level 2 psychic teams, do your best to entangle the other 3 level 3 zombies and wait for our support. Kill! Huang Jun roared, and then led the remaining few level 3 psychics to rush towards the 8 level 3 zombies. Pung! And just at this moment, a figure landed on the city wall again, right between Huang Jun and others and the 8 level 3 zombies. Roar! When they saw this figure, the 8 level 3 zombies roared immediately, then lowered their heads in submission, their eyes full of awe and fear. Seeing this scene, Huang Jun and others who rushed out braked again and looked at the figure with horror. If this zombie can make 8 level 3 zombies surrender, what level should it be? At this moment, the figure slowly turned around, and at the same time, a terrifying aura burst out from his body like a tide. After sensing the aura of that figure that was far beyond level 3, Huang Jun widened his eyes and lost his voice in shock. Level 4? A level 4 zombie? How is this possible? And just as he exclaimed, the level 4 Swift had disappeared from the spot. A dark shadow flashed by. The next moment, a red line appeared on Huang Jun's neck. His head was suddenly washed away by a strong stream of blood, and his body fell straight down. Run away! The pressure from the 4th level zombies, coupled with Huang Jun's death, completely defeated the psychic on the city wall who had just witnessed the tragedy. The escape of these psychics immediately led other psychics to follow suit, and then ordinary human soldiers. However, the next moment, Swift number 1 had already rushed into the crowd with 8 level 3 zombies, and the psychics died, tragically one after another. With the defeat of humanity, the zombie army rushed into the survivors' base, and then coincidentally rushed into the high-rise residential area of the base. In less than a minute, all the high-rise buildings were slaughtered. Everyone was crying and screaming as they ran away, while some psychics and soldiers were trying to set up a defense line to stop the zombies. At this moment, outside the city wall, a team of hundreds of people quickly came towards the base. When he saw the tragic situation at the base, the leader roared, "Beasts!" The leader waved his hand, and countless vines emerged from the ground, stringing the zombies together into skewers. At the same time, he waved his hand, and the vines formed into a staircase. Hundreds of people immediately entered the base through the vine stairs. After entering the base, Xiao Jiang faced the city wall and slowly raised his hands. The next moment, the entire wall began to vibrate, as if a dragon was turning over. The next moment, thick vines quickly spread along the city wall. Xiao Jiang's hands kept rising up. His muscles became muscular and veins bulged. "Get up!" Xiao Jiang roared. The next moment, vines climbed up the city wall, then crossed each other on the wall, quickly forming a vine wall more than 3 meters high. Moreover, there were countless spikes on the vine wall that kept extending and retracting, and the zombies immediately fell off the wall wailing. After temporarily blocking the zombies, Xiao Jiang immediately led hundreds of people to attack the center of the base. At this time in the center of the base, except for Huang Jun who died first, there were only 2 left of the 5 third-level psychics. Chapter 146, The Savior, Xiao Jiang. These 2 level 3 psychics are leading the remaining psychics and human soldiers to build a defense line to resist the zombies, while the tens of thousands of people in the base spontaneously join the ranks of resisting the zombies after there is no hope of escape. However, with the continuous attacks of the 8 level 3 zombies, the human camp's defense line is in jeopardy. Laugh. At this moment, there was a vibration in the distance, mixed with shouts and screams. Then thick vines emerged from the ground like green dragons, madly strangling the surrounding zombies. Roar! The 8 level 3 zombies roared and rushed in this direction, but the next moment, a thicker vine whizzed past. He directly strung the 2 level 3 zombies together. The survivors of the Nansong survivor base looked at this scene in shock. Those were level 3 zombies, and they were strung together. Who were these people? At this moment, Xiao Jiang and his men came over. After killing 2 more level 3 zombies, the remaining 4 level 3 zombies roared, then turned around and started to run away. The 4 third-level zombies ran away, and the remaining low-level zombies quickly followed behind. Looking at the zombie army retreating like a tide, the remaining humans finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then they turned their gaze to Xiao Jiang, their eyes full of awe and admiration. "Excuse me, who are you?" One of the only 2 remaining level 3 warriors in the base stepped forward and asked with gratitude in his eyes. "My name is Xiao Jiang, and I'm the leader of the Qingshan Lake base next door. We went out to look for supplies and happened to see the Nansong survivor base being besieged by zombies. So when you see injustice, you should help." Xiao Jiang smiled and spoke. Qingshan Lake Survivor Base? After hearing this, the group of psychics looked at each other, then lowered their heads guiltily. The leading level 3 psychic also blushed. I never thought that the non-Song Survivor Base would go so far as to not allow other bases to search for supplies in the non-Song urban area. But you're still willing to lend us a helping hand. No matter what, we are all human beings and should help each other. Xiao Jiang shook his head. Okay, the zombies have retreated, and it's time for us to go back. Xiao Jiang said, turning around and about to leave. Chief Xiao. Seeing Xiao Jiang was about to leave, the third-level psychic suddenly became anxious and hurriedly called out to stop Xiao Jiang. What's wrong? Anything else? Xiao Jiang turned around and looked at him in confusion. Captain Xiao, you saw 2 groups of zombies appear today. Although they have temporarily retreated, we don't know when they will come back. The base's ammunition has been almost used up, and the psychics have also suffered heavy damage. If the zombies come back, the non-Song Survivor Base will probably be destroyed, so I would like to ask Chief Xiao to stay in the non-Song base. The third-level psychic gritted his teeth and looked at Xiao Jiang, his eyes full of pleading. Yes, Chief Xiao, please stay. Chief Xiao, please stay. Behind the third-level psychic, both psychics and ordinary people spontaneously invited Xiao Jiang to stay. Xiao Jiang's face was full of embarrassment. But I'm the leader of Qingshan Lake Base. It is not appropriate for me to stay in non-Song base, right? Hearing Xiao Jiang's words, the level 3 psychic quickly said excitedly, It's perfect, Chief Xiao. The zombies attacked just now. The top leaders of the non-Song base were almost wiped out, but you saved the base and everyone. Therefore, I would like to elect you as the new leader of non-Song base, and Qingshan Lake will become a branch base of non-Song Survivor Base. People from Qingshan Lake Base can come to non-Song Survivor Base if they want to, and stay at Qingshan Lake Base if they want to. From now on, you're the joint leader of Qingshan Lake Base and non-Song Survivor Base. After hearing his words, others also spoke up. Yes, I also agree that Chief Xiao should become our leader. Chief Xiao is willing to save us regardless of past grudges. This proves that he is a broad-minded person. I am willing to let him be our leader. So would I. And me. Everyone present spoke up. You guys are really putting me in a difficult position. Xiao Zhang's face was full of embarrassment. Seeing the expression on Xiao Zhang's face, everyone at the scene suddenly felt a chill in their hearts. Now the non-Song Survivor Base has suffered heavy damage, with most of the ordinary troops and psychics killed or injured. If there is no absolutely strong person in charge of the base now, then when the 2 waves of zombies come back today, the base will be destroyed. The day the base is destroyed will be their doomsday. Thinking of this, the leading third-level psychic gritted his teeth and knelt on one knee. Chief Xiao, please save the non-Song Survivor Base and save the remaining tens of thousands of lives. Seeing this scene, other psychics and ordinary people also knelt on one knee. Chief Xiao, please save the base. Please save us, Chief Xiao. If Chief Xiao doesn't stay, the next zombie tide will come back and the entire base will be destroyed and tens of thousands of lives will be lost. Chief Xiao, are you really so cruel as to watch the base being destroyed? In the entire base, everyone was kneeling down at a glance. Hey, everyone hurry up and get up. I promise you. Xiao Jiang quickly asked everyone to get up and finally had no choice but to agree to become the leader of the non-Song Survivor Base. Since you have elected me as the leader of the non-Song Survivor Base, I will now issue my first order after becoming the leader. Do your best to save the wounded, carefully identify whether they are infected by zombies, and if they are not injured by zombies, do your best to treat them. If you're injured by zombies, you must also take precautions. Now, everyone, take action immediately. Xiao Jiang is vigorous and resolute. Yes. Everyone stood up, their faces full of joy. Then everyone turned around and performed their duties. Some are responsible for treating the wounded, some are responsible for cleaning the battlefield, and some are responsible for dealing with the infected humans. Under Xiao Zhang's command, the entire non-Song Survivor Base was immediately reborn. After doing all this, the 2 remaining third-level psychics in the base immediately found Xiao Jiang to report on their work. After Xiao Jiang briefly arranged the general tasks, he looked at the 2 people, because he is also the leader of Qingshan Lake Base. So I must first arrange the Qingshan Lake Base. This time when I go back, I will tell the survivors of the Qingshan Lake Base about the non-Song Survivor Base. At that time, I will let them choose whether to join the Nansong survivor base or continue to stay in the Qingshan Lake base. Within 3 days, I will arrange everything and return to the Nansong survivor base. Chapter 147, Leaving Nansong and Moving On. Then, Chief Xiao, you must come back early. Yes, Chief Xiao, the current Nansong survivor base cannot do without you in charge. At least that terrifying zombie may only be dealt with by Chief Xiao. Hearing that Xiao Jiang was leaving temporarily, everyone at the Nansong survivor base suddenly became panicked. They were afraid that Xiao Jiang would never come back. Don't worry, Xiao Jiang nodded, then started the return journey with more than 100 people from Qingshan Lake base. More than an hour later, Xiao Jiang and others returned to the Qingshan Lake base. Xiao Tong had already returned to the Qingshan Lake base with a healer, a zombie lord, and 2 devourers. Brother, are you back? Yeah, I'm back. Everything is going well. Well, everything is as planned. After settling the base, I can go to the Nansong survivor base. Xiao Jiang smiled, and at the same time, he looked at Xiao Tong with confusion and complexity in his eyes. He didn't expect that Xiao Tong, who had not grown up in his eyes, would not only become a level 4 expert first, but also be followed by several other level 4 experts. Now he can directly mobilize hundreds of thousands of zombies to cooperate with him to capture the Nansong survivor base. He didn't know what Xiao Tong had experienced, but when he was promoted to level 4, he could vaguely feel the aura emanating from Xiao Tong. However, no matter what Xiao Tong becomes, he will always be Xiao Zhang's younger brother. Well, brother, it's time for me to leave too. Xiao Tong hesitated for a moment, but still spoke. What? Brother, you are leaving? Xiao Tong's body trembled, his heart full of reluctance. In the end times, although both of them are now level 4 warriors, they're still full of unstable factors. He is afraid. He is afraid that this separation will be forever. Yes, I am leaving. Now that the hidden dangers of the Qingshan Lake base have been eliminated and you've already taken control of the Nansong survivor base, there are basically no major problems on your side. After I leave, I will leave number 1 to help you. In this way, with 2 level 4 warriors, the entire Nansong base will be safe. It's been so long since the end of the world. I don't know what's going on back home. I must rush back as soon as possible to find my parents. Only then will I feel at ease. Xiao Tong spoke. In his heart, his family always comes first. Although he had asked Xiao Dashin and the other 2 to prepare in advance before the end of the world, they should not become zombies, nor be harmed by zombies. But he was afraid of human nature. Compared to the visible danger of zombies, human nature was 10,000 times more terrifying. Brother, I'll go with you. Xiao Jiang spoke immediately when he heard Xiao Tong mention his parents. No, brother, I'm enough for my parents. Your task now is to manage the Nansong survivor base well. Whether in peacetime or troubled times, those who hold power always control the right to speak. You must develop the Nansong survivor base well so that you can protect me and my parents in the future. Xiao Tong shook his head. After hearing Xiao Tong's words, Xiao Jiang remained silent for a long time. Brother, don't be sad. The next time we meet, it will be a time for our family to reunite. Xiao Tong smiled and comforted. Okay. Xiao Jiang forced a smile and suddenly hugged Xiao Tong tightly. Xiao Tong was stunned for a moment, then smiled and let Xiao Jiang hold him. But I have to say, Big Brother's embrace is really warm. 10 minutes later, outside Qingshan Lake base, Xiao Tong, Devourer number 2, Healer, and Zombie Lord left the Qingshan Lake base step by step under the watchful eyes of Xiao Jiang. Take care, brother. Xiao Jiang's eyes were red as he watched Xiao Tong and the others disappear from his sight. He murmured softly, then turned around. The moment he turned around, the gentleness on his face completely disappeared. Number 1 followed closely behind him. The last order Xiao Tong gave to Devourer number 1 was to obey Xiao Jiang and protect Xiao Jiang at all costs, even at the cost of his life. More than an hour later, outside Nansong City, a zombie tide of more than 100,000 people began to move slowly. In the center of the team, Xiao Tong was riding on Xiao Ji and became a little taciturn. Now, leaving Nansong, he planned to head west, directly across Nanhu Lake, and head straight to his hometown Guiqian. The total distance along the way is nearly 1,500 kilometers. It would take at least 20 days to travel day and night. It would also be necessary to hunt zombies along the way, so it would take at least more than a month. Mom and Dad, wait for me. We will be able to meet in a month. After ensuring Xiao Zhang's safety, his parents became Xiao Tong's biggest concern. Soon, half a month passed, and Xiao Tong had arrived at Nanhu and was halfway through the journey. During the period, they hunted zombies all the way, and a group of level 2 peak zombies under Xiao Tong's command stepped into level 3. Now, there are more than 30 level 2 zombies under Xiao Tong's command. Similarly, several level 3 zombies have also reached the peak of level 3 and can enter level 4 at any time. As time goes by, there are more and more level 3 mutants among humans, and at the same time, the number of level 3 zombies also begins to grow explosively. Along the way, Xiao Tong absorbed more than 50 crystal cores of level 3 zombies, but he still failed to break through the membrane from level 4 to level 5. Over the past half-month, Xiao Tong has once again adapted to this lonely life. Besides him, Du Ying, a woman with 2 swords, was also sitting on Xiaoji's back. He gently put one arm around Du Ying and put his hand under her clothes. Occasionally, crushed the peanuts between 2 fingers. After being promoted to level 4, his body gradually recovered. Although the Black Dragon still could not go into battle, it was nice to satisfy his urge to kill time. Du Ying was a little resistant at first, but when Xiao Tong placed several level 3 zombie crystal cores in front of her, she fell silent. Silence is equal to consent. After a while, Du Ying got used to it. Although Du Ying is a girl, she has long seen through the nature of this end of the world. Strength is always the standard for measuring everything. She felt it was worth it to exchange her body for crystal cores and resources for evolution. Besides, what else can Xiao Tong do now except make her wet? What else can you do? Du Ying, who was sitting in front of Xiao Tong, thought of this and turned around to glance at Xiao Tong indifferently. Xiao Tong. Damn! Xiao Tong cursed in his heart. This stinky woman. How dare she dare to look down on him? Do you believe that when he reaches the 7th level of Corpse King and his physical condition is fully restored, the big black dragon will simply make her kneel down and surrender? Xiao Tong pulled his hand out. Bang! He slapped Du Ying on her hips. Get off. Chapter 148 Mutantat. He has no thoughts at all now. Du Ying's face turned slightly red. She rolled her eyes and then jumped off Xiaoji's body. Dog man no, dog zombie. Du Ying returned to the large group and walked to Wu Yan's side, as usual. After all, in the entire zombie army, there were only 2 humans, her and Wu Yan. Wu Yan gave Du Ying a complicated look, her heart full of mixed feelings, some pity for Du Ying, and some envy of Du Ying. She felt sorry for the eldest daughter of the Du family, one of the 5 major bases in the Imperial Capital Survivor Base, who had become a plaything of a zombie. She was also envious that Du Ying had obtained so many cultivation resources. Now Du Ying has reached the peak of the 3rd level psychic. It won't be long before Du Ying can reach the 4th level, and she has just evolved to the middle stage of level 3. She glanced at Du Ying. Her eyes suddenly widened. She actually found that Du Ying's face was red, and her eyes glanced at Xiao Tong's back from time to time, with a complicated emotion in her eyes. Seeing this, her heart was filled with disbelief. She approached Du Ying, lowered her voice, and asked in a voice that only the 2 of them could hear. Du Ying, you are not really in love with this zombie, are you? Du Ying's face turned even redder, but she rarely denied it. She gritted her teeth and said, he is stronger than me, and he can also give me cultivation resources. Why can't I like him? But he is a zombie, and we are human. Wu Yan's eyes were full of shock. What about zombies? What about humans? In this damn apocalypse, if you don't have strong power, you will die. And he can protect me and help me become stronger. Besides, with evolution, haven't you seen that he is getting closer and closer to a normal person? As long as this thing can be used in the future, I won't lose anything. When Du Ying finished speaking, her face was so red that it seemed like water was about to drip out, and her eyes kept moving on Xiao Tong's back. She was held in Xiao Tong's arms these days, but she could clearly feel Xiao Tong's black dragon through the fabric. Although it cannot work properly yet, the scale is worth looking forward to. As long as she can resume work in the future and doesn't have to be a widow, she won't lose out. Hearing Du Ying's fierce words, Wu Yan staggered and almost fell down. Du Ying, well, at least you don't regret it. Wu Yan knew Du Ying's character. Once Wu Yan made a decision, no one could change it. Besides, what Du Ying said didn't seem to be wrong. When Wu Yan staggered on Xiaoji's back, Xiao Tong's body also trembled slightly. He didn't expect that Du Ying would be so. Cough, cough. He didn't know what to say. However, as long as Doing is really willing to follow him, he will not let Doing down. After all, the road to evolution is long and endless. It will be a good thing to have a few women accompany you on the road. At least you won't be bored. As for Wu Yin, her prejudice against zombies has never been eliminated, which is one of the reasons why Xiao Tong chose Doing. He would not cultivate a potential enemy for himself. If Wu Yin still maintained this attitude over time, he would consider turning Wu Yin into a zombie. Only when she is under his control or under his crotch can he feel completely at ease. And Wu Yin obviously chose the former. Shaking his head to get rid of all the miscellaneous things, Xiao Tong looked forward and a city slowly appeared before his eyes. Ahead is Nanhu Lake and Shantan. Along the way, Xiao Tong divided the zombie army into 3 groups. First, Devourer number 2 led 10 level 3 zombies from the south of Nanhu Lake, sweeping across Changsha, hunting zombies and humans along the way, increasing their strength and obtaining zombie crystal cores. Then, the Swift 1, Swift 2, Rock Zombie, and other level 3 peak zombies led the remaining dozen or so level 3 zombies and marched all the way from the south. Xiao Tong led 2 level 4 zombies, the Healer and the Zombie Lord, as well as a team of zombie mutant dogs led by the level 4 mutant dog Xiao Ji and 50,000 zombies from the middle road. The Healer must stay by his side. This is his greatest treasure. In his opinion, unless all the zombies under his command die except him, the Healer must not be in any danger. The Zombie Lord is the little darling, second only to him and the Healer. He is the only zombie he has discovered so far who can control zombies besides himself. Moreover, the combat capability of the Zombie Lord is not weak among those of the same level, and his defense is also very abnormal. Staying by his side can bring Xiao Tong's safety to a higher level. Xiaoji, this 4th level mutant dog, has combat power comparable to the most powerful Devourers number 1 and number 2 under Xiao Tong, and is also highly mobile. With the protection of the mutant dog team led by him, Xiao Tong's safety is almost certain to be guaranteed. However, as he entered Nanhu Shantan, Xiao Tong couldn't help but frown. Compared with other provinces he passed along the way, the number of zombies in Shantan is pitifully small, and as you get closer to Changsha, there are fewer and fewer zombies. Even later on, the number of zombies was less than half of that in other provinces. Such a huge group of zombies. Where did they go? Xiao Tong suddenly felt a little uneasy, but in his memory, none of the 4 corpse kings in the south came from Nanhu. Xiao Tong took a look at the lineup around him, and then he suppressed the uneasiness in his heart a little. More than an hour passed quickly. Roar! At this moment, a roar interrupted Xiao Tong's thoughts. Xiao Tong came to his senses, turned around, and found that it was the roar of the Zombie Lord. My king, just now, behind a zombie army, thousands of zombies under my control suddenly died. The voice of the Zombie Lord sounded in Xiao Tong's mind. Xiao Tong frowned slightly. Go to the back and take a look. Yes. The Zombie Lord responded, then got on the back of a level 3 mutant dog and quickly headed towards the rear of the zombie army. 10 minutes later, the Zombie Lord returned to the center of the team. Report to my king. There were several hundred mutant rats attacking us. Among them were a few level 3 mutant rats, but I have dealt with them. This is just the most powerful of the mutant rats. The Zombie King said this and threw a rat corpse in his hand, which was about the size of a calf, to the ground. Xiao Tong just took a look and immediately frowned. The hair on this mutant rat's body was like a steel needle, emitting a heavy sheen, and its 2 nearly 50-centimeter long front teeth were extremely sharp. Except for the 2 front teeth, the other teeth are extremely sharp and densely packed together, which makes people feel scared. Chapter 149 Level 4 Mutated Giant Rat. Xiao Tong got off Xiao Ji, walked to the side of the 3rd level mutant rat, squatted down, and gently touched the fur on the mutant rat. A cool feeling came from the fingertips. He bent his fingers and flicked them lightly. Clang! A metallic sound was heard. Xiao Tong's eyes were instantly filled with solemnity. The fur of this mutant rat actually turned into metal. Attack power, defense, speed. This mutant rat has them all. It's just terrible. Lord, are other mutant rats like this too? Xiao Tong stood up and looked at the Zombie Lord next to him. The Zombie Lord nodded. Yes, my king. Other mutant mice have also undergone this mutation. After hearing what the Zombie Lord said, Xiao Tong pondered for a moment, then said, let all the zombies speed up and leave this place as soon as possible. Yes, my king. The Zombie Lord nodded and ordered the zombies to speed up. More than an hour later, The zombie army simply filled their stomachs in Xiao Tong and then left Xiao Tong directly. Shortly after the zombie army left, several mutant rats appeared in Xiao Tong. One of them raised its head, twitched its nostrils a few times, and then suddenly started chirping. Two of the mutant rats heard the cry and immediately turned around and left, while the other mutant rats continued to follow in the direction where Xiao Tong's zombie army left. "Woof! Master, I smell a stinky rat," Xiao Ji called out from the zombie army that had just left Xiao Tong. Hearing Xiao Ji's words, Xiao Tong narrowed his eyes slightly. "Lord, go to the back and take a look." The zombie lord left again. 10 minutes later, the zombie lord came back carrying the corpses of several mutant rats. Seeing the corpses of these mutant rats, Xiao Tong confirmed one thing. It seems that we are being targeted. As soon as Xiao Tong finished speaking, a commotion broke out behind the zombie army. Looking from the sky, one could see that behind the zombie army, a group of black torrents fiercely plunged into the tide of corpses. This was a huge group of rats. The zombies in the back subconsciously launched an attack, but their claws landed on the mutant rats and couldn't even break the mutant rats' defenses. The sharp teeth of these mutant rats could easily bite the skulls of zombies into pieces, and then they would frantically suck the brains of the zombies and swallow the crystal cores inside into their stomachs. They tore the rotten flesh off the zombies with big mouthfuls, their mouths full of smelly blood. The mutated rats launched a crushing attack on the zombie group. "My king, it's the mutant rats." The zombie lord spoke, but in fact, there was no need for the zombie lord to speak. Xiao Tong had already seen the black torrent in the distance. Seeing the ferocity of the mutant rats, Xiao Tong gave an order and a group of high-level zombies immediately rushed towards the rear. In addition to the healer and Xiao Ji, even the dual sword girl Du Ying and the spirit girl Wu Yin were sent out. Du Ying's hands transformed into a pair of black swords. With her extremely fast speed, she was like a black whirlwind, killing several level 2 mutant rats like a sharp sword cutting through falling leaves. Wu Yin stood 100 meters away from the battlefield. The next moment, the heads of several advanced mutant rats on the field exploded instantly. The zombie lord led several level 3 zombies and a group of level 2 zombies, like an arrow, tearing the mutant rats into pieces. With the support of this group of strong men, the zombie camp was able to barely withstand the attack of the mutant rats. However, Xiao Tong's face remained solemn. There are probably no less than 30,000 mutant rats. Although the zombie camp has an advantage in numbers, zombies of the same level are no match for the mutant rats in terms of combat power. At this time, at the rear of the mutant rat group, more than a dozen huge mutant rats were surrounding a giant rat that was nearly 4 meters tall when standing. The giant rat stood on a small hill, observing the situation on the battlefield from a distance of several hundred meters. When it saw the zombie lord and other zombies and humans slaughtering mutant rats, it roared angrily. The next moment, among the dozen mutant rats around him, except for 2 who continued to guard the giant rat, the other level 3 mutant rats immediately rushed out. Just a moment, more than a dozen level 3 mutant rats rushed into the battlefield and immediately entangled Du Ying and other level 3 strongmen. Even a level 4 zombie lord was barely entangled by 4 level 3 mutant rats. The zombie camp is one-sided again. Seeing this scene, the mutant rat king on the hillside actually showed a ferocious smile on his face. His black eyes rolled around, and finally, his gaze locked on the zombie lord. Its nostrils twitched wildly, and through the smell in the air, it recognized that the zombie lord was a level 4 zombie. Its eyes were full of greed. It had a hunch that if it could devour the zombie lord, it would be one step closer to evolving to the next level. But soon, it suppressed the desire in its heart and turned its gaze to the army of zombies. As a level 4 mutant rat, it also felt a little uneasy in its heart. It felt that there was a level 4 aura in this zombie army. Now that it has not found the figure of this 4th level aura, it dare not act rashly. However, it is not in a hurry. As time goes by, the owner of this level 4 aura will definitely appear. Otherwise, its swarm of rats will be able to devour this zombie army. Behind the zombies at this time, Xiao Tong's eyes also fell on the giant rat on the hillside, a few hundred meters away. When he felt the 4th level aura from the giant rat, Xiao Tong's eyes narrowed slightly. He had a hunch that if he devoured the beast core of this level 4 mutant giant rat, he would definitely be able to advance to level 5. This level 4 mutant giant rat is the opportunity for his promotion. However, this mutant giant rat is very fast. If it wants to escape, even a level 4 Swift cannot catch up with it. Only Xiaoji can catch up with it, but Xiaoji, a mutant dog alone, cannot kill this level 4 rat king. This mutant giant rat has always been very cautious. He can sense the breath of the 4th level mutant giant rat, and the 4th level mutant giant rat can also sense the breath in the corpse group. With more than a dozen level 3 mutant rats joining the battlefield, the situation on the entire battlefield became one-sided again, and countless zombies were slaughtered by the mutant rats. Tens of thousands of casualties occurred in the blink of an eye. If this continues, these more than 50,000 zombies will probably be eaten by rats. Xiao Tong had an idea and thought, "Since you don't come out, I will force you to come out." Woof, 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 Xiaoji roared, and then rushed out. It rushed to a level 3 mutant rat, opened its head and bit its head to pieces. Chapter 150. The terrifying level 4 mutated giant rat. The defense that the mutant rats are proud of is not much stronger than paper in front of the 4th level Xiaoji. Soon, 3 level 3 mutant rats died from Xiaoji's attack. The situation on the entire battlefield changed again. After more than 5 level 3 mutant rats died, the mutant giant rats on the distant hillside could no longer hold back. Chi-Chi, the mutant giant rat, roared, and then led the remaining 2 level 3 mutant rats to rush directly towards the battlefield. The mutant giant rat was like a bulldozer. The zombies along the way were often knocked away by it, or bitten into two by its sharp teeth. Even the thick stratum corneum on the body of a level 3 defender could not stop the attack of the mutant giant rat. The mutant giant rat rushed straight towards the zombie lord. As a level 4 mutant rat, it could clearly sense that the zombie lord and Xiao Ji were both level 4, but the zombie lord was weaker than Xiao Ji. As a mutant beast, it naturally knew how powerful Xiao Ji was, so it killed the zombie lord first, and then turned its gun around to kill Xiao Ji. The crystal core of a level 4 zombie and the beast core of a level 4 mutant beast would allow it to take one step further on the road of evolution. It may even allow it to enter a higher level of life. The desire of the soul and the greed in the eyes made the mutant giant rat excited. Roar! Seeing the mutated giant rat rushing towards him, the zombie lord roared, and instead of retreating, he rushed directly towards the mutated giant rat. A level 4 zombie has the pride of a level 4 zombie, and even though it knows that the mutated giant rat in front of it is terrifying, it will not take a step back. Soon, a level 4 mutant giant rat and a level 4 zombie knocked over zombies and mutant rats wherever they passed. In the end, the distance between the mutant giant rat and the 4th level zombie was less than 5 meters. The mutant giant rat raised its sharp claws and fiercely grabbed the zombie lord. Buzz! The giant claw came whizzing from the sky, bringing with it a sound of breaking wind. One can imagine how sharp this claw is. The zombie lord's eyes were full of solemnity. He raised a huge shield to block in front of him, slightly arched his body, and dug his legs deeply into the ground. Laugh! The next moment, the mutant giant rat's huge claws grabbed the zombie lord's giant shield fiercely. A harsh sound rang out, and a hideous scratch instantly appeared on the zombie lord's giant shield. A huge force was transmitted from the giant shield to the zombie lord, who staggered instantly and almost fell to the ground. The zombie lord had just stood firm when a black shadow appeared in front of him. The mutant giant rat raised its giant claws, and the zombie lord only had time to raise his shield. However, a cunning look flashed in the mutant giant rat's eyes. It retracted its giant claws and grabbed directly at the zombie lord's lower body. The zombie lord's face changed, and he swung his huge shield fiercely downwards. But the mutant giant rat's huge claws had already landed on the zombie lord's left foot, and its sharp claws scratched it. Roar! The zombie lord roared miserably, and his right foot was directly cut off by the mutant giant rat, and his whole body fell heavily backwards. A hint of joy flashed in the mutant giant rat's eyes. It rushed forward again, opened its ferocious mouth, and was about to bite the zombie lord's head to pieces. Woof woof! But at this moment, a dog barking sounded. The mutant giant rat glanced at it with its peripheral vision and saw a ferocious mouth biting towards its head. If it continued to attack, even if it could bite the zombie lord's head, its head would also be bitten by Xiaoji. All of this flashed through the mutant giant rat's head in a flash. The next moment, it rolled to the side, gave up attacking the zombie lord, and also avoided Xiaoji's attack. Woof! Xiaoji stood beside the zombie lord, grinning at the mutated giant rat opposite, with every hair on his body standing up. With Xiaoji's help, the zombie lord finally recovered. He struggled to get up, looking at the mutant rat with red eyes full of madness. Woof! Are you okay? Xiaoji looked at the zombie lord. Ooh, it's okay. The zombie lord shook his head. Then let's kill this stinky rat together. Good. Xiaoji and the zombie lord each roared, and the next moment, Xiaoji took the lead in rushing towards the mutant giant rat. The zombie lord picked up the foot that was chopped off by the mutant giant rat on the ground, stuffed it into his mouth, and rushed forward while limping while chewing. Its eyes were full of hatred and madness. Since it was able to control the zombies, except for the time it suffered a loss at the hands of Xiao Tong, it had never suffered such a great humiliation. Xiao Tong was its king, but the one who hurt it now was just a stinky rat. Chi-Chi, seeing Xiaoji and the zombie lord coming together, the mutant giant rat roared, and instead of retreating, it advanced directly towards Xiaoji and the zombie lord. Woof! Xiaoji opened his mouth, revealing his sharp fangs crisscrossing and densely packed, looking extremely terrifying. He bit the mutant giant rat's neck. The mutant giant rat dodged flexibly, and at the moment of avoiding Xiaoji's attack, it rushed towards the zombie lord again. Its goal is very clear: to kill the zombie lord first and make Xiaoji lose his support. Xiaoji slammed on the brakes, and when he saw the mutant giant rat rushing towards the zombie lord again, he roared angrily and chased after it. Roar! When the zombie lord saw the mutant giant rat dodge Xiaoji and rush toward him again, he roared angrily. This stinky rat actually treated him as a soft persimmon. The zombie lord roared and rushed towards the mutant giant rat instead of retreating. Chi-Chi. The mutant giant rat roared and used the same trick again, raising its giant claws and rushing towards the zombie lord's lower body. Although its giant claws chopped towards the zombie lord, its pair of round eyes were fixed on the zombie lord's head. As long as the zombie lord uses the giant shield in his hand to block its attack, it will change the direction of attack again and attack the zombie lord's head directly, hitting the zombie lord's vital points, and the zombie lord will have no way out. If the zombie lord does not block, then it will cut off the zombie lord's remaining leg. The zombie lord will then become a horse with a broken leg. The zombie lord who cannot run is destined to become food. Roar! To the mutant giant rat's surprise, the zombie lord roared and ignored the mutant giant rat's attack. He directly raised the giant shield in his hand and smashed it hard on the mutant giant rat's head. As long as this blow hits the mutant giant rat, it can directly smash the mutant giant rat's head into brain matter. Chapter 151 Bloodline Talent. When a mutant giant rat felt the sharpness brought by the giant shield, a hint of panic flashed in its eyes. It had not expected that the zombies, who were as unintelligent as animals, would choose this way to break the deadlock. The zombie lord simply ignored the attack of the mutant giant rat, putting the mutant giant rat in a dilemma. If it continued to attack, the giant shield in the zombie lord's hand would smash its head. But if it does not continue to attack, not only will its attack fail, but it will also be immediately trapped by the zombie lord and the level 4 mutant dog behind him. After just a moment's hesitation, the mutant giant rat with extremely high intelligence decisively chose to save its life. It used all its strength to dodge the zombie lord's giant shield and retreated backwards. But when it retreated, it sent itself directly into Xiaoji's ferocious mouth. Woof! Seeing the mutant giant rat coming to him, Xiaoji roared excitedly and bit the mutant giant rat's neck hard. Laugh! Xiaoji's sharp and ferocious teeth dug into the mutant giant rat's neck, and blood flowed out instantly. Chi-Chi. The mutant giant rat screamed suddenly, but the next moment, Xiaoji bit its neck and began to swing it left and right frantically. The mutant giant rat's huge body of nearly 4 meters is still not enough to compare to Xiaoji's height of 5 or 6 meters. After Xiaoji used his skill, the mutant giant rat had almost no ability to resist. Chi-Chi, but at this moment, the mutant giant rat suddenly roared, and a red light flashed in its eyes. The next moment, the hair on its body that was like steel needles suddenly exploded like a hedgehog. Xiaoji's mouth was instantly pierced by these hairs. Woof! Xiaoji screamed and quickly let go of the mutant giant rat's neck. The mutant giant rat took the opportunity to bite Xiaoji's hind legs hard. But at this moment, the zombie lord had already raised the giant shield and smashed it hard at the mutant giant rat. Feeling the sharp breath behind it, the mutant giant rat had no choice but to let go of Xiao Ji, and then jumped out of the encirclement with a nimble jump. A dog, a zombie, and a giant rat once again formed a standoff. The zombie lord had a broken leg, and Xiao Ji's right hind leg also had a hideous wound, bleeding profusely. The mutant giant rat on the opposite side was not much better off. Xiao Ji also tore a hideous wound on its neck, revealing the scarlet flesh inside, and blood kept dripping onto the ground. The mutant giant rat stared at the zombie lord and Xiao Ji with its round eyes, full of resentment and anger. If it were Xiao Ji or the zombie lord, neither of them would be its match, but now Xiao Ji and the zombie lord have joined forces to force it into such a miserable state. Just as Xiao Ji, the zombie lord, and the mutant giant rat were confronting each other, Xiao Tong, who was carefully hiding himself in the zombie group, couldn't help but shrink his pupils when he saw the hair on the mutant giant rat suddenly explode. Bloodline talent? Xiao Tong couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. Bloodline talent is unique to high-level mutant beasts. When a mutant beast is promoted to level 7 Beast King, the gifted Beast King will awaken his unique bloodline talent. This kind of blood talent is extremely powerful. This is one of the reasons why the Mutant Beast Clan has the fewest Beast Kings, but can always stand on equal footing with humans and zombies. However, this kind of blood talent will only awaken at level 7, but the mutant giant rat in front of him is only level 4. Although it is 3 levels lower than the level 7 staff, these 3 levels are like an abyss and are difficult to cross. No, this is not a pure bloodline talent. Xiao Tong suddenly shook his head again. This skill of the mutant giant rat could only be regarded as the prototype of bloodline talent. This skill is completely different from bloodline talent. After using this skill, the mutant giant rat's breath became much weaker. Obviously, this skill cannot be used all the time. Moreover, as long as it is used, the condition of the mutant giant rat will be greatly reduced. But even so, it can be seen that this mutated giant rat has a high talent. As long as this talented giant rat does not die, it will definitely step into the level of a 7th level Beast King. That's level 7. Xiao Tong had gone through a lot of hardships to be promoted to level 7 Corpse King. The mutated giant rat in front of him made Xiao Tong's eyes red. Damn, he must stay. He won't allow anyone more powerful than him, zombies or animals, to exist. Thinking of this, Xiao Tong gave an order in his heart, asking the zombie lord and Xiao Ji to consume the mutant giant rats at all costs. Under the cover of the tide of zombies, he approached the mutant giant rat's retreat. As long as he blocked the mutant giant rat's retreat, the mutant giant rat would not be able to escape today. Under Xiao Tong's command, the zombie lord and Xiao Ji roared again and rushed towards the mutant giant rat from the left and right. When a mutant giant rat saw that the zombie lord and Xiao Ji dared to provoke it, it also chirped and then went straight to kill the zombie lord and Xiao Ji. The mutant giant rat first confronted the fast-moving Xiao Ji. It made a feint to avoid Xiao Ji's attack, then repeated the same trick and rushed directly towards the slow-moving zombie lord. Woof! Seeing this scene, a cunning flashed in Xiao Ji's eyes. It had already been on guard against this move of the mutant giant rat, so it deliberately slowed down its speed and did not increase the distance between itself and the zombie lord. Now the mutant giant rat used the same trick again, but was surrounded by it and the zombie lord again. Xiao Ji opened his ferocious mouth and bit the mutant giant rat. But when a cunning look flashed in Xiao Ji's eyes, a sinister look of success also flashed in the eyes of the mutant giant rat. When Xiao Ji was about to bite him, a flash of black light flashed in his eyes again. In an instant, the hair on its body, like steel needles, exploded. When Xiao Ji saw this scene, his pupils shrank sharply. Its mouth was still full of holes and bleeding. If it was hit by the mutant giant rat again, it would probably be crippled. Thinking of this, Xiao Ji slammed on the brakes and quickly closed his mouth. But the moment he closed his mouth, the mutant giant rat's ferocious mouth bit Xiao Ji's shoulder again. Woof! Xiao Ji suddenly felt pain and screamed. In desperation, he bit the mutant giant rat on the back. However, because the mutant giant rat bit his shoulder, he could only use 1/3 of his strength. Xiao Ji's shoulder was torn apart in an instant, but compared to Xiao Ji, the mutant giant rat's injuries were much lighter. Roar! At this moment, a roar sounded, and the zombie lord rushed up, raising the giant shield in his hand and was about to smash towards the mutant giant rat. Chapter 152, 4 Level 4, Desperate Mutated Giant Rats. The mutant giant rat dragged Xiaoji in another direction and directly blocked Xiaoji in front of it. Seeing this scene, the zombie lord could only roar angrily and then stop attacking. He simply put down the giant shield in his hand and then pounced towards Xiaoji and the mutant giant rat. His sharp right claw fiercely pierced into the body of the mutant giant rat, and then he opened his mouth and bit the mutant giant rat frantically. The mutant giant rat screamed suddenly. It had never expected that the zombie lord would simply give up his weapons and choose the most primitive battle. Chi-Chi, the mutant giant rat, cried, and several mutant rats immediately rushed over from other directions, trying to entangle the zombie lord. But the zombie lord also roared, and a group of zombies immediately stopped all the mutant rats. Although the zombies were being slaughtered all the time, they were outnumbered, so for a while, no mutant rat could rush to the mutant giant rat. Seeing this, a fierce look flashed in the mutant giant rat's eyes. It allowed the zombie leader to attack itself. Its sharp teeth bit Xiaoji's shoulder tightly, and then its two huge claws grabbed Xiaoji fiercely. Laugh! The two sharp claws left two hideous scars on Xiaoji's body, and blood spurted out instantly. Xiaoji was also aroused by the attack of the mutant giant rat. He didn't care and just grabbed the mutant giant rat's back and threw it wildly. A piece of flesh on the mutant giant rat's back was directly torn off, and the zombie lord hung on the mutant giant rat, attacking madly with his teeth and claws, and the giant shield in his hand also slammed on the mutant giant rat's back. Every time the giant shield fell, it made a dull bang sound. The mutant giant rat didn't care and grabbed Xiaoji's wound with its two sharp claws again. After evolving to level 4, Xiaoji's defense also rose to a higher level, and his fur also became extremely tough. However, after several attacks by the mutant giant rat, the mutant giant rat's sharp claws finally pierced into Xiaoji's belly. Xiaoji finally couldn't hold on any longer. He screamed miserably, and all his strength seemed to be lost in an instant, and he fell to the ground. Snap! But at this moment, the zombie lord's giant shield hit the mutant giant rat's back countless times, and suddenly there was a sound of broken bones. The mutant giant rat that was about to make a finishing blow to Xiaoji suddenly screamed, and its entire back bent down. It instantly felt that it had lost consciousness below the waist, including its legs. The mutated giant rat could only use its two front paws to support itself and crawl forward quickly to avoid the attacks of the zombie lord. After crawling out a few meters, it turned its head with an extremely ferocious face and stared at the zombie lord fiercely. Roar! The zombie lord roared again and rushed towards the mutant giant rat again. On the ground, Xiaoji, whose abdomen was pierced, was gasping for breath, and his breath was extremely weak. Woof! Damn it, kill this dead rat! Xiaoji roared, his eyes full of anger. Chi-Chi, facing the attack of the zombie lord, the mutant giant rat's eyes suddenly turned red, and then it roared suddenly. The next moment, the eyes of the surrounding mutant rats also turned red at the same time, and then they ignored the attacks from other zombies and rushed towards the mutant giant rat frantically. The mutant rats rushed to the mutant giant rat without caring about their lives, and then rushed towards the zombie lord. The mutant rats were densely hanging on the zombie lord's body. Although they could not cause fatal attacks to the zombie lord, they made the zombie lord have no time to care about the mutant giant rats. Seeing this, the mutant rat king roared excitedly and rushed directly towards Xiaoji. It rushed to Xiaoji's side, opened its mouth, and bit towards Xiaoji's throat. As long as it bit off Xiaoji's throat, Xiaoji would definitely have no chance of survival. It could then devour Xiaoji's animal core first. But just as it opened its ferocious mouth and was about to fall on Xiaoji's neck, a bolt of lightning exploded on the mutant rat king's body. Boom! The mutant giant rat's figure trembled violently, and it looked extremely miserable. It turned its head and looked at Xiao Tong behind it, its eyes full of fear. He didn't expect that there were 3 level 4 beings in this group of zombies. When it felt the breath of Xiao Tong, it realized that the terrifying breath it had felt before did not come from the zombie lord, nor from Xiao Ji, but from Xiao Tong. The moment the mutant giant rat saw Xiao Tong, it began to retreat. It didn't take a level 4 zombie lord seriously, and it also didn't take a level 4 mutant dog seriously. But now, there's a peak level 4 zombie, and this zombie's ability is actually lightning, so it is scared. The mutant giant rat turned and fled, but Xiao Tong was faster. Thunder flashed on Xiao Tong's hands, and then without any hesitation, he closed his hands in both directions. A ball of terrifying purple thunder appeared, crackling. Xiao Tong threw it with all his might, and thunder instantly roared towards the mutant giant rat. Feeling the extremely sharp breath from behind, the mutant giant rat's scalp exploded directly. The next moment, the mutant giant rat suddenly leaped up, and then with one dive, it lifted up the concrete floor, causing dust to fly. Boom! In the blink of an eye, blue thunder exploded at the location where the mutant giant rat was previously located, but the mutant giant rat had already escaped into the hole in the ground. In the cave, the mutant giant rat used its 2 claws to dig holes frantically, and then fled into the distance. But the next moment, it suddenly froze, and it raised its head in disbelief, feeling another new level 4 breath in front of it. Standing in front of its burrow was Devourer number 2, who had rushed back after receiving news from Xiao Tong. Xiao Ji and the Zombie Lord were in a very miserable state before, but Xiao Tong and the Devourer had not taken any action. This was to give the mutant giant rat a fatal blow at the critical moment and prevent the mutant giant rat from escaping. Rats are masters at digging holes, let alone mutant rats. So the moment Xiao Tong discovered the level 4 mutant rat, he was already on guard against the mutant giant rat escaping. On the other side, the healer has appeared, and the white holy light shines on Xiaoji and the Zombie Lord. When the light faded, the healer's breath became extremely weak, but Xiaoji and the Zombie Lord's injuries were almost all healed. Xiaoji and the Zombie Lord immediately dispersed and, together with Xiao Tong and the Devourer, blocked all the escape routes of the mutant giant rats from all directions. Sensing the level 4 aura from the healer who had appeared again, the mutant giant rat was already on the verge of despair. How could it have deserved to have 4 level 4 warriors attack it together? Chapter 153 Level 4 Mutant Giantrat. D. Just when a mutant giant rat was in despair, a ball of thunder flew directly from the cave entrance. Feeling the terrifying power contained in this ball of thunder, the mutant giant rat could only break out of the ground to avoid this terrifying ball of thunder. The moment the mutant giant rat rushed out, Xiao Tong, the Devourer, Xiao Ji, and the Zombie Lord rushed over almost at the same time. Chi-Chi, the mutant giant rat, fell desperate. The next moment, a lightning net enveloped it, and it instantly froze in place, shaking wildly, with white smoke constantly coming out of its body. Laugh. Devourer number 2 arrived and cut off one of the mutant giant rat's huge front legs with its sharp claws. Xiaoji arrived second. He bit the mutant rat's neck hard and shook it madly. When a mutant rat was about to die, boom! The Zombie Lord's giant shield smashed hard on the mutant giant rat's head. The mutant giant rat's huge head instantly caved in and its skull broke into several pieces. But even so, the level 4 mutant giant rat not only did not die, but struggled desperately. Laugh. At this moment, a strange knife fell from the sky and directly cut off the head of the mutant giant rat, and the mutant giant rat's struggle came to an abrupt end. Unlike zombies, the mutated giant rat that lost its head immediately lost its breath of life. Chi-Chi, seeing the mutant giant rat die, the remaining mutant rats immediately fled in panic. Kill. At Xiao Tong's command, the Devourer, the Zombie Lord, and Xiao Ji immediately led the team to chase after the mutated giant rat. More than an hour later, Xiao Ji, the Devourer, and the Zombie Lord came back with the corpses of mutant rats. Except for a few mutant rats that were lucky enough to escape, all the mutant rats were killed. The war was finally over, and the battlefield was cleaned up. Xiao Tong turned his head and took a look, and couldn't help feeling heartbroken. Although this battle almost wiped out the entire group of mutant rats, including the level 4 mutant rats, Xiaoji and the Zombie Lord were seriously injured. Especially Xiaoji. If it weren't for the healer, it would be hard to say whether he could survive. Among the other zombies, several level 3 zombies also died, and the loss of level 2 and level 1 zombies was tens of thousands. This time, the zombies controlled by the Zombie Lord were directly crippled. But fortunately, it's all worth it. Xiao Tong turned his gaze to the corpse of the mutant giant rat, and a hint of heat flashed in his eyes. With the beast core of this level 4 mutant giant rat, He has the hope of breaking through to level 5. As long as he breaks through to level 5, his defense will be immune to some of the heavy firepower attacks of humans, and then his safety will be guaranteed. The corpses and animal cores of other mutant rats can be used to strengthen the remaining subordinates of the zombie lord. Although the number of zombies has decreased, their overall strength has increased. Thinking of this, Xiao Tong's mind moved, and Xiao Ji stepped forward and bit the body of the mutant giant rat. The other zombies also took the mutant rat's body and left the battlefield. More than an hour later, Xiao Tong led the zombie army into the city and found a building. Xiao Tong brought Xiao Ji, the devourer, the zombie lord, the healer, as well as the thunderstormer, the green wet nurse, and the metal giant transformed by Wu Ji and others into the building. All the other zombies were on alert outside. Pung! Xiao Ji threw the mutant giant rat's corpse on the ground. All eyes at the scene looked at the mutant giant rat's corpse, their eyes full of desire. But without Xiao Tong's order, they still stood there quietly. Xiao Tong raised his Mo Dao, walked forward, and slashed at the mutant giant rat's head. Laugh! Mo Dao fiercely cut open the mutant giant rat's head, and juices of various colors flowed out. Xiao Tong climbed onto the mutant giant rat's head, then reached in and touched inside for a while. When he took his hand out, there was a khaki animal core in his hand. Feeling the powerful force contained in the ochre-colored beast core, Xiao Tong's eyes were filled with excitement. Everyone protect me. From now on, no outside life is allowed to set foot in this building. Xiao Tong gave the order and immediately sat cross-legged. The beast core was placed in his right hand, and his left hand held several other beast cores of level 3 mutant rats. As soon as he thought of it, a suction force came from his hands. The powerful force contained in the beast core immediately entered his body along the meridians in his palms, and the aura on Xiao Tong's body finally began to increase. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed, and all the third-level beast cores in Xiao Tong's left hand had been absorbed. After losing energy, the crystal cores had turned into gray powder. However, the beast core of the fourth-level mutant giant rat in the right hand still contains powerful power. Another day has passed. Xiao Ji, the berserker, the healer, and other zombies surrounding Xiao Tong couldn't help but take a step back, looking at Xiao Tong with awe and fear in their eyes. At this time, Xiao Tong's aura was extremely violent, and the energy on his body was like a wave constantly hitting an invisible barrier. The aftermath of the energy emitted was enough to make people terrified. The crystal core of the fourth-level mutant giant rat in Xiao Tong's hand has become extremely dim, and the energy in it has been almost exhausted. Buzz! At this moment, Xiao Tong's aura suddenly surged, and a terrifying aura swept over. Xiao Ji, the devourer, and other zombies couldn't help but change their faces. They took several steps back again, looking at Xiao Tong with horror. At this time, Xiao Tong's body began to change dramatically. Black keratin suddenly overflowed, wrapping Xiao Tong like liquid, and then evolved into a set of black armor again. The only difference from the past was that when the black armor was formed, a blue light began to appear on Xiao Tong's body. The blue thunder suddenly became violent, and the dazzling light directly covered Xiao Tong's figure. More than half an hour later, the blue thunder disappeared. Xiao Tong slowly opened his eyes. At this time, Xiao Tong's body had grown to more than 3 meters tall. He was covered with a set of blue and black armor. The blue patterns kept flashing blue light and making crackling sounds, giving people an extremely repressed and violent atmosphere. The energy of my thunder power has actually been integrated into the defensive power. Xiao Tong couldn't help but murmur when he saw this scene, and then he was ecstatic. The next moment, he raised his hand and punched out fiercely. Boom! A blinding blue light burst out, blasting a large hole in the wall of the building. It was extremely brutal. This terrifying power. Xiao Tong glanced at his fist, his eyes full of surprise and joy. With a thought, the supernatural power dissipated. The blue-black armor slowly dissipated, and Xiao Tong's figure returned to normal. He turned to look at Xiao Ji, the healer, and other zombies. Chapter 154 arriving in Yunnan and Guizhou, the ungrateful wolves. Master, are you already level 5? Xiao Ji looked excited. Well, I'm already level 5. Xiao Tong smiled and nodded. Woof, that's great. Xiao Ji was so excited that he shook his tail like a fan. All right, let's divide the corpse of this level 4 mutant giant rat among Xiao Ji, Zombie Lord, Healer, and Devourer number 2. At Xiao Tong's command, Xiao Ji, the healer, and other zombies immediately pounced on the corpse of the mutant giant rat and feasted on it. The zombies outside also started eating immediately. In addition to the corpses of the mutant rats, they would devour all the zombies that died in this battle. 3 days later, the corpse of the mutant giant rat was completely devoured. Xiaoji and Devourer number 2 made the greatest progress, evolving directly to the middle stage of level 4. The Devourer and the Zombie Lord were a little behind, and they still had a long way to go before evolving to the middle stage of level 4. Among the zombies outside, a group of peak level 2 zombies evolved to level 3, a total of 8 of them. So the number of level 3 zombies under the Zombie Lord increased instead of decreased. A week later, at the border of Nanhu, 2 other zombie armies joined Xiao Tong. The 2 zombie armies lost a total of more than 30,000 low-level zombies and 8 level 3 zombies. Unfortunately, the Swift number 2 was also killed by a level 3 zombie. However, the 2 armies gave birth to 12 new level 3 zombies and brought back more than 50 level 3 crystal cores, more than 10,000 level 2 crystal cores, and more than 80,000 level 1 crystal cores. Xiao Tong directly distributed all the crystal cores to zombies, such as Xiao Ji and the healer. 3 days later, after all the crystal cores were absorbed, the strength of Xiao Tong's camp increased again. Among them, more than a dozen zombies including Swift 1, Bonethorn 1 and 2, Rock 1, Flame 1, and 2 have evolved to the peak of level 3 and are only 1 step away from being promoted to level 4. The number of level 3 zombies has also exceeded 50. Now there are 58 level 3 zombies. There are still more than 50 zombies at the peak of level 2, and they're only 1 step away from breaking through to level 3. After Xiao Tong evolved to level 5, the number of level 0 zombies he could control reached 200,000, level 1 zombies 50,000, and level 2 zombies 20,000. There are 50 level 3 zombies, 15 of which are currently under actual control. The other 43 have broken through from level 2 and do not occupy level 3 zombie quotas, so there are only 35 level 3 zombie quotas that Xiao Tong can still control. There are 10 places for level 4 zombies. All the level 4 zombies under Xiao Tong's command were promoted from level 3, so they do not occupy any places, leaving 10 vacancies. At this time, Xiao Tong's subordinates, except for the 3rd level zombies and 4th level zombies, were all full. There are a total of nearly 280,000 zombie troops, plus the zombie lord's remaining 20,000 subordinates. A total of 300,000 troops are marching towards Yunnan and Guizhou. After crossing Nanhu Lake, they were only a few hundred kilometers away from their hometown, and Xiao Tong couldn't help but become extremely excited. 3 days later, in a county town near Nanhu Lake in Yunnan and Guizhou, Xiao Tong's army was resting. In the county town, in an upscale luxury hotel, Xiao Tong was lying on a luxurious big bed, holding a woman with a proud figure in his arms. This woman was Duing. Although she had become a zombie, Xiao Tong still had the habit of sleeping. After traveling for a while, he would take a nap while the zombie army was sweeping the area. Xiao Tong stretched lazily and slowly opened his eyes. After getting out of bed and putting on his shoes, he slapped Duing on her hips. "Lazy pig, get up, the sun is shining on your buttocks." Duing slowly opened her eyes, with a hint of resentment in her eyes. "Isn't it your fault? You can't do anything, but you still use your hands to do something naughty. Tell me, what else can you do besides making me wet?" Seeing Du Ying's resentful expression, Xiao Tong touched his nose awkwardly and said angrily, "Don't be so arrogant. When I recover after being promoted to level 7, I will make sure you can't get out of bed for 3 days." Facing Xiao Tong's threat, Duing glanced between Xiao Tong's legs with a hint of disdain at the corner of her mouth. "You stinky woman, how dare you look down on me?" Xiao Tong cursed. "If you have the guts, come and deal with me now." Duing puffed out her chest with a look of disdain. "Xiao Tong, ahem, the weather is nice today." Xiao Tong coughed, turned around, and walked out as if nothing had happened. Du-ing tisk. Sizzle, sizzle. At this moment, the radio in the hotel beeped twice, and then a gentle female voice sounded. "This is the broadcast from the Survivor Center of the Great Xia capital. I'm the host Yuan. Fellow survivors of the Great Xia, I'm glad you're still alive. So far, the end of the world has been coming for nearly a year. Daxia has established an imperial capital, 5 major survivor bases in the east, west, south, and north, 34 second-level provincial survivor bases, and various large and small civilian survivor bases. All survivors can follow the maps of the major bases and go to the survivor base along the route. In addition, according to statistics from relevant departments of Daxia, level 4 zombies have begun to appear in Daxia. However, the 5 major bases have also successively cultivated 4th-level psychics. We firmly believe that these 4th-level psychics can protect the safety of the people of Daxia. All the survivors, optimists see a hope in a disaster, and pessimists see a disaster in a hope. As long as we still have hope in our hearts, as long as we never give up, we will win one day. Come on, everyone. When the broadcast voice stopped, Xiao Tong frowned. Has Daxia already had a level 4 superpower? But think about it. The 5 major bases have exhausted their resources, and cultivating a level 4 strongman, although it is difficult but not impossible. But even though the 5 major bases have already cultivated level 4 experts, the number is definitely not large. Now, in addition to Devourer number 1, Xiao Tong also has 4 level 4s and a bunch of peak level 3s, who will soon evolve to level 4. He has even evolved to level 5, and he still has the biggest advantage. After the repairs, Xiao Tong continued to advance with the zombie army. After entering Yunnan and Guizhou, there are more mountainous areas. According to the memories of the previous life, although the economy of Yunnan and Guizhou was not very developed after the end of the world, it became very developed due to its unique terrain and tough folk customs. The number of infected humans in Yunnan and Guizhou is the least. At this time, in a rural area in Guiqian, several hundred kilometers away from Xiao Tong, a noisy quarrel broke out. Xiao Dashan, you obviously have food. Why don't you give it to everyone? Yes, Xiao Dashan, we are all neighbors, and we are all from the same village. You don't have to worry about being struck by lightning if you do this. Xiao Dashan, if it weren't for you, Dazhuang and the others wouldn't have to go out to find food, and they wouldn't have died. You are so selfish. A group of villagers surrounded Xiao Dashan's house, with ferocious looks on their faces. Chapter 155, The Traitor Revealed. Among the crowd at this time, the leader was a man wearing a white shirt, looking like a cadre, in his 60s, with slicked back hair and a gloomy face. This person is none other than the head of the Chun family in Chenjia village, Chen Dalong, who also serves as the village chief. He is considered a well-known figure in Chenjia village. Next to him, there is a thin man with a flattering look on his face. Xiao Erg, are you sure that Xiao Dashan's family still has food? Chen Dalong turned his head and looked at Xiao Ergu. Xiao Ergu nodded with a flattering smile. Yes, village chief, although Xiao Dashan and his men took a lot of food and distributed it to everyone. But he must have some stock at home. A few days ago, he secretly gave my grandmother a few bowls of rice through the crack of the door. This is what my grandmother told me herself. Hearing what Xiao Ergu said, Chen Dalong's face instantly darkened. He turned his head to look at the gate of the Xiao family and said, Xiao Dashan, you actually still have food? Do you still have me as the village chief in your heart? Do you still have a village rules? I tell you, open the gate immediately and distribute the food to everyone. Otherwise, I won't be able to stop the angry crowd once the gate is opened. At this time in the yard, Xiao Dashan and Xia Mei were both filled with anger. We have already given you a lot of food. If we give you more, we will have a hard time surviving. We have done our best, but why are you still forcing us? And you, Xiao Ergu, we are kind-hearted and cannot bear to see your family starve to death, so we would rather eat half full and share some food with you. But why do you repay kindness with hatred? After hearing what Master Xiao said, many villagers surrounding the Xiao family's courtyard showed a trace of guilt on their faces. Xiao Ergu's face turned red, but he still said, Uncle, my grandmother told me this herself. She also told me to report you. My grandmother is a conscious person. We are doing this for the good of the whole village. You must have a lot of food at home. What's wrong with you sharing some with everyone? You said you gave my grandma food, but how could that little bit of food be enough for our family? We eat porridge every day, while you eat meat and fish every day. This is not fair. As soon as Xiao Ergu finished speaking, the guilt on everyone's faces instantly disappeared, replaced by a strong sense of unwillingness and resentment. Yes, they drink porridge and eat wild vegetables every day. So why can Xiao Dashan and Xia Mei eat meat and fish? Xiao Ergu, you are talking nonsense. Almost all the food in the house has been distributed. How can we have any extra food? Xiao Dashan just felt really heartbroken. Xiao Dashan and Xia Mei were kind-hearted. So after the food in the village was eaten up, they distributed the food at home to everyone. But I didn't expect that it would attract a group of ungrateful people. Hearing Master Zhao's words, Xiao Ergu sneered, with a look of disbelief. Really? Then why don't you dare let us go in and search? Even if there is no food, don't you still have a big dog at home? If you kill the big dog, everyone can have a bite of meat, right? In the final analysis, you were just selfish. Chun Dalong's face was full of gloom. Xiao Dashan, we will give you another hour. I hope you can think about it carefully. Although your family has a large courtyard, and you too are also supernatural beings, there are more supernatural beings in the village. When the time comes and we force our way in, the words won't be the same as they are now. Leave a few people here to guard, and the others go back first. Chun Dalong turned around and looked at everyone. Most of them turned around and left reluctantly. 5 or 6 people stayed and kept an eye on Xiao Dashan and Xiaomei. Soon, an hour passed, and the reinforced gate of the Xiao family was still tightly closed. Chun Dalong and others came back with gloomy faces. Break the door violently. Chun Dalong waved his hand, and a group of villagers who had been prepared for a long time immediately broke the door violently. On the side, more than 20 members of the Xiao family looked at the scene with hesitation. Third uncle, are we just going to watch them break into Uncle Dashan's house? If it weren't for Uncle Dashan's help, we would have starved to death or been bitten to death by zombies. A man in his 30s turned his head and looked at the third uncle, who was the most senior member of the Xiao family. The third uncle had a head of white hair and held a maroon cane in both hands. His face was full of wrinkles and age spots, but his complexion was extremely rosy. Anti-Americanism, although Xiao Dashan and I have the same surname. Today, I stand on the side of reason. The Dashan family obviously has so much food, but they are unwilling to share it with everyone. This is really wrong. The third uncle looked righteous. Third uncle, that's not what you mean. Who said that the Dashan family must share their food with everyone? The Dashan family shared their food with us out of kindness and gratitude. If they did not share it with us, it was their duty. How can we blame him? Xiao Kongmei immediately retorted. Shut up. Kongmei, how can you talk to your elders like that? As soon as Xiao Kongmei finished speaking, his father immediately scolded him. Yes, anti-American, what you said is not right. What do you mean Xiao Dashan giving us as a favor, and not giving is his duty? We all have the surname Xiao. We are all one family. We are all starving to death, but Xiao Dashan is hiding the food and not willing to share it with everyone. This is not fair. Next to my third uncle, an old woman immediately took over the conversation in an extremely sharp voice. When Xiao Kongmei heard this voice, she immediately turned around and looked over with a hint of anger on her face. Fourth aunt, you are the least qualified to say that Uncle Dashan's family is not doing a good job. If it weren't for Uncle Dashan's kindness, he would have secretly given your family a bag of food because he saw that you were about to starve to death. If you and your grandson had been ungrateful and exposed Uncle Dashan to outsiders, Uncle Dashan's family would not have ended up like this. Xiao Kongmei, what nonsense are you talking about? Hearing Xiao Kongmei's words, Xiao Ergu's grandmother immediately screamed. Am I talking nonsense? Fourth grandma, aren't you just bullying Uncle Dashan because there's no one at home right now? When his 2 sons come back, you'll see if they'll cripple Xiao Ergu. Xiao Kongmei sneered. When many people heard what Xiao Kongmei said, their expressions changed slightly. The 2 brothers of the Xiao family have been the most united and the most ruthless since childhood. At that time, someone from the Chun family took advantage of their large numbers to seize the land of Xiao Dashan's family and even beat Xiao Dashan severely. Xiao Jiang, who was still in college, took Xiao Tong, who was in junior high school, with 2 butcher knives and went in and out of the Chun family ancestral hall 3 times. More than 100 people in the Chun family were killed and more than a dozen people were injured. Chapter 1, 56 Grain. Later, the Chun family wanted to call the police to arrest the Xiao Jiang brothers. However, Xiao Tong threatened that since he was a minor, he could not be sentenced to death. As long as the Chun family called the police, the day he was released would be the day the Chun family would be wiped out. Xiao Tong's words scared the Chun family so much that they gave up the idea of calling the police and could only suffer the consequences themselves. From then on, the Xiao family finally gained a real foothold in Qinjia village. Therefore, no matter whether it is the Xiao family or the Chun family, they're all very respectful and fearful of the 2 brothers Xiao Jiang and Xiao Tong. Xiao Ergu's grandmother shrank her head and dared not speak for a moment. Seeing this scene, Xiao Kongmei felt even more disdainful in his heart. Anyway, Uncle Dashin gave me food and saved my family's lives. He has done me a favor, and I must repay him. At this point, Xiao Kongmei gritted his teeth and rushed over. Xiao Kongmei's son gritted his teeth and followed him. Dad, I'll go with you. Xiao Kongmei glanced at his son in surprise and said, Okay, we fight like brothers, and father and son fight together in battle. Stop. Xiao Kongmei rushed forward with her son Xiaoli. Lao Xiao, son, what are you doing? Come back. Kongmei, Xiaoli, please don't do stupid things. Seeing this scene, Xiao Kongmei's parents and wife immediately stood up, their faces full of anxiety. But Xiao Kongmei and Xiaoli seemed not to hear anything and rushed straight forward. Seeing Xiao Kongmei and Xiaoli rushing up, Chun Dalong frowned slightly. Xiao Kongmei, what do you two want to do? Nothing. Village Chief Chun, you can't break into Uncle Xiao Dashin's door today. Xiao Kongmei stood in front of everyone. Hearing Xiao Kongmei's words, Chun Dalong's face instantly darkened. Xiao Kongmei, today is the collective opinion of the village. Are you going to go against everyone? Don't think that just because your son is a superpower, you can do whatever you want and protect Xiao Dashin's family. Your son is a superpower, and we have many superpowers here. As soon as Chun Dalong finished speaking, more than a dozen members of the Chun family stood up, with energy fluctuations on their bodies constantly floating, staring at Xiao Li and Xiao Dashin with ill intentions. Seeing this scene, Chun Dalong smiled again. Xiao Dashin, although your son is a late-stage supernatural being, but he can't beat 4 people with 2 fists. I advise you to get out of the way quickly, otherwise I will be rude to you and your son. Village Chief Chun, I told you, as long as my father and I are here, you won't be able to break into Uncle Dashin's house today. Xiao Kongmei repeated it again with gritted teeth. You are so shameless. Chun Dalong's face suddenly darkened. Hit me. As soon as Chun Dalong finished speaking, more than a dozen psychics from the Chun family immediately rushed toward Xiao Dashin and Xiao Li, using all kinds of superpowers. Xiao Li gritted his teeth, activated his supernatural powers, and immediately rushed to Master Xiao. Dad, be careful. After saying that, Xiao Li rushed forward directly. The moment he rushed out, his body began to swell instantly, and the hair on his body grew rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a gorilla over 2 meters tall. Pung! After turning into a gorilla, Xiao Li's fighting power increased greatly. He knocked away a psychic who was rushing in front of him with one punch, but he was soon surrounded. Everyone knew that Xiao Li was very powerful, but his biggest weakness was his inflexibility, so they all surrounded Xiao Li and carried out long-range attacks and sneak attacks. Soon, Xiao Li's body was covered with scars. A supernatural person from the Chun family took the opportunity to approach. He raised his fist that had turned into rock and punched Xiao Li on the leg. Snap! There was a sound of bones breaking. Xiao Li's legs were attacked, and he screamed and fell to the ground. In an instant, other psychics rushed over. Son! Xiao Kongmei's eyes were bloodshot, and she was about to rush forward, but was controlled by 2 psychics and hit hard in the stomach and head. Soon, Xiao Kongmei also lay on the ground. Stop fighting, let's open the door. Let's open the door. Inside the gate, Xiao Dashin couldn't bear it any longer. Clang! He took the initiative to open the door. Stop! Chun Dalong waved his hand, a smile on his face. Wouldn't it be better if you did this earlier? Go in and search, confiscate all the food, and move it to my office. I will distribute it uniformly from now on, and no one will have to go hungry. At Chun Dalong's order, all the people of the Chun family rushed in immediately. Some people from the Xiao family hesitated for a moment and then rushed in. Only Xiao Kongmei's family and Xiao Dashin and his wife helped Xiao Kongmei up. Xiao Dashin was fine, but Xiao Dali was covering his leg in pain as the leg was twisted and deformed. God damn it, we are all from the same village. Why did he use such harsh measures? When Xiao Li's mother saw this scene, she burst into tears miserably. Xiao Dashin and Xia Mei also had tears in their eyes. At this time, in the Xiao family courtyard, Chun Dalong's face became gloomy again. Is this all the food? Village chief, we have searched everywhere, but this is really the only food we found. A villager from the Chun family came out and spoke. Xiao Ergu, didn't you swear that Xiao Dashin's family still had a lot of food? Chun Dalong turned his head and looked at Xiao Ergu viciously. Xiao Ergu's face turned pale, and he quickly said, Yes. Uncle Dashin must have some food at home. All right. When the apocalypse was about to begin, someone saw a truck carrying food into his yard. At the end, Xiao Erge's eyes lit up instantly. Yes, even if they ate that cart of food, they couldn't eat that much. They took out and distributed it to everyone, but at most there was only half a cart of food. Therefore, the remaining food must have been hidden by them. Hearing Xiao Ergu's words, Chen Dalong's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. Bring Xiao Dashan and Xiame in for me. Yes. Soon, several villagers from the Chun family walked out and brought Xiao Dashan and Xiame in. Xiao Dashan, we are all neighbors, so we can't get violent. Tell me, where did you hide the remaining food? Chen Dalong looked at Xiao Dashan and asked sinisterly. Food? How can I have any food? All the food in the house is here. As for the rest, I'll feed the ungrateful wolves. Xiao Dashan sneered. Xiao Dashan, don't be so shameless. Chen Dalong threatened. If it's gone, it's gone. Do you still want me to make it for you? Xiao Dashan replied angrily, his heart full of rage. Plum! Xiao Dashan, how dare you talk to my dad like that? A young man jumped out and kicked Xiao Dashan hard on the back. Chapter 157, Chen Dalong. This is what happens when you go against me. Xiao Dashan was kicked so hard that he fell to the ground, his eyes full of pain. Old Xiao, Xia Mei exclaimed. Her face changed drastically, and she hurried forward to help Xiao Dashan up. Xiao Dashan looked at Xia Mei, who was about to cry, and he shook his head slightly in pain. The Xiao family did have some food, but that food was left by him for Xiao Jiang and Xiao Tong. He was kind-hearted before and did not listen to Xiao Tong and distribute the food to these ungrateful people. Now he has to bear the consequences, but the food cannot be thrown away. Otherwise, what will Xiao Jiang and Xiao Tong eat when they come back? There are more and more zombies outside now, and more high-level zombies. Supplies are becoming increasingly scarce. He can lose his life, but he cannot lose these foods. Seeing Xiao Dashan shaking his head quietly, Xia Mei's tears instantly welled up in her eyes. Jun, what are you doing? Dashan is your elder after all. Chen Dalong pretended to scold his son, then walked over and said gently, Brother Dashan, just hand over the food, okay? We are all neighbors. Can you bear to watch everyone starve? Except for these grains, the rest has already been distributed to you. Now, there is nothing left. Xiao Dashan looked indifferent. You. Chen Dalong's smile froze on his face, and a hint of anger flashed through his heart. Since you're so good at drinking, you'll have to take the punishment and beat me until he tells you what's going on. Chen Dalong roared, and Chen Jun and others immediately surrounded Xiao Dashan and started punching and kicking him. Oh my God, someone is murdered, someone is murdered. Xia Mei was thrown to the side and burst into tears. Some of the people with the surname Xiao standing by had a look of pity in their eyes, while others looked gloating. Brother Dashan, Uncle Dashan, only Xiao Kong Mei and his son were furious, but they were powerless to do anything. Village Chief, Xiao Dashan has a dog. We haven't eaten meat for a long time. Why don't we kill the dog and give everyone a snack? At this moment, Xiao Ergu came close to Chen Dalong again. Chen Dalong's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help swallowing. Although almost everyone in Yunnan and Guizhou smokes bacon at home, after nearly a year, all of it is eaten up at home, as well as the livestock in captivity. Those pigs became more ferocious than wild boars and had already broken down the door of the pen and escaped into the mountains. Other poultry also mutated and became extremely ferocious. After mutation, some poultry will actually eat humans and zombies. The people in the village haven't eaten meat for almost 2 or 3 months. Now, when he thought of the taste of meat, he couldn't help drooling. Quick, kill that beast. Yes. Xiao Ergo looked excited and immediately led his men to the backyard. Woof, woof, woof. Xiao Ergu and others had just walked to the backyard when a burst of dog barking was heard. In the backyard, a big yellow dog was tied with an iron chain. As soon as the big yellow dog saw Xiao Ergu and others, it started barking wildly. Stop barking, you beast. Your grandpa Ergu will send you to heaven right now. Xiao Ergu walked towards Da Huang with an iron stick. Village Chief, something bad has happened. A group of zombies are approaching the village. Just at this moment, a loud shout was heard and a figure rushed into the yard in panic. Zombie tide? What scale is it? Chen Dalong couldn't help but feel a pang in his heart. I don't know, but there was a huge crowd of them, at least tens of thousands of them. The man's face turned pale with fear, his eyes full of terror. Hearing the words of the visitor, everyone in the yard suddenly panicked. In the past, the number of zombies that came to the village was only a few hundred or 1,000 at most, but now the number of zombies coming to the village has reached tens of thousands. Can the village really withstand such a tide of zombies? Don't panic, everyone. The walls of Xiao Dashan's house have been reinforced and raised, so even level 2 zombies can't get in. Everyone should return home quickly and bring food and family members with them. Chen Dalong shouted hurriedly. Everyone was stunned when they heard Chen Dalong's words. Then they reacted and looked at the high walls and courtyard of Xiao Dashan's house. They suddenly felt relieved and left the Xiao family one after another, returning home to bring food and their families. A few minutes later, hundreds of people from Chenjia village gathered at Xiao Dashan's house, and the entire yard was packed. Only Xiao Kongmei's family was locked outside the gate. Let us in, please." Xiao Kongmei's parents and wife pounded on the door and cried. But the people inside were indifferent and watched the scene coldly. "Everyone watch out. If anyone dares to go against me and the group in the future, this will be the outcome." Chen Dalong stood on the second floor and scanned the entire place coldly. Everyone who met Chen Dalong's gaze lowered their heads, not daring to look him in the face. Xiao Dashan's eyes were bloodshot. He had just heard that a tide of over 10,000 zombies had come from outside, and now Xiao Kongmei's family was left outside. There was no chance of survival for them. "Chen Dalong, do you really want to do this?" Ahem. As soon as Xiao Dashan opened his mouth, he couldn't help coughing. He raised his hand to cover his mouth, and when the coughing stopped, his hand was full of blood. Chen Jun and others had just beaten him up so violently that, in addition to external injuries, his internal organs had also been damaged. Old Xiao. Seeing this scene, Xiaomei's tears instantly flowed out. Xiao Dashan waved his hand and looked up to continue looking at Chen Dalong. Chen Dalong said indifferently, "It's not that I'm heartless, it's that you don't know how to appreciate it. It's Xiao Kongmei's family who wants to go against us. However, there is still a chance. If you hand over the food before the zombies come, I can consider giving Xiao Kongmei and his family a chance to live." Hearing Chen Dalong's words, Xiao Dashan closed his eyes in pain. After a few seconds, he opened his eyes again. "Let Xiao Kongmei and his family in. I will tell you where the food is hidden." Chen Dalong was stunned for a moment. Then he was ecstatic. Okay. Open the door and let Xiao Kongmei and her family in." Chen Dalong spoke, and the Chen family opened the door personally and let Xiao Kongmei and his family in. Looking at Xiao Kongmei and Xiao Li, who were equally miserable, Xiao Dashan's eyes instantly turned red. "Kongmei, it's your uncle who has implicated you." Xiao Kongmei quickly shook his head. "Uncle Dashan, if you hadn't been so kind to give us food, we would have starved to death or been buried in the stomachs of zombies. You have been so kind to our family. If I stand aside and do nothing when you are in trouble, I will not be a person who is alone." Hearing Xiao Kongmei's words, Xiao Dashan immediately forced a smile. "With your words, my choice was not wrong." Okay, stop being sentimental here. Old man, where's the food? Tell me quickly." Chen Jun interrupted Xiao Dashan and Xiao Kongmei with an impatient look on his face. Chapter 158, Xiao Tong arrives. On the roof. Xiao Dashan took a deep breath and then spoke. On the roof. Chen Jun was stunned, and so were everyone else. Then they looked up at the roof of the second floor. The roof had been widened, and there were no stairs leading up to it, so everyone subconsciously ignored the roof. "How did you put the food up there?" "Use a ladder. There's a wooden ladder in the warehouse. At night, I quietly used the ladder to carry the grain up." Xiao Dashan spoke expressionlessly. When he decided to distribute the food to everyone, he had already anticipated some unexpected events, but he still did not expect that human nature could be so ugly. Chen Jun immediately asked someone to bring a ladder and climbed to the roof. As soon as he reached the roof, Chen Jun saw a piece of waterproof cloth. He pulled open the waterproof cloth and saw bags of rice underneath. Chen Jun's breathing suddenly became rapid. "Dad, so much rice, so much rice." Chen Dalong and others climbed up immediately. When they saw the pile of rice, everyone's breathing became rapid and their eyes turned red. "Damn it, Xiao Dashan's family is so mean. They would rather keep the rice than share it with us." "Yeah, I felt a little guilty towards them before. Bah, these two black-hearted people. Woo. If Xiao Dashan had distributed this rice to us earlier, my son wouldn't have to go out to find food, and he wouldn't have been killed by zombies." Everyone gnashed their teeth and glared at Xiao Dashan. Xiao Dashan had a mocking look on his face and was not moved at all. A few kilometers away, Xiao Tong separated hundreds of thousands of zombies and then took with him a dozen peak level 3 zombies, including the healer, the zombie lord, the devourer number 2, and the thunderstormer. After Xiao Tong was promoted to level 5, he looked more and more like a human, with only his eyes slightly red. so he didn't need to disguise himself at all. The remaining healers and others were simply disguised, wearing sunglasses and masks and loose clothes. More than 10 minutes later, Xiao Tong arrived at the village entrance. Looking at the familiar Qinjia village, Xiao Tong couldn't help but feel excited. Mom and Dad, I'm back. At this time, in the yard of the Xiao family, Chun Dalong and others were sending people to move all the food from the roof down. Zombies are coming. Just then, a panicked shout was heard. The people on the roof quickly looked towards the village entrance in the distance. Zombies? That's not right. Why are there only a dozen? Those seem to be people. Xiao Tong and his companions were getting closer and closer, and the people on the rooftop finally saw them clearly. The person in the front seems to be Xiao Dashan's second son, Xiao Tong. Someone suddenly exclaimed. The whole yard suddenly became quiet, and a hint of panic flashed in their eyes. Only Xiao Dashan and Xia Mei showed a hint of joy in their eyes. Chun Dalong's face also darkened, and a gloomy look flashed in his eyes. There are so many of us. What are we afraid of? If Xiao Dashan's son dares to do anything bad, don't blame me for being cruel and ruthless. After hearing Chun Dalong's words, everyone in the yard felt a little relieved. Yes, there were so many of them, and more than a dozen people with special abilities. Even if Xiao Dashan's son comes back, so what? Stop Xiao Dashan and Xia Mei's mouths and take them into the warehouse. Don't let them make any sound. Chen Dalong's eyes turned, and he spoke again. Yes, Dad. Chen Jun immediately took a few people to tie up Xiao Dashan and Xia Mei and block their mouths. At this time, Xiao Tong, who was walking towards home, also saw Chen Dalong and others on the roof from afar. His eyes narrowed slightly, and a murderous intent suddenly emerged. He had told Xiao Dashan that after the end of the world came, the door should be closed tightly and not be open to anyone. According to Xiao Dashan's temper, he should not take the initiative to open the door. So, that is to say, the worst thing he had expected still happened. Someone broke into the Xiao family, or rather, everyone in the entire village broke into the Xiao family. Xiao Tong brought the healer and others to the gate. He looked up and looked at Chen Dalong and others who were carrying food on the roof. Village Chief Chun, what are you doing in my house? Xiao Tong spoke, his voice slightly hoarse. Is Xiao Tong back? Chen Dalong had a smile on his face. Village Chief Chun, I'm asking you a question. What are you doing in my house? Also, where are my parents? Where did they go? Xiao Tong did not answer Chen Dalong and continued speaking. A gloomy look flashed across Chen Dalong's eyes, and then he showed a gentle smile. Xiao Tong, you came back to find your parents, right? You don't know, after the end of the world, your parents said they would go to the capital to find you. He hasn't come back yet. We saw that your house with high walls and a large courtyard could resist the zombies, so we all came to your house and regarded it as the base camp of the village. My parents went to the capital to find us. Xiao Tong didn't believe a word Chen Dalong said. Yes, your parents are not at home now. Chen Dalong nodded quickly. Open the door. Xiao Tong's cold voice sounded. Xiao Tong, we have received news that a zombie horde is approaching. If we open the door now, what if the zombies appear right away? Find a place to hide first and wait until the zombies leave, then we'll let you in. Village Chief Chun, this is my home. Can't I even enter my home? Xiao Tong narrowed his eyes slightly. Xiao Tong, I also tell you that this place has been requisitioned. For the safety of the entire village, you cannot come in. Chen Dalong's voice also became tougher. Xiao Tong, these sons of bitches broke in. Not only did they steal your food, they also beat up your parents. Just then a roar sounded. Chen Dalong's face changed drastically. He turned to look at Xiao Kongmei, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. Xiao Kongmei, you are looking for death. I think you are looking for death. The moment Xiao Tong heard Xiao Kongmei's words, a terrifying aura suddenly spread from his body. He punched out, and blue lightning suddenly exploded. Boom! With a loud bang, the specially made iron gate exploded instantly, and several villagers who were holding the gate from behind were directly killed. Bang! The remaining iron door frame fell directly to the ground, and Xiao Tong walked into the yard with the healer and other zombies. It was not until Xiao Tong walked into the yard that Chun Dalong and others, who were stunned, came to their senses. Looking at the mess on the ground, Chun Dalong's pupils shrank sharply, and he couldn't help but feel a tingling sensation on his scalp. Xiao Tong's punch just now was so terrifying. Could it be that Xiao Tong is also a superpower? And a powerful superpower? Chapter 159, Finding Parents. In addition to Xiao Tong, there were a dozen people dressed strangely behind Xiao Tong, which also made Chunlong's heart beat fast and full of uneasiness. Seeing Xiao Tong appear in the yard, many people in the yard were filled with fear. When Xiao Tong walked in the yard, he immediately saw Xiao Kongmei and Xiao Li lying on the ground in an extremely miserable state, as well as several members of the Chun family who were beating up Xiao Kongmei. Brother Kongmei. Xiao Tong walked over, and the crowd on the road dispersed instantly. Several villagers around Xiao Kongmei were so frightened that they quickly retreated. Xiao Tong, you're finally back. Xiao Kongmei was covered in wounds, and one of his legs was weirdly twisted. Xiao Li was also covered in scars. Brother Kongmei, what's going on with you? Where are my parents? Xiao Tong spoke with red eyes. It was these sons of bitches who beat me up, hiss. Xiao Kongmei opened his mouth and accidentally pulled the wound at the corner of his mouth, which made him grimace. Your parents were beaten up by these beasts and then locked up in a warehouse. Buzz. Hearing Xiao Kongmei's words, Xiao Tong's head suddenly exploded with a buzzing sound. His eyes instantly turned red, and a terrifying murderous intent burst out. The supernatural powers in his body operated uncontrollably, and blue thunder surrounded him, making crackling sounds. The terrifying aura emanating from Xiao Tong made everyone in the audience's legs go weak, their eyes filled with unconcealable fear and disbelief. Healer, Green Nurse, heal Brother Xiao and Xiao Li. Devourer, Lord, you guard the gate. Don't let anyone leave this yard. After saying that, Xiao Tong immediately went to the warehouse in the backyard. Stop him for me. At this moment, a roar was heard. Everyone turned around and saw that it was Chun Dalong who spoke. After Chun Dalong finished speaking, the dozen or so psychics under his command hesitated for a moment. The scene of Xiao Tong smashing the door with one punch was still vivid in their minds, and their hearts were filled with fear. What are you afraid of? No matter how powerful he is still alone. Are you willing to give away the food you just got? Chun Dalong quietly took a step back, looking at Xiao Tong with a timid look on his face. Hearing his words, more than a dozen Chun family psychics gritted their teeth and rushed toward Xiao Tong. Xiao Tong, stop. You laugh. Before the leader could finish his words, the Mo Dao in Xiao Tong's hand slashed across, and the next moment, his head was suddenly sprayed with blood from his chest and then fell to the ground. Pung! His body fell to the ground, blood spurted out, forming a pool of blood in an instant. The other psychics who were rushing towards Xiao Tong suddenly braked and looked at the scene with pale faces. Xiao Tong glanced at them, and more than a dozen people immediately retreated in fear. Vomit! Murder! Murder! The yard was suddenly filled with noise. Some people were looking at the corpse on the ground and vomiting continuously, while others were so scared that they were pissing and shitting. Chun Dalong's face turned pale instantly, and his body was shaking. Although the apocalypse has been going on for almost a year, they have seen those disgusting zombies, but they are a minority. Because the village was remote, they had never seen such a bloody scene except for the zombies that mutated in the village at the beginning. Seeing this scene now, fear couldn't help but creep into their hearts, especially the villagers who had just attacked Xiao Dashan and others. On the other side, in the Xiao camp, Xiao Ergu also looked flustered, while Zhao's third uncle and his men looked at each other, with a hint of excitement in their eyes. The third uncle of the Xiao family immediately stepped forward and said, Xiao Tong, go to the warehouse and save your parents. I'm here. When the others saw this, they also stepped forward and said, Yes, Xiao Tong, go and save Uncle Dashan and the others. We are here. Xiao Tong glanced at Zhao's fourth uncle and others, then turned and walked towards the warehouse. Pung! He kicked the warehouse door open. In the warehouse, Xiao Dashan and Xia Mei were tied up and something was stuffed in their mouths. In front of them, Chun Jun and others looked at Xiao Tong with fear on their faces. Mom and Dad, Xiao Tong shouted, and his eyes were filled with horrible murderous intent as he looked at Chun Jun and others. Xiao Tong, don't come over. Chun Jun's voice was trembling. Xiao Tong walked over step by step. Xiao Tong, I'm not afraid of you. If you come over again, I'll attack you. Chun Jun roared, his forehead covered with cold sweat. Laugh. At this moment, Xiao Tong chopped down with a knife, and one of Chun Jun's arms fell to the ground instantly. A second later, a shrill scream rang out, and the people around Chun Jun immediately ran outside in fright. Xiao Tong ignored the few people. He walked forward, untied the ropes on Xiao Dashan and Xia Mei, and took the things out of their mouths. Son, you're back. Xiao Dashan and Xia Mei's eyes were red. Well, I'm back. Xiao Tong nodded, his eyes red. Mom and Dad, I came back late and let you get bullied. Don't worry. No one who bullied you will get away. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Xiao Dashan's eyes were blurred, and he nodded repeatedly. Son, where's your brother? Do you have any news about him? Xiao Mei asked. Mom and Dad, don't worry. My brother is now the leader of the non-song survivor base. He was going to come back with me. But because he had to manage the non-song survivor base, he did not come back with me. Xiao Tong forced a smile. Okay, that's good. As long as everything's okay. Xiao Mei finally let go of her worries. Mom and Dad, let's go out. Xiao Tong took the two of them and left the warehouse. Woof, woof, woof. In the backyard, Da Huang, who Qinjun and others had not yet had time to kill, started barking. Da Huang. Xiao Tong hurried forward and untied Da Huang. Woof, woof, woof. Da Huang immediately started to excitedly circle around Xiao Tong and the others. Xiao Tong reached out and gently stroked Da Huang's head, then returned to the yard with Xiao Dashan and Xiao Mei. Dashan, Xiao Mei, are you okay? Chen Jun and his gang were really cruel. Fortunately, my good grandson is back, and no one dares to bully us anymore. The third uncle of the Xiao family hurried over and acted as if he was very close to Xiao Dashan and the other man. Xiao Dashan looked coldly at Zhao's fourth uncle, then turned and walked toward Xiao Kongmei. When he saw Xiao Kongmei, his eyes widened suddenly. Kongmei, your injury? Uncle Dashan, it was brother Xiao Tong's friend who healed Xiao Li and me. Xiao Kongmei's face was full of smiles. Chapter 160. Taking advantage of seniority and killing people. At this time, Xiao Tong also came over and looked at the healer and the green nurse. You can also help my parents treat it. The healer and the green nurse nodded quickly. The healer emitted white light, while the green nurse emitted green light. The white-green light enveloped Xiao Dashan and Xiao Mei. After a few seconds, the light dissipated, revealing the figures of Xiao Dashan and Xiao Mei again. The injuries of both of them have fully recovered. Both of them had shock on their faces, and the surrounding villagers also widened their eyes. Son, Mom and Dad, they are people with healing abilities, Xiao Tong explained. Healing ability user. Xiao Dashan murmured in a low voice, and then looked at Xiao Tong. Son, you have to thank your Uncle Kong Mei and nephew Xiao Li. Just now, when your mother and I were in danger, they were the only ones who helped us. Xiao Tong turned his head to look at Zhao's fourth uncle and others. A cold light flashed in his eyes. When Zhao's fourth uncle and others met Xiao Tong's gaze, they were so frightened that they immediately lowered their heads. Xiao Tong retracted his gaze and nodded. Dad, I understand. Brother Kongmei, Xiao Li, thank you. Xiao Kongmei waved his hands again and again. Xiao Tong, if Uncle Dashan hadn't distributed food to us, we might have starved to death. Now your partner has cured Xiao Li and me. Your family has been very kind to us, and we should do this. If I stand aside and do nothing, I will feel guilty. Unlike some ungrateful people, Uncle Dashan and his men were kind enough to give them food, but they teamed up with outsiders to break into your house, steal your food, and even beat up Uncle Dashan and Aunt Xia. Xiao Kongmei turned and looked at Xiao Ergu's family. Hearing what Xiao Kongmei said, Xiao Ergu and his family were so frightened that their legs went limp. Xiao Tong stretched out his hand and gently patted Xiao Kongmei on the shoulder, then turned to look at Xiao Ergu's family, his eyes full of coldness. Compared to people like Chun Dalong, what he hated most was ungrateful people like Xiao Ergu. Meeting Xiao Tong's gaze, Xiao Ergu instantly collapsed to the ground. He knelt on the ground and crawled toward Xiao Tong, begging, Xiao Tong, it's not my fault. It's not my fault. My family is really short of food, and we can't survive. You're talking nonsense. Didn't Uncle Dashan just give your family a few kilograms of food yesterday? Xiao Kongmei interrupted Xiao Ergu angrily. Xiao Ergu immediately turned to look at Xiao Kongmei, his eyes full of resentment. When he turned to look at Xiao Tong, his face was full of pleading. Xiao Tong, I was forced to do this. It was my grandmother. My grandmother forced me to do this. Every family in her family was short of food, but your family was still able to give us a few kilograms of food. That proves that your family still has a lot of food. She asked me to expose your family to Chun Dalong. Yes, Chun Dalong. It's all Chun Dalong and my grandmother's fault. It's all their fault. I was forced to do it. I am innocent. Please spare my life. In the crowd, Xiao Ergu's grandmother and Chun Dalong's faces changed at the same time. At this time, Xiao Tong looked up again and turned his gaze to Xiao Ergu's grandmother. Xiao Ergu's grandmother trembled slightly. She walked out of the crowd, coughed, and then put on the airs of an elder and said, Xiao Tong, It is indeed fourth grandma who did a bad job in this matter. It was fourth grandma's fault, but she was also starving and had no other choice. Please don't bother with an old woman like me. After all, I'm also an elder of the Xiao family. Yes, Xiao Tong, your fourth grandmother didn't mean it, and she's also your elder, and we are a family. You can't write two Xiao characters with one stroke, so let's forget about it. Beside him, the third uncle of the Xiao family also chimed in. Fourth grandma. Xiao Tong's expression relaxed a lot, and he walked towards fourth grandma. Ambiguous. Fourth grandma responded quickly. Laugh. The next moment, the Mo Dao in Xiao Tong's hand slashed directly across her neck. Pung. The old man's head flew up into the sky, then slammed heavily onto the ground, his wrinkled face full of astonishment. You old ungrateful bastard. My parents were kind and gave you their food, but you were not satisfied and colluded with outsiders to steal our food and hurt my parents. How can I forgive you, an old man? Xiao Tong gritted his teeth. Seeing this scene, the villagers in the yard instantly felt as if they had eaten arsenic. Their faces turned pale, their legs trembled, and they could hardly stand. They didn't expect that Xiao Tong would even kill the elders of the Xiao family. Xiao Tong's fourth uncle, who was standing next to Xiao Tong, also had a pale face. He quickly retracted his steps, lowered his head, and tried his best to conceal his presence. Xiao Tong turned his head again and looked at Xiao Ergu. The frightened Xiao Ergu saw Xiao Tong turning his head and immediately came to his senses. He cried and begged, "Whoa, Xiao Tong, don't kill me, don't kill me." Laugh. The Mo Dao swept across, and another head flew into the sky. Pung. The 5 bodies of Xiao Ergu fell to the ground, with his eyes open in death. Wow. Another person died, and the hearts of all the villagers in the yard trembled again. They were extremely frightened, and everyone retreated to the back, crowding together, and finally almost all of them leaned against the wall. After doing all this, Xiao Tong turned around and looked at Chen Dalong. Chen Dalong's body trembled violently. His forehead was covered with cold sweat, and his eyes were full of fear. Xiao Tong, I was bewitched by Laugh. Xiao Tong didn't give Chen Dalong a chance to say a word. He just chopped him down with his sword, splitting Chen Dalong in half. He had no intention of letting go of those who bullied his parents. After doing all this, Xiao Tong glanced around the entire audience. His voice was extremely cold. Those who have beaten my parents and the family of anti-American brother, stand up. After Xiao Tong finished speaking, more than 20 people in the audience trembled at the same time and almost peed their pants out of fright. A few seconds passed, and still no one stepped forward. Laugh. Xiao Tong raised his sword and cut the man in front of him in half with one blow. No one comes out, right? If no one comes out, I will kill them until they are willing to come out. A ferocious smile appeared on Xiao Tong's lips. Chen Yo, didn't you just fight Uncle Dashin with Chen Jun? Why don't you get out quickly? Chen Erdi, and you, Chen Ing, Xiao Ergu's daughter-in-law. In an instant, a wave of reports rang out, and more than a dozen people from the Chun family were pushed out. Several people from the Xiao family were also pushed out. Chapter 161, if you don't kill the root of the disease, it will grow again when the spring breeze comes. Xiao Tong, we were all forced by Chen Dalong. Please forgive us. Yes, Xiao Tong, we were forced. If we didn't listen to Chen Dalong, he wouldn't give us food. Xiao Tong, I have 3 children in my family. Your brother-in-law turned into a zombie when the apocalypse came. I have nowhere to go. Brother Xiao Tong, all the mistakes were made by Xiao Ergu. Now that Xiao Ergu is dead, please forgive my sister-in-law this time. Nearly 30 people in total immediately knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Xiao Tong's gaze swept across the people with the surname Chun, and finally fell on the people with the surname Xiao. It's fine if the Chun family took action, but I didn't expect that you guys would take action too. What Kangmei said is right. A bunch of ungrateful wolves. They can never be tamed no matter what you do. Xiao Tong gritted his teeth. The people kneeling on the ground looked terrified and begged for mercy again. But the next moment, Xiao Tong rushed in with a Mo Dao. Ki. Ah, help. Someone is killing me. Wow, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Along with Xiao Tong's massacre, a series of shrill screams were heard. Several people fled towards the gate, but were also killed by the Devourer and the Lord. All the screams stopped after a minute. There were corpses all over the ground, and blood was flowing, gathering into streams, and finally forming pools of scarlet blood. The other people in the village were shaking all over. They looked at Xiao Tong as if they were looking at a devil. Xiao Tong was too cruel. He killed so many people without even blinking an eye. Fortunately, after killing these people, Xiao Tong finally put away the Mo Dao. Mom and Dad, I didn't scare you, did I? Although Xiao Dashan's face was a little pale, he still shook his head and said no. But son, it's enough. These people have already paid the price. Let's spare the rest of them this time. Okay. Xiao Tong smiled and nodded, which was in stark contrast to his murderous appearance just now. Mom and Dad, pack up and let's get out of here. Xiao Tong spoke again. Xiao Dashan was slightly stunned, then looked at the corpses scattered on the ground in the yard and sighed softly. Yeah, we can't stay here any longer. It's better to leave. Xiao Dashan and Xia Mei quickly turned around to pack their things. Xiao Tong turned to look at Xiao Kongmei's family and said, Brother Kongmei, you guys should leave with us too. Xiao Kongmei was a little hesitant. After all, they had moved here from outside and only a few decades had passed. They had finally settled down in Xinjia village, but now they had to leave again. Dad, what are you hesitating about? Do you think we can still stay in the village? Xiao Li said in a low voice. Hearing Xiao Li's words, Xiao Kongmei gritted his teeth and nodded. Okay, brother, we will go with you. Brother Kongmei, you will not regret your decision today. Xiao Tong smiled and nodded. More than half an hour later, Xiao Dashan, Xia Mei, and Xiao Kongmei's family finished packing. Everyone carried a lot of food, and Xiao Tong did not stop them. The Devourer, the Zombie Lord, the Healer, and the Green Nanny also each carried some rice. But there was still a lot of rice left in the yard that couldn't be taken away. Seeing Xiao Tong's family and Xiao Kongmei's family about to leave, Zhao's third uncle suddenly became anxious. Dashan, you should take us with you as well. After hearing what the fourth uncle of the Xiao family said, the rest of the Xiao family nodded quickly. Xiao Tong was a powerful psychic. If they could get Xiao Tong's protection, they wouldn't have to worry so much in the future. Xiao shouted coldly and glanced at the fourth uncle of the Xiao family. Fourth uncle, I will listen to my son on this matter. If you want to leave with me, you should discuss it with my son yourself. Well, the fourth uncle of the Xiao family was suddenly choked. He didn't dare to speak to the killer Xiao Tong. Grandpa, if they don't let us follow, then we won't follow. Anyway, there is still so much food left here that they can't take it away. In the end, won't it benefit us? Just then, a young man spoke in a low voice. Fourth Uncle Xiao looked back at the remaining food in the yard, and his heart suddenly calmed down, and he stopped talking. Xiao Tong took Xiao Dashan and others away. Before leaving the yard, he looked back at everyone in the yard, then left without looking back. Call. It was not until the figures of Xiao Tong and others disappeared at the end of the road that the people in the yard breathed a sigh of relief. This devil finally left. I didn't expect that this little bastard from the Xiao family would be so cruel and ruthless. Dad, well, you died so tragically. Boss, husband. In the yard, noisy sounds were heard. Some people breathed a sigh of relief. Some had resentment in their eyes, and others lay on the corpses in the yard, crying bitterly. Xiao Tong, when I become a superpower, I will definitely kill you. And me. A series of hateful voices rang out, and more people's eyes were cast towards the food in the yard. Grab it! I don't know who shouted, but a group of people immediately rushed towards the food and started fighting. Just as they were scrambling for food, tens of thousands of zombies had quietly surrounded the yard. Zombies! Zombies! The zombies are coming! Suddenly, someone saw the zombies outside the yard and screamed in fear. The people who were scrambling for food froze up. When they turned around and saw the densely packed zombies outside the yard, everyone was almost scared to death. Roar! A roar was heard, and the strong smell of blood in the yard stimulated the zombies outside to rush into the yard frantically. The people in the yard fled frantically, but in the end they all disappeared in the sea of zombies. Ah! Help! Help! Wow, I don't want to die. A scream rang out, mixed with the creepy chewing sound. The third great uncle of the Xiao family was thrown to the ground, watching the zombies cut open his stomach and chewed it with big mouthfuls. A few minutes later, his head was bitten to pieces by the zombies, and then they sucked the juice inside with big gulps. They couldn't even do what the zombies could do. Xiao Tong and others, who had just walked out not far, also vaguely heard screams and the roars of zombies coming from behind. A cold light flashed in Xiao Tong's eyes. If you kill people but don't eradicate the roots, they will grow again in the spring breeze. Chapter 162, Southern Base Reaching Out. In a world where the end of the world has come, everything is possible. He doesn't want anyone to come and seek revenge on him many years later. He didn't know if there were any innocent people among these people, But if he knew, he would kill them without hesitation. Only those who died were innocent. Xiao Dashan listened to the screams gradually disappearing from the back, and he couldn't help but sigh softly. Xiao Kamei's family looked at each other, their eyes full of fear. Fortunately, they followed Xiao Tong and his family away. If they had stayed in the village, they might have been buried by now. Thinking of this, they quickened their pace to keep up with Xiao Tong and others. More than half an hour later, the entire Qinjia village was dead silent. There was no sign of any living creature. Xiao Tong led Xiao Dashan and others all the way to Nansong. Xiao Tong had swept across both Nanhu Lake and Shijiang River, so the return journey was smooth. Just when Xiao Tong led Xiao Dashan and others towards Nansong, the survivors' base, Xiao Jiang has become the actual controller of the Nansong survivor base. At this time, in the Southern Survivor Base, in the conference room, a group of senior executives of the Southern Survivor Base gathered together. Everyone, please share your opinions on the Nansong Survivor Base. At the first position, Gao Chun, the leader of the Southern Survivor Base, spoke slowly with an aura of majesty that came from his body. Captain Gao, I think it's ridiculous for the Nansong Survivor Base to recommend an unknown little person as the base leader. Yes, the Nansong Survivor Base is one of the few large bases under our jurisdiction in the South, so its leader must naturally be appointed by us. Yes, we must appoint it. I objected. Everyone, according to the news from the Nansong Survivor Base, this Xiao Jiang is a powerful psychic. He also led a powerful team of psychics to repel the zombies. He is very popular in the Nansong Survivor Base. If we forcibly replace him, it may cause unnecessary trouble. Yes, it would be bad if people were to panic. Or, why don't we just go with the flow and appoint Xiao Jiang as the leader of the Nansong Survivor Base? Everyone was talking about it. Some were against it, some were in favor. However, no sooner had the voices of approval been heard than more voices of opposition rang out. I don't agree with this point of view. It is precisely because Xiao Jiang is a powerful psychic that we cannot hand over the Nansong Survivor Base to him. Otherwise, the Nansong Survivor Base will probably have to change its name to Xiao in the future. That's right. The leader of the Nansong Survivor Base must be appointed by the Southern Base. Only in this way can we ensure that the Nansong Survivor Base is always under our control. The land of a province should not be handed over to others easily. Otherwise, if something goes wrong in the future, we will be the sinners of Daxia. Everyone was talking about it, looking righteous, but the occasional gleam in their eyes showed that what they thought in their hearts was not what they said. Finally, everyone's attention turned to the leader of the Southern Base, who is also one of the 5 most powerful people in the entire Daxia. You are right, the power of a province cannot be handed over to others casually. However, Xiao Jiang defeated the zombies and protected the Nansong Survivors Base, which is also a great achievement. If we rashly remove his leader, it will probably discourage many people. How about this? Let Gao Ling go and serve as the leader of the Nansong Survivor Base, and Xiao Jiang will be the deputy leader. Gao Chun made the final decision. After saying that, he turned to look at a heroic woman in uniform next to him. Linner, do you have the confidence to manage the Nansong Survivor Base well? Gao Lin stood up with a determined look on her face. Don't worry, Chief. Gao Lin is confident that she can manage the Nansong Survivor Base well. Good. You are worthy of being the daughter of my high-ranking official. It is true that women are as good as men. However, for your safety, I will let Sequence 1 accompany you. Gao Chen's face was full of smiles. Hearing Gao Chen's words, everyone, including Gao Lin, was suddenly filled with shock. Sequence number 1. He is the first and only level 4 expert born in the Southern Survivor Base. In order for Gao Lin to successfully capture the Nansong Survivor Base, Gao Chun actually sent out the only level 4 expert. The others finally put aside their thoughts, and after Gao Lin was shocked, he felt ecstatic. Thank you, Father. More than half an hour later, a letter was sent from the Southern Survivor Base to the Nansong Survivor Base, and at the same time, several armed helicopters headed directly towards Nansong. Nansong Survivor Base. It's not fair. This is not fair. If it weren't for the leader, the Nansong Survivor Base would have been gone long ago. What's more, when we asked for help from the base gave us nothing but verbal encouragement and no resources for rebuilding the base. It was the leader who personally led us to rebuild the base. Now that the base has finally recovered a little, they are sending people to pick the peaches. I'm the first one to disagree. I don't accept it either. In my heart, only Chief Xiao is qualified to be our leader. My life was saved by Chief Xiao. I only recognize Chief Xiao. Damn, if you don't want me here, I'll find another place to stay. At worst, we can just go back to Qinshan Lake Base with the leader. When Xiao Jiang told everyone the news of the appointment of the Southern New Village Base, the top leaders of the entire Nansong Survivor Base were instantly in an uproar. Whether it was some of the original people from the Nansong Survivor Base or the old people who followed Xiao Jiang to the Nansong Survivor Base, their reactions were very intense. Okay, quiet down. At this moment, Xiao Jiang's voice rang out. Everyone immediately fell silent and turned their eyes to Xiao Jiang. Since this is the appointment from the Southern Base, we can only obey. However, managing the Nansong Survivor Base during this period of time has made me feel very tired. Perhaps I am not qualified to be the leader of the base. Xiao Jiang opened his mouth, and everyone immediately became anxious. Leader, Xiao Jiang raised his hand, interrupted everyone, and continued. So, when Leader Gao Lin arrives, if she can really manage the Nansong Survivor Base well, then I will abdicate and let someone else take over, of course, if Chief Gao Lin is not satisfactory. Xiao Jiang had a half-smile on his face. He didn't finish his words, but the eyes of everyone at the scene lit up instantly. Chapter 163, Sequence Number 1. Boom, boom. A few hours later, the roar of a helicopter was heard over the Nansong Survivor Base. Xiao Jiang brought a group of senior executives from the Nansong Survivor Base to the open space of the base. Several helicopters slowly landed, and the rapidly rotating propellers blew up a gust of wind. A few minutes later, the helicopter landed and a group of people filed out. In the front were a man and a woman. The man was wearing a windbreaker and walked with the gait of a dragon or a tiger. He carried a powerful aura of oppression. With every step he took, the air around him surged to both sides, as if to make way for him. Level 4 Expert. The moment he saw Sequence Number 1, Xiao Jiang couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. Sequence Number 1 in front of him did not conceal his aura at all, so Xiao Jiang could easily sense his Level 4 strength. Next to Sequence Number 1 was a woman in a neat uniform, with a pair of slender, long legs constantly reaching the ground. There was a triangular spike on her right leg and a desert eagle hanging around her waist. With her neat short hair, she looks heroic. She is Gao Lin, the daughter of Gao Chun, the leader of the Southern Survivor Base, who has reached the peak of Level 3. Gao Lin walked all the way to Xiao Jiang and others. Welcome, Chief Gao. Xiao Jiang smiled and extended his hand towards Gao Lin. Gao Lin seemed not to notice the hand Xiao Jiang extended. She looked down at Xiao Jiang from above and said, "Are you Xiao Jiang? I heard that you repelled the zombies and saved the base." Seeing this scene, the people around Xiao Jiang glared at him angrily. Xiao Jiang was the leader they recommended. Gao Lin's move was not only a humiliation to Xiao Jiang, but also a humiliation to them. Xiao Jiang, however, remained calm, withdrew his hand, smiled and nodded, saying, "Yes, I am Xiao Jiang." Gao Lin looked Xiao Jiang up and down, with a flash of contempt in his eyes. "Have you received the appointment for the Southern Base?" "Got it." Xiao Jiang nodded. "From now on, I'm the leader of the base, and you are the deputy leader of the base," Gao Lin said indifferently. "Okay." Xiao Jiang still nodded with a smile. Seeing Xiao Jiang's submissive attitude, Gao Lin felt even more disdainful. "Since you are cooperating, that's great. Let me introduce you. This is Sequence Number 1. He is the first Level 4 expert in the Southern Base. He will stay in the base for a while and will return to the Southern Base after cooperating with me to manage the base." Gao Lin looked at Sequence Number 1 beside him, her eyes full of admiration. "Welcome, sir." Xiao Jiang spoke with a smile, and the people behind him, including the old man who followed Xiao Jiang, remained expressionless, but the people in the Nansong base could not help but tremble in their hearts. Sequence Number 1 raised his nose and hummed. Compared to Gao Lin, Sequence Number 1 was more arrogant and indifferent. As the first Level 4 warrior in the Southern Survivor Base, and one of the first Level 4 warriors in the human race, he naturally has his own pride in his heart. Although Xiao Jiang in front of him is the master of a base on paper, in his heart, he is just an ordinary person. "Okay, Deputy Chief Xiao, give me a copy of the base's appointment list and notify all the top executives of the base. I will hold my first meeting after taking office in half an hour. Everyone must be present, and I will announce the new appointments." Gao Lin spoke. Xiao Jiang was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. He didn't expect Gao Lin to be so anxious and so unconcealed that he started to seize power as soon as he arrived at the Nansong survivor base. So, is it Gao Chun, the leader of the southern base, who gave you confidence? Or is it Sequence 1, a level 4 powerhouse, who made you inflated? Xiao Jiang sneered in his heart. Good. Xiao Jiang nodded slightly, then turned and left. Gao Lin looked at Xiao Jiang's departing back, his eyes full of indifference. If you were more sensible, you could continue to be your deputy leader. If you don't know what's interesting, huh? Gao Lin sneered in her heart, not taking Xiao Jiang seriously at all, and she also had the reason to do so. Sequence number 1. Shall we go to the meeting room first? Gao Lin turned to look at sequence number 1, a hint of tenderness and admiration flashing in her eyes. Good. Sequence 1 was not moved at all by the admiration in Gao Lin's eyes, and just nodded calmly. This behavior attracted Gao Lin even more and also aroused her desire to conquer sequence number 1. Gao Lin and his group headed towards the meeting room. More than 10 minutes later, a group of senior executives from the Nansong survivor base came to the conference room one after another, but found that the conference room was basically occupied by the people brought by Gao Lin. Seeing this, everyone in the Nansong survivor base couldn't help but feel furious. But Gao Lin seemed to ignore it and just flipped through the list of appointments in his hand. It was not until a few minutes later that Xiao Jiang and his companions arrived. Seeing that almost all the senior executives in the base were standing and the seats in the conference room were basically occupied, Xiao Jiang's face sank slightly. At this time, the main seat has been occupied by Gao Lin, and Gao Lin's left and right hands are occupied by sequence number 1 and a level 3 peak strongman. Even the next few positions were occupied. Seeing Xiao Jiang coming, everyone in the conference room raised their heads and looked at Xiao Jiang with a hint of sarcasm in their eyes. He is just a peasant, but he wants to take control of a provincial base. That is simply wishful thinking. Gao Lin also put down the appointment list in his hand, looked up at Xiao Jiang with a faint smile on his face. Deputy Chief Xiao, please sit down. Okay. Xiao Jiang also nodded with a smile, then found a seat and sat down. The smile on Gao Lin's face slowly disappeared. She looked at Xiao Jiang deeply, and then said, since Deputy Chief Xiao is here, let's officially start the meeting. First, let me introduce myself. My name is Gao Lin, the leader of the Nansong survivor base appointed by the Southern survivor base. I'm at the peak of level 3 and have ice abilities. This is Master Sequence number 1, a level 4 expert with wind-related abilities. From now on, I will be in charge of the Nansong survivor base. I hope you will cooperate and obey my orders. Otherwise, I will be punished by military law. At the end of her speech, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in Gao Lin's eyes. Gao Chun asked her to manage the important equipment of a province, not just because her last name was Gao, but because of her strength and means. When her brother was still alive, Gao Chun allocated all his resources towards Gao Zun. It was not until Gao Zun's death that Gao Chun finally turned his attention to her. With the allocation of resources from the entire base, she was quickly promoted from the early stage of level 3 to the peak of level 3. She also gradually revealed her skills and talents. Chapter 164, Seizing Power and Counterattack. Hearing Gao Lin's cold words, all the senior executives at the Nansong base couldn't help but glare at him. Buzz. And at this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly spread out, enveloping everyone. Sequence 1, who had been resting with his eyes closed, slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were full of coldness. Do you have any objections? The senior executives at the Nansong base lowered their heads instantly, not daring to look at sequence number 1. Seeing that no one spoke, sequence 1 withdrew his gaze and looked at Gao Lin. Gao Lin, continue. Okay. Gao Lin blushed and nodded slightly. She returned to her aloof look. Next, I will announce new appointments. First of all the previous appointments of the Nansong survivor base, except for the deputy leader Xiao Jiang, will be cancelled. Next, I will read out the new list of appointments. Xikong Liang, the chief of the base's supernatural power brigade, responsible for mobilizing all supernatural power brigade. Ning Zhongyin, director of the base's logistics department, is responsible for the overall management of all resource allocations at the base. Che Zhuliang is the chief of the human army at the base, coordinating all military deployments and operations. As Gao Lin finished speaking, all the powerful positions were filled with Gao Lin's people. The people who followed Gao Lin had excitement on their faces, but the people at the Nansong survivor base were filled with indignation. But when their eyes fell on sequence number 1 next to Gao Lin, they turned into deflated balloons again, feeling helpless. Although Xiao Jiang is very powerful, he is at most at the peak of level 3. But Gao Lin is also at the peak of level 3, especially sequence number 1 who came with Gao Lin. That is a level 4 strongman. Soon, the meeting ended, and the elderly people from the Nansang survivor base were kicked out of the meeting room dejectedly. They were no longer qualified to stay in the meeting room. Soon, Xiao Jiang followed out. After leaving the meeting room, everyone couldn't help but speak. Chief Xiao, aren't they going too far? They are clearly trying to sideline you. Why should we let them pick the fruits of our labor when we have guarded and built the base ourselves? With them here, is there still a place for us? Everyone was filled with indignation. Xiao Jiang looked at the indignant crowd, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. Leader Gao is the leader of the base, and we all have to obey her. After Xiao Jiang finished speaking, everyone's eyes flashed with deep disappointment, and at this moment, Xiao Jiang's voice sounded again. Since everyone has been relieved of their duties, then hand the base over to Chief Gao and his men. However, as everyone knows, the base was just rebuilt a few days ago and is still in chaos. So it is normal that there is often management chaos, and it is difficult to accept the orders of the management. However, I believe that under the wise leadership of Chief Gao, they will be able to solve this problem. When everyone heard Xiao Jiang's words, their eyes suddenly lit up. No matter how powerful Gao Lin and the others are, they are only about 20 people. If no one cooperates, it would be a pipe dream for these 20 or so people to control and manage a Nota base. However, the image of Sequence 1 soon flashed through everyone's mind again, and a hint of fear flashed in their eyes. But Chief Xiao, if we do this, will it anger Sequence 1? Someone shrank his head, his voice trembling. Xiao Jiang, looked at everyone deeply, and the next moment, an equally terrifying aura flashed from Xiao Jiang's body. When they felt the fleeting breath of terror, everyone exclaimed in an instant, and then looked at Xiao Jiang with eyes full of ecstasy and awe. Chief Xiao, you are also a level 4 expert? Xiao Jiang did not comment, but continued, Okay, everyone go away, and be sure to cooperate with Chief Gao. Otherwise, if there is chaos in management, problems with material distribution, etc., and if this arouses the anger of the people in the base, then we will be the sinners of the base. After saying that, Xiao Jiang turned around and left, and Devourer number 1 followed him quietly. After Xiao Jiang left, the old people at the Nansang base became excited instantly. They had understood the meaning of Xiao Jiang's words. As long as there is excitement and chaos and arouses public anger, Gao Lin will not be able to maintain his position as the leader of the base. Similarly, everyone in the base will once again realize that only in the Nansang New Village base under the management of Xiao Jiang can everyone have a good life, and they will support Xiao Jiang even more. From then on, the entire base was in Xiao Jiang's pocket, like an iron barrel, and no one could get in. Of course, the premise of all this is powerful military force, and Xiao Jiang's level 4 strength is the guarantee of all this. Gao Lin, I want to see how you die this time. Everyone in the Nansang base left with grim smiles on their faces. On the other side, in the conference room, Chief, will Xiao Jiang and his people cause trouble? Xikong Liang couldn't help but speak. Gao Lin's face was full of disdain. Making trouble? That's just what I want. I'm still short of a chicken to kill as a sacrifice to the monkey. With Master Sequence number 1 here, no one can stop us. As Gao Lin spoke, he looked at Sequence 1 again. The others looked at Sequence 1 with fanaticism in their eyes, and they instantly felt at ease in their hearts. Yes, under the threat of a powerful level 4 expert who would dare to cause trouble. Okay, adjourn the meeting. Everyone should immediately take up their respective duties and seize the power of each department as soon as possible. Yes, at Gao Lin's command, everyone dispersed. But just at night, the entire base fell into chaos. What's going on? Why is today's dinner so bland? There's not even any rice. Why are there only boiled wild vegetables? And there are only so few. How can this be enough to eat? Did the officials withhold our food? I'm a superpower. Where is my quota? Where is my treatment? The entire base was in chaos in an instant, but soon people from the Nansang survivor base appeared and calmed everyone down. Well, it's good that everyone has something to eat now. Today, the leader appointed by the Southern Survivor Base has sidelined Chief Xiao. From now on, we will not keep our word with Chief Xiao. Let alone you, we didn't even have enough for dinner today. It seems that our good days are over. Let's just wish ourselves the best. I advise everyone not to cause trouble. This time, the Southern Survivor Base has sent a level 4 warrior over. With the persuasion of a group of senior executives and the intimidation of a 4th-level strongman, the commotion was finally suppressed. But as time went by, 3 days later, an atmosphere of uneasiness once again permeated the entire base. Chapter 165. Right. Damn it. I can't take it anymore. If this continues, I'll starve to death. Damn the leader. Damn the 4th-level warrior. I want to eat. I want to live. Yes, I want to eat. We need to eat. We have to survive. We have to survive. Let's unite. There is strength in numbers. These officials sent from the southern base have no regard for us ordinary people at all. Only Chief Xiao cares about us, but he's been sidelined by them and can't protect himself. We need to speak up for ourselves. Either explode in silence or perish in silence. Brothers and sisters, follow me. In an instant, the crowd was outraged. A group of low-level psychics, with tens of thousands of people, left the residential area and rushed towards Gao Lin's office area. Stop, what are you doing? A patrol team saw this scene and immediately rushed over. What are you doing? What are you doing? But at this moment, the team leader immediately shouted, You guys have nothing to do these 2 days? Everyone just wants to have a full meal. What's wrong with them? Don't you want to have a full meal? Hearing the captain's words, the others stopped immediately. Seeing that the patrol members were also on their side, everyone shouted even louder. This huge momentum quickly attracted the attention of Gao Lin and others. What's going on? Gao Lin frowned, called Che Zuoyang and the others. Yes, Chief. Gao Lin's secretary turned and left. Soon, Che Zuoyang and others, sweating profusely, came to Gao Lin's office. Gao Lin pointed at the angry crowd outside with a cold face and shouted, What's going on? Che Zuoyang, you're the head of the human army at the base. You coordinate the deployment and operations of the army and are responsible for the security of the base. What's going on? Why are these people able to come to my office downstairs without any hindrance? Chief, I don't know either. I haven't received any news. Che Zuoyang's forehead was covered with cold sweat. Gao Lin glared at Che Zuoyang fiercely, then turned to look at Xikong Liang. Xikong Liang, what about you? What's going on with those superpowers in the crowd? Why are they joining in the trouble? I don't know either. Xikong Liang lowered his head in embarrassment. Gao Lin's eyelids twitched. She suppressed her anger and looked at Ning Zhongyin. Ning Zhongyin, you are in charge of logistics and resource allocation. Can you tell me what those people are shouting? Why don't they have food to eat? Why do they say they are starving to death? Ning Zhongyin was confused. Chief, I don't know either. The food these days has been supplied according to the previous specifications. Pung. Gao Lin slapped the table hard and roared. You don't know? You don't know anything? Are you useless? Gao Lin got angry, and Che Zuoyang and the other two immediately lowered their heads, their eyes filled with shame. Gao Lin glared at everyone fiercely, then turned and went downstairs. Che Zuoyang and others hurriedly followed. At this time, Gao Lin's office area was surrounded by an angry crowd, but Gao Lin remained calm. She walked in front of everyone, her face full of indifference. Who gave you the courage to surround my office? As he spoke, a powerful aura suddenly spread out, the aura of the third peak, which made everyone's face change slightly, and they couldn't help but take several steps back. But soon, they stopped and said through gritted teeth, We don't want to talk to you. We want to talk to Chief Xiao. We want Chief Xiao to make the decision for us. Yes, you officials don't care about the lives of us ordinary people. We want Chief Xiao to make the decision for us. You've only been here for a few days, and we can't survive. What's wrong with us just wanting to have enough food? Chief Xiao, Chief Xiao. The crowd was outraged. Gao Lin's expression changed slightly, and the anger in his eyes was almost uncontrollable. You guys, how outrageous! Gao Lin roared, and she turned to look at Che Zuoyang. Che Zuoyang immediately dispatched troops to drive out these unruly people. Xikong Liang dispatched the superpower brigade. Anyone with superpowers who stirs up trouble will be killed without mercy. Yes, the two men responded and hurried to mobilize their respective teams, but soon they came back covered in dust. Report to the leader. I can't mobilize the troops in the base. They said they only obey the orders of Leader Xiao. Report to the leader. I can't mobilize the base's superpowers, and they also said that they only obey the orders of Leader Xiao. Xiao Jiang. Gao Lin gritted her teeth. She was not stupid. By now, she had more or less understood that this matter must be related to Xiao Jiang. But how could Xiao Jiang dare to do that? She was the leader transferred from the southern base, and she was even escorted by a level 4 expert. How could Xiao Jiang dare to challenge Her Majesty? Go, tell Xiao Jiang to come over here. Gao Lin roared. Yes. Chase Wuliang nodded and was about to turn around and leave to call Xiao Jiang, who made our leader so angry. At this moment, a slightly playful voice sounded. Everyone turned around and saw Xiao Jiang appear with Devourer number 1, Bo Chung, and others. Seeing Xiao Jiang appear, the people at the scene became even more excited. Chief Xiao, please help us. We haven't had a full meal since these people came to the base. My child is starving to death. Yes, Chief, I'm a superpower, and I have the mission of going out to look for supplies every month. But I worked so hard and risked my life to search for supplies outside, but my wife and children at home almost starve to death. I won't accept it. Chief Xiao, please give us justice. The crowd was outraged. Xiao Jiang slowly raised his hand and pressed it lightly. The whole scene instantly became quiet. Looking at this scene, Gao Lin's eyes were filled with anger. Don't worry, everyone. I saved you all and helped you rebuild the base. The Nansong Survivor base is our common home. Whoever wants to destroy it, I will be the first to disagree. Xiao Jiang opened his mouth, instantly causing resonance among everyone present. After saying that, Xiao Jiang turned to look at Gao Lin, his face full of confusion. Chief Gao, what is going on? You are the leader transferred from the southern base. I will obey the southern base's arrangement and hand the base over to you and cooperate with you in taking over the base. But only a few days have passed, and such a big mess has occurred in the base. Chapter 166, I have more strong men than you. I'm stronger than you. Okay, Xiao Jiang, we know exactly what's going on. Gao Lin interrupted Xiao Jiang directly, her eyes full of coldness. Xiao Jiang, I will give you a chance now. Order these people to return to their residential areas immediately, and then solve the source of the crowd unrest. Really hand over the power in your hands. Chief Gao, what are you talking about? Why don't I understand? Xiao Jiang had a blank expression on his face. He didn't care about the coldness in Gao Lin's eyes at all. Xiao Jiang, are you looking for death? Gao Lin gritted his teeth, and the aura on his body swept over again. The murderous intent surrounded Xiao Jiang from all directions like a wave. Chase Wuliang and others also immediately released their own auras, trying to shock everyone present. 1 peak level 3 expert, 11 ordinary level 3 experts, not counting the level 4 expert number 1. It must be said that Gao Chun is very good to Gao Lin. Just to control a provincial base, so many powerful people were sent to assist Gao Lin. But the next moment, Bo Chung and others also took a step forward, and their aura burst out. Before Xiao Tong left, in addition to helping Xiao Jiang advance to level 4, all of Xiao Jiang's confidants were also promoted to level 3. During the time that Xiao Jiang was in control of the base, a group of peak level 2 warriors were promoted to level 3 by utilizing the resources of the entire base. Therefore, the number of level 3 experts around Xiao Jiang is actually more than that around Gao Lin. When Gao Lin and others felt that the aura of Bo Chung and others was all level 3, and that their number was greater than theirs, their pupils could not help but shrink slightly. How is this possible? How could they have so many level 3 experts? Chase Wuliang exclaimed. You know, before the 4th level strongman appeared, the 3rd level strongman was the strongest. No matter where he was, the 3rd level strongman was the undisputed strongman. These people have become 3rd level experts after being trained with the resources of the entire base. However, now a small Nansong base actually has so many level 3 experts. This makes it hard for them from the southern base, who have always thought highly of themselves, to accept it. Gao Lin's heart was also somewhat shaken, and at the same time, she felt even angrier. Sure enough, Xiao Jiang was not an honest man. He deliberately concealed the strength of the Nansong Survivor base from the very beginning, just to compete with her. Xiao Jiang, I admit that you are indeed beyond my expectations. I also admit that you make me look at you in a new light. But you are not qualified to act insolently in front of me. Gao Lin's eyes were full of coldness. Swish! The next moment, a figure flashed, and a row of figures appeared in the sky, and then fell down step by step. The moment his feet landed, an invisible staircase immediately appeared and landed under his feet. He seemed like a banished immortal from the 9th heaven, high above, descending step by step from the 9th heaven. Soon, his figure stopped above Xiao Jiang and the others. He looked down at them from a high position, with a cold look in his eyes that showed indifference to everything. Kneel down. and you can live. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying aura suddenly burst out from him, instantly enveloping Xiao Tong and the others. That terrifying aura brought with it terrifying pressure. Except for Xiao Jiang and the Devourer, everyone else couldn't help but look horribly disappointed. Their faces turned red, as if a huge rock weighing 1,000 pounds was pressing on them. Compared to Xiao Jiang and others, Gao Lin, Che Zhuoyang and others were extremely excited. They looked at sequence number 1 floating in the air with awe and admiration in their eyes. Gao Lin was particularly excited, her face flushed. She looked at sequence 1 in the air, then turned to look at Xiao Jiang, her eyes full of mockery and contempt. Xiao Jiang, why don't you kneel down? Do you think that ants can provoke the giant dragon above the 9 heavens? Ants? Dragons? A trace of sarcasm and contempt appeared on Xiao Jiang's face. What a bullshit! As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying aura also emerged from his body. The moment this aura appeared, it immediately tore apart the aura of sequence 1 like thunder, and the terrifying aura rushed straight into the sky. What? You're also a level 4 expert? This is impossible. Feeling the level 4 aura on Xiao Jiang, Gao Lin's eyes suddenly widened and he exclaimed in disbelief with a storm in his heart. Che Zhuoyang and others around Gao Lin were also shocked. Even for sequence number 1, the Southern Survivor Base used up all the base resources to hunt down the crystal cores of level 3 zombies one by one, and only then did they create such a level 4 strongman. Level 4 experts are extremely scarce, even in the 5 survivor bases. But this mere Nansang survivor base actually gave birth to a level 3 strongman, especially Gao Lin. Previously, she regarded sequence number 1, a level 4 warrior, as a giant dragon in the sky, and compared Xiao Jiang to an ant on the ground. But now, the 4th level aura of Xiao Jiang was like a slap in her face, shattering her so-called pride. After all this time, it turned out that Gao Lin was the clown. At this moment, sequence number 1, who was suspended in the air, couldn't help but look stunned for a moment when he felt the level 4 aura from Xiao Jiang. However, as a level 4 warrior, he quickly recovered. He still looked down at Xiao Jiang from high position. Xiao Jiang, I didn't expect that you were also a level 4 warrior. I admit that I underestimated you before. However, the strength of level 4 is not enough for you to challenge the majesty of the Southern Base. You don't know that there's a big difference between psychics. The difference between level 4 and level 4 is also huge. However, I am willing to give you a chance now. Let your men withdraw and come with me to the Southern Base to confess your crimes. The general will definitely give you a chance to reform. Otherwise, you'll be paralyzed. Before sequence number 1 could finish his words, Xiao Jiang slapped sequence number 1 who was floating in the air fiercely. The next moment, thick vines suddenly broke through the ground and reached the sky. The thick vines formed into a huge palm in the air and then slapped sequence number 1 hard in the face before sequence number 1 could react. Bang! Sequence number 1 was instantly slapped away and fell heavily to the ground from the air. The scene fell silent in an instant. Gao Lin and the others stared at the scene in a daze, as if something in their hearts had been shattered. Xiao Jiang, do you dare to attack sequence number 1? After a few seconds, Gao Lin reacted and a sharp voice suddenly rang out. Xiao Jiang slapped Gao Lin hard in the face with his backhand. Bang! Chapter 167, 2 Level 4 Warriors, Gao Lin's Collapse. Gao Lin was also slapped away and fell to the ground like a broken sack. Xiao Jiang, if you dare to hit me, I will kill you. Gao Lin fell to the ground. Her hair spread out, and she roared madly. Xiao Jiang, you are so outrageous. At this moment, a deep voice sounded, and Sequence 1 appeared in front of Xiao Jiang. At this time, Sequence 1's eyes were full of rage. You will pay the price for what you have done. After he finished speaking, he took a deep breath, made trumpet shapes with his hands, the veins on his forehead and neck bulged, and roared with all his might. The next moment, a sound wave suddenly whistled toward Xiao Jiang. Wherever the sound wave passed, the concrete floor was directly overturned and then shattered. Xiao Jiang's face was full of solemnity. He raised both his hands suddenly and then put them together. Huge vines rose from the ground and suddenly gathered in front of Xiao Jiang, instantly condensing into a huge shield. Boom! The next moment, the sound wave came suddenly and hit the shield hard, making a deafening explosion. The shield lasted less than 3 seconds before exploding, with fragments of vines swept away by the huge shockwave. Xiao Zhang's expression remained unchanged. He waved his hand, and a vine suddenly tied around his waist. With a hard pull, Xiao Jiang flew out immediately. Boom! The moment Xiao Jiang flew out, the sound waves suddenly hit the place where Xiao Jiang was previously, making a deafening explosion. A few seconds later, the smoke and dust dissipated, and a pit with a diameter of more than 3 meters and a depth of half a meter appeared at the place where Xiao Jiang was previously. Seeing this powerful destructive force, many people couldn't help but twitch their eyelids. However, Gao Lin and others became excited again. Sure enough, Master Sequence Number 1 is simply not comparable to Xiao Jiang, a wild level 4. As soon as Gao Lin finished speaking, Xiao Jiang clasped his hands together in the air. The next moment, vines sprouted from under the feet of Sequence 1 and suddenly turned into a cage that imprisoned Sequence 1. Then the vines rushed towards the cage with a roar. The tips of the vines were extremely sharp, like sharp spears. The expression of Sequence Number 1, who was trapped in the cage, changed slightly, and the supernatural power on his body spun wildly. The next moment, wind blades flew out and kept slashing at the vine cage, causing debris to fly everywhere. Just before the vine spear arrived, the wind blade finally broke through the vine cage, and Sequence 1 quickly flew out. Chi chi chi. The next moment, vine spears pierced into the vine cage, making a series of hissing sounds. Sequence Number 1 flew out and looked at the flying vine fragments. A hint of fear flashed in his eyes. If he had not escaped just now, he would probably have been pierced into a hedgehog by now. A hint of anger flashed in Sequence Number 1's eyes, and his supernatural power started spinning wildly. Wind blades slowly appeared behind him. He waved his hand violently, and the wind blades whistled toward Xiao Jiang. Xiao Jiang raised his hands, and vines rose from the ground, also whistling and rushing towards the wind blade. These vines were like green pythons, lashing at the wind blade fiercely. The wind blades and vines soon met, making crackling sounds. The vines were cut off, and the fragments of the vines flew all over the sky. The same vines pulled the wind blades and scattered them in the air. After a dozen seconds, the wind blades and vines dissipated at the same time. Seeing this scene, Sequence Number 1 couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He didn't expect that Xiao Jiang was so powerful and was almost on par with him. Come again. Sequence Number 1 gritted his teeth, and his supernatural power began to run wildly, then surged towards his hands. He raised his hands, and 2 small tornadoes began to appear. With the infusion of supernatural power, the tiny tornado began to spin rapidly and grow bigger, forming a tornado. Commandant, Sequence Number 1 roared and pushed his hands forward violently. The moment the 2 tornadoes left his hands, they suddenly grew several times larger, swirled around each other, and covered Xiao Jiang. Along the way, objects caught in the 2 tornadoes were turned into ashes. After releasing a powerful move, Sequence Number 1's face turned slightly pale, and his breath became weaker. He looked at the powerful move he had released with a grim smile on his face. Now, let me see how you can defend yourself. Xiao Zhang's face was full of solemnity, and he also did not hold back at all. His supernatural power swept out madly, and within 10 meters around Xiao Jiang, thicker tree roots rose from the ground like long dragons. These branches continued to wrap around and entangle with each other, and soon formed 2 long dragons that were more than 10 meters long and half a meter thick. The 2 long dragons roared and rushed directly towards the 2 tornadoes. The 2 long dragons of tree roots soon met the 2 tornadoes. The 2 long dragons entangled with each other, directly wrapping up the tornado and rotating in opposite directions, trying to offset the tornado's rotation speed and force it to stop and dissipate. However, as the tornado spun, violent wind blades chopped at the dragon's body, wood chips flew everywhere, and the tornado's speed kept decreasing. However, the dragon's body was shattered by the countless wind blades. Boom! More than 10 seconds later, the 2 long dragons finally exploded with a loud bang and turned into debris all over the sky. The weakened tornado was still roaring towards Xiao Jiang. Xiao Jiang's face changed slightly. As expected, he was a level 4 expert that the southern base had put all its efforts into training. He should not be underestimated. Xiao Jiang's mind moved, and a giant vine shield appeared first. Then, vines crossed and rose from the ground, forming a cage that directly enveloped Xiao Jiang. Boom! The tornado first encountered the giant vine shield, and in just 3 seconds, the giant vine shield was instantly shattered. The next moment, a tornado suddenly enveloped the vine cage where Xiao Jiang was. As soon as it touched, vine fragments flew all over the sky. Seeing this scene, a smile finally broke out on the pale face of sequence number 1 in the distance. This time, even if Xiao Jiang didn't die, he would be seriously injured. Gao Lin and the others felt relieved, and their faces regained their arrogance. Xiao Jiang, choosing to be my enemy is the biggest mistake you have made in your life. What a pity! You're a level 4 warrior after all. Gao Lin couldn't help but feel a little regretful in his heart, but it was only for a moment. He felt at ease only when the disobedient strong man died. But without anyone noticing, a black shadow flashed and appeared behind sequence number 1. Sensing the sudden presence behind him, sequence number 1 was slightly stunned. He turned around and saw that it was someone next to Xiao Jiang. A hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. "Ants, do you think you can challenge a dragon?" As soon as he finished speaking, he was already controlling 2 tornadoes in the air with one hand and casually waved the other hand towards Devourer number 1. Sharp blades whizzed towards Devourer number 1. Xiao Jiang is a level 4 warrior, so keeping Xiao Jiang might still be useful, but the people around Xiao Jiang are at most level 3 warriors, so they can be killed. It's just the right time to make an example of someone. This scene was also seen by Gao Lin and others in the distance, and their hearts were also filled with disdain and sneer. A mere level 3 warrior dares to attack Master Sequence 1. He is simply courting death. Gao Lin's mouth curled up, but at this moment, Devourer number 1 did not retreat, but advanced, rushing directly towards Sequence number 1 facing the Windblade. Sequence 1 was slightly stunned, and then his expression turned even colder. It's just, Before Sequence 1 could finish his words, his eyes suddenly widened, and he saw that Devourer 1 just casually threw a punch, and the wind blade in front of him was directly shattered. Seeing this scene, Gao Lin and the others who had just been sneering were dumbfounded, like roosters being strangled by the neck. How is this possible? How could a mere level 3 destroy the wind blade of Sequence 1? Gao Lin opened her mouth wide, but at this moment, the aura of Devourer number 1 exploded without any concealment, and the aura of the 4th level strong man suddenly enveloped Sequence number 1. His figure roared like a black lightning, rushing towards Sequence number 1. No, this is impossible, no. Sequence 1 collapsed and screamed, but the next moment, Devourer 1's hand had already grabbed his neck. Devourer number 1 exerted force so hard that Sequence number 1's eyes rolled back, and he almost lost consciousness. After the 2 tornadoes lost control, they immediately dissipated in the air, revealing the vine cage inside again. At this time, the vine cage was already riddled with holes. Boom! As soon as the tornado dissipated, the vine cage collapsed, revealing Xiao Jiang inside. At this moment, Xiao Jiang's face was extremely pale, with tiny wounds all over his body and blood constantly flowing, but he still had a ferocious smile on his face. He walked out step by step, heading towards Sequence number 1. No, impossible. How could he also be level 4? How could there be 2 level 4s in such a small non-song base? Sequence 1's eyes were dull, and he kept mumbling. His mentality had collapsed. On the other side, Gao Lin and the others also looked pale. Gao Lin looked at Sequence number 1 held in the Devourer's hand and felt the terrifying level 4 aura from Xiao Jiang and the Devourer. Her legs softened and she sat down on the ground. It's over, it's over. How could they have 2 level 4 experts? How is this possible? How is this possible? Gao Lin also collapsed. Even the 5 major survivor bases, with all their efforts, could only train 1 level 4 strongman. However, in a mere non-song survivor base, 2 level 4 strongmen appeared. If this news gets out, the entire human camp of Daxia will be detonated. What's even more terrible is that, because of her outrageous actions, she seemed to have driven these 2 level 4 warriors to the opposite side of the southern base. Originally, the non-song survivor base belonged to the southern base, one of the 5 major bases. There were 2 level 4 strongmen in the non-song survivor base, plus 1 level 4 strongman in the southern base, which made 3 level 4 strongmen. With these 3 level 4 warriors, the southern base will be invincible and can even become the leader among the 5 major bases. The territories of the 5 major bases will also be redivided, and the southern base will be able to soar to the sky. But Because of her outrageous actions, not only did she turn the two level 4 warriors into enemies, but the life and death of the level 4 warrior in the southern base was also unpredictable. If sequence number 1 was killed by Xiao Jiang and the others, even if she was Gao Chen's daughter, her fate would probably not be good. If Gao Chen knew that she had turned two level 4 warriors who were supposed to be teammates into enemies, Gao Chen would probably skin her alive. In addition to Gao Lin, Che Zhuoyang and others also had pale faces, trembling bodies, and bitterness in their eyes. They originally thought that under the leadership of Gao Lin and the escort of Sequence 1, it would be easy to take down the Nansong survivor base. However, Xiao Jiang and others gave them surprises again and again. First, there were a large number of level 3 experts. Then Xiao Jiang was actually a level 4 expert. And finally, even the person who had been following Xiao Jiang as a guard was also a level 4 expert. They were almost devastated. Compared to Gao Lin and others, other senior executives of Bocheng and Nansong base were indeed extremely excited, and their faces turned red with excitement. They knew that Xiao Jiang was a level 4 warrior, but they didn't expect that the guard around Xiao Jiang were also level 4 warriors. With two level 4 strong men, it is conceivable that the Nansong base is about to awaken. With the leadership of two level 4 strong men, the Nansong survivor base will soon become the 6th largest base after the 5 largest survivor bases. In short, the Nansong survivor base is about to take off. Their previous bet was not wrong. Xiao Jiang walked up to sequence number 1 step by step, looked at the day's sequence number 1, and slapped him hard. Bang! What a pretentious guy. I hate people who are more pretentious than my brothers the most. You know that. Bang! Let you come from the sky. Bang! It keeps you high up. Bang! You're told to look at people through your nostrils. Bang! Let your dragon. After the first slap, sequence 1 came to his senses, his eyes suddenly filled with rage. But before he could get angry, after the second slap, his eyes became clearer. After a few slaps, sequence number 1 turned into a pig head, and the anger in his eyes completely disappeared, becoming extremely clear. I was wrong. I will never pretend again. Sequence number 1 begged for mercy decisively, tears of regret and grievance flowing down his face. On the other side, Gao Lin, who had slowly come to his senses, walked towards Xiao Jiang with Che Zhuoyang and others. Chapter 168, I don't like the look in your eyes. Xiao Jiang, you win. We admit defeat, release sequence 1, and leave. Gao Lin gritted her teeth and stared at Xiao Jiang, her heart filled with shame. She was the daughter of the leader of the southern base, one of the 5 major bases. A peak level 3 expert, the pride of the southern base, was humiliated at the hands of Xiao Jiang. Snap! Xiao Jiang slapped Gao Lin in the face with his backhand, causing Gao Lin to stagger. I don't like the look in your eyes. Gao Lin was about to get angry, but when she heard Xiao Jiang's voice, she shuddered violently. And then she remembered that the person in front of her was a level 4 expert. The anger in my heart came quickly and went away quickly. Chief Xiao, what do you want in exchange for letting us go? Gao Lin took a few deep breaths and tried to calm herself down. You brought a lot of supplies this time, right? Leave everything behind. You. And this pretender can leave. Xiao Jiang pointed at Gao Lin, Che Zhuoyang, Xikong Liang, Ning Zhongyin, and sequence number 1. Gao Lin was slightly stunned. Her face suddenly turned gloomy. She gritted her teeth and said, I can leave all those supplies to you, but I'll take away all the people I brought with me. I'm just informing you, not discussing this with you. However, if you don't want to leave, then you don't have to leave at all. Xiao Zhang's eyes narrowed slightly, and a hint of murderous intent suddenly rose in his eyes. Feeling the murderous intent emerging from Xiao Jiang, Gao Lin was immediately like being poured with a bucket of cold water. She gritted her teeth and nodded. Okay, I'll do as you said. Now we can release sequence number 1, right? Gao Lin lowered his head. Xiao Jiang turned to look at the devourer, and the next moment, the devourer punched sequence number 1 hard on the back. Click! A sound of breaking bones was heard, and sequence 1 screamed, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and was seriously injured in an instant. Chief Xiao, don't worry. I'm just giving him a small lesson. Remember, don't show off in front of me, or you will pay the price. Do you understand? Xiao Jiang stared at sequence number 1. Got it. Sequence 1 lowered his head obediently. Seeing this scene, Gao Lin felt extremely sad and complicated in her heart. She looked at sequence 1, and for some reason, it seemed as if something had collapsed. Half an hour later, an armed helicopter took off, and the plane was empty. There are only 5 people: Gao Lin, Che Zhuoliang, Xikong Liang, Ning Zhongyin, and sequence number 1. As for the full load of supplies on the plane and other people, they were all left at the Nansang survivor base. Chief, are we just going to let them leave safely? Bo Chung couldn't help but speak. Xiao Jiang nodded. Gao Lin is Gao Chen's daughter, and sequence 1 is the only level 4 expert in the southern base. Che Zhuoliang and the other 2 are descendants of high-ranking officials of the southern base. The Nansang survivor base is in need of development right now, and it also needs a stable environment for development. If we touch them, we will become enemies with the southern base, which is not worth it. But what if they go back and instigate the southern base to attack us? You know, the 5 major bases still have powerful thermal weapon strike capabilities. The missiles from the southern base can easily reach us. Bo Chung was still worried. Xiao Jiang smiled and shook his head. As long as one of the high officials in the southern base is not a fool, they will not attack a base with 2 level 4 strongmen. Besides, if they want to take action, they also need to see whether the other 4 major bases agree or not. Xiao Jiang's words dispelled Bo Cheng's worries and the worries of others. After doing all this, Xiao Jiang turned around and looked at the people in the base. Long live Chief Xiao! Long live the leader! In an instant, the entire base was filled with cheers, and everyone's faces were filled with excitement. They didn't expect that there would be 2 level 4 strong men in the base. With the protection of Xiao Jiang and other 2 level 4 strong men, the Nansang survivor base will become the safest place for the entire human base. Throughout the base, the shouts of tens of thousands of people gathered into a wave, rushing straight into the sky, directly shattering the clouds in the sky, revealing the blue sky. After a few minutes, the sounds gradually died down. Xiao Jiang raised his hand and pressed lightly, and all the sounds disappeared immediately. I will ask the logistics department to solve the problem immediately so that everyone can have a full meal immediately. Everyone can go home now. Xiao Jiang opened his mouth, and everyone immediately turned around and left obediently. Then he turned his head to look at the people who followed Gao Lin, with a hint of teasing in his eyes. From now on, you are also members of the base. You don't need me to teach you what to do, right? Don't worry, Chief. We will follow your lead from now on. Everyone nodded quickly. They had no objection to staying in the Nansang survivor base. After all, there were 2 level 4 warriors here. Strictly speaking, it was even safer than the southern base. Yeah, Xiao Jiang nodded with satisfaction and then went downstairs to heal his wounds. A few hours later, a helicopter gunship landed at the airport in the southern base. Ms. Sequence number 1. When the people at the helicopter airport saw the miserable look of Gao Lin and others, they couldn't help but widen their eyes. Quick, send sequence 1 to get treated. I'm going to see my father. Gao Lin spoke, then turned and headed towards the center of the base. What? Nansang base has 2 level 4 experts. An exclamation came from the leader's mansion. Soon, Gao Chun personally convened a base meeting. When he heard Gao Lin's words and learned that Nansang base had 2 level 4 experts, all the senior executives in the entire base were stunned. How is this possible? How could a small Nansang base have 2 level 4 experts? Our 5 major bases have devoted all their resources to train a level 4 expert each. Someone exclaimed. The eyes of others were also full of confusion and disbelief. In this matter, Che Zhuoliang, Xikong Liang, Ning Zhongyin can all testify, and the Lord's sequence number 1 can also testify. Gao Lin's face was full of bitterness. I have met sequence number 1, and what Gao Lin said is true. Gao Chun took over the conversation. There was a sound of people gasping for air in the entire conference room. Chapter 169. The southern base bows its head, the only leader of the Nansang base. I have said long ago that we should not be too tough on the Nansang base. Now, not only have we lost control of the Nansang base, and he also offended 2 level 4 experts. Yes, these are 2 level 4 warriors. If our southern base can befriend them, or even recruit them, then the strength of our southern base will leap to the top of the 5 major bases. What a pity, what a pity. It was such a good trump card, but it turned out like this. According to the information we received, Chief Gao and others also committed extremely serious dereliction of duty. Everyone was talking about it. The senior officials who had initially opposed the use of tough measures against the Nansang base suddenly became proud and spoke out. Others lowered their heads and said nothing. Okay, now is not the time to blame each other. The most important thing now is how to solve the problem of non-song base. Gao Chen interrupted everyone. Leader, the southern base and the non-song base are now enemies. The only way now is to eliminate the 2 level 4 experts in the non-song base. Yes, although the non-song base was beyond our expectations and there were 2 level 4 experts, this is not their reliance to challenge the majesty of the southern base. We must teach them a lesson to deter the scoundrels. Yes, if we let it go this time, who will obey our orders in the future? I suggest using missiles to attack the non-song base directly. The dignity of the southern base cannot be challenged. I object. The heavy weapons stored in the base are for dealing with zombies and mutant beasts. Non-song base is a human base. If we lose our sense of justice towards a human base, how will people in the world view us? I object too. Guns cannot be pointed at humans. This is the bottom line. I suggest that we ease the relationship with the non-song base. As long as the non-song base does not affect the status of the southern base, it doesn't matter if we give Xiao Jiang the right to govern. After all, the non-song base itself is not under our control now. Yes, why not do a favor and appoint Xiao Jiang as the leader of the non-song base and another level 4 expert as the deputy leader? This will not only ease the tense relationship. Even in the future, it is not impossible for me to use the 2 of them for my own benefit. No matter what, the non-song base is officially affiliated with the southern base. Having 2 more level 4 experts is a good thing for us. Everyone was talking about it, and finally, everyone turned their attention to Gao Chen. After all, Gao Chen was the leader of the base. Gao Chen pondered for a long time, as if he had made an important decision. He exhaled heavily and then said, I have decided to appoint Xiao Jiang as the leader of the non-song survivor base and another level 4 strongman as the deputy leader. At the same time, in order to recognize their outstanding talents, the base allocated a batch of resources to them as rewards. Xiao Jiang can make whatever arrangements with those who stay behind. At the same time, Gao Lin will be dismissed from all positions, all benefits will be canceled, and she will join the resource search team to look for supplies. After Gao Chen finished speaking, some people were excited, while others were disappointed. Gao Lin seemed to have lost all her strength and collapsed into the chair. Half an hour later, the meeting ended and all the senior executives left. In the entire conference room, only Gao Chen and the distraught Gao Lin were left. Gao Chen looked at the distraught Gao Lin and sighed softly. Linner, don't blame your father. As a father, I have to do this too. Gao Lin shook her head, her face full of bitterness. I understand, father. You don't need to explain. Because of her, not only did the base lose control of the provincial survivor base, but it also almost caused a big mess and became enemies with 2 level 4 powerhouses. Although Gao Chen is the leader of the base, he does not have the final say in the base. If Gao Chen fails to handle Gao Lin's matter well this time, I am afraid that even his position as the leader of the base will be shaken. Gao Chen was also helpless. Gao Chen reached out his hand and gently patted Gao Lin on the shoulder. Work hard to improve your cultivation. Only strength is the only way to succeed. After saying that, Gao Chen also turned and left. When Gao Lin heard what the senior management said, she couldn't help but clench her fists. Yes, strength is the only way. If she is a level 4 warrior, then even if the non-song survivor base has 2 level 4 warriors, she, in sequence number 1, will not be afraid of Xiao Jiang when they join forces. If she was a level 4 expert, then his father wouldn't have to compromise with others at today's meeting, and those people wouldn't dare to blame her. Xiao Jiang, I will make you pay back for the humiliation you suffered today, little by little in the future. Gao Lin clenched his fists, his eyes full of hatred. Non-song survivor base. When the news of the appointment of the southern base came, there was jubilation in the base. The entire non-song survivor base was finally openly controlled by Xiao Jiang. At the same time, the aura of 2 level 4 strong men born in the non-song survivor base also spread rapidly in the human base. In addition to the southern base, the other 4 bases, in addition to being shocked, immediately contacted the non-song survivor base through various channels and showed goodwill to the non-song survivor base. Xiao Jiang also showed goodwill to several major bases, and he was willing to make friends with them. In this way, non-song base could truly gain a foothold in the human camp. As time went by, the non-song survivor base finally ushered in a precious period of peace and stability. The psychics in the base led the human army to continuously sweep around the base and hunt zombies. The power of the Nansong survivor base is also constantly expanding. Around Nansong, after learning that the Nansong survivor base had 2 level 4 powerhouses, more and more bases and humans chose to join the Nansong survivor base. At this time at the Nansong border, a group of people stepped out of Hingyang and entered the territory of Anji and Shijiang. Mom and Dad, we're in Anji now. We're very close to Nansong. When Xiao Tong spoke, Xiao Dashan and Xia Mei couldn't help but reveal a hint of anticipation on their faces. They were finally going to see their eldest son. Everyone, light a fire and cook. Let's eat first and rest before we set off again. Okay. After Xiao Tong finished speaking, everyone stopped and immediately looked for firewood to make a fire and cook. As time went by, the aroma of rice wafted. Top, top, top. Just at this moment, a sound of footsteps was heard. Xiao Tong turned around and saw a group of 40 or 50 people slowly approaching. Most of these people were in tattered clothes, their faces were covered with dirt, and their bodies were thin. Only a few people had rosy and fair faces. Smelling the aroma of rice in the air and looking at the bags of rice on the ground, everyone couldn't help swallowing, their eyes full of greed. Seeing these people surrounding him, Xiao Tong stood up with a look of vigilance on his face. Little brother, you're also heading to the Nansong survivor base, right? So are we. You have so much rice, can you give us some? The leader among them spoke with a smile on his face. Chapter 170 Kill them all and finally arrive at Nansong base. Sorry, we don't have much food left. Xiao Tong said, we are really starving, and there are elderly and children among us. Please be kind. The man spoke again. Even if we give you all our stored food, it won't be enough for each of you to have a bowl, right? Xiao Tong spoke. It doesn't matter. As long as I can fill my stomach, that's all. Can you please be kind? The man begged, and others gathered around him. There's not even a grain of rice left. Leave quickly, Xiao Tong said in a cold voice. Little brother, are you really going to be so heartless? As compatriots, shouldn't we help each other? Roll! Xiao Tong spat out a word indifferently. The leader's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he sneered, Little brother, look behind me. So many people are already starving. Now I can still control them, but if you really don't give us some, I can't guarantee that they will do something crazy. As the man finished speaking, a woman behind him immediately stood up and said righteously, How come you don't have any sympathy at all? Seeing so many of our elderly, children, and women starving, can you really eat? Do you still have any sense of responsibility as a man? Yes, you have to give us some food. I'm starving to death. Yes, you have a lot of food, so it's okay to share some with us, right? Don't tell him so much. Just take all their food away. Yes, grab it. All this food is ours. When everyone looked at Xiao Tong and others, their eyes instantly turned red and filled with greed. Xiao Tong was not surprised at all, but his eyes were filled with endless coldness. If you want it, just come and grab it yourself. After Xiao Tong's cold words fell, the voices in the crowd suddenly fell silent. The next moment, a roar suddenly broke out from the crowd. Grab it. Whoever grabs it first will own it. Dozens of people rushed toward Xiao Tong and others in an instant. Xiao Dashan, Xia Mei, and others looked extremely pale. However, Xiao Tong slowly drew out his Mo Dao, and the next moment, his figure suddenly turned into a shadow and rushed towards the crowd. Laugh! With one blow, a head flew up suddenly and blood gushed out. The crowd that was rushing forward stopped instantly and looked at Xiao Tong with wide eyes. His eyes were filled with fear. He is a mutant. What are you afraid of? We are also superpowers. The next moment, figures suddenly rushed out, and the aura of the superpowers burst out without any concealment. Among the 50 or so people, except for a few old, young, sick, and disabled people, those who have survived to the present have basically become people with special abilities. More than 40 psychics surrounded Xiao Tong with a fierce aura. Commandant, one of the second-level psychics raised his hand and punched hard, and a water dragon roared toward Xiao Tong. Call out. However, his eyes blurred and Xiao Tong's figure disappeared from his sight. He was stunned and looked at the scene in front of him vigilantly. The other psychics looked behind him in horror. He's behind you. What, behind me? The water-based mutant felt his scalp tingling. Just as he was about to turn around, he felt his vision suddenly fly up, and then his eyes went black and he lost consciousness. Hiss! Seeing this scene, the remaining psychics took a breath of cold air and stopped attacking again. The water-type psychic, just now, was one of the few powerful second-level psychics among them. However, he couldn't even withstand a single blow, and was like a weak child in front of Xiao Tong. How powerful was Xiao Tong? At least, he was also a third-level psychic, right? Thinking of this, the greed in everyone's eyes disappeared instantly, replaced by endless fear. I'm sorry, sir. We didn't know you were a level 3 mutant. We don't want any food. We'll leave now. Yes, we leave immediately. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A group of psychics immediately turned around and ran. Leave? Did I let you leave? Xiao Tong's voice was extremely cold. He stomped his right foot hard on the ground, and the whole person instantly turned into a shadow and chased after him. The sword in his hand kept waving. Compared to Thunder's extremely violent attack, he prefers wielding the Mo Dao and feeling the pain of every blade entering his body. In an instant, a symphony of massacre sounded. Not a minute. The ground was littered with corpses. All the superpowers had turned into headless corpses, leaving only a dozen old, young, sick, and disabled people. Don't kill us. It has nothing to do with us. One of the old men spoke tremblingly, his eyes full of fear. Xiao Tong looked into his slightly green eyes and raised his hand to strike with a knife. Laugh. The old man was cut open in an instant. Wow. Seeing this scene, the children nearby were frightened and burst into tears. Laugh. After a few knife strikes, the crying stopped abruptly. It's finally quiet. Looking at the corpses on the ground, Xiao Tong wiped the Mo Dao clean indifferently and then returned to Xiao Dashan and others. Xiao Dashan and others looked at the corpses on the ground. Although their faces were a little pale, they had gradually gotten used to it in their hearts. They are still kind, but no longer pushovers. The moment these people try to kill them and steal their food, they deserve to die. Anti-American. Isn't this Xiao Tong too scary? He can even kill the elderly and children. Let's not follow him. Not far away, Xiao Kongmei's wife took Xiao Kongmei's hand, lowered her voice, and spoke in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Shut up. None of those people are innocent. Didn't you see their green eyes? They obviously eat people. Xiao Tong killed them well. Xiao Kongmei scolded his wife in a low voice. Xiao Tong heard every word of the conversation between the two. After being promoted to level 5, his hearing was much stronger than that of ordinary people. Xiao Tong seemed not to hear the conversation between the two. After the meal, everyone continued on their way. After a long journey, several days later, Xiao Tong finally brought Xiao Dashan and others to the Nansong base. Having just arrived at the Nansong base, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows as he looked at the drastic changes in the base. At this time in the Nansong base, in addition to the original thorny wall, countless workers were building a more magnificent and wider wall on the outside, and the original wall became the inner wall. Teams of soldiers armed with live ammunition patrolled everywhere to maintain order. On the city walls, there were various powerful artillery pieces, even anti-aircraft guns. In the city, powerful auras of supernatural beings appear from time to time. Chapter 171, Being Scammed. There was a long queue at the gate of Nansong Base. The news that 2 level 4 warriors appeared in Nansong Base spread, attracting countless people to join. At this time, the number of people at the Nansong Base has reached nearly 100,000. The arrival of Xiao Tong and others instantly attracted a lot of people's attention. Under Xiao Tong's leadership, everyone suffered almost no hardship. Their faces were rosy, and everyone was carrying some food. Seeing these grains, many people's eyes instantly turned red. However, no one dared to snatch it. After interrogation, Xiao Tong led Xiao Dashan and others into the outer city and headed towards the inner city. The supplies on them attracted more people's attention. Young man, do you need any help? I only need 10 kilograms of rice. A woman with a good figure appeared beside Xiao Tong. No need, Xiao Tong said coldly. Brother, 10 kilograms of rice is really not expensive. You can do whatever you want. Huang Ling refused to give up. Sorry, I really don't need it. Xiao Tong spoke again. Huang Ling's face flashed with anger after being repeatedly rejected by Xiao Tong. She turned her head and looked into the distance. Among the crowd in the distance, several men nodded slightly. Huang Ling suddenly threw herself into Xiao Tong's arms and shouted, "Help! I'm being molested." As soon as he finished speaking, a group of big men rushed over, and the leader said angrily, "Boy, you dare to touch my wife? Do you want to die?" As he spoke, the big man revealed the terrifying aura of a second-level psychic without hesitation. Husband. Huang Ling threw herself on the man, wiping his tears. Boy, I'll give you a chance. If you give the food in your hands to my wife as compensation, I can let you go. Otherwise, The man's face was full of threats. Xiao Tong's cold voice sounded. You little bastard. How dare you be so arrogant? Huang Ling instantly got furious when seeing Xiao Tong's stubborn attitude. What? What? At this moment, a patrol team ran over. Sir, you guys came at the right time. This little bastard is molesting my wife. You have to help us. When a man saw the patrol team, he immediately felt wronged. The patrol team leader frowned slightly, then looked at Xiao Tong. Name. Xiao Tong. Xiao Tong. Upon hearing Xiao Tong's last name, the patrol leader's heart skipped a beat. What are you doing at Nansong Base? Looking for my brother. Who is your brother? Xiao Jiang. Xiao Tong answered truthfully. The scene was silent for a moment. Puchi, Chief Xiao, is your brother? This is ridiculous. Captain, this bastard actually dared to pretend to be the chief's relative. You can't let him off easily. When Huang Ling heard Xiao Tong's words, she couldn't help laughing out loud. The patrol captain also frowned and looked at Xiao Tong. During this period, people who pretended to be Chief Xiao's relatives have appeared one after another. After we vigorously punished them, we didn't expect that there are still people who dare to knowingly commit crimes. Take him away from me. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, the sound of breaking wind was heard. Everyone turned their heads and saw powerful auras approaching quickly. When they saw the person in the front, everyone's faces immediately became extremely respectful. Meet the leader. Meet the leader. Xiao Jiang ignored all of this. He looked at Xiao Tong, as well as Xiao Dashan and Xia Mei beside Xiao Tong with excitement. Mom and Dad, brother. Xiao Jiang walked towards the three people excitedly. After hearing Xiao Jiang's words, the scene fell silent and the patrol captain's face froze. Huang Ling and the man who had just slandered Xiao Tong turned extremely pale and their eyes were full of fear. Xiao Jiang, brother. The family of four hugged each other tightly, and after a few minutes, their emotions recovered a little. Xiao Tong then asked, What's going on? Report to the leader. It's like this. The patrol captain on the side seized the opportunity and spoke quickly. After hearing what the patrol captain said, Xiao Zhang's eyes suddenly became extremely cold. He turned to look at Huang Ling and the man. You are so brave. Huang Ling and the man were both trembling. The man cried, Chief, this is none of my business. I just heard what my wife said, and I thought it was your brother. I really don't know anything. You don't know? What about you? Xiao Jiang turned and looked at Huang Ling. Huang Ling met Xiao Zhang's gaze, and her mind went blank instantly. She had never thought that she would bump into the leader's relative. However, if Xiao Tong is really Xiao Zhang's younger brother, will she be able to seize this opportunity? Thinking of this, a crazy idea flashed through Huang Ling's mind. She gritted her teeth and looked at Xiao Jiang. Chief, your brother really teased me. I know that you're a powerful 4th-level warrior, and I am just a weak Huang Ling, but your brother teased me. I need fairness. I need an explanation. If Chief Xiao cannot handle this matter fairly today, I'm afraid it will be difficult to convince the public. Huang Ling deliberately raised her voice so that the people watching could hear her words clearly. She wanted to use the people around her and public opinion to force Xiao Jiang and Xiao Tong to bow to her. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel a morbid pride in her heart. Being able to make a powerful 4th-level warrior bow to her, what a proud thing it is. Explanation? What explanation do you want? Xiao Zhang's cold voice sounded. I am an innocent Huang Ling. Your brother molested me, and my innocence has been ruined. Therefore, he must marry me. Otherwise, who will dare to marry me in the future? Huang Ling spoke, her face full of pity, but there was a hint of uncontrollable excitement in her eyes. Let my brother marry you? Yes, even though it is the end of the world now, I still hope that the ceremonies will still be held. Not only does he have to give me a wedding, but he also has to give me a generous gift. I don't want money. I'm not the vain Huang Ling. Just give me a level 4 zombie crystal core, 10 level 3 zombie crystal cores, 100 level 2 zombie crystal cores, and 10,000 level 1 zombie crystal cores as a betrothal gift. Oh, and I also want 500 kilograms of food. Huang Ling counted on her fingers, the smile on her face almost unable to be suppressed. You are so brave. At this moment, Xiao Jiang shouted fiercely, his face extremely cold. Huang Ling's body trembled and a hint of fear flashed in her eyes. You know, she was blackmailing a 4th-level strongman. But it has come to this point, her retreat has long been cut off, and she can only go down this path until the end. She gritted her teeth and said, Chief Xiao, you're the leader of the Nansong base. You can't even take out this little betrothal gift, right? Or do you want to favor your brother? Chapter 172, Finale. You are a married woman who is about to enter her 30s. You are as a withered flower, yet you still dream of marrying my brother? Are you just dreaming? A disdainful sneer appeared on Xiao Zhang's lips. Chief, how could you say that about me? How could I possibly use my chastity to frame him? Huang Ling's face suddenly turned red, and her voice began to tremble unconsciously. Shut up. As a level 4 expert, you have seen all kinds of beauties. How could you be interested in a mediocre woman like you? Xiao Jiang interrupted Huang Ling mercilessly. Hearing this, Huang Ling froze in place as if struck by lightning. He is actually a level 4 expert? This is impossible. She turned to look at Xiao Tong in disbelief, her eyes full of astonishment and suspicion. The people around him all stared with their eyes wide open, their gazes focused on Xiao Tong. Xiao Tong said nothing, but silently exuded a terrifying aura. When everyone felt this powerful aura, their eyes immediately opened wider. The leader's brother is actually a level 4 expert. Wow, isn't Huang Ling too shameless? In order to curry favor with the leader's brother, he resorted to such despicable means. The crowd was talking about it, and the voices were rising and falling. Some people expressed indignation and disdain for Huang Ling's behavior. Some believed that she should not pursue power and status in such an improper way, while others were surprised and awed by Xiao Tong's strength, realizing that he was someone who should not be underestimated. The whole scene became extremely lively, with various emotions intertwined, making the atmosphere tense and dramatic. Impossible! How could you be a level 4 expert? Huang Ling's face was full of shock, with a hint of fear in his eyes, and at the deepest part of the fear, there was a hint of madness and excitement. Chief Xiao, even if your brother is a level 4 expert, he must be responsible to me. Huang Ling gritted her teeth and gave it her all. Since she has offended Xiao Jiang and Xiao Tong, she has no choice but to go down the wrong path and accuse Xiao Tong of defiling her. She used public opinion to force Xiao Tong to marry her. He is a level 4 expert. As long as I follow Xiao Tong, I won't have to worry about my life anymore. Huang Ling has begun to fantasize about her life after becoming Xiao Tong's woman. At this moment, a hand suddenly grabbed his neck and then exerted force. Snap! With a loud bang, Huang Ling's neck broke directly. She looked at Xiao Tong, who broke her neck, her eyes full of surprise and confusion. How dare he do that? Naive. Xiao Tong's eyes were full of indifference. In the end times, only powerful strength is the kingly way, and other means are nothing but clouds. Next, Xiao Tong and Xiao Jiang reorganized the Nansong base. Xiao Jiang developed the human base, while Xiao Tong reorganized the zombie army. Together, the two of them conquered the 5 major human bases and killed several other zombie kings, becoming the masters of the Blue Planet. A few years later, Xiao Tong broke through from a 7th-level corpse king to an 8th-level corpse emperor and gained the ability to fly. Decades later, Xiao Tong broke through to the 9th level of corpse emperor, and Xiao Jiang and others broke through to the 8th level of corpse king. Xiao Tong left the Blue Star with Xiao Jiang and other corpse kings and began to march towards the universe. Many years later, a powerful zombie civilization was born in the Milky Way and began to dominate the Milky Way